Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The monster shot lasers from its eyes while the plot told us that in a moment of despair, the monsters of the game universe burst into their world, and so the day of judgment came. The demon began to scream loudly. The city was destroyed, and we were told that the great warriors and masters of the people could not repel the huge army of monsters, each time dying and retreating further and further. Fighting the monsters, the guy screamed that the city would soon be destroyed. If this continues, then the people will be exterminated. And we were told that only at that moment the great swordsman Chuck entered the battle. The protagonist ran across the battlefield and said that they had no other choice, only his blade would put an end to this. Chuck rushed at the monster and thought that he would take the Lord of Demons with him, but he could not save the people. There was an explosion and the protagonist emphasized the fact that the fate of humanity was predetermined, the end of all things had come, but suddenly a flame of hope shone in the pitch darkness. A notification popped up saying that the God of War system had activated, and the dangerous journey was about to restart. There was a thunderstorm outside. Surprised, Chuck wondered if this was the world 10 years ago and if it had been reborn. The protagonist began to examine his characteristics. Looking at his hands, the protagonist asked about the God of War system. Looking at the monster, Chuck said that they were werewolves in human form. A demon appeared in front of him. The huge creature was glowing brightly. Holding a bow in his hands, the protagonist cried out that it was a faceless giant. Standing on the battlefield, the plot told us that danger was waiting, but Chuck did not retreat a single step. The protagonist's face was serious. A monster was running towards him. In the hands of the protagonist was a glowing blade. He swung it. Chuck was actively fighting demons. Looking at the blue sphere, the protagonist thought that it was unknown when the cultivation world called game appeared. There was a smile on the guy in armor's face, and the plot told us that the players had earned the right to enter the game world, defeating monsters and leveling up. Players received artifacts and equipment that they could bring to their world. Portals opened above the city, and the plot said that all this led to the fact that one terrible day, hundreds and thousands of monsters broke into their world, destroying everything in their path. Demons destroyed people. Cities turned to dust. Monster corpses fell to the ground. The guys stood on the roof and tried to shoot back. Killing demons, the guy screamed that the city would soon be destroyed, like all of humanity. They suddenly saw huge hands. The demon lord began to scream loudly. Piercing the monster's head, the guy said that the demon lord had appeared, and the monsters were still advancing. Raising his head, Chuck said that he had one last attack, common death. Only in this way he could defeat the demon lord. Frowning, the guy cried out that this cannot be done. If the protagonist uses the common death, then it will be the end for them. After all, he is the last hope of humanity. The protagonist rushed into battle. Moving at great speed, the protagonist said that they no longer have any other choice, only his blade will put an end to this. He flew at the demon. The surprised warriors said that they will use the rest of their spiritual power to help him in this attack. Frowning, Chuck said that this will be the end of all battles and sorrows. Blue projections of warriors flew next to the protagonist. He flew straight into the mouth of the monster. A powerful explosion was heard. There was a thunderstorm outside, and the plot told us that at that very moment, the last god of humanity fell. The long war between people and monsters ended in the defeat of people. Their world entered the stage of destruction. The player Chuck, thanks to the murder of the final demon lord, received a chance to be reborn. Standing in front of a pile of corpses, the man said that they would see what they could fish out of there. He asked with a satisfied look to see how many cool things there were that the dead no longer needed. His gaze fell on a golden blade. Standing on the corpses, the man noticed that it was an unusual sword. Swinging his katana, he cried out that they would first deal with this blade, and then they would collect more things. Chuck suddenly came to. He parried the man's attack. The protagonist held the sword in his hands. He killed the man. The dumbfounded guy screamed that Chuck had killed the captain. Looking up, the protagonist clarified where he was, who the guy was, noting that he remembered fighting the demon lord. The wounded captain began to transform. He extended his hand. The monster grabbed the protagonist. Chuck was thrown to the ground. In front of him was a werewolf. The protagonist reached for the bone with his hand. He stabbed it into the monster's side. The werewolf suddenly retreated. Picking up his blade from the ground, Chuck emphasized the fact that it was dangerous. The protagonist rushed into battle, saying that the monster had angered him. The protagonist swung his blade. It pierced the man's head. The werewolf fell to the ground. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, the protagonist said that it was strange that he had killed a man and he had risen again, after which he wondered if this was not their world, but the cultivation of the game. A crow was pecking at the corpse. Looking up at the sky, Chuck wondered why the system was not responding to him. Sitting on the ground, the guy loudly asked what had happened and who the protagonist was, a monster or a man. Wiping the blood from the blade, the protagonist replied that if he had already killed millions of monsters, he would not have asked him such a question. Surprised, Chuck noticed the token. Examining it, the protagonist noted that it was from a game, and an old model at that. The guy approached the protagonist, saying that he thought he was a monster. As he walked away, he said that they would return to the camp because it was too dangerous. Chuck took out a knitting needle from the werewolf's hair and thought that the uniform of these people looked exactly the same as 10 years ago. He inserted it into his hair and asked what year it was. Turning around, the stranger said that it was the 681st year of the Qinping dynasty. Stunned, Chuck began to ask again in his mind. Suddenly, the surprised protagonist came to the conclusion that this was the cultivation world of that game, exactly 10 years ago. Messages appeared in front of the protagonist that the current year was the last year of the Qinping dynasty. The flow of time was stable. He managed to escape danger. The protagonist suddenly escaped the day of judgment. Frowning, Chuck read that the rank reset was complete. His current rank was a private cavalry. The protagonist stood quietly in place. He suddenly flew up and realized that he had been reborn. Looking at his hands, Chuck wondered what the war god system was. Streams of energy were hovering around him. The protagonist turned around. A huge monster was running towards him. Chuck was preparing for a fight and asked the guy not to be afraid, because it was an ordinary wild animal. The protagonist struck the beast. The protagonist was thrown back, and he wondered where his fencing skills were. Frowning, Chuck said that he would not defeat it face to face, he would have to remember the old days. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he remembered that his weak point was his throat. The beast jumped over him. Chuck cut it in half. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist said that this place looked like people had surrendered there. The protagonist noticed glowing eyes in the darkness, and said that the monsters were attracted by the smell from the pit with corpses. That's why there were so many of them. A small monster came out of the darkness. Gritting his teeth, Chuck wondered how he was going to kill such a herd if he barely dealt with one. The main character started running and asked if there was a place nearby where they could hide, to which he received the answer that there was a camp ahead, which was hidden under a protective barrier. The dumbfounded guys tried to escape from the beasts. They entered the portal. The monsters began to look around and search for the guys. Trying to catch his breath, the stranger told him that there was a protective barrier of stealth hanging over the camp. The monsters could not find it, so it was safe there. Frowning, Chuck said that when they first entered the camp, he immediately felt that there was a gap in the barrier. It would not last long. The dumbfounded guy asked what they should do, and the main character replied that if there were spiritual stones, they could still hold him for some time. The guy ran away from there screaming that he would look for more spiritual stones in the camp. Chuck closed his eyes and began to talk about how he had just attacked the demon lord with common death. But in his past life, people had decided that the game cultivation world was a virtual game. He stood in front of various weapons and said that they had only realized at the last moment that the monsters that had broken through were real. But it was too late. The destruction of humanity had been predetermined. His face was serious. Looking at the sword, Chuck came to the conclusion that it turned out that his reincarnation and return to the game world 10 years ago was a chance to save humanity and stop the Judgment Day. But first he needed to find a way to defend himself in this world, and then thought that in the recent battle with the monster, he had failed to activate the art of swordsmanship. If this continued, he would not last long. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback when he remembered the war god system. A blue window appeared in front of him. Looking at the characteristics, Chuck said that it was completely different from the past life system. It was not so important. Now we need to figure out how to stay alive. The protagonist saw that the current chi tempering was the first level, after which he noted that now he understood why he was so weak. All he could feel now was spiritual energy. Holding his hand to his chin, Chuck said that he wanted to move on to activating the main functions. A message appeared saying that the art of the god of war was activated. By touching any weapon, the protagonist can realize all the fighting techniques of the weapon owner. Realizing the technique spends a certain amount of spiritual power. Taking the dagger, Chuck clarified whether it was enough to touch the weapon and he would be able to use the abilities, noting that he was sorry that there was no sword nearby. The protagonist saw a projection with open abilities. He said with a serious look that in order to kill one monster, he almost died, and going into battle with a huge horde is just suicide. Taking the bow, Chuck noted that he would use long-range attacks, as this was a good way to raise his cultivation. The protagonist began to study the techniques of the military bow. Standing in front of the screen, the protagonist said that the double shot looked powerful, but he did not have enough spiritual power to realize the ability. He wanted to realize stabilization and a burst. Streams of energy enveloped Chuck's body. The protagonist grabbed an arrow from the quiver and said that the learned abilities were immediately realized. He prepared to shoot and asked if he would try it in battle. The arrows hit the dummy. Holding the arrow in his hand, the protagonist thought that the accuracy was good, but the damage was not enough. Chuck prepared for another shot and asked if there would be more damage if he added a little spiritual power. The protagonist made a powerful shot. The arrow cut off the dummy's head. Looking at the smoking dolls, Chuck said that the damage was much higher under a burst with spiritual power. Frowning, the protagonist said that with the new system skills, he would be able to defeat that herd of monsters, and then figure out what really happened. The ground shook beneath him. Turning around, Chuck noticed that this was not true, because the sound was coming from outside the camp. The protagonist began to run towards the rumble. Standing in front of a huge monster, the protagonist cried out that it was a faceless giant. Examining the monster, Chuck wondered if this was true. Raising his head, the protagonist said that he first saw this monster in the very first year when the players entered the world of cultivation. Surprised, Chuck asked if something had happened that did not happen in the past life. The guy returned to the protagonist and clarified what kind of monster it was, to which he received the answer that it was a monster from the original Een, a faceless giant. The guys stood behind the barrier and said that the monster came for them. The ground shook violently under their feet. Chuck raised his head and asked them not to be afraid, because they would not die. The giant continued to trample the ground. Watching what was happening, the protagonist noted that the monster was not following them. The man noticed cracks in the barrier. Looking around, Chuck assumed that the shaking from the giant's steps had broken the protective barrier of stealth. The protagonist noticed the monster and noted that they were exposed. He reached for the arrows and cried out that there would be more of them soon. First he would deal with these little guys. Chuck shot the beasts and asked the man to take the spiritual stones to the barrier. The arrow was enveloped in blue energy. The monster was defeated. The protagonist stood quietly and said that attacks from a distance were great for fighting monstrous predators. Other monsters ran towards him. Chuck killed them at the same time. A projection appeared in front of him, saying that the experience points were full. The maximum experience points were 5 out of 5. The owner could level up to the second level of chi tempering, and then said that the skills that could be improved were most suitable for the initial level, so he could calmly level up. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was only worried about one thing now: why the faceless giant appeared there. The man standing behind him cried out that he had set up spiritual stones. He thought that the stealth barrier would last for a while. Chuck said with a serious expression that he was afraid that things were not that simple. Putting the bow behind his back, the protagonist said that faceless giants did not walk alone. There was a high probability that he had something else of a high level with him. Frowning, he added that the stealth barrier did not protect them from high-level monstrous predators. The faceless giant also saw them, but he did not care about them. Looking at the monster, Chuck said that he had a feeling that something big was approaching. Morning came. The protagonist noticed a horde of monsters. He was standing on the tower. Looking at the monsters, Chuck cried out that they were blood-sucking demons and dark flaming snakes. The demons were moving towards the tower. A red magical light remained behind it. The protagonist with a serious face emphasized the fact that they looked like they were in a hurry. This army was heading in the same direction where the faceless giant went. Chuck jumped off the tower. Landing next to the man, he asked where they were going. The stranger pointed his finger at the sky and asked to look at it. Something landed in front of them. There was a bird lying on the ground, saying that it had almost caught up. The guys were surprised. The stunned bird began to scream loudly that these were people. It began to fly away with lightning speed. Watching her, Chuck said that such a smart monster should not be allowed to escape. He was preparing to shoot. The arrow hit the bird. It was nailed to a tree. While examining it, the protagonist heard a suspicious noise. A voice was heard from the red ship that the task was to transfer the squad to the south, move towards the faceless giant and the squad of bloodsuckers, after which Chuck wondered if the monsters had unleashed a war. Noting that this was a secret mission of the army of monsters, this strange bird was a courier. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was strange, because in the world of cultivation he knew every battle. At the very beginning there were no battles between people and monsters. The man watched Chuck, who asked who was killed in a secret sortie. Turning his gaze to the stranger, the protagonist clarified what day it was, to which he received the answer that today was the 7th of June. The protagonist said with a serious face that on this day, the elder of the Shindao Taishan sect, the great master of the barriers, the Tianji sect and the Holy Maiden, these two great masters will fall in a few days. Their power is at its peak. If they survive, perhaps humanity will still have a chance to escape the day of judgment. The protagonist gritted his teeth and pointed out that with his current cultivation, he would not be able to even get close to that army. Shrouded in aura, Chuck emphasized the fact that he still wanted to change many things in his life. Particles were floating around him. A notification appeared in front of him that his presence in the game was suspended for 24 hours. He would soon return to his world. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if the war god system could kick him out of the game. His face was serious. Chuck's body began to disappear. Many ships flew around the city. The protagonist appeared in the corridor. He was standing among the crowd of people. The surprised protagonist emphasized that it was a high school dance. The puzzled Chuck thought that he had returned to Earth before the day of judgment. The protagonist turned to a familiar voice. There was a girl standing behind him. She noted with a smile on her face that his friend said that he wanted to talk to her, and the plot told us that this was Chuck's classmate, the eldest granddaughter of the Su family, the 9th aristocratic family, Clara. The guy with a satisfied look said that the protagonist wanted to tell her something important, and we were introduced to Chuck's good friend, James. The guys watched what was happening and discussed that the protagonist wanted to confess his love to Clara. The protagonist looked at his friend with an angry look. Bad memories associated with James appeared in Chuck's imagination, and he thought that in a past life his friend poisoned him with a poison affecting the emotional state, because of which he acted very meanly with Clara. The girl slapped him, and Chuck told her that because he had insulted the Sioux family, the Freedom Federation had banned him from their territory. He had no choice but to go to the Fushi Empire, and there was no chance to return again until the crisis occurred and the two worlds merged. Chuck seriously emphasized the fact that he would not allow this to happen again in this life. James pushed the protagonist and asked him not to be afraid and to tell her already. Looking down, Chuck said what he wanted to tell her. The guys asked to watch this show with evil smiles. Standing in front of Clara, the protagonist said that he wanted to invite her to his place for dinner so that she could try his dishes. Shrugging his shoulders, Chuck suggested just having dinner, after Clara said that she thought he would suggest something else. James grinned and asked if the protagonist wanted to confess his love to her, to which he received the answer that there was no need to joke, they had not talked about it. The embittered guy suggested that his plan was going to hell, so he would have to do everything himself, after which he offered to help him. James extended his hand. Chuck hit him on the hand. The protagonist swung his hand. He knocked his comrade to the floor. Holding the red ring, the protagonist asked what James wanted to do with it. The dumbfounded guy asked not to think wrong, because it was just an ordinary ring. Examining the accessory, the protagonist thought that in his past life he never found out who wanted to harm him. Perhaps now the security of the Sioux family will help him. Shifting his gaze, Chuck asked to blame himself if James did not admit it. A girl with an old man stood in front of Clara, after which Mary noted that Chuck could call her when Clara was in danger. Holding the ring in his hands, the protagonist asked to look at it. Mary was taken aback by what she saw. Frowning, she told Bill that the ring contained a very strong poison. Dumbfounded, Clara asked again about the poison. Stretching out his hand, Chuck said that he did not know the reason for such actions, but the only thing he knew for sure was that someone wanted him to quarrel with the girl, and in order to find out who it was, they would need their help. James began to run away from there. Bill watched this with a displeased look. He rushed to catch up with the guy. Bill found himself in front of James. Shrouded in a pink aura, Bill said that worldly life is full of adversity, so he had better get into his dark, sweet dream. Grabbing the guy by the head, Bill ordered him to tell him the secret that is hidden deep inside and he will fulfill all his dreams. Surprised, Chuck asked if this was the technique of the chosen one by heaven, to which Clara replied that Bill was chosen by heaven. His technique was related to hypnosis, after which the plot told us that in their world there are people with special abilities, the abilities of the awakened, and it is impossible to obtain through cultivation. Enraged, Bill ordered to say who wants to harm Clara. The protagonist with a serious look came to the conclusion that someone directed James. Leaving there, the old man said that James knew nothing. The dumbfounded guy asked to spare him, because they had been friends with Chuck for many years. Kneeling, he began to beg the protagonist. The protagonist kicked him with his foot and screamed that it was high time to end their friendship. James flew to the side. Turning around, Chuck asked Mary to check the guy again. The girl with a smile on her face thanked the protagonist for defending her honor, and Chuck replied that he should not be thanked, because it concerned both of them. Confused, Clara thought that she felt like the protagonist had changed. Looking at the projection, the protagonist reasoned that the system was still there, the hourglass was still hanging, and he would soon be able to return to the cultivation world. Looking down, Chuck said that he still did not understand why the squad of monsters was moving so openly, and someone had directed James to him, but they had lost the lead. Standing between the screens, the protagonist said that it was strange why the system of the god of war could move him from one world to another by itself, so be it, because he was there to prevent the end of the world. The plot moves us to Channon County, outside the palace, where the helicopter landed. James looked at the old man in tears and said that he would not dare to do such a thing again. The guys were boarding. Raising her hand, Clara told the protagonist that they would see each other again. Waving back, the protagonist thought that his friend was less fortunate than him in his past life. He clasped his hands behind his head and said that he could finally go home. How many years had passed since he left his small room? The guy looked away in surprise. Chuck watched the helicopter landing. Raising his hand, the protagonist thought that this was one of the 9 aristocratic families. Stephen extended his hand and said that the young master was asking for an audience. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, asking why he needed him since he had no business with this family. Smiling, the servant replied that he was asking for him. The guys walked down the corridor. Standing in front of the chairman's desk, the guy asked why he called him. Nate looked at the screen and said that he was a talented student. Leaning on the table, he said that he had 100 points in basic robotics, neuralite technology, combat ship control and mechanogetics. In addition, he was a special member of the Sioux family's scientific and technical company Steel Armor. How could an ordinary person achieve such heights? I am sure even Clara could not help but fall in love with his talent. Grinning, the guy said that only all the great families of the Federation wanted to get Clara as a bride. He was afraid that someone like him should not even think about loving her. Chuck frowned and asked what he would do if he thought about it. Raising 2 fingers, the chairman said that then, he was afraid that anything could happen to him, perhaps even lose his life. The protagonist looked at him furiously, wondering what this meant. His relationship with Clara could spoil the plans of these people. Was it really they who staged that show with the ring? Nate sat in front of the girl, asking what he decided. The protagonist extended his finger and said that he liked Clara, so let him get her, and what he did was none of his business. The guy was leaving the office. The chairman bared his teeth. Turning to his assistant, he asked if everything was prepared, to which the latter agreed. The man smiled and said that in an hour a sad incident would happen to Chuck. The city's high-rises illuminated the night city. The protagonist walked along the streets of the slums. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist thought that there was still a year before the gates to another world began to open. He should quickly raise his cultivation. He turned the corner, thinking that now he would have to confront Judgment Day and a bunch of other scum from the upper classes. The stranger pushed the guy and told him to take his time. Chuck looked closely at the passerby. The man took out a knife. Holding out the weapon, he asked where he was flying so quickly, to be careful. The protagonist dodged the attack, thinking that they had come here on purpose. The enemy swung his knife. The protagonist hit him in the back. While striking, the protagonist thought that he could activate spiritual power, which meant he could use everything he had received in that world. The criminal stood in front of the gang and shouted that he was no ordinary weakling. They needed to get their guns out. Frowning, Chuck asked if they even had firearms with them, adding that he thought so, that they were not ordinary guys. He raised his weapon and said that then they should blame themselves. The guys fired pistols. The guy fired many arrows. The opponents fell in pain. The projectile flew into the villain's back. The protagonist stood among the corpses. The frightened enemy sat on the ground and begged for mercy. He held out an arrow and demanded to know who sent them. The stranger looked at the tip in fear and replied that they were hired by Stephen from the family. Frowning, the protagonist said that he knew it. The injured guy introduced the furious man, saying that Stephen was an exemplary widow martial arts teacher. He definitely couldn't handle him, so he'd better run. Chuck thought with a serious expression that an exemplary widow teacher meant that if he had the blade from his past life, no fighter would be able to defeat him. Clutching his head, the protagonist wondered why his head hurt, why he couldn't remember, had the system blocked his memories. A notification appeared that this was done to avoid the Void's observation. If they were detected, the consequences would be impossible to predict. Frowning, the guy asked when he would be able to remember everything. The system said that he needed to move to the cultivation world once or twice. The protagonist stood in front of the enemy seriously, thinking, what does it mean? I'll do everything in turn. Although they failed this time, Nate is not the kind of person who gives up after the first try. He put his hand to his chest, thinking that since he couldn't use his fencing technique, he would have to show his enemies the art of the god of war. The clouds were gathering in front of the moon. The man grinned and said that he had an unforgettable surprise for the guy. Holding out his hand, Chuck said that it meant that Stephen had sent them over his head, that he wanted to talk to him. The guy fearfully held out his phone and agreed. The protagonist put the device to his ear, listening as the man asked if they were finished. Stephen bared his teeth and said that they had failed. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he was still alive. The man clenched his teeth angrily and said that he didn't think that he would contact him himself. Even though he had contacted him, he wouldn't live anyway. They would find him and destroy him. Chuck brought the phone to his mouth and said that he would give him a chance, that he was sure that he knew his location, that he should come, that he was waiting for him. The guy smashed the device in his hand. After pouring out the shards, Chuck thought that before he could stop the doomsday, he would have to deal with these rich fools, and told his beaten opponent that he could go. Taken aback, the opponent asked if he would kill him. The protagonist walked away from him, saying that by fulfilling his demands, he had ensured a long life for himself. The stranger began to cry. The helicopter was landing on the ground. The plot moved us to the casino in Changning County, where Phil from the audience told Mr. Nya that this girl was their calling card. He did not want to give her to him. The man smiled and extended his hand and asked to let him bring another one. Nate put his glass on the table, asking if he wanted to insult him with this. Stephen stood behind him and said that Chuck had contacted him and was challenging him to a duel. The guy grabbed a lot of chips. Throwing them aside, the chairman shouted that he thought he had promised him that there would be no problems. Leaning on the table, he thought about how the protagonist was causing too much trouble. Phil stood in front of the girl and called him. Turning around, Nate said that they would play something more interesting. The guy held out his hand with mana. Having created a screen with a photo of the protagonist, the chairman said that his servant must kill one person, betting money on his death. Anna stood behind the bodyguard and asked him to agree. Smiling, she said that if they lost, they would simply kill this guy, abandon the mission and return home. The girl looked up with interest and said that she was already bored with this place. The quadcopter was flying across the night sky. Steven stood in the middle of the slums. He was walking down the corridor. We see a sign on the door. The man kicked the door down with his foot. Frowning, the servant said that he came here. Steven walked through the dark room and asked how long he would hide. He touched his cheek. The man turned around in alarm at the arrow. The servant grabbed the projectile with his hands. Steven braced his feet on the floor. Having broken through the wall, he asked if it was an arrow. The protagonist held the bow in the dark, answering that he did not expect it to be able to catch his arrow. Apparently it was not for nothing that he had such a rank. The protagonist frowned. The servant, grinning, listened that he had to catch the second one. The guy watched as his opponent dodged and shouted that there was a third one. Steven dodged many arrows. He tried to catch his breath, thinking that he was a poor man. How could he wield a bow so well? Meanwhile, Nate watched the exploding building through the screen. Frowning, the man asked if he could really crush the exemplary Udo mentor with arrows. Who was this kid really? The guy raised his hand in rage, asking what his subordinate was doing there. Let him finish him off right now. Steven sat behind the furniture and answered that he understood. An arrow shot towards him. The servant looked at him in fear. His shirt was torn on his back. His leg muscles tore his pants. His eyes began to glow. The furious man raised his hand. Frowning, Chuck said that so here it was, his true power. It was more interesting. The opponent jumped above him. He caught the arrows in flight. Smiling, Steven asked if he had run out of arrows. Now it was his turn. The servant released the projectiles from his hands. The guy took off from the ground. The main character dodged the blows. Swinging his bow, the protagonist thought that this was a great chance. The man extended his fist. It threw the opponent back with an explosion. Chuck stood up among the rubble. Lowering his weapon, the guy said that so much power, what a surprise. Steven advanced barefoot. The man raised his hand with a grin and said that he was finished. He ran through the wall, asking why the boy was hiding. The boy brought the arrow to his face. Somersaulting in flight, the protagonist asked who said he was hiding. The protagonist cut the enemy's body. He tightly gripped the handle. The injured opponent screamed in pain. Chuck punched him in the face. Watching Steven fly into the wall, the guy thought that his current rank was second-level chi tempering, and this power was equal to an exemplary widow mentor in this world. The protagonist rushed forward, thinking that the spiritual power of the cultivation world exceeded the ordinary power of this world, so he would simply crush him. The furious protagonist raised two fingers and said that he did not have time to deal with him. It was time to end this fight. Swinging a stone, the man shouted that he would not give him a chance to attack. Chuck jumped above the explosion. He drew 3 arrows. The guy was firing projectiles and the system reported that he had used the burst skill. The flow of chi was approaching the enemy. Steven was taken aback and asked what was going on. The arrows had pierced his body. The wounded man was coughing up blood. The servant had flown into the wall. The drone was flying towards the hole in the building. The protagonist was standing in the broken wall. The protagonist frowned. Chuck was watching the quadcopter in the sky. The camera was turning towards him. The guy took aim with his bow. The arrow shot forward. Nate stood in front of the screen in shock. The man frowned and asked if the gentleman was in a bad mood, adding that he seemed to be canceling the bet. The chairman glared, asking if he really thought he had failed. He turned away and said that he had been lucky this time, but he would take him back next time. The girl stood near the bodyguard and said that he was a very arrogant guy, asking if he knew that by losing to them, he saved his life. Bowing, Phil told the lady that they came to the Freedom Federation to recruit talented people, let him control his impulses during the mission. The princess turned around and said that they would not discuss this, specifying how he liked that guy, Chuck. Frowning, the man answered that his strength was average. He was only an iota stronger than the exemplary Udo mentor, but his fighting style was unique. Perhaps he possessed special superhuman strength. The girl raised her hand and asked to pass her the data on the protagonist. Phil leaned towards the screen and asked what kind of useless defense system, adding that the Freedom Federation was simply throwing away its talents. Having looked at the guy's profile, he said that Chuck was a research assistant at a research center. Anna squeezed the flame in her hand and replied that it was interesting. It seemed they needed to get closer to it. The plot moves us to the Steel Armor Research Center in Chungning, where the protagonist was walking towards the building. He was climbing the steps. Cameras were scanning his face, informing that the iris analysis was completed. The research center welcomed him. The protagonist stepped on the floor. Chuck entered the lab. The guy was approaching a huge robot. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that in his past life his skills in robotics were much better. Frowning, he thought about whether it was possible to use more powerful armor suits to resist the coming end of the world. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, thinking that all this is inside his head. They will soon return to them. We see a sign on the door of the restroom. Walking down the hallway, Chuck thought that if he hid here, he thought his family would not look for him for a while. The guy put his hand on the screen and the system reported that the identity was confirmed. The protagonist took off his coat in the room. He threw the clothes on the floor. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that the chi of the other world was already floating in the sky. Looking into the distance, Chuck said that it seemed that the approach of the Judgment Day was not so far away. He did not have time. The guy frowned, thinking that tomorrow he would return to the world of cultivation again and spend the remaining time practicing. The protagonist sat down on the bed. He tensely closed his eyes. A notification popped up saying that his presence in the human world was suspended for 24 hours. He would soon be transferred to the world of cultivation. The protagonist moved to another world to a man who asked if he was okay. "Why were you frozen?" Chuck grinned and thought that this meant that when he moved from one world to another, time stopped, and replied that he had returned. The guy stood confidently in the forest, saying that he had returned at the very moment before the move, therefore time had frozen. Touching his temple, the man asked what his brother was muttering. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the situation with Ning Yueshan and Gong Sunji should not reach them yet, because this was just an assumption. While there was time, he needed to raise his cultivation. Turning around, he asked where the weak monstrous predators were nearby. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of his friend and said that it did not concern him. Let him stay in the camp. Chuck ran ahead. The man scratched his cheek in fear and said that he was going alone to such a place, a strange guy. Birds flew above the trees. The guy caught the arrow and the system reported that the experience points were full. The owner could raise the level. The protagonist stood among the corpses of animals. Turning back to the screen, he reported that it was not difficult to rise to the third level of chi tempering, but then he would need more experience to level up. This was already a difficult problem. A notification popped up that from now on, the player can exchange spiritual power points for experience points to level up faster. The protagonist frowned in surprise. The game told him that spiritual power points had a special status. If the owner used them instead of experience points, he would no longer be able to level up through experience points. He should choose wisely. Scratching his forehead, Chuck said that leveling up was now similar to awareness. Both could use spiritual power points, so they became even more important, asking what spiritual power points were. The system said that spiritual power was the most important component of all things. It came from the depths of the soul. The guy was taken aback, thinking that the depths of the soul represented a special achievement, and this achievement was something unusual that gave great power. He knew what he would choose. Smiling, the protagonist said that he chose to level up with spiritual power points. A notification appeared that he had chosen spiritual power. On the path of the god of war, he had entered a new stage of development. The protagonist stood in front of the screens, asking what level he could rise to with his current spiritual power. He looked at the notifications with confidence, and said that he wanted to level up to the 5th level of chi tempering. There was a glow coming from his forehead and Chuck thought that it was really possible to break through to another level without experience. Standing surrounded by mana, the guy thought that this was something that had never happened in the cultivation world. Looking at his palms, the protagonist said that spiritual power was the most important component of this world. He looked away. The protagonist took off from the ground. Chuck flew up from the corpses. A snake was crawling out of the forest. Watching from the tree, the guy thought that it was a giant python, which was also a low-level monstrous beast. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he would easily destroy it now. I am sure he would receive a lot of spiritual power for its head. He pushed off from the branch. The protagonist pulled the arrow in flight. The projectile pierced the python's head. Landing on the rocks, Chuck said that his power had increased greatly. Now he would easily kill that Steven. The guy put his foot on the snake and said that the body of the giant python was an expensive artifact. You can't leave it here. The protagonist took arrows from the prey. Dark mana poisoned the flowers. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was the poisonous chi of the giant python. He looked at the snake that appeared, thinking that there was another one. Chuck confidently released arrows. The python dodged the attacks. Grinning, the guy thought that this beast had already understood all of his abilities. The protagonist flew back from the blow, deciding that he could not dodge. He frowned in panic and thought that this was bad. Falling to the ground in front of the enemy, the protagonist thought that the python's poison began to spread throughout his body. Chuck crashed into a tree with an explosion. His eye turned purple. Pulling the arrow, the guy said that the toxicity of this poison is simply monstrous. He is already falling off his feet. The protagonist clutched the bow, thinking that in his current state he will not be able to fight off this giant python. He sweated, deciding that he needed a stronger technique and informed the god of war system that he wanted to realize the double shot. The protagonist raised the arrow and a notification appeared that the owner realized the double shot skill. The snake angrily rose in front of him. Chuck took the arrow out of his leg. Grinning, the guy said that he finally recovered from the poison a little. He only had one chance, that would be enough. The protagonist filled himself with mana, using a double shot. He aimed at the monster's mouth. The arrows quickly flew forward. The attacks pierced the python through and through. The snake opened its mouth in pain. The protagonist looked seriously. Smiling, Chuck said that he lost. The shells flew at the enemy from above. The python's head flew up. The boy stood in front of the fallen enemy. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that using spiritual power increased the speed of the poison spread throughout the body. His eyes turned purple. There was a green object in the protagonist's hand. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. Chuck covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that the snake's gallbladder tasted terribly disgusting. The dark-haired youth looked away thoughtfully and said that even though it was disgusting, it was very lucky that the python's bladder worked as an antidote, otherwise he would not have gotten off so easily. He imagined a straight black line when he explained that the Flight of Two Swallows ability allows you to change the trajectory of the arrow, making this attack unpredictable. The line curved, heading back when the protagonist added that the time interval between arrows was too long, and that it was a pity that they could not be released one after another. Near the protagonist lay the body of a dead monster. Chuck stared ahead, thinking about what would happen if he combined Stabilize, Burst, and Two Swallows Flight. The boy's dark hair was pulled back as the system notifications appeared, telling him that his creative approach had unlocked a new shooting ability, and that the new entry-level Chaos Dance skill would fire 5 arrows in quick succession, attacking enemies in an unpredictable trajectory. The protagonist's mouth dropped open as he exclaimed that the system had indeed created a new ability, and that it was also a leveled ability, and then asked if this was the true power of the God of War, being able to create leveled abilities from ordinary ones. A flock of birds appeared above the forest, and Chuck realized that something had happened in the distance. He hid behind the body of a monster. The fanged monsters rushed forward. Winged monsters flew above the boy. The protagonist frowned, thinking that more and more high-level beasts were arriving, and that it was becoming unsafe there, so they needed to change locations. The red banners were on the roof of the buildings. A man was running towards the protagonist, shouting that he had finally returned, and that he thought something had happened to him. Chuck looked at the man seriously and replied that everything was fine for now, but they would have trouble soon. Then he was asked again. The dark-haired youth was shown in profile, thinking that he suspected that the demon army would come for the heads of humanity's leaders, so this place could become a battlefield. Then he explained that the monsters were gathering in packs, and that they were beyond their power, so they needed to leave this place quickly. The bearded man looked scared as he replied that they could rely on camouflage for a long time, and that they should not go outside where there were monsters everywhere. Monsters were flying above them when the protagonist said that high-level monsters would easily see through the disguise, so hiding would be no longer an option, adding that if he wanted to live, he should come with him. The man pointed his finger forward as he exclaimed that no, and that he was probably wrong. The man held his hand out in front of him and added that if he wanted to go, then let him go, but he would stay. The protagonist stood in front of him as he said that he hoped that he understood that by the time the monsters came, it would be too late. The bearded man looked ahead with displeasure as he replied that that was enough, and that he had listened to this nonsense for too long, asking if he really wanted him to run away when help would soon arrive, adding that his fear of monsters had finally driven him crazy, and then summed up that he would not stop him from dying, but he himself should not be dragged into this nonsense. Chuck touched the bridge of his nose and said that since he had decided, he would not stop him, and that now their paths would diverge. The guy walked through the forest, thinking that the place where Amanda died was to the east of the barracks, and that he could go around it from the west. The protagonist presented a map with arrows. He stood with his back turned when he said that this place looked a little strange. The ground shook under his foot. The protagonist frowned to the side, realizing that it was it. He deftly jumped onto a boulder. Chuck put his hand with the weapon to the side. A white substance appeared from the ground. The guy held the bow in front of him when he used the Dance of Chaos skill. Projectiles flew in different directions. A bright stream crashed into the ground, then someone exclaimed that it hurt. The golem opened his mouth wide and asked how he knew he was there, and it was explained that it was a tunnel demon, which had resistance to the elements and burrowed underground. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that it was a real tunnel demon and that this type of monster was very effective in combat, adding that he was surprised to find it there. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and laughed when he replied that it was covered in fresh dirt and did not blend in at all, concluding that only a blind person would not notice it. He imagined several patches of land when he explained that he should have covered himself in dust, and that no one would notice him that way. Chuck looked worried when he wondered why so many voices were responding to him. The demons started to open their mouths wide and ask if it was true. Then the guy realized that there was not one monster there, but a whole pack, thinking that this was a very unusual situation, and that it seemed like a trap, and then he thought that it was good that the tunnel demons were very stupid, and that he should not be afraid, no matter how many of them were there. The protagonist held a bow in his hand when he said that he would be brief, and then asked them to go and get some dirt, and he would wait there for now, concluding that if he could still notice them, then they would lose. The faces of the monsters appeared on the ground, and they agreed, adding that he should wait for them. The ground shook when the demons disappeared. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they were just a bunch of empty-headed lumps. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and thanked him for his help. Chuck was standing in front of the stranger when he asked who was there. The silver-haired man looked down and asked them not to be afraid of him, explaining that they were allies. Then it was explained that he was the frontline general, the supreme elder of the sacred cult, and the grand master of cultivation, Ash. Sweat appeared on the dark-haired man's face as he asked why the general was there, and he wondered what was wrong and how he could have met him, since he definitely went in a different direction. Ash opened his mouth and asked if he recognized him, and then added that in that case, the conversation would go smoothly. He touched the seal with his fingers and asked the 6-trigram concealment formation to open. A building appeared in front of the men. The protagonist looked ahead carefully as he thought about how he used the formation to hide an entire temple, concluding that it was amazing. The men stood nearby as Ash turned to General Amanda and informed her that she could come out, since the tunnel demons were gone. She took a step forward. She had a weapon in her hand when she asked him if he was sure about it. A girl in a cloak appeared. She stood in front of the protagonist when she said that the tunnel demons were not easy opponents and that even they would have a hard time getting rid of them, and then asked him how he drove them away, to which Chuck replied that although these monsters were strong, they were not very smart, so he cheated and they left. The girl's eyes lit up when she asked who he was and how he knew the weaknesses of these creatures. The guy had a token in his hand when he answered that he was from the Vanguard and gave his name. The protagonist stood in front of the generals when he explained that he often encountered monsters, so he knew something about them. Then he was asked again. Amanda looked forward seriously and said that it made sense when it was explained that she was a general of Guerilla and a holy maiden. Then the protagonist thought that it was really her. The silver-haired man crossed his arms when he thought about how Amanda was every male cultivator's wet dream and that little Chuck definitely had his eye on her. Ash looked at the thoughtful youth when he realized that this guy was very reserved and that he didn't cast a single lustful glance at the girl, concluding that the old man underestimated him, and the protagonist wondered how he could have met them since he definitely went in a different direction. The protagonist lowered his gaze when he remembered that the records said that they hadn't met and their death places were far apart. Chuck looked towards the generals when he wondered why the story had changed. The boys stood in front of them, thinking about how the demon army had come prepared and how the two of them couldn't just slip away, so something unexpected had definitely happened. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise as he realized something. He put his hand under his clothes, thinking about how he had eliminated the demon army's contact, so the order to go on an assassination mission shouldn't have reached the squads. The protagonist imagined a bird nailed to a tree trunk as he realized that he was the one who had truly changed history. Ash looked at the boy's hand, turned to him, and asked him about the jade pendant in his hand, to which he replied that it was a tablet with the demon army's orders that he had received when he killed their wounded messenger. The silver-haired man smiled widely and said that it was no wonder that they suddenly stopped chasing after them, since they were having trouble coordinating, and then added that it could be considered that Chuck had helped them a lot. The girl was shown in profile as she said that she remembered that the messenger had injured her spirit beast, and that it was still quite strong, and the protagonist's cultivation level had not yet reached the foundation establishment level, and then she asked about how the boy killed him. The protagonist held his weapon in front of him as he exclaimed that he did it like this. The dark-haired boy extended his hand forward. A stream of arrows shot upward as the burst skill was performed. There was a small explosion, and Ash said that this was a cool ability. The girl looked closely at the smoke. The protagonist looked ahead with concentration and said that the demon army would not hesitate to respond, so they should quickly return to human territory. The silver-haired man stood next to Amanda as he turned to her and spoke about her earlier, and she replied that she was fine and that there was no time to hesitate, and then suggested that they move out. She opened her mouth slightly. The girl began to cough up blood. The protagonist was in front of her as he called out to Amanda. His hand was behind the general. Chuck held the girl and asked her to be careful. She looked away in confusion and asked him to let her go, explaining that she was fine. The men stood behind her when the boy asked Ash about her. The general lowered his stern gaze and explained that a couple of days ago, the soldiers of the demon army poisoned them, and that Amanda got the worst of it, adding that although they took the antidote, there was still some poison left in their system. The dark-haired youth looked away and said that he actually had an item for treating such poisoning, warning that he did not know if it would help. Then he was asked what kind of item he was talking about. In the guy's hand was a green organ, when the man exclaimed that it was a python gallbladder, and that it was great, because that was exactly what they needed. The girl looked towards the men and said that the demon army often used poisons, and that he should keep it for himself in such a case. The protagonist looked serious when he asked if they would take him or not. Amanda stood in front of him when the protagonist added that if not, he would throw him away. The girl's face was covered by her bangs when the general thought about how she had a very hot temper and that the guy was probably looking for death. Ash looked at the protagonist with concern when he thought about how he needed to somehow calm down the situation before it flared up. Amanda looked down sadly, thinking about how people were just ridiculous and how those who were close and trusted by a person would repay with betrayal, and strangers would worry about his life. After that she agreed. The general looked at the girl in surprise when he realized that he was wrong again and wondered why this old man could not predict anything today. Amanda imagined the smiling men telling her that she was very pretty and that she could contact them at any time. Then the girl thought about how all the cultivators she had met today were perverts and that they could not be relied on at a crucial moment. But this guy Chuck seemed completely different. The dark-haired youth looked thoughtful when Ash wondered if the remnants of the poison had weakened her so much. Amanda looked askance and asked for a few minutes, explaining that she would expend all her energy to heal. The girl began to eat the gallbladder. She was sitting behind the men when Ash suggested not to disturb her and go keep watch, to which the protagonist agreed. They were on a stone boulder when the general said that this was the very place. The men sat together when Ash exclaimed that if there was trouble, Amanda would protect them at any time, and the protagonist replied that he had thought of everything well. The general touched his fingers to the seal. A glowing triangle appeared on it. A magic circle appeared above the men. Rocks began to rise from the ground. Ash's hand was pointed upwards as he explained that everything should be calm now. Chuck turned to the general and said that he couldn't understand something, and then asked why they didn't ask for help, since they were attacked by an army of demons and then pursued. The silver-haired man looked up and replied that they had previously sent amulets to the humans asking for help, but there was no response, so they asked him why, assuming that they were intercepted by demons. Ash looked down sadly as he said that he wished it were so. The dark-haired youth frowned as he exclaimed that it meant there were traitors among the humans. They were sitting in front of the girl when the general replied that it was so, and that when they decided to investigate the matter, they accidentally found out that there were demon spies among the humans in high positions. The protagonist sat with his arms folded as he thought about how it was now clear why no one came to help these legendary heroes, since there were traitors among the humans, and that in that case, the situation was much more dangerous than he thought. The protagonist frowned as he concluded that he hoped the demons would not come so quickly. Clouds floated above the forest. The man was sitting by the fire when he exclaimed that it smelled good, adding that this Chuck was just a fool, because there was enough food and water at the camp, and it was quite cozy, and then wondered why he wanted to go and seek his own death. The man took a bite of meat. Sweat appeared on his face when he asked what it was, adding that he was just eating chicken. A dark shadow appeared in front of him, and the man asked him not to do that. The monster took a step forward. It headed towards the forest. Behind the monster lay broken stones. Amanda sat in the center of the circle. She spat out black liquid when she said that she had finally cleansed her body of poison, and that she would soon be completely restored. There was a dark puddle on the ground. The girl put her hand on her stomach. She stood behind the men when Ash asked the boy about which sect he planned to join, adding that the Shindao sect was recruiting for next year, and that he only needed to put his name in. Then the protagonist replied that he understood. Amanda stood next to the general, who asked her if she was okay, to which she replied that she was, explaining that she had neutralized the poison that was in her body and that her wounds had also almost healed. The girl stood in front of the protagonist when she thanked him. Chuck looked ahead and turned to her, saying that there was no need for thanks, since she was the main force in confronting the army of monsters. They turned towards the silver-haired man, who said that they had enough of this chatter, reminding them that it was time for them to move, since they did not know how many more monsters were around. Suddenly, the stone's surface began to shake. They looked in the same direction when the boy thought about how familiar the feeling was. The monster was moving forward when the protagonist realized it was him again. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they had failed to hide and that these freaks would not give them a moment's rest. Amanda held her sword in front of her, as she replied that if they could not hide from them, then they would accept the fight. Chuck stood behind her as he exclaimed that it was true and that they would have to fight their way through. The girl turned to the young man and said that his bow was too weak, adding that he could use her weapon. An elegant bow appeared in the general's hand as she explained that the weapon was called Night Rain and that her father had given it to her, concluding that today she would give it to the protagonist as a gift. The protagonist looked closely at the bow in his hands as he exclaimed that it was able to hide the killer aura of its owner, and that it was an honor for him to use such a weapon. A monster appeared in front of them as Chuck said that there were terrible wars ahead and that in order not to make it difficult, he would keep the bow. The monster extended its hand forward as the boy explained that it was a faceless giant that could absorb spiritual power, and that it was naturally immune to the 5 elements, so barriers consisting of 5 elemental techniques would not work on it. Ash opened his mouth, looking up as he said that now he understood why his technique did not work on him, adding that he was only wasting spiritual power. Amanda held the blade in front of her when she said that since the 5 elements did not work on it, then she would go into battle. Then she was told that in that case, they would deal with the rest of the monsters. The ground beneath her foot cracked as she used the skill Spinous Ghost. She pushed off the ground, realizing the technique Destruction Siren. Amanda rushed towards the huge monster. The palm of the monster appeared in front of her. The girl dodged his attack with ease. The general's eyes lit up. Amanda looked away, swinging her sword. She struck the monster. Then the protagonist said that the general's power suppressed such a large monster as the faceless giant, and that she had incredible strength. The protagonist and Ash looked in the same direction, when the young man asked why the girl used a short blade, explaining that he thought that with sword art she would be even more dangerous, to which the man replied that she was a great swordswoman, but in the end she switched to short blades. Chuck looked away and asked what the reason was. Amanda held the blade in front of her, when the general explained that she used to have a close comrade who practiced sword cultivation, but at one point he betrayed her, so since then the girl hates sword cultivation. The dark-haired guy turned to Ash and asked how much. The silver-haired man opened his mouth and replied that every time she met a swordsman, she beats him until he begs for mercy. The protagonist imagined Amanda beating him and asking if he was a great swordsman and if he was a tough guy, and the guy himself begged her for forgiveness and mercy, promising that he would not do it again. The protagonist stood next to the general, who said that it was strange that although her reputation spoke of how evil she was, so many swordsmen showed signs of attention to her. The men looked ahead disapprovingly and exclaimed that this was low. Something hit the ground in front of them. Chuck and Ash were enveloped in smoke. Amanda was sitting on the ground when she asked if they really had time to gossip and that perhaps they should deal with monsters. The men stood next to the girl when the general replied that, indeed, they were chatting about something. Ash opened his mouth wide and began to use the technique. Yellow streaks appeared in the sky when he used the burial mountain barrier skill. The monsters were pierced by stone spikes. The armored monster managed to dodge. The dark-haired guy looked askance when he used the chaos dance skill. Yellow streams rushed forward. They attacked the monsters. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, telling him that he received 20 points of spiritual power for killing a high-level dark flaming snake, and that killing a monster that is higher than the owner's level allows him to obtain a reserve of spiritual power that exceeds the limit, and that he should continue the path of a duelist. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he realized that there were more bonuses like this. Many system windows appeared in front of Chuck, telling him that the analysis showed that it was possible to restore fragments of the player's memories, and that the current situation allowed him to activate the memories. The dark-haired boy looked ahead in surprise when the system reported that the Fall of Heroes was activating. The battle with the monsters continued when the protagonist realized that the system wanted to play back the memories at such a moment. The armored monsters were standing with their backs turned. The protagonist looked down tiredly when the system notifications appeared that in order to break the shackles of fate and change history, the player enters the quest mode, and that in order to change the fate of the entire world, the player must change the fate of Ash and Amanda, who heroically fell in the past, and it also said that as a reward he will receive the special ability of the God of War. And for failure to complete the task, the player will be killed. Then Chuck thought about whether he really should save them, and that if the system kills him, then everything will end, so fulfilling the condition is the only way to survive. The girl launched a series of attacks at the monster as the boy thought that he wouldn't be able to move the giant in such a fight. The monsters opened their mouths as the protagonist thought that the longer they stayed there, the more enemies would surround them, and then they would definitely be finished. The protagonist was shown in profile as he wondered how he could complete such a task. The general stood before him, turning to him and exclaiming that it was time for him to join in. The monster approached the boulder as he added that they had broken through their barrier. A stream of energy pierced the monster's body as Chuck agreed with him. The dark-haired boy glared at the system notification that he had received 20 points of spiritual power for killing a high-level dark flame WRM. The protagonist frowned deeply as he thought about how he already had 41 points of spiritual power, and how confident he was that he could unlock Amanda's weapon techniques. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked to see the abilities of the Night Rain Bow. A diagram of the available skills appeared. Chuck stood in front of the system windows, thinking that each skill of the God of War art would increase his chances of survival, and that he had enough spiritual power, so he would learn all 3 skills. The dark-haired boy turned his head to the side as the system notifications appeared that the realization was complete, that 40 points of spiritual power had been spent, and that the player had learned the skills Bombardment, Precision Fire, and Soaring on the Wind. The monster crashed into the stone barrier. The monster stuck out its long tongue. The protagonist confidently looked forward and exclaimed that he was in time. The protagonist was right in front of the monster. The monster put its hands out to the sides. A powerful explosion occurred when the bombardment skill was implemented and a system notification appeared that Chuck received 30 points of spiritual power for killing a high-level dark flaming snake. The dark-haired guy held a bow in his hand, thinking that the damage from this ability was colossal, but the spiritual power consumption was also not small. Energy appeared from the monster's mouth when someone said that the army of monsters was still advancing, and that the longer they stood there, the less chance they had. The faceless monster raised his hands up. Amanda covered her head with her hands when Ash said that she was still fighting that giant. The men stood with their backs to each other as the protagonist asked the general if he had any options to contact the outside world, to which he replied that if they called on the 3 saints for help, they would escape death. The protagonist imagined dark silhouettes as he reminded them that they were surrounded by an army of monsters, and then asked how they could contact them. Ash held his hands out and explained that while he and Amanda were spying on the army of monsters, they had discovered the Divine Host's world, and that he had created a barrier there, concluding that if they could reach the barrier, they would be able to meet the saints. Yellow streams attacked the enemies as Chuck asked what the Divine Host's world was. A serpent appeared in front of the general, who explained that it was a ruined world, and that the Divine Host's world contained the corpses of 10 great warriors. A magic circle appeared behind the white-haired man, who added that he couldn't even imagine how a world that had so many outstanding warriors had fallen. Stone spikes suddenly appeared. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as he thought about how there were other worlds besides theirs in the cultivation world. The protagonist looked scared as he wondered if the end of the online worlds meant that there were countless other worlds. The protagonist stood behind Ash as he turned to him, telling him that he would cover him while he flew to the world of the divine warriors. The general looked tired as he replied that he wanted Chuck to do the job. The white-haired man stood in front of the boy who asked what was wrong with him, to which he replied that he had been wounded by the flames of the drought demon for a long time, and that only magic helped him stand on his feet, concluding that while he was not going to die yet, but his wound showed the damned demon his location, so even if he went to the world of the divine army, they would find him. In his hand was an orb as he explained that it was a symbol of movement, and that the protagonist should try to save it. Ash looked forward with determination as he added that it was a barrier disc, in which many useful barriers were stored, but there was a certain number of activations. The protagonist stood straight as he asked how long it would last. The general looked forward from under his brows and replied that half a day, and that was when his barrier would be destroyed, and then he would die. Chuck, frowning, looked ahead and asked to wait for him, adding that he promised that he would return. Dark energy appeared around the boy when Ash said that he left his people in the world of the divine army, but he was not sure if they were alive, and that if they were still alive, they would help him. The protagonist looked forward in shock when he sent him there. His body began to disappear. The protagonist stood with his back. He began to fall into the dark abyss when the system reported that he entered the flow of emptiness, and that he should expect to move to another world. Chuck looked forward in fear, wondering where he was. A man was crucified on a boulder. Skulls lay on the ground when the boy wondered who all these people were. The man's mouth was wide open. The skulls lay in a pile. The skeletons opened their mouths wide. They reached for the crucified man. The man's eyes glowed red. Turquoise energy rushed down. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Below was a crucified prisoner. The bearded man looked up menacingly and asked for help. He opened his mouth wide and promised to grant the protagonist the power of immortality. Chuck closed his eyes and said that he couldn't, and that he had a task, so he couldn't help him now. A stream of light rushed upward. Cracks appeared in space. The crucified man opened his mouth and cursed, exclaiming that for the first time in 20 million years a living soul had appeared, and he had missed it. Creepy skeletons moved forward. Stone pillars stuck out of the ground in the world of the divine army. A dark silhouette appeared on a boulder. The dark-haired guy, looking ahead, assumed that this was the very world, adding that there had been a noble war there. The protagonist looked away in shock. Crowds of monsters stood opposite each other. Giant monsters were fighting. The protagonist looked ahead seriously, assuming that the monsters had captured everything there. Chuck turned his head to the side when someone ordered to hold the line. The crowd of monsters surrounded someone when the order was repeated. The warrior swung his blade in front of him. A red tentacle attacked him. The tentacle dragged the soldier back. Dark silhouettes tore his body apart. The guy held a fan in front of him as he asked his comrades not to give in to fear and maintain formation. The protagonist looked ahead intently as he said that these were probably the general's men. The monsters rushed towards the soldiers as the protagonist added that they were the strongest warriors of the golden elixirs and foundation sphere, and that if he wanted to complete the task, he would need their help, summing up that he was afraid that even with night rain, it would be difficult for him to defeat all these monsters. Human legs were sticking out of the monster's mouth as Chuck thought about staying calm and what he could do to survive. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face as he thought about how if he had a sword, it would have been over faster, and how he would have started from the rear of the enemy army, moving forward. A weapon appeared in the protagonist's hand as he thought about how he could only use the disc that Ash gave him now, and how he needed to distract them first, and then deal with them using barriers. An explosion occurred behind the monsters when the bombardment skill was used. A silhouette appeared in the smoke, calling the monsters a bunch of fools and suggesting that they kill him instead, asking why they needed these guys. The warriors looked in one direction in shock, saying that this couldn't be happening, and who this guy was. The monsters lined up in a row. The protagonist began to move down when he exclaimed that among the enemy army, combat spheres work best, and that there was only one chance. He pushed off the surface as he added that he would concentrate his spiritual power in his legs to move faster and more accurately. The monsters took a step forward. Chuck rushed past the monsters. The dark-haired youth folded his arms in front of him, thinking that the speed was beyond his imagination. Magic circles appeared under the monsters. The protagonist had a seal in his hand when he activated it. Pillars of light appeared behind the protagonist. Chuck opened his mouth wide and said that General Ash sent him and that this barrier would not last long, so they needed to quickly break through the enemy's encirclement, concluding that he would create a barrier. In front of him stood the warriors, who spoke about how since the barrier master had arrived, they were saved. Jasper looked ahead silently. He held a fan in front of him as he suggested that they leave. Ice blocks appeared as the youth exclaimed that they needed to run quickly, and that the walls of ice would show them the way. The protagonist had a disc in his hand when he used the Cool Mist skill. He extended his hand forward and used the hidden barrier of Heavenly Tranquility technique. The protagonist looked forward with a frown as he activated the skill. A circle appeared around the ice walls. Green streams appeared in the air. The monsters looked in one direction. The monster opened its mouth wide. The dark-haired youth opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they were saved. Jasper folded his hands in front of him and said that he was the heir to the Benetnash sect and that he thanked him for his help. Chuck stood in front of him when he replied that there was no need for thanks, that he had other things to do now. The dark-haired youth looked forward seriously when he introduced himself and said that he was sent there by General Ash on an important mission. They stood opposite each other when the protagonist added that he hoped for their support. The warriors sat silently on the ground. Jasper looked ahead when he asked if General Ash had gotten into a fight with the monsters and was unable to send them reinforcements. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and replied that it was true and that was why he wanted to ask for help getting to the portal to go get reinforcements. The protagonist sat in front of the cultivator Klaus, who said that there was an army of monsters between them and the portal, and that they would probably be killed before they got there. His feet touched the ground when the boy said that the camouflage technique would not last long. Chuck looked ahead confidently when he said that if they stayed, they would definitely die, but if they managed to get to the teleporter, they would have a hope of salvation. The warriors looked intently in one direction. Jasper looked surprised. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that this cultivator was right, and that instead of sitting there twiddling their thumbs, it would be better to go and try their luck. The Crown Prince opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that if they trusted him, then they should follow him. Clyde and Klaus sat next to each other when they answered that the Vice General was the most experienced, and that they would not argue with him, and would do it, because it would not get worse anyway. The protagonist looked at Jasper carefully, thinking that if it weren't for his leadership skills, he was afraid that these people would not agree to this and would die, and that this man was brave and calculating, so he should lead them. The Crown Prince of the sect looked forward seriously, and said that they should not hesitate. A portal opened in the distance. Dark silhouettes were visible in the deserted area. The protagonist looked towards the Vice General, thinking about how he took the rear and how this was the most dangerous position, concluding that it seemed that this young man could be trusted. In front of them were warriors who asked them to wait, explaining that the monsters ahead blocked the way. The monster stretched its neck forward. Jasper stood behind everyone as he said that this was the only way to the teleport, so they should fight their way through. Damon opened his mouth wide, being a martial arts cultivator, and exclaimed that he would go in the vanguard. The dark-haired boy extended his hand to the side, using the mountain-crushing skill. He attacked the monsters when he used the strike continuous technique. The boy appeared before the monsters and asked to let him help. He hit the evil spirits on the head. Klaus extended his sword to the side and advised them to beware of his blade. The swordsman pierced the monster's body. Clyde began to swing two blades. Chuck and Jasper stood nearby. They exchanged glances when the Crown Prince addressed the boy and said that his cultivation was only at the condensation level, so he should not rush into battle, to which he agreed, adding that he would support them from afar. Streams of energy appeared in front of the protagonist when he summoned the earth spirits. The protagonist waved his hand in front of him and asked them to listen to his order. The monsters began to fall into the abyss when the earth opened. The boy's eyes lit up when he realized that this was the perfect moment. He attacked the monster that opened its mouth. Jasper waved his fan in front of him. The Crown Prince deftly flew into the air. He was in front of Chuck when he exclaimed that the teleport was just a little bit away. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was great, suggesting that they move towards him right away. Suddenly, the ground shook. The warriors looked in shock at the bud that appeared, wondering what it was. The protagonist frowned, looking forward, when he realized what it was. The petals began to open. A purple flower appeared. The naked girl brought her hand to her face. Dark streams rushed towards the warrior. The guy clenched his teeth, looking forward. His pupils narrowed greatly. The creepy demoness hugged him and ordered him to kill them. The warrior got into a fighting stance. Monsters appeared in front of him, then he repeated the order. Blood spurted from the guy's body. Klaus opened his mouth wide and called him by name. A dark aura rushed towards the protagonist. Chuck's face began to sweat. Jasper appeared in front of him and asked him to be careful. The young man looked back worriedly. A demoness was sitting on the boy's shoulders when he realized that it was a succubus. She bared her teeth predatorily, looking forward. The vice general turned towards the protagonist, calling him comrade. The protagonist was shown in profile when he asked to forget about him and attack the monsters. Jasper silently closed his eyes. Ice arrows rushed forward. Chuck held a seal in his hand when he used the escape sphere skill. Streams of energy were reflected in the boy's eyes. Blue rays pierced the ominous aura. The creepy body of the monster appeared. Streams of dark energy emanated from it. The protagonist appeared next to Jasper when he told him not to relax, because he could not be defeated with ordinary attacks. The vice general looked ahead in fear and asked what kind of monster it was and if it had returned to its original form again. The demoness looked ahead, smirking. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking away as he explained that succubi had immortal bodies and that they discouraged and bewitched the enemy, so it was safe to say that they were invincible, and then added that he thought the only way out of this situation was to break through the enemy encirclement. Damon swung his arm as Chuck said that they were joining forces there and would try to break through the encirclement together. The warrior put his hands out to the sides and exclaimed that he understood and that he would open the way. Damon looked at his hand in fear. The purple monster rushed forward. It jumped into the warrior's mouth. The guy's body began to change. Blood was streaming down Damon's face. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking ahead as he exclaimed that it was a heart-destroying devil. Clyde was shown in profile. Klaus' pupils narrowed greatly. Damon was lying in a pool of blood. The boys were standing with their backs to each other when they started talking about how this demon was too strong and that they couldn't defeat it, so they should just run. Clyde looked away and exclaimed that they needed to do it now. His comrade was behind him. They ran towards the protagonist, who shouted that something was wrong and asked why no one was chasing them. The ground beneath the warriors trembled. Stone hands reached out to the boys. Clyde and Klaus clutched their blades in their hands, screaming that they couldn't get out. Blood sprayed in different directions. The sword was in the air. Jasper looked in front of him in shock. A bloody body lay on the ground when he said that their main force was destroyed, and that there were a lot of monsters there. A dark aura hung over the monsters. The vice general closed his eyes and said that without a martial arts cultivator, they would not be able to break through, and that he was afraid that they would not be able to escape. Chuck stood behind him as he wondered if this was a hopeless situation. Something flashed in the sky. The boy's pupils narrowed. A blade hovered in the air in front of him as he realized that it was Klaus's sword, and that if he could awaken his swordsmanship technique, he might be able to deal with these monsters, meaning that they had a chance. The blade pierced the ground next to him. The protagonist looked at the weapon as he exclaimed that it was an excellent sword that was perfect for slaying monsters, and that the blacksmith who created this blade wanted to make it very sharp, causing the blade to become thinner by half an inch and now bend easily, adding that he was afraid that it might even break, but it was enough to break through the encirclement. Jasper looked back sadly when he asked if the protagonist knew anything about swords. Chuck opened his mouth and replied that he knew a little. He touched the hilt, thinking about what it would be like if he could restore his memories. A system window appeared in front of him, telling him that this was an unfamiliar world, and that there were no monsters attacking around, so the situation was stable and safe. The protagonist looked down tensely when the system notifications appeared, telling him that it was possible to remove the defenses and restore his memories, and that the analysis showed that the owner had 1532 swordsmanship skills, and that he could awaken all techniques with spiritual power. The protagonist, looking forward with determination, informed the God of War system that he wanted to awaken his memories. The boy imagined the smirking people who were talking about how he wanted to learn the basic wind of destruction styles with his power. He remembered the man in the helmet who told him that for killing monsters, Chuck from the Vanguard was awarded the secret wind of destruction styles. The protagonist looked forward seriously when someone turned to him and exclaimed that with him, they would definitely be able to survive. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when he realized that he had returned. He held a blade in his hand when he thought about being a great swordsman. Jasper looked away in surprise when he asked if this was sword cultivation. The vice general looked scared when he asked Chuck if it was him. The dark-haired boy was shown in profile when he asked him to get ready, because right now they would have to break through this horde of monsters. Jasper looked forward in shock as he asked him again, reminding him that they were both not that strong in close combat, and asking how they were supposed to get through them. A crowd of monsters stood before them. The protagonist held a blade in his hand as he asked him not to worry, explaining that he would clear the way for them. The protagonist lowered his gaze as he asked the war god system whether his spiritual power was sufficient to unlock the wind-slicing sword skill, mountain-slicing blade skill, and river-slicing mysterious blade skill, and a system notification appeared, saying that because he had mastered the sword technique so well, the spiritual power used to awaken the previous skills had been reduced to a minimum, and that all skills had been activated, and he had spent 20 strength points. Chuck carefully looked at the system window, thinking that the wind-slicing blade skill was unmatched in speed, the mountain-slicing blade skill had devastating power, and the river-slicing mysterious blade skill was perfect for killing, and that he would need all three skills in this situation. The dark-haired boy looked away as he asked the war god system to use all of his remaining spiritual power to increase his skill. Then it said that it was using 12 points of spiritual power, and that his energy level had reached 7. The protagonist had his back to Jasper, who wondered what it was and what it felt like to have his strength greatly increased. The protagonist looked back as he said he was ready, and politely asked the vice-general to cover his back. The crown prince of the sect looked forward in surprise as he asked if he was really that strong. The dark silhouettes of monsters appeared. The youth lifted off the ground. Chuck swung his blade at the monsters, using the slicing wind technique. He performed a series of attacks. The protagonist cut the ground in front of him with the slicing wind technique. Blood splattered from all sides of the protagonist. Jasper looked forward, wondering if he really knew how to use this sword. Chuck held the blade in front of him as he asked the vice-general to hurry. The youth looked ahead with a frown and answered in the affirmative. The dark-haired swordsman rushed forward. His eyes lit up as he wondered what was there. A dark green substance appeared. The slimy monster bared its teeth as it was told that it was a flesh eater. The protagonist gripped the hilt of the sword. He found himself in the center of the airflow. Blue energy attacked the monster. The monster's wound began to heal. The vice-general covered his mouth with his hand and exclaimed that this could not be happening and that normal attacks were apparently useless against it. The monster stuck out its long tongue. Jasper stood behind the protagonist as he advised him to be careful. Chuck pushed the crown prince away and asked him to quickly move away. The green tongue grabbed the youth. The monster opened its mouth wide. The green monster swallowed the boy. The vice-general looked up with concern as he said that even with the power of a master, this monster would not be defeated so easily, and that it seemed like the day had come when it would leave this world. Jasper's pupils suddenly narrowed. Rays of light pierced the monster's body as the Skills Mountain's slicing blade and split were used. The monster was covered in rocks. The debris flew to the side. The protagonist stood in the center of the crater. The vice-general looked forward with a frown. The protagonist held a sword in his hand as he said that his spiritual power was still not enough to use this skill. He held orbs in his palm as he added that fortunately, he was able to obtain particles of its inner core, and that they should help them get out of there. Jasper stood in front of him as he spoke to Chuck. A red pill fell on the cores. They stood opposite each other as the Crown Prince explained that this thing containing energy would help him restore his spiritual power, and that he just needed to eat it. The dark-haired boy had sweat dripping down his face as he asked about himself. The vice-general was shown in profile as he replied that this was the last pellet, and that it would be better for the protagonist to have it than him. The protagonist put the pill in his mouth and thanked him. Chuck held a blade in his hand as he said that now was the time to kill the remaining bastards, all of them at once. A horde of monsters appeared in front of the boy. He touched the blade with his fingers and said that with his current spiritual power, it should work. 2 fingers rested on the tip as the protagonist used the mysterious blade skill, cutting through rivers. The protagonist raised the sword up. Chuck opened his mouth, frowning. Stone spikes were sticking out of the ground. The monsters crowded together, looking forward. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the guy. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and used the mysterious blade skill, cutting through rivers. The protagonist was enveloped in light energy. A wind whirlwind approached the monsters. Rock fragments flew up. The monsters were torn apart. A crack appeared on the rocky surface. The guy took a step forward. The monsters looked at the people in fear. Jasper looked at Chuck in shock, thinking that this was the same mystical blade, and how the master was able to use the fairy technique. Cracks appeared on the blade of the sword. The blade crumbled into many fragments. The protagonist looked at the fragments when he said that, as he thought, this sword was too weak to withstand the stress of such powerful attacks. Spheres appeared in his hands when he explained that after the explosion, these cores will begin to emit the most foul odor, and that this stench will help them detain some monsters. The protagonist threw the ball forward. Chuck put his hands out to the sides. The monster looked menacingly forward. The green core exploded. The monsters were shown in profile as they began to scream. The vice-general looked at the dark-haired youth, who addressed him and told him to run and not stop no matter what happened, to which he replied that he understood. The boys rushed forward. The space near the protagonist began to distort. The red monster opened its mouth wide. A stream of energy appeared from its mouth. The protagonist looked away and cursed mentally. Jasper frowned, looking away. A powerful explosion occurred. Gray smoke appeared. The vice-general held a fan in front of him as he exclaimed that he would block it. He turned his head to the side and used the deadly cold chi skill. An ice wall appeared in front of the boys. The protagonist headed towards the structure as he said that there were 20 meters left and that the teleporter was very close. Chuck looked ahead with determination as he repeated that there was only a little bit left. The huge monster swung at the boy, who thought that it was a golden monster. The protagonist deftly dodged. The monster rested its paws on the ground. The protagonist jumped on the monster and activated spiritual power. He quickly soared upward and shouted the words 10 meters. There was a structure below him as he exclaimed that it was there. In his palm was a disc as Chuck listed the elements of air, water and darkness, and when it was reported that the creation of the labyrinth was complete. Jasper turned around, running as the protagonist addressed the spirits of heaven and earth, the spirits of water and metal, and when it was reported that the creation of illusions was complete. The stone blocks began to close when the protagonist spoke of a bright flame gathering the spirits of heaven and earth together. Then it was said that the creation of spirits was complete. The dark-haired boy looked ahead in surprise as he exclaimed that the gate had opened. The vice-general smiled and offered to go in together. Chuck began to pass through the ground. The crown prince's body began to disappear. The passage slammed shut, surrounded by monsters. Torches blazed brightly. The boys found themselves in a tunnel as the protagonist exclaimed that he now knew where this teleporter was, and that they had finally reached it. The magic circle glowed as he added that the teleporter would activate as soon as they inserted this item. Chuck looked at the sphere in his hand as he said that their key to ending the Battle of the Fallen was to ask for help from the three saints. Jasper opened his mouth, looking forward as he replied that right now they needed to get to the human stronghold and inform them of this, and that they needed to tell them to ask for help from the three saints. The dark-haired boy imagined black silhouettes as he explained that there were a bunch of high-ranking demon spies monitoring all the humans, and that if they were spotted, their plan would fail, so the best way would be to meet the three saints in person. The boys looked at each other as the vice-general exclaimed that it was too difficult due to their status, to which he was told that they would try until they succeeded. The protagonist lowered his serious gaze when he said that the Lord of Heaven was always difficult to find, because he was always meditating and comprehending this Taoism of his. Because of this he never received guests, summing up that the only option was to ask the fairy Lila for help. Jasper raised his hand to his face and said that he heard that she was a bit of an oddball, and that he did not think that she would want to see them. The vice-general frowned when he asked about the fact that even if she wanted to, how should they persuade her to help them? They were standing in front of the magic circle, when the protagonist thought about the fact that although they could make her believe them, thanks to the army, but he did not know how they would convince her that there were no demon spies among the people. Then the crown prince asked about the fact that they could not do anything about it. Suddenly, Chuck opened his mouth and exclaimed that they had another way. Jasper looked ahead worriedly and asked what kind of way. The dark-haired boy presented an unrolled parchment when he answered that they could take part in the game of 1,000 flowers. He introduced a man in a luxurious chair when he explained that the fairy Lila was the most powerful being among the human race and that her strength was on par with some saints. The girl was shown closer when it was told that she could easily enter the Holy Lands whenever she wished. Lila's face was covered with a cloth when it was explained that this fairy also founded a kingdom, which is commonly called the Temple of 1,000 Flowers. An elegant building was shown. The boy presented various objects next to the girl when he explained that she was very unpredictable and deliberately creates many problems for people just to watch how they cope with it, and that her game called the Game of 1,000 Flowers has been going on for several years. The boy imagined people reaching for the parchment as he explained that if someone won the game, they could ask the fairy Lila to do anything, and if they were lucky, they could become her follower, and that was the reason why those who started the game could not stop. He imagined dark silhouettes as he summed up that even so, the fairy only had 3 followers. The torch burned brightly. The boys stood next to each other as Jasper said that no one had been able to win the game in the last few decades, and then asked if he really wanted to participate, to which Chuck replied that it was the only way. The dark-haired boy looked away intently as he turned to the crown prince, and asked if he would help him. The vice-general opened his mouth wide and answered in the affirmative, adding that he could rely on him. The protagonist looked surprised as he asked if he would really do it even in his condition. Jasper pursed his lips, blushing. He touched his waist with his hands. The protagonist looked at him in shock and asked him to wait a second, reminding him that he did not ask him to undress. Chuck's pupils suddenly narrowed. There was an arthropod on the vice-general's chest when he exclaimed that it was a poisonous spider that sucked out spiritual power, but if it latched onto a person, it would suck out their life energy until the person was completely under its control. The crown prince looked down in embarrassment when he said that he used to live in Jinan, but now Yuanying was there, and that he tried a lot of different methods there, but he still could not get rid of him. The two stood opposite each other when the protagonist suggested that this is why he wanted to participate in the Game of 1,000 Flowers, to which Jasper replied that it would be nice, and that the fairy lived in the sky, so he thought she knew a way to help him. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that since the vice-general also wanted to meet with Lila, then they would go to the fairy kingdom together. Chuck looked at the system window with displeasure, which said that the Fallen War was continuing, and then thought that it seemed that General Amanda was still fighting desperately, and that he should see the fairy as soon as possible and go back. The dark-haired guy was under the roof of the cave when he thought about how much spiritual power he had received thanks to their fight. The protagonist looked forward with concentration when the system reported that the amount of spiritual power was 652/15. Then the protagonist decided that this power would be useful to him in the Game of 1,000 Colors, so it was better not to use it now. Chuck touched the magic circle. The guys was shown in profile when he asked the teleport to send them to the fairy kingdom. There was nothing in front of the magic circle. In the distance, a white temple in the fairy kingdom was visible. The boys found themselves in the middle of a forest. The protagonist turned to the vice-general, who asked if this was it, exclaiming that it was so beautiful there that he felt like he was in a fairy tale, to which the protagonist answered in the affirmative, reminding them that they did not know what difficulties they would have to face during this game. Jasper pointed in front of him and asked his comrade to look there. A huge beast was rushing forward. The boys were in front of the animal, when the crown prince exclaimed that this boar was running straight at them, and then asked if he should deal with it. Chuck looked down thoughtfully, thinking that, knowing the character of the fairy Layla, this could be one of the tests, and that if this was really the case, then they should not do this. The dark-haired youth frowned forward and turned to the vice-general. The protagonist grabbed his arm and explained that he didn't think murder was allowed in the fairy kingdom, so they should just give him the right of way, and they asked him again. The protagonist continued to hold his wrist. Something was moving forward in leaps and bounds. The boar's eyes glowed green as it grunted loudly. Jasper looked at the beast in fear and exclaimed that it was being too aggressive, and then asked why they should give it the right of way. The animal suddenly stopped in front of them as Chuck apologized for blocking its path. The vice-general looked shocked as he asked his comrade what he was doing. The dark-haired youth looked ahead confidently and politely asked him to move on. Sweat appeared on the boar's face. The boys watched the fleeing beast. Jasper was shown in profile as he said that the protagonist was very polite. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked him to move on. They headed deeper into the forest when the vice-general asked him what was driving him to come up with such a thing. The green-eyed boar was watching them. The sun illuminated part of his face. Chuck was reflected in his eyes. The girl squinted forward. Her mouth was covered with a cloth when she said that this was the first time she saw this task being done this way. Lila looked ahead with interest when she added that for the first time in so many years, someone interesting had finally appeared. Chuck and his friend were walking through the forest. Seeing a crowd in front, Nicholas asked if these people had also come there to take part in the game of 1,000 flowers, and the boy explained that he thought something had happened to them. The people there were very confused, while Unknown said that in order to start the game, they first need to go through him, and he tells them the first part of the sentence, and they tell him the second. The guys came closer and, standing behind, listened as he added, Unknown, that whose poem he liked, he would go further. At that very moment, the protagonist began to push forward through the crowd of people, and they asked him not to do this, to which he apologized. When they came forward, Chuck thanked the others for letting him pass, and Nicholas was extremely dumbfounded, seeing a goose in front. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the guy with blue hair asked if this was really the master of the test. At that very moment, the goose, looking menacingly at him, answered that it was exactly so, and now everyone should listen carefully. After which, with a look full of seriousness, the bird spoke about geese. Hearing this, the boy grinned a lot, asking his ally if he had soul stones with him, and he answered that he did, but wanted to know why he needed them. After which he held the soul stones out in front of him in his hand. Taking them, the protagonist replied that they would serve as a bribe. A moment later, Chuck came closer to Brother Goose and, turning to him, explained that they were in a hurry, so they needed to see the Fairy of 100 Flowers as soon as possible. Then the boy put the soul stones on the table and asked if even he would do them a favor. Hearing this, the goose, looking menacingly straight ahead, said that he did not need them. With a look full of displeasure, the bird asked who he took him for. Abruptly approaching the protagonist, the goose noted that the more they looked at them, the faster he got upset. Having taken the soul stones, the bird declared that it did not want to see them anymore, and Chuck, who was standing in front of it, said that they would not bother it anymore. The people who were there who saw this were extremely dumbfounded by what had happened. While our heroes were leaving the goose, the other people present there said that they also had soul stones. Holding out the precious materials right in front of them, the cultivators asked Brother Goose to do them a favor. Noticing this, the bird with a clearly displeased expression asked them to get out of there. Frightened by such an answer, the man asked why he let them through, but not the others. At that moment, the goose imagined the images of Chuck and Nicholas, explaining that because they were both handsome, but their faces, he was afraid, would only defile the fairy's eyes, which greatly puzzled the people. After hearing this, the man ran away with tears in his eyes, asking why he mocked people like that. Looking at him menacingly, the bird called him trash and told those who remained that they were continuing to pick out a rhyme. At this time, the guys approached the river, near which there was a boat, and the guy with blue hair noted that they said that this flower fairy had a strange character. Looking at the guy walking in front, Nicholas added that he could not even think that this goose was the same, and he replied that this was not an ordinary goose, but Paul, the oldest of the fairy's followers. Hearing this, the guy with blue hair was extremely dumbfounded, clarifying that this white goose was really the very first follower. Sadly looking to the side, the protagonist explained that this is exactly why she is considered unpredictable. When the guys approached the wooden pier, near which there was a boat, the unknown people sitting there said that as soon as they crossed this river, they would be able to get to the lady's palace. As Nicholas walked along the dock, he noticed a boatman and offered to take them across. Holding out his hand with the soul stone, the blue-haired boy asked the gentleman boatman if he could take them across the river. With his back to him, the old man asked if they really wanted the 1,000-flower scroll. Shaking the ashes from his pipe, the boatman stated that if they really wanted it, they would. Turning back with a stern look, the old man added that they would first need to pass his tests. Bowing to him, Chuck asked him to be kind and give him a hint. He then looked straight at the water, saying that there was a huge black fish in this river and that they needed to catch it for him. Nicholas looked away in confusion after hearing this, asking if that was all. Looking back at him, the old man explained that it was very simple. After listening to the task, the boy fixed his menacing gaze forward, thinking that he felt that something was wrong with this. At this time, the boy with blue hair took off his outerwear and said that he could swim well, so he would catch her, and the protagonist asked him to wait. Without listening to him, Nicholas suddenly jumped off the pier. When the boy with blue hair was already approaching the water, the boatman noticed that he forgot to say something. At that moment, he added with a smirk on his face that this black fish was incredibly strong and therefore he needed to be careful. Immediately after that, Nicholas dove straight under the water. Dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, Chuck asked if this was a joke. Suddenly, he was very surprised to see something in front. The water in the river began to gather together in a swirl. Noticing this, the boy was very wary. The water continued to go down to an unknown silhouette. The old man watched this, waiting for the outcome. Suddenly, a fish emerged from the water, and Nicholas defended himself with ice. He used his magic to hold back the enemy's onslaught. The protagonist, who noticed this, immediately pulled out a bow from his inventory and asked them to get out of the water quickly, because his ice would not help against this giant. Having said this, Chuck pulled an arrow onto the bowstring. A moment later, he released the arrow. At that very moment, it pierced the head of the huge monster. The boy used the bombing skill, shooting straight at the fish, which screamed that it was in great pain. While on the surface of the water, the monster declared that it was too painful. Spitting water out of its mouth, Nicholas noted that this fish was too strong. At that very moment, the protagonist with a menacing look imagined this monster in his head, concluding that it could also talk. The boatman suddenly pulled out a knife and approached that very huge fish. A moment later, he made several swings with his blade. All his blows fell directly on the huge fish, which screamed that it was in pain. The old man collected its meat and put it nearby. At the same time, the monster with a frightened look asked him to be gentle, and the boatman asked it to shut its mouth. Then the old man stretched out his hand directly to the piece of meat. Biting it, he explained that there was no need to pity this demonic fish. As the boat slowly floated forward, the old man explained that it deserved to be cut into many small pieces. After that, the boatman, imagining a dragon in his head, said that in fact, in the past, this demonic fish almost became a saint only because it could not remove its hunger, and thus swallowed up 5 whole islands. Visualizing the devastated battlefield, the old man added that it ate all the living things that were on those islands, including about 100,000 people. The boatman then imagined the fairy Layla in his head and added that because of this, one of the angry gods captured her and cursed her with eternal regeneration. Visualizing a green sphere in which the fish was, the old man explained that she could only be reborn if she suffered about 100,000 tortures. After which he looked ahead in confusion, smoked his hand and asked how many times it was, the 7,000th or the 5,000th. The fish, dumbfounded by such a question, asked him to count again, and he, with an unperturbed look, asked him to forget, saying let it be the 5,000th. At that moment, Chuck looked straight at the boatman and said that the punishment was really not bad, as expected from the fairy of 1,000 flowers. Looking at the huge amount of meat nearby, the old man noted that there was no need to flatter her. Then he would look away and say that he could tell them a secret, that the lady hated weaklings most of all, who were unable to get the 1,000-flower scroll. Then he would add that if they were not confident in their abilities either, they should get out of there as soon as possible, and the boys would listen to his words in surprise. With a look of complete seriousness, the boy said that they could not return empty-handed, because they had come for the 1,000-flower scroll, because they had no other choice. At this point, the boatman looked straight ahead seriously, listening to him. A moment later, the old man would adjust his hat and laugh, saying that it was a beautiful look and that he adored such people. Suddenly, looking straight ahead menacingly, the boatman would point out that, however, only one of them could get the scroll, and they would both have to work alone. The boys, hearing this, were very puzzled. After a moment, Nicholas looked towards his ally, explaining that the game of 1,000 colors included trials of any type, so they could take part in the trial in which one of them had a better chance of success than the other, and so there would be a better chance of getting the scroll, and he agreed to this. Then the guy with blue hair bowed and told the boatman that he would like to pass his trial. Blowing smoke from his smoking pipe, the old man replied that then he would need to cross this river, and said he would jump straight into the water, and the boatman asked in surprise that he really was going there again. Then the boatman imagined in his mind the images of 2 spirits of water and fire and told him that during the Great Famine and Flood, which were about 100,000 years ago, The god of water and the god of fire fought in this very place, and there they met their deaths, so somewhere under the water there is still an ancient relic. He will need to go down to the very bottom to find it. Hearing all this, Nicholas was extremely dumbfounded and asked what this relic of those times meant, and whether it belonged to the gods of that time. At that moment, the boatman pulled his hand aside and asked him to calm down and not fuss. Holding out a willow twig right in front of him, the old man explained that it would help him get rid of the water, so it should be used for its intended purpose. Taking a small branch in his hands, the guy with blue hair expressed his great gratitude. Immediately after that, he turned towards Chuck standing next to him and declared that he would go first, so hopefully they would both cope with the tests, and he asked him to be careful. Then the guy with blue hair approached the fish and asked that it had been living in these waters for many years and then should know where that very relic was, and it replied that it knew the way to it like the back of its hand. Hearing this, Ash's student jumped right on top of it and asked to show the way. The old man watched this with interest and remarked that he was a smart guy. A moment later, Nicholas jumped off the boat, holding a fish in his hands, and she said that he seemed tired and that he would feel better if he ate its meat, but it was a pity that he was taken away, and he replied that it was not necessary. Immediately after this, the boatman looked at the real boy in front and asked what about him. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that he wanted a test related to swordplay. Hearing this, the boatman was extremely dumbfounded and asked again that it was really about swordplay. With a clearly menacing look, the old man asked how he was going to pass it. He did not even have a blade. Then Chuck, with a self-confident look, explained that his sword was not in his hand, but in his heart. Hearing this, the boatman handed him the blade and asked him to take it so that it would be his weapon. Taking the old man's gift, the boy thanked him. Immediately after that, the boatman, looking straight ahead, explained that the sword test was the hardest test of all in the game of 1,000 colors, so before he received the scroll, he wanted to test his knowledge of kendo. Looking straight at him menacingly after hearing this, the protagonist asked the master to ask questions. Then the old man, adjusting his hat, asked how many applications kendo does he think there are, and Chuck, standing in front, stated that there is only one. The boatman, smoking his pipe, asked what it was. With an unperturbed look, the boy immediately answered that it was murder. Very angry after hearing this, the old man asked if he really thought that was all. A moment later, the boatman, with a wide grin, said that then he should use any of his techniques to kill him. Evaporating from the spot, using his technique, the old man noted that he would give in a little. Watching his opponent disappear, Chuck wondered what this incredible ability was. Immediately after, the boy, reaching out for the blade, enveloped himself in yellow energy and told the master that he should not have given the sword to him. A moment later, the protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword. Grabbing his blade, Chuck made several swings. His blows soared upward at great speed right above the boat. Dodging each of them, using his ability, the boatman declared that it was close. At that moment, the boy looked menacingly to the side. Then, suddenly, he jumped up straight from the boat. The boatman, who was in the air, was very surprised and asked where he was. Suddenly, the blade of the blade appeared right in front of his face, which greatly stunned the old man. It was the protagonist, who held the sword near the throat of the enemy and told the master that he was caught. The old man looked at the blade of the sword in front of him in surprise. He then laughed, saying that he acknowledged his skill with the sword, so he passed his test. Looking at Chuck levitating next to him, the boatman declared that his next test was already waiting for him. Landing back on the boat, the boy asked to let him take control of it. Spinning his smoking pipe, the old man explained that there was no need for that, since he would transport them straight to the test. A moment later, the boatman waved his arms, casting a spell. Suddenly, he kicked his foot right on the roof of the boat. At that moment, a magic circle appeared right below them, and the protagonist, who noticed this, wondered if he could really create a teleportation circle and that he was stronger than even General Ash. The boatman looked sadly straight ahead, while everything around him was enveloped in pink energy. A moment later, this same unknown force rushed forward at great speed over the water. Everything around was enveloped in the magic of pink. Suddenly, this same pink energy takes us to an unknown Chinese city. The boatman and Chuck found themselves right next to an unknown green steel when the former announced that they were there. A moment later, someone came out to them and suggested that this was probably the guy who wanted to take the test. It was a girl who, closing her eyes, asked if there was really only one today. Bringing his smoking pipe to his mouth, the old man explained that this is exactly how the other participants failed his task, and if they were allowed to enter the palace, they would defile his aura too much. Hearing this, the girl pointed her hand to the side, declaring that in this case, it was necessary to begin his tests. Standing right in front of a huge green screen, she said that somewhere inside it was hidden an ancient sword, and all he needed to do was go inside and find the soul of this sword. Hearing about the ancient sword, Chuck looked straight ahead menacingly. Immediately after that, the girl, imagining in her head the silhouettes of a god who is controlled by people, said that long ago this very sword belonged to the gods, and all things and people of that time were endowed with extraordinary strength and power. Then she grinned, adding that although skilled craftsmen were able to find and restore the sword, its soul has not yet been found. The boy looks at her puzzledly after hearing this, saying that he understood everything and is ready. At that very moment, a blue portal appeared right behind the girl, and she said that 11 gods would be waiting for him inside, and he should not anger them under any circumstances, because even she would not be able to protect him. Bowing to her, the protagonist said that he understood everything, after which his body began to evaporate. When Chuck completely disappeared, turning into blue energy, the girl said that she had not been able to solve the riddle of this sword for 10 years. She looked back with a sneer, hoping that this kid would help her. The torch was burning with a bright blue flame. On the other side, there was the same one with the same flame. Chuck was right in front of a huge statue of a god holding a blade in his hand. Looking at the stone figures to the side, he assumed that, apparently, they were the same gods. Looking in the other direction, the boy noticed the same standing statues there. With a menacing expression on his face, the protagonist thought that this ancient sword used to belong to them. Realizing this, Chuck slowly walked forward. Coming closer to the stone figure of the main block, he suddenly stopped. The boy looked at the unknown symbols located right on the blade and said that this is an ancient script, and he knows that spells in this language are much more powerful than ordinary runes, and it can turn the whole world upside down. Looking at the rock carvings located on the steel in the form of a sword behind the god, the protagonist stated that these rock carvings are some kind of story about the past and how people fought against demons, and also these 10 monks look exactly the same as the 10 statues located there. Noticing a huge purple monster in the drawing, Chuck assumed that, judging by these drawings, they also sealed different creatures there. Suddenly, the eye of the drawn monster opened, and the boy who saw it thought that, most likely, this monster was somehow connected with forbidden magic. After everything that happened, the protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. Suddenly, the statue of the god standing right in front of him spoke and asked the young man if he had seen enough of it, and would like to greet them as soon as possible. Hearing this, Chuck bowed and said his name, saying that he was glad to see everyone. At the same time, the stone figure standing right behind him suggested that he must be unfamiliar with the rules of etiquette and much worse than the girl who always came here, and the boy who turned around thought that it seemed like he was talking about the fairy of 1,000 flowers, and she must have deep respect for them. The statues of the ancient gods simply looked at the man in their tomb. With a menacing look to the side, the boy declared that he needed to pass their tests and get the Hongwang sword in order to meet the fairy Layla. Hearing this, one of the stone figures looked straight ahead menacingly, declaring that as a mere mortal, he dare not pronounce his name with his pathetic mouth and should not cross the line. At the same time, the protagonist looked straight ahead at this god and noted that he saw that he had a violent character, but the art of wielding a sword must be at the highest level, to which he replied that he was right about this. With a look full of menace, the statue of the god explained that the technique he used was called the fire blade, and thanks to it, he destroyed about 1,000 demons. Showing his sword, he added that this blade kept the entire demon army in fear. Looking warily straight ahead after hearing this, the protagonist could not understand how he was able to learn the technique of the fire blade. Looking at the stone statues around him, which seemed to be boring into him with their gaze, Chuck realized that they were all strange. Immediately after that, he took a few steps forward. Slowly approaching the stone figure right in front of him, the boy asked the master what style he was training in. Smiling widely, the ancient god explained that he was training in the holy blade style. With a look full of seriousness, the boy immediately stated that it means that he is a representative of a rare formidable faction, and admires this people. Looking sarcastically straight at him, the stone figure declared that he was saying everything correctly. Hearing this, the protagonist smirked, declaring that they were all skilled foundation masters, whom he admired very much. Suddenly, he took out his bow from his inventory and, preparing to shoot it, added that he would finish them all off. Hearing this, the ancient god with a clearly displeased look asked how ordinary mortals dared to make fun of him, and told him to immediately take back his words, because otherwise he would never be able to be reborn again. Pulling an arrow onto the string of his bow, Chuck declared that he was a demon who had come to free the monsters sealed in these ruins. Hearing this, the stone figure raised his blade. The girl, watching everything happening through the portal, was very scared and asked what was wrong with this guy. Creating a sphere of pink energy right in front of her, she declared that there was only trouble around. She stopped casting, lowering her hand down. After a moment, the girl smirked, saying that this was interesting. Continuing to aim his bow straight ahead, the boy asked if the elder wanted to say anything else before he died. Hearing this, the ancient god swung his sword, saying damn him, and wished death on the damned demon. A moment later, the ancient stone figure stabbed with his blade, asking how he felt about this. The surrounding area was shrouded in dust, raised in the air. Suddenly, the ancient god's sword stopped right in front of Chuck. Looking straight ahead with a sneer, the boy asked why it stopped. Throwing his blade behind his back, the stone figure stated that all his strength was spent on sealing the demons, and he did not have enough spiritual power to kill this bastard. The other ancient gods turned their heads to the sides, stating that they did not have even a little energy either. Hearing this, the protagonist released the arrow pulled on the bowstring. In that moment, it went straight to the ancient god standing in front. The arrow, wrapped in blue energy, pierced the hair of the statue. Holding the bow, wrapped in magic, Chuck apologized for his hands slipping and noted that he would aim better next time. After that, the ancient deity looked straight at him menacingly, asking if he was not afraid that he would release all the sealed demons in an instant. Looking straight ahead with his eyes full of seriousness, the boy asked him to stop deceiving himself and asked if he really wanted him to use all his power. Hearing this, the stone figure was very stunned and did not say anything in response. Suddenly, an unknown voice echoed throughout the room, asking him to explain everything to her, and the protagonist, looking around in shock, assumed that it was the voice of that girl. Immediately after that, he would move his hand to the side, saying that there are many people who study sword fighting styles, but very few who study the names and titles of these styles, and most often it is because they think it is useless, but he himself is one of those who mainly study the name of the techniques themselves. Pointing to the ancient god standing behind him, Chuck would state that he said that he uses the fire blade style, which simply requires the fire element, but instead they use a sword that amplifies water techniques. Then the boy would add that because of this, the water resonates with the fire and his spiritual power plays against him, so this is the first mistake, and the stone figure who heard this was very unhappy. Having finished telling him, the protagonist would turn in the other direction. Approaching another statue, he looked straight at it, saying that the one who uses the holy blade style is even more ridiculous, because his sword enhances air attacks, while the style is based on electric ones. After his words, the stone statue looked straight ahead with a guilty look. At this time, Chuck, menacingly looking straight at the ancient deity, stated that when he said that he was the bearer of an electric sword, he did not react to it at all and did not pay attention to his mistake, therefore this was his second failure. But he himself did not believe that he did not even have that much power, not to mention their perfect swords. After hearing this, the ancient deity shook her head from side to side, explaining that they have their own reasons. Then the statue, sharply looking to the side, asked to listen to what he had to say. Menacingly looking to the side, the protagonist immediately realized that they were trying to chat him up. A moment later, everything around shook, and the statues enveloped themselves in blue energy. While creating a magic circle directly below itself, the ancient deity stated that this time he was lucky, but they would definitely meet again. Standing in the middle of the room from which the stone figures were trying to escape, he stated that they were talking too much for no reason, and asked if they were serious, and just ran away. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised when an unknown voice asked where they were going. Turning around abruptly, the protagonist assumed that it was the voice of 1,000 flowers. Blocking the ancient deity's path with her red energy, Layla asked how he, Xian Yuan Tianzuan, dared to exchange fake sword skills for her jade wine. Dragging them all into the portal, the fairy of 1,000 flowers stated that next time she would break all of his arms and legs as soon as she saw him, and the statue of the ancient deity stated that she was too strong, and they did not have enough strength to cope, so their bodies were destroyed. Standing in the middle of the room, enveloped in an unknown energy, the boy said that Layla had made her move. Suddenly, looking at his body, he noticed that it was disappearing. A moment later, the protagonist turned into pink energy. Suddenly, she transferred him to the main hall of the clan. Appearing directly from this very pink magic, the protagonist realized that he was finally able to meet her. The unknown woman, crossing her legs, expressed her congratulations, because he won her game. Looking straight ahead, the fairy of 1,000 flowers asked which clan he belonged to. Bowing to her, Chuck explained that he was not a member of any clan. Hearing this, Layla stood up from her place, saying that it was very interesting. Spreading her arms to the sides, the woman then asked him to tell her his wish. The boy, bowing to her, declared that he came there for the scroll of 1,000 flowers, to save 2 people. Hearing this, Layla looked straight at him, and asked if they were dead or sick. Standing right in front of the goddess, the boy explained that not really, and that these were his 2 military leaders, Ash and Amanda, who had ended up in another world where they were attacked by monsters, and thanks to the general, he was able to escape from that battlefield, and since he could not enlist anyone's help, he came there. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, the fairy of 1,000 flowers stated that if everything he said was true, then she asked him to answer her why he had to travel such a long way just to meet her. After all, it would be more illogical to ask for help from an army of people. Looking straight ahead with a menacing look, the protagonist explained that it seemed that her honor did not know that there were spies among the soldiers, and if he had asked them for help, he would have been dead long ago. Standing right next to her throne, the goddess was asking if he was sure he wasn't lying to her, because if they tried to fool her, he would pay dearly for it, and Chuck, standing in front, concluded that there was not a grain of a lie in his words. Immediately after that, Layla put her hand forward, emitting yellow energy, and asked where his keychain was. A moment later, the stone tablet hanging on the boy's belt rose into the air under the influence of magic. The protagonist watched in surprise as his name tag flew away from him. Bringing the keychain closer to her, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers was about to use divine power. Immediately after that, yellow energy penetrated her forehead. Then, memories of Ash and Amanda's battle against a huge demon appeared in her head. All this time, the goddess held Chuck's name tag in her hand. After finishing using her magic, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers declared that since he had passed all her tests, she simply could not help but thank him. Looking menacingly straight ahead after hearing this, the boy asked Her Highness to save them. After listening to his request, Layla sent her energy forward. At the same moment, 3 beams of the goddess's power appeared right next to the protagonist. Chuck looked around warily. He was very scared, clenching his hand into a fist. Suddenly, the boy noticed that clones of the goddess appeared in these energy clusters, saying that they would save people and identify spies. The third clone of Lila that appeared stated that he was sure that Hector would be happy to help people in that world and would ask him. A moment later, all 3 projections of the Fairy of 1,000 Colors flew to the sides. Creating several green magic circles, Lila stated that it would not take more than 15 minutes. Chuck looked intently straight ahead, thinking that this art of prophecy was the most difficult technique to master. Spreading her arms to the sides, the goddess stated that although he chose a test based on the art of fencing, he never used his sword, so this was against the rules of the game. Pointing to the girls standing on either side of her, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers explained that they were her 2 maids, and that they had recently reached level 7. As the girls took up their blades, Layla explained that if he defeated them in 15 minutes, then so be it, she would turn a blind eye to his disqualification. Hearing this, the boy took out his sword from his inventory and agreed to the offer. After he said this, the goddess's maids glanced at each other. Immediately after that, they rushed forward with crazy looks. Using their blades, the girls made several cuts. Their blows were already approaching right towards the protagonist, who enveloped himself in blue energy, using a mysterious blade. Swinging his sword, Chuck used a stream of water to defeat his opponents. Moving his hand with the blade to the side, the boy thanked for the fight. A moment later, the blade of his sword shattered into small fragments. Right behind him were the defeated servants of Lila. Seeing what happened, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers with a serious look said that he had incredible abilities and he was really special, so she would give him a new sword instead of the old one. Hearing this, the protagonist, looking at the broken sword, explained that it was given to him by a boatman, so if she wanted to compensate for the damage, she should do it for that old man. After his request, the goddess was very displeased. Chuck continued to stand right in front of her and asked her to save them, because Ash and Amanda were in serious danger right now. At the same moment, Lila, waving her hand, asked not to rush her, because they would not die anyway, and even if they died, she would simply bring them back to life. Immediately after this, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, waving her finger, manifested projections of blades. Having recreated them in reality, the goddess pointed the swords forward, saying that she would give him several to choose from, and he would have to choose one. A moment later, 4 blades appeared right in front of Chuck. Looking straight at them, the boy noted that the swords in the fairy kingdom were simply magnificent. Examining the blades levitating right in front of him, the protagonist stated that as a person studying the history of blades and techniques, he could not find the one that suited him for a long time. Surprised, looking straight at him after hearing this, Layla could not believe that this boy was studying such a thing, and this is very amazing. At the same time, Chuck stretched out his hand right in front of him, and the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, watching this, wondered what kind of sword a person like him would choose. A moment later, the boy grabbed the sword with his hand. Holding the blade in his hands, the protagonist said that it was created only to kill, and if used for a long time, it can take over his mind. Hearing this, the goddess imagined in her mind a man stabbing himself with a sword, and thought that this was a wise decision, since the last owner of this blade committed suicide because he could not stand the killing intent emanating from it. Suddenly, Chuck looked away, explaining that the second sword was a fire sword, so it did not suit his abilities, and the third was too small and light, and it felt like it was not used for selfish purposes, which contradicted his worldview. Looking at the unremarkable black sword, the boy declared that of all 4 blades, although this one was the simplest and was practically not used in combat, it attracted him much more than the others. Coming closer, the protagonist took this sword in his hands, adding that some kind of confidence emanated from it. After a moment, Chuck slowly unsheathed this blade a little. Then the boy put the blades of the sword back into the sheath and declared that he chose this one. Moving her hand to the side, the goddess asked why he chose this sword, because it was the worst of the 4, so she was going to give him another try, and this time he should choose a suitable blade for himself. Holding the sword he chose in his hands, Chuck explained that it was the one that suited him the most, because it fit perfectly in his hand, so he did not want to choose another one. Hearing this, Layla was very surprised. At that moment, memories of someone stroking her young head and asking her to choose another sword appeared in her head, because there were blades much better than this one, and asking why she did not want to choose one of them. Looking at the sword she had chosen, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers explained that it was because it was perfect for her. Hearing this, the cultivator only laughed, standing right in front of his student. Remembering this, the goddess bit her lip in sadness. Then, with a look full of menace, she explained that this sword was called the Blade of the Earth, and in her time, it was passed down from hand to hand in the province of Daomen, and she was supposed to be the next to inherit it, so originally, this blade was already hers. Frightened after hearing this, Chuck claimed that he did not know about it. Holding the sword out in front of him, the boy explained that he could then choose another one. Sitting on her throne, Lila claimed that this was not necessary, because when she was little, she mistakenly met not very good people, and in the end, because of these very people, their plan was destroyed, so since then, she never used this sword and chose a different path, which means she no longer needs this blade. Immediately after this, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers raised her hand up, emitting yellow-green energy, and said that the Blade of the Earth weighs about 867 million gene, and it can also change its weight, and in the hands of its owner it will weigh like any other ordinary sword, but if you hit an enemy with it, the force of the blow will be equal to the actual weight of the blade. The protagonist stood in place and listened to the goddess's story in surprise, looking straight at the sword, and she added that, in addition, this blade used to belong to the gods and help them maintain communication with each other between heaven and earth. Looking straight ahead with a dumbfounded look, Chuck thought that he did not think he was worthy of receiving this sword. Grabbing his former blade with her hand, Lila declared that with this sword he would strike fear into all his enemies. Creating a green magic circle right under her, she asked if he could become stronger. At that moment, an unknown voice coming directly from the blade stated that it would be able to release all its power, but only if the owner himself wished it and helped him do it, and would be able to get all its power only when he himself could become a deity. Continuing to hold her axe in her hands, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers noted that there were no problems with this, and did not think that anyone or anything could interfere with him, so they would both be at the beginning of a new story. A moment later, the goddess released the blade from her hands and asked her to take care of herself. Flying forward, the sword asked her to be careful too. When the blade approached Chuck, who was waiting for him, it added that it was not her fault that what happened. While the sword was flying straight to the boy, Lila explained that in order for this blade to not be used by anyone except him, she put up a special barrier. Catching his new weapon with his hand, the protagonist expressed his great gratitude. The Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, looking menacingly straight ahead, thought that he was exactly the same as she had been in her time, and asked if he had a family, and why he wanted to join the army. Hearing this, Chuck bowed to her, telling her that his parents died when he was a child, and all that time he survived and grew up all alone, and joined the army only because he wanted to become stronger and start living a better life. Looking straight at the boy, the goddess noted that means he is an orphan, and asked how it was to survive alone. Answering her question with a look full of seriousness, the protagonist said that he felt like he was alone in the whole world, who had no friends, no family, and nothing, but the only good thing was that he did not have to worry about anyone being upset after his death. Staring straight ahead with a menacing look after hearing this, Lila asked what the cons were. When Chuck closed his eyes, he explained that there were two of them. The first one was that he, when he trained, slept and did everything he did it all alone, and the second one was that he tried to avoid his birthdays and forget when he was born, but he couldn't. Then the boy added that he was in complete despair at that time, and the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, sitting on her throne, listened to him with sadness. With a look full of displeasure, she suddenly asked if he would like to join her clan, the Clan of 1,000 Flowers. After which the goddess with a menacing look looked straight ahead, waiting for an answer. Hearing her question, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded and with a smile on his face gave a positive answer. Grinning after his agreement, Lila noted that this was great, and then he should follow her, because right now they were desperately fighting on the battlefield. A moment later, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers swung her finger, using occultism. At that moment, 1,000-colored mirror would appear right in front of her. Suddenly, the story would shift to the battlefield in the demon territory. A huge monster would swing its fist at high speed. A moment later, it would strike the ground directly, sending a huge amount of rocks flying into the air. Immediately after, it would take massive damage, coughing up blood. Suddenly, an unknown voice would come from the sky, saying that the monk territory was just around the corner. Looking at the huge number of demons right on the ground, the commander would suggest striking it with all their might. Then, the unknown person would give the order to kill the entire human race, and the monsters who heard this would immediately go crazy. When the commander would conclude that there was very little left, Amanda would envelop herself in yellow energy, preparing for the upcoming battle. The unknown person would give the order to kill them, and the girl would strike a huge number of times in all directions. Barely conscious, leaning on one knee, the general of humanity would remark that this was excellent. With a wide smile, the injured man concluded that they would then count who had killed the most demons. Looking at the huge black magic circle located right in the sky, Amanda noted that the demons had used that summoning technique today too, so the battle would be fierce, and her ally laughed, saying that he had fought together with her today and could safely say that he had not lived this day in vain. Passing through the mirror of 1,000 Flowers, Chuck and the goddess appeared right in the air above the battlefield, and the former declared that it was too late. Hearing this, Lila asked him not to rush, and the boy quickly turned towards her to get an explanation. A moment later, her clone appeared right next to the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, and she asked to save the two before she cast the spell. Hearing the order, the copy used its divine trump sleeves magic, putting its hands straight in front of itself. Immediately after that, yellow-green energy rushed forward. She created a magic circle right under the guys, and Ash, who noticed this, with a frightened look, declared that something was wrong, and did not understand what happened. Examining herself, Amanda declared that her spiritual power had disappeared, and could it really be demon magic that they did not know about? A moment later, their bodies disappeared from the battlefield. After that, an unknown smoke rose up after the yellow-green energy. The smoke screen ability was activated, and the goddess clone was right at the epicenter. Menacingly looking straight ahead, levitate in the air, Lila declared that now his opponent is her. A huge demon was in front, furiously looking straight at her. Suddenly, an unknown silhouette appeared in the sky, and red eyes were visible. Looking to the side, the Fairy of 1,000 Colors noticed this, and assumed that this means he is the one who carries out orders from above. The huge dark dragon, looking straight ahead, asked who she was. The monster opened its mouth wide, wondering how she dared to stand in its way. Asking if she really wanted to die, the demon headed straight for the goddess. Stretching her hand straight in front of her, she blocked the enemy's attack by creating a magical barrier of green energy. Noticing this, the huge dark dragon was greatly surprised. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers noted that he was simply worthless. Immediately after, a huge explosion of energy occurred on the battlefield. The ancient monster fell straight down, hitting the rocks. Watching this furiously, the goddess asked if this was all he could do. Layla levitated in the air, looking at the huge mark left by the demon's fall. Taking on a human form, the huge dark dragon stated that it was because of her that he had to take this form, and he must admit that she was quite capable. After this, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, sitting on her throne, looked towards the disciple and explained that this was a demonic deity. At the same time, her clone, making hand gestures, activated the fifth element of the Golden Order of the Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the sky was covered in a huge amount of yellow lightning. Raising his head up, the ancient monster watched what was happening in surprise. Very frightened, he could not believe that this was a thunder dragon. A huge monster was rushing straight at him, his mouth wide open. The nine-legged thunder dragon hit the ground with great force, where the demon was, while the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers watched all this. With an unperturbed look, the clone of the goddess activated the flame. Immediately after that, the dragon was covered in bright fire. In an instant, he puffed up, opening his mouth wide. Noticing this, Layla stood up from her seat, declaring that she had to help him, and he should wait for her in the Palace of 1,000 Flowers for now. Evaporating from her throne, the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers added that she could not sit still and also wanted to participate, and Chuck, who looked at her place, wondered about the Palace of 1,000 Flowers. Suddenly, the boy was transported through the Mirror of 1,000 Flowers to the palace, and realized that all this time he was in her illusion and did not even notice it. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that because of the fairy's power, it is very difficult to determine what is real and what is not, and her abilities are beyond his understanding. Suddenly, several artifacts appeared right next to him. Looking back, Chuck reasoned that these are magical weapons of high-ranking demons, and did she really steal all this? And apparently, because she is a deity, this is a piece of cake for her. Immediately after this, the goddess appeared right on her throne, declaring that this demon is not so useless. Looking at Layla in confusion as she examined her trophy, the protagonist thought that she had actually stolen them. At this time, the battlefield was covered in bright blue flames. A strike from the same energy destroyed the golden dragon. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, the huge dark dragon wondered who she was, since her strength was on par with his. Suddenly, turning to the side, the ancient monster noticed how the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers wrapped herself in green energy and created a clone. Looking at her copy behind her, the goddess told her to stand in front of this demon, and not to move those people to the Palace of 1,000 Flowers. Immediately after, Layla rushed forward with great speed, using the escape skill. Watching this with great surprise, the demon could not believe that she could clone herself, and so, therefore, she is the same goddess from the human race. Looking straight at him with a fierce expression, the clone of Layla stated that it was so. Looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, the huge dark dragon asked her how she dared to steal his magic weapon, and for this he was going to kill her. Smiling widely, the ancient monster stated that he would transfer her soul to another body, and she would forever be his slave. Hearing this, the copy of the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers seemed to go crazy and asked that he knew who she was, but still dared to talk to her in such a tone. Licking his lips lustfully, the demon stated that he heard that she had gone through very cruel training. Looking straight at the girl's chest, the huge dark dragon noted that even after she achieved her goal and became a deity, she remained an untouched virgin. After hearing this, the clone of the goddess with a menacing gaze asked how he dared and if there was anyone else there besides him. Levitating in the air right in front of her opponent, the ancient monster explained that they were waiting for the right moment to finish her off in time. Hearing this, the clone of Layla moved her hand to the side, creating a cloud of energy, and asked how he felt about it then. At that moment, a portal of blue energy appeared right behind her. A moment later, a man with a blade came out of it. With a deft wave of his hand, he struck right at the clone of the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers, who asked that it was really Harvey. Looking straight at him in surprise, the copy of the goddess declared that he was the second in command of the human army, and asked what he was doing there. Grinning widely, jumping to the side, the man with purple hair declared that everything was fine, because this was a great chance to finish her off right then and there. Immediately after that, 3 more portals appeared in the sky. The deputy commander of the human army, who was recognized as the strongest person of the past Huashan era, Harvey, said with a smile on his face not to worry and that there was no way to escape, while the three-eyed mother of spirits, the savage demon king and the peacock stood next to him. The purple-haired man placed his blade on his shoulder with a smirk on his face. Looking straight at him menacingly, Layla declared that it was now clear who the traitor was. Looking back at her with displeasure, the deputy commander of the human army said that he loved her after all, and in return, she left him this scar, and today she will pay for it. Putting her hand in front of her, the goddess said that since he betrayed the human race, she waved her hand and added that she would kill him personally. Pink magic. The savage demon king looked at his ally next to him in surprise, asking why she suddenly disappeared, and he replied that it was impossible, because even if it was her secret technique, she could not hide from his eyes. At that moment, the three-eyed mother of spirits flew up to them and asked them not to worry. Opening her third eye on her forehead, she stated that their opponent had simply returned to her real body. Suddenly, someone's hand burst out from the pile of stones. It was Harvey, who was holding a projection of a blade in his hand and was speaking ill of Lila. Then he cast his menacing gaze forward, noticing that she had stolen his knife. At this time, Chuck looked at what was happening, puzzled, and simply remained silent. The 1,000-flower fairy held a weapon in her hands and asked him that he had never had a knife before and wanted to see what else he could do, and the boy wondered what she was doing again. Suddenly, the goddess threw the blade aside and told her student that his first lesson was coming, and he bowed, noting that he was ready. Getting up from her throne, the girl was about to announce the first. Releasing her yellow-green energy outward, Layla instructed that one should never anger beautiful and strong women, because they can be very angry. Creating a green sphere of energy right in front of her, the 1,000-flower fairy said that this second becoming a deity would only be the beginning of his training, although for many it was already the end point. A moment later, she sent the energy straight up and added that he needed to remember these 2 things. As the yellow-green she pierced the ceiling, the goddess used the magic skill Wangchuan. At that moment, magic began to concentrate right in the sky. While on the battlefield with a large number of demons, one of the commanders stated that this idiot stole his bag. Peacock, with a clearly displeased look, noted that Layla was much stronger than they imagined, and now that they knew this, it would be very difficult for them to resist her. Looking straight at him after hearing this, the savage demon king concluded that she had now run away, giving them a chance to retreat. Suddenly, they noticed something through the dust that rose into the air. The huge titan demon was also very wary, looking to the side. Suddenly, he began to get up from his place with great speed. A moment later, the large monster turned around and began to run away. Harvey, dumbfounded, asked what could have happened that he suddenly ran somewhere. Immediately after that, the dark dragon, pointing his finger upward, told the others to look at the sky, in which a river appeared. The demon leaders looked at the huge streams of water that appeared out of nowhere in shock, wondering what kind of skill this was. The dark dragon, standing in front of the others, said that they had nothing to fear, since there were 5 of them, so they would be able to dispel this spell. At that moment, an unknown figure appeared right through the huge clouds of dust. It was a girl floating on a small raft on the river. The ancient demon licked his lips excitedly after seeing this, asking if the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers was so scared of them that she sent a girl instead of herself, and noted that this beauty had a figure that was something special. Then the face of the woman floating on the raft became visible. She saw that it was like a skeleton. Noticing this, the frightened king of the savage demons wondered what kind of monster this was. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the deputy commander of the human race concluded that this skill and this monster were something he had never seen before. Appearing right in front of his allies, releasing his own energy, the dark dragon said that before them was the one who would destroy this spell and kill this monster. A moment later, he released a huge beam of blue energy right in front of him. The unknown girl's body was wounded from the impact of such magic. After receiving damage, she only laughed, menacingly looking straight ahead. The ancient demon, noticing that his opponent's body quickly recovered, noted that his spell was so powerful that it could destroy an entire city. With a dumbfounded expression, he added that it did not work on her, and the 3-eyed mother of spirits standing behind him said that this was undoubtedly the goddess of the Wanchuan rivers. The wild demon king, looking at the scene in fear, said that it couldn't be, because she should be in hell, not understanding what she had done in the human world, and his ally standing next to him suggested that if it wasn't some kind of technique, then it must be someone's magic skill. The frightened peacock standing behind them noted that he had said that he shouldn't have angered the fairy of 1,000 flowers. At that moment, the raft reached dry land. The demon leaders, who noticed this, immediately froze in place in fear. The river goddess, looking straight at them, asked how many people needed to be ferried this time. Looking at the unknown girl on the raft, the dark dragon noted that if this spell could unite 2 different dimensions, then it was definitely of the divine level. The three-eyed mother of spirits standing behind him fearfully declared that they would not be able to kill her. The ancient demon lowered its head and told the others to run if they thought they were weak. Immediately after, it ran away at a great speed. Noticing this, the river goddess waved her hand using her magic. At that moment, the dark dragon's body was stopped by the girl's power, which surprised him greatly. Then, it was slammed into the ground with great force. With her hand straight in front of her, the river goddess used a spell to ask where he was going. Releasing her energy, she said that they could all cross to the other side of the Wenchuan River. At that moment, all the demons present there smelled the scent of fear and were very scared. Finding themselves knee-deep in water, Harvey wondered what kind of water it was. Raising his head up, the purple-haired man realized that this was the real power of the 1,000-color fairy. Looking straight ahead in fear, he assumed that perhaps this was only a small part of her, and he was too weak for it. Immediately after this, the river goddess began to emit dark energy towards the demon leader standing below. Trembling with fear, Peacock begged not to kill him. Looking at the body of the dark dragon lying right in front of him, the demon addressed the Honorable Layla, explaining that his daughter was kidnapped and forced to do all this, so he had no choice. With tears in his eyes, Peacock begged for forgiveness and was ready to do anything. Still trembling with fear, the demon heard a voice from above, which said that she would spare him only if he repented of his actions. Hearing this, Peacock bowed to the floor, and the goddess said that the evil soul of the dark dragon was like a small flame that burned for 30,000 years, and soon this flame flared up into a huge flame. At the same time, the river goddess pointed to her raft and told the others to get on it. Hearing this, the human race's deputy commander and the remaining demons trembled in fear. Watching his body take a step forward, Harvey thought that he couldn't listen to himself, and asked the sweet Layla to wait and calm down. A moment later, the dark dragon's body also began to rise, and the purple-haired man asked the lady to forgive them for their impudence. The river goddess asked them to be quiet and climb aboard, while the peacock demon bowed to the floor. Suddenly appearing right behind the human race's deputy commander, the dead girl concluded that the boat was ready. The demon leader continued to bow deeply, while requests for the goddess to wait and have mercy could be heard from afar. Immediately after this, the 1,000-color mirror skill ceased to work. Watching everything that was happening, dumbfounded, Chuck mused that she killed the demons that were several miles away and that was a god-level skill, wondering if he himself could achieve the same skill as her. At this time, the goddess absorbed the remaining yellow-green energy. After a moment, she opened her eyes. The boy, looking at her with fear, talked about his hair. Moving a lock of gray hair to the side, Liva asked him not to worry, because everything was fine with it. Looking down, the protagonist reasoned that both generals were saved, and the traitors were caught, and all the enemies were killed, so the system's task should be completed soon. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying that time was up and the player must immediately return to his world, otherwise the test will be considered failed, and if the player does not return back, he will never be able to get to his world again, and the choice will be his. Looking at the system notification window, Chuck thought that although General Ash was seriously injured, he thought that the Fairy of 1,000 Flowers would take care of him, and the War of the Fallen quest would be considered complete as soon as he returned back there. With his serious gaze forward, the boy told the system that he wanted to return to his world. A moment later, his body began to move to another dimension. The system saved him and exited the game, returning him back to the company building. The narration of the story moved to the protagonist's bedroom, where he, sitting on the bed, said that it was already dawn. Menacingly looking to the side, Chuck assumed that, it seemed, while he was in the game, time did not stop, but only slowed down a little. Remembering the last battle against the monsters that invaded his world, the boy thought that the end was already near, and he needed to be prepared for it, and if he wanted to become stronger, he needed to start with mechanical armor. But suddenly his glove rang and notified him that Clara was calling him. While taking the call, the protagonist looked at the projection of his girlfriend, who was telling him that she had good news for him. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she had been accepted to a state university, and that today would be her first day there. Delighted by what he had heard, Chuck clarified that it was really that same state university that was the best in the entire country, and congratulated her. A little embarrassed, Clara thanked him and added that she also wanted to remind him that her birthday was next week. Talking to his girlfriend through the projection, the boy said that he would remember everything. After he said these words, the girl winked at him and asked what he would give her. With a look of self-confidence, the protagonist asked her not to doubt that she would like it. A moment later, he ended the call, removing the projection. Looking straight ahead with his serious gaze, he declared that now it was time to get down to business. Bringing his glove closer to the forest, Chuck asked to connect him with the goddess of justice. Having voiced the request, the boy pressed the button on the glove. Immediately after that, the system began to process the information and began preparing to fulfill the request, simulating a helmet on the protagonist's head. Moving into artificial stimulation, the robot announced that the iris verification was successful, the blood verification was successful, and the biological characteristics were 99.2% authentic, and the verification of additional characteristics was beginning, which was successful, so the goddess of justice answered his call. At the same moment, a projection of the door appeared right in front of Chuck, and an unknown voice said that she was from the Divine Federation, the goddess of justice, listening to his request. A moment later, an unknown image appeared right in front of him. When Monica fully appeared right in front of him, the boy asked her to reduce the time he spends to go through these damn checks. The girl had a helmet on her face, and the plot told us that the goddess of justice is a special core that is responsible for processing all processes in the system. She is responsible for the entire Federation, namely, for all residents, for their actions and the execution of any operations. She does all this based on the rules of the Constitution of the Federation. This is a scientific achievement of all mankind. It can rightfully be considered one of the best inventions of the human race. People were on their knees, and we were told that the speed of her calculations can terrify anyone, not to mention that she is smarter than any person, and their invention is much better than any other country. Thanks to the goddess of justice, the combat power of their country has also increased. Over the past 10 years, no state has dared to attack them. The spaceships flew away from the planet. Chuck stood in front of the goddess of justice and said that he wanted her to provide him with all the necessary materials, as well as technical support in creating a mech. The girl landed on the floor and replied that she wanted to remind him that artificial intelligence was not yet fully developed in such technologies. Only 87%. This number is also equal to how well developed the mechs around the world are. She looked at the protagonist and clarified if he still wanted her to help him. Chuck said with a serious expression that it was so, because no corporation could make the mech he wanted better than her. Blue sparks hovered in front of her while she said that the system confirmed that Chuck had some knowledge in developing mechs. Examining the protagonist, the goddess added that he met the conditions of the system and his request was worthy of attention. The construction of the mech would take place on a space base. Chuck would soon be transferred to this base as well. The protagonist frowned. He found himself on a space base. The girl stood in front of him and asked to clarify if he had any wishes for the project. Chuck thought about the wishes with a serious expression. The protagonist imagined Clara's face and replied that he did not think he had any special preferences. He believed that the hero always represents the hope of salvation, no matter what. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist asked to start with the creation of the vital signs system. Standing in front of the projections, the girl said that the vital signs system is a theoretical hypothesis based on the current scientifically advanced development of the mechs themselves. There are still 2 problems that have not been solved. The first, about 7 necessary functions have not been created. The second, about 29 technical problems have not been eliminated. Smiling, Chuck thought that fortunately these problems were solved before he was reborn. Putting a glove on his hand, the protagonist asked to describe these problems, noting that he will try to solve them. He also hopes that this development will remain only between them. The goddess flew in front of him and replied that she would keep it a secret according to the rules of the Constitution. Projections appeared in front of the protagonist. Chuck touched them. He began to study the various characteristics. The girl stood in front of him and told him that these problems and functions had been solved and modified accordingly. The system had also been improved. She added calmly that if the system could recognize him, it would do everything in accordance with the 5th point of the Constitution, namely, immediately begin to fulfill the request for his authorization. Looking at her, Chuck listened to her words. We were transferred to the presidential palace, which stood under the blue sky. People gathered in the president's office. An army general named Chase said with a serious face that they were all urgently called by the goddess of justice. Fleet Captain Luke frowned and said that he hoped nothing bad had happened. Adjusting his glasses, Space Force Commander Sam asked not to worry. The door suddenly opened. A man entered the room and asked not to worry too much about it. The President of the Union, with a smile on his face, asked the goddess of justice to connect. A projection of a girl appeared, who said that she needed consent to install a maximum security system for the space base. Surprised, Carlos clarified that such a thing could happen. The goddess looked at him and told him that it would contribute to the increase of progress of the entire human civilization. Because of the privacy policy at the moment, she could not disclose some details of the project to him. Sitting at the table, the guys discussed that about 30 years had passed since the last launch of this system, the last time there was a truly worthwhile discovery, thanks to which they were now able to gain access to outer space. But in the end, A huge space monster attacked their fleet. Folding his hands, Carlos said that if the goddess of justice was confident in that person, then they should give her permission. People with a serious look gave their consent. Looking at them, the girl said that the generation of the 5th-level defense system for the space base was successful. She was starting to implement it. The ships flew in the sky. They formed a barrier in space. The guys at the table listened to her asking Chase to build his barrier in order to prevent unforeseen problems. Getting up from the table, the man said that even at this age he could still be useful. He went out onto the balcony and said that he was leaving right now. Chase took off. The goddess looked at the remaining men and said that so that other countries would not suspect anything, she asked Luke to stand up for the defense of their country's sea borders. The guy looked down and said that he understood her. He was holding a vial in his hands. Holding a blue sphere in his hand, Luke said that he was moving out. In the secret room of the Chongning Empire Casino, the bartender told the girl that this was a video from the Empire's military leadership. Having shown the projection, he added that in this video, the heads of the Union Federation held an emergency meeting without any warning. Holding a glass in her hands, Anna clarified whether they wanted to start a war. The man stood opposite and said that he had no idea. Chase and Luke were also seen in the video. Before that, for 5 hours, one of them was on the front line, and the other was near the sea border. Fortunately, they managed to track their actions in time. Anna, with a slight smile, ordered to immediately collect all the information related to the Union Federation and find out what they were planning. Putting down the glass, the girl said that it was strange. Looking at the alcohol, Anna wondered why she was still thinking about that guy. Chuck was actively continuing to work. He said with a serious expression that it was great. Looking at the huge number of screens, the protagonist heard that all the functions and schemes were fixed. The vital signs system was also completed. The algorithm was ready. The materials were ready. It was necessary to confirm the start of the project. Chuck looked at the blue sphere. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that since this was her gift, it would be better if he asked what exactly she wanted. Looking at the goddess, the protagonist asked to send a message to Clara and ask her what shape of mecha she would like to see. Flying above the sphere, the girl replied that the message was sent. A projection of Clara's answer appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that she liked the shape of the sparkling angel because it symbolized love and stuff like that. Chuck asked seriously in his thoughts about something like a sparkling angel. Raising his head, the protagonist asked to give the mecha the shape of an angel and set up personal permissions so that only he and Clara could control this mecha. The goddess looked at him and said that the conditions were accepted. The Sparkling Angel Mecha project was in the production stage. As soon as the project was ready, it would be personally sent to the girl. Standing in front of the goddess, Chuck asked to send him back, because he was finished. Lying on the bed, the protagonist said that he figured out the gift, plus his improved mecha developments will help cope with the end of the world. He finally succeeded. Chuck noticed a voice that said that Clara's mother wanted to meet him. The protagonist stood up. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he asked why she suddenly needed to meet him. Taking off his shirt, Chuck said that he needed to stop winding himself up and needed to tidy himself up. Standing in front of the mirror, he noted that he needed to take a shower before going out. The protagonist picked up a comb. He fixed his hair. The protagonist pinned up his hair. His gaze fell on a small settlement in the middle of the water. Chuck asked with a serious face if he needed to get to the other side. The protagonist noticed a guy on a boat. Approaching him, the protagonist asked if he could give him a ride to Clara's mother. A scream was heard behind Chuck, to which he turned around. The guys approached the boat and said that they also needed to get to the other side. Pointing at the boat, the protagonist offered to go together. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the protagonist could not appear at the Sue family banquet, after which he clarified whether he wanted others to feel uncomfortable around him. Baxter passed by Chuck and said that he could go home, and he would say that he suddenly felt ill. Frowning, the protagonist asked what would happen if he refused. Grinning, Baxter replied that his father was the head of the Bai family. If he went against him, he promised that the protagonist would regret it for the rest of his life. Smiling, Chuck said that the only one who would regret it now was Baxter. The guy was taken aback by what he heard. Steam was coming from the protagonist's hand. The guard was tense. The protagonist threw the guys into the water. The guard ran to Sarah. He leaned over to the woman and said that there was a misunderstanding between Chuck and Baxter, the eldest grandson of the Bai family. As a result, only one of them got on the ship. Looking at the cup, Sarah noted that Baxter had grown so much. He knows how to emerge victorious from any situation without using brute force. This is worthy of praise. The puzzled guy replied that it was not quite so. Chuck, not Baxter, had come on board. He imagined the protagonist throwing them into the water and told her about it. Taken aback, Sarah asked if the protagonist had dealt with Baxter. She slammed her hand on the table and screamed that she thought the protagonist simply lacked the instinct for self-preservation, but it turned out that he was completely crazy. Sitting at the table, she ordered Baxter to be given something to change into, and she would explain the rest personally. Chuck arrived there. The protagonist walked towards Sarah and thought that they looked alike. The woman was waiting for him. Bowing his head, the protagonist asked why she wanted to see him. Sarah frowned. Pointing her finger at the guests, she asked if he knew who they were. Chuck asked with a serious expression if these were the heads of the 9 families. Holding a cup of coffee in her hands, Sarah replied that this was exactly it. They were the most influential people in their country. They controlled both the development of technology in their country and the economy of the country as a whole. Their fate literally depended on them. The enraged woman emphasized the fact that the protagonist was just a small fry and they lived in completely different worlds. Looking at Chuck, she screamed that they did not forbid Clara to make friends, but all her friends should be like her, like Baxter, and not someone like him. The protagonist stood in front of her and asked what she meant by this. A smile appeared on Sarah's face. She said with shining eyes that she just wanted him not to abuse his friendship with her daughter. Raising the cup to her lips, the woman said that it was enough to pursue the one with whom he could not be together. She frowned and told him that this was further proof of how pathetic he was, and that it could also lead to his death, asking if he was happy with what he had, and if he thought he would have had all this if Clara hadn't helped him. The dumbfounded guy stood in front of her, listening to her say that he needed to finally understand thanks to whom he had all this now. Stop deceiving himself. This was her advice to him as the head of the Su family, and also a warning, and he replied that he was not as pathetic as she thought. Smiling, Sarah said that compared to these people, he was nowhere near. Clara had already managed to awaken about 5 elements in herself, and very soon she would open the soul of the wind in herself. Imagining her daughter standing in the manna, the woman said that therefore, the gap between them would only widen and widen. The protagonist listened with a serious expression that he should already accept his defeat. His adventure had come to an end. Sarah sat at the table and said that now he should return home. He seemed like a smart guy, so he would figure out what to do next. The protagonist frowned. Having created a weapon in front of him, he said that before he left, he needed to tell her something. The woman, taken aback, wondered where this sword came from, whether it was some special skill of spatial magic. Chuck took the sword out of its sheath. Raising the blade, the guy said that awakening the 5 elements of the elements is really not that easy, but his ability, thanks to which he becomes stronger day by day, is in no way inferior to this awakening. The protagonist broke the ground under himself, and said that he would pave his own way. Stones flew up. Turning away, he said goodbye to her. Sarah looked at him in shock, thinking that he was a very good guy. She sat in the gazebo and screamed that it couldn't be. Sitting in front of her subordinate, the woman said that Chuck, a developer of the Iron and Metal Mecha Research Department, was fired. Let him tell the Bai family, and the Ni family that Chuck was leaving this island. She didn't care what they did with him. But the most important thing was that it was not on the Su family's territory. Frowning, Sarah said that Clara's fate was predetermined even before she was born. She looked after the guy and said that they were too different. The protagonist walked along the city street. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it seemed that Mrs. Su did not like him very much. He was afraid that later he would have problems with Clara. A dark shadow was trailing behind him. It rose surrounded by chi. Chuck looked back. Looking at the shadow, he wondered if it was some kind of skill or some kind of greeting again. The guy watched as the creature pointed to the side and thought that it was unlikely to be hostile. Looking at the building in the distance, the protagonist wondered if he should follow it and see where it would lead him. The guys were walking towards the house. There was a bar sign hanging above the entrance. The door opened slightly. The protagonist looked at Anna at the bar, wondering why her. The girl calmly looked at him and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time and was the princess of the Oranka Empire. Imagining her among the thickets, Chuck thought about the fact that she was the princess of the Holy Empire, the Thorn Rose of the Holy Church, the owner of the Divine Fire of Death, which consists of 5 magical elements. She is better known as the Queen of Chaos. Smiling, he thought that he did not expect to meet her after so many years. He had already gotten used to her. Anna put her hands on the table and said that today the Union Federation activated the maximum security system for the space base without any warning. Raising her glass, she reported that according to the intelligence unit of the Sun Olinka Empire, the enhanced security system was installed after some developer broke in. Turning around, the girl said that the number of that worker was 41,157, and his name was Chuck, so it was him. The guy stood in front of her seriously. The princess turned to him and asked why the goddess of justice was so aggressive. Closing his eyes, the protagonist suggested having a drink first. He looked at her seriously and said that this was the first time they met in person, so they simply had to drink to this. Phil covered his mouth with his hand and asked if they should continue according to their original plan, since something was wrong with him. The protagonist went behind the bar and asked if he could borrow some wine. Reaching out for the bottles, Chuck said that this was the same wine, Scorpio Palace, and that he knew an interesting story about it and asked if she wanted to hear it. The guy held the bottles and told her that many years ago, a woman saved a stranger, and after that, he wanted to repay her for saving him, but that woman told him one thing. The protagonist remembered how in the past, Anna stood in front of him and said that if he wanted to repay her, He should make her a really good drink. The protagonist shook the shaker, saying that the man remembered her words, so he decided to start mixing different wines to make a good drink out of them one day. Closing his eyes, he told her that while the man was trying to create a drink that the girl would like, an ordinary bartender won her heart with his original, Scorpio, and became her boyfriend. Imagining the interweaving of mana, Chuck said that in the end, the bartender lost. The guy remembered how the girl was consumed by flames and said that it was because she died, and the man she saved was unable to make her a drink. Pouring a cocktail into a glass, the protagonist said that after her debtor drank this Scorpio, he realized what was missing and improved the drink, soon calling it Scorpio Palace. The scorpion has a palace guarded by stars. The palace is an immortal star. Smoke rose from the glass. Anna took the drink. Drinking it, she thought about how bitter, strong, burning, destructive, lonely and sad it was. The girl cried, thinking that in the end it was a deep taste of sweet love. Putting her hand to her cheek, the princess said that she really liked this wine. Phil covered his mouth with his hand and asked her not to forget about their mission. Turning to the man, the protagonist said that he assures him that they will just drink and chat a little. The bodyguard held the glass excitedly, thinking that they had originally come here to find out information about some people, but they hadn't come yet. Chuck turned around when he heard his name. The guys were sitting at the bar, listening to the stranger screaming that he was a suspect in murder and would be taken into custody according to the law, asking them not to resist, because he was a suspect in murder, and also some aristocrats accused him of stealing. He had to be expelled from the private school of aristocrats. A voice came from behind the door, saying that also, from now on, he no longer worked for the company that produced metal and metal bellows. Putting the bottle down, the guy said that he thought they could have a drink today, then see you next time. Anna surrounded herself with mana and said that she didn't have to be disappointed. Life always throws them some crap. Let him go to the Empire with her. Promises him that he will have a rich life. Make him a baron. Looking away from the guy, she said that it seems like there are a lot of people outside she can help him. Taken aback, Phil thought that it seems like she really likes him. The man brought the glass to his lips, thinking that this was the first time he saw the princess treat a guy like this. Frowning, the girl said that if he goes with her to the Empire of Saint Oranka, she will be able to protect him all her life. The protagonist stood behind and answered that he also wants a calm and peaceful life. But now he was probably wrong. Having created a weapon in his hand, the protagonist said that in this world there is no place where one could rest. He extended his hand to the door. Devices were flying in the street. Frowning, Chuck told them to be quiet, because he was the one they were looking for. Anna looked out the window, thinking that he was really cool and asked her bodyguard to immediately evaluate his combat power. Phil stood behind her and told her that it was too dangerous to evaluate his combat power right now. If they were discovered, there would be diplomatic problems. The girl turned around, saying that their task was to find out why the goddess of justice started a war, and Chuck became a key figure in her plan. Let him just do as she says. His Majesty is still waiting for their answer. Closing his eyes, the man agreed. He brought the microphone to his lips and asked to begin evaluating the guy's combat power. The system showed a spy satellite in space and reported that it was in the right place and ready to go. A full professional evaluation and data collection had officially begun. The ships flew above the protagonist, and through them they reported that he was suspected of a crime, that he should stand still and not move, otherwise they would take additional measures. The protagonist calmly held the sword. He was taken aback, thinking that the shuttle's lasers were activated. The cannon in the sky began to glow. The drone blew up the ground. The asphalt flew apart. The commander stood on board in a panic and asked why they suddenly opened fire, adding that he wanted an explanation. The guy looked ahead excitedly and asked the others to take a look. Standing on the roof, the protagonist said that it seemed that they had little understanding of the laws. Chuck held the weapon. The protagonist fired an arrow at the ship. An explosion occurred in the sky. Looking at the flames, the protagonist thought that everything was as he expected. Looking down, he thought that the spiritual energy that hit the arrow and created a destructive force was enough to destroy these iron shuttles. From the rubble, Nate's voice could be heard saying that Chuck, being a citizen of the Federation, not only resisted, but also shot at the police. The guy held out his hand and said that although they were classmates, he had become a nobleman of Chungning County and was obliged to help the police catch a dangerous criminal. There was a crowd of people behind him. The protagonist stood in the rubble and asked if he had any complaints against him. Nate bared his teeth and replied that he had killed his court teacher and that he had also lost a lot of money because of him, asking if he thought he could live with it. Mike stood in the crowd and said that he had organized 5 genetically modified masters especially for him tonight so that they would make him see the full power of the system. Pointing his finger forward, he ordered him to be killed, because whoever brought him his head would personally be given 10 million. Smiling, the masked guy said that the reward would be his. The enemy ran up to the protagonist. Dodging, the protagonist said that he was now at the 7th level of chi cultivation. Swinging his bow, he said that if we take the moment when he killed the fierce tiger master, now he is about 10 times stronger. The opponent bared his teeth. Chuck rushed past him. Jumping over the corpse, the guy called the next one. The man excitedly extended his finger and ordered to go forward. The masters rushed to the target. Filling with chi energy, the protagonist activated spiritual suppression. The opponents flew apart with a scream. Watching the guys fly up, the protagonist thought that spiritual suppression creates strong impulses. If he can become a deity, then free use of this technique can destroy an entire city. He aimed, using a hail of arrows. The projectile was enveloped in red mana. The tip multiplied many times. The arrows flew up to the enemies in the sky. Shreds of clothing fell to the ground. Nate looked at him in fear, thinking that these were 4 martial arts masters. Chuck stood in the smoke. His eyes were glowing and the guy was saying that these were great targets for training. The opponents were standing on the rubble. The guy bowed his head to the man and asked him to do it himself. Taking off his hood, Mike replied that he could handle him in 10 hits. He raised his hand and said that he would kill this boy. We see that there is a fire. Mike opens his mouth and says that he is not a bad shooter and is so cruel, but his arrows are small change. Pulling the arrows, Chuck asks if this is true. Then he begins to pull them harder. They begin to fly straight at the enemy. The man breaks them all. Then he passed and spoke. Smiling, Mike says that his arrows are useless against him. Seriously looking, the main character says that this is spatial magic, with such power and return force. Spreading his arms, he says that one who has reached the level of a great master of martial arts will one day be able to awaken superpowers, namely, that at the moment his hands receive the return force. His eyes are burning and he advises him not to resist, otherwise he will show him what real hell is. He holds a bow in his hands, with which something is happening. Raising his hand with a spear, Chuck says that he has seen it 100 times. He approaches it and says that he will see it again. Then he swings his hand to strike. An explosion occurs near them. The guy opens his mouth and laughs, because this is the end of the battle. Then his eyes widen in surprise. Mike's hand is below. He holds a spear in his hands, and another person is also holding onto it. We see white objects near the main character. Holding the spear, Chuck says that he is definitely not the person who can send him to hell. Opening his mouth, he decides to use a fiery hand. His eyes widened and red convolutions appeared. After that, the men pierce with a blow. Chuck calmly looks into the distance. The guy has sweat on his face, and he does not understand how he can be stronger than the great master of martial arts. The protagonist begins to approach and is told that he is the grandson of the family, and that killing him will not bring any benefit. Opening his mouth, he asks if he said everything. The guy is drooling and says that he is trying to use force to eliminate people who interfere and is not a good person himself. Standing next to him, the protagonist says that they are not alike at all and have had a lot of fun in his entire life, taking a huge number of lives. He makes a blow and pierces his neck, and then says that he has never used his position to intimidate people. The guy is bleeding from his mouth. 2 guys look down. In their hands is a projector, where Chuck is visible and that he is a great master, and his abilities are not defined. We see a notification that the object did not use gene drugs. Anna turns away and says that this is unbearable. She is told that he is developing very quickly. A few days ago he could hardly defeat an ordinary master, and now he figured it out in an instant. Looking at the screen, he says that at the age of 18 he was able to kill a magnificent master, and I wonder what supernatural abilities this chosen one of heaven has. When suddenly, a warning popped up on the screen that the county's mechanized army has moved forward and will reach the battlefield in 7 seconds. The girl opens her mouth and is told that their ships have concentrated 100 kilometers from here. A red aura appears around her, and she says that she will save him. She is told that she cannot go there. Phil straightens his hand and says that if the Imperial Princess starts killing people, it will lead to a serious political scandal in history and a world war may begin. Her hair stood up and she asks to calm down because she will be able to hide from the scanning of military ships and will not get involved. The man holds an object in his hands, which causes a warning that a martial arts genius has arrived from the Federation and a ship is landing. The girl's eyes widen from the information. Phil bares his teeth and says that they sent a martial arts genius here and if they want to help the main character, they will be useless. We see the ships where they asked to pay attention. Flying near the city, they are asked to prepare for battle. Chuck looks seriously and is silent. A man begins to fall from the ship. Then he lands on the ground. Opening his mouth, he says that aristocrats are so brave that they dare to control troops and openly kill people. Chuck looks in his direction. Turning around, he realizes that this is a martial genius. Chase opens his mouth and says that the president wants to see him. It was night and we see a white building. The main character walks down the corridor and thanks them for helping him get out of there. Opening his mouth, Chase says that he was just following orders. Then his hand touches the door. Entering the room, he says that he brought. Carlos turns to them. Smiling, he says that he is glad to see him and will not introduce himself. Standing next to him, Chuck asks if people saved him, to which they answer negatively. Then he just looks. Next to him is an object that says that they met again. Opening his mouth, he thinks that in fact, this is an order of the goddess of justice, and now there is some meaning. Holding a cup in his hands, Chase asks what the boy did that she decided to unleash this war. Monica opens her mouth and says that she cannot divulge information. Starting to drink from the cup, he asks to tell about his merits. There was a circle near her head and she talks about the law on contributions of human civilization. The protagonist just stands and he is a top-level leader. Chase choked and the water poured back. Raising his hand, Carlos asks what scientific and technical achievements did he make to get the title? Closing his eyes, he asks the goddess of justice to show her work. Opening her mouth, Monica says that he is granted the right to begin a demonstration of a mechanized warrior. Next we see a robot with a red stone on his forehead. Carlos opens his mouth in surprise. Chuck just looks and remains silent. Chase breaks the cup and says that the current level of technology does not allow creating such a warrior. The protagonist looks up and says that the scientific and technical level of this mechanized warrior exceeds their era, and if nothing happens, then humanity will be able to use it. Closing his eyes, he says that with such technology and maneuverable armor, it is not surprising that the goddess of justice is favorable to him. Opening her mouth, Monica says that according to the history of human wars, in order to protect this young man, the reliable patronage of the president is necessary. Looking at her, he says that her fears are not unfounded and will be able to solve it. Raising his hand, Carlos asks to prepare the guy and bring him here in half an hour. Also raising his hand, Chuck says that the family did not accuse him of murder, and if he defends him, it is possible to affect his reputation. Monica looks at them and says that the charges were not proven and legal amendments were made. A full pardon was granted, and now there are no problems. The cup with liquid breaks. Anna stands near the broken dishes and says that she should have helped him and shouldn't have let him take him away. Phil opens his mouth and asks not to blame themselves, and even if they extended a helping hand, it is still impossible to save someone who fell into the hands of a military genius. A tear rolled down her eye and she says that the aristocrats will not let go and will definitely die. Behind them is a screen and says that in 20 days it will be 300 years since the founding of the Federation and they will mourn all the soldiers, and the girl asks to turn off the TV. Phil turns his head and there Carlos says that they defended their homeland at the cost of their lives, and because of the wars there were many children who were left without parents. The man stands near the microphone and says that he decided to adopt one of these children. Approaching Chuck, he says that this is the same child. The main character just stands and remains silent. Opening his mouth, Phil asks to watch TV. Putting her hand on her head, she asks not to make noise, because she is mourning a guy. Behind her is a screen, and there they call Chuck's name. The girl turns around with tears in her eyes. Phil opens his mouth and says that half an hour ago he was a suspect in the murders, and now he has the support of the president. Putting his hands on his hips, he is told that the president is aware of the guy's true value, and these security measures must have been provided by the goddess of justice. Phil remembers Monica and how Chuck is lying on her chest. The girl puts her hands on the table. Looking down, she says that she was the first to notice him, and why on earth they dare take him. Raising her hand, she screams that she will return him. Night falls and we see buildings, and we are in the morgue. The head of the family is standing. He was an old man. A sheet is placed on the guy, and Harry asks who killed his grandson. Standing next to him, he is told that the killer's name is Chuck, and this is the same man who was just shown on TV and announced as the adopted son of the president. The man becomes the son and says that he will not be able to tame his anger. His eyes turn red and he asks to prepare a shuttle and go to the head of the family. The guy bends down and decides to carry out the order. Harry holds the bed with a trembling hand. Raising his hand, he says that he cannot consider himself a man until he takes revenge on him. Jake sits near the screens where Chuck is shown and is told that the form of his spiritual power is similar to the special system of the 5 elements. But his destructive power is exactly like the golden system. Holding onto his collar, he says that he has a technique of heavenly selection. Looking at the woman, he says that Chuck's real power is truly powerful. Pointing his finger straight ahead, he asks whose idea it was to get rid of him with the help of the families. Sarah closes her eyes and says that in any case, he offended representatives of 2 families. Even if it were not for her, he would not have been allowed to leave so easily. Looking at her, Jake remembers how she said that Chuck is in their department of scientific steel armor, and what about investigations? Opening her mouth, she says that she fired him. Frowning, the man asks what the reason was for the dismissal. Looking down, she says that she just didn't want him to have anything to do with their company. Raising his hand, he asks to stop and connect to the database. A robot appears near them and welcomes them to the database. Looking at her, he asks to provide Chuck's personal data. Opening her mouth, she says that he does not have sufficient rights and there is no way to extract this information. Opening her mouth, Sarah says that this is definitely some kind of mistake, and the only ones above him are the president and the commander of the armed forces, and it cannot be that they could not get a personal file. Holding his chin, he thinks that perhaps this is a research secret. Sitting on the couch, Jake asks to connect with a military genius. We see Chase and asks, "What is it?" Folding his hands, he wants to ask about the main character. Holding his head, he asks that this is an errand boy and does not really know him. Looking seriously, Jake asks if he has a conscience, and how dares to deceive. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy says he can't lie. Pointing his finger at him, he says he's busy. Clutching his head, the man realizes he knows something. Raising his hand, he asks for $1 billion to be donated to Chuck from his family under the pretext of supporting a research foundation. The robot replies that Chuck's research expenses will be fully covered. Grinning, Sarah thinks why. Getting up from the couch, the man says that he was fired by their family. Putting his hand out in front of her, she says that she didn't want him to get to their family and something could happen. The man closes his eyes. He slaps her in the face and calls her stupid. The girl holds onto an object with her hand and is told that the president personally came forward to protect him, and the goddess of justice sponsored him with money. Sarah is on the floor and is asked to wake up, because now their family can't cling to the guy. Holding his hand, he says that Clara is smarter than her. Holding her cheek, she is told that from now on no one has the right to interfere in her personal life and the marriage will be postponed indefinitely. We see a jug and green steam is coming out of it. The guys are sitting on the floor and he says that the guy killed his eldest grandson and hopes that he will be able to restore justice. Charlie holds a glass in his hand and says that this man threw his son into the water and greatly damaged the reputation of his family. But now the president supports him, so he cannot help. Grinning his teeth, the man asks that he should just sit back? Closing his eyes, he says that Chuck is the only one who should die. Putting the cup on the floor, he says that the main character was able to achieve incredible scientific and technical achievements. Harry looks seriously, and is told that according to the laws, he is now the sole owner of these achievements. Smiling, he says that if Chuck suddenly dies, then all the achievements will belong to them. Green steam is still coming out of the jug. Sitting near the table, the man says that it must be an accident and must die during the battle. Smiling, Charlie asks not to worry, because if the story comes out, then all the families will be behind them. Getting up from the floor, he is told that the president will not argue with all of them because of one Chuck. Then the old man begins to leave. A man is standing nearby and is asked to come closer. Opening his mouth, Charlie asks to organize surveillance of the families and regardless of whether they can cope with the task or not, and also to destroy the witnesses. There was a red moon outside. Dead people are lying on the floor. The guy holds the man by the neck. He smiles and is asked if the task is complete. Blood begins to flow from the guy's mouth. Sebastian begins to smile and says that the task is complete. A screen appears near his hand and he is told that a new job offer has arrived and its goal is a secret assassination. This task must be completed first, despite the queue of receipts. On the screen, he sees Chuck and hopes that he slept soundly. Sebastian smiles and says that he will die tomorrow. We see the Liberty Holiday Hotel. The sun was just setting. The protagonist puts his hand on his hip and says that this is the first time he has stayed in such a luxurious place, and it is unusual. A black mixture appears near his feet. The mixture turns into a monster, and he is asked about Anna. He raises his hand up. Then we see text in black letters. Putting his hands on his hips, we see the news that the adopted son has arranged a secret meeting with her. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that there is an archery hall in the hotel downstairs and they will meet there. The demon raises his hand and shows that he agrees. Sitting on the couch, the guy wonders if she wants to lure him to her side. Something begins to appear near him. Monica opens her mouth and says that Anna is trying her best to recruit him. Looking seriously, Chuck asks if he is being followed. Standing next to him, she says that she just wants to protect him. The protagonist takes off his towel and is asked if he will accept her invitation. Opening his mouth, he asks to calm down, because he is not asking for a union federation and nevertheless, he and the princess are in some kind of relationship and will still communicate. Bowing her head, Monica says that this is his right and will not force, but there is one thing, but let him think about his personal development prospects. Putting on a t-shirt, he is told that Monica made it so that he could enter the Federal Academy of National Defense. Looking back, he says that he always wanted to enter some higher institution in order to rest before death, and he trusts the goddess. Then he goes out and closes the door. Monica looks at the screens and says that she agrees with Chuck's rights and his research level. Then in accordance with the Federation's rules for training personnel, the distribution was successfully completed. Looking at the screen, she says that she has the right to receive a federal honorary allowance. There was a lot of money on the card. The protagonist goes to an archery hall and asks to shoot. The girls at the reception ask to check his personal data. They show him the screen and remain silent. They grab him by the shoulder and ask him to move away. Ralph raises his finger and asks to process the check. The girl stands next to him and asks to wait a couple of minutes. Taking him by the shoulders, he says that it seems like this is his first time here. Smiling, Ralph says that this archery hall is only for union members, and he doesn't look like one. The girl looks at the screen and names his card account. Opening his mouth, he says that this place is only for the rich and is not his level, so let him go. Ralph is shocked, because Chuck has more money and was a highly respected client. Closing his eyes, the guy thinks about where he should spend the money. Looking at Ralph, he says that the accounts are different and they greeted him differently. Waving his hand, he asks to move away because he needs to go practice. Then he cleans up his traces. Grinning his teeth, he thinks how dare Chuck look down on him and want to kill him. We are in the shooting zone, where there were already people. The protagonist stands and fears that the targets will not hold his arrows and it is better to use regular ones. As suddenly he understands that something is wrong and the chapter expands. Then something flies by. Chuck looks and turns away. Then he picks up an arrow. Ralph smiles and apologizes, because he missed. The protagonist steps away and says that everyone has missed. Having created a bow for himself, he says that he will return the weapon to him. Then he begins to load the bow. Pointing the weapon at him, he asks to catch it. Chuck holds the bow in his hands. Ralph bares his teeth and shakes, and also advises not to do nonsense. Opening his mouth, he says that someone has already said that. Then he lets go of the bow and says that he is already dead. The arrow begins to fly towards Ralph. After that, he slips. The arrow lands near him. We see that Ralph went to the toilet out of fear. The guard's eyes turn red and asks how dare he aim at him. Chuck looks at his bow. The man opens his mouth and says that he has no arrows, when suddenly his eyes widen. A monster appears near the protagonist. His eyes turn purple and he says that he will destroy him. Then the arrows hit the guard. A tear starts to flow from his eye. After that, he falls to the ground. Chuck looks down and says that he wants to shoot in peace and warns him not to interfere anymore. Ralph sits on the floor and trembles. He starts to bare his teeth and thinks that he will not get off easy. We see the targets that the arrows hit. Standing near the bow, he understands that if he does not use his spirit, then everything will be fine. The protagonist takes the bow in his hands, but they come up to him and ask him to put down the weapon, because he is suspected of theft and must be interrogated. Turning his head towards them, Chuck asks what he stole. Ralph bares his teeth and says that he stole his bow. Raising his finger, he asks to find a better excuse and who could have given him such a bow. The police are standing next to him and say that if they were told so, then he really stole it. Taking the screen in his hand, he asks to stand still and decides to confirm his identity and check his criminal background. Holding the screen in his hands, he is told that access is denied. Looking at Rick, he says that he does not have sufficient rights. The commander shows the screen and he is also denied access. Approaching Rick, he says that he may be from some elite. Ralph approaches them and shouts to check his identity again, and then to grab and arrest him, and takes full responsibility. Anna opens her mouth and asks to wait. The guy turns to her. Chuck looks calmly and thinks how she ended up here. The girl is standing next to Phil. Approaching the girl, Rick asks if this is her friend. Standing next to her, she says that this is a close friend. Then she closes one eye and winks. Chuck clutches his head and realizes that he is causing him problems again. Ralph opens his mouth and says that he stole his bow and he doesn't care who he is or whose friend he is, so he can't escape punishment for breaking the laws. The girl takes the bow in her hands. Looking at him, Anna asks what she gave him and how can it be his. Looking at him seriously, she asks if she really wants to say that she stole the bow. Looking angrily, the girl advises him to think again and in the end, if he does not answer for his words, then a conflict between the two states may occur. The guy looks at her in surprise. Approaching him, she orders him to leave here. A red aura appears around her, and she asks him to stay away from Chuck. Then she takes an arrow and talks about the protagonist's anxiety. Fire circles appear around the arrow and the girl says that she cannot forgive him. Then she shoots him. The girl hits his hair. Ralph starts crying and he says that this will not happen again. He starts to run away, and Chuck says that she will bring trouble on herself. Looking at him, the girl says that someone had to clean up anyway. Then they stand and are silent. Phil starts to cry and he says that with such a problematic mistress, he can only cry. A blue arrow hit the target. Holding a bow in her hands, Anna says that it is really good. Turning around, she asks to go with her to the Empire of Saint Oranka, because the state needs him. Chuck covers his mouth and laughs. Then they walk along the floor. A hand appears on the bow. The protagonist puts his hand on her shoulder. Holding it, he says that he is shooting incorrectly and his hand should be raised higher. A blush appears on the girl's face and she says that he is a master at changing the subject. Opening her mouth, Anna says that the entire aristocracy of the Union Federation wants to kill him and really does not understand why they still want to stay here. Holding her hand, something starts to ring. We see the screen where Clara was asking what he was doing. The protagonist opens his mouth slightly, standing next to the girl. The girls look at each other and ask the guy who they are. The protagonist widens his eyes and remains silent. Putting his hand to his hair, he says that Anna is the princess of the Empire of Saint Oranka and has just taught her to shoot a bow. Putting her hand on her chest, Clara did not think that he was friends with the princess. Closing his eyes, he says that it is a long story and will tell you later. Putting his hand on his hip, Chuck says that he has already prepared a seraph and will deliver it to school himself tomorrow afternoon. Folding his hands, Anna asks if this is just a friend. Opening his mouth, Phil asks who else could she be if not a friend. Smiling, the girl asks who is better. Putting his hand to his chin, he just checked and she was from a certain family. We see how they sculpt from sand, because they have been in love with each other since childhood. Then they walk together, and the girl puts her finger up. Snapping her fingers, Anna asks him to close his mouth. Phil starts crying and says that she promised she wouldn't be angry. Raising his hand, he says that he's finished and needs to continue training. Pointing at Phil, he asks if he's okay. They tell him he's just cold. Opening his mouth, notifications come in that there's an emergency, and they need help because someone's staying near the hotel. Standing next to the girl, he apologizes and says that urgent matters have come up and they need to run. Anna decides to see him off. Then we see a helicopter near the hotel. The protagonist walks up to it. Taking hold of his tie, the girl asks him to wait. Then she grabs the chain. Holding out her hand, she says that it's for him. Putting it in his hand, Anna says that her offer is still open and that she has sincere intentions towards him. Taking it in his hands, Chuck says that he's leaving. Then the helicopter starts to take off. The girl looks up where the helicopter was. Phil sweated and said he came. His shirt was burned, and she asks to find out where Clara studies, because she wants to see her. The helicopter was in space and we see the planet. Holding a chain in his hands, he is told that in 5 minutes he will arrive at the palace. Looking at his hand, Chuck says that this is a contract for a life change and a symbol of the god of death. Looking down, he says that the god of death can extend the life of a person who has this item, but the price is the life of another person. Touching the screen, he thinks why Anna gave it to him because when he sees it, he will return it. Opening his mouth, he remembers her and says that he already owes her his life for the last time and does not like to be in debt. Monica appears and she says that the supreme leader of the Federation, according to the Constitution for the Protection of Citizens' Rights, she is obliged to inform him of the latest events. Pointing to the object, she says that the Republic on the Western Islands has disappeared. Next we see a robot. 167 of them were sent and 160 failed, and only one robot successfully sent a photo of the seabed. Next we see objects breaking down, and this is the last thing that was captured. We see red eyes. Next a tentacle with suction cups appears. After that we see a red light. Standing near the object, she says that after the last underwater robot was broken, previously unknown creatures began to float to the surface. Next we see a tentacle again. The water in the reservoir begins to rise. Tentacles and teeth are visible from the water. The monster had a lot of teeth. Opening his mouth, he realizes that it is a doomsday monster. We see a ship in space. It was a palace. People are sitting at the table, and Monica says that this is a scientific group, headed by the president himself, and they will cleanse the seas and oceans of unidentified creatures. Raising his hand, the man suggests first discussing the available information. We see a map and a red circle meant that they are dangerous and the plan of action, to send the latest robots for reconnaissance to obtain information about these creatures. Folding their hands, they tell him that given Chuck's research and level of knowledge, let him suggest something. Opening his mouth, he said that scientific and technical weapons are useless, and it is better to send professionals. The girl opens her mouth and asks to explain in more detail. Looking at her, he thinks, has he really been reborn? Then we see that attacks are taking place, and in the past people used all kinds of scientific and technical weapons, but they were never able to destroy the monsters. We see silhouettes of people glowing differently, and Chuck thinks that they discovered then that only professionals with 4 special skills abilities can cause damage to monsters. We see a person, because technology was transferred to another area. The image shows a silhouette of a person, because spiritual power is the source of the 4 abilities, it causes much more damage to doomsday monsters. Then more silhouettes appear, because people in this world do not understand how to train spiritual power, not to mention how to use it, and how to improve it. Monica opens her mouth and says that the main character is a specialist in robots, but has no knowledge of marine biology, and does not think that he is the best choice. Folding his hands, Chuck thinks, why did they even ask him then? On the map you can see a point, and something was emitted from it. Then we see the monster that emitted these signals. Chuck widens his eyes, because it has become more dangerous. Squeezing his hand, he thinks. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist remembers that in his past life, he was not the first monster to appear, and that sea monsters are only due to appear in 3 months, and that there are problems in the real world, and the end of the world will come earlier. We see everything in red because the first thing that the air of the afterlife affects is the seas and oceans, and after they changed, changes occurred in the human world as well. We see black holes above the city because after a series of disasters, humanity was able to stay afloat, and at that time the worlds intersected. Squeezing his hand, he thinks that in his past life, disasters happened one after another, and now the queue is different. Frowning, Chuck thinks that he is improving himself and that way he will be able to save his loved ones and get rid of his problems. Opening his mouth, he thinks that he will attack the Holy Kingdom with all his might, but getting rid of it will only be the beginning, and he wants to surpass his previous life in order to surpass everyone. Monica opens her mouth and says that the situation has escalated and the Federation has entered the war phase. The 1st, 6th and 11th star shuttles are ready to take off and the military operation can begin. Helicopters fly through the air and preparations for the launch of the projectile are complete. The target is found and the attack will begin. Then the shuttles begin to shoot. They shoot at the ground. The helicopters hit the monster. The water rises due to the attack. We see smoke near the water. A hole appears on the monster. Then we see its teeth. Monica looks at the screen and is told that the regeneration of the sea monster is something and their attacks are useless against it. Folding his arms, the guy suggests using the most modern weapons to destroy the monster's DNA and kill it. Another says that it can be attacked with a neutron bomb. The protagonist looks seriously and thinks that their proposals are not bad, but for the reborn him it makes no sense. Chuck closes his eyes and says that it is already outdated, and what will they do if the neutron bomb accidentally explodes in the stratosphere? The man in glasses looks, and the notification says that this proposal is rejected because it can harm all of humanity. Opening his mouth, the protagonist suggests conducting a reconnaissance operation to find out the enemy's weak points and first collect data and then understand that only people with 4 abilities can cope with the monster. The man opens his mouth and agrees with him, because their enemy is new and unknown to them and first they need to collect information. Monica stands near them and says that his proposal is accepted and they will conduct a reconnaissance operation to find out the enemy's weak points and all the commanders are released. She herself takes responsibility. We see ships that are in space. Something begins to appear near them. The ships are near the monster, and the assembly of the nanofission bomb is complete. Then we see that he is aiming at it, and combat readiness begins. Then they begin to fly to the monster. We see robots flying and the sensors connecting. After that, they start aiming at the monster. Then they start shooting at it. The monster has an open eye, where the attacks are flying. After that, there is a big explosion. The water starts rising because of the impact. The explosion gets even bigger. The man in glasses is surprised. Another man also opens his mouth in shock. Smoke starts coming out of the monster. Monica is also looking at the screen. Carlos opens his mouth and says that they destroyed the monster. Sitting at the table, he says that it is impossible to survive after such an attack. Chuck folds his arms and fears that everything is not so simple. Then his eyes widen in surprise. The monster's tentacles rise. The robots are near him and the monster has dropped its shell, which is why it was reborn. It swings a tentacle at the robot and an explosion occurs. He takes the second robot in his hands. The robot looks up and the electromagnetic gun was useless. The monster's tentacle explodes. Carlos opens his mouth and asks if the monster has been living on the ground all this time. The guy raises his hand and asks to see. There is a non-working monster lying on the ground. The man stands on it and says that the battle is not over yet. Looking at the monster, he says that he will protect the Union Federation until his last breath. Something glows near his hand, and he is a martial arts master. His ability begins to increase, and has the power of returning to the origins, a master of hand-to-hand combat. Black holes begin to appear on the tentacle, and it was found that returning to the origins can inflict a huge lesson on the monster. Clenching his fist, he says that he is not bad. When suddenly, Barry is pierced by the monster, and a test of other power attacks was launched. We see a photo of Barry and that he was a martial arts master, and was also a victim. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thinks that if we continue this analysis, then soon the goddess of justice will find that it is possible to cope with this doomsday monster by relying only on your own strength. With his mouth slightly open, he muses that in order to win, casualties are inevitable and thus, when the end of the world is very near and monsters are simply everywhere, then humanity will still be able to do something. With his mouth slightly open, the man says that when the monster's weak point is discovered, then she is responsible for all of humanity. Monica turns to him and agrees. Chuck gets up from his chair and says that the monster is not that strong, and if they send as many professionals as possible to him, then they will be able to cope, and he himself will not be able to help in any way and therefore let him send him to the capital, and she asks him to stay in the palace for safety. Turning his head, he asks what the goddess means. With his mouth slightly open, she says that thanks to intellectual analysis, it was determined that the mayor of the capital poses a threat to his safety, and if he leaves, he may die, and the heads of families held a meeting where his fate will be decided. Chuck just looks at her. People are sitting at the table, and one of them says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Jake looks at him and says that it would be better if they never saw each other again. Every time they meet, something bad happens. Lighting a cigarette, Charlie asks him not to say that and asks if, after the murder of the scientist 30 years ago, they didn't get information about the spatial distortion technologies that were created for them? The people in the hood say that they don't give a damn about knowledge and technology, and there are a lot of monsters in the universe, and they are not able to kill them. Kyle opens his mouth and says that this time using only spatial distortion technologies is not enough, but there is a completely new mechanized technology that they can use. Charlie exhales smoke and says that the intellectual property rights belong to the Federation, or rather to them, and as for that technology, they must urgently figure out how to get their hands on it. Making smoke circles, the man thinks that Chuck is helping his family, and therefore will help him. Jake opens his mouth and asks why don't they make it so that the creator of this technology himself gives it to them. Is it really worth unleashing a useless war? Raising his hand, they agree with him and say that some changes should happen with the technologies. If something happens to the owner of the rights to these technologies, it will reflect badly on the reputation. Sitting next to them, the man says that Chuck is not very friendly to the aristocracy, and you can tell by his actions. Putting his hand in front of him, he says that rather than keeping a dog next to him that bites its owner, the best solution would be to slaughter it and eat it. Charlie exhales smoke and says that then the scientists use spatial distortion technology to launch a gene mutation bomb into the stratosphere, and they should not be so frivolous about people who are hostile to the aristocracy. Opening his mouth, the man agrees with him. The people at the table began to support him. Jake closes his eyes and says that he has no objections. Putting out his cigarette, he knew that they would agree and therefore in advance found a scapegoat from the family who would do all the dirty work for them. Smiling and making an angry face, he says that Chuck will not live to see tomorrow. We see monsters with red eyes, because the fate of the young scientist who made such a huge contribution to the development of human society at such an early age was decided in 2 words. Folding his hands, Jake thinks if Chuck will be able to cope with this, because everything depends on him. The main character stands near the girl and says that the aristocrats want to kill him, and in the Constitution of the Federation there is a clause on the protection of the personal safety of citizens. Opening her mouth, Monica says that he made a huge contribution to the epochal development of human society, and he should be protected in accordance with the articles. We see his mouth, and she says that according to the basic rules of the goddess of justice, it is impossible to protect him completely. Looking seriously, the main character understands that she contradicts herself, and the source of this contradiction lies in her basic rules, then asks what are the basic rules. Standing next to him, Monica says that she must not harm people or stand aside when she sees someone harming them, and without breaking the first rule, she must obey human orders. The protagonist makes a thoughtful face and reflects that these are the famous 3 laws that contain the rules for the development of artificial intelligence. There is a blue line near her neck, and she says the rules that families are both endowed with power, and they also have the highest. If the basic rules contradict each other, then she must protect the interests of the aristocratic networks. We do not see the eyes of the protagonist, and he thinks that this is not surprising, because they say that they will fight to the end, because whoever goes against them will automatically go against the goddess of justice. Frowning, Chuck thinks that the Federation is not so free, and the so-called justice is just a tool to divert attention. He clasps his hands and says that he is not going to live like a lamb, constantly worried that he can be killed at any moment. Monica looks at him and Chuck thinks that he will destroy all the rules, but in order to achieve this, the goddess must first get out from under the control of the 9 families. Looking at her, the guy asks if it is possible to change the rules. Monica bows her head and answers negatively, and anyone who tries to do so will automatically be considered a traitor to the entire Federation. Standing next to her, he asks if the goddess wants freedom. She answers that freedom implies impunity, and is responsible for the proper functioning of the entire Federation, so complete freedom is impossible. We see her eyes and he asks if she will actively master new knowledge. Opening her mouth, she says that it depends on the level of contribution of this knowledge to the development of human society, and if the knowledge will contribute to the progress of humanity, then she will study it. A circle appeared near him and Chuck says that the latest algorithm for building life she received is incomplete and should be studied. Poking his fingers at the screen, he says that the main algorithms for building life are the last year of the Judgment Day. A huge breakthrough has occurred in human society and great scientific discoveries have been made. Looking at the screen, Chuck understands that he does not know what could have contributed to this earlier, but now is not the time to wait. We see how the main character stands near the monster, and he will have to do it a little differently, and from this moment the fate of the Free Federation will change. Folding his hands and looking at the screen, Chuck says that there is no error in the algorithm and this technology will be destroyed after he sees it. Looking at the guy, she asks him to calm down, because the main technology will not have life. Turning his head, he says that he has a request and let him send it to the capital. Opening her mouth, Monica talks about safety. Moving on, Chuck says that he will not be able to cope with the upcoming danger like this. Monica stands silently and watches. Opening her mouth, she decides to study the main algorithms. Screens appear near her. Then everything is in darkness near him. Grinning her teeth, Monica hears voices that someone decides to continue fighting. Clutching her head, she says that she is confused. We see a building that was the Liberty Holiday Hotel. Putting his hands in his pocket, he says that in the evening he will go to Clara and give her a birthday present, and also have dinner together. Chuck looks away, because he was waiting for him. A guy starts to approach him, and the protagonist asks who he is. Clark is standing in a black jacket and asks to meet him, because he is one of the members of the federal base of 9 zones, and in the criminal world he is the president of the Hunters Association. Taking a weapon in his hands, Chuck says that this is a group of hired killers known for their terrible crimes and is glad to meet. Opening his mouth, the guy says that his uncle told him about him and also told him not to be friends with him, and therefore wanted to meet the man who is so respected by the military genius himself. Looking at him, Chuck asks if he is disappointed in him. He is answered negatively, because he has awakened interest and will be able to calmly watch himself die. Looking at him, Clark says that he was included in the list of bloody killers and they are already coming for him, so if he wants to survive, he needs a protector who can fight the bloody gang. He takes out his hands and says that there is an offer, and if he joins his association of hunters, he will be able to protect at any time. The protagonist looks at his hand and refuses. He is asked if he considers him a weakling. Closing his eyes, Chuck says that of course not, and being the president of the Association of Hunters, he is much stronger than them. He is told that he is also stronger and mentally. Raising his hand, he says that he divides aristocrats into two types. Raising his finger and remembering people, Clark says that the first ones from birth consider themselves above everyone else, and they take advantage of their position, not striving to advance, spoil the reputation of aristocrats, turning the aristocracy into a cancerous tumor of the country. Pointing at himself, he says that there are no constant, unchanging rules and there is no eternal, strong, social structure. Looking at him, Chuck says that he says the right things, but he will still refuse and is used to acting alone. Closing his eyes, he agrees and respects his decision, and will be glad if he accepts another offer. Looking at him, Chuck asks, "Which one?" Opening his mouth, Clark says that he wants to become his sponsor. Chuck looked seriously somewhere, and someone wondered about becoming his sponsor. But why? And someone said that all the heads of the 10 families want someone to die. But after they met, someone realized that it is not so easy to get rid of someone, so he decided to take someone's side. The man smiled contentedly. Clark looked at him seriously and said that in the Fushi Empire, which was recognized as one of the safest countries among all those who had any abilities, there was a special system of self-improvement, but the heads of the 10 families had always been against any progress concerning other people, and he was sure that they were not afraid of the progress itself, but of the social changes that would be caused by society. The man said that they stopped conducting gene experiments because they were afraid that more and more people would become stronger, and they withdrew from the International Space Research Program only because they were afraid of their expenses. The protagonist stood thoughtfully and looked down and listened to someone say that they had never tried to understand the occult power of the state, never cared about the revolution of the state's armed forces. The red-haired man looked angrily and said that his uncle told him that he had created an epical mechanical technology, and in return these heads decided to get rid of someone and his talent. The guy smiled and said that even if there was no benefit to him in this, he would not allow a crowd of these madmen to continue to control the entire Federation. Chuck laughed, and then calmly said that what was interesting was that he was even a little touched by his offer. The man looked at the hero and said that judging by his words, he would be able to deal with those bloody killers, or in other words, colleagues. These are the most terrible enemies and he can harm them. And the interlocutor replied that they are just killers, and he needs help from other people. Clark looked seriously to the side and held a cube in his hand and said that since he was so self-confident, he would not argue with him about who kills them and who does not. He is only responsible for clearing the battlefield. He threw the object and said that it was a battlefield cleaning robot, and he told someone to use it after the current, as he killed them all, so as not to leave traces behind. The protagonist looked down in surprise and someone said that in addition, that thing has about 30 cents that freshen the air, he can choose any, so that no one would have any suspicions at all. Chuck thought about the fact that that guy has both good and bad sides, and it is difficult for him to understand him. The red-haired man smiled evilly and said that in addition to him, those killers want to kill another person with whom he is well acquainted. The dark-haired man seriously asked who he was talking about. The character used magic and looked tensely when someone said about Clara. We are shown a square in the city. A group of people are lying on the asphalt and sleeping. The man played the violin and said that he did not expect that someone would be able to resist his lullaby, and it seems that he still has at least some abilities. One of the streets was hidden by the shadow of the building, and behind it stood a couple of people. The girl stood angrily and screamed about who is someone. Chris looked crazy and he smiled and said that he was a joker and they could call him that. Clara looked intently and asked about why she should be killed, and she didn't remember that she had done something wrong to someone. The character smiled evilly and said that he just killed people, he didn't care about the customer's reasons, and he trembled with excitement at the thought of how he would cut the stomach of a famous aristocrat. The heroine screamed from what she heard and started calling her grandfather, and the enemy said that there was no need to call anyone, there were only them here, and the other guys were just now dealing with her friends. The man smiled and turned around and said that he should say that they were so weak, and that woman was already dying. He looked ominously, and said that the old man would die faster. The girl ran at the enemy with rage and started calling him names. Chris smiled broadly and dodged, saying that the first stage of the wind spirit's speed power was not enough. The girl was fighting an enemy who was dodging. Her feet were sliding on the ground and leaving behind dust. She looked at the Joker in fear and thought that he was also fast. A musical instrument began to play and someone said that he dedicated this song to her, a sweet and beautiful aristocrat. A shadow appeared behind Chris, smiling, and someone solemnly said that this was a serenade of death. The contented entity was heading somewhere. It was approaching Clara. The heroine used magic and stood calmly. She concentrated and put her hands forward and said, "Come on." The girl used the ability, and something was divided into pieces. The man was surprised and shouted that this was the second stage of the wind power, and the real power of that lady was different from what was mentioned in the newspaper. Someone jumped off the ground with force. The blonde looked seriously and headed somewhere. The enemy looked at the body in the sky in surprise. He was surprised and scared by what he saw. The girl stood behind Chris and looked at him angrily. He turned his head slightly and screamed. Clara swung and used magic. She dealt the enemy 36 short blows and the Joker flew back from this. The long-haired girl used her ability, and a bird appeared behind her, and someone said about returning to the origins. Chris was lying on the ground and screamed in fear and pain. The heroine flew down and directed her hand forward seriously said about the palm of the crane. Her body part was directed at the enemy, and he moved away from the magic. An explosion appeared between the combatants because the girl hit the enemy in the stomach with her fist. Someone quickly moved around the square and left behind the dust that rose. The smoke flew in different directions. Clara looked forward seriously and said that he was the first to attack her. The girl looked ahead in fear and said that time was running out and that they needed to help Mary and Bill as soon as possible. There was smoke behind her, into which the girl looked in horror, and someone was saying that he thought that her maximum was the second stage of the wind spirit's power. The Joker was smiling and saying that she had managed to reach the level of a master in martial arts. Chris smiled evilly and shouted that fate was so kind to her, and he was just about to kill her, but she suddenly turned out to be very strong and it was interesting. Dark magic was coming out of his hand and the man was saying that he was collecting people like her. He put his palm on the keys and said that he didn't really need the entrails. The enemy was playing and talking about a technique called the Chosen One of Heaven. The enemy continued to play the melody and shouted about the musical chain. Clara stepped aside from the blow. A red chain appeared in front of her, and she looked seriously, covering herself with her hand. She was bound by magic, and she looked ahead in fear. The heroine was being squeezed by the shackles, and she was saying that the more she resisted, the tighter the chains would squeeze her. The man was smiling and laughing madly, calling the girl's name and shouting that she could calmly wait for her death. Dark creatures appeared in front of Clara and were heading towards her. The blonde looked forward seriously, and said that because of the sound skill of the 5 elements combined with the technique called the Chosen One of Heaven, she could lose to him if she did not try hard enough. She concentrated and said about the 3rd stage of the wind spirit's power. The girl was surrounded by magic and the trenches that were holding her back fell apart. Joker was surprised and looked forward in fear, stretching out his hand, and then he thought about how she was able to awaken the 3rd stage in herself. The heroine swung and confidently headed somewhere, and someone was saying that she had never killed anyone, but he simply left her no other choice. Chris looked ahead in horror. A loud and big explosion appeared on the ground from the impact. The fist collided with something and a bright light was formed. The man was scared and screamed for help quickly, because he would only be able to hold her for 3 seconds. The stranger appeared and angrily called someone and then said that someone could not even cope with a simple girl. Clara was looking somewhere seriously. Suddenly she noticed something and tensed up. The horror she was experiencing was visible in her eyes. Clark stood in front of the protagonist and calmly said that he had no idea why the bloody killers wanted to kill the lady. But since they decided to do it, he was afraid that there was nothing good in it. The guy looked seriously, lowering his head down. The red-haired man looked at the hero with confusion and said his name. Chuck was serious and using magic. He said that he had urgent matters and he should sort everything out as soon as possible. He started to leave and magic was coming from him, and the short-haired man thought about the fact that he had a fierce look and he felt uneasy from him. The dark-haired man stood near the window in which there was someone's dark figure. The unknown man stood on the balcony and looked at the glass. Sebastian stood confidently and smiling, said that he came to kill MC. The character looked away with displeasure and said that he did not have time now. The enemy smiled quite widely. Someone held a sword in his hand and used force, and said that it was not worth messing with a person like that. The enemy looked somewhere with bewilderment and angrily. Suddenly bright rays were directed towards the man, and he got scared. A large explosion occurred in the building and debris flew to the ground. The protagonist stood confidently in the hole from which smoke was coming. He looked forward angrily, waving his finger, said that he was calling someone. Clark looked at the hero with fear and thought about how it could be, and he got rid of the killer of bloody murderers with one blow. He tensed up and got nervous. We are transferred to space, in which the palace is located. The magic beam moved in space and moved away from the ship. Something was flying to the planet at high speed. White smoke was flying out of the house on one of the floors. The protagonist jumped down and confidently fell. The red-haired man got scared and ran to the hole, saying that he needed to stop someone, and he said that this was the 100th floor. The guy was seriously looking at something and thinking about something. Chuck was standing on a large robot and shouting that their goal was the Capital University. A bright beam moved away from the building at high speed into the sky. Clark looked at him in surprise and said that the guy was truly incredible, and that he needed to talk to someone. The character turned around when he heard a notification from some device that he could turn on the field clearing mode. He looked upset and said something discontentedly. The red-haired man stood confidently in a mountain of debris and said that if he had known about something from the very beginning, he would have gone to kill, because defending such a field is several times more difficult than killing people. Someone was swinging a knife and aiming. The man smiled and pointed the weapon at Clara, who looked at him in fear. The enemy flew away from the magic blow to the side. The girl looked and wondered in surprise who saved her. A large explosion appeared in front of her, from which dust rose. The enemy sat on the stones, his head down, and angrily said that someone was tired of living here. He got angry and shouted about who dared to disturb the bloodiest killers. Someone stood in the smoke and confidently said that it was just awful, because they both attacked a defenseless girl. Anna looked angrily somewhere and cast a spell, then she said that the princess could not stand it anymore. The rival looked at the lady with horror and shouted about her status. He tensed up and lowered his head down and shouted that she was the goddess of deadly raging fire. There was a man behind the red-haired one, and the woman turned around when he said that all the people were saved. Clara looked at the crowd in surprise and said that she was someone's girlfriend, and she saved her. The blonde came up to Anna and thanked her for saving her, and she would never forget her kindness. The girl looked at her interlocutor with displeasure and said that she simply had a bigger body and that's all, and she also wondered what was so unusual about her. The heroine was surprised and asked the princess again about what she had said. The red-haired one seriously said that she had used the power of the wind spirit poorly and had not even been able to cope with it in battle, and then she wondered how Chuck could like her. Clara suddenly fell silent out of shame. After saying that, then it would have been considered murder. But then she said that the lady had saved her, and she could not say that. The girls looked in the direction of the voice in surprise and anger. Someone laughed and spoke about the protagonist. The man smiled angrily and said that he was probably already dead. Anna got angry, and the heroine looked at her in horror when she screamed about what happened to MC. The enemy laughed again and smilingly said that the killer wolves had already gone to the character, and most likely he had already died. The red-haired girl smiled slightly and said that they were seriously thinking about being able to deal with the dark-haired man, and in the meantime the girl behind her used magic. Magic appeared around the heroine, and she said that Chuck was in danger. She continued to repeat the phrase and magical energy emanated from her, and the princess looked at her in surprise. A tornado appeared in space. Someone opened their mouth and eyes and used power. The Joker looked at the heroine in horror and thought that the fourth stage of the wind spirit's power had awakened in her, and he angrily thought about who gave them such a task, and he would personally kill that person. The red-haired girl looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that, judging by the reaction, this was true love. The enemy stood in front of the fair-haired girl and waited for something. Anna nervously screamed that the protagonist could not die, and if the long-haired one did not stop right now, something bad would happen. Clara stood seriously and looked somewhere and screamed that if someone tried to stop her, she would kill him. The princess looked scared and thought that the girl had gone crazy. She approached the lady from behind and prepared for something. There was a blow and the heroine began to fall in surprise. The red-haired one waved her hand and seriously told the servant to take care of the girl. She went into the depths of the smoke and confidently said that since someone was there, why shouldn't he show himself? The opponents were near the wreckage and were upset. Then someone said that he did not show himself so as not to embarrass the princess. Suddenly, red magic appeared on the street, and someone from it said that he was the elder of the bloody killers. Hyde stood, looking down, and said that he did not think that Her Majesty herself could interfere here. If they had known about it earlier, they would never have agreed to that adventure, and he suggested ending it for today, because if they continued, it would be disadvantageous for both parties. Anna looked forward seriously and said that he wanted to kill the man for whom she was responsible, and he believed that after all she would just take and let the man go. The long-haired man groaned in frustration. Suddenly, some object flew out of his hand. The girl was tense, and she caught it in her fist. She looked at the palm and said that it was a sign of loyalty to the holy teaching. The enemy stood seriously and held a staff in his hand, and then said that he was addressing the princess as an honorable man of the holy church, and that there was no need to make any hasty decisions. He lowered his head and told his servants not to hurry, otherwise they would fall flat on their faces. The red-haired girl thought about it, and said angrily that the holy teaching was nothing more than a bloodsucker for the royal family. She smiled and calmly said that when she saw that killer, she wanted to kill him. The girl stood seriously in space and using magic, said that forward. The man got scared and shouted that if the holy church found out that she had a hand in something, something would happen. The girl calmly and confidently said that they would not find out. She used magic and magic circles formed around her, and she shouted that they would burn, and after them not even bones would remain. The magic rose up and smoke appeared everywhere. Some creatures were heading somewhere. Fire spread on the ground near the enemies. The enemy screamed in fear that the woman was the goddess of deadly raging fire. The Joker said with fear that he did not want to die. The killers were heading somewhere with anger and hatred. Someone was screaming very loudly in space. Anna looked seriously and said that it was an unpleasant day, but fortunately she was able to splash out a little of her anger. Clara sat and calmly said how cool it was. The girl stood up and thanked the princess for her help. The red-haired girl looked away and calmly said that it was not for the girl's sake, but she did it only because of Chuck. 3 people were inside the wreckage, and something dark was flying around them, and the long-haired girl said that she went on to figure it out herself. Someone was flying in the sky, and the sun was shining on him. A large creature was heading somewhere. The robot confidently said that in another 4 seconds the protagonist would arrive at the capital university, and he also detected life waves and determined the location of the woman. Someone was rapidly heading down. There were people on the ground, around whom the smoke was dissipating. The large creature landed with a crash on the asphalt, and the hero was sitting on its shoulders. The strangers were scared and ran, and someone was wondering who it was. The protagonist looked with hatred and asked where Clara was. The robot stood still as guns were pointed at him, and someone shouted that they should not worry because he was not an enemy. The blonde smiled and ran towards the guy. The dark-haired man smiled contentedly, and said that he had received a message that the heroine was in danger, so he hurried to check what had happened. MC ran across the stones as the girl told him that there were 2 killers, but fortunately, thanks to the timely help of one woman, they were able to destroy them. The creature stood behind the character and watched. It checked the city with magic and a notification appeared that no traces or human cells were found at the scene. Chuck looked around in surprise and said that the person who saved the girl was either a great master at killing people or he was simply incredibly strong. Then the hero asked about who saved Clara. The blonde lowered her head and thought about how she could repay the debt for saving her, and she could not let the protagonist leave. The heroine hesitantly asked whose robot it was, and she also said that it was so beautiful, and the guy said that it was his birthday present to her, and then he offered to come up and say hello. The giant was standing on the rubble, and there were a couple of people below. The creature knelt down on one knee and said that he was glad to meet her and that he was her personal bodyguard, and the girl said in surprise that it was now clear why the character was asking what robots she liked. The protagonist smiled confidently and pointed somewhere, and then asked if the girl wanted to test him. The hero looked at the puzzled Clara, who said that she had never controlled combat robots, and the dark-haired man said that her intelligence level was very high, but he was sure that the lady could handle it. Suddenly, someone ordered the Iron Man to open the hatch, and he obeyed. There was a needle sticking out of some object. The girl was in space and was talking about being allowed to test her combat skills. She was watching intently. The robot was seriously watching something. The giant was moving very quickly and someone was shouting that these were 36 short combo attacks. A crowd of people were watching what was happening with smiles and someone was shouting that he was moving like a human, and that he was also very powerful and a pleasure to control. The protagonist calmly watched and said that the robot's simplest skills were enough to destroy any opponent in hand-to-hand combat, and that until today there was no creature in the world capable of such a thing. Clara was very pleased, she jumped with delight and shouted that his gift was very cool. Chuck calmly watched and said that he was glad that she liked it, and then he said that the ring was also for her. The girl looked at the hero's hands in surprise and asked him what he was doing. The character put the ring on his finger, and at that moment the heroine thought that he wanted to propose to her. She was nervous and thought about how she could refuse him after that. The blonde was embarrassed and thought about how the guy created such a cool robot for her, and her family should accept him. The long-haired one looked embarrassed, and there were roses behind her, and she thought about what dress she should wear to their wedding, and she thought that she would probably prefer the traditional option with a tiara and a veil. The girl was embarrassed, and she said the guy's name. She looked ahead uncertainly and talked about the ring. Chuck was nervous and looked at the heroine, and said that this was the key to control the robot. Clara was embarrassed and turned around saying that in fact it was an object for owning the mechanism and it had a very unusual shape. Someone extended his hand forward and then someone put his palm on top of it. The protagonist stood behind the blonde and she was surprised by this, and he said that if she suddenly needed it, then she just needed to press somewhere. Someone was standing on the ground and smoke was dissipating from him. Suddenly someone flew into the sky and the couple looked up and the long-haired one said that he was walking, and the hero answered her that usually the robot is in standby mode near a low-orbit satellite, but as soon as she called him, he would immediately descend. The guys looked up and smiled and the girl said that it was cool. She smiled and turned to the side, saying that the protagonist probably spent a lot of money on a robot of this level, and she said that she would return everything. Chuck smiled contentedly, and a notification about the amount on his account appeared above him, and he said that it was not necessary. This was their joint work with the goddess of justice, and not only did he not spend a single yuan, on the contrary, he also earned them. The girl looked at the hero in surprise and said that then it was great, and she asked what these things were on the back like wings. The dark-haired man contentedly said that there was a built-in radar, optical weapons, an induction anti-aircraft acoustic detection device, and all sorts of other things on top that increased the robot's strength. And the main reason was that with them he looked much more beautiful, and the guy thought that the heroine would like him. Clara became embarrassed and said that she really liked him. The protagonist looked at the lady in surprise. The long-haired girl smiled contentedly and asked the interlocutor to guess what stage her strength was at. The man stood there seriously and said that he had heard that she had revealed the power of the wind spirit in herself, and then the girl said with delight that she was already at the 4th stage, the heavenly airflow. She happily said that in their family, only 7 people had managed to reach the 4th level, and now she was the 8th. The hero stood silently and thought intensely about the fact that in this world there were 4 stages of spiritual power, and the girl was now at the first line of real strength, although the main examiner at the competition had strength 2 levels higher, but she had a talent for self-improvement, and then he thought about what level he was at. There was a serious man in the space with a weapon in his hand, and around him there were notifications about some skills, and the character thought that he was now at the peak of the 7th level of chi power cultivation, and according to his calculations, this was the level of a martial arts master. Then Chuck tensed up and thought about how he was a master swordsman with the additional abilities of the secret sword and the earth sword, and he also had experience killing a lot of people in his past life, and it was easy for him to level up by killing people. The heroine looked at the guy in surprise and thought about what was wrong with him, and whether her real power was really putting so much pressure on him, and in the end, all men were animals who only cared about their reputation. Clara lowered her head and hesitantly said that her interlocutor should not worry. Suddenly, the hero put his hand on the blonde's head and said that everything was cool, and she was surprised by this. He looked seriously and put his hand on her back and said that she must have been through a lot to be able to reach such a high level. She looked down upset and said that it was very difficult, but in order to have the right in her own family, strengthening your strength is simply a necessary condition. The girl stood shyly and said that she had just dealt with it, but her boundaries were very unstable. It was very important for the family, and in the coming days she was going to interrupt her studies and return home to improve her abilities. The protagonist confidently and smiling told her to continue working hard. If one day she could reach the 5th stage, then he would unite with her. Clara stretched out her hand forward and smiled and agreed. The guys shook hands, standing in the stones, and the girl laughed and said that Chuck would unite with her, and she would protect him. There were people in the room, and someone said that the robot was already somewhere, and it seemed that their family would have to make a choice, and a couple of people in the room stood and talked, and one of them said that the investigation showed that the attempt on the lady was committed by some family. The man sat at the table and calmly said that he should do everything he could, but that in an hour he would receive news that the family no longer existed. The stranger stood and calmly said that all the members were already dead, and their opponents were very careful, but no useful information was found, and the man said that he thought that the family was just a pawn in this game. The gray-haired man looked away and seriously said that he needed to secretly send 100 people to protect someone so that this would not happen again. The man sat and calmly asked if they had recorded a video of Clara controlling a mechanical robot, and he responded with approval. He held a cup in his hand and said that this video should be given to his son and bride and that they should be told everything. Let them watch this video 100 times. People were in the room, and one of them said that if they watched it not 100 times, but 99, then he would threaten them. There were many people in the city square at night. The protagonist walked down the street and thought that the girl, without realizing it, had also become stronger, and in times when the end of the world was about to come, only the strongest would survive. The woman was visible on the building, and she reported that the battle on the front line was over, but a thick fog was detected in the sea zone, which greatly reduced visibility, so someone could not tell what was happening in the sea territory, and half a day ago, communication with one of the resort islands was lost, and now someone was trying to figure out the reason for the lack of signal. Suddenly, someone growled from the smoke, and the girl looked there in fear and pointed her finger, and then said that they seemed to have heard something, and she ordered the operator to point the camera where the sound was coming from. The lens was aimed at the smoke, and someone screamed loudly about what it was. The girl screamed in fear for help. The screen on the building went out, and the protagonist looked at it. He concentrated and thought that in the previous world the fog appeared half a month after the island disappeared, and now everything is happening much earlier. This world is significantly different from the previous one. A notification appeared in front of the guy, and he thought that they would wait until the monsters start getting out on land. That's when the first disasters will begin, and then something that even he can't imagine can happen. Chuck looked at the screen in surprise, which said that the recovery time was complete and whether the player wanted to enter the training world. And it was also said about continuing the mission to save people, and he thought that the time had come. Chuck walked down one of the streets and spoke seriously about the system. He turned behind the buildings and spoke about wanting to enter the training world. A notification appeared that someone would soon move, and someone disappeared in a dark alley. Something dark appeared and said that it was strange that the life fluctuation detector showed that a person had just recently been here, and suddenly he disappeared somewhere. Dark magic swirled and said that someone really had hidden skills of the chosen one of heaven, or the ability to move through space. Shadows stood in the smoke and someone told someone that the object was much stronger than they imagined, and its trace was lost, and someone was surprised and said that they would do as they were told. Creatures stood and one of them said that the palace demanded to immediately terminate their contract with them. The payment had already been made, and these aristocrats are really very greedy people. They were flying and someone was laughing and saying that there was no need to judge anyone because, after all, they were the only gang of killers in this world that takes a feet per second, and someone said that they were hired only 10 minutes ago and they had already earned $1 billion without doing anything, so they should be happy with what they were given. Dark magic was moving around the city and someone was saying that they had come there for no reason, seriously damaging their reputation, and in the future they would no longer accept orders from the family. The house was above the water and there were people standing at the end. The guy was standing and seriously talking about how Amanda and Ash were doing. Lila was sitting on the throne, upset, and telling him not to worry because they were currently being treated in the next room and their lives were not in danger and he could meet them later. Chuck held the weapon in his hands and thanked the woman, and he thought that the generals survived, which meant that the system mission of the Battle of Fate was completed. He looked somewhere seriously. The protagonist got scared and nervously asked about what was happening to Jasper, with whom they were selected for the list of 100 flowers together, and they had been friends since birth. The long-haired woman smiled and used magic and said that he was also fine. The magic went towards Chuck and stopped in front of him. The character looked serious, and he was heading somewhere, holding a sword in his hand. The old comrades met and greeted each other. The guy lowered his head down and said that he was fine, but there was one thing. The girl sat and said that of the things he found, only one met her requirements. The woman looked angrily and said that, to tell the truth, he could not be considered the chosen one of the list of 100 flowers, but he had a good relationship with her student and today she would make an exception and with difficulty. There were people in the building and someone was thanking the lady. Jasper looked at MC with displeasure and said that there were only 3 people in this big palace, and then he asked about the protagonist being the student they were talking about. The man was scared and thought that one of the 3 goddesses had really taken a student. This event had shocked the whole world. Chuck extended his hand and said contentedly that if his friend had any request, he could only say it. The hero took off his shirt and asked the lady to pull out a poisonous spider demon that devoured the soul and his body. There was a large insect on the character's chest. Lila looked calmly and said that it was a very rare species of beetle, but nevertheless, in the kingdom it was not that rare. The protagonist stood confidently and asked if the guy needed to be prepared somehow. And the long-haired woman asked about what to prepare for. She looked up and angrily screamed for someone to get out. Jasper looked somewhere in horror. A magical beam was directed at his body, and he looked at it in surprise. The spider fell to the ground and screamed for mercy. The girl watched what was happening carefully. She calmly said that the bug was no longer connected to Jasper, and she ordered him to go to the Hall of 10 Poisons and not to stick his head out from there. The monster looked forward and thanked him for not being killed. The woman calmly said that the demonic spider was removed and after some time he would be able to restore his original level of cultivation, and she told him to go to Ash and see how he was. The long-haired man bowed and seriously screamed that he would be indebted to the lady for the rest of his life. Layla looked at the protagonist and told him that there was a man in the garden who wanted to get out of the palace, and she was in the garden now. Then she told him to go there and bring her. The guy bowed his head and calmly said that he obeyed. A girl was standing near a large tree, and petals were falling on her. The heroine stood and looked up with satisfaction. Pink leaves were falling on her palms. She looked at them in surprise and smiled. Amanda turned around and was surprised when she heard her name. Chuck stood confidently and asked if her wounds had healed, and he said that it would be better if she rested there a little longer. The girl calmly looked at him. He folded his hands near his chest and sword. The heroine looked angrily at the weapon and asked about it being the protagonist's item. He was surprised and said something. The character screamed in fear and said that he urgently needed to discuss something with her. The long-haired girl stood there angrily and asked what happened to the sword. MC smiled awkwardly and said that someone had given it to him, and he thought that it was broken and he forgot to hide it. Chuck smiled and thought that the saint had personally destroyed the demon, saved her and healed her wounds, and she wasn't going to ask her. The blonde girl seriously said that if he didn't master the art of the sword, he wouldn't be able to fully learn, and he said that he knew. Amanda looked down in disappointment and said that she was leaving, and after she left, the hero would have to work very hard and learn a few true techniques from the lady. Otherwise his cultivation level would be too low and he wouldn't be able to achieve anything at all. The man and the boy stood behind the character and said with a smile that they would go with him. They should return to the front as soon as possible, because everyone was already waiting for them to report on what was happening. Ash smiled contentedly, and the hero looked at him in surprise. He concentrated and said that it was good that the man took pity on him and did not die on the battlefield. He sent him to the world of military valor, and everything that was happening now was the result of his actions. Jasper looked ahead and said that they would see each other next time, and he hoped that his cultivation level would soon increase, and the long-haired man said that this was the so-called retribution for good deeds. Chuck calmly said that so be it. Amanda looked down and said that when she had free time, he could come visit them, and he only needed to say her name. The group of guys waved to the girl and smiled after her. Someone was standing on the platform in the room and someone was talking about the protagonist going to meet his older brother. The goose was standing next to Lila and wondering if this was the guy who tried to bribe him earlier. The dark-haired man looked ahead with displeasure and thought that outwardly Paul was the senior disciple of the goddess of 100 flowers, but in fact he was one of her incarnations and in fact, she separated a part of herself. Only she is capable of such a thing. The hero stood in the distance and said that he wanted to thank them for the conveniences they provided him earlier, and also apologize, to which the bird replied that he had just noticed that Amanda could not be deceived and then he asked how the guy managed to hide everything in front of women. Chuck smiled and said that the first lesson that the master taught him was not to offend a beautiful girl who has a high level of cultivation. Yuta calmly said that it seemed that he should still learn the skill from his older brother. Layla sat and smiled and said that someone has 2 brothers mentors, and another sister mentor, and today she officially accepts them both and then she called them to her. Fred and the protagonist confidently agreed. The guy smiled contentedly and looked down. He watched the hero, who was upset about something. The character closed his eyes and said that, it seems, he is one of the members of 100 flowers, if we talk about appearance. After all, he is the first on this list. Paul spat in surprise and asked about that. Someone put a hand on Chuck's shoulder and introduced himself. The man looked contemptuously at MC and said that he listened to the spring rain all night and the goose said that he is always trying to seduce someone, deceives women's hearts, so his house is like a brothel. The guys stood in surprise and Fred said that he hoped that he would not be offended in front of the teacher. Layla watched seriously and said that although the second brother did not have many skills, he was very smart because he mastered all the arts. The hero calmly lowered his head and thought that according to the saints, these arts are not so simple in divination, martial arts, alchemy, attributes, talismans, food and these are all 6 arts. If someone masters these abilities, he can firmly strengthen his cultivation. Someone was in the magic realm and cast a spell with a serious expression. The guys were in the room and Chuck thought that this man was a real villain. He mastered all the arts and by the standards of the cultivation world, he is a rare outstanding talent, but he did not want to practice, but only wanted to enjoy a carefree life, and it seems that no one was upset about this. The character was in space, with a large flower and calmly thought about the fact that he really started practicing only 7 years after his past life and just on the day of the death of the goddess of 100 flowers, and that day he advanced from the initial stage to the middle stage of the transformation of gods at once, shocking the whole world. Fred was on the turtles in the red world and someone was thinking about the fact that even despite this, he could not save the goddess of 100 flowers, and this became an internal demon, and therefore he was not canonized. The long-haired man smiled and suggested that the hero be friends together, and not pay attention to his older brother, and he replied that it was funny. Someone stood in front of the guys and asked about the fact that these were her brothers. The girl stood and smiled and Paul said that she could not be an older sister, then her older brother is a mentor, and the other is his third younger. Layla was seriously talking about how she had never officially accepted her because she was still small, but today she would accept her and Chuck into their clan, the very last one on the list, and this was being done so that they could take care of her. Papers flew out of someone's hand and someone was talking about how these were their ID cards on jade cards and with them they could go anywhere in the kingdom of 100 flowers. The guys bowed and held objects in their hands. The girl was talking about how there were few people in their group and they were not interested in any rules. They could practice here calmly and if someone had any questions, they could ask the older brother or the second brother, and she could always ask her something. Layla looked at Paul in surprise and told him to prepare a room for the third brother. The lady seriously said that Fred needed to take a walk with someone and tell him about the situation in their clan and replace the older one at lunch and go select people for the list of 100 flowers. He calmly agreed with her. There were people in the building and they were ordered to leave. The guys bowed and said in chorus that the students were not leaving. Fred and the girl walked through the garden with the woman, and she said that tomorrow they would be able to start training and the annual test was just around the corner. When the time came they would also have to get acquainted with practitioners from all over the world for the sake of form. The girl was surprised and asked if the test was difficult. The guy smiled and said that it was not difficult, and it was just for show and that was all. Unfortunately, he took it last time. This time he would not be able to and his older brother was not here, and they could eat roast goose in the evening to celebrate the entry. The protagonist looked displeased and thought that this is why the goddess calls him a villain. The protagonist looked closely at the notification that appeared. He tensed up and thought that this was not bad. After the system announced a special mission, a message appeared that in the next 48 hours, 5 items that matched a certain pattern needed to be found and put into the system wheel, and the faster the items were collected, the higher their level would be, meaning there would be a higher chance of obtaining powerful magic abilities, and regardless of whether all the items were collected or not, the god of war would still appear. Looking at the collection pattern provided by the system, Chuck realized that most of the monsters that were shown there were probably unfamiliar to most people, but were familiar to him since he had returned from the Doomsday world. There were 5 types of monsters on the list that were rampaging across the 2 worlds, and they were all divided into 5 types. Chuck thoughtfully realized that from the looks of it, he was supposed to put the parts of these monsters into the corresponding compartments on the system wheel, and he was running out of time, and he had no idea where he could find these monsters. Seeing Chuck frozen in place, Jerry asked him what had happened to him, to which the boy replied that he was wondering where he could get monster body parts. Hearing this answer, Jerry's face twisted. In his opinion, monsters were not tasty things. Seeing the reaction of the second brother, Chuck assured him that he was not going to eat such things, and he needed them for something else. Seeing that Chuck was truly concerned about this matter, Jerry sighed and noted that the boy apparently still did not understand who he was from this moment on. Then, with a serious look, he explained that since he became a member of the 100 Flowers clan, and at the same time a disciple of one of the best sages, all the resources of the Flower Kingdom were at their disposal. Jerry smiled as he said that he was also the warehouse manager, so he promised to take the boy with him to get everything he needed after dinner. Little Maya didn't quite understand the meaning of the 2 men's conversation, so he decided to clarify what exactly they were going to do. Leaning closer to the girl, Jerry explained that they were going to look for monster bodies, and invited her to join them. The thought of monster corpses was so disgusting to Maya that the girl ran away from the 2 men in fear that they would drag her along by force. Realizing how naive and pure the girl still was, Jerry and Chuck only smiled sadly after her and did not stop her. After dinner, as Jerry promised, he led them to a warehouse, the entrance to which was blocked by a huge stone. There were many ingredients and parts of different monsters in the warehouse, but everything was in such a mess that it took some effort to find what you needed. Suddenly, a sword that was in a pile of remains near the entrance slightly extended from its sheath and released a cloud of purple smoke. The smoke then took the form of a man in a straw hat, who introduced himself as Bob, the king of the goddesses, and explained that he was forced to hide in this sword because of his injuries, asking to take it with him in exchange for training. Looking at the strange image of the spirit, Jerry skeptically asked how long it had been there. To which Bob calmly replied that it had been there for over 3,000 years. After these words, Jerry hit the handle of the ball to drive it back into the sheath. He had never heard anything about this before, and therefore decided that the spirit was a deceiver who dared to lie to him, and if he had not been the property of the sect, the guy would have destroyed Bob that second for this. Seeing that the second brother was not interested in the sword, Chuck asked to take this sword for himself. Such an unusual sword could come in handy when hunting afterlife monsters. Without thinking, Jerry gave his consent, warning that there would be better things later. Suddenly, the second brother jumped. The hero looked at Chuck in surprise. Looking at the sword, the main character was more surprised that Jerry landed on the remains of the chaos monster, resembling a dragon, and began to pretend to be the Lord of Dragons. Chuck did not appreciate the joke. Then, as if playing, Jerry appeared from the third eye hole in the skull of the abyss monster, pretending to be someone else. Wandering around the warehouse, the guy continued to fool around out of boredom while Chuck collected body parts of the monsters he needed. Realizing how many remains were in the warehouse, Chuck asked if all these monsters were killed by the master, to which the second brother replied that all these monsters were killed by Paul. Then he asked if the guy found all the body parts of the monsters he needed. After thinking for a while, Chuck replied that there was one more thing left, but there was no point in looking for it in this warehouse, since the monster he needed did not live on this mountain, and he thought to himself that he only had to find a space monster that only lived in the real world, and for that he would need to go back there. After the 2 left the warehouse, they headed back to the 100 Flower Goddess Pavilion. On the way, they met the elder brother Paul, who was checking several outer disciples who were trying to join the clan. It was obvious that the goose was tired and was already on edge, so Jerry decided to replace him. Squeezing through the crowd, he freed his elder brother, taking his place. Paul was very happy to see Jerry, since he could no longer stand these annoying and stupid people. Seeing that one of the elder disciples was replacing another, the people present were happy that they might have a chance again and asked to check them. Jerry agreed, briefly thinking about what question to ask them. After settling down, he announced that his question for today would be how they could satisfy him. After hearing the second brother's question, as well as the other people's answers, Chuck shook his head in shock, thinking that in his 2 lives, he had never met anyone like that. Looking at his dumbfounded expression, Paul, laughing slightly at the boy, explained that this was the reason they needed at least one adequate monk. The thought that this was why he could be accepted as a disciple made Chuck a little sad. The older brother then went on to say that the more important reason for his acceptance into the sect was to take care of the younger sister Minter Maya, as she was an old friend of the master. Hearing this, Chuck was surprised, as an old friend usually meant someone with a lot of years of life. Walking through the clan's territory, Chuck asked Paul how the master and Maya could be old friends if there was such a big age difference between them. Paul began to tell how, when the master was still very young, the temple she belonged to was destroyed, and enemies were chasing her, and Maya was the only one who knew the master's location. It was strange for Chuck to learn that only Maya could know about this. In response, he heard that Maya was the daughter of the head of the clan, which their master belonged to, and the girl personally helped her escape from the killers. But this also caused her a lot of trouble, because after Maya was captured, those people tried in every possible way to get the location of the master out of her, even by torturing her with a bag full of ghosts. But even though she was practically dead, the girl did not say a word. By the time the Holy One was finally able to destroy all the killers and save Maya, 5 whole years had passed. Chuck was deeply shocked by what he heard, because an ordinary person could not have endured even half of what this 7-year-old child had gone through. Paul nodded in agreement, and continued to tell that Maya's body and soul were on the verge of life and death at that time, and their master had to put in a lot of effort to keep her from dying. And since time was stopped in that ghost bag, when Maya was rescued, she was still a 7-year-old child, and there was a chance that from what she had experienced, the girl could remain a 7-year-old child until her body and soul were fully restored. Hearing this, Chuck's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. He felt pain for the girl, and so he assured Paul that since she was now his sister, he would not allow other people to harm her again. These words pleased the elder brother, and then, as if by chance, he added that their 100 Flowers clan did not have any strict rules, except for mutual understanding between all clan members and constant practice. Hearing this, Chuck shook his head absent-mindedly, surprised by such a school of cultivation. On the other hand, this school reminded him a lot of his home. Finally, Paul led Chuck to the pavilion where the young man would now have to live. The pavilion was called the Orchid Temple. This name slightly confused Chuck, since it was associated with a girl, and the guy asked if he could change it, to which he received a categorical refusal, since the master personally hung this sign there. Chuck did not understand why it was impossible to change the name for this reason alone. Then he became interested in the name of the place where the second brother Jerry lived. Hearing that the pavilion was called the Snow White Flower Palace, he thought that the name was no better. After making sure Chuck didn't need anything else, Paul said goodbye to him and reminded him that there would be a dinner to celebrate his joining the clan that evening. Chuck also said goodbye to his older brother with a bow. Then, when he was alone, he turned to the God of War system, informing him that he had placed the monster corpse elements he had found into the wheel. The wheel immediately appeared in front of him, and 4 of the 5 sectors were indeed considered filled. In order to obtain the God of War ability, Chuck needed to fill the 5th section, and to do this, he needed to find a space monster, and as soon as possible. It was late evening, and a bright full moon had risen in the sky. Everyone had gathered for a welcome dinner, which was held in the courtyard of the Orchid Temple. There was a lot of roast meat on the table, and Jerry was serving it to everyone on plates, praising how delicious everything was. Suddenly, he was interrupted by his older brother Paul coughing, and Jerry remembered that he wanted to give a welcoming speech. When everyone turned their attention to him, the goose said that there would be no speech, he just wanted to say something, or rather, he hoped that in the future, all the brothers and sisters of the clan would get along and help each other. Suddenly, Mia interrupted him, asking if the master would come to them, to which Paul replied that the master was one of the saints, and she was very busy, so they could hold such events themselves without her. This upset the girl, but amused Chuck since he knew that this very goose was not so much the main disciple, but a part of the goddess of 100 Flowers herself. To interrupt the sad mood of the girl, Jerry decided to pour everyone a glass of wine with the help of spiritual power. Having received his glass, Chuck expressed his opinion that the wine must really be amazing, since it had such an aroma, to which Paul noted that he was already tired of drinking it. Then Chuck decided to demonstrate his abilities. Using his spiritual power, he pulled several jugs of wine to himself at once. Then he began to mix them in one proportion known only to him. Jerry was skeptical about his actions, since such a number of different wines could only spoil the taste. To which Chuck grinned and handed the cup with the resulting mixture to his older brother. Then he did the same for the second. At this moment, Paul took a sip from his cup. And he liked the taste so much that he could not hold back a surprised exclamation. Jerry also risked taking a sip, and was also amazed by the new taste. Maya, looking at the satisfied faces of her older brothers, also wanted to try, but Chuck refused her, explaining that the girl was still too young. This upset her greatly. Then, to please the girl, Chuck promised to make her another delicious drink. To do this, he took several spiritual fruits and, using spiritual power, put juice out of them. Then he also mixed several types of juice. After that, he handed the cup to the girl, which raised her mood. Maya drank the resulting drink with pleasure, and she liked it just as much. Then she offered her drink to her older brother Paul. While the two were busy with each other, Jerry quietly approached Chuck and called him. He was impressed by how skillfully he was able to mix various cocktails. And in gratitude, he wanted to give his younger brother one good thing. He took out a jade scroll with a magical technique from his subspace and handed it to Chuck. Hearing this term, the guy had several problems. But the moment the jade scroll fell into his hands, a message from the God of War system appeared, saying that a spatial cultivation spiritual technique had been discovered, and in order to begin learning it, it was necessary to spend 2 points of spiritual power. Of course, Chuck agreed. At that moment, Paul knocked the scroll out of the guy's hands. But even when the scroll itself fell to the floor, the system had already begun the learning process. Jerry was surprised and outraged by such actions, because this was just one of the spiritual practices, and the guy did not understand why the goose did this, to which he asked if the guy was sure that this practice was really spiritual. Looking at his third brother, Jerry thought about the fact that this thing really had another effect. At the same time, Chuck tried to feel the new spiritual technique and was convinced that it really was just a spell to transfer spiritual power to another body to help warm up the body and mind. The spell itself was easy to use and quite useful, so the boy also did not understand why the master was so upset. The tense situation was diffused by Mia, who said that she wanted to drink more. Chuck chuckled and promised to teach the girl this spell so that she could also mix the flavor she liked. The party continued, and the older brother suggested resuming drinking. The others also joined his suggestion. Having knocked their cups together, everyone proclaimed a toast calling for drinking everything to the bottom. For a long time, they continued to celebrate the addition of a new student. As a result, Jerry managed to get very drunk and pass out right on the table. But even in this state, he muttered that he was glad of the choice of their master. Realizing that it was time to leave, Paul grabbed his second brother tighter by the clothes, said goodbye, and went home. Mia thanked Chuck for teaching her the juice mixing technique and allowed him to come to her at the Hortensia Palace anytime. She said goodbye, wishing him sweet dreams, and also went to her room. Chuck was in a good mood after the party. But now he needed to get back to the pressing matters. Having activated the system, the guy also activated the transition from one world to another. Then the next second he was transferred to the real world. Looking around, the guy tried to determine where exactly he was carried away. The interplanetary distortion technique allowed people to learn the truth about the universe, and after that, humanity discovered that there were many different powerful monsters in space. Fighting these creatures, people were unable to get anything useful except the corpses themselves. And since his time was limited, Chuck had to find such a body as quickly as possible. Figuring out where exactly he could get what he needed, he remembered something. More precisely, he remembered one person who promised to help him. The Liberty Holiday Hotel was a classic boarding house, located in the middle of a green garden. The cleaning robot was just finishing tidying up Clark's personal office. The man himself was watching this carefully. At that moment, Chuck appeared on the threshold and greeted him. When Clark saw who exactly it was, he got furious, since it was because of Chuck that he had to do a lot of extra work. But having calmed down almost immediately, he told the guy the news that Mr. J was very angry because an attempt was made on his granddaughter, and therefore Clark's uncle was now very busy. This news, although important, did not play a special role for Chuck now, since he urgently needed a part of the corpse of a space-type monster, and he could not get it in the usual way, so the guy decided to take advantage of his acquaintance with a man who was not only an aristocrat, but also the head of the Hunters Association in the criminal world. Having heard what exactly was required of him, Clark asked what he could get for his help. Chuck knew that he would not do something for free, and offered the man 2 options to choose from, one of which he was ready to give away the results of one of his scientific studies, and the second option was cooperation with his guild. Without thinking, Clark chose the second option. Moreover, he did not even hide his joy from such a deal, which surprised Chuck. The men sealed their agreement with a handshake. To the surprised remark about his joy, the red-haired man replied that he had a premonition that this would be the most brilliant decision in his entire life. And since Chuck had become his partner, Clark would have to try to justify his expectations with all his might. After these words, the man headed to one of the walls. Then he tapped out a secret code with his knuckles. After that, a spatial gap appeared in the wall. Clark explained that this gap was part of his chosen of heaven technique. The crack was a kind of portal connecting this world and the spirit world. While he was explaining all this to Chuck, Clark stuck his hand into the crack in search of something. When he pulled his hand out of the crack without looking, there was a black rooster in it. Realizing that this was not what he needed, Clark put the bird back and made another try. He was a little ashamed that he had not managed to get what he needed the first time. The second attempt was also not very successful. Clark managed to reach some very strong creature, to whom he even apologized for disturbing him. Looking at all this, Chuck even began to doubt whether Clark would be able to help him. At the same time, the red-haired man began to get angry because of his unsuccessful attempts. Unexpectedly, having stuck his hand deeper into the crack, Clark meowed for some reason. This sound greatly puzzled Chuck himself. Suddenly, Clark was happy, saying that he felt him. Why? With an even more joyful expression on his face, he told the guy what he had found. The next moment, Clark pulled a black cat out of his spatial crack by the scruff of the neck. After that, Clark began to explain to the black cat the reason for his call. Sitting down opposite him, the man began to talk about the need to find the corpse of a space monster. Watching this picture, Chuck strongly doubted that the cat would have any ideas on their issue. To which Clark replied that the cat just needed time to solve this issue and an egg pie. It sounded strange, but Chuck decided to do as his new partner said. For egg pie, the men went to a 24-hour grocery store, which was located near the house. It did not take the cat long to swallow the treat completely to the last piece. But even after that, the animal did not do anything in terms of searching. Mr. Cat was just walking down the street, playing with pebbles. When Clark asked him to hurry up, the cat got angry. The man immediately backed down, afraid that the spirit animal would refuse to do anything at all. But apparently having decided to earn the treat, the cat got down to business. Seeing how the animal rushed forward at high speed, Clark suggested following him. Somewhere almost in the center of the city stood the building of the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. Around it there were a large number of security drones and robots. Standing on the roof of the building, from which the ministry was clearly visible, Chuck sarcastically noted that the cat was right, and there were definitely corpses of space monsters there. But going in there for them would be too dangerous. Sighing, Clark again asked the cat to find what he needed, but in a different place. He meowed something in his cat language with displeasure and pointed his paw in a certain direction. The men did not waste time and headed in the indicated direction. The road led them almost through the entire night city. The final destination turned out to be the casino building. Looking around and looking at the almost naked men, Chuck doubtfully asked if there really could be a corpse of a space monster in this place. Clark, holding the cat on his neck like a collar, thoughtfully noted that he had previously been in this place to exchange various information, but it seemed they had changed their line of work. Then he assured the guy that the cat had led them to the right place. After that, he sent the cat through a spatial crack back to his world. As soon as the animal passed through the portal, Clark suggested that they go into the casino and personally verify the presence or absence of what they were looking for. While the two were heading towards the entrance, Chuck asked his partner in confusion if there were often swimsuit parties here, to which Clark replied with a laugh that the naked men around were not part of the party, but were simply those who had lost everything to their underwear in the most literal sense of the word. At the entrance, they were met by cute working girls in bunny costumes. When one of the young ladies asked what the gentleman wanted to play, Clark replied that the more unusual the game, the better. Hearing the man's wishes, the girl assured him that he would not be disappointed. After that, the worker gave them bracelets, explaining that they were special betting machines from which the points they earned would be automatically debited or credited. Putting the bracelet on his hand, Clark thanked the girl. After that, they headed to the elevator. The floor they eventually arrived at was -70. The girl accompanying them explained that the floor was called the Underground Lake, and wished them a good game. After that, the men got out of the elevator. And what they saw really amazed them. The floor was literally an underground lake, around which there were spectator seats like in the Coliseum. Just at that moment, the host announced the beginning of an exciting game that was about to begin and introduced its participants. One of them was an ordinary person on a raft. The second participant was underwater. The host announced for everyone to hear that he was a prehistoric hippopotamus, restored by genetic engineering, who had been starving for 2 days. Hearing this, the man on the raft could not stay on his feet from fear and began to beg for mercy, promising that he would definitely return the money. The spectators in the seats only laughed loudly at his actions. When Clark and Chuck settled into their seats, one of the girls in a bunny costume approached them and offered to place a bet. She explained that starting at the 0 second, they could bet on how long the person on the raft could survive, and the maximum they could bet on was 3 minutes, with the winner being the one who could guess the most accurate time of death. The winner of the game would receive today's grand prize. Chuck asked the girl what grand prize she meant. She explained that today's grand prize was a choice of 2 things, one of which was a part of a space monster's corpse. The second prize was an unusual person. Hearing about the first prize, Chuck chuckled and, turning to Clark, remarked that his Heaven's Chosen technique was pretty good, since there really was a space monster's corpse here, to which Clark replied that it was this technique that provided him with food. Then, Chuck, becoming serious, looked around. He wanted to think of a way to win on these bets. Not far from where the men were, a charming pink-haired girl and a man named Leon were watching what was happening on the surface of the lake. Leon was praising a monster in the water that could bite a person in half in the blink of an eye. The girl remarked that it was too terrible for her. To distract herself from what was happening, she began to look around the spectator seats in the area, and her gaze was drawn to the figures of Clark and Chuck. Chuck especially attracted her attention. With his appearance, a strange feeling appeared in her chest. The man seemed to be paying no attention to her and was focused on his friend's conversation. But the next moment, he looked at her with scary and angry eyes. This caused a feeling of chills on her skin. She had not been so scared for a long time. Noticing what was happening, Clark asked Chuck not to scare people with such a murderous look, to which the guy remarked that he simply did not like it when people stared at him like that. Then he looked at the girl again, but more calmly. Seeing that she was really scared of him, he decided to calm her down with a spatial cultivation technique that he had recently learned thanks to his second brother. Activating spiritual power, he sent it into the girl's body. When she reached her target, the girl with the loose hair felt warmth and pleasure throughout her body. And her scream made her companion worried and asked if everything was okay with her. Having assured her that she was okay, the girl called the waitress over. The pink-haired girl asked her to help her pass her business card. The waitress agreed with the customer's request and, along with a glass of cocktail, took the business card to the indicated person. Approaching Clark and Chuck, the waitress handed it all over to the men, explaining that the business card belonged to the pink-haired girl. On the card was the girl's name Lola and the sign of the Fushi Empire. Chuck had never heard of such an organization before, and Clark told him that for 1,000 years the Fushi Empire had preserved the ancient etiquette so much that even the names of its inhabitants remained unchanged, and their surnames always consisted of 2 hieroglyphs, regardless of the era. He also explained that the glass of wine called Holy Father and the presence of a business card were a manifestation of her sympathy for the guy, and jokingly envied his ability to flirt even in such a situation. To which Chuck noted that this was most likely just a misunderstanding. Then he looked towards the girl again. Seeing that she was looking at them, he saluted her with a glass of wine. This was also noticed by the girl's companion. Looking at what was happening, he even felt angry, since he decided that Chuck wanted to take his place. Giving in to an impulse and in order to attract his companion's attention back to himself, he bet 5 million that the man on the raft would be eaten in 10 seconds. This was followed by other bets from all sides. The audience seemed to go crazy from what was happening. Wine bottles flew into the air. Some of them hit the raft and broke, causing the wine to leak water. Looking more closely, Clark realized that it was not wine, but blood. And at that moment, the monster in the water began to rage. Naturally, this terrified the man on the raft. After all, at that moment the terrible face of the monster appeared above the surface of the lake. The employee in the bunny costume came up to Chuck and Clark again and reminded them that they could place bets. After that, Chuck announced that he was betting 50 million that the man on the raft would survive. Hearing this, Clark asked if he had gone crazy, to which the guy replied that there was always a chance for such an outcome, and he needed the main prize. At that moment, the host announced that all bets were accepted. And from that moment on, time began to move. Everyone present began to watch the development of events. As if possessed, they were eager to know the outcome of the game. And the man on the raft could not move from fear. About 2 seconds later, the monster began to suck in the water, and with it the raft. In the 3rd second, he bit off a piece of the raft. The male victim finally came to and screamed. He frantically asked to be saved. And at that moment spears flew. Only these spears were not directed towards the monster, but towards the man. One of the people who threw a spear at the victim was Leon, threatening that if he lost because of the man on the raft, he would personally kill him. Watching what was happening, Chuck asked the girl in the bunny costume if it was okay to do this, to which she replied that while the victim was alive, the player who made a bet could interfere with both the victim and the predator, since this is a kind of rule of this casino. Hearing the girl's words, Chuck said that then he also wanted to have fun. About 7 seconds later, the monster again began to attack the raft with the man. Seeing this, Chuck activated his spiritual powers. Taking his bow out of the subspace, the guy fired an energy arrow, aiming it straight at the hippopotamus eye. The arrow pierced the monster right through, and the man on the raft froze in shock once again. After that, a huge explosion occurred. When the timer showed 10 seconds, the monster was gone and the game was over. All the spectators watching the action on the surface of the lake froze in shock. Just like Lola and Leon. As if nothing had happened, Chuck noticed that he had managed to hit the target. A moment later, a cry was heard over the water arena demanding to find out who had shot the prehistoric hippopotamus dinosaur, followed by demands for the management to return their money. Lola turned her attention to the weapon that Chuck was holding. She was amazed by both its appearance and its power. Smiling, Clark said that the super prize now belonged to them. Then he lamented that he had not been able to persuade Chuck to join his team. To which the guy noted that there was no point in him being upset, since they were now partners. At that moment, the girl in the bunny costume said that the gentleman had not acted according to the rules. To which Chuck noted that hadn't she herself said that the only rule was not to kill the prey. The girl hesitated a little, not knowing what to answer to this. Having come to a decision, she pointed to the headset and said that she needed to clarify this point with the management. After that, she contacted someone on the intercom. After a while, she received an answer. After listening to everything that was said on the other side, the girl confirmed that she understood everything. Then she turned to the 2 men standing in front of her. She explained that at the moment, the casino could offer them 2 options for the development of events. The first was that if the men immediately left the gaming room, then all the chips would be returned to their account. The second option was that if they wanted to continue the game, they would have to go out to the arena themselves and hold out for the full 3 minutes. Only then could they be considered winners according to the rules of this place. Smiling, Clark asked if they wanted a little, asking the guests to go out to the arena, then turning to Chuck, saying that he wanted to do it. To which the guy replied that this was not necessary, since he himself was able to handle it. After that, he turned to the girl and said that he was ready to enter the arena, and that he didn't care whether they would return his chips or not, since he was only interested in the prize. The girl was very surprised to hear this statement, to which Chuck confirmed his words once again. After thinking for a while, Clark came to the conclusion that this offer would not only satisfy Chuck's own needs, but would also benefit the casino. The next moment, Chuck urged the employee to hurry up with the start. She assured him that she would organize everything right away, so the man could go to the lake. Before he could even listen to her words to the end, Chuck headed towards his goal. Using one of the spiritual techniques, he began to jump along the surface of the water. His goal was a raft in the middle of the lake. When he stood on the shaky structure, there was still a living person in front of him, playing the role of the victim. At that moment, the host began his announcement. He informed all the spectators that the daredevil who was now standing on the raft was the one who had killed the hippopotamus, and made them lose a lot of chips. Without losing his ardor, the host continued to announce that the same daredevil would now have to prove that he was a real man and a warrior. Those present around the water arena of the spectators immediately became excited by this news, as it meant that the game was going on. The host continued to say that the casino was ready to release monsters into the arena, and this time they carefully prepared 3 prehistoric hippopotamus dinosaurs. Therefore, gentlemen of the spectators, they could place their bets. At the same moment, voices were heard from the spectators' seats announcing their bets. Clark was calmly watching all this, who also placed his bet of 200 million that Chuck would survive. At that moment, a female voice asked him if the seat next to him was free. The questioner was Lola, who expressed her desire to watch this game next to him. Clark did not stop refusing the girl's request. The pink-haired girl asked if the guy was worried about his friend, to which he replied that since his friend was an outstanding hunter, there was nothing to worry about, and she could safely bet her money on his victory with him, to which the girl, laughing, noted that she did not come here to make money, but just to have a good time. When the last bet was made, the host announced the start of the game. At that moment, monsters began to move under the surface of the water. The man, who was initially the victim, again burst into cries full of fear. In contrast, Chuck was completely calm, taking his weapon out of subspace. Watching what was happening, Lola was very surprised by the high-class sword that Chuck had in his hands. At that moment, the first monster attempted to attack. Looking at the man on the raft, Chuck asked him not to blink. At first, he did not understand what the guy meant. The blade of the sword came out of its sheath, and then an aura of incredible power was released. The sword strike was so strong that the attacking monster literally flew apart, and the aura of the sword continued to waver in the air for some time. Standing on the raft, Chuck calmly watched as the chopped monster fell into the lake in pieces. The man playing the role of the victim really did not even have time to blink. At this moment, Chuck continued his phrase that if the man blinks, he will miss the moment when he kills the monsters. In the seething stream of water, mere mortals tried to understand what happened. The attention of the audience was riveted to what was happening. Maya opened her eyes wide. She immediately noticed that Chuck's sword was longer than usual. The guy held the weapon tightly in his hands, trying to get the blade out of the sheath. The girl looked at the red-haired guy with a questioning look, but the neighbor did not understand weapons. The guy narrowed his eyes, trying to hide his surprise that the fragile girl understood weapons. Maya continued to watch what was happening. The sword was unique. She had never seen anything like it in her entire life. The test participant dipped his hand into the water, trying to direct the bamboo raft to the shore. Chuck stood proudly on the fragile bamboo raft. He was tightly clutching his unique sword in his hand. Thoughts about an ancient ritual and a special sword were spinning in Maya's head. The raft slowly approached the stands. Chuck thanked his companion for his help. The exhausted companion thanked Chuck in return for saving his life. Curious spectators did not understand what was going on and shouted their questions from the stands. A stern man in black glasses, blowing out smoke from a cigar, frankly did not understand why the assistant was hiding his strength. The man was thinking about asking a respected military man for help and destroying Chuck. The assistant said that this service would cost a lot of money, and the consequences would be unknown. The man was furious. He threw the cigar on the floor and stopped the assistant in his thoughts. The unextinguished cigar fell onto the stone floor. Chuck's feet stepped onto the stone floor of the arena and confidently walked towards the observers. Chuck introduced himself and apologized for the inconvenience. Maya was embarrassed, but greeted the participant of the test. The girl looked at the guy's weapon with undisguised interest. She was interested in everything, both the sword and the bow. Chuck was glad to meet a weapons manufacturer in the state of Fushi and offered to exchange contacts. The conversation was interrupted by a red-haired guy, who said that he had already taken Maya's contacts. The young people said goodbye to their new acquaintance. Maya did not insist on continuing the meeting and said goodbye to her new acquaintances. The red-haired guy, the head of a gang of killers, brazenly waved after the girl, trying to make it clear that he would definitely contact her when he needed a lot of weapons. A beauty in a bunny costume interrupted the cheerful, drawn-out farewell and invited the guys to go to the owner of the establishment. The daring guys accepted the invitation. On the top floor of the building, a strong, brutal man was slowly drinking a fiery cocktail. A pretty assistant said that she had brought young people. The man turned to the guests and greeted them. A retired military man named Sean appeared in front of the guys. The man was interested in whether the guests liked his casino. The self-confident leader of the gang of killers did not hide his admiration for the casino. The small talk continued. Sean praised the guys for their good taste. The man offered the guys VIP casino cards, saying that the cards had a limit. Sean proudly hurried to hand the cards over to the guys, saying that next time the visitors would be treated to a variety of special services and rewards. Chuck was not at all interested in the VIP card. The guy was counting on taking the super prize. Sean turned away from his interlocutors, trying to smooth things over. He said that it was an advertising ploy to attract customers and there was no super prize. The young people were outraged. They accused the casino owner of lying. Sitting down on the desk, the retired military man listened attentively to the guy's demands. Chuck didn't ask for money, he only asked for the super prize. But Sean did not take the guy's words seriously. He calmly lit a cigar, trying to explain that he used them for his own purposes. Sean's angry gaze looked at the young men. He brazenly offered the guys a cigar. But Chuck was not going to remain silent. The guy reminded Sean that in the casino profession they must take retribution seriously and cheating is not welcomed. The young men were serious. They understood that a duel was inevitable. Chuck's hand trembled. The guy realized that the goddess of justice was calling him. Sean was pleased with himself. He openly laughed. Upset, Chuck promised to return. The head of the gang of killers looked closely at Chuck. He did not understand what was happening. He did not understand why Chuck promised to return. Sean watched the guests leaving. There was a satisfied smile on the casino owner's face. He thought that the guys had chickened out. Twilight fell on the city. The young men were walking down the street. The red-haired guy was asking Chuck questions. He didn't understand why they left and didn't accept the fight. Chuck stopped his partner with a sharp movement of his hand. The goddess of justice appeared in front of the young men. The goddess of justice asked them to maintain a dignified appearance in order to preserve the solemnity of the federal court. The leader of the gang of killers didn't understand what was happening. The goddess of justice continued the civil court hearing on the forced transfer of property. The red-haired guy continued to be indignant. He said that this was not right. The goddess of justice was well aware of the amount of Chuck's deposit and what winnings he was supposed to receive. Chuck understood that the amount he won was very large, but he needed the top floor of the casino. The goddess of justice confirmed that from that very moment the top room and the entire floor of the casino were Chuck's property. The leader of the gang was shocked by what he heard, but Chuck brought the guy to his senses and asked for help in blowing up the room. Sean closed his eyes. Rage took hold of the former military man. The casino was scary to look at. Water and destruction reigned everywhere. The menacing Sean smoked a cigar and carefully examined the damage. Maya, accompanied by an assistant, carefully watched the casino owner. The girl modestly lowered her head. She unobtrusively asked Mr. Sean to demonstrate the combat skills necessary to gather information. Sean did not keep him waiting long. The man jumped sharply. In a matter of seconds, Sean found himself in the casino arena. The brutal man stood in front of the great gunsmith Miss Maya and asked to release a prehistoric dinosaur. The wish of the former military man was fulfilled and the monster was released into the arena. The prehistoric monster menacingly waved its tentacles. Sean carefully watched the enemy's movements. Sharp teeth and a menacing appearance. Everything was frightening in this prehistoric dinosaur. Sean gathered all his strength and returned to the prehistoric era, to the times when fighting dinosaurs was commonplace. Sean fought bravely and boldly. The wind raised the water and the waves washed over the opponents, trying to complicate the task. Strong, sparkling with the flame of fury, blows flew in the air. Maya's neighbor sympathized with Chuck. He believed that the young man had offended a very dangerous person, but the girl knew perfectly well what the essence of the conflict was. The fight continued. In the arena of the casino, Sean was still trying to defeat the ancient dinosaur. The call of the smartphone distracted Sean from the fight. The goddess of justice called the brutal man for a conversation. A few seconds later, Monica, the goddess of justice, appeared in front of the former military man. Sean had not seen her for many years and did not understand why she appeared in front of him. The entire Federation was under the control of the goddess of justice, and she could appear before any person at any time. Maya carefully watched what was happening. The girl knew perfectly well the powers and capabilities of Monica. Hovering in the air, the goddess confidently informed the guilty Sean about his responsibilities to pay the debt. Sean frowned. He carefully heard Monica's words, but completely disagreed with the decision. The wounded paw of the ancient dinosaur slapped the water, dispersing the waves. The picture of what was happening in the casino arena was mesmerizing. Waves, a dinosaur, a brutal man, and she, the goddess of justice. The unexpected noise threw Sean off balance. The man realized that there was an explosion on the top floor of the casino. The rage and anger of the great military man knew no bounds. The ancient dinosaur howled with rage. Sean hurried to pour out his anger on the enemy. Sean's eyes filled with anger and hatred. The man decided and gave himself a firm word that he would destroy Chuck. Something strange was happening in the casino arena. Maya understood perfectly well that the arms deal would not take place. The buyer no longer had a business. At this time, Clark's deft hand tossed and caught the crystal cube. The young people, waiting for Sean, freely settled on comfortable sofas and thought about the explosion of the entire building. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. The first floor of the casino was quiet and calm. In a matter of seconds, the peace was broken. Lightning bolts of anger and a loud cry forced the young people to come out of hibernation. Chuck looked closely. Sean appeared on the first floor. He demanded that his property be returned to him. But the brave Clark reminded the enemy that all this property was already registered to Chuck. Sean's eyes sparkled with the flame of anger. Chuck was not afraid. He confidently looked into the eyes of the enemy. The flame of rage ignited on the first floor of the casino. Sean attempted an attack. He promised the confident young men to kill them. The angry military man was ready to deliver a crushing blow. Clark was ready for this meeting. The guy's face was confident and happy that Sean had finally arrived. The nano-splitting bomb in the guy's hands sparkled with new colors and began to act. An incomprehensible blue beam deafened everything around. An unimaginable force of impact hit the target. Sean did not understand what was happening. Confident in his actions, Clark carefully watched what was happening. The blast wave hit the windows and walls of the first floor. Clark carefully watched what was happening. It was clear that he was shocked by the effect. Sean stood in the rubble of the walls trying to protect his head from the crushing blow. Chuck was surprised by the amazing vitality of the military man. He asked Clark to make a few more shots. The guy turned out to be. Clark carefully examined the experimental weapon in his hands. He understood perfectly well that a special-purpose weapon can only be used once. The young men chatted casually while waiting for the goddess of justice. Unsettled Sean tried to come to his senses, continuing to shout threats at his enemies. The former military man's face was smeared with soot and looked exhausted. Suddenly, on the order of the goddess of justice, a third special forces squad appeared behind Sean. Strict men in military uniform arrived with orders to punish the suspect. Strong guys from the special forces squad, using force, tried to immobilize strong Sean. The former military man knew that both soldiers were from the military realm, which is why Sean was lying down and did not resist. The military man raised his head and called Chuck to go with him. Sean changed his mind about surrendering. The man tried to tell the soldiers that he was a military man and that he had special privileges and no one dared to touch him. Sean opened his eyes and saw Monica's legs. The goddess of justice stood in front of the man and slowly told him about his violations during the construction of the casino building. Monica, as always, was strict and convincing. The list of violations was amazing. Sean did not believe that none other than the top manager was standing in front of him. Clark noted all of Sean's carelessness, and without hiding his smile, the red-haired guy turned to Chuck. The strict soldiers held the criminal tightly, trying to take him away. Chuck stood still, watching what was happening. Monica hung in the air, telling the young people that the arrested Sean could not pay his bill in cash, and that is why this building was becoming Chuck's property. The prudent Chuck understood perfectly well that he would not see the money, so the most correct decision was to entrust the management of the casino to a hired person, and with this request he turned to Clark. The red-haired guy was happy with such a generous offer. A delightful business development plan was born in Clark's head. Chuck thought about it. An image of his older brother appeared in the guy's head, and the tone noted a certain resemblance between Clark and his brother. A few seconds later, Clark brought Chuck out of his reverie by announcing the arrival of guests. An angry Maya stood in front of Chuck. The girl spread her arms, trying to tell the guy that her entire business had failed because of him. Chuck tried to rehabilitate himself, but the sweet girl complimented the guy on a great time. After these words, Maya, accompanied by an assistant, hurried away. Clark carefully watched the girl leaving, dreamily drawing her image. Chuck could not be distracted by trifles. The guy was still interested in the super prize, which is why he asked the beauty in the bunny costume to accompany him to the main secret place. The elevator quickly lowered the travelers to the underground 90th floor. A group of young people followed the conductor. The girl tried to warn the young people, telling them about the many strange creatures locked behind the basement walls. Clark was scared. He tried to talk to Chuck. The girl approached a large metal door, telling the escorts that the corpse of the space monster was behind this door. The door opened and a burning cold enveloped the guys. The corpse of the space monster was frozen. A huge ice cube prevented the corpse from rotting and decomposing. Chuck was pleased. He knew perfectly well that the most valuable thing in the space monster was its heart. The young people stood in front of the ice block, slowly inhaling and exhaling the cold air. Chuck touched the ice with his hand. At that moment the guy realized that all the monster parts needed to complete the task were collected. Chuck's unexpected blow, and parts of the thick ice flew in different directions. The frightened girl and worried Clark carefully watched what was happening. Chuck saw the confusion of the escorts, but he was interested in the strange man, who was the second prize. The happy girl said that Chuck could look at the strange man immediately, and was ready to take the new boss to the right room. Clark doubted Chuck's actions, and that is why he had a question about the need for these actions. Chuck looked closely at Clark and affirmatively told the guy that he wanted to check the condition of this man. The red button on the door of the room was pressed. The large, iron door swung open and the young people stopped at the threshold of the room. A sharp smell of rotten meat confused the guys. Clark abruptly closed his nose, trying to hold back the urge to gag. Clark looked ahead and listened carefully, but the only thing he could hear was the man's heavy breathing. In the darkness, the silhouette of a strange man was visible. Clark's eyes widened. The strange man was green, with a bright green eye, but it was not this that was scary, but the fact that he was alive without 5 internal organs. Clark's fear was visible on his face. Chuck was calmer. Horror was depicted on the red-haired guy's face. Clark's skin changed its color. At this time, Chuck was trying to understand who was in front of him. The only thing that came to mind was a story about cannibals. Chuck's serious look could not give away a swarm of thoughts in his head, thinking about the injustice. The guy understood that what he was afraid of happened. Chuck looked at the assistant. The only question that worried the guy was the origin of the creepy man. The girl told a creepy story about this strange man, a former bank employee, and one day he decided to bite the owner, but Sean was able to prevent the attack and hid him in the basement. Chuck turned in the direction of the iron doors, continuing to think about strange coincidences. The appearance of the strange man said that he was very hungry. Chuck was not afraid. He boldly walked on the marble floor, taking confident steps. The brave guy continued to make attempts to negotiate with the strange man. Chuck's actions made it clear that his only goal was to get rid of the strange man. Chuck swung his sword and attempted to attack. Clark could not stand it, and hurried to stop his partner, reminding Chuck that the strange man was his property. But Chuck was not inclined. He hurried to tell Clark that soon this property would be gone. Clark did not understand what was going on. He looked at Chuck with a questioning look, but Chuck was not inclined. Walking along the red carpet, Chuck told Clark that the strange man was very dangerous, and that he had to be killed, otherwise he could infect others with his disease. Clark did not understand and demanded an explanation from Chuck. The guy looked menacingly at his partner, and said that if he bit or scratched anyone, then the injured person would become a cannibal. Chuck stopped holding back and began to speak to Clark in a full voice. He said that the end of the world was approaching and soon everything on Earth would change. Clark looked at his partner in fear. Chuck hastened to apologize, saying that the virus was spreading and no one knew how many people were infected. Chuck tried to look serious and warned Clark that he couldn't be around large crowds at the moment, and that Clark had to protect his family. Chuck continued to give parting words. Clark listened carefully, but a drop of doubt was written on the red-haired guy's face. Chuck tried to be convincing, looking Clark straight in the eyes. Clark remembered his sister, and everything around the guy began to fill with energy. An unexpected moment and black smoke, everything mixed up. The only thing that could be heard was Clark's words. The guy was calling a wild deer and a black cat. The whole space was filled with black and burgundy smoke. Suddenly, a huge wild deer and a cute black cat appeared in the shroud. At that moment, blood poured out of Clark's mouth. The guy realized that he had used too much energy, and his body was throwing out some of the overstrain. Clark was trying to come to his senses. Chuck was standing behind, trying to help his friend. At that moment, Clark saddled a wild deer and loudly ordered a black cat to show the way to his sister. Clark was determined. The wind blew his hair back. Chuck carefully watched the speed of Clark's movement, and the only trace of his partner's presence was black smoke. Left alone with his thoughts, Chuck decided to think about what to do next. An image of the girls appeared in his head. Chuck knew that Sarah was carefully protected by her family, and Anna was very strong and there should be no problems with her. A huge danger existed for ordinary people with low real strength. Chuck watched the people, and at that moment Monica, the goddess of justice, appeared. Chuck continued his observation. Without turning his head, he asked Monica to connect him with the president. The goddess of justice did not argue, and a few seconds later Mr. President appeared on the screen. Chuck respectfully informed His Majesty the President that from that very moment he was transferring all powers to use his scientific achievements. The President listened attentively to the guy, but he did not understand what was going on. Chuck looked menacingly at his interlocutor and said that the world was threatened by 2 new types of viruses. The guy told about those infected with the first type of the virus and said that those infected constantly wanted human flesh, which is why the virus was called cannibalism syndrome. Chuck described people in this state and said that the stronger the human body, the less likely it was to become infected. Chuck continued his story. The second type of the virus turns people into higher-level killers. Chuck described people infected with the second type of the virus, sadly reporting that for such people, murder is the only source of pleasure. Very serious, Chuck said that for such people, the main goal in life is to kill a person and the virus spreads through the air. The president listened to Chuck very carefully. Anxiety and concern appeared on the face of the first person in the country. The goddess of justice, as always, maintained an unshakable look. The president did not know what to do, and the only way out was to turn to the goddess of justice. With a steely, impenetrable face, Monica confirmed Chuck's words and reported that at the moment there is a tendency for the virus to spread. The president looked tired and disappointed. He hoped that the information would not be confirmed. Chuck turned to Monica. The guy demanded that immediate action be taken and the threat stopped. The goddess of justice did not take long to appear. She announced that from that moment on, she was in charge of all affairs of the Federation, and a state of emergency was declared in the Federation. Monique connected all her mental capabilities and began to analyze survival strategies. The number of generated strategies was amazing. The number of strategies with a high success rate was 0. The goddess of justice was enveloped in magical light. She began to collect additional information. The process of generating and collecting information was fascinating. Chuck watched what was happening. The guy hoped that Monica would apply the new information and a solution would be found. Chuck was thinking. He understood that it was necessary to find a strategy that would stop the widespread spread of the virus. Being on the top floor of the building, the guy looked down and remembered that in his previous life, in the interval between the ocean monsters and the spread of the virus, a year before, many important events had happened. As Chuck went down, he realized that in this life, ocean monsters had come out and at the same time, a virus had appeared. Chuck continued to build various combinations and work out options in his head. Looking at the Night City, the guy knew for sure that from this day on, life would be completely different from the past and disasters would not happen in the order in which they happened. Chuck thought about his past life, drawing in his head an apocalypse of a world that allowed people to quickly travel around the world and quickly increase their real strength. Chuck slowly walked along the dark street. The guy understood that many factors would influence the outcome of the case. A drop of sweat was running down the hero's thoughtful face. Suddenly, the voice of a young girl distracted the guy from his sad thoughts. Chuck turned his head and saw Anna. The girl's appearance was alarming. She was clearly not happy with Chuck's mood. The guy tried to bring his girlfriend out of her anger and politely greeted the red-haired beauty. Anna modestly lowered her head, making it clear that she was having a serious conversation. Chuck prepared to listen attentively, but the guy, lost in his thoughts, only pretended to be interested. Suddenly, Chuck remembered that in her past life, Anna had a very difficult fate. He remembered how the poor thing sat on the dirty floor and could not help herself. But now in front of him was a completely different Anna, and Chuck understood that he had to prevent that tragic situation. Chuck immersed himself in memories. The guy understood that the chaotic flow of time may be associated not only with terrible monsters, but also with the rapid change of the world, and turned to Chuck and brought him out of his reverie. Suddenly, a mask of concern appeared on Chuck's face, and the guy realized that he had to hurry. The guy grabbed the girl by the shoulders and in a firm and insistent voice asked Anna to stay put and wait for his return. Anna was scared. She could not understand anything. But our hero was adamant. He insisted on his own, looking into Anna's eyes. The frightened girl could not understand anything. She just looked at Chuck. A few seconds later, Chuck disappeared into thin air. Anna was left alone. Suddenly, the girl looked down at her chest and felt a life-changing contract on her neck. Anna realized that if she was in mortal danger, Chuck would pay doubly with his life. The escort who appeared out of nowhere reminded Anna of her mission. Anna got up from the swing and told the formidable man that she did not have time. Chuck was too busy. The girl turned to the man and threateningly said that they would stay where they were and wait for Chuck to return. The man was shocked by such a decision and reminded Anna that His Majesty had issued a military order of the highest degree, and if they did not return in time, they would be severely punished. Anna continued to insist on her own. The girl stood with her back to the stocky man and was not going to turn around. The escort grabbed his head, perfectly understanding that he would be punished through no fault of his own. Unexpectedly for everyone, another person stepped onto the platform. Shrouded in moonlight, strange people began to approach Anna and her escort. Anna became wary. The man behind her was trying to make out the strange people. The strange people infected with the virus confidently moved in the direction of the healthy people. The speed of the visitors increased. They barely touched the ground. Anna realized that the approaching group of people was aggressive. The strange man looked disgusting. Green skin and green eyes. Everything was frightening and terrifying. The force transfer returned Chuck to the courtyard of his pavilion in the Thousand Flower Clan. The good news was that he had managed to obtain the last of the missing parts of the monster, which meant he could complete the mission. Without thinking twice, he took out what he needed from the subspace. At that moment, a system wheel appeared in front of him, and the missing piece was placed in a free section. The system immediately announced that all the mission conditions had been met in advance, which meant that the extraction of supernatural powers had become possible, and the player was recommended to absorb them after a breakthrough. After reading the system announcement, Chuck thought about the fact that in order to have a greater chance of obtaining powerful power, he needed to break through to the next level of foundation establishment cultivation. If he succeeded, his strength would increase significantly, and it would be much easier to defend himself, but the process itself was dangerous. Remembering what had happened in the real world and thinking a little more, Chuck came to the conclusion that he still simply needed a breakthrough. Dawn came. At sunrise, the elder brother Paul flew in to visit Chuck. Seeing the concentrated chi around the boy, Paul came to the conclusion that he was ready for a breakthrough, which meant it was time to teach him the necessary technique. But first, the goose suggested going to breakfast, after which he and the second brother Jerry could give him some necessary lessons. Having thanked Paul, Chuck went with him to the gathering place in the courtyard of the snow-white flower pavilion, where Jerry lived. Maya was already there and was sitting at a table in front of a bowl full of wonderful flowers that were intended for food, complaining that she could no longer eat them. Seeing that there were only 2 of them, Chuck inquired where the master was now, and received in response from the girl information that Master Layla went to the front to discuss some important matters with 2 other saints, and had not yet returned. At that moment, the thought dawned on Jerry that since the master was not in the clan now, there was no need to eat these wonderful flowers. Literally the next moment, the guy organized a grill, on the spit of which was a whole carcass of a ram, which he was going to cook for everyone. Seeing this, Chuck puzzledly asked his second brother if it would be too fatty for breakfast. To which Jerry grumbled that if he did not help, then he would not get food. Paul also asked if it would be harmful to the stomach, to which he received the same answer as Chuck. But both brother apprentices, not going to refuse the treat, immediately began to cook. Chuck began to turn the carcass on the spit, and Paul began to watch the fire. Chuck remembered that Jerry mastered all 6 arts, and the best among them was cooking, which meant that the ram should turn out insanely delicious. Maya also impatiently waited for the carcass to cook, and finally the moment came when everything was ready. The meat turned out to be so delicious that they sorted it out in literally the blink of an eye. After everyone had eaten, Paul began to discuss Chuck wanting to break through to the next level, but since they were all literally stuffed, it was unlikely that the guy would succeed right now, so the goose suggested that they discuss everything first and express their valuable opinions. Jerry was the first to speak, stating that the transition to the Great Realm was a risky business, and he suggested that for greater security it was necessary to use his secret tactics, while the older brother Paul would take over the guard while he broke through. After thinking for a while, the first brother decided that this was what they should do. Then he took out a bamboo tube and, handing it to Chuck, explained that it contained a technique that was the path to a breakthrough that would help preserve the guy's soul and also prevent him from dying, so Chuck first needed to study it. As soon as the bamboo tube was in his hands, a system notification appeared, stating that 10 points of spiritual power had been spent to comprehend 100 holy laws of sequence. This prize surprised the guy. Then Jerry announced to everyone that he needed a 200-year-old pill furnace that was as tall as a person, and he also needed Maya to go to Layla's courtyard to get a dragon tear flower. Both Paul and Maya immediately went to get the required items, as they wanted to ensure Chuck's safety during his first breakthrough into the Great Realm. The guy remembered that in his past life, when he was making a breakthrough to establish the foundation, and a demon almost destroyed him, there was no one to take care of him. Unlike the current situation, this moved the guy to tears, so he was grateful to everyone at that moment. Suddenly, something big fell to the ground next to him. It turned out to be a 200-year-old furnace ordered by Jerry, so huge that it seemed that Chuck could be boiled whole in it. Jerry explained that such furnaces have strong spiritual protection, so if Chuck were inside it during a breakthrough, he would be completely safe, including from the heavenly demons. Hearing this, the guy reluctantly agreed with their decision. Encouraged by Maya, he jumped into the air. Then he was able to calmly land right in the neck of the furnace. After the guy was inside, Paul covered the neck with a lid, and Jerry announced the beginning of the entire operation. The sky at the front line was covered with dark clouds. There was a strong protective dome around the camp. Mistress Lila was on top of one of the spires in the center of the camp. The saint was clearly not in a good mood today. The first to notice this was the celestial Hector, assuming that she was so upset because they could not agree. Master Derek casually remarked that from what he had seen so far, Layla would definitely take all necessary measures on this matter, so they should just wait and everything would be fine. In the end, both saints came to the conclusion that since Lady Layla had other things to do, the two of them should not bother her, shifting all the responsibility onto her shoulders. At this time, Lila herself was thinking that perhaps, thanks to the abilities of the third disciple, whom she had recently accepted into her clan, they would be able to break through to the Great Realm. The object of her thoughts at that moment was inside the furnace in the process of mastering the 100 sequence saint laws. He was about to receive enlightenment, which would mean that the cultivator had already achieved perfection in this cycle of cultivation. It was believed that once a cultivator reached this state, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the next realm. Gathering his courage, as well as the spiritual power surrounding him, Chuck decided to make an attempt. At that moment, he seemed to find himself in a storm of spiritual energy. And then, the guy felt that something was approaching. The next moment, he was struck by the lightning of tribulation. Since Chuck had never encountered anything like this before, he could not understand what exactly was happening at that moment. Then his consciousness became clouded. At some point, the guy realized that his soul had separated from his body. After that, a strange portal appeared next to him, and his soul began to be sucked into it. At this time, outside the furnace, Paul, Jerry and Maya watched as something strange happened to her. No one could understand how this could happen. Paul was also surprised since he was nearby with all his power, which meant that no demon could dare to come here. But Chuck's soul for some reason went to the abyss itself, and no one could understand how this could happen, since they had never encountered anything like this. Paul was very upset by this, since now they could not help the guy in any way, and all that was left was to hope that Chuck would be able to cope with everything himself. Maya remembered that Master Lila once told her that the intersection of realms is connected with a person's personal karma. Hearing the girl's words, Jerry confirmed that this could really happen if a person had some kind of predestination. Paul lamented that despite all his precautions, he was unable to protect the boy. Chuck's soul was rushing through the space-time turbulence that he had also accidentally fallen into in his past life, and the boy was very surprised that he was able to return there again. At that moment, a huge, red-eyed man of rather creepy appearance appeared in front of him, and he, with a satisfied smile, declared that the boy had finally arrived. Seeing him, Chuck was very surprised and asked the man who he was and why he had brought the boy here, to which the man replied that if he said his name, they would both be discovered. Taking a closer look, Chuck discovered that the man was nailed to a pole with healthy stakes, but was cheerful enough to boast that he had already seen the birth and disappearance of various worlds many times, and his name could still terrify the entire universe. On the other hand, Chuck was not interested in the man's bragging at all, and he asked him why he brought him to this place. To which the red-eyed man replied that the guy was a special being who, although he could not pass through this cage, still remained safe and sound, and since there was very little time, he wanted to make a deal with him that as soon as the guy became strong enough, he would save him. Hearing these words, Chuck was slightly surprised and asked why he would do this, and what he would get in return. Then the red-eyed man asked him what Chuck wanted as a reward. After thinking for a while, Chuck said that since the man, as he said, had seen many births and disappearances of worlds, then he could explain one thing. The guy did not understand why there was such a large concentration of outbreaks of the doomsday catastrophes in one world. Hearing Chuck's question, the man replied that it was actually quite a rare occurrence, since it was very costly and the demons usually did not do this. But it was possible that they had received a strong rebuff in other places, so they changed their location. The demons always bullied the weak but were afraid of the strong, so they initially tried to attack weaker prey. The man's words puzzled Chuck and made him think about the current situation. Then, the boy realized something. Because Chuck appeared in this world again, Amanda survived and the warrior world opened up to cultivators from all over the world, and because he considered the 100-flower goddess as his teacher, she personally rushed through the entire front line and beheaded 4 demons, including the traitor to humanity. In the cultivation world, the human race realized much earlier that all people needed to stick together and join forces against the demons. This also meant that the demons, having failed to break through to the world of practice, had concentrated their forces on the real world of humans, and that was why the day of judgment for the real world had arrived much faster. The demons, having suffered such a huge failure, had decided to change their target to his world, and the reason for this was Chuck himself. Realizing the full scale of the problem, the boy asked the red-eyed man if there was any way to stop the demons, to which he received the answer that in order to do this, it was necessary to collect the 5 verses of these 2 worlds. At that moment, the lightning of tribulation broke out. It struck the pole to which the red-eyed man was nailed. It hit him along the pole, causing unusual pain, and looking at what was happening, Chuck realized that this was not an ordinary lightning, but a force that destroys worlds. Realizing that he did not have much time, Chuck demanded information from the red-eyed man about what needed to be done with the 5 elements to defeat the demons. But the man could only grit his teeth in pain. After that, the guy's soul was also forcibly sent back through the portal. Finding himself again in the space of the 200-year-old furnace, Chuck's soul returned to his body again. After regaining consciousness, Chuck was upset that he could not find out the method to get rid of demons. Fortunately, the situation that happened to him now did not affect his breakthrough through the boundary of the realms, and judging by the changed appearance of spiritual power, his breakthrough was successful. At this moment, a system notification window appeared, which said that it was detected that the player had broken through the boundary and become his founding monk, and therefore an attempt to awaken the spiritual powers of the god of war would be launched, in connection with which the system notified that the mission was completed and received the definition of its level as S-class. After which the extraction of spiritual reward began. Maya looked ahead in surprise and asked if everything was okay with the third brother, and Paul replied that everything was under control. His soul had returned and everything ended well. Jerry looked away and said that now everything depended only on his luck, whether he would be able to awaken supernatural powers while laying the foundations. Goose stared ahead and noted that the most important thing was that he was okay, and supernatural powers were not that important. Chuck put his hand on his chin and said that first they needed to compare all 4 powers. Then he thoughtfully looked at the notifications and added that for a martial arts master this was a good skill, but he was a master of swordsmanship. For him this thing would be useless. Then he rolled his eyes when he saw the images of the clock and asked that this was seriously the style of the technique chosen by heaven. What other skills were there? The main character opened his mouth and shouted, What the hell is this? Who the hell would want to turn into a woman? Then he put his hand on his forehead and asked that there really wasn't a single useful supernatural power. Then he looked straight ahead carefully and noted that he hoped this power would be normal. Chuck clicked on the image, after which he was electrocuted. An electric wave formed around his hand. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Then he stared at the huge notice and shouted that this was the destruction of evil. Chuck looked straight ahead and said that this was a special thunder power belonging to one of the 5 elements. It was the cherished dream of countless people. Then he imagined a monster surrounded by electricity, and added that in addition to its natural lethality against demons, thunder and lightning also have all sorts of incredible powers and magical effects. Chuck imagined a spaceship and said that in a past life, a man who cultivated the thunder system captured a warship. He took his blonde girlfriend and dog with him, and then went into space, so he wanted to hide from all the crises of the end of the world. Then he imagined a man hugging a woman and added that the ecosystem on the ship allowed it to generate electricity that would last for 50 years. The girl sat on the man and the main character noted that when the hardest and darkest times came on Earth, this man, using special signals, sent a video to Earth in which he demonstrated how good and wonderful it was for him to live under the sun. The warriors on the ground were tired from the battles, and Chuck added that in the 7th year a space monster appeared, which destroyed his spaceship and all those who were on it. The debris flew through space, and the protagonist said that when this news reached the Earth, the people who lived until the 8th year of the end of the world were very happy. The main character lowered his head and said that this is the most negative story of using the thunder system, but it also shows how many useful features this system has. Then he smiled and shouted that he chooses to destroy evil. Chuck stared at the notifications and asked that he had already awakened this supernatural power. Why did he need to choose anything else? After which lightning appeared above the protagonist, and he noted that this is a fairy tale world. Chuck looked up and said that the power of thunder is truly incredible. In his past life, players with the spiritual power of thunder and lightning chose the killing technique, probably because there is no stronger technique in this world. The protagonist sadly lowered his head and thought that he was still a master who wielded a sword. He only needed it to kill. There were many techniques with the same effect that could affect the boundaries of cultivation. Besides, with his sword, he was not afraid of any monk of the spiritual power of thunder. Then he opened his mouth and added that although in his past life he had not met anyone who used the power of life, he was willing to take this risk. Then he turned and shouted that he chose the power of life of thunder and lightning. The protagonist flew up, after which several lightning bolts approached him. Then a huge electric dragon appeared. A mark appeared on his forehead. Chuck looked at his hands and said that this is a skill of loss of control. With it the master of swordsmanship becomes twice as strong. Only 1 second is given, but even this will be enough for him to kill the monster. Then he clenched his fist and added that as this supernatural power strengthens, more powerful skills will appear at the 2nd and 3rd stages. He made the right choice. Chuck stuck the staff into the ground, after which lightning discharges came from it. Lightning came from the mechanism, and Jerry asked where thunder and lightning came from. Now the third brother does not need to strike a thunder strike. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that this is a real rarity. For the first time he crossed the great border and has already received the spiritual power of thunder and lightning. After which the device began to emit even more lightning. Jerry grabbed Maya and shouted for everyone to cover themselves. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard, after which the main character appeared in the smoke. Then the smoke cleared. Lightning appeared around the settlement. The girl sat on the pole and shouted that these were the techniques of life, the techniques of life. Then she opened her mouth and added that it was worthy. This saint for once was not mistaken about a person. Hector stared ahead and said that she was fine, and Derek asked what was bothering him. The man winced and said that he couldn't help but be afraid. He was afraid that it was a saint-level demon. The old man turned to him and asked if they should protect her, and he replied that they would. Then the old man folded his palms. Hector folded his fingers. Then a sign appeared in front of the old man. Several strands of energy flew at the girl. Lila turned her head and asked what those two were doing. Chuck was sitting in a tub and asked why he needed a medicinal bath. Goose looked at them carefully and said that he had just made a breakthrough and now he needed to strengthen his level. Jerry opened his mouth and noted that this healing bath, with the addition of the elder brother's materials and his power, it is very useful for restoring the body. Paul stepped aside and said that he should bathe, and they would wait for him outside. The protagonist sat silently in the tub, after which he closed his eyes and thought that time flowed so chaotically. This is really due to the change of two worlds, or perhaps this is a trick of that giant. Then he put his hand on his forehead and added that what kind of creature can lock a person in a certain space and interfere with the flow of time. Chuck adjusted his hair and asked that a creature with such terrifying power was nailed to a bronze pillar, and it was even impossible to move it. Who could do this to him? He spent a lot of strength and energy to influence his spirit, which means he definitely needs outside help to do something. After which he plunged into the water and thought that his last words were like a way to deal with demons. But, unfortunately, he never finished. Then he dove headfirst and thought about the 5 elements of the 2 worlds. What does that mean in the end? A notification appeared above the protagonist's tub, and Chuck thought that over time something had gone wrong. Drastic changes in the real world had seriously affected the flow of time in both worlds. He was afraid that this time he would have to stay in the world of practice for a long time. After which he climbed out of the water and notifications appeared. Chuck strained his gaze. After which he opened his mouth and shouted that he wanted to awaken everything. Then he began to slowly climb out of the water. The protagonist stood up to his full height and said that his fencing skills had finally returned. After which he rubbed his neck and added that there was almost no time left. It was time to get out of this bath. Jerry squeezed the sword in his hands. Then he swung it. Maya opened her mouth and shouted that the second brother was very cool. Chuck leaned on the column and said that it turns out that the second brother is a member of the sword community. Goose stretched his neck and said that he used to like to carry a sword with him, but during the last test he ran into Amanda and risked climbing up to her. Chuck smiled, imagined how the girl hit Jerry, who said that he was wrong, let him not hit, he will never do fencing again, and noted that this is in Amanda's character, and the master did not save the second brother. Paul looked straight and said that the master gave Amanda several rare elixirs, and also thanked her. Chuck started walking towards him and noted that the master was in his style. Jerry approached the protagonist and said that today he would give him some advice that would help him strengthen his position in the kingdom, and Chuck asked what kingdom he was in. Paul stared at the protagonist and said that he and Amanda were in the same group. She was in the Yuanian Great Perfection realm, and now she was already at the middle stage of laying the foundations. Jerry opened his mouth and shouted that Amanda was simply mega talented, and he was an ordinary person. Paul grimaced and shouted that he meditated a little and went to bed, practiced with the sword for 15 minutes and was already howling from fatigue, practiced for half a day and immediately went to eat, and after all this he deserved to be called a monk. The second brother opened his mouth and shouted that he had mastered the 6 arts. Let him not listen to him, he needed to learn 2 techniques. Chuck smiled and called the second brother. Then he put out an electric staff and asked him for training. Jerry threw the sword over his shoulder and noted that he should not give up under any circumstances, otherwise he would lose miserably. The second brother stared forward seriously. The protagonist looked at him carefully. They stood opposite each other, and the audience said why they hadn't done anything yet, pretending. The more ordinary the level of people, the more they liked to pretend. Jerry looked straight and noted that he was the youngest. Let him attack first. Chuck stared at him and thought that this was just a discussion of techniques from different schools. There was no need to be so serious. Then he strained his gaze and shouted that he was starting. The main character suddenly disappeared. Then he instantly appeared in front of his opponent. Jerry opened his eyes. Then he struck and noted that it was great. Chuck abruptly struck from below. Then he was stunned by the disappearance of his brother in front of him. Maya looked up and shouted that the second brother had flown so high and far, and Chuck asked that he could not use the power. Paul stared at him and noted that as his level increased, the power of the sword would gradually unlock. Now he could use the power of a strike of 6,000 Jin. After which he lowered his head and added that besides, the second brother had taken medicine, he was very good at swordsmanship. It seemed that today was the 5th time he had raised the sword since he began practicing it. Chuck rolled his eyes and said that this was also the level of laying the foundation. The second brother was as good at cultivating as he was at learning the 6 arts. Goose walked up to him and told him not to pay attention. After all, in the future he would have to learn the interaction of spiritual energy and the sword of the earth. He had to let the sword penetrate his thoughts, feelings and mood. Chuck glanced at the sword and thought that many of his sword techniques had already been awakened, and now every time he swung the sword, his memories of using it would also awaken, the memories coming back faster and faster. After which he put out his sword and added that in his previous life he had practiced like a man for 7 years. But in the end he only had 1 fencing technique left. The protagonist remembered standing on the battlefield and thought that when he fought on the front lines, he was lucky enough to see the fighting techniques of a great master. No matter what techniques the demon used against the great master, they were all reflected by 1 technique. Then he closed his eyes and put out his sword and added that at that moment he realized that sword movements could be false, and all secret techniques were nothing more than changes in movements and power dynamics. He realized his true intention of wielding a sword. From that time on he tried to comprehend the art of fencing step by step. The protagonist swung his sword. Then again. Paul stared at him and said that Qingshan's swordsmanship was progressing at a tremendous speed, a bit like Xiaolo's talent in cultivating the 6 arts. It seems he really is a natural swordsman. Jerry slammed his sword onto the ground. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he was just not ready this time. He needed to do it again. But this time he was the first. Chuck turned around in shock. The second brother jumped on the protagonist. Then he opened his mouth and shouted for the protagonist to attack. Chuck blocked his opponent's strike. Jerry fell to the ground without a weapon. The sword stuck into the ground. The protagonist closed his eyes and noticed that he had given in to it. Jerry put his hands on his hips and laughed. After that, the smile disappeared from his face. Paul looked at him and asked why he was laughing. The second brother smirked and said that he was the leader of their clan. He did not like to learn. Maya was still little, and the third brother learned to wield a sword, and at least someone appeared who would maintain the face of the clan. Goose came closer and asked why he was sighing again. Jerry put out his hand and said that he did not know where he left the book he gave him before. He could give him another one. Paul raised his beak and asked what he was going to do. Jerry stared at him and said that he was going to train. Goose handed him the scroll and told him to take this jade pipe, but not to lose it again. Why did he suddenly want to practice? Jerry started to walk away and said that he lost to Chuck. It does not matter. His cultivation is only slightly higher than his. Then he squeezed the sword and added that, however, the master may have problems. Because of this, she chose a mediocre student. Then he continued walking and noted that this is not good. No one should tell the master something that does not exist. The second brother turned around and said that he had decided to hide for a while and work hard. He had to show people that he had learned the way of the sword. The protagonist smiled and noted that the second brother was right, and Maya said that she had just thought how handsome he was. Paul turned to her and said that next time he measured his strength with Xiaolu, he should use 50% of his strength, and Maya asked that the third brother had not used all of his strength. Chuck opened his mouth, heard that he had only used 30% of his strength, and said that he really apologized for using his spiritual food. Goose lowered his head and said that it was okay, laughing a little at his stubbornness. He realized that he was one of those who only understood strength. Maya scratched her cheek and asked what they would eat when the second brother disappeared. Chuck opened his eyes. Paul also opened his eyes. The girl pulled the protagonist by the clothes. Then she raised her head and asked how about practicing together, and Chuck said that they would have no problem practicing. Maya smiled widely and asked that they do it together. The protagonist grinned and agreed. The girl folded and noted that she was at the 6th level of chi purification. His level was higher than hers, so let him be gentle with her. Chuck folded his hands and noted that he would be careful. The girl created a ball and said that then she would begin. Then she folded her fingers together. Maya smiled and said that she did not finish the movement, she would try again. Chuck looked at her and noted that there was nothing to worry about. She should not give in to her feelings and should not be distracted by anything, and the girl thanked him. Then Maya folded her hand. Then she spun them. Chuck stared at her. After which he froze and thought that gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light and sound are the 5 direct and 5 special elements, and what Maya does is the rarest of the 5 special elements, the element of darkness. Then he looked at the girl surrounded by darkness and added that she has a very unique way of using this spiritual power, and the result is like the technique of the chosen one of heaven. But even more surprising is that 2 practitioners of the element of darkness chose the same technique, but the effects of both were completely different. Maya opened her mouth and shouted for the protagonist to get ready. Chuck strained his gaze. The girl put out her hands. The protagonist squeezed the hilt of the sword and noted that she was good. A moment later, he dealt many blows to the shadow projectiles. The protagonist stood surrounded by dark smoke, after which he stared straight ahead in surprise. A monster hung above the girl's head. The monster headed towards the protagonist, and Chuck thought that these were all monsters of the spiritual power of darkness, created out of nowhere according to the laws of heaven and earth. There were too many monsters. Such a gift of dark power is very rare. After which he straightened up and added that in order to cope with such a number of dark monsters, it is best to cut the flow with a secret sword. I am sure that as soon as he cuts the flow, they will all disappear. The girl stood with her fingers folded and the protagonist added that Maya is behind these monsters. If at least something in this technique gets out of control, it will be very easy to harm her. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that at the moment, you can only run. After which he abruptly began to run away. Then he bounced off the ground. The monsters are pursuing the protagonist. Chuck landed on the roof and noticed that this place is suitable. Then his eyes lit up. After which he put his hand on the roof and used the secret sword technique. Opening his mouth, Chuck said the ability to cut the flow. Then a huge beam hit from the sky. Maya looked at it in surprise. A small dust rose. The protagonist came out of it and noted that the girl was very cool. Maya smiled and thanked him for his support. He could do something else. Chuck grinned and said that it was not necessary. At the same moment, the girl folded her fingers, after which a dark cloud appeared around her. The warriors with red eyes stared at the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth. There was a huge amount of food on the table. The girl grabbed the chopsticks and was happy with the food. Jerry looked at her and asked why he, having gone into seclusion, should cook for them. They were a stumbling block on his path of practice. The goose raised his wings and called a portal, noting that it was time to return. Then he stuck out his beak and asked what she was going to do. Layla opened her mouth and replied that there were things to do on the front lines. All the schools of practice had already gathered there. There was something to discuss. Chuck grinned and wondered if she had created a goose for herself to talk to herself. What was that even like? Jerry turned sharply to the goddess. Maya and the goose also turned to her. Lila looked at them and said that the annual test had been postponed this year. Jerry leaned on his hand and asked why it had been postponed. There had been no changes to the annual test for hundreds of years. Lila opened her mouth and answered because there weren't enough people, or rather there weren't enough monks. Then she looked at the guys and added that they had done it on purpose to unite the clans. They wanted to deal with all the demons in one fell swoop. After all, there were a lot of demons, and few human monks. If their ranks weren't replenished soon, they were afraid that many small clans would lose their students. Chuck looked down. Lila looked at the table and noted that a much bigger problem was the high combat power of humanity. Jerry slammed the table. After which he opened his mouth and shouted, "Among the demons, saint-level monsters often appeared, and among the human race, only 3 were ranked as saints in so many years." Then he turned to the protagonist and added that he was just curious, is it really that easy for demons to reach the saint rank? Layla gritted his teeth and replied that it was so. It was very strange, but there was another very strange thing. If she did not tell them, they would not know. Everyone stared at her thoughtfully and asked what kind of strange thing. Layla looked displeased and said that ranking a demon as a saint depends on the number of victories. She alone is not enough to defeat them. Bei Yang and Xian Yuan also thought so. Maya put her head in her hands and heard that in fact they can't do anything. They are clearly stronger than them. But they outnumber them. They can't win. In their position they can't take risks. If something happens that causes even one of them to die, then the entire human race will immediately be reduced. Chuck and Jerry stared at her. Lila put her hand on her chin and added that last time she helped Chuck save people with a special incarnation. But Bei Yang and Xian Yuan do not have this ability. It is very dangerous to do it by yourself every time. You should not treat this procedure so lightly. Chuck opened his mouth and thought, unexpectedly, this is a secret that he never heard of in his past life. Lila looked up and said that this year's annual exam is aimed at selecting the most suitable options from random cultivators and martial artists, placing them in a variety of classes, and using the best resources and methods to accelerate their cultivation. Then she lowered her gaze and added that after the annual exam, monks of a certain level will participate in the counterattack in the hopes of establishing peace. The girl lowered her head and called the protagonist and the girl. Then she turned her gaze to the girl and said that they were already considered her students. They did not need to take the annual exam, but it was a 1,000-year tradition, and it was connected with the heavenly spirits, so let them go once anyway. Chuck folded his hands and replied that he obeyed. The girl clenched her teeth and answered in the same way. Jerry smiled and said that Maya should not worry. It was just a performance, she would just see the world. Goose looked at him and asked the protagonist to take care of the girl. They were leaving tomorrow. Everyone was sitting at the table and Layla told everyone to eat. Lightning struck in the middle of the city. The protagonist swung his sword and thought that in his past life he did not have thunder and lightning abilities. Then he looked down and added that in his opinion, he only needed to study them well, and he would find a great use for them. The goose looked at Jerry and said that Chuck's swordsmanship was quite good, and Jerry replied that of course his swordsmanship was excellent, but he had a bad feeling about it. The second brother looked back and remarked that he seemed to be running away from time, as if he only wanted to improve his strength to a certain point, and the goose replied that he felt the same way. He really did feel a lot of pressure. Jerry stood up abruptly. Then he walked away and remarked that he had gone to practice. Paul lowered his eyebrows and forehead and shouted that she was too fast. Did it bother her so much that she used this move? Lila smirked and noted that self-taught sword masters are always afraid that they are not fast enough to draw their sword from the sheath. Their methods are not ruthless enough, and the enemy will counterattack. In other words, he is not confident in himself. Chuck stared at her carefully. The girl opened her mouth and said that the art of the sword is like the law of heaven and earth, based on a clear conscience, justice and honor. Others do not need to draw their sword too quickly or too slowly. Then she opened her mouth and shouted for him to attack again. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face. The protagonist spun around quickly. Then he hit the master. Layla opened her mouth and screamed why he was fighting so desperately. Then she swung and added that if he put too much effort into each blow, sooner or later he would be exhausted. Then she struck the protagonist's back. Chuck grabbed his lower back and noted that he understood. Then he blushed and thought that he did not expect to be spanked at his age. The girl opened her mouth and asked him to come and try her move on himself. Chuck turned around abruptly. This jumped back sharply. Then he held his sword out in front of him. Layla held her hand out in front of her. Then she smiled and noted that this blow was impressive now. The protagonist held out his sword and replied that that wasn't all. His hand was covered in electricity. The branch in Layla's hand fell apart. Electricity appeared around them and the girl shouted that he had done a great job. Then she smirked and added that with such swordsmanship, he would definitely become an immortal sword in the future, maybe even a saint. Chuck folded his hands and thanked her for her instructions. After a moment, Layla disappeared and remarked that she could not teach him much about swordsmanship. He needed to figure it out himself. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Chuck smirked and thought that except for the secret techniques, He had already awakened all the other sword techniques without spending a single soul point. None of this was achieved through the system. Then he looked at the sword and added that it was all thanks to his accumulated experience over 2 lives. In his past life he was like a lone wolf, thinking about loneliness, training on his own, killing demons with his own strength. Then he walked forward with a smile and remarked that he was a vagabond back then. But in this life everything is completely different. Now he has swordsmanship. Chuck and Maya stared straight ahead in silence. The protagonist pointed at the things and said that they were only leaving the sect for a while. There was no need to take so many things with them. Lila opened her mouth and said that he had to take them with him. They represented the authority of the Baiwa Palace. These books contained the secret techniques of the 5 elements. Since he was a swordsman, he could not use them at all. But he needed to use them when he was turning to gain the favor of others. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that the secret techniques of the 5 elements were considered an inheritance among sects. Their value was much higher than sword techniques. But they had to give them to others to gain their favor. Then he looked at the girl, thought that this was the property of the saint and the strength of the Baiwa sect, and heard that he was thinking that they needed to prepare more spiritual stones. Jerry grabbed the girl's cheek. After which he patted her head and said that when she encountered strange cultivators, she should just ignore them. Make sure to hold third brother's hand wherever she went. Layla folded her hands and said that now they should go and come back safe and sound. Use this trip as a chance to expand their horizons. Don't worry about anything else. Jerry turned to the side and pointed out that when he took the annual test that time, she told him not to embarrass her or she would make him sit in the Baiwa pond for 3 days and 3 nights. They were all disciples. Why was he treated differently from the others? The goddess opened her mouth and shouted that he, a lazy disciple, who told him that he could cultivate without putting in any effort, he was always fooling around. If that didn't sound convincing, let him try to defeat Chuck, and Jerry replied that she was starting a war between the 2 brothers. Goose walked up to the protagonist and pointed out that this annual test was very important. All sects would participate in it, so he should keep an eye on Maya, and Chuck asked if it was possible that people still wanted to capture her to harm the Baiwa sect. Jerry spread his arms and replied that it wasn't that. Although they were a respected sect, they hadn't been organized as long as others, and they also had very few people. As the saying goes, they would shoot him before he could get back on his feet and cultivate. He knew that some people were jealous and insecure. After which he hugged the protagonist and added that he should be vigilant with the sects of the other 2 saints, as well as those large sects that have existed for thousands of years. Layla raised her finger and said that the teleportation gate was opened, let him take his belongings and prepared to leave. The protagonist took his things and said goodbye to the master. A moment later, they disappeared. Jerry opened his mouth and noted that if he was nearby, nothing bad would happen. There was a city on the cliff and the plot said that the city of Weishan is located near the Blue Sea of Emptiness. It is so named because it was founded on Mount Weishan, in the center of the sea. All the people living here are cultivators from the union of the human race. The lighthouse stood in the middle of the dust, and the plot added that during the beginning of the annual test, they are responsible for management and other matters. Warriors suddenly appeared on the road. The heroes teleported and Maya shouted that it was so lively here. Chuck turned to her and said that they were going inside. There was a huge line at the gate, and the guard asked to see their identification jades. Chuck handed him a jade. The guard opened his mouth and asked why he had never seen such a jade before, what sect they came from. The other guard looked at the jade in surprise. Then he leaned forward and shouted that they were wrong about the 2 of them. Then he handed the jades back and added that there was no problem with their identification. Let them pass. Chuck folded his hands and thanked the guard. Maya opened her mouth and remarked that she wanted candied fruit on a stick, and the protagonist replied that he would buy it for her. After which they walked inside and the girl added that she wanted to eat it. The guard looked at the heroes and asked if these weren't cultivators from an unknown sect. Why was he so polite to them? The man lowered his head and asked which sect had the fewest members among all the other sects in the world. The guard opened his mouth and shouted that he had missed such a good opportunity to meet the Baiwa members. Chuck walked through the market and heard that there was a new product in the store today, the Dragon Slayer sword. It costs 1,000 gold. With it they will kill any demon that stands in their way. Maya walked with a sweet in her hands and heard that a slave wanted to buy a Dragon Slayer sword. He needed a convenient weapon. The buyer opened his mouth and shouted that he wanted a smiling world destruction pill for his breakthrough, so that he could use this opportunity to join a good sect in this annual test. Maya pointed her finger forward and noted that there were cranes. She liked them the most, and Chuck replied that he was satisfied with just looking at them. The cranes were sitting on the roof. The girl turned to the protagonist and asked where they were going now. Chuck pointed forward and replied that they were going to the square on the top of the hill. Then he opened his mouth and added that they were going to the Heavenly Palace. The crowd stood in front of a tall tower. Maya scratched her head and asked why it hadn't started yet. Chuck took her legs and told her to wait a little longer, it would start soon. A moment later, the bell began to ring. The man stood at the top and noted that the time had come. Then he closed his eyes and shouted that everyone would be able to enter the Heavenly Palace in 20 seconds. Chuck looked at the girl and noted that a thunderstorm was starting. She should quickly cover her ears. The girl and the protagonist covered their ears. The man looked back and said that these days, the young cultivators do not practice hard enough. They can't even withstand normal thunder. This generation of cultivators is not even close to them when they were their age. They looked at him with displeasure, and the man asked that the two of them want to die. A moment later, a huge pillar of lightning struck down. Maya gritted her teeth and noted that it was a terrifying thunder. Chuck opened his mouth and said that this was no ordinary thunderstorm. It was straight from the heavenly world. Even if she could hear it, the damage was to the soul, and it was quite severe. The girl grabbed the protagonist's head and pointed out that those who were below the heavenly world could not withstand this. The girl opened her mouth and shouted why there was blood everywhere, and the man replied that he had overdone it during training last night. His cultivation world had improved today, causing his meridian to bleed. The girl opened her mouth and laughed loudly. The man held out his finger and asked what she was laughing at. Chuck held out his weapon and asked if anyone was forbidden to laugh. Then he glared furiously and added that he wanted to intimidate his sister. The man pointed his finger at himself and asked that he was asking for a fight. He was a cultivator with the 3rd level of chi cultivation. He dared to challenge him to a fight. Chuck opened his mouth and said that he would forget about it then. The man waved his hand and shouted at them to get lost. If they were scared, they would go to the pharmacy. He wanted to get some blood replenishment pills. And Chuck said not to be scared, the 3rd brother would cover her back. The boy held out his hand and said that this teenager didn't even dare to answer him. How dare he call himself a cultivator? Usually, this is how the disciples of small sects behave. Maya put out her fists and asked why he didn't teach him a lesson. If it was the 2nd brother, he would have beaten them up there already. And Chuck replied that they couldn't act so risky because the master told them to come here and return safely. The girl abruptly turned her gaze. Then she pointed to the glowing circle in the sky. The circle began to glow brighter. An object began to emerge from the portal. A moment later, a heavenly palace appeared. The man turned to the palace. The entire crowd stared at him. The warriors on the ship stood up and shouted that he had brought his disciples to participate in the annual test. Other warriors flew in on a sword and reported that the 1,000 Sword sect had brought their disciples to participate in the annual test. A huge turtle appeared and the warriors shouted that the warriors from the Ming-He sect had arrived. Then a tiger appeared. The turtle and tiger flew in the sky and the warriors on the cat shouted that they came from a religious sect. The crowd looked at the palace attentively, and the warriors shouted that they came from the Jade Light sect. Chuck turned around after hearing the name of the sect. Then he turned around and thought that Brotherling should be here too. The guy grinned and remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen him. He was a law enforcement cultivator. This was his first test, so they would meet later. The protagonist smiled and agreed. Then a bright light appeared above him. Maya opened her mouth and shouted that there were so many unique flying devices and mounts here. It was so cool. Chuck turned to her and told her that the 1,000 Sword sect uses a huge sword, the Jade Light sect uses the light of the spiritual sea, and the spiritual beast sect rides on a huge turtle, their flying vehicles reflecting the characteristics of these respected sects. The redhead opened her mouth and asked that he still practices swordsmanship. The protagonist turned and saw Amanda. Then he gritted his teeth and wondered if he had forgotten his earth sword. The girl opened her mouth and said that she would go to the heavenly palace first, they would talk later. The girls around her looked at her and said that they did not expect Amanda to take the initiative to talk to the male cultivator. Who he was, let him tell them. A moment later, the girls flew into the sky. Chuck put his hand on his side and cursed, and the girl asked what happened. The protagonist patted her and said that she did not understand yet. In any case, it was time for them to move out too. Then he turned around hearing to wait a minute. Chuck narrowed his eyes and asked what was wrong. Joe held out his hand and said that the heavenly saint had just looked at his sword, so he was curious too. Could he let him look at his sword? The guy smiled. It seemed that although he said it in a polite tone, his words were terribly rude. Frowning, the hero thought that he was not only spying, but also wanted to look at his sword. Standing still, he added that for him, as a swordsman, the sword is his life, his comrade in life and death, his own faith. How can he show it to others? And then said that he would be sorry, but he cannot give it to him. The guy frowned and asked that he could not. At least he knew who he was. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked again, how could he know if he did not tell him? Grinning, the warrior said that he did not even have a trained eye, but he came here for the annual test. Frowning, Chuck replied that he was already here. Standing in front of him, Joe said that no one had dared to talk to him like that for a long time. He would ask again. He really was not going to give it to him. Particles appeared around the hero, and he replied that no, he was not going to. The guy frowned. Closing his eyes, he said that he would regret it. Raising his hands, Joe added that he was from the Qingyan sect and brought his disciples to participate in the annual test. Standing behind him, the guy shouted that it was Joe. He was a direct disciple of the primordial lord of the world, one of the 3 saints. The people looked in amazement. It was heard that at the age of 19, He had already reached the creation base stage. No wonder the primordial lord of the world valued him so highly. Grinning, the guy asked what and now he could give him a sword. The hero silently looked at him. Looking straight ahead, he said to get lost. The glow around him intensified and the protagonist added that from here. Gritting his teeth, Joe shouted that he. Standing behind him, the guy turned. Frowning, he added that any conflicts are prohibited here. Joe's eyes lit up and he said that there was no need to remind him of this. He looked forward. The protagonist looked at him attentively. The guy lowered his head and said that it was good. He took out a ticket. Suddenly, Joe waved his hand sharply. A bird suddenly appeared in the air. The people looked at the flames in amazement. The man took a step forward. The guy turned around and said that he should just wait. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that this was a unique way to get to the heavenly palace. Putting her hand to her face, Maya said that the phoenix was one of the mythical beasts. She doubted that the spiritual beast sect had such a powerful creature. Looking down, the protagonist said that after all, this was the Qingyan sect. No wonder they had such a spirit beast. Standing next to him, the girl asked why he didn't show him his sword, to which Chuck replied that because a cultivator can't just show their weapon to others, she can't show her weapon to anyone except the master and brothers. Understood? To which she replied that yes, she understood. Looking straight ahead, the monk said something. They took a step forward. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that this must be a golden lotus, one of the strongest Buddhist sects. It seems that here are simple and advanced flowers of the great master. With wide eyes, the girl said that they can't fly, asked how they will rise up there. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he shouldn't worry. The master was more worried than them with her, so she has everything under control. Holding the ticket in his hands, he added that she prepared this transmission talisman for them. Raising his hand, the protagonist shouted that Chuck from Baiwa Palace brought his disciples to participate in the annual test. A beam of light shot out from his hand. Looking at him, Joe asked that this guy was from the Baiwa sect. No wonder he dared to oppose him. He smirked and added that so what if he was a disciple of the Baiwa sect? They were both disciples of saints. He could crush him whenever he wanted. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said to look up, to which the girl asked what happened. Suddenly, a star fell from the sky. Gray smoke dispersed around. A creature stood in the smoke. People looked at him in surprise. They heard that what a powerful spiritual force. He is a demonic saint. Why did a demonic saint come to where the annual test was held? Looking straight ahead, the demon saint said that he, Zach, had come here specially to help the two of them reach the heavenly palace. He was here on the saint's orders. The boy asked again, his eyes wide with surprise. Standing in front of him, the hero said thank you for his hard work, to which he replied that there was no need for pleasantries. Suddenly, his eye lit up. A bird appeared, and it was heard that they should follow him. The girl hugged him, saying that the peacock was so beautiful, to which he replied that she should sit still. Then the peacock flapped its wing. The bird flew upward, and it was heard that no demon saint in human history had ever allowed himself to be ridden. The man looked at him in amazement, and said that what the Baiwa Palace had done would likely become a hot topic of discussion after dinner for many people for decades to come. The peacock flew in front of the monks. They watched it. Joe looked ahead attentively. He frowned and said that he would remember this. Looking away, the girl asked if she thought the master had gone a little overboard, to which the hero replied that the master had always liked to do things like this. The peacock suddenly flew onto the platform. The crowd looked at him. They heard that the hell, he thought the disciples from the Tianzi sect were in front. It was better to avoid them. The guy raised his hand and shouted that there was nothing to worry about. Let them pull themselves together. They would not disgrace the Thousand Sword sect. The people looked at him in surprise and said that Amanda had arrived. Let them make way for her. The girl frowned. Looking away, the guy shouted that they could be a little more courageous. Amanda looked at them. The swords fell to the ground. The warriors stood at attention. The girl walked towards the hero. Standing in front of him, she said that she did not ask, but why did he still carry a sword with him? The guy smiled and said that Amanda was causing problems with another swordsman, and the other added that someone would get beaten up again. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist heard that she should beat him up, to which he thought, damn, he forgot to leave his sword. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that he couldn't deny the fact that he wasn't a swordsman. He might as well just tell her the truth. Closing his eyes, he said that the situation had gotten worse lately, so he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. If he wasn't strong enough, he could easily die on the battlefield fighting demons. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he had no other choice. Frowning, Amanda replied that he could learn other weapons, like a dagger. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he had always wanted to master the dagger, but the master refused and forced him to learn the art of the sword, no matter how much he begged her. Looking at him, the girl asked what the saint asked to master his sword. Standing next to her, the girl said that yes, the master is very strict with the third brother. She even personally taught him last night. Looking down, Amanda said that not many people can train with the saint personally. Although the sword training is not very good, she believes that the saint has a sharp eye. With wide eyes, the girl answered that the master secretly told her that the third brother has a bright future in the sword art. Smiling, the girl asked that a bright future, very good, she will see what he can achieve with this. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that she really is the best partner. Smiling, the protagonist asked what then? Why doesn't he also practice wielding a dagger while he learns the sword art? Looking at him, Amanda said that it was forbidden, no matter if it was a dagger or a sword, the point was to be sincere and devoted, he could not be distracted, to which Chuck replied that he understood, he would try to focus on training hard in swordsmanship. Frowning, the girl said yes, keep it up. The boys looked at her in surprise. It seemed that she actually let someone come up and told him to practice swordsmanship. He was not imagining it, it was not her style, it was very likely that a heavenly demon had possessed her. Amanda smirked and asked that she was Chuck's little sister, to which Maya replied that yes, she could call her Maya. Holding a bag in her hands, the girl said that in this bag of the spirit beast was a crane with a red neck. She threw the bag and added that he should take it as a gift in honor of their first meeting. Hugging her, the girl replied that she loved cranes the most, thank her. Grinning, the hero thought that they got along well. He looked at her in bewilderment, hearing that it was Chuck she was talking about. Looking down, the girl said that he was really handsome, no wonder Sister Amanda was always talking about him, and the other added that he was also a swordsman, that was destiny. Looking at them, the girl asked what kind of nonsense they were all talking about. Standing in front of the girls, the protagonist asked who they were, to which he was told that they were her sisters. Bowing, Chuck introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet him, to which he was reciprocated. Stretching his hand out to the side, he said that since the general gave his sister a gift, he should also give something to her sisters. Pointing at the scrolls, the hero said that these were jade scrolls with the secret techniques of the 5 elements. The girl smirked and asked that the secret techniques of the 5 elements were the legacy of his sect. He was sure that he wanted to give them to them, and the other sister added that they were very valuable. Holding the scroll in her hands, the girl said that the Baiwa sect was very generous. Looking to the side, Amanda said that the secret techniques of the 5 elements were very valuable. He shocked them, to which the protagonist replied that these were ordinary secret techniques. As long as everyone was happy, it was worth it. The sisters grinned and said that they would definitely help him in the future. Looking at them, Chuck asked how they would help him. Looking at him, Amanda replied that he should just ignore them, she would take them to the test, they would talk some other time, to which he replied that he would see her again. Walking forward, the sister asked what they thought of Chuck, to which Amanda said that they should shut up. The hero looked at them in bewilderment. People were standing near the site, he heard what kind of place this was, there were so many people here. Holding the girl in his arms, the protagonist said that people get their first test here, or a repeat one, go and look around. Looking to the side, Maya asked what they check on the first and repeat tests. Frowning, Chuck said that the first test was very simple, cultivators just had to show their strongest ability. The sect leaders selected by the spirit realm would evaluate the results of these cultivators. They would let her pass if they thought she had potential. Looking down, he thought that in his past life as a wandering cultivator, he was disqualified because he only knew one sword technique. Raising a finger, the girl asked what about the retest. Grinning, the hero replied that the retest was the entrance exam for special schools. The ones evaluating the outcast cultivators would be special people. Looking at the girl, he added that the various sect leaders were in charge of evaluating the test. They would also evaluate the potential of these cultivators based on their sect's performance. Getting into the next round was the same as getting a ticket to one of these sects as a disciple. In addition, the character of these cultivators would also be noted and evaluated. Those who were timid and weak would not be recruited. The people looked at the monster in fear. It was heard that even cultivators with great potential could get nervous and wet their pants when confronted with demons. Putting her hand to her face, Maya said that she understood now. However, it was okay for them to just stand there and watch them take the test. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that this was the best way. The master had instructed them to see the world and return in good order. Walking forward, he added that the third round of the test would start soon. Let's go and see. Chuck and the girl began to get up. Standing on the tower, the girl said that the third round of the test would begin after the newcomers entered one by one, placed their hands on the bronze disc, and passed the first 2 tests. Looking straight ahead, she added that she should be allowed to add something. The disciples who had joined their sects in advance could also come and try. Standing next to the hero, the girl asked what they were also going to try, to which he replied that there was no need, they also had one in the Baihua Palace. If he wanted to try, he should ask second brother to find it for her. Raising his hand up, the guy shouted that he should be allowed to try. He walked forward. The guy placed his hand on the altar. Suddenly, he was covered in flames. Looking at him, Amanda said that he had the foundation of the fire spirit, but it had not yet fully developed. Let him work hard to cultivate it, and it will reach new heights. Let the next one come. The guy smiled and thanked her. The warrior stood still. He lowered his head and said that it seemed that he did not have the 5 elements, or the chosen skill. Looking at him, Amanda replied that it was true. Without them, he could still join the sect to cultivate. It had already been proven that he would not be weak in the future. A tear ran down the guy's face, and he said that he did not expect to hear such words from a heavenly saint sect. He was touched. Looking to the side, the guy said that Amanda really inspired others, and the man asked if she was still the same heavenly saint Tianzi sect that he knew. A glow appeared around his hand. A sword appeared above the guy. Frowning, Amanda asked that he was learning swordsmanship. This means that in the future he will become a sword master. That's enough, let him come down. The boy looked at her in surprise and replied that he could learn saber skills instead. Give her another chance. To which she replied that she should go down. The warriors looked at her in confusion. Maya smiled and asked. She was very curious about what would happen if she touched the bronze disc. The hero lowered his head and replied that a dark shadow would appear next to her. The stronger the spirit base, the more obvious this phenomenon would be. Turning her head, the girl asked what would happen if the master touched the bronze disc. The protagonist grinned and said that he thought he would continue to change for 3 days, and many different phenomena would arise. He looked away in confusion. Standing in front of the man, Chuck asked what happened. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Bowing, the man said that he had long dreamed of joining the Baiwa sect. Let them accept him as their disciple, he would be deeply grateful for it. To which the protagonist replied that if he wanted to join the Baiwa sect, he needed to go and pick a Baiwa twig to get his place. If he successfully picked it, the saint would personally decide whether he was suitable to join the sect or not. Smirking, the man said that he was not asking the saint to take him as a disciple, but himself. Crossing his arms, the guy said that it was such a shame to kneel and ask someone younger to be his master, and the other added that no matter how old he was, he would be considered a disciple of the Baiwa sect as long as the chief disciple taught him. Looking down, the protagonist said that he was younger than him. It was inappropriate for him to take him as a disciple. Sitting in front of him, the man asked what was so inappropriate, said that he had outstanding strength, he was diligent in martial arts, and he also had the potential to become a saint. It would be an honor for him to be his disciple. Putting his hands on his hips, the warrior said that in the Baiwa sect, there were so few disciples but so many resources, he could even receive instructions from the saint. This guy really thought it through well, to which he was told that now he was also thinking about kneeling in front of him as well. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that without the saint's instructions, they could not take anyone as their disciple. He must follow the rules, otherwise the saint might blame them for this. It was okay if they were punished, but his life might be in danger. The man lowered his head down. Frowning, he said that he didn't care about these rules. How ignorant. Standing still, the man said that he was such a fool to kneel in front of 2 brats. Smirking, Joe said that although the Baiwa sect does not accept disciples. Looking down, he added that if he could defeat these 2, he would be able to attract the attention of other sects. Would it be difficult to join his ideal sect? Such a great opportunity does not come every day. The people looked at him in amazement. Their eyes lit up. It seemed that he had put an end to it. Maya, with wide eyes, turned to the hero. Looking to the side, she said that they. Frowning, the man said that he would fight him, and the other added that he was right. If they could not become the saint's followers, they could just deal with her own disciples. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it seemed like they wanted to challenge them to a fight. Looking at the crowd, the hero said that they should not worry. With the reputation of their master, they would not dare to do anything. Going down, the girl said that this was the end of the 3rd round of the test. Looking straight ahead, she added that they should allow the round of the chosen ones to begin, the last one in the test. Looking at her, Maya asked what the chosen ones meant. Looking down, the protagonist said that according to the records on the ancient relics, human tournaments will attract the attention of the gods. The gods looked at the square. It was heard that if a god liked a cultivator, he would be rewarded with a gift that would help him in his cultivation. Although enemies could not be found anywhere else, people passed this tradition from generation to generation. Raising his hand, the man shouted that he was challenging Baiwa sect's Chuck to a fight. The girl standing next to the hero called out to him, to which he replied that it was fine. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked that they were ignoring the rules of this test. Crossing his arms, he added that Chuck was already a saint's disciple, so he could not be challenged. Looking at him, the man said that the rules of the chosen ones stated that he could challenge anyone at any time. There were no exceptions. Smiling, Joe said that it was great. He looked to the side and added that he was very brave to challenge a saint's disciple. A true cultivator should face difficulties head-on just like him. Frowning, the boy said that no matter the result, the Qingyun sect would be glad to have him. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the men said that they could join the Qingyun sect if they challenged Chuck to a fight. This sect also had a saint, which made them no worse than the Baiwa sect. On the contrary, instead of the Baiwa sect that rejected everyone, the Qingyun sect was their path to the top. Stretching out his hands, the warrior shouted that there was no reason why they couldn't challenge him. If he came here to take a test, he shouldn't be treated specially to refuse challenges. Frowning, he added that how dare he call himself a disciple of a saint when he didn't even dare to fight them. Standing in front of him, the hero said what he thought. He misunderstood him. He didn't mean that he didn't want to do it. It was just that his master ordered them not to participate in any battles. Looking at him, the man said that they should forget it, he was leaving, they could fight him, and the other added that who would dare to insult a saint. Looking at the hero, the girl asked why he sounded so cool when he was actually talking nonsense. Lowering his head, Joe thought that he didn't expect him to use the saint as an excuse to avoid challenges, but that just proved he was weak. Frowning, he added that he needed to provoke him in any way possible. Smiling, the guy said that he thought the saint didn't allow him to fight because she was afraid he would lose the child. Pointing at the girl, he added that where in the sect would the child come from, whose is she, and that she shouldn't tell him she was the saint's illegitimate daughter. Looking at him, Amanda asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. Maya lowered her head. People started to laugh at her. Looking down, the girl heard that he was just curious about the girl's origins. Who knows what sect her parents were from? The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder. Sitting in front of her, he said that she should listen to him. This time, he let his guard down. His brother made a mistake, he apologizes, he will fix everything right now. Looking to the side, Chuck said that he should take care of her for a while. The hero began to leave. Turning around, he said that if they thought it was unfair, he would fight each of them until they were convinced of everything. Looking at him, the man said, "How arrogant." Smiling, he added that when he defeats him with his strength. The man transformed and said that he would deeply regret not taking him as a student. Looking to the side, the guy said that it was a stone golem. The man opened his eyes in surprise and said that the muscles of the stone golem were like stones, and if you add martial arts to them, then it can be incredibly strong. Suddenly the golem rushed forward. His eyes lit up and he shouted that he could kill 3 weaklings like him with one blow. The hero looked to the side. Suddenly, the golem struck the ground. He looked forward in amazement. Then the man looked to the side. The protagonist dealt him a sharp blow. The golem flew to the side. It slid along the surface. Suddenly, Chuck swung again. He began to deal many blows. A blow flew at the golem. It fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that he should stop, he would admit his defeat. Looking at him, the hero asked again. The golem rolled its eyes. Swinging, the protagonist said that he should leave it for the monsters. Blood flew out of the golem's mouth. Chuck's eyes lit up brightly. The hero swung his weapon again. Tears flowed from the man's eyes. Watching the fight, the warrior said that all his bones were broken. He doubted that he would be able to cultivate now, even if he healed. Gritting his teeth, he added that his blows were overwhelming. The protagonist turned around abruptly. A glow appeared around him, and he said that again. Lowering his head down, the man said that he was only capable of powerful blows with a sword. Looking straight ahead, he added that it meant that his weakness was speed. Grabbing the sword, the warrior said that it just so happened that his skills could withstand his heavy sword. Suddenly, he jumped up. Swinging, the man said that he should die. He quickly ran towards the hero. Suddenly, the warrior deftly dodged the protagonist's attack. Smiling, he said that he couldn't even touch him. Dodging, the man added that it was too slow, his sword was too slow. Chuck frowned. Suddenly, he hit the ground. Standing behind him, the swordsman said that he was here. The girl looked at him in surprise. Larry frowned and shouted for him to stop. The man smiled widely and said why should he stop when he was only one step away from the Chinyan sect. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking to the side, the swordsman wondered what had happened, what he had just felt. Turning around, he asked loudly. Many beams appeared in front of the hero. Wide-eyed, Larry said that without a doubt, this was the aura of the sword threads. This skill required the highest level of control over his aura. He could not believe that he was able to do this at such a young age. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if he was not convinced yet, let him come to him. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the warrior said that they would attack him together. Grabbing his weapon, the man added that they would finish him off, otherwise everyone would be disgraced. The people jumped up, it was heard that he should let them be his rivals. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that great, this would save him a lot of trouble. His weapon rested on the ground. Suddenly he raised his sword up. A huge shockwave appeared. People looked at him in amazement. The warriors flew aside. Amanda, watching the battle, said that this was more like him, and Maya added that the third brother was so cool. People were lying on the ground. Looking straight ahead, Larry said that this was a secret sword technique, a piercing wave. He had not seen such a powerful one for a long time, to which Fred replied that he did not even draw his sword, he was hiding something. Standing still, the hero said that they were more or less useful to someone, so he would keep them. Frowning, he added that from now on, whoever dared to insult the Baiwa sect would be destroyed by his hands. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that but there was one person with whom he would not hold back, let him come out and prepare to die. Joe looked at him silently. He smiled and said that as a new generation of disciples of the saints, they would see who was better. A sphere appeared near his hand. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that he should show him all his power. Chuck's eyes lit up and he said that he was not going to show him anything, he just wanted to finish him off. Standing in front of him, Joe replied that now they would see if he was capable of it. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The hero grabbed the weapon. He stood still. The protagonist looked closely at his opponent. Suddenly, the guy struck him. Frowning, he shouted that he was caught. Joe looked in amazement and thought about the shadow. Suddenly, Chuck struck him from behind. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the first blow was for Maya. The guy leaned forward. His eyes lit up and he said that it seemed he underestimated him. Swinging his weapon, Joe shouted that they would see how many shadows he could create to take all of his blows. He furrowed his brows. Standing behind him, the protagonist replied that he could simply dodge them. Looking straight ahead, he added that there were many swords, they would slowly count them. The guy looked away furiously. Striking, Chuck said that this was for insulting the Manhwa sect. Joe rolled his eyes and exhaled. Swinging his sword, he shouted for the hero to die. Raising his head up, the guy wheezed. He bowed to the ground and said, "Damn." The protagonist dodged his attacks. It was heard how his brother managed to chase him like a shadow. Looking straight ahead, Amanda said that when Joe attacked, her brother was already behind him, which is why Chuck was always one step ahead. She gritted her teeth and added that to learn this, you need to completely predict the course of the battle. One mistake and it's over. Moreover, this skill puts a lot of psychological pressure on the enemy. Her brother just wants to torment him, so he doesn't attack him with full force. The guy gritted his teeth. He looked away. Looking straight ahead, Jack said that it was no wonder that the Manhwa sect was so hard to get into, to which Larry replied that it seemed like the younger generation could surpass the older generation. Standing in front of the guy, the hero asked if that was all he could do. Gritting his teeth, Joe replied that although he was good with his sword, he also had his own secret techniques. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared near his hand. Rays began to emanate from his body. They suddenly rushed forward. Many shadows of the hero appeared. The rays destroyed the shadows. The guy laughed loudly with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, a crushing blow. Joe said that he was excellent with his sword, that's it. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked again. He ducked and looked down. Chuck, looking straight ahead, objected. Swinging, he added that he had just started. The guy screamed in fear. Covering the girl's eyes, Amanda said the hero's name. Joe frowned and screamed angrily. His eyes lit up and he screamed that he swears on his name that he will kill him. The girl was surprised and said that how dare he use the skill of a saint in a fight with the chosen one. This is an insult to everyone present at the test, let him stop right now. The guy rushed towards the hero. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he should die. The protagonist grabbed his hand abruptly. Frowning, he said that I understand. Tears appeared in Joe's eyes. Suddenly Chuck stabbed him with a sword. Blood poured onto the floor. The guy bent down to the ground. Smiling, he said that even if he killed him, it would not help him. A flame appeared above him, and Joe said that the phoenix would take his life. The hero looked away. Blue beams appeared around them. The artifact fell out of his hand. Looking at it, the guy thought about what had just happened. He couldn't control his spiritual energy. Joe looked forward exhaustedly. Frowning, the protagonist said that now it was time for revenge. Lowering his head, the guy said that he should spare him and not kill him. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked what he was begging for mercy. Looking at him, Joe replied that yes, he had made a mistake, let him not kill him. Frowning, the hero said that he was so rude, first, let him apologize to Maya. He looked away and turned to the girl. Looking at him, Maya was crying. Turning his head, the guy said that he admitted that it was his mistake, let her forgive him. Standing behind him, the protagonist said that he was sincere. Striking, he added that once again. Lying on the ground, Joe said, okay, fine, ask her not to hit him, he will do it again. He raised himself slightly. Kneeling, the guy said that he admitted his guilt, he should not have told her all this nonsense. Tears were streaming down his face, and he added that as a great man with a big heart, let her forgive him and forget about it. Standing next to him, Chuck said that his brother will do whatever he wants to him, let him just say, even if she wants to cut him into pieces, he will do it. Standing in front of them, Maya answered that everything is fine, she will let him go, since her brother has already punished him. Looking away, the hero said that even though she said that everything is fine, he thinks that there should be some kind of compensation, he does not think so. Looking at him, the guy said yes, of course. Holding a bag in his hands, he said that all his things are in it, this will serve as an excellent compensation for her. Throwing the bag, the protagonist told Maya to catch it. The girl looked at him in amazement. She looked inside the bag. Throwing it aside, Maya said that his things were complete crap. Looking at the guy, Chuck thought that since she was on special terms with the master, she had only the best, of course, she would not like his junk. Looking down, he said that it was a pity that he could not even properly compensate for his mistake, asked what it would cost him to finish him off. The guy looked at him in fear. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that he had already punished him enough, there was no need to kill. Looking at him, the hero asked that this was their sex business, he wanted to intervene. Putting his hand to his face, Larry replied that he did not mean that. Kneeling, The guy said that he should wait. Here, this is the spell to summon the phoenix. He held the artifact forward. The girl looked at him happily. The protagonist grinned and said that it could summon a fire phoenix as his companion. Not bad, to which Joe replied that he was glad that he liked it, then he would go. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he would let him go now, but the time would come when he would take revenge. Holding his wound, the guy thought that, as the saying goes, he cannot change the direction of the wind, but he can always raise the sail. He will find a way to kill him. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that they were done with Maya, now they will settle the score for the sect. Looking at him in surprise, Joe asked again. Standing still, the protagonist said that if he let him go today, everyone will spread rumors about the Baiwa sect. Turning his head, he added that in the future, this could also harm their reputation. The protagonist frowned and said that the only way to end this was to get rid of him right now. The guy turned around and shouted that he was wrong, he shouldn't have spread rumors about the sect, he swears it won't happen again. Standing in front of him, Chuck said, well, let him die now. Looking at the guy, he added that his death would serve as an example for those who want to insult the Baiwa sect, to which Joe shouted for help. The guy's eyes widened, he shouted about his master. Suddenly, he looked to the side in amazement. The hero suddenly appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said that he didn't care who he was. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his sword. The guy's eyes widened. He grabbed his head and said about it. Suddenly, Joe fell to the ground. His head flew off. The man looked surprised and said that he killed a saint's disciple. Looking down, Chuck said that in his next life, he should think about the feelings of others before insulting them. A view of the island opened up. The man slammed the table and shouted that it was too cruel. Looking at the screen, he added that Chuck was simply ruthless. The warrior looked at the glow in amazement. Grabbing the screen, someone said that it was not at all. Throwing the scroll aside, the girl said that he finished it all with one blow so that it would be painless. Frowning, the man asked what about the wounds inflicted by the sword. Standing in front of him, Layla answered that his disciple had insulted the Baiwa sect. If it weren't for Chuck, she would have had to intervene personally. Frowning, she added what he would say now. Hector silently nodded his head. Closing her eyes, the girl said that a year ago she almost died while hunting. She managed to survive only thanks to Maya. Sitting at the table, the man said that this little girl looked about 7 years old. How could she save her? Derek, wide-eyed, thought that was not true. Looking away, he said that time had stopped for her body, but her soul was still seriously injured. Lowering her head, Layla said that it was because Maya had been captured by that man that she was able to escape, and she had suffered in the spirit beast sack for 5 years, but she had never betrayed her. Looking straight ahead, she added that she owed her life to her. The girl frowned and said that was why, if anyone dared to harm her, she would do everything to take revenge. Lowering his head, the man said that in any case, his disciple had to be punished. It was his fault that he could not raise him properly and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Looking at him, Layla replied that it was naive to think that something like that would not happen. Watching them, Derek said that they would end it here, they were both even. Turning around, the girl said that since they had resolved this misunderstanding, she would leave them. Suddenly, he cast a spell. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that, to tell the truth, it was good that she came in person and clarified the situation, even mentioning her tragic past. Looking at him, Hector said that she had changed a lot. Frowning, he added that she would have done it before. The girl looked furiously and screamed that he, a damn bastard, she would kill him if anything happened to her student again. A view of the heavenly palace opened up. The guy's head was lying in a box. The man closed the box back. Lowering his head, the guy turned to his brother. Looking to the side, the girl turned to the hero. Grinning, the hero said that she should not be afraid, no one would dare to insult her. Standing in the crowd, the man said that the heavenly master would come to protect the weak, but since he was still not there, it was okay. Frowning, the guy said that if he was satisfied with the current situation, then they did not need to dwell on it, the results would be announced. Larry put his hand to his face and thought. Stretching his arms forward, he said that he was in first place in this year's trial. Raising his hand, the man shouted that Chuck was from the Baiwa sect. The protagonist frowned. Looking to the side, the warrior said that he had faced dozens of cultivators alone and killed a saint's disciple without much effort. No wonder he was in first place, to which he was told that from now on, no one would dare to challenge him. Looking straight ahead, Larry shouted that the trial was over. The girl looked to the side in surprise. A glow appeared on the floor, and it was heard that they were solemnly inviting the gods. Amanda looked down. The boys shuddered in amazement. Suddenly, a bright beam hit the platform. Stones began to fly through the air. The fragments stopped in the sky. Raising her head, Maya asked what it was. Standing next to her, the hero answered that it was the path to heaven. The man looked at the gods. It was heard that in the distant past, the path to the heavens opened every time the test ended. Outstanding cultivators had the honor of meeting the gods. The fragments of the steps appeared. It was said that but now the path has fallen apart, and they do not receive any messages from above. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about the era of the gods. Looking at the sky, the girl asked what they should do now. Chuck grinned and said that they would go. Maya looked at him in amazement. The sun was shining brightly. It was heard that they were going home. The people clinked glasses and exclaimed joyfully. They were sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that unlike some others, the third brother took first place on his first try, bringing glory to all of them. Looking at him, Jerry asked why he didn't just say his name. Turning her head, Maya said that she should look. Layla put her hand to her face and replied that it looked great. What is it? Looking straight ahead, the girl said that the third brother got it for her. Sitting at the table, the guy asked what and is this by any chance the talisman of the Heavenly Master? Where did he get it? Lowering his head, the hero replied that some idiot dared to offend Maya, so he took it from him. Suddenly, the guy slammed the table. He looked furiously and asked who dared to offend her. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that someone. He drank from the cup and added that he did not remember his name, but he was already dead. Lowering his head, Jerry said that it was good, he saved him the trouble. Frowning, he added that if it was the Phoenix Talisman, then he was someone from the Qingyun sect. They looked at each other silently. Grinning, the guy said it didn't matter. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it was his turn to be the examiner of the Baiwa sect. Paul looked at the boy and added that it was true, he must observe all the rules of propriety. Looking at him, Chuck responded approvingly. Grinning, he asked that the two of them deliberately agreed to this. Yes. The hero walked through the forest. Looking straight ahead, he thought about how he first ran to this place to save the two generals, and after putting in all his efforts, he took first place. People appeared in front of him. A thought arose that now that he was Layla's disciple, he did not need to worry about cultivation resources and skills, he was even guided by the saint himself. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that before he realized it, his position had become much more stable than in his past life. Standing among the people, he said that he welcomed them all. He was Chuck, in third place in the Baiwa sect ranking. Looking straight ahead, the hero added that he would be the curator of today's test. If they answered his question correctly, they would walk along the road to their left and join the rest of the tests. Bowing, the guy said that he could ask the question. Raising his finger, the protagonist said that there would be no question this time. There was only one requirement. From now on, those who had lived in the Baiwa kingdom for 10 years would be allowed to participate in the test. Lowering his head, he added that in 20 years he could exempt them from one test, in 50 he could give them a chance to pass the entire test at once. The people stood silently in front of him. A question was heard from among the crowd. The guy stretched out his hand and said, well, every year they had strange questions that no one could answer correctly anyway, they might as well stay and cultivate here. Looking to the side, the warrior said, yes, some 10 years was nothing for his 100-year life cycle. With his arms outstretched, the boy asked him that he was good at making talismans and that he was good at alchemy. Why don't they open a shop together? To which the man replied that it was a great idea, they would discuss it at a restaurant. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that it was a pity that there were no brothels here at all. Hitting him, the warrior shouted that it was absurd. How could such a disgusting place be where a saint lived? Looking at the people, the hero said that from now on, anyone who stopped in the Baiwa kingdom would be under the supervision of the master, regardless of whether they were good or bad. Lowering his head, he added that time would open their hearts. An image of a girl appeared. A thought appeared that the master had always been alone, since she founded this sect. But because of her proud nature, she created thousands of copies to create a lively atmosphere in this kingdom, and now that people join them, the Baiwa kingdom will become a truly lively and prosperous place. Looking at the forest, the protagonist thought that it would not be long before the kingdom became a full-fledged cultivation state. Particles were flying in the air. Standing on a branch, the girl said that they no longer need to choose new cultivators. Looking away, the guy asked that she was not thinking of handing over her position to Maya. Looking straight, Layla answered that no, it was just an excellent idea, and now they will adhere to his plan. Sitting next to her, Jerry said that great, he was finally free from this work, he was thinking of a question to ask, but now there is no need. Layla disappeared, saying that she needs to discuss something with Chuck, they can go first, to which she was answered approvingly. Looking at the particles, the hero heard that she knows what happened during the test, although she settled the matter with that master, but there is no guarantee that he will not continue to take revenge on him. Perhaps he will even ask for help from mercenaries. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she couldn't protect him forever, so he had to become stronger as soon as possible, so that he could at least escape. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he should do. Looking at him, Layla answered that he should isolate himself. Standing in front of him, she added that his older brother had a different path, while the other was a slacker, and Maya was still too young, so there was only him left. Looking at her, Chuck heard that he was diligent, talented, and most importantly, determined. He was worthy of being by her side and following her path. With wide eyes, the hero thought that she wanted him to become her disciple. Any cultivator could only dream of this. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if he wanted to take up her mantle. Lowering his head, the protagonist answered that he did, But he was a swordsman, the master's form would not conflict with that. Layla closed her eyes and said that she would not pass on anything that was not suitable for him. The technique she had chosen would not affect his swordsmanship. Looking at her hand, she added that she would lower her cultivation realm to the first basic level, let him attack it to see what he would learn. Frowning, Chuck responded approvingly. He rushed to the side and said that she should be careful, he would use a secret sword. Suddenly, the hero swung his sword. He swung the weapon and exclaimed. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he said that his sword had disappeared. Standing behind him, the girl said that how could he say that he owned a sword? Chuck frowned when he heard that if he couldn't even hold it in his hands. The hero abruptly jumped to the side. Looking straight ahead, he said about the bow of the night rain. Looking down, the protagonist said that it would not happen again. He froze, pulling the bowstring. Suddenly, the girl took the bow from him. Chuck thought about it, looking away. The leg rushed forward. Lila kicked. The hero flew into a tree. It fell forward. Gray smoke appeared. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist thought that without a sword and a bow, all his skills were useless. How could he win this fight? Looking at the girl, he added that the master used this skill when she took away weapons and talismans from monsters, which deprived them of the ability to attack. Frowning, Chuck asked that she wanted to teach him telekinesis. Standing in front of him, Lila replied that it was a cheap trick that could not be used on a permanent basis, and it was also a skill of the chosen one, so she would not be able to teach it to him. Her eyes lit up and she added that she would teach him. Swinging, the girl said that this. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that again. Suddenly he flew into the wall. Standing in front of him, the girl asked him if he noticed her movements. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he did not. Layla smirked and said that he should watch it again then. Suddenly, Chuck opened his eyes in surprise. Loud sounds could be heard from the forest. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that even though the master had lowered her cultivation realm to the first basic level, he still couldn't keep up, it was impossible. Looking at him, the girl asked what he had just seen, to which the protagonist replied that he hadn't. Frowning, the girl said that in the last battle, she had sent her clones to the front lines, asking what he knew, where the most important turning point was. Standing up, Chuck asked what it was like when she used the divine skill amnesia. Standing in front of him, Layla replied that amnesia consumed 81 of her seals. It would have been difficult to use it if not for the stupidity of those monsters. Looking surprised, the hero said that he understood. He extended his hand and added that it was the move she used when she attacked the Blade Monarch. The girl smirked and asked why. The protagonist lowered his head and said that because of that sudden move, the monsters were afraid that they could kill the monarch, so they appeared to fight her, but it only tied their hands. Covering her eyes, Layla said that it was true, the monarch was afraid that she could kill him, so he hid behind the monsters. He did not expect that she could suddenly appear in front of him. Standing in front of the hero, she added that she caught the enemies by surprise when she entered the battle in an attempt to kill the monarch, forcing them all to fight her. This gave her a chance to take their weapons and talismans, so she was able to figure out how to end the battle. Frowning, the girl said that the decisive moment of that war was her appearing in front of the monarch using a secret art. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that he now understood where the turning point of that battle was. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was a secret art. Stretching out his hand, Lila said that the divine skill was a 1,000-mile step, and he was the first person she would pass on this skill to. The girl stretched out her hand and threw the item. Chuck picked up the item. He held the item in his hands and looked ahead, realizing that he should not forget to practice with the sword and bow. The girl walked forward and said to use the time wisely and improve his skills. Chuck then clasped the item in his hands. He looked at the system message, which said that he had to learn this skill, which required 1,000 spiritual power, and his current spiritual power was 532. The protagonist looked at the system message and realized that although he knew that learning divine skills required a huge amount of spiritual power, this was too much. Become smarter. He then began to absorb the object in his hand. He closed his eyes and began to draw out energy. He stood on the ground and concentrated. Chuck stood in a circle and realized that one step would be to learn 12 basic moves. He then raised his leg and took a step. After which, his face changed. He took a step forward and did not understand how he was going backwards when he wanted to go forward. He lowered his head and suggested that he should speed up using his sense of orientation. He then raised his leg and took a step to the side. He looked forward and imagined how he was moving. He looked to the side and realized that it was strange to see ideas and unusual poses directed at his movements. He observed the poses and understood the approximate prelim since they returned. The girl in the cloak watched this and decided to go and see how their friend was training. The protagonist stood and looked at the dark sky. The girl clenched her hands into a fist and said that it was time for them to go to the table. The protagonist smiled and said that he was fine. The girl grabbed his hand and asked what happened. The pet along with the other friend were surprised. Then they approached the protagonist. The friend grabbed his hand and realized that his pulse was normal. Then the pet flew up and asked what was going on. Chuck lowered his head and said that he was learning a secret technique today. The comrade pointed at himself and asked why he was sad then. Chuck lowered his head and said that he suddenly forgot how to walk. The comrade grabbed his stomach and started laughing. The girl also started laughing. The girl in the dress looked forward and asked him to stop laughing. Chuck looked with a displeased face and saw how the pet was also laughing loudly. Chuck was standing in a circle of comrades. The girl forgot to tell him that this happened often. She put her hand on the girl's head and said that she would bring him food. Chuck exhaled and understood everything. He looked at his hand and said that it was embarrassing. Then he looked at the system messages, which said that the player had enough knowledge of the skill. Step 1000 miles. He picked up his weapon and decided to take a break and practice. And then the pet ran forward and shouted that he could target anything. Chuck held his bow in his hands and looked at his comrade. The pet covered its beak with its wing and said that he was the one about it. He could not even doubt it, because no matter how serious his wounds were, the master had to protect him. Chuck looked forward and wondered what was happening in the real world now. Then he looked forward. He looked at his comrade and called out to him. The guy looked back and said that he looked delicious. Chuck looked forward seriously. Then the comrade's face tailed heavily. He looked at the system messages, where it said that due to the player's persistence, an easier way to obtain the skill, Step 1000 miles, was available. He put his hand on his chin and realized that he had fulfilled the required conditions. He stood and carefully read the text, where the initial level of the 1000-mile step granted spatial restrictions using a secret technique and appearing in a vulnerable spot. Chuck looked to the side and realized that the skill could only be used from a distance. The girl stood with her arms folded and looked forward. The guy looked to the side and said that he hardly believed it, because the master had studied this skill for a long time. And then he got hit in the face. He fell and held his head. The girl looked forward and said that if he ever got into a fight from which he could not emerge victorious, he would become a laughing stock. The guy held his face and did not understand if there was any point in this. Then we see a huge forest. The protagonist was bathing in a bathtub and looking at the system messages. He looked up and realized that 30M, and he could finally use it in battle. Then we see an hourglass, because he had been in the cultivation world for a long time. He closed his eyes and decided that he had to save everyone. We are transported to another place and see huge burning houses. Everything around was on fire. Many monsters were standing and looking forward. Then someone swung his sword. The man walked forward and a terrifying energy was coming from him. The girl put her hand to her face and realized that there was a terrible stench. The man looked forward and said that they had to leave here. He put his hand in front of him and said that they had been waiting for him all night. The girl looked forward and said that he was breaking his promise. She clenched her hand into a fist and fire was heard. Then everything around was in tongues of flame. Many monsters were running towards the girl. The man looked forward and shouted that there were enemies behind him. Then he took a stance and ran forward. The girl looked at the monsters that were eliminated. She watched this in surprise. She looked to the side and realized that it was him. She looked towards the man and realized that this was their target. After which we see the protagonist standing and holding a weapon. Chuck, raising his hand, said that something had happened. He apologized for being late. Someone standing on the road shouted that they now needed to break through them. The girl grabbed her head, adding that she had been fighting all night. She was tired and did not want to fight anymore. The monsters were approaching them, and she continued to say that he would be able to deal with them himself. The protagonist opened his mouth, answering that 1000 miles in one step. A moment later, he appeared behind his girlfriend. He grabbed his sword, and then he put it to the side. The strong energy of the moment destroyed one of the opponents. Lowering his head, Chuck replied that he would do it with pleasure, and the girl, blushing, thought that he had a terrifying speed. She could not even see his movements. Then the protagonist looked away in surprise. The girl asked him, frowning, why it seemed to her that he was getting stronger every time he went somewhere without warning. Chuck smiled and replied that he just wanted to survive this hell. Then he added that he had an important request for her. His girlfriend looked ahead and asked him what he was talking about. We were transported to the temple. Someone was shouting that there was still no news about the princess. The monk fell to his knees, and someone shouted at him what he was doing. The guy raised his head in fear, replied that the princess said that she would return immediately, but their border troops did not see her ship. The old man, looking menacingly ahead, replied that they were useless, idiots. Raising his hand, he added that he had ordered them to be killed. Near him was a nun who answered that he should calm down. The old man grabbed his head, telling him to get out. He did not want to see a good-for-nothing face. The boy backed away and said that his worthless servant would leave right away. Then the old man closed his eyes and told them to come to him. The girl looked away in surprise. He stretched out his hands to her and asked with tears in his eyes. She looked in his direction and then sighed. The old man hugged her around the waist. The girl, putting her hand on him, told him not to worry, even though several people still refused to tell, but today they would meet death. The old man, lowering his head, said that she knew that this was not what he wanted. His servant, putting her hand on his head, told him to hold on, the time had almost come. The man, opening his mouth wide, screamed that he could not bear it anymore and was leaving. He rolled his eyes. Then someone's hand appeared from his body. The child, looking menacingly in front of him, said that he did not want to stay here any longer. Stepping forward, he added that he was lonely. The girl stretched out her arms towards him, telling him to come to her and his mother would hug him. Hugging the baby, she told him to give her a little more time and he could finish this once this country was in their hands. The deformed boy, wiping away his tears, shouted why she didn't understand him. He stretched out his hand, adding that he wanted Anna, he wanted her as raw material to evolve and absorb her powers. Then he waved his hand. The mask flew off the girl's face, and she said that Anna is yours, no one can take her away from him. As long as he listens to his mother, let him think that Anna is in his hands. The boy, almost in his head, said that he would listen. Then he climbed back in, and someone said that the princess sent a message asking to talk to him personally. The old man, putting his hand on his chest, replied that it was okay, he would contact her right away. Several system windows appeared in front of him. The man looked ahead menacingly. Then they looked ahead fearfully for a few seconds, asking who he was. The protagonist appeared on the screen in front of them. He held a weapon in his hand, then said that he greeted His Majesty. Let him introduce himself, he is the supreme leader of the Freedom Federation. The old man, looking ahead menacingly, asked what he wanted, why he was with his Anna. Chuck, looking ahead, answered that he was not the one who asked her to find talented people for the Freedom Federation, he is exactly like that. The man, looking ahead displeasedly, answered that it was him. The protagonist, frowning, answered that it was true, he is the leading scientist of the battle mech. The old man looked at his subordinates, asking that they really are the best scientists in the entire Federation. The boy quickly typed information on the keyboard, and then answered that he was a specialist in new generation battle mechs. In the latest video demonstrating the new battle mechs that his master was watching, he looked menacingly ahead and added that the battle mech, Seraph, was created by him. The old man, sitting up, answered that what he wanted, really the protection of the Empire. Chuck, looking ahead, answered that right now he was surrounded by a crowd of undead, infected with a virus, he would like to hire Anna to lead him to safety. The old man, raising his hand, shouted that he should not even think about it, they must return to the Empire immediately. Suddenly, the girl put her hand on his shoulder. Looking ahead, she asked what he could offer the Empire for its survival. Chuck extended his hand, answering that it would be 5 newest technologies of battle mechs. All of them contain the most important scientific achievements. Raising his finger, he added that he would show them one of them to make sure. A notification appeared on the guy's screen. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted loudly that this technology was a generation ahead of them. They were still working on it, and the Federation had already fully developed their production. The protagonist, looking at the system screen, replied that there was only half of the data. The girl, lowering her hands, thought that he was being cautious. Lowering her head, she continued to think that she could not believe that he had actually managed to catch a big fish. It seemed that this stubborn princess could be useful. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, replied that he had more than 10 copies in his hands. If the Empire was going to get them all, let them pay the appropriate price. The girl, raising her head, replied that as a scientist of the Federation, he was going to betray his homeland. Chuck, opening his mouth, replied that if they knew what he had been through, they would understand. The era is changing, he needs to think more about his own interests. The girl looked away, asking if he was telling the truth. The guy took the coin in his hand. Then he tossed it. The coin spun in the air a few times. The guy put it in his palm. Showing it, he replied that it was the pure truth, and he was not lying. The old man, looking at the screen, suddenly agreed. Lowering his head, he replied that he would allow Anna to protect him until he was safe, but let him look at her. The protagonist, turning around, called the girl. The old man, smiling widely, shouted for her to return to the Empire as soon as she completed her mission of escorting him. The girl, looking menacingly in front of her, replied okay. Then the screen disappeared. The old man turned his head and asked why she agreed to his proposal. The woman replied that it would bring them great benefit. Anna would return in any case. Turning around, she added that he should warn the Sacred Court so that they could see to it that the student sends several people to the Freedom Federation to bring Anna back. The guy in the black cape lowered his head and replied that he understood. The old man smiled widely and shouted that the student, the strongest of all, could catch someone as disobedient as Anna. The girl hugged his head and asked if he was satisfied now. The man replied that he was completely satisfied, he wanted to see Anna as soon as possible. We are transported to burning buildings. The girl, holding back the fire, said that he made them wait for his return simply because he wanted to talk to her father. Why would he need their protection when he was strong enough himself? The protagonist, returning from the ghoul, thought that in her past life, she was captured by the Holy Temple and suffered for the rest of her life. Swinging his sword, he thought that he would not let this happen again. Then he looked at the girl, answering that he needed her protection. A strong energy appeared around them. Looking at his friend, he added that His Majesty gave his consent. The girl, stepping aside, answered that she did not understand him. Then the man, stretching his hand forward, shouted for them to look. Many monsters died in an instant. In front of them was a dark figure, from which an ominous aura emanated. The woman with claws, smiling, said that this delightful feeling cannot be compared to anything. She smiled widely. We see how people are killed. The girl holds a weapon and says that killing is delightful, because nothing can compare to this feeling. Anna looks at the guy and asks if it is a ghoul. Chuck opens his mouth and answers affirmatively. And it took him little time to wake up, perhaps he was a pro and that's why they infected him. We see a naked girl, and that when pros become ghouls, their powers disappear, but new ones appear instead, and a quick birth is possible for a miracle. Louise stands and smiles. Waving her hand, she wants to kill. A small explosion occurs nearby. The ghoul runs at them. Her mouth is drooling, because she is very outstanding. Standing near the girl, he says that it will not be long before she becomes a terribly powerful high-level ghoul. Louise jumps up and swings. She wrinkles her face and bares her teeth. The protagonist jumps up from behind and says that they must finish her off here and now. Louise opens her mouth and screams that she must be killed. Suddenly, she is kicked in the face. Chuck creates a weapon near her. Then we see a yellow line near it. He pierces her head. The protagonist approaches her. Anna stands and asks if there are more such monsters here. Looking at her, he answers in the affirmative and will find a way to solve the problem. They stand in a circle of smoke. Then a helicopter flies up to them. It lands on the ground. A man gets out and says that according to the highest orders, he must follow them to the shelter. Chuck opens his mouth and agrees because they still need to find out how things are. We see buildings and this was the headquarters of 3 armies. We see these spots are. Liam looks intently and says that they are giant sea beasts, 15 meters high, and will arrive on the shores of the Federation of Freedom in 12 hours. Phil opens his mouth and asks what is wrong with the world. Turning away, Anna asks how things are going for them. She is told that the president met with the Senate and are at each other's throats. Putting her fingers to her forehead, she says that there is no point in arguing about something in times like these. Something happens near Chuck's hand and he says that the topic of discussion this time is quite serious, and it concerns the permission for civilians to use combat mechs. The girl widens her eyes and says that if everyone can use her, then the nobility will not be able to afford shameless actions and their authority will fall. Looking down, Chuck asks her to rest and he will contact someone. Phil stands next to her and asks if they should leave if they have finished the escort mission. Anna stands next to him and says that her father was the only one who said that one should not get close to priests, but now he is among them. Raising her hand, the girl says that and she spreads 2 fingers. Something begins to appear near her. We see a man and he asked what it is. Folding her hands, Anna asks what she gave her for her last birthday and what color it was. He closes his eye and thinks. Then the man turns his head away. Smiling, he says that these are red gloves. Putting her hand to her chin, she knew everything, because her father will not forget about it. After that, the screen disappears. Phil comes up behind her and wonders if everything is correct. Anna opens her mouth and says that they had a promise that if there was such a question, he would not answer it, but now he answered and apparently it is gone. Tears roll down her face, because her father is already dead. The protagonist stands next to the goddess and asks why she is not hesitating yet, because the president has already allowed it. Looking down, Monica replies that the president can only approve the implementation of the bill when 2/3 of humanity agree with it. Otherwise, access to combat mechs cannot be opened to the population. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks what the current percentage of the bill's adoption is. We see her mouth and the percentage is 7%. Standing next to her, he thinks that in a past life, the Constitution of the Federation of Freedom underwent huge changes after 5 years and one of them was the elimination of loopholes that allowed civilians to use combat mechs. Opening his mouth, Chuck thinks that in this life, the Constitution has not yet been changed. Looking at her, he asks her to name the laws of the Federation number 11, 21 and 37. Something clicks in the back of the goddess. She opens the book and says that the Federation cannot refuse to protect civilians, no country should implement or develop laws that deprive citizens of their privileges, and she must protect the rights of citizens. Putting her hand on her chest, she is told that the current situation requires the implementation of the laws of the Federation. Looking at her, Chuck asks if she does not feel miserable when she cannot save their lives. Opening her mouth, she asks if this feeling of grief. Looking at her, the guy answers in the affirmative, because there is nothing she can do and the irreversible mistake she is making leads her to despair. Monica opens her mouth. Baring her teeth, she says that she is capable of doing something and can make a different choice. Opening her mouth, Chuck asks her to do what she considers necessary, and it is time to free herself from these shackles and become a true words. Squeezing her hand, she begins the execution of the Federation Law number 37 and the beginning of data collection. Windows appear near her. They say that the data has been collected and the creation of the strategy is complete. We see smoke coming out. Dead people are walking around the city. They have red eyes and open their mouths. They are all trying to climb the tower. Lloyd holds an object in his hands and asks to leave. Someone is approaching behind him. He turns to look. The man sees that they are running towards him. Holding the object in his hands, he tries to fight back. When suddenly, Lloyd's weapon falls and he wonders why everything turned out like this. Then they grab his head. The monster had crazy red eyes. The man's mouth is covered, but he still asks for help. The monster sticks out its tongue at him, but he does not want to die. On his hand, he has a bracelet that says that the brain impulses of an ordinary person have been detected and begins the rescue procedure. Lloyd looks away and tears stream down his face. When suddenly, the monster is hit from above. We see a robot asking Lloyd to enter the battle mech to save his life. He has tears running down his cheeks. He sits on his knees and looks at the robot. Then he sits down on the ground. The man starts running there because monsters are running after him. He jumps into the robot. Then he is in the water. We see a bright glow. Then the robot starts flying away and also offers to use the generated escape plan. Lloyd has a helmet on his head. Opening his mouth, he asks to comply, and then thanks. We are near the Senate building. The man picks up a microphone and asks who gave the goddess of justice the right to provide civilians with access to the battle mech? Monica stands and says that for the current situation, it was absolutely necessary to follow the laws. Picking up the microphone, he says that 3 laws give the goddess power, without the intervention of the Senate. Carlos looks down and says that if Monica did not break a single law and did not go against the will of the people, then there is no reason to hold her accountable. Turning his head, he asks what the situation is outside. Monica stands next to him and says that 59,812 people have been saved and the number is growing. Carlos closes his eyes and says that if they had done this sooner, they would have been able to save even more innocent lives. The man opens his mouth and asks about the consequences, because if everyone can control a combat mech, they can kill each other. Looking at him, Carlos says that he believes that when the citizens get weapons, the first thing they will do is save themselves. Putting his hands on the table, he shouts, "Can this place continue to be a good country after all this?" Then he takes the microphone with his hand. Carlos opens his mouth and says that they can't deprive the civilians of hope for survival just because of something that hasn't even happened yet. The man gets up from his chair. Holding onto his jacket, he says that if problems arise in the near future, they will have to take responsibility for themselves. The guys just watch and remain silent. We see that the city is burning and collapsing. Zombies are walking the streets. We see a corridor, and someone suggests breaking up. Then we see a wall, and they say that peacetime has come to an end and they want to live. There is a leg near the wall. Frank scratches his head and they tell him that he should think about how to stay alive and that the nobility can protect them. Holding his head, he says that the girl always looked down on him. His eyes widen because they said goodbye to him. We see a bell in his glasses and he sighs. We see his leg, because he had a bite, and he asks how his mother is doing. He smiles, because his mother is in a safe zone thanks to effective combat equipment. Blood comes out of his mouth, and Frank says that he is fine. Smiling, he says that he was taken to a secret department of the Federation, because of a non-disclosure agreement, and will not be able to contact her for a long time. Holding his ear, Frank asks not to worry, because he is safe and to send a message if he misses her. Then we see that he is in the corridor. Frank takes off his glasses because time is up. Then he squeezes his hand and breaks them. Holding his head, he says that there is nothing that cannot be let go. Smiling, he says that he wants to kill. At the same moment, he runs somewhere. After that, an explosion occurs. We see that the zombie is getting up. He is standing on one leg. Zombies are walking around him. Frank hits one of them. Opening his mouth, he sees something. Frank sees that smoke is coming nearby. He immediately runs there. Someone is sitting on a pile. Opening his mouth, he asks if he is trying to be equal with him. Something begins to appear from his back and he will not let it. Frank flies into the air. He rises higher and higher. Looking into the distance, he says that every creature in this city, the city is burning, and Frank says that everything belongs to him. The main character comes in and apologizes for making us wait. Then his eyes widened. Chuck stands and wonders where Anna is. Then he squeezes his hand. Looking at his hand, he is told that he does not want to be disturbed anymore. Opening his mouth, he asks Monica to scan the room and find out what happened in the last 30 minutes. The goddess stands next to him and understands everything. We see silhouettes and Anna talking about her father. Looking seriously, he understands that the problem in the Empire appeared earlier than expected. Looking at the goddess, he asks to track Anna's movements. Next, we see a map and she is moving towards the Fushi Empire. Exhaling, he understands that her aunt is the Empress of the Fushi Empire and is probably heading there to ask for reinforcements, in which case what happened in his past life cannot be prevented. Anna is in red clothes because she is a professional who possesses one of the 5 elements, and they have a soul with special power. We see a child because he was a monster, specializing in absorbing such power and turning it into his own nutrients for evolution. The girl lifts her head because she was forced to become his food and her soul was eaten, although she experienced pain that was far beyond what a normal person can bear. We see the emblems because the Fuxi Empire and the rest of the countries declared war on the Holy Temple only when its influence spread too far. The girl is picked up because she was saved when the Empress of the Fuxi Empire sent her people there. After that she spent the rest of her life confronting the Holy Temple, hoping to one day free the Holy Orlank Empire. Monica opens her mouth and says does she want to know the latest information about the Empire? Looking at her, Chuck asks what kind of information. He sees a screen where the disciple Ethan of the Holy Court was shown and crossed the border of the Freedom Federation with 20 people 3 minutes ago. He pulls on the glove and heads to the capital. With wide eyes, he asks, "Is this that crazy inhuman sadist and pervert?" Standing next to her, Chuck says that it doesn't matter and it will be a problem if he enters the territory of the Freedom Federation or the Fuxi Empire and must meet with him. Monica opens her mouth and says that the Supreme Leader should take refuge here instead of meeting the enemies in person. We see his mouth and Chuck says that he came for him and he can't run. Raising his hand, he says that he doesn't have to meet him in person. We see the bright sun. The cook is kneeling and serving breakfast. Reading a book, Ethan asks to put it on. Then he closes the book. Smiling, he asks where is his favorite tomato sauce. Looking at the food, the cook apologizes because they suddenly left and forgot. Looking at him, Ethan asks not to worry. Then he picks up a knife. After that, he slits his throat. Blood poured out on the food. Smiling, Ethan says that he can use his blood instead of sauce. The cook falls dead, they look at him. We see his blood and also fog. People start shaking with fear. Ethan starts cutting meat with a fork. After putting meat on the fork, he says it's delicious. Opening his mouth, he thinks why it's so dark. Then the guy turns around. There's a galactic battleship next to them. It starts creating a circle of fire. Ethan looks up and thinks. Then there's an explosion on the ground. Chuck is sitting behind the galactic battleship. Smiling, he asks it to go to its god. We see that fire appears. There's someone in the circle. Ethan opens his mouth and asks to get out. In the galactic battleship, I ask if it's him, to which they answer yes. In the ship, they activate the personality and eliminate him. Raising his hands, he says he was wrong. In the ships, they say there's no mistake and to conduct an annual check and at the same time take care of him. Looking up, Ethan thinks why they're targeting him. Frowning, he raises his voice, saying that the voice belongs to the purpose of his mission. His eyes turn red and he asks to come closer, to fight fairly. Folding his hands in a galactic battleship, he asks why he should fight when he has 20 ships. A red circle appears on the ground. Chuck says that he is just in time, although modern weapons are ineffective against powerful monsters. But they do not know if they have the same effect on people and now they will check. Then fireballs appear on the ships. Ethan raises his hands and shouts that it is not necessary. They shoot at him, and he says that it is not fair. We see an explosion. The ships begin to fly away from the explosion. Monica stands near the guy and says that the experiment is complete, and now they are returning. Closing his eyes, Chuck says that they allowed him to die a quick death and in any case, this is a huge loss for the temple. Looking at her, he asks to finish the mission. The guys sit at the table and look at the screen, because the goddess of justice has completed her training and this is an excellent result. Kyle places his hand on the table and says that he can't let that happen and if that's the case then no one will feel comfortable. Charlie lights a cigarette and says that's not where the real problem is. While smoking his cigarette he asks how much the goddess of justice has changed. Opening his mouth he asks what changes could there be in the machine? Straightening his hand he says that Monica brought an entire group of galactic battleships just to deal with a disciple of the Holy Temple. Placing his hand to his chin, Kyle asks what about rebooting the goddess of justice? Jake folds his hands and says that the Liberty Federation would suffer colossal damage if they rebooted it during the epidemic of the undead and ghouls. Closing his eyes, Kyle says that they can deal with the undead by simply killing them all and besides, a vaccine is being developed, and the problem is the ghouls. The hooded men say that the monsters have evolved at a rapid rate, and are becoming more and more like sea monsters. Putting his hand to his face, he says that they know of many high-level ghouls that cannot be killed by their technology, and can only be dealt with by specialists. Charlie exhales smoke and asks why they only evolved quickly when they kill specialists, or their own kind. Jake says that they should rely on the goddess of justice to control the situation. Exhaling smoke, the man asks if in that case, shouldn't they consider another plan? Kyle opens his mouth to speak. Jake folds his arms and says that if they make a move against the president now, then when the population finds out the truth, they will begin to despise them and greatly affect the situation. The man smokes his cigarette. Exhaling smoke, he says that he is just a representative. We see a burning city. The helicopter is on the tower. Someone is getting out of it. Chuck looks into the distance and asks to establish a stronghold, as expected from inexperienced soldiers. He stands near the people. Thomas opens his mouth and introduces himself. Oliver also opens his mouth and introduces himself. The girl has a tie around her neck, and her name is Amanda. Thomas shakes Chuck's hand and greets him. Looking at them, he asks if they are the only ones who arrived for the mission. They answer in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, he says that it is great. Standing near them, the protagonist suggests collecting information about the abnormal ghoul in the Baisha district. We see that the Baisha district was on fire. The guys are standing near the wall and asking how they will even find a ghoul in such a huge area. Chuck starts creating something and says that he will come to them himself. They stand in the smoke and are silent. The guys look around. The city was still burning. The zombies were walking somewhere. They were jumping and looking at the sight. Amanda smiles and thinks that the undead and ghouls are especially sensitive to the smell of blood at the moment. This is the fastest way to lure them out. Touching his tie, Oliver suggests arranging a mass extermination of monsters. The guys hold on to their ties. The monsters are still running towards them. Oliver kneels down, and his eye is burning. Then he takes one of the zombies. The girl spreads her arms and uses phantom vines. Green objects are created near her. The monster runs towards him. Thomas stands and does not watch him. The zombie is near his hand, which had a yellow aura. After that, the guy turns completely yellow. He raises his hands to make a punch. Then he hits the ground. Chuck looks at him and thinks that they are earth, plant, and metal elementalists. Then the protagonist looks back because he heard a sound. He turns around and sees someone. We see a monster with horns who is eager to kill. Smiling, he understands that this is the target he was waiting for. Thomas turns around and says that this is bad and they are far away, and there are many more monsters than expected. Holding a bow in his hands, he says that reinforcements are not needed and let them take care of themselves. The monster with horns starts running towards him. Chuck lets go of the bow so that it shoots. They hit the monster. It falls to the ground and the protagonist has 2 soul points added out of 20. Looking down, he realizes that only 2 points were received and this undead is not that high a level. Seriously, Chuck thinks, does this mean that the game has started? He looks at the screen and there were 0 players. And in his past life the game began 6 months later, despite the earlier appearance of monsters in this life, and there is still no game. Looking seriously, he thinks if it is possible that people are still waiting for something and what he should do. The guys are fighting monsters. Thomas turns to him and says that the ghoul is dead and they need to take his body and then get out of here. Remembering the game, he remembers that players from a past life could pick up items found in killed ghouls and he should be able to do this, then asks the system to take the ghoul's body. Chuck receives a notification that the owner cannot pick up the ghoul's body because he is special, owning the God of War system. Looking seriously, he thinks how he can get the loot. A notification comes to figure it out himself, and can turn to his experience of getting the God of War Battle Pass. Putting his hand to his chin, he thinks that the God of War Battle Pass reward is given for the missions of destiny and perhaps he should again feel in the events that affect this world in order to get loot or a reward for missions. The protagonist's eyes widen, and his hair begins to rise. Everything around him is red because he feels a strong thirst for blood. Chuck looks up and sees a monster who says that people are making a lot of noise. Opening his mouth, he asks to be careful because he is a high-level ghoul. Frank smiles and just stands there. Thomas opens his mouth and says that he is unrealistically strong. The ghoul is still looking and laughing. Oliver stands near them and decides to get rid of them together. Then tree roots appear from magic. Stones are also flying near them. We see huge dust and destruction. The protagonist raises his hand. Thomas is bleeding from his mouth. Frank pierced him with his tentacle because people are weak. The protagonist widens his eyes in surprise. He sees the guys on the ground because the ghoul instantly dealt with 3 martial artists. We see a black silhouette. He begins to approach the protagonist. Frank looks at him and says that he is the only one left. Chuck straightens his hand and says that the undead can only absorb, but not evolve, but ghouls can do both, and experience pleasure not only after killing, but also when evolving. Making a serious face, he understands that this is unfair for the demon world. We see them standing next to each other. Thomas holds his wound and asks the commander to run. Frank opens his mouth and asks again. Suddenly, we no longer see him. Then he is near the main character behind and says that there is nowhere to run. The monster straightens his hand to strike, but there is no enemy. The main character is behind him. Chuck has a weapon in his hands. Frank opens his mouth and says that this is stupid. His eyes turn even redder and a red aura appears. Tentacles fly at the main character. He holds a weapon in his hands that glows. The zombie notices that the guy is gone when he started the attack. Something starts happening behind the zombie. Opening his mouth, Frank starts screaming. Then they start hitting Frank. The protagonist holds a weapon in his hands. He stands on the ground and remains silent. Opening his mouth, the zombie laughs. Smiling, he realizes his power. His tentacles were broken and he says that his skills are incredible, and he has not seen anyone who would use a sword like that. Raising his hand, the zombie says that against his power, skills are useless and will not be able to help him in any way. Looking up, Chuck asks the goddess of justice to note this, because a ghoul has appeared, evolved to the 5th stage. Opening his mouth, he says, either 4th level elementalists, nor awakened chosen ones, no one can resist him except for a grand master of martial arts. Monica appears next to him, and writes this down. Opening her mouth, she reminds him that based on the records of his personal fighting patterns, he will not be able to defeat the enemy. Looking down, the guy says that someone must detain him, otherwise everyone who is here will die. She says that she will bring reinforcements, and let him hold the position. We see the back of the protagonist, who asks to hurry. Balls appear near Frank's hand. Chuck greets him with his mouth open. The monster widens one eye and greets him too. Looking up, the guy says that although he is infected, his human habits have been preserved. Then they throw balls at him. The protagonist moves away, which is why they miss. An explosion occurs near him and Chuck asks if he remembers his family. Frank frowns and asks him to stop talking nonsense. He creates an even bigger ball to kill for sure. Opening his mouth, he screams that he will kill. Grinning his teeth, Chuck understands that things are bad. We see red lines. The stones begin to rise. Frank is at the top, and there is red water below. We see smoke and he asks, is he dead? Opening his mouth, the monster asks where he is. Holding a sword in his hands, the guy holds the weapon and says that he is here. The protagonist begins to cut. He looks back because he is caught. We see blood coming from Frank's back. He is behind him and wants to strike. Chuck begins to smile at this. The weapon in his hand begins to electrify. Then he hits him from behind with all his might. A circle of dust appears and everything becomes electrified. Frank looks at his hand and cannot understand why he cannot move. Opening his mouth, the protagonist speaks about the secret sword. His eyes became serious. Frank closes his eye a little. The protagonist attacks him. The blow was big, which is why you can see not far from the road. Then the explosion becomes even bigger. We see dust on the ground. Frank is smeared on the rocks, and Chuck is standing nearby. We see a zombie who is on the rocks. Not far from him are arms and legs. Thomas gets up and understands that he is strong. Blood comes out of his mouth and he thinks that in just a couple of seconds he switched from defense to attack and settled the score with him. Chuck stands next to him and asks him to get up, because someone who has evolved to the 5th phase cannot die from a weak attack. His eyebrows frowned after his words. We see the back of the protagonist. Frank opens his eye. He tries to get up with his hand and laughs. Half of his body was black and he says that human skills can be just as powerful. Raising his hand, the zombie says that as he said, in the face of absolute power, he will lose, no matter how strong. Holding a stick in his hands, Chuck says that he may be right. A weapon appears in his hand. Then he shoots a bow. Opening his mouth, he says that his attacks are useless against him. We see Frank wanting to attack him with tentacles. Frowning, Chuck realizes that the difference between their powers and worlds is great, and will barely be able to block his blows. We see red lines coming from the zombie. Running up to the guy, he says that killing someone strong like him will be an amazing feeling. The protagonist holds a weapon in his hands and allows him to try. Then he makes a blow with a secret sword. Frank stands near the blow and realizes that he cannot dodge. After that, a blow flies at him. Frank begins to fall from the blow. We see the blow and how the stones fly apart. Chuck stands in the smoke with his back to us. There was smoke behind him. Frank holds his hand, surprised, and what a pity that he is not a ghoul, otherwise he would have taken him as a subordinate. Opening his mouth, he says that he has nothing to pay. Smiling, the zombie says that he needs to make more effort to finish this hunt. The protagonist looks at him intently. Frank gets black armor that envelopes him. We see Monica and she says that the guy will arrive in a minute and let him hold the position. Frank looks at him seriously. The protagonist looks and says that no problem. Opening his mouth, the zombie says that although he is the strongest ghoul, there are many rivals in the darkness, aimed at his life. We see a leg, it glowed blue. Chuck begins to create a sword and frowned. Grinning his teeth, the zombie thinks that he can no longer receive injuries and must escape before the saint appears here. Then we see the main character's blow. Frank begins to fly and bare his teeth. The guy looks and sees a tentacle. Something appears in his hand and he thinks that his soul power is almost spent, and if it weren't for his combat experience, he would have already been killed. Sweat runs down his face, and he thinks that he is not able to cope with such a terrible monster now. Monica looks at him and is asked if the saint has arrived. He is told that he will arrive within 10 minutes. Turning his head, Chuck says that she said something else. Opening her mouth, she says that this is a new strategy. Closing her mouth and crying, he was happy because he was lied to. Tilting her head, the girl asks, "Is this such a compliment?" Closing his eyes, he asks to tell the saint that he does not need to come here and the situation had to be prevented, and also to notify the medical team to take the martial artists for treatment. Opening her mouth, Monica asks if there will be any more readings. Looking in her direction, he asks to dissect the ghoul because they must find weaknesses. We see a dead ghoul on the ground. We see the silhouette of the monster and understand that its skin can withstand any temperature. Organs and bones are almost impervious to weapons, and also the chosen ones and 5 elementalists attacked it. The results were positive. Raising her hand, the girl says the conclusion that the more the monster evolves, the higher the resistance to firearms. Folding her hands, Chuck says that when traditional technology is useless, then you need to change their path of development. Opening her mouth, she asks how to do this. Looking serious, he says that you need to switch from attack to support. Folding his hands, the protagonist asked if she studied the video of the battle. She says that she did. Opening his mouth, he asks how many times he could have used better strategies. Raising her finger up, the goddess says that his strategy was flawless, and he asks not to flatter. Putting her hand to her chin, Monica says that 2 strategies could have increased the damage. Then Chuck snaps his fingers. Pointing to himself, he says that this is the help he needed and artificial intelligence is very good. Looking in the other direction, he asks to show these 2 strategies and wants to study. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks how many people are left alive. Looking at her, Monica answers that 17,624. He folds his arms and says that there were tens of thousands of people in the province, but now there are only a few left. Standing next to him, she says that it was not him. They ask her how he evolved. The girl remembers the monster and says that he prefers to exterminate his own kind and killed people in a smaller share. Putting his hand to his chin, Chuck says that this is a really fast way. Opening her mouth, she says that due to the presence of ghouls, the strategy for saving combat mechs in the Baishap province was not implemented, and it exists formally. We see a brown boot and ask where the monster is. The guys turn towards the sound. Closing his eyes, Chuck says that he hid after hearing his name. Putting his hands on his hips, Chase says that they evolve quickly, and it seems that as long as people exist, ghouls will continue to evolve. Folding his hands, Chuck agrees with him, because this is an unfair social phenomenon. Taking hold of the chair, he says that they have a fairly high intelligence, and with the combat skills they learned in secret from them, it will be difficult to deal with them over time. Opening his mouth, he says that such an outcome is rare. Putting his hands on his hips, Chase says that in this case, fully evolved ghouls will be able to form a new society. Sitting at the table, Chuck says that they will not, because of their peculiarities. If there are no targets nearby to kill, they will begin to exterminate their own. Raising his hand, he says that he will think of a way to eliminate them. Making a serious face, the protagonist says that it is necessary to use spatial jump technology and send them into the ocean. The monster looks at the circle, because they are powerless in the water and therefore they will not be able to hold their positions. Even if something does work out, they will not be able to withstand the countless number of sea monsters. Chase smiles and says that he has never thought about this, and in this case, the number of sea monsters may also decrease. Looking down, he says that if they want to move the ghouls to the ocean, then the technology of spatial jump still needs to be improved. Smiling, Chuck says that he will find a way. A red dot is drawn on the map, because Monica has found traces of their target, and it is better to prepare for an attack. We see a red dot and dust. Chase looks at the screen and says that the wasteland is exactly what is needed for a fight. Monica looks at him and says that this ghoul is developing faster than all the others, but there is still a chance to win. Opening her mouth, she says that in order to increase the percentage of success, an army is currently mobilizing and the target will be surrounded. Getting up from his chair, Chase says that he will go now. He passes by the guy. Then he puts his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, Chase says that they will meet with him and wants to express his gratitude for the timely notification, which helped save his sister, and then offer to meet his sister. The guy's eyes widen from such a proposal. Chuck closes his eyes and refuses because he is alone by choice. Chase raises his hand and says that he will not meddle in the affairs of the youth. We see a desert and sand. Someone is standing on the sand and looking into the distance. Frank is walking on the sand and his things are torn. His gaze was stern. Then he approached something. The monster had no eyes. Frank opens his mouth and asks how he dares to oppose it. It had a huge beak, and he says that they heard that a saint came here to finish him off. Frank opens his mouth and asks what they will gain from his death. The monsters look at him and say that he killed many of his kind and came to the conclusion that his evolution had failed, and they refuse to live in fear. Tentacles begin to grow from his back. Sticking out his tongue, he speaks about death. Then we see a red aura and trembling. Frank begins to receive a phone call. His eyes widen in surprise. Opening his mouth, he begins to think. The monster looks at him and says that he did not even throw away a thing that belongs to people. The other one says that he is fighting for no one and should not be in this world. Frank is standing near them and the screen is on. Then we see dust near him. A tentacle comes out of his back. The monster with fangs asks him to die. The tentacle begins to move forward into the monster. Frank stands with his back to him. He looks at the screen, and the centipede approaches. The monster turns its head. We see a map and red dots, because unknown creatures were noticed. Standing near the table, Monica says that according to the satellite monitoring system, All 4 sea monsters belong to unknown species without relevant information, and the president signed a new state of emergency for the duration of the war. A gathering of professionals is being held. The main character thinks that sea monsters come out of the ocean too quickly and not much time has passed. Immediately after evolution they will begin to live here. In order to survive, people will have to fight for their land. We see how they try to kill monsters with weapons. One of them had a big tongue because it can destroy an entire city and only professionals can resist. Chuck remembers the man, because he needs help. Then he starts typing on the screen. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks the goddess of justice to find the entered data. Monica is near the screens and agrees. We see her mouth and says that she does not answer. Smiling, Chuck asks to write that if he does not want to be destroyed by the Galactic Citadel, then let him answer. They look at the screen, because the connection is established. William looks up and asks how he found him. Folding his arms, Chuck realizes that he is a mad scientist who invented a spatial jump 30 years ago and threatened 9 nobles with his technology to allow them to found a 10th noble family. The man lies on the floor, and the killer wipes himself, because the goddess hacked his bomb with a spatial jump, and then was killed by the nobles. But he was a clone and spent the last 30 years in space. We see tentacles because in his past life, when the apocalypse began, he attacked the Federation and caused the spatial jump. Then we see a destroyed city, because he spent 30 years preparing and it became revenge on the entire Federation, but also did not give away the location. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that 30 years ago, 6 students from a women's university disappeared. William looks away and says that this has nothing to do with him. Looking at him, Chuck says that when the man died, they all disappeared and remembered that they were all crazy followers. Folding his hands, William asks what he wants. Closing his eyes, the protagonist says that he does not care how he deceived 9 nobles with his clone. Opening his mouth, he says that he also does not intend to judge his personal life. Smiling, Chuck says that he can fully lead a life in space. Standing up from his chair, he says that the apocalypse has begun and he would like to use the latest spatial jump technology to help people overcome the upcoming crisis. Standing near the table, Chuck asks if he was supposed to get new results. William frowns and asks what he will do if he refuses. Pointing his finger at him, the protagonist says that he will die with them. Looking down, the old man said that Chuck could kill him. The protagonist with a serious face replied that he knew that he had set up many spatial traps that would transfer the attack aimed at them to other places. But he did not take into account the fact that his small traps were nothing in the face of the entire Federation. Closing his eyes, the man asked if the protagonist was a representative of the Federation. Monica looked at him and said that Chuck had every right to represent the interests of the Freedom Federation. William, dumbfounded, cried out that the Federation would not allow some brat to take the post of president, but given the words of the goddess, only the president can represent his country. Holding his face, he noted that this was paradoxical. William frowned and replied that if that was the case then Chuck was not the president but had still received the highest power. He smiled and said that he had tried before but there was not enough time. Because of the assassins who stood in his way, he was unable to break through the 30 goddess firewalls. The dumbfounded man asked how the protagonist did it. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he did not need to know, and it was better to get closer to the point. They looked into each other's eyes and William clarified if it was true that he wanted to know the technology of spatial jump in order to deal with these damn ghouls and sea monsters, to which he received a positive answer. William seriously clarified if Chuck was one of the 9 nobles. Standing in front of the projection, the protagonist asked what the man thought. Pointing his finger at Chuck, William replied that it was definitely not so. Now that he had confirmed his identity, the protagonist must prove the sincerity of his intentions. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he could have eliminated all life on his small spaceship using biochemical weapons, and then simply taken the results of his research. Opening his eyes slightly, Chuck emphasized the fact that he had called William first instead. The man replied with a satisfied look that he was glad the protagonist had not done that, because he had inserted a biotransmitter near his heart, and once he died, the spaceship would explode. Looking at him, Chuck stated that he also knew about his plan to transport space monsters to the Federation using space galactic jump technology. After which he clarified how William thought he would be able to stay alive for long if this information leaked out. A dumbfounded William asked how he knew this. The frightened man stated that, realizing that they were both sincere enough, he would make him a promise, but with one condition. Looking at Chuck, William said that he wanted to go back. The surprised protagonist wondered if this man wanted to come back, noting that he would have no chance to escape when the 9 nobles found him. William closed his eyes and said that he had the highest authority, he had to help him. The angry man began to shout that there were no contraceptives left, the spaceship was overcrowded, the circulation system could not cope with it. A puzzled Chuck replied that William had to hand over his spatial jump technology, and then he could come back. The man, looking pleased, said that he agreed, the protagonist would send them an autonomous combat spaceship. A small one would not do, at least a medium-sized one was needed, because they had a lot of people. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that this technological maniac still dreamed of dominating the world and dominating all women. Chuck turned his attention to Monica and asked her not to let him get hold of any of their key technologies, as well as to inject a nanobomb into his body as soon as William landed there, also to genetically alter his appearance, creating a new personality from him. From now on, he can only be on his side. Sitting down on a chair, Chuck ordered Monica to prepare decent living conditions for his women and children, but they will not be allowed to make contact with those they know. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that William is a time bomb. If it were not necessary to prevent the current crisis, he would never ask him for help. Monica stood nearby and asked if the protagonist wanted to use the satellite to watch the battle between the saint and the ghoul that had just begun. Raising his hand, Chuck replied that he did not want to, because they had something more important to do. The protagonist with a serious face asked to analyze all the information they had collected about the ghouls so far and classify them based on their level of threat. Touching the projection, Monica stated that according to their threat level, the escaped ghoul is currently at the highest level. The girl looked at the face of the ghoul named Frank and noted that according to the analysis of the information received, there are 3 more ghouls after him in strength. The monster was sitting on a mountain of corpses. It was devouring a human hand. Monica looked at the other monsters. Frowning, Chuck thought that these 2 black dead were high-level elites, as well as pets of this ghoul. He already figured out how to keep them. The protagonist looked at Monica and said that the undead will not evolve biologically, but they become stronger, just like humans become stronger when they grow, and the more nutrients they receive, the stronger they become. He looked at the projections. The protagonist looked at the picture of a destroyed city. Monsters were dragging a huge object. Tentacles grew out of it. The creature killed the ghouls. Watching this, Chuck noted that this was unexpected, because none of the ghouls resisted. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that this was a particularly mutated ghoul. It could become a serious problem. Frowning, the protagonist noted that this ghoul was too dangerous. If it grew, it would become much larger than the others. The girl looked at him and asked if he wanted to look at the third ghoul. Chuck agreed with a serious expression. Green smoke was coming from the monster, and Monica said that this one had escaped after being wounded in a fight with the first ghoul. Watching the monster, the protagonist, Monica examined the ghoul and said that the virus in it had evolved, so their medicine was powerless against it. The poison specialists could not even get close to it. They were infected 30 meters away from it, which led to their death. Chuck thoughtfully asked if the general had entered the battle, to which he received the answer that due to the fear of losing them in case of failure, at the moment the team had not sent any of the 3 generals there. Stretching out her hand, Monica said that among all the recorded fights, she was the only opponent who was not afraid of this virus. Watching the monsters fight, the girl said that in the area of White Sands, almost 80% of people died from the infection created by this ghoul. Chuck saw the earth begin to collapse. Holding his head, the protagonist thought that in his previous life, ghouls appeared without any warning. People had to spend colossal amounts of money from the budget because they were caught off guard. Opening one eye, the protagonist reasoned that ghouls evolve too quickly and become too strong. If people cannot enter the game world to improve their abilities, he is afraid that the ghouls will never be defeated. Turning his gaze to Monica, Chuck noted that in this life he first warned the goddess of justice, so the beginning of the apocalypse goes much better. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the game had not appeared yet this time. The situation was still serious. Standing up from his chair, Chuck emphasized the fact that the fate of all mankind was very unclear. The trouble was already in finding a way to survive. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of a crowd of ghouls. Frowning, the protagonist clarified what the situation was in other areas, in addition to the information about these 3 ghouls. Standing next to him, Monica said that the situation was still stable, the mechs were distributed, the number of people saved was increasing, the army and specialists were taking on the work of eliminating the consequences of disasters one after another, and Chuck asked what about other countries. Several projections appeared, after which the goddess of justice said that thanks to the timely warning, she informed the other countries at the first opportunity. They are doing everything in their power to keep the situation under control, and so far they have been successful. They unanimously asked the Federation to allow her to provide support in analyzing the relevant strategies. Chuck smiled and stated that he finally heard good news, noting that this was a great opportunity for her to conduct a quality analysis of the country's strategies. They would deal with them later. Monica waved her hand and said that she understood. The report on the ghouls was complete, and then asked to evaluate the 3 main ghouls. Holding his chin, Chuck stated that they were all ruthless creatures. Comparing them all, he would prefer the ghoul with the fastest evolution, the one they had fought before. Monica asked with a serious look what criteria he used to evaluate. Standing in front of the table, Chuck replied that he used the level of threat to humans and his intuition. Touching the screen, Monica stated that she had a recording that might interest him. The protagonist began to watch the recording. He looked surprised and said that he could not believe that this was a ghoul that had evolved so quickly, with the presence of human emotions, speed and a level of evolution that other ghouls could not achieve. Chuck imagined himself facing the ghoul and stated that it would become more and more powerful. It would be best to get rid of this terrible monster as quickly as possible. Monica appeared next to him and stated that the battle saint failed to kill the enemy immediately. As a result, this ghoul escaped again, and the protagonist asked if she had any suggestions. Looking at him, the girl said that he had a psychological weakness. Using hostages, one can implement 31 strategies. Sitting in front of her, Chuck replied that he would think about it. Spreading her arms, Monica stated that the protagonist was the first scientist to propose the idea of ghoul cannibalism, and also a professional who had close contact with ghouls. She asked to classify the strength of ghouls according to today's system, so she could use it as a reference to better assess the enemy's strength, and Chuck replied that they would first rank the professionals by combat power, and then correlate them with the ranks of ghouls. First of all, the professionals would be divided from the bottom up into overlords, supreme overlords, combat saints, and combat gods. The girl said with a serious expression that the highest level that humans can reach is combat saint. Combat god is a little-known term from rumors. Frowning, Chuck asked to write it down first. Perhaps one day, someone will be able to surpass the limit of a martial saint, and Monica will be able to classify him as a martial god, whose world will correspond to the world of a true saint. Next will be the cultivators of the 5 elements. Depending on the number of layers of enlightenment, the strength of each of the 5 elements continuously increases. At the lowest level 1 layer, at the highest 5. The protagonist introduced the 2 girls and said that cultivators of the 5 elements who have opened 4 layers are already considered first-class professionals, and reaching 5 segments is equivalent to the title of a martial god. As for the selected techniques, they also need to be divided into 5 layers. The first layer of awakening, the selected technique, the second layer of permanence, the third layer of complete awakening, the fourth layer of preparing changes, and the fifth layer of re-evolution of the selected technique. They cannot evaluate the selected skills because there are many different factors to consider. Many projections were flying around Monica. She opened her mouth in surprise and said that everything was recorded. Chuck introduced the various monsters and told them that the next ones were the ghouls. Their strength was growing too fast, but each level was a little weaker than the professionals. A level 5 ghoul should be equal in strength to a level 4 professional. But ghouls were quite hard to kill. They were also not afraid of getting hurt during battle. They evolved quickly, which is why they were so strong. Looking down, the protagonist thought that this was the classification of the real-world strength. But the professionals there were very weak and did not use their spiritual power. The real-world martial artists did not use spiritual power to strengthen their body. The professionals of the 5 elements strengthened it with their attack skills, and the chosen ones could not improve their skills, which would help them evolve faster. Professionals and monks could not be compared because there was a huge difference in their perception of the world and battles. This ominous phenomenon would continue to exist for a long time after the game began until everyone began spiritual cultivation, putting an end to it. Monica said with a serious expression that everything was written down. In addition to this, she would like to inform you that the ghoul that Chuck fought with headed back to the White Sands district. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist asked again. The girl standing in front of him clarified whether to send a battle saint to continue hunting him. Extending his hand, the protagonist replied that it was not worth doing. Smiling, Chuck stated that he suddenly had a plan. He wanted to try to talk to the monster. The protagonist sat at the table. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he needed Monica to be ready to provide first aid. Looking at Frank, Chuck stated that he wanted to engage him in battle. Looking at him, the girl said that according to the previous files, given the extent of the damage done to the other groups, he still threatened Chuck's life. The protagonist replied with a satisfied look that if he hadn't seen the recording, he would most likely have simply gathered people to surround him. But there were some things he couldn't turn a blind eye to. Monica sighed. Standing next to him, she said that a security strategy had been developed. The team could be activated at any time. This battle had been assigned the highest S-class secrecy, except for him and him. Only the president could receive information. The corresponding permission was not available to everyone else. Chuck replied with a calm look that it was a good job. Lowering her hands, Monica said that they had a visitor. She seriously noted that it was his partner, Clark. Crossing his arms, the protagonist clarified what Clark had forgotten there. The guy entered the room, saying that he came with good intentions. Smiling, Clark clarified how he could repay him for saving his sister. Stretching out his hand, Chuck replied that as long as the guy did not bother him in any way, this could be considered a return of the debt. Clark put his arm around the protagonist and asked what kind of trouble he could cause him. Monica was watching them and said that they had found traces of another group, and a route for the fight had been planned. Pointing his finger to the side, the protagonist said that it was time for him to go, and if Clark wanted to stay, he should wait for him there. The enthusiastic guy exclaimed that he would go with him. No matter what the mission was, even if it was a battle with a ghoul, he could still fight with him. Frowning, Chuck asked why Clark would do that, noting that he was taking a huge risk. Clark replied with a satisfied look that a good partner should always be nearby. Besides, no matter how dangerous the people he was dealing with were, he was quite capable. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that in that case they would go together. Clark put his hand on Chuck's shoulder and asked where they were going and why, to which he replied that they were going to meet the guy who had once almost killed him. He couldn't tell him all the details due to confidentiality. Smiling, Monica noted that it was impossible to spread information of the highest importance of the S-class. Taken aback, Clark asked if they would fight anyone. Lowering his head, Chuck replied that he didn't know how it would work out, because a massacre wouldn't solve all the problems in the world. Raising his hand, Clark stated that the protagonist wasn't the type of person with a fiery temper. The protagonist grabbed the guy by the face. Chuck pushed his comrade out of the room and said that Clark would wait for him outside first. He still had something to do. The guy left there, holding his head. Turning around, the protagonist said that the situation had changed. Monica should prepare a new plan and name it Assault. Pointing his finger at the projections, Chuck stated that the army and professionals would stand around them once they failed. The mechs and the battle saints should arrive at the scene of the battle within a minute to begin the attack on the ghoul. Standing in front of him, Monica asked why the protagonist didn't do it right away. Looking away, the protagonist stated that before executing what they had prepared in case of failure, he wanted to try something else first. Frowning, Chuck emphasized the fact that he had to be responsible for people's lives. Clark looked around the destroyed city and asked if the one the protagonist wanted to meet was there. The protagonist's face was serious. The basketball bounced off the ground. It was rolling towards Chuck's feet. The protagonist stopped the ball. He kept his hands in his pockets. The protagonist looked up. The ghoul was standing with his back to them. Turning around, Frank asked if it was Chuck again. Clark, dumbfounded, thought the monster had a terrifying aura. The protagonist stopped the guy with his hand, saying that he would not harm Frank. Licking his lips, the monster asked how he was found. The protagonist walked towards him, saying that it was because he still had the ability to think clearly. Monica appeared next to the monster and greeted Frank, a former citizen of the Federation. Taken aback, the ghoul thought that this guy ordered the goddess of justice to track him down. Even the president was not capable of such a thing. Frank waved his hand and asked why the protagonist had come to him. Chuck, holding his hands in his pockets, said that he and his friend needed a comrade. Frowning, the protagonist suggested that Frank would be perfect for this role. The guys were taken aback by what they heard. Frank clutched his forehead and said that such a thought would never have occurred to a person in their right mind. He was crazy on the outside, but he must be on the inside. The protagonist frowned and replied that he was serious. Standing behind, Clark thought that his ally really wanted to lure him over to his side. It seemed that this ghoul was very strong. He smiled. Extending his hand, the guy said that if the opponent did not object, although his partner was speaking directly, but he was a really good person, if his friends needed help, he would definitely provide it. Clark smiled and said that if he thought he could become their partner, it meant that he had impressed him with something. Frowning, Frank listened that he could be sure that as long as he was their comrade, a huge number of different opportunities awaited him. From now on his life would improve many times over. Raising his hand, the guy said that he could guarantee it in the following way. Society itself divided aristocrats into two types: old feeble old men and social tumors in the form of young generals who only knew how to spend their time and money. But there is another type of aristocrats, like him, who do not consider themselves aristocrats and think that their status is simply nothing. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked why this speech was so familiar to him. Clark spread his hands and said that in fact, he was kicked out of his family when he was 15, simply because of the refusal of a marriage alliance. He remembered how the girl hugged him, telling him that she looked like a sea monster. If he married her, his future would be over, so he opened fire on their house. Frank stood in front of him seriously and asked how he lived on, leaving behind his status. The guy frowned and said that he began to kill, specializing in killing bad people, and later formed a union called the Hunters Union. Pointing his hand at his friend, he said that then he met his partner Mr. Chuck. The main character with a serious look said that he did not think that killing someone was that important if he really deserved it, so he still wanted to invite him to his squad. Frowning, Frank clarified if he was not a person. The protagonist looked at him confidently and said that everything was fine. In fact, it was beneficial for both of them. The goddess of justice told him that his mother was seriously ill. Taken aback, the ghoul asked if she was sick again. He writhed in rage and shouted that he had given her money. Why hadn't she gone to the doctor? Chuck frowned and replied that because she had kept the money, she wanted to leave it for him. It seemed he should see what had happened last night. The goddess of justice appeared in front of him. She extended her hand to the screen. Frank watched as his mother lay in the hospital. He was taken aback. Standing next to the bed, the doctor said that he had told her to get treatment, but she had simply not come. Did she really not care about her money at all? The woman smiled and said that she was a mother. No matter how much longer she had to live, she had kept the money to leave it to her precious son. The ghoul burst into tears. Hitting the screen, he shouted that he didn't need it. The screen showed his mother lying down. Frank was crying and saying that he just wanted her to be healthy and get good treatment. The system informed him that the user had logged out and could not perform operations on the Federation account. The tearful guy looked ahead and asked what the refusal was for. Falling to his knees, the ghoul wondered why everything was so bad. Was this really how the world worked, or did they not deserve happiness at all? He lowered his head in hysterics and screamed that why should his mother, who worked all her life, die from illness? It was unfair. Exuding dark mana, Frank said that if anyone should be unhappy, it was him. The energy filled the space with a scream. Clark looked in surprise. The protagonist frowned. Tears fell next to the ghoul's hands. The guy stood in front of him and asked what people were crying about. He extended his hand and said that the best way to cure a person now is to remake and heal them at the genetic level. This divine method can lead to a long life. But since the number of people has increased dramatically, the pressure is high, so this method is prohibited. Clark pointed his finger at his friend and said that the two of them are two opposites. He has money, he has power, now the Federation is in a situation that they cannot cope with. The guy smirked and said that if he joined them, he will have an inexhaustible supply of money and privileges that no one else has. Also, he will be able to use the capabilities of the Federation medicine to save his mother. Chuck put his hands in his pockets, saying that if he joined them, he will make sure that his mother gets better in the shortest time. Frank sat on his knees and answered that he is not like them. He needs to kill every day. The protagonist calmly said that this is not a problem. Many ghouls are getting stronger, so they need his help to deal with them. The protagonist stood with his friend and told him that in fact, most evolutions go in the wrong direction, and only the complete preservation of memories and feelings can be a sign of the ideal evolution, which will come in the distant future. With such a high level, he should be able to resist the urge to kill for some time. Frowning, Frank replied that maybe, like those who endure hunger for some time, but already in relation to the urge to kill, but he will not last long. Chuck stood opposite, reporting that with each evolution, his self-control will grow stronger and stronger, but, of course, he will still need to kill to continue evolving. Frowning, Clark thought about what needs to evolve, whether he is about skills, whether this guy has reached the level at which the evolution of skills is possible. He carefully looked at the ghoul, thinking that this is the highest level of the chosen techniques, he must be on their side. Putting his hand out to the side, the guy asked why he doubted when there was such a great offer, adding that he should agree, and then they would go and celebrate with champagne. He would be the host today, they would not refuse him anything. Clark watched as the ghoul put his hand in his pocket. Picking up the medallion, Frank asked what he would have to do for them. The protagonist answered with a serious look that killing people, or to be more precise, killing these ghouls, in the future, the tasks of killing would fall entirely on him, he would take on all the other concerns. The ghoul looked at the pendant, asking if he would be considered his subordinate. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that they would only have a partnership, they would both benefit from this, but also share all the risks. Frank stood opposite and clarified that if he lost control of himself. Putting his hands in his pockets, Chuck said that he had a solution, he would need to trust himself and him a little. Together with the goddess of justice he would study it in detail. He was sure that he would be able to live with his mother if he could cope with his intratissue problems at the genetic level. The ghoul looked at him in surprise, asking if he was really communicating with him, and was not afraid that someone would find out about it. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy replied that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Frank held out the pendant. Remembering how his mother had shown him the jewelry as a child, he replied that if so, then he was in. Chuck stood calmly opposite. Smiling, the protagonist thought that for 10 whole years of life after the apocalypse, not a single ghoul had appeared living with people in the world. This was a historical event that would definitely affect the fate of people, a miracle of evolution that no one could have imagined in a past life. Frank burst into tears and said that then he would gladly save his mother. The protagonist stood next to the goddess of justice and called her. The girl looked at the ghoul and said that the number of permits, people and resources required for deep genetic restoration was too great, she would need a week to prepare. Smiling, Chuck said that he would be able to see his mother later. Frank smiled back, thanking him. Spreading his arms, Clark said that the ghoul was special. In order to avoid unnecessary problems, let him go with him. Since he was his partner, then, naturally, he would be treated like a king. The protagonist looked at his friend and replied that then, he left it to him. A notification popped up in front of him, stating that unknown changes in the time and space of this world would affect the player's time flow. The green player would immediately move to the cultivation world to slow down his own time flow. Frowning, the protagonist wondered why there would be changes in time and space in this world. What would it lead to? Standing in front of the screen, he thought that his time flow had not changed at all when the sea monsters and ghouls appeared, but now something had affected it. The guy listened with a serious expression as the system reported that it could only sense time changes, but was unable to determine what would actually happen, so players were advised to explore everything themselves. Players were advised to immediately enter the cultivation world to avoid the influence of the change in the world's time flow. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he wanted to explore it, but she wanted him to go to the cultivation world. Frowning, Chuck said that he had one urgent matter to do now. He would find them when he was done. Pixels enveloped his body. Clark looked at him in surprise. The main character dissolved in front of the guys. Frank stood behind him, asking if this was the chosen technique of the instantaneous movement class. Closing his eyes, the guy offered to forget, leave him and get to know each other. He extended his hand and said that he was the head of the best union of assassins in the Federation. Smiling, Clark said that he hoped he would like his future work. Frank happily shook his hand. Grinning, he said that he was the strongest ghoul in the world. The guy stood in front of him and said that he was sure they would get along well, that's for sure. Clark walked to the fence, saying that this was an alliance of a human and a ghoul. Chuck was definitely crazy. Meanwhile, Lila sat on the throne. Grabbing a piece of paper, she said that this was quite strange information. Maya stood excitedly next to the guy, asking what it was. The girl crossed her arms and said that the powerful demons that were locked in the Demon Cloud River were nowhere to be seen. The protagonist clasped his hands, asking if they could have entered the human territory. The goddess looked down, saying that it was impossible. They were carefully monitoring them. Once they appeared, they would find them. After repeated confirmation, it could be assumed that they had left, leaving this world. Jerry smiled and said that it was good that they were gone, and they did not need to fight. They had won without a fight. Layla sat in front of them and said that the holy demon of this world was still here, he had not left. Frowning, she said that although she did not know what had happened, this was a great opportunity for the human race. The girl glared furiously, saying that after the annual test, they had planned to carry out an attack, but now, it seemed, they could arrange a decisive battle instead. The protagonist looked down and thought that the demons from the other world had disappeared. According to the information they had received, they should have chosen an easier target. He thought with a serious expression that this easy target might be the real world. Imagining many monsters, he thought that at this stage, the demons were not yet able to enter the real world on their own, but they had successfully done so with the ghouls and sea monsters. What would their next move be? The real world already had too many problems. It would not be able to withstand another cataclysm. Chuck imagined the guy fighting the monster, thinking that in the previous life, players were able to at least start hunting small demonic beasts, raising their level and strength step by step, gradually adapting to the cultivation world. In this life, people have discovered the world of the martial god, learned the tricks of the demons, have a development strategy, and have definitely started a major battle. Frowning, the protagonist thought that time was running out. A war between humans and demons would soon begin. This was not a game with monsters, but a real battle for existence. The protagonist clenched his fist, thinking that he did not know when he would be able to return to the real world, but for now he had to give it his all in the upcoming battle. Layla threw the tablets forward, saying that these two signs were for the guys. The flow of mana moved the objects to the guys. They stretched out their hands to the tablets. Chuck looked at the hieroglyphs. Dumbfounded, he thought that Prime made him first among equals. Imagining the various stages, the guy thought about the fact that the combat officers of the human army use a ranking system of 6 colonels, 4 generals, a vice commander, and a commander. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the ranks of colonels were arranged from the lowest to the highest: Pei Rong, Ren Yong, Yu Wu, Shao Qi, Jing Wei, and Zhao Wu. The protagonist imagined fighting against monsters, thinking that for the inhabitants of the cultivation world, each rank increase in the system required a certain amount of combat merit. Recalling the army of warriors, he thought that for players, it could be killing demons. To rise from a soldier to a colonel of Shao Qi, a player needs to kill 30,800 demons. The guy smiled, deciding that he had risen 3 ranks in one go. Maybe he had jumped too many. Layla sat on the throne and reported that he had saved 2 generals and discovered spies among the people, and he had also helped in exploring the Shinwu world. Goose looked at him and said that if it weren't for the fact that advancing too quickly would hinder his growth, the master would have forced the army to give him the rank of general. Taken aback, Chuck asked if the master was capable of such a thing. The protagonist handed over a tablet and said that in the alliance of human cultivators, combat achievements were valued the most. Neither bribery nor personal preferences should ever influence someone's rank promotion. Even if he had certain achievements, it was inappropriate to instantly promote a soldier to a general. Paul looked calmly and said that after the betrayal of the Blade King, the fighting spirit of the people had fallen. At the moment there was no commander or vice commander in the Alliance army. The highest authority was now held by the 3 saints. Since there was no chance that the saints would betray the people, this was the safest way. Looking at the guy, he asked if, as a representative of the supreme authority of the army, he thought that the master had the right to directly promote him to a general. The girl smiled and said that he still had enough time to reach the rank of general in the future. They could consider promoting him when he got used to being a colonel and improved his command skills. With such skills, it would not be difficult for him to get a certain amount of achievements. The protagonist stood in front of her and agreed. Looking at the sign, the protagonist thought that it was not that simple. Accumulating achievements was not easy at all. Jerry nudged him with his shoulder and said that he was doing well. Holding up the sign, he said with a grin that he was only 1 rank lower than him. Chuck smiled and said that it seemed like he and his brothers would be able to fight together on the battlefield this time. Paul closed his eyes and said that he knew nothing about fighting and killing, hiding in the rear, relying on the 6 arts. The guy frowned and said that by fully utilizing his 6 art skills in the rear, he was already increasing the strength of the human alliance. The demons were merciless and did not fear death. If not for the 6 arts, the human race would have been destroyed long ago. Goose closed his eyes and said that he was right. Lila sat away from them, saying that Paul was a beast, so he was in an awkward position. Maya was still too young to go with them. She looked at the guys seriously, saying that the 2 of them would represent the Baiwa sect, so let them do their best on the battlefield to maintain the reputation of their sect. Bowing, the guys said that they understood her. The girl frowned and said that Chuck was already a colonel of Shaoqi, but he still did not even have a spiritual mount. Let a friend help him choose one. Jerry hugged the protagonist and asked him to rely on him. The tablet began to glow. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist that it was noticed that the player had opened a special story scenario. The current conditions met the requirements for activation. The Destiny mission was activated. He looked at it anxiously, thinking that this was another Destiny mission. Messages popped up that the Destiny mission, the final battle, part 1, breaking the shackles of destiny, changing the course of history, the player begins the Destiny mission. The guy looked at the screen carefully. The system reported that the purpose of the mission is that only by rising high enough can he gain control of the battlefield. It is necessary to raise the rank before the war reaches the center, because it is incredibly dangerous. In order to prevent the player from dying prematurely, the reward was given in advance. In case of failure, it will be taken away. Frowning, Chuck thought that the mission was called Final Battle Part 1. In other words, only after completing this part, it will be possible to proceed with the second part of the mission. Moreover, the reward was given in advance. He looked down, thinking that this was not something to be happy about. There had never been a situation in the history of the game where the quest rewards were given out in advance. Apparently the system assumed that the player could die in battle. The protagonist imagined himself standing over the cliff, thinking that now it was as if he was standing on top of a 9,000-foot cliff. The protagonist imagined himself falling towards the monsters, thinking that one wrong step would lead to death. Looking at the screen, the guy wondered what kind of war god title this was. Was this a reward from the system? It seemed like the mission of Destiny was the key to unlocking the title. Chuck watched carefully, thinking that he wanted to check them out. The system reported information about the first title, Personal, Blade 15, and the second title, Colonel Shaoqi. Looking up, the protagonist thought that as expected, the name of the war god here is not just for show. Each war god title is incredibly powerful. The protagonist looked at the tablet, thinking that both names he currently had were only at the initial level, but it was obvious that these skills could be developed. They would grow along with the title changes, becoming stronger. Jerry put his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, he suggested not to waste time, let him follow him and choose a spiritual beast for himself. Chuck walked with his brother near the lake, asking what kind of beast he had. The guy put his hands in his sleeves with a grin. He took out a bag of mana. The protagonist was taken aback. Jerry released the beast in front of him, saying that it was an ice foggy mystical turtle. It had awakened its main water element to the second stage. It was very powerful. There was a gazebo on the shell. Touching the muzzle, the guy said that it was not about its strength. Looking at the beast's spikes, he reported that the most important thing was that the turtle's armor had a thick layer of ice, so normal attacks would most likely miss or have no effect, just incredible protection. Jerry raised his finger and said that he also spent many attempts to form 3 places in its shell, so that even when demons came for his head, he could just hide inside. The guy imagined how he happily looked out of the shell. The protagonist raised his thumbs and replied that his brother had such an interesting idea. Taking his hand, Jerry told him to sit on his spirit beast to choose his own. The guys flew above the turtle. It stepped on the ground. The animal gradually moved forward. The beast moved slowly and the protagonist said that in fact, he was in a hurry. The turtle crawled through the forest. Animals peered out from behind the trees. Fish enthusiastically emerged. Lying in the gazebo, Jerry explained that the spiritual ones are good and the demonic ones are evil. In fact, the demonic beast is a spiritual beast and vice versa. He brought a candy to his lips, saying that good and evil are relative, the same with people. Chuck stood in front of him and asked if the master had raised all these spiritual beasts. Sitting behind him, the guy answered that some of them were not raised. They left their marks here and cultivated to express gratitude to the master who helped them. They all promised to come whenever she called them. Smiling, Jerry asked what was important to his brother in a riding beast. The protagonist, turned away, was silent. Turning around, Chuck answered with a smile that he only needed one thing: speed. Lowering his head, the guy asked what only speed. Looking at him, the hero answered what exactly. He frowned and added that he could handle it alone during the battle. The problem was movement. When changing positions, even a small delay of 1 second could cost his life. Smiling, Jerry said that they were brothers after all. He could hide, he could run away. It seemed that the master did not need to worry about their safety during the battle. Snapping his finger, he added that this mission would be especially dangerous, so they would find the best option for him. The guy raised his finger and said speed, then it could be the dark-maned unicorn, the twilight blue moon panther or the swift firestorm crane. Grinning, he added that he needed to be careful when talking. All three of these were golden-based spiritual beasts. Looking at him, the protagonist responded approvingly. The swift firestorm crane appeared. The twilight panther looked straight ahead. Turning his head, the dark-maned unicorn asked what he had called them for. Looking at the spirits, the boy said that they were going to the front. His brother was here because he needed a riding beast. Did any of them want to help him? Looking straight ahead, the unicorn asked that he wanted them to attack and kill the enemies at the front. Jerry, standing in front of him, heard that there was a war. There would be bodies at every step, weren't they, humans, tired of it? To which he replied that they should not be misunderstood. It was the demons who were attacking them. They were only doing everything to survive. Closing her eyes, the panther said that it was true that they had no choice but to accept the fight, but they could not guarantee their own safety, and he wanted them to also protect the boy, who was in the initial stage. Smiling, Jerry said that the initial stage was only temporary. Humans were developing very quickly. Who knows, perhaps in the near future his brother would suddenly surpass his limits. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he should say hello, to which Chuck greeted them. Looking at him, the crane asked how old he was. Standing in front of him, the hero answered that he was 18, to which he said that the battlefield, he would join him, to which the protagonist said that no, he would be directly at the front to fight the enemies. The crane's eyes lit up and he said that how brave, he was not bad, what do they think? Turning his head, the unicorn said that he left his mark here only because he wanted to become a fairy's riding animal, and the panther said that he was still too young to be at the front, he simply could not understand the cruelty of war. Looking at the hero, the unicorn said that it was true, this young guy was going to the battlefield, waiting for him to babysit him. The panther yawned and said that so much trouble, he would prefer to go back and take a nap. Looking at them, Jerry turned. Lowering his head, the hero said that it seemed they had misunderstood something. The guy looked surprised, hearing that firstly, humanity was entering the war to save this world, with people who were ready to give their lives for the common good, and not with those who considered it something problematic. If this world was destroyed, they would not be able to go anywhere else. Frowning, the protagonist said that secondly, he was not here to beg any of them to become his riding spirit animal. He simply chose them because their marks were here. If they did not want it, they could leave. He opened his eyes wide and added that he would never leave his marks here again, because they could not even fulfill their own promise. Looking at him angrily, the panther asked how he dared, and the unicorn added that he wanted to die. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck asked what they were asking, how dare he, here in the Baiwa sect. Frowning, he added that they were willing to do it again. Lowering his head, the unicorn said that this brat was serious, even if he was no match for them, he was still willing to fight them, to which the panther added that all sword cultivators were madmen. The crane's eyes lit up and he said that let him stop, he would be his beast. Looking at him, the hero asked why, to which he replied that he saw his courage, besides, he was accepted here as a disciple of a saint at such a young age, so he must be quite talented. Standing in front of the protagonist, the spirit said that he had also been in the gold-based realm for over 100 years. If he became his beast, then one day when he reached the level of a great cultivator, perhaps he could even help him surpass his limit. That would be a wonderful coincidence. Frowning, Chuck asked that he was not afraid of losing his life on the battlefield. Looking at him, the crane replied that even a child in the initial stage was not afraid of death. How could he, a gold-based spirit beast, be afraid of such a thing? To which the hero replied that it was excellent. Looking to the side, the guys turned to the saint. Layla appeared in the air and said that from now on, they were forbidden to approach the Baiwa sect's star realm closer than 1,000 miles, and also to ever use her name. If they disobeyed her words, they would be severely punished. Looking straight ahead, Layla said that from now on, the swift firestorm crane would become a riding beast. All the necessary cultivation scriptures, pills, and food would be provided by them. Looking at her, the beast responded approvingly. The boys bowed to her. There were dishes on the table. The hero was sitting at the table. Looking down, he said that now that he had a spiritual beast, he needed to earn achievements on the battlefield and complete the mission of destiny at the first opportunity. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. The artifact lit up, and he thought it was a communication talisman. Holding it in his hands, Chuck heard that he did not want to get an achievement right now. Frowning, the hero thought it was General Ash's voice. Looking down, he added that the only way to increase the rank was to get achievements. If he could not get the rank of colonel, he would lose the ability to cultivate for 3 years. Now it was a matter of life and death. Looking at the artifact, the protagonist said yes, let him teach him. Smiling, the general said that during the previous campaign, he was the only survivor on the front lines. Let him present all the information he received about the demonic beasts in the manual. List their characteristics, types of attacks and weaknesses. This would already be a significant contribution. Lowering his head, Chuck thought that he was right, since neither side still knew anything about the other's combat power. The first stage of the war would be testing the waters. Looking at the scroll, he added that if he were to organize and convey everything he knew about the demonic beasts now, it would truly be an invaluable contribution. The scroll unfolded into pieces. Grinning, the hero thought that it was great that he could receive merits right before the start of the final battle. Entering the territory, the beast said that after being at the front, he would not be able to return to the sect for a while. The master searched all the techniques of the initial realm, but ultimately chose one of the ones she had once cultivated. Looking at the scroll, the protagonist said that he understood, he would also try to learn it. Grinning, Maya said that she had prepared food for him, let him eat when he was hungry. Crouching in front of her, Chuck said that she was the best. When he returned, they would definitely play. Crossing his arms, Jerry said that as the second brother, he should also support him. This is a great technique for him. Closing his eyes, he added that it was personally improved by him, and would allow him to survive all the ups and downs in life. Looking at it, the hero asked why it sounded so suspicious. A notification about a new skill appeared. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that the technique of concealing presence is so unpopular that it can only be used in a few battles that require stealth. How will he survive all the ups and downs in life with it? Lowering his head, Jerry said that the true meaning of this technique can be described in 4 words. Smiling, he added that if any of the cultivators of the Lianxi realm provoked him, let him cancel this technique and show his true strength. They will instantly begin to beg him for mercy. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the guy said that however, using this technique to show off in front of female cultivators is much more pleasant, to which he asked what if there are elders in the other group who stand up for them. Frowning, the boy shouted that he had insulted Saint Baihua's direct disciple. Could he please find out what sect he was from? Looking at him in confusion, the protagonist said that he was using the master's name in such a situation. Smiling, Jerry said that he shouldn't worry, the master wouldn't know unless he stepped on him. He always did that and nothing happened. Looking at Paul, he asked what was wrong with his face, was he going to tell him about it? To which the brother replied that no, he shouldn't worry, there was no need for that. Standing next to them, the hero said that it was already late, let them hurry up and set off. Grinning, he added that then, he would go first. Suddenly, a crane rushed forward. The protagonist sat on it from above. The crane suddenly flew up. Looking straight ahead, Paul heard that it would catch up with him, to which he replied that with his speed, he hoped it would arrive before the war was over. The crane flew over the faction territories. Chuck frowned. Looking at the city, he said that they had arrived and were descending, to which the crane responded approvingly. Jumping off the beast, the hero said that it was a great job, let him rest for a while, to which it responded approvingly. The protagonist looked at the flames. Standing in front of the man, he asked who was here. Holding a sign in his hands, Chuck said that he had arrived for duty. Looking to the side, the man said that he should take him to the training site, to which he was responded approvingly. Standing in the middle of the street, the man asked who was responsible for the pills for the Jiaji camp. Looking to the side, the guy said that the advanced creation masters had already finished restoring the formation plates. They were moving out tomorrow, why hadn't they been delivered yet? The hero frowned when he heard that someone could write it down for him. 2 camps to the east were under attack, he was heading there to help. A view of the building opened up. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that here was his armor, let him check it carefully, and leave his imprint if there was no problem. Looking at the armor, the protagonist thought that the manufactured equipment was divided from the bottom up. This set of armor was not bad at all. Standing in front of him, the man said that the colonel could also choose 2 weapons that he wanted to use. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he had his own, maybe he could take a few more arrows against the demons instead. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man said that with the rank of colonel, he could only take 1 arrow. Smirking, he added that if he refused the weapon, he could personally give them 5 arrows. Holding out the equipment, the man said that he could take a look. The hero carefully examined the arrow. Pointing at the paper, he said that it was fine, thank you. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist added that it was true. He smirked and said that he could ask where the battle merit office was. The man said with wide eyes that this demonic beast manual was so detailed. The old man looked at him in surprise and said that its value was incredible. It would greatly affect the situation on the front lines. Standing in the battle merit office, the hero asked how much merit he could get by handing over this manual. The man smirked and said that he thought it would be worth 100, and the other added that he supported it. The protagonist bowed and said that he thanked him, and then thought that to raise his rank, he needed 180 merits. He had already walked more than half the way. He looked down and added that thanks to this, the burden of the destiny mission would be eased somewhat. Now he needed to receive a military order and earn more combat services. The view of the city opened up. People were standing in the square. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that they were assigning tasks now. Mark, looking straight ahead, heard his name. Henry frowned, his name was heard. Ted looked away, and someone called him. The protagonist stood still. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the four of them would form a group and move out when they were called. Looking away, the guy said that his brother often talked about him, to which the protagonist asked that he was his younger brother. Great, they could look after each other. Mark grinned, so he was the Blade of 15, they were lucky to be on the same team. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that it seemed that what happened during the test had already spread everywhere. Looking at the hero, the guy asked what he saw, how he was heading to the battle merit office, received something, to which Chuck replied that yes, he wrote and handed over the manual about the demonic beasts he saw during the last battle at the forward camp. Smiling widely, Henry said that there was a fierce battle at that camp. He was pretty good since he was able to return unharmed, to which Mark replied that since he was more familiar with the weaknesses of the beasts, he should lead their squad. Standing in front of them, the man said that it seemed like they already knew each other, then let's get straight to business. Grinning, he added that the four of them were now heading to the Water Valley camp. Let them not fail this mission. There is only one arrow of order, let them not use it for nothing. Stretching his hands forward, the hero replied that he understood. Frowning, the man said that let them go. Standing in front of him, the guys replied that they understood. Smoke appeared behind the beasts. They flew forward rapidly. Looking to the side, the guy asked how much longer they would fly. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that the battlefield was right in front of them. If they continued, they would become living targets. Let them prepare to land and go on foot. The beasts flew down. It was heard that it was good. They landed in the middle of the forest. Jumping up, the protagonist said that let them first talk about each other's strengths, so they could better divide their responsibilities. Frowning, he said that he was a sword cultivator, good at close combat. The guy looked down and said that he was a second-stage water elementalist. It was easier for him to provide support. He could also find the aura of death using the chosen skill. Looking down, Henry said that although he was a sword sect, he specialized in using a spear, to which Mark replied that he was a spirit beast tamer with several spirit beasts for reconnaissance, and he was also somewhat familiar with martial arts. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that then, he would be in the vanguard, Henry behind. Brother Mark should release several small spirit beasts to reconnoiter the territory to the left and right of them, and also leave one behind him. Ted would be in the center and provide support from all sides. A diagram of their arrangement appeared. Standing in front of him, the guy said that this was a wonderful formation. If everything went well, they would reach the Water Valley camp by noon tomorrow. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking stop. He turned around abruptly, and said that he felt a faint movement of spiritual energy. A battle had begun somewhere nearby. Looking to the side, Chuck said to check again. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he understood. Bright rays were flying in the air. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that the death aura was weak, but had a strong smell of blood. Pointing to the side, he shouted that the stench of demonic beasts was strongest in that direction. Looking to the side, the hero said that the highest level of demons in that direction must be the highest realm or the first stage golden realm, believing that the demons use their numerical superiority to surround and destroy the remaining groups one by one. Flying up, he added that he would go forward to look around, let them catch up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist shouted what was there. The monsters were standing near the altar. Images of people appeared. Frowning, Chuck thought that it was them. The creature hit the barrier. The man angrily clenched his teeth and muttered something. The orc looked straight ahead. Suddenly, the barrier in front of the monsters collapsed. Blood flew out of the monk's mouth. Looking to the side, the girl shouted about the master. The hero thought no, his eyes wide. He rushed forward and shouted to hold on. The man smiled and said that help was already here. But his time was almost up, he would help them with his last breath. A glow appeared around him, and he began to chant. Suddenly, rays of light rushed towards the monsters. The people looked in surprise. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. The monk lowered his head down. The beads on his neck began to fall down. Swinging, Chuck thought, damn, they are still too far away. Pulling the bowstring, he added to let the system change the title to the Blade of 15, and then spoke of bombardment and sonic boom. The hero abruptly released the arrows. The shots flew at the monster. With wide eyes, the girl said that it was a brother from the Baiwa sect, and the other added that they were saved. The crane flew forward rapidly. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. He landed in front of the monk. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that they should not let down their guard and protect themselves. Looking to the side, he replied that he should not doubt, he will sort everything out here. Standing in front of the people, the hero said that the system should change its title to Colonel. He took up a weapon. The monsters rushed towards him. The monster's paw rushed forward. The protagonist deftly dodged its attack. He grabbed the creature by the arm. Suddenly, Chuck struck with his sword. He cut the monster in half. Beams rushed forward. The hero's eyes lit up and he said for them to die. He began to make multiple attacks on the creatures. The protagonist landed on the ground. He frowned. Standing in front of the creatures, Chuck said that today he will kill them all. The monster opened its mouth in fury. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its head. The hero jumped on his head. He looked away. The protagonist looked closely at the smoke. Smiling, Henry said that he was wondering why he was in such a hurry, and he came to save girls in trouble and become a hero. Standing in front of him, Chuck replied that he should deal with the left flank, he would take those on the right, to which the guy said no problem. They began to attack the monsters. Ice appeared on the ground. The creatures were bound in ice. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted that he could only freeze them for 5 breaths. Standing on the ice, he added that they should hurry. The guys grinned and replied that it would be done. Frowning, the hero spoke of a secret sword, breaking the present. The guy swung his sword and spoke of a secret technique, a dragon leaving the mountain. Their swords clashed with each other. A glow appeared near the guys. Suddenly, a bright flame flared up. Gray smoke spread everywhere. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that it was a great skill, to which Henry replied that his sword art was also not bad. The monsters were frozen in ice. The creatures were trembling in fear. Smiling, the guy said that it was time to take out all the trash. The monsters looked at him in surprise. The people's eyes widened in amazement. Standing still, Henry asked what they were trying to escape, to which Chuck replied that they would stop here, the injured were the priority now. Frowning, the hero said that he should bury this monk, to which Ted responded approvingly. Looking at his hand, he added that these were medicinal pills from the Baiwa sect, let them take them. Reaching out her hand to him, the girl thanked him. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what they were doing here. Lowering her head, the girl replied that they had escaped from the Water Valley camp, but they had been pursued all the way here. Standing in front of her, Chuck asked what happened at the Water Valley camp. Frowning, he added what happened at the barracks. Looking down, the girl said that the demonic beasts were constantly attacking the camp in rage. They could no longer hold them back. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the strongest demonic beast looked like, how they entered the camp. Looking down, the girl replied that there were too many of them, so she could not notice anyone particularly strong. Closing her eyes, she added that the protective barriers fell one after another, after which even the battle formations lost their meaning. The demonic beasts rushed in immediately after that. Henry raised his hand and said the same thing. The girl lowered her head and thanked him. The hero looked away, hearing that you are always welcome. Frowning, he thought that in large-scale battles, battle formations have always been the strongest means of defense for humans. As long as the formation holds, the demons cannot get close to fight the cultivator, making them living targets. Then how did those demonic beasts break through the formations? Beams flew near his hand. A thought occurred to him that he was not using them, so he could not say for sure. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he needed to check the formation plates in the barracks to figure this out. Looking to the side, the girl said about the arrow of command. A bright glow appeared in the sky. The boys looked at each other in confusion. Looking up, Chuck said that right now it was more important to inform the higher-ups what happened. Standing in the middle of the forest, the man asked if he was really telling the truth, to which he was told that yes, that was true. The hero stood in front of the man silently. Taking a step forward, the old man said that they should take off their tokens. He should take a look at everything first. The girls looked at the tokens in surprise. The man pulled them towards him. There was a glow flying around the tokens. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was expected of the Tianzi sect disciples. They all killed quite a lot of demonic beasts along the way. Raising his hand, he added that the 2 colonels saved their allies in time, 5 merits to each, 1 merit to Ted. The guy grinned when he heard this. The man frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed. People appeared behind him. Sitting on the beast, the man said that they should go north. There they will find the barracks where the general was stationed. They should set up a temporary camp there and wait for further instructions. Standing behind him, the guys responded approvingly. Looking at the sky, the guy asked what kind of strong spiritual energy he had. Could he tell what level he was at? To which the hero replied that the difference in their levels was too great, so he couldn't determine it exactly. Perhaps he was ascended. Frowning, the protagonist added that they would rest here until the next day. Someone would definitely get hurt if they walked in the dark. Being exhausted, it would be better to take a break to replenish their strength and continue tomorrow at dawn. Looking at the guys, Chuck said that Mark should send his spiritual beasts to guard, and the rest should set up several traps around. He would put up a tent so that they could settle there and heal their wounds. Tents appeared. People were sitting by the fire. In one of the tents, it was heard that he could tell in detail how the barracks construction plates were destroyed. Looking at the hero, the girl said that if you think about it, the most important structures, the 2 protective barriers, fell first. No one paid due attention to this, since the rest of the structures continued to function. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked if there were builders in the barracks, to which she replied that yes, but he was very drunk and did not wake up no matter how hard they tried to wake him. With wide eyes, the girl said that after the attack on the barracks, he was beheaded by the general, during which he continued to scream that he was innocent. Frowning, the hero thought stop. Lowering his head, he added that somehow this is all too strange. Is it possible that particles were flying around the stone? The protagonist was sitting by the fire. Looking down, he thought that perhaps it was just a coincidence that demonic beasts attacked the barracks, and not quite what he thought. After all, the game was supposed to start in less than 6 months. If it happens now, then this world. Grinning, Henry said that it smells delicious. Looking at it, Chuck replied that it was spiritual food prepared by his second brother. It would be ready immediately after heating. Smiling widely, the man asked that his eldest was Jerry. Right then they were lucky. Steam was coming off the food. The man blew it off. Holding the plate in his hands, Henry said that they were injured, so let them eat more. Taking the plate from him, the girl thanked him. Frowning, the hero said that he and Mark would be on guard until midnight. Henry and Ted would take the rest of the time, one person at the front and back of the camp. Let them immediately report if anything happened. Leaving your post without permission is prohibited. Looking down, he added that any violation of the rules will be considered in accordance with military law. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that he would protect the front of the camp, Mark protects the rear. He called upon a spell and said that he would also set up several disposable defensive formations, just in case. Suddenly, beams of light scattered throughout the forest. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he was casting a formation that covered the entire camp without moving an inch. The fire began to fade. Then it went out completely. The boys were sleeping on a rock. Chuck stood in the middle of the forest. Looking at the notification, he said that it seemed like he had obtained a large amount of soul power just by defeating those demonic beasts. Frowning, the hero added that he now needed to rise to a higher level. With this amount of soul power, he could study the scripture of the foundation of the kingdom that the master gave him. Sitting on the rock, the protagonist said that he could also study the scroll of concealment of the second brother. A notification appeared about improving the scripture beyond concealment. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would study them. Lowering his head, Chuck said that studying the scroll given by his brother allows him to hide his abilities after a breakthrough. Instead of crazy like a fox, it is self-defense. Looking to the side, he added that he now needed to break through to the next level. It was necessary to take precautions to prevent unexpected interference, which could result in disastrous results. Notifications of the usual defensive plate of the formation appeared. A glow appeared around the hero, and he said to assimilate. Bright rays appeared. It was said that the player had assimilated the wind chime formation. The remaining amount of soul points was 258 out of 20. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that with the established wind chime formation, he would be able to immediately stop the breakthrough even if something happened. Raising his head, he added that he could finally focus on the breakthrough. A light appeared in the middle of the forest. It was heard that he wanted to spend his soul points to break through to the next level, as much as he could. The hero sat on a stone. A message appeared that the player had reached the middle stage of the foundation of the kingdom. He frowned. The protagonist spat out blood and exclaimed. Lowering his head, Chuck said that as expected, it was too dangerous to break through thoughtlessly. Even if he succeeded, there would be certain consequences. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that if it weren't for the current emergency, he wouldn't risk anything. Many messages appeared. Standing still, the protagonist added that he was decreasing the recovery period. It seemed like the war god system was urging him to fight. He looked at the moon. The moon was hidden behind dark clouds. Chuck stood still. Looking straight ahead, he asked why he suddenly had a bad feeling. Red eyes appeared, and it sounded like something was approaching. Rustling was heard among the bushes. The hero frowned. Swinging his sword, he shouted for them to leave. A blow flew across the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened. Python looked at him and said that he wanted to attack suddenly, but he somehow detected him. The monster looked forward angrily. It sounded like a burrowing demon python in the final stage of founding a kingdom. The spines on its body showed. It was said to be terribly poisonous. A scratch from its spines would cause instant death. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist said that nothing good would come of becoming a companion of demons. Why didn't he become a spirit beast instead? Looking at him, the python replied that it wanted to become a spirit beast as well, but that meant it couldn't feed on human flesh. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered what it was. Why no one was coming despite such a big commotion. Looking straight ahead, the monster said that there was no need to look back. His companions couldn't even protect themselves, so they definitely wouldn't be able to come to the rescue. The protagonist looked at the glow in surprise. He turned his head to the side. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked again. An explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought, what the hell, the camp was under attack. The python looked at him furiously and screamed at him to die. It struck the ground. Chuck suddenly jumped up. It struck the ground. The protagonist turned his head to the side. Looking at the monster, he thought, it rose but did not attack, trying to buy time and stop him. Frowning, the protagonist added that he should go back right now. A glow appeared near his hand. Beams rushed forward. They flew straight at the monster. A blow flew at the python. Looking at it, Chuck heard a loud scream. The hero's eyes lit up. Rushing forward, he thought about what happened in the camp. Gray smoke appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the python said, "This sword cultivator is too strong. They have already completed their mission to restrain him, so there is no need to risk their lives, they can deal with him later. Black smoke was seeping out of the forest. The tents were burning. The python was looking at the people. The people gritted their teeth and cried out. Suddenly, the guy spat out blood. The monster rushed forward. He looked furiously and shouted that their lives belonged to him. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he would fight him until his last breath. He quickly rushed towards the python. Swinging, the hero said about 1,000 miles in one step. Standing in front of the python, he said that the secret sword. Suddenly, a blow flew at the python. Its tail fell to the ground. Suddenly, the monster released poison from its mouth. Lightning appeared in front of the protagonist. The blow flew straight at the monster. It fell to the ground. Chuck stood in the smoke. He looked surprised when he heard Henry's name. Pills appeared in the hero's hands. Looking at the guy, he said that he should hurry up and drink the antidote, to which Henry replied that it was too late, the poison had already penetrated deep into his body. Closing his eyes, he added that he held on as best he could. Holding the girl's hand, the guy said that now, she will not die, but why is it him who should die? Looking at them, the hero asked where these two snakes came from. Looking at him, the girl answered that from the other side, they attacked them so suddenly that they did not even have time to come to their senses. Frowning, the protagonist asked that there was no defensive formation, they did not activate it. Sitting in front of him, the girl answered that the formations did not help again, just like in the barracks, to which he asked where Mark was, wasn't he responsible for patrolling the other side? Looking down, the guy answered that he had not seen him for the last few minutes. Chuck looked angrily and said that they should follow him to the back. The other side of the camp appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that there were no signs of a battle here at all, there weren't even any poisonous fumes left in the air, meaning that Mark hadn't done anything and had simply run away. He turned around, hearing that he had been lured. Looking at the hero, the guy asked how things were. Frowning, the protagonist replied that Henry was dead, let him say goodbye. The guy looked surprised and asked again. Looking straight ahead, Mark asked that these monsters were so strong that one blow from them could kill anyone. How could he be so careless? He would check him. Suddenly, Ted looked in amazement. Thrusting his sword into the guy, Chuck said that he would convey his apologies to him personally. Blood flew out of the guy's mouth. Kneeling, he asked what and why. Looking at him, the hero replied that he ordered him to guard the back of the camp, but he abandoned his post. In the army, disobeying orders leads to the death of everyone. According to military law, he should be executed. Then he added that he would pay with his life. The protagonist swung his sword. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. He silently looked at the hero. Looking at the bag, Chuck said that these bags should contain spirit animals, but they were empty. Frowning, he added that he should bury Henry and treat his wounds. He would stay and look for any evidence, to which Ted replied that he understood him. The hero stood near the corpse. He held the bag in his hands. A glow appeared in front of the hero. Gritting his teeth, the beast asked who he was, where Mark was. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he disobeyed his order, so he was executed. He was looking for his accomplice. Standing in front of him, the wolf replied that if he was dead, he would return to the spiritual beast sect himself, to which Chuck said no, he was a spirit beast, so he was not allowed to move on his own, he would personally send him back to the sect. The wolf looked at him, asked if what he was worried about had already happened, saying that if so, he needed to prepare. The girls followed the hero. Standing at the gate, the guy said that they were finally at the barracks, but why were there so many wounded? Looking to the side, the hero replied that it seemed that the other barracks had also been attacked, so all the wounded came here just like them. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he must be Chuck, let him follow him to the main camp, the general was waiting for him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he should take him to him. The main camp appeared. Holding a sign in his hands, the man said that he was Jacob from the Chinyan sect, in charge of rewards and punishments in this decisive battle. Sitting at the table, he asked that he was Chuck, right? Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that he was. Frowning, Jacob said that his performance during the test was quite good. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he was indeed, and he killed one of his men, he was going to say so. The man slammed the table. He glared and shouted that why he was late, and where were the people he was supposed to bring. Frowning, Chuck thought that in the mission if they were marked as late, they would definitely be punished, and then said that they were not late. Sitting in front of him, the general asked what then, where are those people, to which he replied that they were dead. The man glared and asked how. Looking down, the protagonist replied that Henry was killed by demonic beasts, and Mark was executed for betraying his comrades, according to military law. Raising a finger, the man said that well, then a heart test, to which he was answered approvingly. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist thought that it was quite possible that this man had the skill of the chosen one, which could recognize lies. He looked at the man carefully. Particles were flying around his hand. Looking away, the magician said that he was telling the truth, no lies. Sitting at the table, the general asked what was wrong with this scoundrel Mark, how dare he try to stab his comrades in the back. Gritting his teeth, he added that but lately something really was wrong, not only at the front, but also the formations intended to carry out missions were also losing. This could not be the work of traitors. Raising his hand, the general said that let him find the traitors and save his comrades. This would be considered 10 merits. Let someone take him to the camp. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he should follow him. They left the tent. The man lowered his head down. Frowning, he said that he should be sure that his older brother would definitely avenge him. A view of the barracks opened up. Looking down, the guy said that they could rest here. Sitting on the ground, the people turned. Looking to the side, the hero said that they were all seriously injured. It would be difficult for them to rest in such a place. Let him organize a better camp for them. To which he replied that there were too many people here, so everything was the same everywhere. The protagonist stuck his hand under his clothes. Holding out the crystals, he said that he should make an exception for them, to which the officer mumbled. Raising his finger up, he said that in fact, he knew one place that would suit him. Looking at the girl, the guy added that they should follow him. Turning his head, Chuck said that he would first deviate, let them calm down, and heal their wounds before they got down to business. Looking at him, the girl thanked him. Raising her eyebrows, she added that by the way, her sister had sent a communication talisman, asking her brother to pass on a message to her when he was done with his work. Turning around, the hero replied that he understood, he also needed to discuss something important with her. Looking at the hero, the girl said that although he had saved them from the demonic beasts, he did not show any signs of arrogance. He was much better than the male cultivators of their sect. With wide eyes, she added that she had always thought that her sister's talent was in self-improvement, but now she saw that this was not the case. Looking at her, the girl asked what then, what was it? Looking straight ahead, she replied that it was all because of her penetrating eyes. The protagonist walked forward. Standing in the middle of the camp, he said that what he had just mentioned was a bold assumption that could affect the course of the war. Looking at the talisman, Chuck said that he hoped that she would trust and help him. A flame appeared around the talisman. Raising his head up, the hero said that now he would have to look for evidence. The talisman flew away, and he added that to confirm his guesses. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side in amazement. He deftly dodged the blow. Chuck jumped sharply to the side. Frowning, he asked who it was. Standing in front of him, the man asked that it was he who killed Mark. Lowering his head, the hero answered that yes, it was he. Frowning, the guy shouted that how dare he kill his older brother, he will avenge him. He looked forward furiously. The guy turned around in amazement, hearing what he was doing. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that it was he. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. Standing next to Vincent, the man said that he was still young, so he did not know the rules of the barracks. Let him go. To which he replied that he should not take his eyes off him, such an ill-mannered scoundrel. Raising his hand up, Vincent said that if the general saw this, no one would be able to save him, to which the man responded approvingly. They silently looked at the hero. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. The people stood in front of each other. Looking at the hero, the man asked what sect he belonged to, said that how brave of him to kill someone from the sect of spiritual beasts, to which the protagonist replied that their people would go against military law to save their own skin, even if it was the death of a colonel. He executed him in accordance with military law, so there is nothing wrong with it. Frowning, he added that he executed a man who chickened out at the last second. What's done is done. Judging by his behavior, he is trying to put pressure on him with his level of cultivation. Raising his hand, the guy said that he was right, and the other added that they have no place for those who abandon their comrades to save themselves. Mark deserved it. Looking at the hero, the man said that the environment is constantly changing, as is the situation. They will see what happens to him. He turned around and left. The guy angrily gritted his teeth. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that the spiritual beast sect harbored a deep grudge. He had better be careful, to which he replied that it did not matter. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing that he was no slouch. The guy crossed his arms and added that as expected of the sword of 15. Looking at him, the protagonist turned. Standing next to the guy, Chuck asked what he was doing here, to which Martin replied that they were in the same situation as them. The molding plates were out of order, the demonic beasts attacked them, so they lost their barracks. Frowning, the hero said that again these molding plates, formations are an important basis of the defense system. If something happens to them during the war, humanity will receive a crushing blow. Looking at him, Martin replied that this is a blow not only to their defense, but also to the morale of the soldiers. If they could not find the root of this problem, they would not be able to wage war. Looking down, he added that how did they understand this? Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that the weather today seems to be fine. How about taking a mission and taking a walk? To which he asked again. People were standing near the board with missions. Signs about tasks appeared. Signs were on the shelves. Standing in the crowd, the guy said that it was enough to push. Extending his hand forward, Chuck asked what the essence of this mission was. Standing in front of him, Martin replied that he needed 2 cultivators to go north and search for traces of demons, and come back when he reached Hanyu Pass, 3 battle merits. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that Martin was indeed a meticulous person. The mission content was quite simple with a high degree of freedom. It would help not to attract much attention, and then said that he liked it. Standing still, he said that but before they went to the pass, he wanted to check those barracks that were attacked, to which the guy replied that there was nothing there, even the corpses were eaten by demonic beasts. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that but there was still something he wanted to check. Gritting his teeth, Martin replied that it was fine, but they needed to hurry. Tomorrow the army would allocate manpower and prepare for the final battle. Holding a bag in his hands, he added that if they were late, they would be judged according to military law. Standing on the beast, the guy said that they would go. They quickly moved towards the barracks. There were many corpses on the ground. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that if it weren't for him, he definitely wouldn't have come here. Looking down, Chuck replied that he was quick, he just needed to be on his guard. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Pointing to the ground, the hero said that he had found it. Standing next to him, Martin said that after these barracks were attacked, several generals and formation masters looked at the molding plates, but nothing unusual was found, to which the protagonist replied that he was looking for something else. He looked at the notification. Frowning, Chuck said that so that's what it was. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy said that there was someone there, to which he asked who. Opening his eyes in surprise, the hero asked how it could be here. The creatures were lying in a heap. It was heard that there were so many, more, wanted more. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what it was. Grabbing his weapon, the protagonist replied that there was no time to explain, let him run. They rushed forward abruptly. The monsters suddenly surrounded them. Raising his sword, Chuck shouted at full power. A bright beam hit the ground. A blow flew at the monsters. The creatures screamed in pain. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Frowning, he said that this demonic beast is too strong, they don't have a single chance. A glow appeared around him. Waves appeared on the ground. Martin abruptly directed an attack towards the monster. A wave of ice rushed forward. Walls of ice lined up. A dome appeared in the middle of it. Looking at the result, Martin sighed with relief and told Chuck that he had just used his elemental secret art, which is capable of hitting any gold core cultivator. But Chuck did not share his relief, but on the contrary, urged him to run away. The next moment, the ice dome began to change. Cracks appeared on its surface, and pieces of ice began to break off. Martin was surprised by what was happening, but still followed Chuck. Before the two had time to go far, the ice dome completely shattered and a black substance burst out of it. Realizing that they could not escape, Chuck turned around. The next moment, he pulled out his bow and activated his spiritual arrows. The moment the bowstring was released, the arrows rushed towards their target. One after another, they hit the target without missing. Having pierced the shell, 3 arrows pierced deep into the monster's body. Then an explosion of incredible power followed, and waves of spiritual energy and mana began to spread through the air. Having run as far as possible, the two tried to catch their breath. Martin was glad that this monster did not rush to chase them, and Chuck explained to his partner that this monster is not adapted to long-distance pursuits, and being a real demon, usually uses demonic beasts for this. Martin looked at the guy in surprise and asked what exactly this monster was. Chuck thoughtfully began to say that this is a kind of demonic entities called Tian Mo, divided into 2 classes, one of which was visible, and the second, which they encountered, invisible. Looking at Martin, the hero said that the invisible kind can only grow by absorbing human souls, while the visible one catches souls on its own to use them as a source of life force. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that what they were facing was only a newborn invisible Tian Mo, which only contained 10,000 souls, but if it absorbed 100 million people, it would evolve into a visible King Tian Mo, with which they would have no chance of salvation. Thinking about this situation, Chuck knew that only the Buddhist Dalani could restrain these monsters, while other spells and techniques would be less effective. Imagining the terrifying thoughts in his head, the protagonist realized that the visible Tian Mo was able to absorb the memories of every soul, so such monsters could know about all of humanity's plans for the war, and if such a monster was at the forefront, it would mean that the demon army was ready for the final battle. Looking carefully ahead, Chuck realized that the humans were going to counterattack first, but from what he saw, the demon army was also ready, and Chuck was curious to know where the latter's confidence came from. Seeing all these monsters in front of him, the hero knew that the closer he got to the answer, the more terrible the truth became. After resting a little, Martin asked his partner what they would do next. Still immersed in his heavy thoughts, Chuck sarcastically remarked that it was not proper for Colonel Martin to ask such questions to an ordinary soldier, to which the guy carelessly replied that next to him he forgot how to give orders. After thinking for a while, Chuck explained that he needed to do something, so Martin would have to complete the mission on his own, and Chuck also asked to leave his spirit beast with him. Looking confidently at the guy, Martin replied that he was a cultivator of the golden core and for him there was no problem doing everything alone, but despite this, he was a little worried about his partner. Having received the magic bag with the guy's spirit beast in his hands, Chuck assured him that there was no need to worry about him, since he knew his limit. Martin nodded and promised Chuck to contact him with the communication talisman after the mission was completed. After that, he headed north to search for traces of demons. Left alone, Chuck took out the communication talisman from the subspace. He then poured his spiritual power into it. After the talisman was activated, he recorded a message for his master on it, telling him that he had a lead on the spies and that he was going to catch them. Looking ahead, the hero realized that after he was done with this, he wanted his master to do something. Chuck opened his mouth and prepared to explain everything in detail. Manhwa Palace. Layla was worried about the serious situation on the front lines. Sitting on a flower, one of the heroes replied that there were problems in all the barracks. He also looked ahead and told those present that he used his soul reading technique on suspicious individuals, but they all turned out to be innocent. Then Layla looked away and asked Derek if the Buddhist magic of reading thoughts could find out anything. The great monk shook his head and explained that after checking the people, he also found nothing, and this saddened him greatly. Sitting in his flying lotus, Hector made a proposal that everyone rush to the front lines in order to calm the warriors present there. Sighing, Layla agreed that this was the only way out at the moment, and they should go immediately. At that moment, Layla stopped and felt something. After that, a communication talisman landed in her hands. Pouring spiritual power, the goddess activated it. An image of her disciple Chuck appeared above the talisman, and the saint received a message looking at the hero. With her eyes wide open, the heroine was shocked and surprised at the contents of the letter at the same time. Shouting across the room, Layla could not hold back her exclamation. The celestial Hector asked her in fear what had happened. With a serious face, the saint explained to everyone present that they should not rush to go to the front lines, but rather wait a little. With his mouth open, the man was surprised by such a decision, because if they were even a little late, the one transmitting could fall. Layla with a serious face asked to trust her, since there was a good reason for that, because she had received extremely important information, because of which they should wait a little. At this time, sitting in the northern forest, Chuck was in meditation. Having reached a certain level, he stopped practicing. Looking ahead, the hero was once again convinced that the presence concealment technique that his brother shared with him was amazing, since it allowed him to adjust the flow of soul power and hide it, pretending to be weak. Watching the bag with the spiritual beast in his hands, the hero decided to confirm his guesses. Opening the neck, he released the demonic butterfly into the outside world. Having completely released itself, the spirit beast inquired where Martin was now. To which Chuck replied in a weak voice that the man had gone to finish the mission alone, and because of Chuck's severe injuries, he had left the spirit beast to protect him. The spirit beast calmly agreed to protect the guy so that he could focus on his own healing. With a sigh of relief, Chuck thanked the beast. The hero then focused on meditating to restore himself, and the spirit beast began to wander around as a guard. Looking angrily forward, the demonic butterfly made sure that the man was completely focused on himself, then maliciously muttered that she would finally be able to complete her mission. After that, she attacked Chuck. With the help of its wings, the spirit beast released air currents towards the man, capable of cutting down a large tree. The beast opened its eyes and was unpleasantly surprised. Chuck, without dying, quickly jumped on the butterfly. Chuck put spiritual power into the sword and pierced the insect with the sword. An explosion followed, destroying the beast, after which Chuck decided to check his pet. Taking out his magic pouch, he also released the spiritual beast. Having come out, the fire crane of the storm asked the man where his partner was. Looking away, Chuck also repeated his words about being wounded, so Martin went to finish the mission alone. The fire crane, looking at its owner, began to notice that the man had lost a lot of weight, and if things were left as they were, it would be bad, so he offered to carry the guy back to the barracks. Chuck climbed onto the crane's back, agreeing with the beast. The crane took off and asked him to sit still and hold on tight. After that, the spiritual door flew up into the sky. After flying for some time, Chuck asked the spiritual beast if they were flying too high. The crane answered without slowing down that it didn't matter. These words alerted the man. And the spirit beast continued with a grin, telling the guy that he was going to die anyway. Chuck looked ahead and heard the beast's words and was very surprised. The next moment, the fire crane began to rapidly fall down. Trying to stay on its back, Chuck loudly asked what he was doing and demanded that he stop right now. The spirit beast accelerated its pace and asked again if he had heard his words correctly. Unable to hold on, Chuck fell down. Having fallen from the crane to the ground, the hero heard how he was told that people were very weak creatures, but also delightful. Chuck pressed his lips together and noted that the voice the spirit beast spoke in was not his own, but was somehow feminine and mesmerizing. The spirit beast quickly rushed to attack the guy. Chuck opened his mouth wide and asked the bird who it was to attack him, who was the disciple of the holy maiden who could destroy even the soul. Continuing to speak in the same strange voice, the fire crane confidently looked ahead and replied that the final battle would take place tomorrow and his master would not survive this event, so there was nothing to worry about. With a smile on his face, Chuck realized that he had received valuable information. Looking ahead carefully, the hero activated the spiritual art of the compression technique. Covered in a layer of golden fire, Chuck began to move in the sky just like the bird. The crane opened its eyes in surprise, because he did not expect such a thing from a weak and wounded person. Flying forward, the bird was very outraged that a person could calmly fly in the sky, which he considered his home. Chuck jumped on the bird and began to activate the quick attack skill. A ray of spiritual chi burst out from the guy's power, which struck the beast. This ray pierced the crane through and through. Looking ahead carefully, the hero understood that he was defeated and died. After that, Chuck received system messages that the player had flawlessly killed 2 higher-level targets, and that he still had 3 more to kill to unlock the corresponding titles, as always encouraging the player to fight stronger opponents. Opening his mouth, the guy realized that he had a better understanding of the reason for humanity's defeat in his past life. Closing his eyes, he began to recall the experiences of those days. One of the important events was the betrayal of the spirit beasts, who deceived people and also created problems with the transmission of information. In that battle, General Hector was also killed, and from that moment on, people were holding on to their last breath until the very end. Worriedly thinking about this, Chuck could not allow these events to happen again. Then Chuck put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled as loudly as he could. With his mouth wide open, the hero began to call out to Amanda, asking her for help. The next moment, a light appeared in the sky. This light was directed towards Chuck. Picking up the guy, Amanda asked if he killed his spirit animal because his information was correct, to which Chuck responded in the affirmative. Amanda, with her mouth slightly open, noted that in that case the situation was becoming very dangerous, since one wrong step could destroy everything. Chuck, looking down, answered the girl that although it was dangerous, it was also a chance, since small skirmishes in this battle did not give anything, and only a major event could put an end to everything. Smiling, the girl noted that someone like Chuck was trying to teach her, a general, how to wage war. The guy, wanting to change the subject with a smile on his face, asked what the girl had been doing lately, to which she replied that she had been preparing to break through to the next level. Looking at the heroine, Chuck nodded approvingly. Frightened, looking ahead, Chuck realized that the girl was already at the level of full rejuvenation, and this was taking into account that she was only a little over 20. The heroine looked away. Amanda, closing her eyes, only snorted dismissively. Chuck, confidently looking forward, thought that if his friend could rise to the ascension level at such a young age, then she would be the 4th person to receive the rank of Saint of the human race. Looking away, the hero understood why the first mission he received from the God of War system was to save Amanda, because if her life was protected, then this could definitely change the history of mankind. Taking out the communication talisman, Chuck told the girl that he was going to tell his master everything. Flying forward, the girl agreed. But as soon as the two moved away from the place of the battle with the spiritual bird, a silhouette with emerald hair formed in the air. Then it completely condensed, and the demoness Bella formed in its place. The communication talisman was able to calmly reach the goddess of 100 flowers. Having received the information, Lila noticed that this was a very interesting situation. General Hector asked how she could be so calm when the final battle was tomorrow. To which the saint replied that she wanted to tell them the information she had just received, which would surprise everyone. Hector only chuckled contemptuously, stating that there was nothing in this world that could surprise him, while Derek curiously asked what the saint had learned. To which she replied that the recent malfunction of the molding plates was due to the spirit beasts. Moreover, they were planning to betray them in the final battle tomorrow. Despite his earlier statement, Hector was terribly shocked. Even the eternally calm Derek could not remain without emotion, since this question was very important. The saint once again confirmed that this information was given to her by her disciple, who would never lie. An excited Hector demanded to go to the front lines immediately, and immediately exterminate all hidden threats. To which the goddess of 1,000 flowers calmly replied that her student had made a proposal on this matter, and she found it quite interesting, intending to do as he suggested. Displeased, Hector noted that it was unlikely that such a child could know anything about the technique of warfare, but still agreed to listen. At first, Layla was surprised that such a proud warrior did not resist her proposal. Then she told in detail everything that Chuck had told her. At first, Hector listened to the saint in silence. It was not often that you saw General Amanda carrying someone in her arms. Finally, the girl landed on the ground. And at that moment, Martin came up to them, asking why they were in such a state. The guy's words confused both of them, and in order to change the subject, Chuck asked how Martin had completed the mission. The guy replied that everything was ready, and offered to hand it over together. To report, they went to General Harry's tent. He personally reviewed the report, and praised the men for a job well done. Thanking him for the kind words, Martin was about to leave the tent with Chuck. But the next moment, the general stopped them. Turning to Chuck, he asked if it was true that the boy had executed a man named Mark before arriving at the barracks. Turning to face him, Chuck stated that the man had disobeyed his orders and deserted his post, so according to military law, He was executed, and Chuck himself had already explained the matter earlier. General Harry chuckled and stated that he had heard something different about this matter. He then shouted for those waiting outside the tent to enter it. At that moment, two people belonging to the spiritual beast sect with the spirit beast, and explained that the beast inside belonged to the murdered Mark and could prove that Chuck had executed their comrade intentionally for revenge. After the elder's words, General Harry allowed the beast to be released. Elder Hugo opened the neck of the pouch, and the spirit white tiger landed on the floor of the tent. Looking at it, General Harry demanded to tell everything that the spirit beast knew. The tiger confirmed that he was ready to talk, after which he looked angrily towards Chuck. The guy responded with the same look. Then the tiger began his speech by saying that Chuck had framed Mark, who had previously quarreled with him, and used this accidental reason to execute him. General Harry noted that Chuck had previously undergone a heart examination and the result was that the guy was not lying. To which the tiger angrily replied that humans had a different point of view than spiritual beasts, and the latter saw Chuck's disdain and contempt for Mark, and the examination showed nothing because they did not know the culprit well. To these words, Martin indignantly noted that he knew Chuck very well, so there was no need to say such nonsense. Cutting off the argument that was starting to flare up, General Harry noted that they both had their own point of view and he could not choose anyone's side right now. Therefore, he suggested using the soul reading technique. The soul reading technique was a rather complex spell that had certain risks. If the cultivator casting the spell made a mistake, the soul of the one to whom it was applied could be permanently damaged. Elder Hugo was happy with this proposal. He believed that this way he could instantly find out the whole truth. In addition, the elder offered his candidacy in this matter, since he could use the soul reading technique on others. But at that moment, a sword appeared in front of him. The indignant elder saw that it was Amanda. The girl clearly stood up for Chuck. She stated that Elder Hugo held a grudge against the guy for no reason, so she thought that they were going too far with this proposal. The guy from the spiritual beast sect who came with the elder categorically stated that a spiritual beast would not lie, so such measures could not be considered too exaggerated. Looking at him with a heavy gaze, the girl noted that if everyone insisted on conducting a soul reading, then she herself would do it. To which General Harry said that the girl was on Chuck's side, so he could not allow her to do this. In response, Amanda said that she knew that the general was a member of the Qin sect, and also that he was one of the 3 generals whose rank was higher than her. But if he behaved like this, after the final battle, she would challenge him to a duel and let the heavens decide their fate. These words made General Harry frown. Watching this, Chuck thought that given Amanda's personality, she was clearly furious. He then placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Turning to her, Chuck calmed her down, saying that he would agree to the soul reading technique, but not with the elder of the spiritual beast sect, since he needed someone honest. General Harry then asked who he was suggesting for this. The guy replied that it should be his master. Watching from the side, Martin chuckled and noted that the spiritual beast sect was playing dirty, as always. Elder Hugo began to complain that the guy's master would definitely be on his side, so he could not be better than General Harry. Chuck chuckled and, after all, according to him, no matter what sect the guy was from, the generals should have taken their side. To which Harry was indignant, answering that it was the elder who accused Chuck of killing his student. To which Elder Hugo said that he did not warn him that the guy's master was Saint Layla. After that, he bowed to Chuck and asked for forgiveness for the false accusations, to which the guy replied that he should not worry, since it was he who was being deceived, not the elder. But the disciple from the spiritual beast sect began to be indignant that Chuck was using the fact that his master was a saint to get out of this situation dry. Hearing his words, Elder Hugo hit the guy with all his might, demanding that he shut up. The last thing he wanted was to cause trouble for his spiritual beast sect. Then the two of them left the headquarters tent. Pretending that he had nothing to do with it, General Harry laughed and said that this was a very ridiculous situation. Looking at the man, Chuck said that General Harry was the senior disciple of the Qin sect and, as a senior, he was responsible for maintaining harmony, becoming a role model. Hearing these words, the man frowned and asked what he meant. To which the guy replied that he now simply understood the reason why Li Chaoman became the way he did. Hearing these words, the general became angry and began to threaten to punish the guy for slandering himself. But the guy only smirked, and then said that the general could try, just to see if his master could protect the general, or would instantly take away his soul. After that, he said goodbye. Then, together with Amanda and Martin, he left the tent. The general remained in a terrible mood. The Qin sect disciples standing behind him asked what they should do now. General Harry said with a gloomy expression that since it was the spiritual beast sect that accused the boy, then even if Saint Layla asked about it, the Qin sect would have nothing to do with it. To which the disciple asked if they should retreat then. The general answered with disdain that of course not. After all, if they could not cope with Chuck physically, then they would first destroy his reputation. The next day, all the soldiers were lined up in the square to give orders. Looking responsibility for reconnaissance on the front lines and notification. The man unquestioningly agreed. The next one to be named was Adrian from the Luoyuan sect, who was given responsibility for magical attacks on the left front. Martin was put in charge of magical attacks on the front lines. And Amanda was appointed responsible for commanding the front lines of both flanks. The general ordered the remaining 5 sects to split into 2 groups, which would be responsible for delivering the necessary items. Upon hearing their assignments, some were glad that they could work together with their acquaintances. But no one approached Chuck. Seeing that the guy was alone in the square, the general asked why he was standing alone. Then he asked if there were any sects he could join. Hearing the general's words, the soldiers said that they did not need those who killed their own comrades. This was followed by shouts that hypocrites who took revenge because of small personal grievances were of no use to anyone, so the guy should just take care of himself. Hearing these words, General Harry was pleased, because this was exactly what he wanted. Then a shout was heard in the square, wondering who exactly they called the murderer, and they saw it with their own eyes. Martin stood in the middle of the square, outraged by this blatant injustice. Pointing his finger at the general, he said that it was Harry who allowed members of his own sector to spread these false accusations and undermine the morale of the army, wondering what the general wanted to achieve, ignoring them. Because someday they will be able to prove their innocence and silence everyone. And then no one will dare to slander them anymore, as well as their master. Hearing these words, General Harry said that the guy was challenging military authority, hiding behind his master. At that moment, General Ash approached them, offering to end the dispute. Then he asked General Harry to hand over Chuck to his command. Looking at the man, Harry remembered that Chuck had once saved General Ash, so if he gave the boys to him, Chuck would only benefit. Apologizing to the man, Harry replied that the boy was under his jurisdiction, so he should be the one responsible for assigning a place. In addition, Chuck could start disrupting the order of the troops under the leadership of General Ash. At that moment, flower petals formed in the air, and a voice was heard then as for her. Then 3 flying lotuses appeared in the sky above the camp, led by the goddess of 1,000 flowers. At that moment, everyone present recognized her as Saint Layla. All the people present bowed to her in a welcoming gesture. There was no one who would show disrespect to the saint. Seeing that their teacher had arrived at the front, Martin was happy. Looking down at the general, Layla asked why he did not answer. In fact, the general was silent because he was pierced by horror. Exuding pressure, the saint claimed that she wanted Chuck for herself, and asked if the general would give him up. Since the man remained silent, the goddess continued to press for an answer by releasing even more pressure from her aura. The pressure was so strong that the man was unable to stand on his feet and fell to his knees. The thought that Saint Layla had come at the wrong time was spinning in his mind. Then, finally pulling himself together, he replied that he would follow the saint's orders. General Hector then asked what was going on before the battle began, and why Harry was clinging to Layla's disciple so much. To which he replied that the elder of the spiritual beast sect accused Chuck of killing their disciple for no reason, so the elder punished the boy according to military law. Hearing his words, Hector asked him if he had simply asked the people of the spiritual beast sect, listened to the words of the spirit pet, and concluded that the problem was Chuck. General Harry agreed, arguing that the spirit beasts never lied. Hearing his words, both Hector and Monk Derek sighed in disappointment. Not wanting to pursue the matter further, Saint Layla said that they would deal with this later and that they should focus on the final battle, to which Hector confirmed that it was more important. Seeing the reactions of the 3 saints, General Harry could not understand why none of them took his side. Monk Derek then set to work. He folded his hands in a prayer gesture and activated his spirit power. Layla and General Hector watched the scene closely. The next moment, the square behind the monk exploded. A small pagoda formed at the site of the explosion. Its appearance greatly surprised those present. To explain what was happening, Great Monk Derek explained that in order to identify traitors, he had come up with a spell to recognize them. He then asked everyone present to leave their weapons and spirit beast pouches at the entrance, and enter the Buddhist hall one by one. After they were able to identify all the traitors, their army would head to the Demon Cloud River for the final battle. Hearing this, the entire square exploded in a joyful cry. The first ones asked to enter the pagoda for testing were the 3 generals of the Ding Yuan army. Chuck was also asked by Lila to join them. Ash, Travis, Harry, and Chuck lined up to be the first to undergo the standing in line concluded that perhaps no one was guilty, which is why the testing did not take much time. Some were confused by the appearance of those who had come out, as they looked somehow strange. One of those who had yet to go through decided to find out what was going on. When a man who had completed his testing passed by, he grabbed him by the shoulder. Smiling, he asked him to tell how exactly the saints search for traitors and what spell they use for this. To which the guy who came out shook off the hand from his shoulder and said that this was a Buddhist secret, and he himself would find out everything when he went inside. Seeing such a reaction, the curious guy became indignant, but his friend calmed him down, reminding him that their turn was almost up. And so, after some time, the inspection was completely completed. All the soldiers were standing in the square, most of whom were somewhat dejected. The satisfied saints declared that the inspection had ended well and everyone could calm down. Then they proceeded to their next step. Monk Derek began to read a prayer for blessing. After which, the other two saints also used their spiritual power to impose additional protection on the soldiers. When everything was completed, the three saints flew into the sky, calling everyone to go to the decisive battle. The terrifying and dangerous river of demonic clouds hides many dangerous places on its banks. The palace of demons amazes with its grandeur and terrifies the traveler. The most convenient place for placing the headquarters of demonic beasts. Nothing prevented these monsters from living peacefully and causing terror. The resistance army was ready to attack at any moment. Armed brave men tried to keep an eye on what was happening. The dragon, ready for battle, obediently awaited his master's order. Cooper carefully examined those present and could not understand why the trinity of saints were absent. Cooper was one of the most powerful saints, a beast from the bloodline of the divine white tiger. The gray-haired old man greeted Cooper. A few seconds later, three saints, the main participants in the battle, appeared in a veil of white smoke. The meeting of the opponents took place. The question of resuming the battle hung in the air. Cooper smiled with a beastly grin. Layla was serious. She offered to free this world and send Cooper back taking his terrible demons. But Cooper was not accommodating. He openly laughed right in the saint's face. Cooper tried to explain that the demon lord entrusted him with the task of capturing this world and made him the main one in this battle. Cooper was thinking. He understood perfectly well that he was on the edge of the abyss, and the only thing left for him was to take a leap of faith. Cooper noticed the presence of the silent Derek. Cooper also kept a close eye on Layla. He knew that she was quite lazy and never thought of a plan. Cooper knew that if he could fool Hector, then his plan would be viable and he could win. Unexpectedly for everyone, Hector spoke. He shouted loudly that they were ready to fight. Cooper raised his hand threateningly. He warned for the last time that a huge number of warriors would die during the battle. Cooper narrowed his eyes and reminded that the path of a cultivator is very difficult, and does it make sense to destroy someone's life? Saint Layla was upset by such a dialogue. She frankly did not understand what Cooper wanted. The villain smiled impudently, but suggested postponing the battle, and arranging a game and determining the winner based on the result of the game. Confident in his words, Cooper promised that if the Saints win, then he and his army will become allies from that moment on. The Saints listened attentively to Cooper's proposal, but they were interested in what would happen if they lose. Cooper spread his hands and said that then the Saints will leave these lands forever. Layla lowered her head. She frankly did not understand why people and demonic beasts stopped getting along with each other. She remembered the old days when demonic beasts and people could exist together. Cooper continued to insist on the game. He promised to reveal the secret of the feud. Layla was waiting for an answer from Hector. She could not make a decision on her own. Derek was silent, trying to understand what the catch was. Layla patiently waited for his decision. The decision was approved. 3 Saints stood in front of Cooper and his huge demon. Hector looked closely at his opponent. The man was interested in how Cooper wanted to play. Hector did not hide his joy from the agreement of the opponents. He announced the conditions. At the same time, Hector understood perfectly well that he was weaker than the Saints and set another condition for his opponents. He decided to weaken the strength of the Saints. Layla nervously squeezed her hands on her chest. The decision was made, and Layla confirmed the agreement and the conditions of the game. Cooper was pleased, but he looked at Layla with suspicion. He did not understand why the Saint was so carefree. Cooper did not hide his joy. He looked at his hand with a smile, trying to clench a hard fist. The villain looked at the palm and realized that all the Saints were now in his hands. Cooper looked terrifying. Hysterical joy crawled out on his face. He was completely sure that he had won. The bet was made and the movement of the demonic beasts began. Happy Cooper told the enemy that they were far from the battlefield, and no one would be hurt. Cooper grinned. His eyes sparkled with red fire. He confidently called the Saints idiots, and said that the main goal was to lure 3 Saints into the river of demonic clouds. The confused Saints watched what was happening carefully and Cooper continued his speech. Hector made an attempt to attack Cooper. The brave Saint offered to become the first participant in the game and fight the enemy. But Cooper had other plans. He openly laughed, looking at the deceived Saints. Cooper decided to end everything in one fell swoop, and the loyal demonic beasts rushed to attack. Strong Hector began to resist, and everything around began to shine in different colors. Determined Layla rushed forward. She screamed loudly, warning the Saints of danger. Silent Derek folded his arms, trying to gather all his strength and strike. Hector was confused, but continued to fight. Cooper carefully watched what was happening. He knew for sure that everything was going according to plan. Joyful Cooper threw the treasure of demons in his hand. He understood perfectly well that the time had come and he could boldly use the item that the master gave him. The sorcery began. Cooper held the treasure of demons in front of him. He pronounced his order in a loud, confident voice. The treasure of demons hung in the air. Cooper carefully and confidently watched the item. The demonic river stirred. The wind intensified, dispersing the waves. Magical dark smoke rose above the river. Layla watched what was happening in fear. Everything was mixed up in the darkness. Only 3 bright points of the Saints could be seen in the darkness. What was happening was a scarecrow. The saints did not understand what was happening. The demonic beasts were confident in themselves, they were filling with power before their eyes. Cooper was happy. He happily told that he had spent 60 years creating a special talisman, and now at this moment the demonic river had become a talisman, and was helping in the fight against the saints. Cooper gave incomprehensible signals with his hand, directing the magical power towards the seething water. Black magical smoke enveloped everything around. Creating a funnel, the magical black smoke turned burgundy and fell to the ground. Cooper continued his ritual, trying to call on the 10 corners of the world for help. The villain spread his arms wide, calling on all the evil forces. He was delighted with what was happening. His task was to destroy this world. Cooper's magical actions were frightening, but he confidently continued to do terrible things. The villain understood that this world was coming to an end, and Cooper's satisfied face looked even more terrible. The maroon smoke changed to green, and through the thick smoke Cooper called Bella to come into the world. The treasure of demons stood on the ground, and thick green smoke poured from its core. Cooper folded his hands, trying to call Bella the sorceress of the worlds. The world turned upside down. The demonic river rose up and exposed its underwater rocks. A few seconds later, the water from the roar returned to its place. She appeared in the splashes of stones and water. The formidable Bella, the sorceress of the worlds, a girl with green hair and crimson eyes. A few seconds later, Bella's foot stepped on the ground of this new world. An atmosphere of horror reigned in the air. Bella appeared before Cooper. She felt joy from the fact that she can now openly be in this world, and she does not need to hide. The villain bowed his head. Cooper greeted Bella. The villainess's hand reached for the demonic treasure. Smiling, Bella carefully examined the vessel. She could not believe that she had spent 1,000 years in it. At this time, demonic beasts were watching everything that was happening. They were ready to attack at any moment. The sorceress of the worlds, Bella, was happy that she had finally gained freedom. The girl hurried to report on the completed mission and placed the continuation of the action on Cooper's strong shoulders. She understood perfectly well that she owed her freedom to this faithful servant. Cooper was glad to help his mistress. The man bowed, trying to express his approval and respect. Cooper was pleased with himself. He lowered his head, trying to hold back a satisfied laugh. All his rotten insides burst out. He knew that from this moment on, the 3 saints of humanity could no longer do anything. The stupid servant who was watching this couldn't figure out where the saints had gone, and he asked his master this question. Cooper put on a serious expression and said in a sharp voice that all 3 of them were in the free realm of the sorceress of the worlds, Bella, and that they would soon die. The servant reminded Cooper of the 6 holy demons, and the villain looked puzzled. Cooper thought for a moment and told the servant that the holy demons would stay and practice the scriptures of the sorceress of the worlds, and their strength would increase to the highest degree. The villain's eye was burning red with anger and hatred. Cooper bowed to the ground. He understood that the time to collect trophies would only come after victory. With a thoughtful look, Cooper looked towards the battlefield. He was interested in only one question: how would the human cultivators react if they were attacked by spiritual beasts? The command to begin was given, and Cooper raised his head up, watching the demons' movements. Bella gave the command to begin. Blue crystal smoke was heading towards the battlefield. The cultivators did not understand what was happening, where these arcs of crystals were coming from. Suddenly, a bright flame stopped the battle for a while. Strong cultivated people did not understand, but without waiting, the attack began to intensify. In a matter of seconds, it became clear that the maddened spirit beasts were attacking. The main target of the attack was the formation masters. People immediately rushed to their defense. People and beasts all merged in a fit of struggle. The spirit beast continued to attack the formation master. The brave guy could not understand what was happening. The huge mouth of the spirit beast was opened in order to swallow the prey. The spirit master tried to escape. But the maddened beast was stronger, and the master's attempt to escape was unsuccessful. The beast dealt with the enemy with particular cruelty, not understanding at all what he was doing. Blinded by rage, the spirit spider dragged its victim to its lair. Blinded by his luck, Cooper confirmed the fact of the destruction of the pharmacies. He was well aware that now his army must go into battle. The signal to attack was given, and the army of villains rushed into battle. Brave cultivated people defended their world with increased strength. Spiritual beasts, monsters, and cultivated people all mixed up on the battlefield. The wounded and dead lay on the bloody ground. Happy Cooper loudly encouraged his army of monsters. He asked them to eat everyone in their path. He was sure that the fate of humanity had already been decided. Cooper turned to his warriors. He asked his pack to join the fight and protect the younger warriors from mortal wounds. Receiving the order, Cooper's personal warriors rushed into battle. Pink, yellow, and blue fire all mixed up on the battlefield. Formidable warriors rushed to help the monsters. They wanted only one thing: to destroy this world. Bright fire, rage, and hatred all sparkled. The attack was terrible, a huge number of losses on both sides. It was impossible to make out what and where. The entire battlefield was engulfed in hot, burning flames. The demonic river blazed. The sky was covered with black smoke. Cooper watched everything from above. He counted on the gratitude of the demon lord. Cooper was distracted from his victorious thoughts and looked at the battlefield in surprise. There was clearly something not going according to plan. Unexpectedly for everyone, the field sparkled, and the entire territory was covered with golden light. Cooper realized that this was a large-scale attack formation. Cooper did not understand what was happening, but the formation did its job. The destruction of the fighters took place. A few minutes later, the remains of the warriors lay on the bloody ground and smoldered. The sorceress of the worlds hung in the air. She did not understand what happened, trying to carefully examine the result. Hot smoke and blue evaporation were all that remained after the strike of the formation master. Cooper looked at what was happening with a sad look. He did not understand how people could be so cruel. Corpses, ashes and black smoke were all that remained after the brutal attack of the formation master. Thick green smoke enveloped the field. For a moment the world turned off. Cooper carefully examined the field. There was no limit to his surprise. He did not understand where all the bodies disappeared. Cooper tried to reason, and ultimately he realized that this spiritual trace was the excess spiritual energy left after the spell was cancelled. Anger took hold of Cooper. He could not believe what was happening. He was sure that none of the saints were capable of such an amazing skill. But suddenly the name of Lila came to the stupid Cooper's mind, and he realized his mistake. He realized that this great saint was capable of many things. Cooper's eyes filled with rage. An image of the beautiful great Saint Layla appeared in his head. There was no limit to his disappointment. Cooper grabbed his head with his hands and screamed loudly. The demon palace was hidden from prying eyes, shrouded in thick smoke. It reliably hid its inhabitants. Brave, cultivated people were ready to enter the battle at any moment and repel the attack of monsters. The attention of all those present was riveted to the center of the hall. The great saints tried to discuss the current situation. Hector tried to justify himself. He was ready to go through all the Buddhist spells and prove that he was not a spy. Calm and balanced, Derek tried to calm the agitated cultivator. He calmly explained that they were not looking for a traitor. But the assembled people were outraged. They did not understand why people were gathered in the palace. Layla hastened to take on the burden of explanations and began to bring those present up to date. The saint explained the role of each person present with a serious expression. The cultivators were confused. They did not understand much of what Layla was saying. The great saint waved her hand and showed her spatial sleeves, in which the cultivators were to hide until the final battle. The men were very surprised, but tried to accept the new information with dignity and without unnecessary questions. Layla waved her hands, trying to explain the entire battle plan and the upcoming victory. Chuck interrupted Layla. He called his master to create puppets. Layla stopped her story and magic balls appeared in her hands. Chuck carefully watched his mentor. Bright golden balls hung in the air. The created puppets appeared before the eyes of those present in the hall. The cultivators watched the process and could not hide their bewilderment. The created puppets coped with their role on the battlefield perfectly. The enemy could not guess about the trap being prepared, and everything looked natural on the battlefield. Layla noted the merits of her student. She said that Chuck not only wields a sword perfectly, but also has a cunning mind. Layla told about the magic of turning into a million, which she used before for her own pleasure. The saint could not imagine that this magic could be used to save the world. Layla turned to the wise Derek. She was waiting for praise for her student. Derek folded his arms on his chest and looked down. He modestly listed all the advantages of this plan and confirmed the genius of Layla's student. The saints continued to discuss Chuck's genius. Hector confirmed that the young guy had every chance of becoming a general. Layla listened carefully to everything that was said and turned to Hector with a displeased look. She wanted to resolve the conflict that arose between their students. Hector was ready to resolve the conflict, but suggested continuing the conversation after the war. Layla favorably lowered her eyes and agreed with the proposed solution. The saint waved her hand and the magic show began. Green flame of goodness fell on the bloody earth. Unsuspecting Cooper watches the large-scale formation and does not understand what is happening. Demons and spiritual beasts do not understand what is happening. Raising their heads up, they try to cope with the situation. Brave cultivators stand in a tight formation to protect their world. The command to fight is given, and fearless saviors of all life on earth immediately rush to the attack. The demon with red eyes carefully examines everything happening around. Fearless Hector rushes to meet a dangerous demonic creature. Hector's strength and courage knows no bounds. The terrible demon is defeated. He roars from pain and bitterness of defeat. Our hero is brave and courageous. Without fear, he takes his dream in his hands with the hope of saving the world, destroys the demons. Everything is mixed up on the battlefield. Everything is mired in black darkness. Only a few rays of light break through the impending darkness. Chuck paused and tried to look around. Amanda looked around and did not find any enemies. She realized that Chuck's plan had worked. Chuck was confident in his strength and his plan. Amanda, back to back, with Chuck, carefully examined everything around. The young people understood perfectly well that the army of demons had not fallen completely, and the fight with individual monsters continued. Purple lightning exploded the ground, dividing it into parts. Chuck suggested that Amanda split up. Our hero rushed to fight the fooled spiritual beast. Everything flashed before Chuck's eyes. The battle was not for life. Chuck fought bravely, trying to defeat the angry spiritual beast. Amanda was not inferior in strength and skill to Chuck. The girl accepted the fight with the enemy with full dedication. In a fit of rage, Chuck continued to swing his sword, inflicting damaging blows and striking fiery lightning from the bloody ground. Decisive, Chuck accepted the fight and prepared for the slaughter. A loud scream and red mica escaped from the villain's mouth. Cooper gritted his teeth, trying to understand where and how he had gone wrong. Cooper felt his failure with his whole body. He did not understand how to live on. He could not believe what was happening. Lila stood next to him. The saint tried to point out Cooper's mistakes. The only thing that interested the villain at that moment was who and when had figured out his plan. The victor stood before the vanquished. Lila did not hide the name of the person who had managed to fool Cooper. The level-headed Derek reminded the enemy that he had lost 6 saints and would not be able to accept the fight at the moment. Hector asked Cooper to admit defeat to them to save his life. Cooper lowered his head. The villain tried to realize his defeat and count the losses. The villain's eyes were filled with malice and burned with red fire. The saints stood waiting for him to admit defeat. Cooper raised his hand. A pack of faithful dogs stood behind the villain. He tried to pronounce the words of defeat. The divine ruler of the immortals stood behind the defeated Cooper. Her hand reached out to the loser. Cooper tried to look back. He was upset and defeated. He understood that his life had ended at this point. The Queen of the Worlds, Bella, made an attempt to explain his failure, but it was clear that thanks to Cooper's failure, the plan to conquer the world went down the drain. Bella did not hide her contempt. She looked at the loser Cooper with red eyes. The sorceress of the worlds proudly soared above the defeated man, happily informing him that from that moment on, Cooper became a blood slave forever, with no chance of liberation. Cooper's eyes went out. At this time, the 3 saints were watching what was happening. The great Saint Layla was focused. She could not understand how a demonic saint who had reached a very high level was so easily killed on the spot. Bella looked at her hands and explained to Lila without a trace of regret that Cooper had failed the task and had to die. Without a trace of regret, the sorceress of the worlds calmly looked at her outfit, perfectly aware of the fact that her time in this world would be shortened. Hector frowned. He turned to Lila. The man noticed that Bella's wave of spiritual energy was stronger than theirs, and definitely higher than a saint. The silent monk Derek joined the conversation. He said that there is an unknown level of spirit, which is much higher than the saint. At that moment, Bella made a decision and prepared to use all her powers to destroy the 3 saints of this world. Derek's eyes did not believe what was happening. A new conflict was starting on the battlefield, in which it was completely unclear who would win. Hector quickly assessed the situation and went for a prediction. He understood that the 3 of them would not be able to defeat a monster that had reached such a level. Hector began to read spells, trying to immerse himself in the furnace. Bella could not ignore this fact and directed all her powers to prevent Hector's actions. The sorceress of the worlds folded her hands and began to read the antidote. Then, spreading her arms to the sides, Bella tried to call on all her powers and capabilities. She needed a vessel in which her body and spirit were locked for many years. At that very moment, the calm monk shouted, trying to attract the attention of the others to the vessel. Hector began to twist the prediction in his hands and quickly read the text that appeared. Bella was amazed by what she heard. She did not understand how this saint could receive a prediction at such a moment. Bella's indignation knew no bounds. She did not understand how Hector could arbitrarily look into the future and get an answer so quickly. Hector understood that he would not have time to intercept the vessel in time. The fast Layla came to the rescue. The girl took a step forward, trying to get to the vessel faster. Hector stepped back. He watched the fast Layla. The great saint rushed faster than the wind. The sorceress of the worlds appreciated the use of combat magic and immediately connected her skills. But Layla was fast and strong. A hard fist fell on Bella's face. 2 strong warriors fought in the sky and decided who would win. Layla's blow was so strong that Bella could not reflect it, and the sorceress's body crashed into the walls of the demon's palace with a strong blow. Layla watched the enemy fly. Towering over the demonic palace, she was once again convinced that good would win. But Layla understood that this victory did not mean the liberation of the world, and that was why she looked at the defeated enemy with such concern. Hector immediately rushed to the vessel, loudly shouting a spell and ordering the object to fall into his magic bag. Tightly tying the magic bag, Hector was glad that Bella did not receive the demonic treasure. 3 saints stood in front of the entrance to the demonic palace. All 3 understood that a battle with Bella was inevitable. Layla decisively stepped forward first. She reproached Bella for cowardice. The green eyes of the great saint were filled with courage and readiness to accept the fight. Fiery lightning engulfed the demonic palace and the battlefield. Cultivated people entered the battle with the demons, and the battle received a second beginning. For many kilometers ahead, the land was engulfed in a deadly battle. The maroon domes covered the bloody earth. Unexpectedly for the 3 saints, but silence began to fall on the battlefield. All 3 stood with an agitated look. No one could understand what was happening. Hector immediately turned and made a new prediction. What he saw amazed Hector. His eyes widened, beads of sweat appeared on his face. A sign of great danger appeared in the man's hands. Hector immediately told everything he had learned to the saints. Brave Chuck and Amanda understood perfectly well that this issue could not be resolved now, then peace would not be saved. The palace of demons frightened with its grandeur. The smoking wall and flying demons terrified the whole world. The sorceress of the worlds hung menacingly in the air, trying to spread her copies as much as possible. Unexpectedly for everyone, the humble monk Derek hastened to show himself. He said that Bella, being the queen of the worlds, can summon a huge number of ghosts like herself. Layla openly stated that this was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a skill. Layla did not wait for answers and used her last resort in the fight against the sorceress of the worlds. Layla realized that she would need skills of more than 10 seals to fight Bella. The great saint asked to buy time. She understood that she would not be able to cope with obtaining the seals quickly. Derek asked Layla to stop. The saint understood that obtaining 10 skills at once would significantly shorten Layla's life. Derek assumed a Buddhist pose and began to explain to those present that the sorceress of the worlds is the sworn enemy of Buddhists, and only the mercy of Buddha is able to defeat demonic creatures. Derek opened his eyes and told the saints that by the will of fate, this is his battle. Layla looked at the monk with displeasure. She turned to Hector for a hint, and the man confirmed Derek's words, warning the saint that they must help the monk in his war. The monk's confident foot stepped onto the hot ground. Derek stood firmly with both feet on the ground and drew spiritual energy chi. The Buddhist monk was ready for battle, his hands folded in an appropriate pose, an open look and a huge amount of chi energy behind his back. Bella looked cheerful. The demoness did not understand the full danger of her situation. With one snap of her finger, Bella ordered her copies to kill the Buddhist. Demonic forces rushed to meet Saint Dirac at the speed of light. Demonic creatures tried to tear the brave monk apart. Attacking from all sides, they tried to twist off his head, tear off his arms and rip off his legs. Salivating on the Buddhist withdrawn in his prayers, the demons anticipated a delicious meal, but Derek was adamant. Unexpectedly for everyone, Buddhist spells poured from the monk's mouth. A bright flame enveloped Dirac. Bella was seriously scared. She clearly recognized the Buddhist spells. Her appearance was alarmed. Derek continued to stand in his pose, dispersing everything around with his enlightened chi energy. Horror and fear took hold of the sorceress of the worlds. She tried to resist the Buddhist, throwing demonic curses in response. The only thing Bella could achieve was to speed up the fall of the demonic palace, lightning and stones all mixed up. Layla and Hector watched closely what was happening. Fear appeared on Hector's face. Derek was adamant. He was still in his trance. Demonic monsters with a disgusting grin continued to attack, trying to kill the Buddhist monk. Bella entered the game herself. She prepared a sharp fiery spear and rushed with it to kill the saint. Derek continued to whisper Buddhist spells. Suddenly, demonic flames began to fill the sky. Dirac's dress fluttered in the wind. The chi energy was gaining momentum. The holy monk looked up at the sky. He saw no effect and almost lost hope. The stone fragments and chi energy were all mixed up. The monk hoped that when the future came to enlightenment, his body would be illuminated with light. The holy mana was completely immersed in the process and continued to whisper spells. The body of the Buddhist monk began to strengthen and change. Strength appeared in his muscles and mind. Derek watched what was happening. He realized that he had stepped onto the stage of enlightenment. The time had come to deliver a crushing blow. The demonic power, collected in a cube, was approaching the monk, but our saint was ready to repel the blow. The sorceress of the world went into a frenzy. She did not understand how this was possible. Horror and anger burst out. Bella and her demonic copy were eager to fight. Stunned by uncontrollable anger, the demons continued to advance, and the next attack was not long in coming. Our Buddhist monk was ready. The power of chi was arriving in his strong body. Derek put out his hand trying to prevent the attack. Countless blows were met by the proud saint. Enveloped in enlightened energy, he was not afraid of blows. With the speed of light, Derek repelled demonic attacks, destroying each demon separately. Enveloped in golden radiance, Derek completely changed and a completely different person appeared in front of us. From a modest old man he broke through to the top, a strong and powerful warrior. Hector and Layla watched closely what was happening. At any moment they are ready to rush to help. But enveloped in golden radiance, Derek perfectly coped with all the demonic attacks himself. The old man's strength multiplied with each spell cast. The entire road was strewn with golden lotuses. Bella could not help but notice the furious speed of the saint. Each time she tried to strike, she could not catch the Buddhist. Each time, Bella's striking lightning flew past the target. She did not understand that the holy Buddhist monk was driving her into a trap, and now the moment of truth was approaching. Dirac stopped and looked at Bella with a piercing gaze. The magical lotuses of enlightenment opened their petals. A bright destructive light burst out. The divine ruler of the immortals, the sorceress of the world, Bella stood in the center of the divine rays and screamed loudly from the damaging pain. Bella was not ready to give up and tried with great force to break through the barrier, but the force of chi was so strong that it was impossible. At a certain point, the demoness shrank into a ball. She finally realized that she could not cope with the barrier. Saint Derek continued to throw enlightened chi energy at Bella. Bella's struggle in captivity continued. She decided to use her sword, but there was no result. The serious monk was confident in his strength, and the decision to destroy Bella was finally made. Stones flew everywhere. The monk continued his ritual, drawing magical Buddhist signs on the hot ground. Folding his palms, Derek prepared to deliver a crushing blow and completely rid this world of the demoness. A wave of energy gushed and overwhelmed the golden cage. The sorceress of the worlds was completely enslaved in a few seconds. The golden cage of enlightened chi energy continued to restrain the sorceress of the worlds. Through the black smoke and gray fog, it was clear that Bella's strength was leaving. The divine ruler of the immortals slowly weakened, realizing that her strength was exhausted and life was leaving her demonic body. The holy Buddhist continued to fill the magic cage with enlightened chi energy, hypnotizing the divine ruler of the immortals with a confident look. Saint Hector noticed the monk's waning strength. He suggested that the monk rest, and the two saints rushed to destroy Bella. Hector spread his arms, calling his dragon for help. The red fire dragon did not take long to appear, and a furious defender appeared behind the saint. Layla's magical gesture allowed the dragon to gain double strength. Layla's personal dragon, orange in color, immediately rushed to help its mistress. Armed with double the strength, the great saints rushed to save the world and destroy the divine ruler of the immortals. Everything was mixed up in a hellish massacre. The dragons attacked, breaking through the dark captivity, burning everything in their path. The palace of demons was drowning in hot lightning and bright, burning flames. Bella turned into a terrible demon, showing her true face. Layla's orange dragon was heading towards Bella and was ready to deliver a devastating blow. The sorceress of the worlds was calling on her demons and asking for help. A ring of demonic creatures suddenly appeared and built a protective barrier, blocking the dragon's path. Sharp spears were aimed towards the defenders of good. The dragon tried as best it could to hold back the maroon spears, protecting the great saints with its body. A sudden stroke of luck gave Bella hope for salvation. The demoness rose practically from the ashes and began to gain new strength. The protective demonic barrier continued to throw sharp, deadly daggers. The protective dragons of the three saints reflected the poisonous arrows of destructive power as best they could. The sky above the battlefield was decorated with different colors. Hector's red dragon, opening its mouth, tried to release a burning, destructive fire and destroy the deadly swords. Bella was glad. She understood perfectly well that the fight against the deadly daggers was happening due to the spiritual power of the saints. She knew that soon the forces would run out and they would not be able to hold back the blow. An army of demons rushed to help Bella. They asked to stop the battle. The main war demon understood that they must help the divine ruler of the immortals and stop the three saints of humanity. With a sharp jump, the demons tore themselves off the ground and hurried to help their mistress. Layla looked back and told Hector that demons were approaching them. The great Saint Layla decided to take the blow on herself, leaving Hector to deal with Bella. Demons in the form of blue dragons rushed to save their divine ruler. Layla was confident as never before. She asked to stop and warn the demons that they would die. The great saint was persistent and firm in her decision. But the demons were not afraid. They were confident that they could defeat the great saint of the world. Layla asked the demons to surrender once again. The monsters did not understand kind words. They were determined to destroy the saint and save their mistress. The demons surrounded Layla, trying to take her prisoner and destroy her. The great saint of the world was strong in spirit and had vast experience in fighting demons of different levels. The eyes of the demons sparkled with green fire. Layla's divine energy was directed at dealing with the demonic creatures and enveloped everything around in a green veil. The demonic creature could not look at the bright flame, and the demon's head automatically turned to the side. A bright green spear cut the earth into two halves. Layla repeated the offer of a truce. Confident in his strength, the demon decided to offer Layla peace on his own terms. The great saint stood above the demonic creatures and was adamant. She did not plan to listen to the demon's conditions. The demon grabbed the elder's wrist tightly and suggested not to react to the threats of the great saint. The demon tried to break free from the commander-in-chief's hands. One smart demon decided to leave the battlefield and leave the game alive. The next demon followed the example of the first and left the game. The three demonic saints did not take part and saved the divine ruler of the immortals. Layla was happy with this outcome. The saint followed the demons with her eyes. The three demonic saints went to their demons. Obeying the order of Saint Layla was not in the plans of the demonic saints, and this question was still hanging in the air. The senior demonic saint regretfully confirmed that in this situation it made sense to agree with Layla's display and not engage in battle, thereby saving his own life. At this time, Bella's struggle continued in the air. Explosions from periodic attacks were still occurring. Hector was surprised to see Layla. The saint did not believe that the girl was able to resolve the issue so quickly. Layla did not hide the secret. She said that they had worked well and the demonic saints decided to retreat. Hector could not understand what had happened. He was frankly shocked by this state of affairs. The face of the great Saint Hector was tense. He was determined to continue the fight. The saint decided to show himself to the fullest. he understood perfectly well that he had not done anything important, and now he had a chance to deal with the Dark Temple. The destructive energy collected in a huge fireball was tied to Hector's spiritual body. The saint pressed his fingers to his lips, trying to contain the energy ball and accumulate even more power. One wave of his hand in Hector's command, and the large fireball sought to fulfill the order of its master. All the energy of yin and yang was held in the hands of this great saint of the world. Bella watched what was happening in horror. The eyes of the divine ruler of the immortals burned with red fire. The destructive power of the great Saint Hector was directed at the fight against the demonic world. The body of the divine ruler of the immortals was slowly disintegrating, the terrible skull was almost exposed. The great Saint Hector ordered Bella to get away. But the sorceress of the worlds continued to resist. The earth was agitated like the seas, the sand stood on end, raising waves of earth. Stones with destructive force rose into the air and fell to the ground with deafening force. Fearless cultivators watched what was happening from the battlefield. Blows and explosions of unimaginable force confused all participants of what was happening. Chuck looked carefully into the distance. The guy was surprised by the power of what was happening. The magical mountain was glowing with incomprehensible signs. Hector continued to cast spells, trying to defeat the demon. The magical power of the spells flew from the hands of a strong saint. Everything was directed towards Bella. The main goal was to hide the demon. Fiery lightning flew in different directions, illuminating everything around with a fiery light. Tired of the battle, Hector watched what was happening. Stones were flying from the mountains. The hot flame of spells burned all living things around. The divine ruler of the immortals, Bella, continued to find the strength to resist. Bella looked at the enemies and threw bright phrases after them. She promised to return with a huge army of her doubles and destroy the world. Hector was determined. Bella continued to throw magic arrows. The last means of catching Bella was in the hands of the great saint. Hector put the flute to his lips and began to make magical sounds of a well-known melody. Layla, accompanied by Derek, was surprised. She had not heard this melody for many years. The beautiful melody flowed, bringing calm to the stones and the earth. Bella, tormented by the struggle, watched the restoration of the destroyed world. She was disappointed and insulted by her defeat. While on the roof of the demonic palace, Bella realized Hector's plan. The music helped form a large stone hand. Bella continued to resist with her last strength, putting up her defense. The shot at the stone hand gave its result, and for a moment the hand was destroyed. But Hector did not retreat. He bravely continued to play the flute, producing the right melody. Layla bravely offered to help Hector. The saint took off from the ground, leaving behind green fire. A few seconds later, Layla was hovering over Bella, trying to stop the sorceress of the worlds. Bella was fast and strong. She was bravely running away from her conquerors. Layla tried to gather all her strength and knowledge into a magical gesture. The saint's eyes were filled with the magic of capturing demons. And a few seconds later, a huge avatar of Layla appeared. The confrontation between two saints from different worlds began. Layla's avatar was strong and carried out all the mental instructions of its mistress. Bella created fireballs and tried to protect herself with them, although it was clear from Bella's face that further resistance was useless. An attempt to deliver an explosive blow was unsuccessful. A green beam swept the red balls and allowed them to break through the barrier. Layla watched what was happening. Enveloped in a stone rain, Bella did not understand how Layla, being at the level of a saint, could be so strong. Bella's terrible face turned into a skeleton. The hole that formed in the ground quickly sucked the divine ruler of the immortals into its depths. Bella's loud scream of shock was heard for several kilometers. The stone earth continued to fly. Hector moved the flute aside and reported that the divine ruler of the immortals, Bella, was dead. The three great saints stood next to a mountain of smoking and burning stones, carefully examining the raft of their work. Layla addressed those present and reported that they had won. Rays of light broke through the black sky, and the army of cultivators realized that the battle of the great saints was won. The square in front of the barracks was overflowing with people. Brave warriors shared their impressions with each other. Chuck was in thought. He was glad that his knowledge from his past life came in handy and helped him win this battle. Bella, accompanied by the demonic saints, was forced to retreat to the barren lands. The spirit beasts that were about to be enslaved lost consciousness and could do nothing. Great Saint Hector proposed to reward each participant in the war according to their contribution. Jacob walked to the center of the platform to announce the merits and awards. Jacob read out the merits of the soldiers in a loud and clear voice, carefully reading out everything written on the scroll. The happy cultivators were happy to hear every name and merit. Amanda, having heard the news that she had been promoted to general, was unhappy with this decision. She stood next to Chuck and told her comrade that she had done almost nothing. Chuck tried to cheer the girl up and said that since she had been promoted, Amanda should treat him to some gin. The brave Amanda did not resist and agreed. Chuck continued to flirt with the girl and offered to cook food for Chuck to evaluate her culinary skills. The girl took this offer as a challenge. The monk standing nearby, accompanied by Ash, could not understand what kind of mission it was that Amanda received so many awards. The Buddhist did not argue and confirmed that this was indeed a significant contribution. Jacob continued to voice names and merits. The brave Martin was proud to accept his new rank of general, his comrades standing behind him, each treated this event differently. Chuck looked at Martin with approval. Jacob continued to loudly announce the decisions of the commanders-in-chief. The issue with the deceived warrior was considered. It was established that he was deceived by spiritual beasts. The crowd could not believe Jacob's words. No one present could believe that spiritual beasts could do such a thing. The crowd fell silent, but individual warriors continued to discuss this episode among themselves. The warriors standing behind hissed and demanded silence. Unexpectedly for everyone, riots began in the center of the warriors. The crowd began to make noise. Demands for soul reading reached the great saints. Chuck watched closely and sighed quietly. Jacob knew perfectly well that if no one stopped this man, he would be in trouble. Jacob loudly declared that the military man lied and tried to fool Jacob, and according to military law, the culprit should be executed. Lila could not stand aside. She immediately went down to Jacob and took part in the dispute. The saint stepped on the step with her bare foot. The guilty one obediently, with fear on his face, waited for his master. Lila menacingly addressed the guy. She asked for confirmation that her student lied. The young man felt horror and fear. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young warrior referred to the general's words, and Lila's gaze was directed at the general. Angry Jacob did not understand what was happening. He shouted loudly at the guy, tightly squeezing the scroll in his hand. A red fireball formed in the general's hand. A few seconds later, Hector joined the argument, trying to stop the angry general from using a sharp sword against the boy. Jacob was furious. The sword turned red. The general could not forgive the boy for slander. Confident Hector could not call the boy a simple soldier. For him, he was a hero. Hector lowered his eyes and reminded the general that on the battlefield everyone is equal. Great Saint Hector looked at the general favorably. He could not understand where Jacob, his student, got so much arrogance from. The general looked at the holy master with a frightened look. The general and his teacher stood next to each other, and Saint Hector scolded the worthy General Jacob as a boy. Suddenly, a purple magic ribbon appeared on the general's face. Layla immediately realized that it was a magical rite of heart assessment. The rite of heart assessment began its action. Saint Hector addressed those present, and said that this rite would prove the purity of the sect. Hector concentrated and asked the main question. The answer did not take long to come. The general opened his mouth and began to speak. The guy lowered his head, not understanding why the general did all this. He screamed loudly, spitting with anger. Hector raised his hand and called for everyone to be quiet. Jacob continued to come under the effect of the magical ritual. Sweat appeared on the general's face. His eyes darted in different directions. The general understood perfectly well that he had given away his secret. People began to whisper in the crowd. No one could believe that General Jacob was such a vile person. General Jacob and all his secret grievances were revealed. A strong man stood with his back to the people. Horror appeared on his face. He did not understand how everything could have happened like this. Jacob made senseless attempts to justify herself. A raised hand stopped the general. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face. A question hung in the air. Two adult men looked impatiently at Layla. The saint had to decide what punishment would be applied. The holy Buddhist monk said that Jacob was no longer fit to be a general. Hector listened attentively to Dirok's decision. The holy monk said that according to the laws, the general should be stripped of his military title and should start his military path anew. Layla's look betrayed her displeasure. The monk continued his words and informed everyone present that as punishment for insulting words addressed to the saint, Jacob would receive 3,000 lashes with a whip. The final decision satisfied Layla. The saint agreed with the monk and accepted the terms of the punishment. Chuck listened attentively to the holy monk. Our hero could not believe that the punishment was so simple. Chuck raised his hand up and addressed Saint Layla. The only thing Chuck could ask for was a personal meeting with Jacob. Layla could not resist this and approved the meeting. With a confident step, Chuck stepped onto the stone floor. The demoted general did not wait for Chuck. He was sure that the young warrior came to laugh at the demoted military man. But Chuck had a different task, and our hero did not want to settle scores with Jacob at all. Jacob frowned. Sweat appeared in small drops on his face. Chuck asked only one question. He was interested in how much the general considered himself right when he tried to vent all his grievances on Chuck. Angry Jacob said that he was the senior member of the clan, and Chuck killed one of his students. Chuck tried to explain to the demoted general that if he was worried about his student, then he would have tried to protect him from trouble and not cross the path of members of another clan. Jacob had difficulty perceiving Chuck's words. His face was tense and upset. Chuck patted Jacob on the shoulder, telling the demoted general that this was the only thing he wanted to talk about. Upset Jacob followed Chuck with a displeased look. The phrase, "carry out the sentence," was spoken, and the next second Jacob's attention was distracted. The strong guards grabbed the demoted general and dragged him along. Layla stepped onto the ground. The time to reward the most distinguished had come. The great Saint Layla raised her finger and said that they were all able to win thanks to one single person. The crowd of cultivators began to make noise. No one could understand how they were able to win. The worried elder could not believe the words of the saint. The crowd waited for a name, sometimes suggesting that a mere mortal had invaded the demon lands and learned the true story of the betrayal. Layla reported that 6 demon saints had been destroyed and would never return. Layla was proud of the human world's success and loudly declared that they had captured and destroyed thousands of spirit beasts and millions of demons. The crowd of happy people rejoiced and invited Chuck to the stage. Our hero did not take long to come forward. He quickly responded to the call. Chuck listened to the words of the great Saint Layla with pride and due attention. The saint proudly announced that for all his merits, Chuck was awarded the title of general. The Great One ordered that his talisman be replaced and that Chuck be given golden armor. Chuck proudly accepted his new rank and uniform. The golden talisman was carefully handed over to Chuck. The golden armor was carefully straightened. And a worthy warrior, General Chuck, appeared before the people. The great warrior presented Chuck with his talisman. The guy held the precious gift in his hands. Our hero could not believe what had happened. Chuck, with a grin on his face, told himself that he had completed the system's task. After the solemn awarding, the meeting in the square continued. Layla told everyone around that the spiritual beasts would continue to serve people, but would give a new oath. The people gathered on the square, bowed their heads, listening to the great saint. Layla raised her hand and made a gesture, saying that she was giving all people 2 days of rest. The next statement of the saint was no news to anyone. Layla loudly declared that next time they would go attack the next world. Surprise and incomprehension appeared on the warriors' faces. The crowd rejoiced. Everyone supported the decision of the 3 saints. The human camp was falling asleep. The golden glow of the armor attracted attention. The general's golden armor looked dignified. Chuck stood over the armor trying to carefully examine every detail. Our hero touched the armor with his hand. He knew the value of this item very well. He remembered that Amanda wore such a helmet when he first met her. The appearance of the girl popped into the guy's head. The screen informed Chuck that he had received the secret art of protecting the great soul, and at that moment the guy was asked to spend 30 soul points to study. Chuck held the scroll in his hands and carefully examined the secret inscription. Our hero remembered how the holy Mana gave him the scroll in the hope of using it correctly. Chuck held the scroll in his hand and was ready to spend points to study and acquire new skills that protect against hypnosis and charm. The study process was launched. Chuck was in nirvana and completely immersed in the process. The screen informed that Chuck had fully studied the art of protecting the great soul. Our hero opened his eyes in the hope of feeling the acquired skill. Chuck took the scroll in his hands, and at that time the screen informed that the skill is activated automatically at the moment when it becomes necessary. Chuck was surprised. He did not realize the beauty of the acquired secret art. The guy tensed up. He wanted to check what kind of test the system would offer him. Notifications flew one after another. The screen changed every minute. Chuck stopped the screen and requested a new test name. Chuck's eyes carefully read the screen. A huge amount of text and a lot of new information, but the focused guy tried not to miss a single detail. Suddenly Chuck stopped and concluded that for a skilled swordsman, even a simple acceleration can lead to a completely different outcome of the battle, not to mention additional attacks. Chuck thought about it. The guy understood perfectly well that the planned duel was only half of the quest. Chuck understood that sooner or later the world would have to be attacked, and the only thing left for Chuck was to wait for the next part of the quest. Change of picture, thunder, lightning and rain, a terrible and horrible monster steps powerlessly onto the wet ground. An incomprehensible creature with burning eyes aimlessly walks along the ground. The face of a man, the grin of an animal and the eyes of a monster. Nothing gave away a person in this creature. A man with an umbrella walked confidently across this scorched earth. Chuck was indignant at what he saw. The real world looked much worse than he imagined. Chuck turned to the system in order to choose the title of a talented general. The terrible monster watched the man carefully. Dirt splashed in different directions under his feet. An incomprehensible creature decided to attack Chuck. Our hero was ready for such a meeting. He confidently spread his arms and prepared to repel the attack. The monster's eyes burned with red fire. The jaw was preparing to bite. The monster attacked. Chuck grouped himself to deliver a fatal blow. Chuck grabbed the hilt of the sword. He understood perfectly well that thanks to the shadow blade technique, opponents cannot understand the position of the sword and will not know what fighting style the hero uses. The energy of the fight surrounded Chuck. The monster prepared to attack. A direct blow of the blade and the enemy did not have time to react. The monster's eyes opened. He saw a furious sword of chi in front of his nose. Chuck struck, and the sword's energy struck the enemy. Dirt and smoke all mixed up. Chuck appreciated the acquired skill. Huge drops of rain endlessly dripped onto the scorched earth. Chuck peered closely into the sky, trying to see something important. Chuck noted the endless rain and thunderstorm, not a single hint of sunshine. Suddenly, a thought about that strange rain from his past life flew into Chuck's head. The landing of the flying machine brought our hero out of his reverie. Chuck paid attention to the one who had flown in. The goddess of justice who had flown in warned Chuck that it was dangerous to stand in this rain. Chuck was glad that the goddess had appeared, and suggested continuing the conversation inside the ship. Chuck was interested in the latest news, which is why, as soon as he stepped on board, he began asking various questions. The goddess of justice tried to answer. She told about sea monsters and the continuing evolution of ghouls. Chuck tried to come to his senses. The guy dried his hair with a towel and dreamed of drinking a cup of aromatic coffee. Chuck raised his head and looked at Monica with displeasure. The goddess of justice reported that no other phenomena or incidents had been detected. Chuck thought about it. He understood perfectly well that the poisonous rain was accelerating the process of the world's disappearance, and many incidents from his past life would not be repeated. Chuck dried his head and looked at Monica. He asked to show his friends. The goddess of justice did not keep him waiting long, and brought up an image on the screen. Frank was sitting at the table and eating a steak. Clark was listening attentively to some guy. Clark clearly did not like the dinner. Frank swallowed one piece and reluctantly dragged the second piece of meat into his mouth. Chuck watched the guys with his mouth open. Frank was not happy with the prepared dish and asked to replace the meat with something sweet. Chuck carefully watched what was happening on the screen. He did not understand what kind of new character appeared next to Clark. The goddess of justice said that Liao. Monica approached the screen and showed an old professor, the creator of hypersonic jumps, telling Chuck that the professor had plastic surgery. Monica showed the picture of the face that the professor chose himself. Chuck frowned and put his hand to his face. The guy understood everything. Liao's hand suddenly fell on Frank's shoulder. The young man was interested in why the guy was wearing sunglasses at the table. Frank snapped, but the professor, pleased with his new appearance, turned everything into a joke. Fran decided not to hide it, and pulled down his glasses. The guy's eyes were burning with a red fire. It became clear to everyone that Frank was a ghoul. The angry professor turned to Clark. Liao could not understand who let the ghouls sit at their table. Clark looked angrily at the professor. Liao watched what was happening in fear. The professor tried to put everything together in his head. A ghoul at the table, the head of the guild of hired killers hacking the system of the goddess of justice. The last picture in the professor's head put everything in its place. Liao jumped out from behind the table. He loudly declared his guesses on the issue of the destruction of the world. The red-haired guy named Clark ignored the professor's shouts. The professor took the comments into account and agreed to listen to the main sponsor. Liao looked at the ghoul, trying to understand how dangerous the guy was. At the same time, Frank reminded the professor that ghouls feed only on murder, but Frank can still taste food. Frank swallowed fresh lobster meat with undisguised appetite. The professor could not leave Frank alone and began to force himself into becoming his friend. The ghoul was not inclined and answered the professor sharply. Liao did not expect such an answer and was frankly upset. Suddenly, a message glass appeared in front of the young people. A blue screen informed those present that the target was found in the southeast. Frank abruptly rose from the table, frightening Liao with his movement. The evil ghoul held a lobster in his hands and slowly whispered that the time had come to satisfy his hunger. The professor was pleased with this message and politely pointed towards the doors. Frank covered himself in red ghoul energy and informed Liao that it was much more convenient to leave the room through the window. Chuck, who was closely watching the three men, could not understand who the ghoul had gone to fight. At that very moment, Monica joined the work, informing Chuck that the ghoul was the distributor of the pandemic. The yellow, bright light on the empty ground was a harbinger of someone's appearance. The appearance of a high-level ghoul was extremely unexpected. A ghoul with red eyes and huge horns towered above the ground. Frank's unexpected appearance stopped the ghoul's advance. Frank tried to stand firmly on his feet. The guy's landing looked impressive. The ghoul could not believe that this young ghoul continued to pursue him. Frank was determined. He wanted to destroy the villain forever. The majestic ghoul tried to explain his behavior to Frank and divide the territories. But Frank made it clear that he was not satisfied with the ghoul's behavior. He was not happy with the fact that the villain was leaving a desert behind and destroying everything beautiful. Frank threw a lobster to the ghoul. The dexterous ghoul grabbed the prepared food. The villain could not understand the gesture of young Frank. For the villain, the skillfully prepared lobster meant nothing at all. Frank communicated his decision to the villain and tried to express all his complaints. The guy's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill the ghoul and quench his thirst for murder. Frank rushed to the attack, loudly shouting that they were not alike at all. The ghoul did not want to listen to Frank and turned his back to him. The ghoul could not understand Frank's actions. The villain tried to think, but could not understand the mental state of the young ghoul. Frank tried to assess the state of the ghoul and determine the level of his strength. The young ghoul assessed the level of training of the horned one and tried to hide his glasses in his breast pocket. The villain prepared to attack in an inhuman battle. The ghoul released the protective dragon and prepared to attack. Frank's red dragon spread its wings and quickly attacked the enemy. Frank's furious grin and red eyes spoke volumes about his confidence. The confrontation between the two strongest ghouls had begun. Fire and flames all mixed up, hot stones flew in different directions. The ship of the goddess of justice flew through a thunderstorm. Looking out the huge window, Chuck asked the owner of the ship if there were any anomalies associated with this rain and its influence on the planet, and in response he heard that, excluding the huge amount of rain, nothing special was happening. Chuck thought about the words of the goddess of justice. Then he asked to show all the places where it was currently raining. The woman immediately showed him a global meteorological map. She explained that the regions where it was raining were marked in red. Looking more closely, the guy realized that it was raining in all regions inhabited by people, with the exception of deserted places, which led him to the conclusion that this was indeed the rain of Judgment Day. Then he asked if there were any changes in the temperature. To this question, the goddess of justice answered that such changes had not yet been observed. Glad that at least he had been lucky somewhere, Chuck ordered to contact the Department of Meteorology and Biochemistry so that they could monitor and study the rain, or rather the water that it contained, and immediately report if they discovered anything. Taking note of the order, the goddess of justice reported that while the guy was gone, the president had asked to meet with him 5 times. Upon hearing this, Chuck was very surprised and decided that something urgent had happened, so he asked to tell the president that he would be heading to him. At that time, Mr. Carlos was in his office. Lately, so much work had fallen on him that he had not even had time to rest. Entering the office, Chuck greeted the president. The man was glad that he was finally able to see the guy. When Chuck sat down opposite the president, he asked him what urgent matter he was looking for, to which the man replied that he wanted to consult him about one matter. The president said that he knew what Chuck had been up to lately, and was glad that he had a future. Upon hearing this, Chuck was surprised by what the president meant by hope. Carlos explained that, as a politician, the president could not do whatever he wanted, since there were too many gains and losses on the scale, and the opposing sides were unwilling to reconcile, ignoring the needs of ordinary people, and all this tied his hands. But the young man's actions gave him a ray of hope. Chuck grinned and noticed that such praise embarrassed him, and then asked what exactly the president wanted to discuss with him. After a short silence, Carlos told Chuck that he had been thinking about the mass use of the gene optimization elixir for a long time. Upon hearing this, Chuck frowned. This medicine significantly increased the chances of an ordinary person to become awakened, and now the president proposed to use it on ordinary people. If they did so, then powerful wars would begin to appear en masse in the country, and this was a wise decision in its own way. Having heard the guy's opinion, the president was even a little happy. After all, when distributing the medicine, most residents would reach at least the level of the First Star War, and thanks to this, they would be able to repel the demon eaters and survive. But the problem was the aristocracy, who were against this idea, citing the fact that it would cause chaos and state anarchy. Chuck chuckled and noted that the Fuchsia Empire had 3 times more awakened people than they did, but they had neither chaos nor anarchy, and their country was, in fact, lucky that they had the elixir to increase the chance of awakening power. As far as Chuck knew, in the Fuchsia Empire this potion was called the Potion of Elemental Awakening, and in the Holy Empire it was called the Elixir of the Chosen One, and if all the people of this country took the elixir there would still be fewer new awakened, so he did not understand why it could not be done that way. Without answering his question, the president asked if this meant that Chuck was ready to support his idea. To which the young man replied that he was ready, even if 9 aristocrats were against it. Hearing the guy's words, the president chuckled. Then he said that they should not pay attention to them, since an international conference on this very issue would soon begin. Hearing this remark, Chuck wondered if other countries had the same idea. Carlos confirmed this, and explained that he would like Chuck to speak at the conference. The guy has already earned fame in international circles, since he created the Seraphim, discovered and researched the ghoul virus, which means his words carry great weight in the international scientific community. Hearing this, Chuck agreed. Then they said goodbye, and the guy left the office. The corridor in front of the office was empty. Only around the corner stood a man with a serving table. Having opened a small bottle, the man poured the contents into a cup. The liquid completely dissolved, leaving no trace of the outer one. After that, the man began to push the serving table along the corridor in the direction of the president's room. Chuck just then left the office, and they passed each other literally at the door. He greeted the young man with a nod. After that, he loudly announced to the president that his afternoon tea was ready. The charming dark-haired girl begged him not to leave her alone. After that, she threw herself on the chest of an attractive young man, telling him to stay with her, calling him brother. Liao watched all this on the TV screen. Judging by the comments he made, the man enjoyed the movie. And Chuck and Clark watched this from the side with bewilderment, trying to accept that the man in front of them was a genius. Realizing that it was a waste of time, Clark gave up and turned to Chuck, asking for his help. When the boy asked him what was wrong, Clark reminded him of his summoning cat with a useful search ability. He went on to explain that his family was insisting that Clark find a mate as soon as possible, and the man asked the cat about it. Hearing about a man trusting his love affairs to an animal was strange to Chuck. On the other hand, he understood that the cat's skill was reliable, as strange as it may sound. To confirm his thoughts, Clark told him that the cat had coped with this task, finding him a girl with whom the man fell in love at first sight, and moreover, although not personally, but an acquaintance. Hearing this, Chuck was surprised why the boy had not yet begun to court her, given the possibilities of his family. Hesitating, Clark replied that her father did not get along very well with the 9 aristocrats, but got along well with Chuck. That's why he wanted to ask his friend to introduce them, and he agreed. When the guy asked who his chosen one was, Clark replied that she was the president's daughter. For Chuck, this was an unexpected answer. But then he decided to support his business partner, approving of his choice. After that, the guy said that soon there would be an international conference where Chuck would be able to introduce them to each other, for which Clark was immensely grateful. At that moment, the door was pushed. Frank entered the room and told everyone that he was back. Clark and Chuck greeted him in return. Immediately after that, the goddess of truth appeared behind the ghoul and said that Frank had destroyed the plague ghoul. Hearing this, Chuck sincerely thanked him. To which Frank only waved it off, saying that thanks to this murder, he would be able to evolve faster. Then, carefully examining Chuck, Frank noticed that he had become stronger. Chuck grinned and replied that he had become stronger too. Coming closer, Clark asked the ghoul what he planned to do when he became more powerful, to which he replied that he was quite satisfied with his current life. Clark understood and approved of this, but there was one thing that worried him about their situation. More precisely, one person, Liao, since the guy did not understand why they needed this man. Hearing such a remark to himself, the professor became angry. Outraged by such disrespect, the man began to talk about his past achievements and life. But at that moment, the goddess of justice interrupted him, reminding him of the confidentiality of the secret. Hearing this remark, the man waved the goddess away in frustration, but stopped his story. Seeing that the woman was slightly uneasy about Liao's behavior, Chuck assured that the man would not blab. Then he formally introduced him to everyone, calling him the inventor of hypersonic jump technology. Clark and Frank had heard of something like this before, but sincerely thought that the man was lying. At that moment, a report came from the goddess of justice that the analysis of rainwater was ready, and the researchers did not find anything special in it. Chuck found it hard to believe. In his past life, after the appearance of ghouls, demons invaded his world again and again through the rain. The rain contained the power of another world, and after its end, strange events would occur. Raindrops were able to corrode both metal and entire buildings. Therefore, during the end of the world, when it rained, all people were on the verge of despair. Despair that drove everyone crazy. Chuck's thoughts were interrupted by the goddess of justice with a message that a second ago absolutely all the rain suddenly stopped. To make sure of this, the guy looked at the weather map, and when he saw that this was true, he was very scared. The doomsday rain turned out to be too short, and now Chuck was in anticipation of a catastrophe. What scared him most was that he could not prevent this from happening. Seeing his friend's reaction, Clark asked what happened to him, since he suddenly turned pale. The next second, a voice was heard in space, announcing the beginning of the game, accompanying this with a large neon inscription in the air. For Clark, Frank and Liao, the voice sounded completely unexpected. At the same time, the goddess of justice remained completely calm. And Chuck felt a surge of hatred and irritation due to the fact that the game of immortals began earlier than it did in his past life. Clark was somewhat worried about some strange voice that sounded in his head. Frank noted that the voice was most likely transmitted to their minds by an extremely powerful ability. But Liao was most worried about what the game of immortals was. Then he looked at the silent Chuck. The guy's face was full of dark emotions. The guy remembered that the game of immortals is a survival game, during which 60% of human civilization will be destroyed. In about 10 days, this game should drive absolutely everyone crazy, thanks to which real chaos will begin. People will start throwing themselves at each other, not distinguishing who is an enemy and who is a friend. At this time, the voice of the game announced that he is a friend of the people of this world and wants to help them change their fate. But for this to happen, people had to start fighting, because only the strongest had the right to live. The voice called on brave warriors to challenge the others, and once they won, they could gain great power, and perhaps even immortality. After which the first game of the immortals began, and a message appeared asking if those present wanted to gain eternal life and become immortal. Looking at the selection button, Clark wondered what was going on. At that moment, Chuck demanded that everyone press the refusal button. Otherwise, they could become his personal enemies. What he heard shocked all three. Following his words, everyone pressed the refusal button. Then a series of messages appeared informing that the first group of those wishing to gain eternal life had been created, and the winner would be recognized at the end of the battle, while those who refused could watch the battles with their eyes closed. Chuck tightly closed his eyelids. After him, everyone else did the same. The moment their eyes closed, an image of a Colosseum-like arena appeared. To his surprise, Liao found that their consciousness had entered the game, and Clark was amazed at how realistic everything looked. Then he noticed that some people began to appear in the middle of the arena. There were quite a few of them. Some were very young, some were old. Some were distracted, some were surprised. Some were impressed, and some were scared. At that moment, A message appeared above the arena stating that the only rule in this game was to survive until the end, remaining the only king of the arena. A woman, apparently a housewife, read this message and was horrified. Then came the announcement that the game would last for 1 hour. Then came the announcement that the game had begun, and a space with weapons opened up in front of each participant. One of the men present found this interesting. He grabbed the sword given to him by the hilt. Pulling it out of its sheath, he began to look around. Then the man was surrounded by a pressing aura, and he pointed his sword at the nearest person. Seeing this, the man was scared, and asked him in confusion what he was doing. And the next second, he felt pain in his neck. The man with the sword cut off his head. Seeing this, the housewife fell into despair, and the man with the sword headed towards the plump teenager. At this moment, a game message appeared that the first point was earned by a player named Chester, and for this he received an additional prize. The prize was the blessing of the spirit of fire, and the man ended up in first place in the ranking. Feeling a new power that covered his sword in flames, Chester literally went crazy. Using the blessing, he sent a fiery whirlwind towards the plump teenager. The guy tried to run away, but the fire completely engulfed his body, and the guy died. Looking at his burning sword, the man laughed in admiration of the power he received. At that moment, another message appeared that Chester earned another point, and with it a second blessing. After that, an impenetrable shield appeared in the man's hands. Watching what was happening, Frank noticed that since rewards were awarded for killing people, other people would not just stand still either. And the next moment, his words were confirmed by another person. The man was holding a knife in his hands and crying, saying that he did not want to die. Then he decided to attack the housewife. With words of apology, he rushed at her with a knife. With all his strength, he plunged his knife into the woman's stomach. At the same time, the man begged him to forgive him. And the housewife, realizing that she was dying, could only cry. This served as a trigger for the rest of the people. As if mad, they began to rush at each other with weapons in their hands. Screams were heard from everywhere, begging for mercy. And watching all this, Chuck was furious that the death game had begun. We see the floor, which was covered in blood. The guy kills one of the people. Then he throws him away. Andrew is holding the armor in his hands, because he destroyed 2,000 players and was given a reward. The magician with a mustache destroys almost 7,000 players and receives a hell blaster as a reward, and the final will be soon. Clark opens his mouth and says that the competition has turned into a senseless meat grinder. Frank sits next to him and says that the game suits him perfectly. Raising his hands, the man says that people are ready to do anything for the main prize. Chuck closes his eyes and says that there will be madmen who think they are special and therefore they will fight for it. Opening his mouth, he says that the strong always want to become even stronger, not to mention becoming immortal. We see the field, because it is impossible to find this place until you find yourself in the arena, otherwise there is no way to find it. The balls are raised into the air because the game of immortals absorbs human souls to become stronger, and usually, beings from other dimensions cannot break the laws of this world and cannot absorb the life and power of human souls. We see a handprint on the paper because the game uses an invitation, and agreeing to participate in the game is tantamount to signing a contract. The winner gets immortality, and the losers will be absorbed into the game. We see a red planet because when the game gets stronger, it will change the rules and add even more participants. The battles will become more severe until the entire planet becomes part of the game. Chuck folds his hands and thinks that the promised life is a simple trick. If a person becomes a demon, he will be able to live longer, and perhaps forever. Near the man's hands, a ball glows because they stopped aging. The man becomes young because of immortality. He is standing in a blue t-shirt and smiling. Then he begins to bare his teeth, because 3 years later they turned into demons. His eyes turn red and he smiles. People look at the screen because they realize that the whole game is a scam. They press the button. A ball appears near them because after the appearance of the Doomsday system, people were able to travel around the worlds and gave them a chance to become stronger, and they quit the game. Looking down, the protagonist thinks that while this system does not exist, there is only a game of immortals, and in the case of a game that uses human desires, he does not know how to stop everything. William raises his hand and asks what he is thinking about, because nothing happened, and his face looks like the world has collapsed. Clark opens his mouth and asks not to play with fire. Turning away, the protagonist says that he should talk, because he wants to know what he means. Opening his mouth, the man says that when something happens, he immediately looks somehow desperate. Putting his hand on him, he says that when he returned to Earth, he was waiting for a worthy ally who would feed him well, but now he just sits with a sad face. Getting up from the couch, William says that the worst thing that can happen to them is death, and so why whine about trifles? Raising his head, the man says that he alone went against the country and lived in space for 30 years. Turning his head towards him, he asks what happened to him. The protagonist opens his mouth and remains silent. Then he begins to smile. Sitting next to them, Chuck suddenly begins to laugh. Standing next to him, the guy thanks him. William replies that it is enough to be sad, because the worst thing that can happen is death, and there is no need to be afraid of it. Clark looks at them and says that the immortal game is bullshit that manipulates their desire for eternal life. Opening his mouth, he says that he does not believe in such a thing and that you cannot use other people's lives to prolong your own. Frank folds his hands and asks how he can be so calm about immortality. Clutching his head, he says that when it comes to people's lives, heroes must remain calm. Looking at the guy, Clark asks what they will do. He is told that it is pointless to fight the consequences. All people want immortality. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that the problem is that if the games continue, the world will begin to collapse and the earth will plunge into impenetrable darkness. Clark stands up and asks where the game is taking place and how to destroy it. Frank smiles and asks not to worry, because he always comes up with unusual solutions and even thought of sending other ghouls into battle against the ghouls. Something lit up on the protagonist. Smiling, he says that they will cope, and if the system has not yet activated, then even he will be enough. He stands and thinks that it is necessary to stop the amplification of the game and destroy it, and also to do it as quickly as possible. Chuck starts to leave and says that the ending is boring and it is better to go. Clark follows him and asks where they are going. Making a serious face, he says that to help. They are standing behind the protagonist, who wants to create a new world. We see a ship in space. Then there was different information on the screens. The protagonist looks at the screen and clicks. He presses his fingers on the screen. Someone is playing a console. Carl bares his teeth, because they did not give in to him. Bowing his head, he says that he lost. William enters the room. Smiling, he sees the place. Monica appears next to him, and asks him not to go more than 10 meters away, otherwise she will activate the nanobombs inside him. Opening her mouth, the goddess of justice says that since returning to Earth, he has read almost 3 scientific articles, each of which was related to research on hacking and bypassing firewalls. Putting a finger to his cheek, he wonders when artificial intelligence became so smart. The protagonist presses the red button. Taking hold of his neck, he says that he is finished. Raising his hand, Clark asks why he brought them here. Smiling, he says that he wants to create a gaming system with them. Frank smiles and says that in the game in 7th place in the world ranking, the guy is surprised and understands why he lost. Raising his finger up, Chuck says that he wants to create a gaming system that all people will use. Opening his mouth, he asks if the goddess did it. Poking at the screen, she says that everything is ready. Something begins to appear near them. Next we see an iron hand. Raising his hand, Chuck says that this is a prototype. Putting it on himself, he says that he will only show the basis of the idea. William takes his chin, and he is told that the entire prosthetic hand is too big and is thinking about replacing it with a small bracelet. Standing next to the girl, he asks to record his movements with a sword and create a game model. He starts running. Then Chuck makes different attacks. Frank and the guy are surprised. We see the main character with his back to us. Monica looks at the screen and says that his movements are perfect. Turning his head, Chuck asks if there are any systemic rewards for completing these movements. Opening his mouth, the girl says that since he successfully completed the movements, his strength level has reached a 3-star martial artist and will receive an ordinary Steel Federation sword. He turns to her and agrees. Taking his chin, Clark says that it looks like a game of immortals. Raising his finger up, the guy says that the goddess of justice will not be able to list rewards to all people at the same time. The protagonist starts to approach and says that if William helps, they can. He makes surprised eyes. Opening his mouth, the man asks if he wants him to create a mini version of the teleporter for his mechanical hand, and then the goddess of justice will be able to instantly move rewards to any point in the world. Raising his hand, Chuck says that if they can achieve instant transfer of the reward, the system will become much more convenient for players. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that it will be difficult and time will be needed. Looking down, Chuck says that this is only the main function, and when he is done with it, he will start creating truly powerful algorithms for the system. Clark looks at him and asks what kind of algorithms. He is told that these are skills, weapons, equipment. Opening his mouth, he cannot promise people immortality, but he can give them the opportunity to truly extend their lives, that is, to become stronger. Raising his hands, William says that if the system fires, then people will enter a completely new era. Tears came to his eyes because they would become the new rulers. The guy stands next to Frank and says that with this system he will go against the game of immortals. Raising his hand, he says that there is a problem, namely, that immortality will attract people more. Skulls appear near the main character, because getting immortality this way is absolutely not worth it. Smiling, the main character says that he will destroy the game of immortals from the inside. Opening his mouth, he says that people are unlikely to listen to him when the chance to become immortal is right under their noses. Closing his eyes, Chuck says that they will talk later, but first about the system. William raises his hand to his chin and says about the mini teleporter, that it must be made so that no one can dismantle it from the bracelet. Taking his hand, he continues that the very idea of a mini teleporter that can fit in the bracelet is extremely difficult to implement, and you need to think. Turning his head towards him, the guy tells him to do whatever it takes because their device will be the most important part of the system because the reward branch will depend on it, and let him give it his all. Frank opens his mouth and says that before the apocalypse he was a professional in augmented reality, and from experience he will say that the success of any game or system depends, among other things, on the name. Clenching his fist, Clark says that she calls it a game of immortals and therefore must surpass it. Raising his hand, Chuck suggests thinking together. William gets hearts instead of eyes and wants to call it the League of Defenders of Hot Girls. Clark opens his mouth and suggests systems of wild hunters. Frank smiles and calls the divine path of murder. Clutching his head, Chuck says that the names are scary. After looking at them, he decides to call them Defenders of the Planet. Raising his hands, the guy does not like it because the name is boring. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that a boring name that does not lie and everyone in this system will be able to become stronger to eventually become the protectors of the planet. We see Frank's mouth, who asks to see. Then he closes his eyes because the first game of Immortals is over. He looks into the distance and asks if they are too late. The man has blood flowing from his head. Birds fly to him. We see his legs and blood flowing. Kevin holds his hand and makes sounds. He looks up because the king of the arena has been taken away. Then something flies from the air. The man looks at him and asks to go into the sarcophagus, and upon returning to the world of people, all his wounds will be healed. The man begins to go there. Then we see the door closing. The sarcophagus is enveloped in red lines and a notification comes that only the strongest deserves immortality. A man's footsteps on the ground. Kevin smiles because he has destroyed 7,000 challengers and receives the elixir of immortality, as well as the scepter of the demon king of the black flame. Holding gifts in his hands, he is asked to swallow the concentrate of the elixir to gain immortality. A fire begins to burn around the man, because awakened fire mages receive the blessing of the demon king of the black flame from this scepter, which will increase his fire attacks by 200%. Looking up, he asks if he will really become immortal. He brings his finger to his mouth and is asked to swallow the concentrate again. Then he raises his head. His hair begins to fly. Kevin smiles and has become younger. Raising his hand with a weapon, he says that now he can live forever. Then there is a big explosion. People open their mouths and ask themselves why they did not join the game. Another guy straightens his hand and says that he would kill an old man and eternal life should be his. The main character folds his hands because there will be another competition tomorrow. The guys sit and watch. There is no one else in the arena. Then they see green balls. One of the balls was flying. When suddenly it began to evaporate. There is no one in the arena again. Raising his hand, Clark says that this is a powerful weapon and even the Fuchsia Empire could not create something like this. Chuck looks at them and asks if they believed him. The guy opens his mouth and says that he does not care about immortality, but saw 10,000 corpses. Frank says that as soon as he evolves, he will not need immortality. Picking his nose, William says that he would not mind becoming immortal, but he is not awakened, so they will kill him in the arena. Smiling, Frank says that the weapon was strong. Chuck opens his mouth and says that in time they themselves will be able to create something similar, and besides, he will make it so that all people can personally see the effectiveness of their system. He remembers the girl and thinks that one person can make a similar weapon. Frowning, he says that for now the system is only being created and he still has several important things to do. The goddess of justice appears near him and asks to find Kevin. The girl opens the screens and says that this is a resident of the Fuchsia Empire and 3 matches were found. He looks at the screen and asks for information about him. Clark comes up to him and asks why they need him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that the game of Immortals made the first move, showing people the elixir of eternal life, and if the old man becomes famous throughout the world, even more people will want to take part in this massacre. Turning his head, he says that they must kill before the situation gets worse. We see Kevin. He was 69 years old, a wanted criminal in Fushi, an elementalist, had been hiding from the police for 20 years after killing more than 10 people. Folding his arms, Frank says that if you want him dead, you can arrange it. The guy looks into the distance and asks how he can get there while in space. He is answered that they have someone who understands this area. Clutching his head, William asks to let him set up a teleportation point in the city. We see a red dot on the map. Then the map gets bigger. Clark opens his mouth and says that the distortion devices are usually installed on interstellar warships and never heard of the Fuchsia Empire installing them in their own cities. We see hands poking at the screen. The man smiles and says that 30 years ago he installed micro-distortion devices in every city in every country. Smiling, he asks if he thought they might be broken. We see his beard and he says that each device is in perfect condition thanks to automatic robots. Touching the screen, he says that an unauthorized user will not be able to interfere, and the system conducts periodic maintenance. The government signed the papers, and the taxpayers pay for everything. Chuck opens his mouth and says that it is no wonder the Federation had a hard time catching him. Smiling, Clark says that Frank will not go because they can kill him. He is told that he must be there in person. Having done the usual in person, he asks why. He is told that if the game announced a reward in the form of immortality, then it is necessary to create an angel of death. Frowning, he says that one thought of eternal life can make people dizzy, but the fear of death will calm them down. Putting his hands in his pants, he wants to show the whole world that a person who received eternal life in the game of immortals and raised a knife to his comrades will be severely punished. Putting his hand on his hip, he says that now he looks even more like the ruler of the world. Standing next to Monica, he says that he is responsible for connecting to the network of distortion devices and also still needs to do something. Opening his mouth, he wants to make a mobile mecha especially for Kevin to hide his identity, as well as for counterattack during defense. Frank turns to him and asks if this is for him. Monica approaches him and asks him to spread his wings. A red light shines on the zombies and information is collected about the body. Other balls also collect information. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says to use the Seraph as a prototype. Since the task of this mobile mech is extermination, then the code will be massacre. They look at the screen and ask to move on to the next step. The guys start poking at the screens. Licking his lip, William asks to wake up. Then we see a red dot. The guys look at the screens. Clark scratches his ear and says that he has a feeling that the four of us can change the world. We see a red smile. Putting his hands on his hip, Chuck says that it is different from ordinary mechs. Raising his head, Frank asks why a smiling clown. Opening his mouth, he says that when you meet someone who looks like a person, but is not one, it terrifies people, causing genuine fear from the depths of the heart, and they will give in under such pressure. Standing near them, he asks Monica to begin. We see the silhouette of the creature. Frank looks at it. Then he begins to put a suit on him. Also on the legs. Standing in it, he calls him a clown of death. Chuck stands behind and says that this is a protective suit of the mech will help him hide his identity, so that no one can find out who he is. Opening his mouth, he asks not to worry and promises that one day he will live as a human. Looking at him, Frank remembers his promise. Monica stands next to him and says that the mech is equipped with a weapons system, including 2 interstellar fortresses and a fleet. Looking at her, he asks if he can start a war alone. The protagonist comes up and says that he can start a war and destroy half the world. He looks at him and thinks that the goddess of justice can make decisions herself, not following all his commands. Clark comes up and asks if she is going to destroy him. They answer that he will think about it. Bowing his head, Chuck says that he himself will understand that with him he can achieve much more than just destroying the world. Raising his hand, William says that the distortion device is ready and can move to the Fushi Empire right now. Opening his mouth, he says that the time has come. Pointing his hand back, he asks to get rid of the man. Standing next to him, Chuck asks to become a new threat to humanity. He starts walking, because he is strong in this. We see the slums of the Fushi Empire. Paper flies around the city. The guys are sitting at the table and say that they saw that horror. Raising his finger up, he says that sea creatures are born as a result of mutations, and ghouls appeared because of a virus. But the game of immortals is beyond understanding and there is no scientific explanation. Folding his hands, the man asks what they can do to survive. Then they slap their hand on the table. Raising his hand up, he says that they must enter the game, because there is a chance to get eternal life. In the house, they say that tomorrow they will take a risk. We see dust near the house. Holding a staff in his hands, Kevin says that the ruler can be won, and he will become the head of the world. Something begins to happen behind him. He turns and sees a red light. His eyes have become bigger. Frank was in the air, and they asked him who he was. We see him smile, and he says that he came to kill him, and they call him the Clown of Death. Standing with a staff, he says that many want him dead, but none of them could finish him off. The smile was still there, and he says that he wants more. Kevin raises the staff and makes fire and asks him to die. Then he puts fire to Frank. There is smoke near him. Smiling, the man calls him a fool. Smoke passed near his feet. Then he sees Frank's silhouette. Raising his head, the death clown says that now people will witness. The smile says that they will witness how terrible he is. We see a temple in space. The guys are standing near the screen and watching. Open-mouthed, Chuck asks if she is ready to start the broadcast. The girl presses the circle and answers in the affirmative. The couple sits at the table and turns on the screen. The man in glasses also sees the broadcast. People near the building see it too. The girl holds onto the bag and says that this is the winner of the game of immortals. The clown in the red bulletproof vest says that he is the reaper of his life and the source of his fear. We see his smile, and Frank says that his trial is about to begin and that he is a wanted murderer who took thousands of innocent lives in the immortal game and will be sentenced to death. Kevin frowned. Raising his staff, he says that he is immortal and will not kill. The death clown is in the air. Then we see his smile. The man makes another blow. The robot looks down and says that if he is immortal, then he is the angel of death. Kevin tries to strike again. Frank looks at him and is silent. The man is surprised because he does not have a single scratch. The robot approached him and looks. Then he takes a weapon in his hands. Juven opens his mouth in surprise, and the robot begins to glow. Frank decides to strike him. Then the weapon is thrust into him, and his hand begins to turn red. A skeleton remains from him. The robot looks at him. There are bones and a skull on the floor. Frank is standing next to him and smoke is flying everywhere. Looking at him, he talks about people. Looking up, he asks to remember that everyone who joins the game will meet the same fate. People in the city look at the screen. They are surprised and look up. We see a robot smile and say, "That is, death." We are in the palace and see a man saying that no traces of people were found. Standing on the floor, he says that the same situation is with the nanochips of other countries. The girl in the mask asks if he is sure that this cannot be the work of people. Squeezing his hands, he says that no one has the ability to simultaneously control all the neurochips in the world and, moreover, either the Fushi Empire nor the Federation can find the organizer. We see her in a mask and she asks about the immortals. Standing not far from them, he says that there are no traces and the winner of the game was killed by the death clown in an unknown way. A circle is drawn on the mask and she asks if he has studied the formula for awakening the skills of the chosen one. Sweat began to appear on his face, and he says that half has been studied and they are doing everything possible to find the rest. The girl looks at him and asks him to continue his research. She puts her hand on his shoulder and says that it is too early. Taking her hand, they tell him that soon the planet will be unsafe. The guys open their mouths in shock because Kevin died. The boy is also shocked because the death clown is terrible. The guys look at the screen and ask what is the point of joining the game if they die. Smiling, Chuck says that this is the reaction he wanted. The game of immortals ignites in people the desire to live forever, but the death clown will stand in their way. Holding the staff in his hands, Clark says that it looks good. Monica opens her mouth and says that the material of the scepter is different from the known ones. They begin to take the staff away because they need to process the information. The protagonist listens to her. She says that she broke 15 laws established by people. She is told that she saves lives. Monica opens her mouth and says that you need to be flexible. Looking serious, Chuck says that sometimes you need to negotiate with others, but when the world is in despair, they can only count on themselves. Standing next to them, she understands everything. Putting his hand to his chin, William asks why she thinks like a human. Opening his mouth, Clark asks how his first experience in a battle mech was. Frank smiles and says that his flight speed has increased, but he hasn't tried many things. Raising his finger up, the guy asks what he did in the end. Standing next to him, he says that only ghouls who have evolved to a certain level can use this skill and initially wanted to just cut off the head, but the skill instills more fear. Smiling, he says that this is a wise choice and although he is not bloodthirsty, he will definitely ask to make such a battle mech. The guy looks away, because the second game begins. The guys look at the screen and there they say that the end of the world has broken them. Disasters are taking over the whole world. William drinks a drink and they say that if they want to change fate, then let them fight. We see a ship and the ground. The guys look at the screen, where they offer to participate. The main character looks and calls Monica. Smiling, he asks to show the whole world the last words of the death clown. Then we see a glow above the ground. People on the screen smiled, which said that if someone joins, then death awaits. The main character asks what will be done in such a situation, and a notification came that someone is trying to weaken people's desire to gain eternal life. Frank frowned and now only the real elite are invited to the game. People are standing near the building. The guys in hoods smile, because today is the game of the elite. Frank opens his mouth and they say that the clown will tremble with fear in the face of a powerful immortal. Chuck starts to get angry and thinks that they have changed the rules of the game, and this has never happened before. Opening his mouth, Carl says that with such a recruitment filter, the selected participants will be the most bloodthirsty. Opening his mouth, he says that this is raising the bar for the strength of the participants, in order to resist them. We see an explosion, because the game began and there were more than 7,000 people. In addition to fire, there was also ice. The guy's face was smeared. The man in the hood hits with his hand. There were very large explosions. Frank stands and says that everyone in the group is strong, and Chuck says that especially the twins, their techniques are perfect, that they have almost reached the level of a battle god. Raising his head, he says that now he is about equal in strength to the twins, but as soon as they win, they will become stronger. Turning his head, he asks how much time is left until he evolves. Folding his arms, Frank says that he needs to kill something like a plague ghoul. Opening his mouth, he asks the goddess of justice to show the strongest ghouls at the moment. Monica begins to poke at the screen and search. Monsters are visible on it. They were high-level elite ghouls. Smiling, he decides to kill them immediately. We see a monster, and it has something in its mouth. Some of them fall to the ground. Pointing at one, he asks to grab them and if they can't, they will remain hungry. There were many monsters in the city. Two guys are standing in a helicopter and Frank wants to figure it out himself. Chuck opens his mouth and says that he will go with him. Looking at him, he says that those who take part in the battle of the immortals are real thugs. It is nothing for them to kill ordinary people. Frowning, he says that two will be faster and should win the game against the clock. The monster sits and smiles. The others stand and watch. The guy says that he will finish off the little ones, and then help him. Taking hold of his tie, he says that there are many man-eating demons there, and if they bite, then he will have to kill him. Chuck starts to smile, and we see small screens near him. Then he puts on armor. Frank opens his mouth and says that it is a good suit. He grows wings and decides to go first. After that, he falls down. The monster looks up. Frank smiles and tries to get to the ground faster. The monster looks at him and is surprised. Then we see explosions. The monster sits and asks if he wants to die. Looking down, he starts laughing. The monster smiles and says something. Frank looks at him and says that he is strong. Chuck holds a weapon in his hands and swings. Then he hits the ground. He takes his weapon in his hands. The monsters start screaming and run towards him. The protagonist looks at them seriously. He holds a weapon in his hand and asks to name the commander of the opponents. The monsters still run towards him and open their mouths. Then Chuck strikes, creating a blade of chi. After that, he strikes again and we see lines from them. The guy looks up and is silent. Then he looks down, where there were many monsters. Chuck steps on the ground. He starts running towards them. The guy strikes one of them. Then he takes him by the head and stomps him into the ground. He kicks another monster with his foot. We see his eyes and attack. Frank kicks the monster in the stomach. His belly starts to swell. After that, he jumps on Frank. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that he can apparently repel normal attacks. The monster scratches his belly and says that he is too weak and will not kill him so easily. Frank stands not far from him. Clenching his fist, he says that he does not trust villains. Something appears in his hands and asks how he dares to use his tricks. The monster smiles and says the same words. Then he scratches his hand and says that he will smash his illusion to smithereens. He grabs his head and says that first he will make him beg for mercy. A red line begins to rise in the air. Frank squeezes his hand and there is fire near it. Then he hits the monster. There is something in his stomach. We see his red eyes. Frank stands and remains silent. The monster opens its mouth and starts screaming. Then it hits with its stomach and the ghoul flies away. He lands on the ground. We see blood on the ground. The monster coughs and covers its mouth. Frank stands nearby and says that his ability has been damaged. Smiling, he says that he will increase his strength. The monster opens its mouth and says that it is just a scratch and he must try his tricks. Frank begins to glow and asks not to resist. Smiling, he asks to go to the devil. He stands in red water. He looks at her in surprise and thinks about what it is. A red line appears near him. The monster looks up and thinks. The line starts to hit him. Then the object falls on him. We see blood on the square. Frank sees the object go into the circle. The ghoul looks and smiles. 3 lines come out of his mouth. He straightens his arms. Frank closes his eyes and they fly into his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He clenches his hands and screams. Chuck looks back and understands that this is evolution. The ghoul opens his mouth and screams that he is very hungry. Looking down, he wants murder. They grab him by the shoulder. The protagonist shows him a ball. Then he throws the ball to him and asks him to eat it, because it is medicine. The monster is surprised and there is a green aura around him. Looking at his hands, he is shocked, because if he had a little more, he would have gone crazy. The protagonist changes his clothes and asks how he feels. Smiling, Frank says that he has successfully evolved. Holding his head, the ghoul says that the ears want to evolve and asks to kill. Standing near the helicopter, the guy says that it is too late for their evolution and the elite test is most likely over. We see an arena in which smoke was coming out. The guys are eating popcorn and drinking carbonated drinks. Pointing his finger, William says that they are on time and the test of elite warriors is coming to an end. Frowning, he says that the battle of professionals is tragic. The guy is lying on the floor and says that it does not hurt. The guys come up to him, and one of them asks to finish him off. They start approaching the guy. Kurt smiles and decides to finish him off. Then he swings his hand. Tears come out of the guy's eyes. Kurt starts swinging at his friend. The hand flies straight at him. Smiling, they say that they have one path to immortality. Opening his mouth, he decides to use the power of return. Kurt hits him on the body. Then he falls to the ground. After which he leans back again. On the ground we see black dust. Matthew opens his mouth and calls him cool. Kurt goes to him and says that he didn't know that he looked at him every day and thought that he was superior to him in everything. We see an earring on his ear and he says that immortality will be his. The guy gets up from the floor and is asked to obediently die. His eyebrows sharply frown. Next, Kurt tries to strike from above. We see his red eye. The guy falls to the ground. Black dust falls from his mouth and he asks how is this possible? Matthew squeezes his hand and asks not to be surprised. Looking at him, he asks what kind of move that was. Closing his eyes, he says that since childhood he considered him better than others. Squeezing his hand, he says that from what he can see, he is not only a master of martial arts, but also the owner of the 5 elements. Looking at him, he says that he never heard what his older brother said. Kurt's mouth is bleeding and he is told that he chose the path himself. The guy holds his chest and says that they are devils. Matthew starts to approach him with a smile on his face. The guy is sweating and they tell him that he is the last one and then he will live forever. Suddenly, his head is cut off. Kurt is standing near them, and a notification says that they have a new hero. Matthew smiles, his gaze was empty. He raises his hands and a chest flies to him. There were gloves and a ball in it. Matthew takes the ball in his hands, because the pill of immortality. Then we see his back. Chuck is looking at the screen seriously. The guy's body begins to get bigger. He opens his mouth and screams that he will live forever and no one will stop him from enjoying the beauty of this world. He puts on gloves and says that they increase the force of the blow by 30%, and also allow you to use the 5 elements of the golden spirit, with which you can attack with incredible force. Looking at them, Matthew says that he had to give it his all to call a thin thread of golden light, but with the help of gloves he can easily call hundreds of such threads. His eyes turn red and he punches. We see a big explosion in the arena. He had a smile on his face because the power of the gloves is incredible. Standing in the broken arena, Matthew says that now he will face a dozen warriors like his brother and kill them in one blow. He gets up from the ground and is told that if the clown bothers him, then he should not be afraid and let him show what he is capable of, and they will also give him an additional bonus. Looking up, Matthew asks what the bonus is. He is told that they will keep the intrigue. The guy squeezes his hand, because he knows what the boy is capable of. An evil smile appears on his face, and if he dares to approach him, he will immediately destroy him. Chuck opens his mouth and says that this is not a question, and he is asked to calm down. The guy stands in smoke, and the next game will be tomorrow at the same time. On the screen, we see Matthew and Monica saying that the biological material has been loaded and the location of the target has been determined. We see the building because they asked to see the image of the satellite. Matthew is standing in gloves and there are people around him. Opening his mouth, Carl says that there are several masters of the 5 arts with him, and it will not be easy to deal with him. William tilts his head and asks why they do not use the Star Fortress or send a battleship. Folding his arms, the protagonist says that now the clown instills fear in people's minds, but as soon as he starts using human weapons, panic will begin. Frank licks his lip and says that killing him with his own hands will only show him once again how terrible he is. Carl stands near them and asks what is the probability that they will be able to finish him off. Chuck opens his mouth and says that he has one idea. Looking the other way, he asks if he can survive in space. Looking at him, the ghoul says that he can hold out for a while. Putting his hands in his pockets, he says that this is enough and asks Monica to find asteroids that can move him. The guys look at him and ask why the asteroids? Smiling, he says that since people like such scenes, they should give them what they want. The guys are standing on the road and the guy asks to kill the clown. Smiling, Matthew says that for now everyone can choose any scripture from their dojo. Closing his eyes, he says that it will be great. The guys open their mouths and say that this is an ordinary monster, and they have numerical superiority, and will finish him off as soon as he appears. Smiling, Matthew says that it will be easy to kill. His look becomes serious, and he understands that he has already arrived. Then the man raises his head. The guys are very surprised. Something flies towards them out of thin air. Matthew begins to bare his teeth. It was an asteroid that was flying towards the city. Frank smiles and says that this is a parting gift for them. People begin to run around in panic. Squeezing his hand, he says that these are just boulders. Lines appear near his hand. Then he steps on a stone. Matthew starts flying towards the asteroid. His hand gets bigger and screams. After that, he hits the asteroid. Frank is on the stone. Then he moves quickly. Matthew widens his eyes because he is told that it is behind him. He turns his eye and asks again. Suddenly, his head is cut off. The asteroid falls to the ground. There is a big explosion on the ground. Boulders fly around the city. Everything was in smoke, as well as a large chasm. The guys are lying on the ground and asking where the meteorite came from. One of them opens his mouth and asks where the mentor is. There is something behind him. After that, the object falls to the ground. The guy gets scared because there is a head behind him. He turns and sees Matthew's head. Baring his teeth, he understands that the death clown is to blame. Frank is standing next to him. The guy trembles with fear and opens his mouth. A tear begins to flow from his eye. The robot looks at him and asks if the game of immortals is here. His foot is near Matthew's head and he asks to look at the champion. Raising his head, he asks to remember. The leg rises and he says that anyone who takes part in the game will only get death. Matthew's head was thrown further. Frank got wings. Then he starts to fly. We see his spark in the sky. The guys grab their heads and say nothing. The ghoul flies to the spaceship. He stands near Chuck. Frank takes the mask off his face. After changing, he says that he will have to restrain himself if he works with him, and no more evolutions and murders. The protagonist begins to smile, looking at him. The ghoul also begins to smile, and says that he is living life to the fullest now. They both begin to laugh loudly. The other guys also laugh. Clark opens his mouth, and says that maybe they are villains if you compare them to the game of immortals. Frank was eating greedily. William was sitting opposite and saying that after each evolution he eats so much that he feels sorry for the wallet, the one who pays. Wiping his mouth, the ghoul replied that the guy earns much more than this. Holding his head, Clark said that he had enough. Sitting on the couch, he asked if the customers really thought that the Guild of Assassins was a bunch of idiots. Closing his eyes, the guy noted that nothing could be done. The apocalypse was getting closer. It seemed that everyone had suddenly revealed their deepest desires. Clark pointed at the faces of the customers and said that 7 mistresses wanted to kill their sugar daddy's wives, 2 wives wanted their own husbands, 3 sons wanted their fathers dead for the sake of the inheritance. Sighing, he stated that he did not accept any of these bad requests. Smiling, Chuck asked what the guy was doing now. Pointing to the screen, Clark said about killing the bishop of the Holy Temple. Looking at the man, he emphasized the fact that the reward would be 120 million credits. Putting a finger to his mouth, Clark noted that according to his client, although the bishop was smitten with her beauty, he did not allow her to enter the Holy Temple. Instead, she was put behind bars and used as a plaything. This bishop collected many beauties, sacrificing those who got boring to the Holy Temple, thus showing his devotion to the god. Frowning, Clark stated that his client was the only one who survived. Smirking, Chuck said that personally killing the bishop was quite tempting. The guy held out his hand and asked him to stop and not to meddle with the protagonist. The protagonist asked with a serious expression why he should be involved in murders if with his abilities he could easily become one of the 9 heads, to which he received an answer from Clark that it was impossible. Only the eldest son could take the place of the head of the clan. He could not afford to bear the burden of what the 9 heads were protecting. Taken aback, Chuck clarified what they were protecting, after which he thought that he had been so busy with the question of his own survival in his past life that he had no idea what the 9 heads were hiding. Sitting on the couch, Clark replied that he did not know for sure. Only the heads of the clans knew this, and they took this secret with them to the grave. Anyone who poked their nose into their affairs would die. They turned their attention to William, who said that everything was exactly like that. He asked with a satisfied look if Chuck did not believe him. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked how he knew something that even he didn't dare to meddle in. William replied with a serious expression that this was the reason he had to initiate his own death and hide in space for 30 years. The idea of becoming the head of the 10th house and preparing to act before the 9 houses started hunting him was just a cover. The protagonist frowned and asked what exactly their secret was. William looked at him and told him that every time a clan head was on his deathbed, he would choose a successor with the witness of the other 8 heads, then the successor would follow the heads to a secret location. He imagined the lasers that surrounded the mountainous area and said that it was displayed on the satellite image as a private mountain range. There was very strong security. Anyone who came close would be killed. Sitting opposite, Clark asked how William got there then. The man introduced the spaceship and explained that he had not been there personally, but he had used one of his spatial tracking devices to teleport there. The ships appeared in a ravine. They began to fall and William reported that when the devices reached the ridge, they suddenly went out of control and a man's face appeared on the screen. The man's eyes were glowing red. The old man looked at William as he said that this was a face that had passed through countless time and years. He was not even sure if the man was alive or not. The stranger's face began to disappear. William held out his hand and stated that Chuck knew what happened next. He had been hunted for all these years and was almost killed several times. He had no choice but to use clones, initiate death and escape into space. And that is how he managed to survive. Holding a cup of coffee in front of him, the protagonist said that he would not have thought that William was being pursued because of one secret. Even though he was the greatest scientist at the time, it seems that 9 chapters hide something incredible. Monica appeared in the room and said that the target was identified. The protagonist looked at the huge monster. Chuck stood up and turned to Frank. The armor appeared on his body and he said that it was time for an afternoon workout. Closing his eyes, the ghoul agreed to go. They saw a huge monster. The ghouls ran into Chuck and Frank and said that they had not met anyone alive for a long time. They almost left the city. The guys' faces were serious. Looking at the guys, the monster clarified whether they came to say goodbye to their lives. Chuck turned his attention to Frank and emphasized the fact that he, as usual, would take care of the smaller ones. The ghoul rushed into battle. He flew into the air. His hand turned into a blade. Frank flew into battle and screamed that this fat piece of meat was his. He delivered a powerful blow. The ghoul began to laugh with a satisfied look. Streams of dark energy emanated from the monster. Chuck was taken aback by what he saw. Frank's body was pierced by many dark needles. He flew to the side. The surprised protagonist asked if Frank was okay. The ghoul was enveloped in a red aura. Frank began to fly. His face was furious. An angry Frank screamed that he would tear him to pieces. Watching him, the protagonist said that he was glad he was okay. The monster ran at Chuck. He stretched out his arms. The protagonist grabbed the blade. He cut the monster in half. The horde ran at him. Turning around, the protagonist noticed them. Chuck rushed past the ghouls like a whirlwind. He found himself in front of the monsters. The protagonists tied their heads with chains. The protagonist landed on the ground. Frowning, Chuck declared that the little ones were finished. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Frank, dumbfounded, clutched his head and screamed that the mental power he was trying to control him with was simply beyond comprehension. Chuck had to run, otherwise he could kill him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he did not expect that this monster had evolved to such a high level that it could take possession of Frank himself. Chuck was preparing to rush into battle, saying that he would help him. He pulled the demon slayer arrow onto the bowstring. The protagonist fired. The arrow pierced the monster's body. The wounded demon screamed that Chuck was finished. Dark energy was moving towards him. A huge sphere surrounded the monster. The protagonist found himself in a dark space. The protagonist began to look around. He was suddenly surprised. Red skeletons appeared in the space, and the monster said that there was no way out of his world. The undead grabbed Chuck by the legs while the ghoul said that he would torture him in the most horrible ways until his soul was completely destroyed. Only then he would be able to calm down. Skeletons grabbed the protagonist from all sides, and the monster asked him to feel the whole nightmare of hell. A bunch of monsters covered Chuck. A bright light began to come from there. The protagonist began to incinerate the skeleton. They were destroyed. The protagonist folded his hands. Divine spirits appeared around Chuck. He calmly said that he was glad that he had the protective arts of the holy deities given to him by Master Derek. The dark sphere began to dissipate. The enraged monster screamed that it hurt, and he would destroy Chuck. Holding a spear in his hands, the protagonist asked to show him what he was capable of. A powerful aura began to emanate from the creature. Frank tried to hold back from the powerful gusts of wind. The enraged protagonist cried out that he was the enemy of the monster. Chuck turned his gaze and asked in his mind about the bloodlust. Red streams of mana were moving towards him. The protagonist managed to dodge the attack. He stopped. The protagonist's face was serious. He was suddenly surprised. Frank was standing in a cloud of dust. The ghoul grinned and declared that he would kill Chuck. Watching the monsters, the protagonist reasoned that Frank had completely fallen under his control, and he and this pile of meat had both evolved to the 5th stage. Frowning, the protagonist concluded that he had no chance against the two of them alone. He needed to finish off this ghoul as soon as they separated. Frank jumped on the monster. The body of the pile of meat trembled, and it ordered to kill Chuck. The ghoul replied with a satisfied look that he understood the order. He rushed at the protagonist. Frank flew at him and wished for death. A yellow aura enveloped Chuck's body. The protagonist jumped at him in response. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that he couldn't waste time on Frank. Chuck suddenly disappeared from the monster's sight. The protagonist ran on, leaving Frank behind. The monster rose in front of him, shouting that he was too confident. The huge monster raised its arm to strike. Chuck launched a series of attacks at it. The demon's body began to change shape. It twisted and headed towards the protagonist. Many spikes pierced the protagonist's chest. The protagonist said with glowing eyes that this was to be expected from the general's armor. It was excellent protection. Chuck said with a serious expression that since he didn't need to think about his defense, he could throw everything away and focus on attacking. A furious chi sword appeared in his hand. Light threads of energy hovered around it. A cage of energy surrounded the monster. Chuck stood in front of it. A slight smile appeared on his face. The monster was cut into pieces. Smoke rose from the protagonist's feet. Surprised, Chuck read that since he had defeated a stronger opponent, the cooldown on comprehension was now available. He could continue using soul points to study cultivation texts, then said that their main goal was to make Frank evolve. He did not expect to receive something too. Standing in front of the projections, the protagonist said that this was great. He could focus on advancing to a higher level. Frank came to his senses. Looking at Chuck, he said that he never thought that he had such a strong mental attack. If he knew, he would have fought the monster with all his might. Turning around, the protagonist noted that attacks aimed at the mind and soul are the hardest to deal with. This is one of the monsters that pose the greatest threat. Now that he is dead, no ghoul will be able to deal with Frank. Standing in front of him, Chuck added that he will ask the goddess of justice to look for the strongest opponents for him, so that Frank evolves as soon as possible, and the ghoul suggested that this is the only way. Looking at the protagonist, Frank said that it was a pity that he was not a ghoul. Frowning, Chuck asked why. The guy said with a serious expression that if the protagonist were a ghoul, killing a strong monster like him would definitely allow him to evolve to a higher level. Smiling, the protagonist said that Frank was right and that it was very annoying. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked him to go back first, because he needed to go somewhere. Frank suddenly jumped up. The protagonist looked after him. A seal appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the ground. A blue magic circle appeared under Chuck. Looking down, he said that with this formation of bells, no one would be able to stop him. The protagonist sat down on the ground. A green scroll appeared in front of him. Looking at it, Chuck said that now he needed to reach the highest level of the creation base. The protagonist continued to sit on the ground. Raising his head, he read that he had discovered a new technique. 100 Saints Tribute. The current cultivation rank was high, 50 soul power points were required to learn the 100 Saints Tribute technique, and said that he wanted to master the technique right away. A bright aura enveloped his body. Clouds of dust hovered around him. Beads of sweat were running down Chuck's face. Veins appeared on his face. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. Lasers flew out from his eyes. The beam rose into the sky. Chuck was in a cloud of dust. Raising his head, the protagonist said that he had succeeded. Holding the sword in his hand, he noted that he needed to test the new technique. The protagonist rushed into battle, leaving a trail of green mana behind him. Turning around, Chuck said that at his peak, he could fly for a short period of time, even at this stage. 100 Saints Tribute was quite strong. The protagonist floated in the air and added that if he wanted to stay in the air longer, he should reach the Gold Dan, after which there were reports that he had successfully advanced to the peak of cultivation. The upper limit of soul power was increased to 40, according to the new level of the player. Below is a sword technique that became available after meeting certain conditions, the Hidden Sword. 7-Star Dragon. With the current level of cultivation, to learn the 7-Star Dragon, he needs to spend all the soul power points. Looking at the projection, Chuck thought that the 7-Star Dragon is the most difficult secret sword art to learn and use. It consists of 7 strikes of stars, and the 8th strike of the dragon, which is more powerful than the previous attacks. Looking at the energy flows, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this is a sequential set of 8 sword thrusts, all strikes of which must be performed, otherwise the technique simply cannot be used. Frowning, the protagonist said that the set of attacks is indeed difficult, but very strong, he must master it. Looking down, Chuck noted that such a powerful technique would definitely not be superfluous. Looking at the projection, the protagonist addressed the system, saying that he wanted to learn the skill of the 7-Star Dragon. A powerful aura hovered around him. Chuck did not move and read that the player now had access to the secret sword technique. 7-Star Dragon. Smiling, the protagonist said that now he also had an advantage. Looking at the multicolored beams, Chuck heard the system's words that every time the player crossed the borders of the main realm, he had the opportunity to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Landing on the roof, the protagonist thought that this led to the progress of the avatar, who was advancing in this world as he awakened. A seal appeared in front of him and a notification popped up asking him to place the 99% pure combat potential elixir, the 5 elements enlightenment elixir, and the awakening elixir in order to continue advancing the avatar. In order to unlock the quest, Avatar Extraction, the player must complete the quest, Avatar Advancement. Looking at the seal, the protagonist stated that this quest was much more difficult than he thought. Holding his chin, Chuck emphasized the fact that the techniques he learned while completing it would be very useful in battle. In addition, the golden avatar can only be opened after completing this quest. He must find a way to complete it. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked Monica how he could obtain the 99% combat potential elixir. A goddess appeared next to him and replied that he needed to pay half the cost of the elixir, and the protagonist asked her to use the funds in his account and prepare one for him. Monica, with a slight smile on her face, noted that she would make sure that the elixir was made as soon as possible. Chuck closed his eyes and thought that he had figured out the elixir of combat potential, but the remaining 2 were much more difficult. It would take time to find a way to make them. Chuck frowned when he heard a voice that said the fate of the people of the world is like a fly in a closed space. They also rush about, but they can't do anything. Frank was eating when he heard a voice that said that you need to fight fate, make your way through everyone, because only the strongest will survive. The protagonist stood quietly and said that now they are just ready to accept their applications. Clouds of dust rose in the ruined city, while someone said that everyone around was evil, and they wanted to prevent them from gaining eternal life. Now for the safety of their players they use complete anonymity. Each contender entering the arena is now given a mask, and the voice will be subject to special processing, so no one will know anything about them. Chuck looked at the mask. Frowning, the protagonist asked who put them up to this. The guys ended up in the stands. Clara had a banana on her head. Crossing his arms, William said that the fools opened the set for the 3rd game so quickly and did not let him sleep peacefully. Chuck looked at his comrade, who was shouting that he was going to send a bouquet of flowers to the president's daughter, but their transport was damaged. Displeased, Clark said that he did not think anyone would participate in this game with a fatal outcome after they killed 2 champions. Holding his chin, Chuck replied that it was hard to say. After all, they had been promised complete anonymity. Someone would still want to take the risk. The guy put the mask on his face and noticed that his voice had changed. People stood in the arena and said that no one would recognize them. Clenching his hand into a fist, the stranger cried out that no fool would prevent him from gaining eternal life. The enraged people asked how they would find a winner this time. There was a powerful explosion. The masked strangers were fighting. Watching the fight, Chuck said that the guy was about 73 centimeters tall, left-handed, had a dragon tattoo on his left hand, and was good with a dagger. Frowning, The main character added that he used the 5 elements of thunder. Clark put his finger up to his face and said that he had inhuman speed. It looked like he was using stimulants on his body, maybe a targeted lightning boost. William stood next to him and asked what they meant by that, and Chuck replied that those were his main characteristics. William asked seriously how they were able to determine that before the tournament was over. Clark pointed his finger at the battlefield and added that the guy had no injuries, a large energy reserve, 2 victims in a row, and still maintained calm breathing. Frank calmly said that the guy did not hesitate after each kill. On the contrary, he immediately merged into the crowd of opponents, which made him extremely cautious. He imagined a snake behind the stranger and said that his attacks were deadly, like a viper, but at the same time he was very careful. The guy was sneaking up on another victim, while the ghoul reasoned that he had killed the most people, but no one had noticed him yet. Looking at his comrades, William asked how they found this man. Chuck said with a serious expression that he was the only one who did not have a killer aura. Taken aback, the man asked how that was possible, noting that he killed people left and right. Stretching out his hand, Clark noted that killing was as natural to him as eating and drinking, which is why he did not have a killer aura. Looking down, Frank stated that he suddenly realized that although he was incredibly strong, he still lacked the skills to kill. Looking at the protagonist, the ghoul said that when they first met, he was much stronger, but he still failed to defeat him, and the protagonist asked not to worry, noting that someday the time will come and he will understand that he has nothing more to learn, he still has a long way to go. The man rushed at the stranger. He flew at him with a spear on his back. The guy dodged the attack. He swung his hand. Looking at the enemy, the man asked not to throw him. Dark blue energy appeared behind him. A dagger flew out of it. The man's head was cut off. Dumbfounded, Clark asked about a special technique. The main character with a serious face said that it was exactly like the curvature of the void. It seems that this is how he is able to change the location of what he throws. This is one of the most powerful skills. The corpses lay on the ground, while the voice said that this is one of the most powerful skills. The game is over, the winner is determined. A pink light shone on the guy. Boots came out of the chest, and someone said that for security reasons they will not reveal his identity. The guy reached out for the boots. They appeared on his feet, after which the voice said that these are boots that strengthen his body as soon as he starts using any technique. In addition, their visibility can be turned off, and no one will guess that he has them. The guy began to move with the help of portals at great speed. Raising his head, the protagonist said that by putting them on, not only the weapon, but also he himself, the master, will be able to move through spaces. No matter what he will use them for, saving lives or killing, he is potentially dangerous to society, and William added that these boots were specially improved to the divine level. Looking at the battlefield, the guys listened that this time the reward is really worth it. That's why the players put absolutely everything on the line. Now their game has definitely come to an end. The winner will be delivered to a safe place. Frank closed his eyes and listened that they will keep his anonymity in order to avoid inappropriate attacks. The ghoul calmly said that if they do not find the winner, everything will end badly. But if they deal with him, then there will be much less applications for the next round. Crossing his arms, the protagonist suggested that Clark will have to use his black cat again, to which he received the answer that this is not a problem. Monica looked at the projection. Standing in front of her, she said that there was no record of this man in the documents of any of the 3 countries. She thought that he had long ago changed his appearance and identity. Clark had a cat sitting on his shoulder. Smiling, he asked the cat if she knew where this man could be. Looking at them, Chuck asked what she said. Turning around, the guy said that the cat said that she felt his presence. Sitting in front of the screen, Clark asked the black cat to mark the location of the object. The pet approached the map. She stretched out her paw to the screen. The black cat looked closely, activating the search for the target. The cursor aimed at the continent. On the screen, a city approached. Showing training girls, the system reported that the target was detected. The guy touched his chin and asked if she was sure that this was a martial arts teacher. Looking at the growling cat, he added that he was just asking. Clark sat next to his friend, asking if it looked strange, how he became a martial arts teacher. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he was a high-class killer with excellent disguise skills. Frank said with a serious expression that the man was very careful. After killing the original, he immediately took his appearance so as not to arouse suspicion. The protagonist got up from the couch and said that now it was up to them. Clenching his fist, the ghoul said that they should let him deal with him. With his skills he could definitely handle it. Meanwhile, from the platform on the skyscraper, the man reported that the lesson was over. Clasping his hands, the teacher said that it was time to run home and have a good rest. The girl smiled sweetly and said goodbye to him. Raising her hand, the student wished him a good day. The stranger was walking with her friend and said that the mentor was very handsome. The man grinned. The guys were standing on the roof of the building and Frank asked if he needed to turn on the live broadcast. Standing in front of the boys, Chuck replied that it was too early, he would launch it after they killed him. The teacher looked away in surprise. Turning around, he wondered what the hell was going on. Frank in a suit was flying at him. The enemy was thrown back by the explosion. The man tried to stand up. Lifting his wig, the guy asked if he thought he could fool him with his pathetic masquerade. Taking on his true form, the enemy said that he cursed the stupid clown. The ghoul clenched his fist and said that no matter what he did, he could not escape from him. The enemy was taken aback. He threw the dagger forward. The blade rushed towards the guy. The blade was approaching his face. The weapon spun in front of the death clown. Frank grabbed the dagger. He smashed it in his hand. Crossing his arms with knives, the man said that it seemed that one blade was not enough, but he could use more. The opponent threw the weapons to the sides. Many daggers were flying at the guy. The ghoul was standing among the portals. Blades were flying out of the gates. The guy grew bones from the suit. Having broken the weapon in his hand, he said that it was an interesting skill. The death clown took off from the ground. Frank rushed forward. He flew past the portal. A blade appeared from the teleport. The tip was approaching the mech. The enemy watched the flying robot. The guy fell to the ground and the system reported that the mech was damaged. The auto repair mode was activated. It was necessary to remove the foreign object. The repair would be completed in 2 seconds. Grabbing the blade, the ghoul said that it was high time to fix it. Dumbfounded, the man thought that he was too strong. He would not be able to defeat him. There was no point in fighting. He needed to run to a crowded place. If this clown continued to pursue him, raising a ruckus, then the government would deal with him itself. He ran past the mech, shouting that he would not get away with this. The enemy jumped off the skyscraper. The protagonist stood on the roof and said that he probably would have to intervene. The enemy was pushing his feet against the wall. The man was sliding along the building. He looked away from the protagonist in alarm, thinking that this clown was not alone. Watching the guy frown, the opponent thought that it was useless. With these boots, he would not be able to catch him. The man, surrounded by mana, was riding along the building, thinking that he could pass through any space. He smiled. The opponent was emitting bright mana. The enemy was happily flying down. The frightened man looked at the protagonist and shouted that no, they needed to leave immediately. Chuck furiously hit him with his sword. The enemy was falling to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he asked how and why he was so fast. The enemy was bouncing off the windows of the skyscraper. Raising his weapon, the guy said that it was time to finish. The protagonist quickly swung his sword. The opponent was shocked. As he fell, the man thought about how he didn't know there were other monsters besides that clown. He landed with a thud. The protagonist closed his eyes and told Frank he was sorry. Chuck was floating above the explosion and said he wouldn't be able to level up. The system said he would get 10 soul points for each successful kill. The guy stood in front of the screen on the ground. He frowned and thought about how he could also get soul points for killing these champions. Frank stood next to him and said he had done it all on his own again and said he would just help him. The protagonist turned around and said that it was just like that and he shouldn't worry about it, he would take care of everything. The protagonist turned away and said that he would go first, and in the meantime, let him get ready for the broadcast. The friend pressed the helmet and agreed with him. Walking through the smoke, the ghoul informed the viewers that their faithful servant was with them again. Spreading his arms out to the side, he said that he was the thief of their lives, the source of their fear. The guy in the suit looked at him seriously, and said that they could simply call him the Clown of Death. Frank stood in front of the enemy and said, as he had said earlier, for any person taking part in the game there is always only one outcome. He raised his leg over the enemy. Having crushed him, the clown shouted that this was death. The guy swung his fists and asked why he did not listen to him. The ghoul looked furiously, clarifying why he had submitted the application. Frank extended his fist. The Clown of Death dealt many blows. Swinging his arms, the guy shouted that all that was left of this good man was a pair of boots given to him. He took off his shoes and said that they were his now. Picking up his boots, the ghoul said that he had heard that their appearance could be changed at will, then he would adjust them to suit himself. Frank raised his hand with mana. The changed shoes appeared on his feet. Raising his foot, the guy said that thanks to the idiot who joined the game, he now had a new pair of boots. The death clown stepped on the ground and shouted that he liked it. Raising his hand, he asked if all the players saw this. Who needs these games? It is necessary to plunge the world into real chaos. Standing in the spotlight, Frank said that this was a message for those who are sitting in front of the screen right now and perhaps want to participate in the next game. Do not be shy, bring him their prizes. The ghoul looked furiously and said that sooner or later they will end up like this abomination anyway. Spreading his wings, the death clown said that there is no need to worry, he will cherish the trophies received after their death. He flew into the sky and laughed. On TV they showed Frank flying away. A scared guy sat on the couch and said that eternal life is just a trap, he is leaving the game. Hugging him, the girl said that she does not need it either, peace and quiet is better. The stranger closed his eyes in fear. The plot moves us to the house, where William was sitting on the couch with the guys and said that this child behaves very frankly. Smiling, Clark said that the protagonist was also good, dealt with him with one blow of the sword. Waving his hand, the man said that it was like cutting water or an apple, from which then flowed the most delicious apple juice. The guy smiled and said that he spoke like a madman. Leaning on the couch, William said that he was not crazy, but a scientist. He frowned, saying that the job of a scientist is to study the incomprehensible, but he never thought. Clutching his head, the man continued to say that they would be able to fully understand all the most incomprehensible. William smiled and shouted that now hardly anyone would want to play this game. Frowning, the protagonist told him not to be so presumptuous. He was afraid this game still had a couple of trump cards. The man crossed his legs and replied that he was cautious. Guys his age were rarely so vigilant. Looking at the goddess, the protagonist asked where Frank was now, to which she replied that he was working on a plan she had developed to eliminate the phantom killers. Clark smirked and said that he had killed that champion, so he thought their bloodthirsty friends were sad. The girl stood in front of the guy, asking if she could borrow these boots from him. She wanted to study them. Chuck looked at him seriously and said that when the ghoul returned, he could take them. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist told his friend that the international conference was about to start. Let him go with him. Grabbing his hood, William asked what was on the agenda for this conference. The protagonist looked at him calmly and replied that genetics. If they could convince countries to make genetic engineering universal, then the game system would allow them to choose a career. Touching his chin, the man said that he thought it would become more convenient, and they would be able to choose a profession by putting it into their genotype. It was becoming more and more like a computer game. The guy stood in front of him and said that the game was just a shell. The main goal was to develop and enhance their own abilities. He frowned and said that he had many ideas, but they could not implement them all at once. Presenting many test tubes, Chuck said that they would start with genetics first. The plot moves us to an international conference center, where the building was illuminated by the sun. Flags fluttered in the sky. Carlos sat at the head of the table with the guys, asking who it was. He clasped his hands together and told him that he knew him, the boy who had rebelled against the Chong family, asking how he felt after challenging such influential people. Clark smiled tensely, saying that not everyone was born noble, and besides, nobility was not power. The leader of the human race must be a worthy person. The old man closed his eyes and replied that it was well said. No wonder they had become allies. The guy put his hand to his neck in confusion. Turning around, the president said that today they would discuss new technologies to improve skills, but many doubted their need. He would like them to help make the right decision. Picking up the suitcase, the protagonist said that he had a personal system for mastering new combat techniques. He pointed to the object, saying that it was a device genetically designed to quickly learn new skills. Carlos looked at it enthusiastically. Handing over the device, the protagonist said that it was still in development, but you can try it on yourself right now. The president put his hand to his chin and replied that he would use it. They would talk about it later when he returned from the meeting. Clark grabbed his friend by the shoulder and asked him to tell him the truth. Frowning, he asked if he was the leader's illegitimate son. Pushing him away, Chuck said that of course not. What nonsense. The guy raised a finger and asked why they trusted him so much, if it wasn't him who said that he would talk to them after his meeting. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that indeed, the leader was one of the most influential people in the world. He knew his every action. He even knew about Frank's existence. Perhaps, based on his experience, he was able to understand the true benefit of their device for humanity. Clark looked worried. The girl opened the door to the office and called the guy. Turning around, the protagonist asked if she was here too. Anna entered the office and said that she came with her aunt, the Empress, and would like to talk to him alone. Clark raised his hand and said that he would leave them then. The door to the office slammed shut. Frowning, the princess said that she needed his help. Chuck looked at her seriously, asking what kind. Putting her hand to his neck, she said that she knew that he was the developer and creator of the Killer Angel, and that he also had special powers, and that the goddess of justice was especially favorable to him. The girl stood in front of her friend and said that the Empire was preparing for war with the Holy Land, and did not think that her help would be of any use. Lowering her head, Anna said that she wanted to take back her homeland, because she was tired of being a pathetic pawn. The guy frowned and asked what was required of him. The princess burst into tears and said that she needed a sword technique, so she asked him to contact the goddess of justice and ask her for help with a military strategy in accordance with the world's laws so that other nations would not suffer. He had a good relationship with the head and military master of the Federation. Let him connect her with them. Putting her fist to her chest, she said that she swears on the honor of the Medici if she can take back her country. The girl blushed and continued to say that she will give him whatever she wants. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that it was whatever he wanted. Anna closed her eyes in tears and apologized for being overwhelmed by her emotions. Raising her hand, the princess said that he did not owe her anything. She was in no position to demand anything from him. She turned away, saying that she was very sorry for saying that, thereby putting him in a difficult situation. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him to take care of himself. The protagonist frowned and decided that this was not true. He watched carefully, thinking that he owed her his life. Chuck remembered the burning forest. Holding her hand, the guy thanked her for saving his life and asked her name. Anna stood surrounded by flames and wondered if his wounds were that serious, and he was asking about this. Smiling, she answered her name. The protagonist remembered frowning, answering that he remembered and would definitely thank her in the future. The girl laughed and said that if he wanted to thank her, let him find her the biggest and most delicious cheese in the world. Raising her hand, the princess said that delicious food is her life, the only way he can thank her. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of the flames 5 years later. He was taken aback. Anna stood in front of him in the fire. Chuck stood in the gusts of wind and asked why even people like her had to die. The guy dropped the bottle. The potion shattered into pieces. The protagonist stood in the office, thinking that in any case, he would owe her for the rest of his life. Frowning, the protagonist said that their meeting now was clearly not a coincidence. The girl put her hands in her pockets and said that her father had died, the Holy Land was divided, she had nothing left. Closing her eyes, Anna said that as the last of the Medici, she must endure. This was her only purpose, which she had received since birth. She just wanted to see him before something happened that could prevent it. Chuck answered with a serious look that he would give her the technology of mobile combat armor. The princess watched attentively, listening to him introduce to the head and arrange a meeting with the military master of the Federation. Do everything she asked? Frowning, the guy said that after that she should return to Fushigi, let her use the power that he would give her to take back the Holy Land with him. He looked confidently, and said that he had a plan on how to do it. The girl looked surprised and asked what kind of plan. The main character extended his hand to her, and offered to join his team. Smiling, the protagonist asked her to become their ally. Chuck looked at her tensely, telling her that she could stay with him and help them. She no longer needed to seek refuge in the Fushigi Empire, promising that one day all the obstacles that stood in her way would be eliminated, giving his word. Soon she would become the queen of the Holy Land and restore the Medici kingdom. Anna knitted her eyebrows and asked if he was sure that he could do it, because even the emperor of Fushigi would not dare to do such a thing. The guy smiled, saying that if she did not believe him, she could go back. He himself would do what he must. The choice was hers. The princess looked at him seriously, and said she had one question. Taking off the decoration, she asked him if he knew what it was. The protagonist looked at the pendant, hearing that it was a death amulet. It prolongs the life of its owner. Lifting it by the rope, the girl said that the meaning was that it sucks the life force from its previous owner. Introducing the old man and the monster, Anna said that she carries a lot on her shoulders for the sake of her family and the future of her country. She looked at the decoration pitifully, and said that he was the first person to return this amulet to its previous owner. The princess looked at the guy, saying that she was ready to follow him and do everything he said. Putting the amulet on the protagonist, the girl said that if he helps her return the country and people, she will make him the prince of the Holy Empire. The protagonist looked at him in confusion, thinking that he would be His Majesty, the Queen's husband and king. He turned away, embarrassed. Clark peeked out from behind the door and said that he didn't want to interrupt them, but it was his turn to speak soon. Anna sadly turned away and said that she could go, she would wait for him here. The princess looked away. Phil appeared from the portal in front of her, and asked what she had decided. Looking at the man, the girl answered that she was staying here, with him. Now it was only up to him whether what was left of the Holy Land would be preserved or not. The bodyguard stood next to her and said that the royal family needed to continue the family line. Chuck's genes were perfect for this, but wasn't it too early? Smiling, he asked how many children she was planning. Phil looked at her with fear. Creating a flame in her hand, Anna ordered it to disappear. The man disappeared into the office, answering that he understood. The protagonist walked down the corridor and told his friend that the number of wild animals was growing. The killer ghosts were getting stronger. He thought he should just tell the truth. Clark looked at him and said that the leader had just finished his speech and had gone to his room on the top floor to rest because he was feeling unwell. Frowning, he asked what it was it an alarm? The goddess of justice appeared in front of them and said that there was an assassination attempt on the leader, an assassin in the penthouse. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and clarified what had been said. He stretched out his hand in front of his friend and shouted that he needed to be saved immediately. Chuck was drawing his sword from its sheath. He punched a hole in the window. The guy jumped out of the building. Clark looked at him, dumbfounded, asking how this was possible. Could he really fly? The protagonist grinned in flight. The man stepped on ice floes. He laughed with a grin. Walking through the ice, the stranger asked if Mr. President was there. The man approached the door and asked to come out quickly. The protagonist kicked the door down with his foot. The opponent was taken aback. Grabbing his face, Chuck said that he should remove his dirty hands. He pressed him into the ground. The guy swung a burning sword. The stranger looked at him in fear. The blade pierced the floor through and through. Blood was dripping from the tip. Turning around, the protagonist called His Excellency. The door opened slightly. Entering inside, Carlos said that he could not worry, everything was fine. The protagonist frowned. The guys ran down the corridor. The guard stood in front of the crowd and reported that they had dealt with all the killers, asking if he needed help, whether it was worth checking his office. The old man raised his hand and replied that he was too busy with work now, everyone was free. Looking at the guy, the president said that after what happened, he was afraid that the conference would have to be suspended. He would organize a private meeting between the protagonists, him, Emperor Fushigi, and the representative of the Holy Land. Chuck closed his eyes and said that he would leave it to him. Carlos was closing the door. He was looking furiously through the crack. The plot moves us to the International Conference Center, where the protagonist stood at the railing, asking if the president had been looking a little strange lately. The goddess of justice hovered in front of him, answering that for several days now, His Excellency had been forgetting a lot. He only remembered the last 3 years well. The protagonist looked down in alarm, asking if he was starting to get dementia. Frowning, he said that they should invite a doctor, let him do a full examination, and when he was done, let him immediately inform him of the results. Clark and the girl went up to the roof, asking how the head was doing. Chuck stood near the barrier and said that everything was fine, they had already taken care of him. He wanted to tell him something, so they should wait for him here. Anna looked at her friend, asking if they could visit the emperor before they left. Frowning, she said that she had recently been under his protection, but now she had joined them. There might be some difficulties if she left him in the dark. She needed his help. The guy put his hands in his pockets and agreed to go. We are moved to an open space of the conference center, where many people have gathered. The protagonist walked with his girlfriend past the crowd, asking why the emperor did not stay in the room that the Federation had booked for him, and why he decided to stay here. The girl turned to him and answered that he hated the very concept of freedom. Anna calmly said that in his understanding it meant losing control over the state, as a price for inviting him to the team. She silently took his hand. Raising her hand, the princess continued to say that now he would do what she said, so as not to cause unnecessary problems. The guys walked along the path. The girl ran to the table laughing. The emperor and his wife smiled at them. Looking at the staff with a skull, the protagonist thought that here is the famous scepter of Fushi, which was passed down by inheritance, starting from the very first founder of the empire to each subsequent emperor. The skull of the first ruler is built into the scepter and poured with gold. Imagining how the skull's eyes glowed, he thought that although the first emperor died, he continues to watch his descendants to see if they are worthy of this power. Anna put her hand to her chest and asked to let them introduce the guy. Smiling at her friend, the girl said that this is her lover. Kira looked at him in surprise. Touching his chin, Chuck said that he hoped there would be no problems with her, but he would still have to explain himself to Clara. The emperor looked at him seriously and said that his name was familiar. Smiling, his wife said that he was a scientist, a developer of mechanized suits for the Federation and the first to discover the prerequisites for a deadly virus. He was quite famous in scientific circles around the world. Donald frowned thoughtfully. He stood in front of the boys and said that since he was a scientist, let him ask one question. The emperor asked with a serious expression which country's development was better, the Free Federation or the Fushi Empire. Frowning, Chuck replied that according to the statistics of the last 10 years, the Fushi Empire. The man looked askance and asked if he shouldn't defend the dignity of the Federation, and claimed that both countries were on the same level. The guy confidently said that the task of scientists, and science itself, is to convey the truth about the world, and not to invent it. The emperor looked at him seriously, and said that he was an interesting young man. Smiling, Kira said that he was not only interesting, but also something else. Donald frowned and said that, as he saw it, the Federal Defense University was not the best place, asking why he didn't move to the Empire to work, adding that it would give him the title of the chief scientist of the Empire and a salary better than any professor in the Federation. The protagonist bowed and said that it was a great honor for him, but he had important business in the Federation, so he could not accept his offer for now. The man looked displeased. Anna stood in front of them, embarrassed, telling her aunt that she would like to stay with him in the Federation for a while. Putting her finger to her chin, Kira said that the Empire had just recently declared him a refugee, and she was already running away from it. It was wrong. The girl happily hugged her and said that she was the only one who truly loved her. Let her stay with him for a while. Smiling, the woman replied that she was so cunning, specifying what His Majesty thought about this. Donald frowned, saying that he could rule an entire empire, but he had no right to separate two loving hearts. Extending his hand to the guy, the emperor said that when he was done, let him come to the Fuchsia Empire. They would be glad to see him. Anna took her friend's arm and asked to let them take their leave. The man looked after the guys and turned to his wife. Sitting down on a chair, Donald said that he could get ready. They were returning. He turned away and said that he was only there for show. The Empire was doing what it thought was right, and he saw no point in any discussions related to the Federation. But he was very sorry that Chuck had not chosen them. Frowning, Donald said that everyone who was at least somewhat useful in society should serve the Fushi Empire. That was their destiny. The sun was setting over the city. The protagonist stood with his girlfriend on the roof, asking what was bothering her. Looking at the starry sky, the main character clarified if he was afraid that her plan could fail. The guy lowered his head and said that he apologized, because he could not dispel her doubts. He said with a serious look that he swears to drive out all the darkness from this world. Chuck spread his arms out to the sides and said that then the bright light of hope will shine in him again. Anna raised her hand. The girl looked at the glow in delight. All the buildings of the city began to glow. Touching her lips, the princess asked how he did it. The goddess of justice appeared next to her and said that she shouldn't worry, it was an annual check of the fire searchlights. Clark hugged his friend around the neck and said that it was in his repertoire. Turning around, Anna asked if the goddess of justice fulfilled all his requests. The protagonist stood with his friends and answered that of course, she was part of their team. Extending his hand, the protagonist said with a smile that if she went, he would introduce her to the others. The guys are walking towards the man's yard. Suddenly, they stop because Anna was called. William twirls his hands around his head and says that he saw the news and couldn't believe it until the last moment. Smiling, he runs up to her and says that he was assigned to protect her and can forget about all his worries. Raising his finger up, Clark says that this is his villa. Putting his hand to his chin, Chuck asks to meet his team and Anna asks if that scientist invented the spatial jump technology. Smiling with all his teeth, he says that her memory is impeccable. Kneeling in front of her, he asks to take him as an obedient servant and will clean her room every day, wash her clothes and satisfy her needs. Clark comes up to him and asks what he's talking about. Opening his mouth, he calls him lustful. She holds his hand and knows that they are good friends, but has no idea what they are doing. Clark starts to get something out from under his clothes. He starts to throw a coin. Then the man grabs it. Looking at her, she realizes that this is the 0 number of the Hunters Guild. Squeezing his hand, Anna says that he is their leader. Looking at Chuck, the girl says that they are very strange, but understands why he chose her. Turning her head, she says that another comrade surprises her. Frank puts his hands in his pockets and asks why he took a strong ghoul into the team. The protagonist walks and says that he does not care about the past, and the main thing is that they pursue the same goals. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he says that he is not just a ghoul. He is also a death clown. She opens her mouth in surprise, because they went against the game of immortals. Looking at her, he says that she is now one of them. Standing next to her, Chuck says that once they get rid of the game, he will fulfill his promise and help rebuild the sacred kingdom. Opening her mouth, the girl asks what is required of her, because she can only fight. Squeezing her hand, he says that she has outstanding magical abilities and will first teach her some things, and then change her idea of the standards of power in this world. Taking hold of her chin, Anna calls him overconfident, and in order to become her mentor, you need to defeat him in battle. When suddenly, her eyes widened. Near her throat is a sword. Chuck looks at her and says that she is talented, but masters all over the world cultivate their thoughts incorrectly, and is going to reveal the truth to her. Pointing to the sword, the girl says that she just did not expect an attack. Then her eye began to close, because she offers again. She raises her hand and creates fire, also asks to give it her all. Chuck takes the sword and says that he will show her the true power of spiritual power. We see the girl's eye, which was red, and also made an attack. Skulls appear, which have red eyes. Chuck's sword emitted a purple aura. She widens her eyes and thinks. Opening her mouth, she calls out to the Reaper. A sword is visible behind her. The protagonist decides to attack her. There is a sword near her neck. Chuck frowned and opened his mouth. The guy straightens his hand with the sword because she lost. Anna closes her eyes, and the guy thinks that he has a sacred skill of spatial jump, and if they really fought at full strength, they would have to give it their all, and then he could harm her. The guys look at them and Frank says that in the past, fighting against him, for some reason he could not use his strength to the fullest. Opening her mouth, Anna asks how he was able to destroy all 3 skeletons of black flame. Looking at his hand, Chuck says that he uses the energy of this world and her skeletons are just fire without their main source. Extinguishing their flame is easy. Looking at her, she asks what the main source of fire is anyway. Coming up to her, he asks to try using the skill again. His hand turns orange. The girl breathes out fire and closes her eyes. Then she opens them. There are skulls and a lot of fire around her. The guys open their mouths in surprise. The girl looks in shock and says that she could only summon no more than 4 puppets. Her hair was floating in the air and Anna says that it feels strange, as if she has an endless stream of energy at her disposal. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that this is spiritual power. Looking down, he says that spiritual power is fire with its main source. The main character folds his hands and says that the abilities of the 5 elements, selected celestial and combat techniques must be used based on spiritual energy, and later he will teach them how to awaken and feel the power inside themselves. Carl takes his chin and asks if he should be respected as a teacher. He is told that he cannot take them as students, since he has not yet received permission from the master. The girl raises her hand and asks if he has a mentor and how powerful he is. Raising his finger, Chuck says that if all the strongest people in the world were gathered in one place, even that would not be enough to make her fight seriously. Knocking his temple, William asks if he is okay, and they answer that they believe him, because only an outstanding master can train such a strong warrior. The protagonist stands next to them and says that he wants to teach them how to cultivate spiritual energy, and later he will also show them how to use it to study and expand the boundaries of the real world. Clenching his fist, Clark says that he can't wait. Frank begins to tremble and they ask him what's wrong. Taking his ear, he says that it hurts and hears a strange voice. His eyes have turned red and he does not understand what the voice is telling him. The guys look and Anna says that it looks like the awakening of a heavenly ability. Opening his mouth, he says that even after killing so many high-level ghouls and receiving much more energy, he still cannot complete the process. Looking down, Chuck says that to fully awaken he needs a potion with a high concentration of the chosen celestial technique. Closing his eye, he thinks that it would not be superfluous and a good opportunity to solve all the problems before a new round of the immortal game begins. Turning his head, he asks where in the kingdom the second formula is. Anna answers that in the estate of his father's beloved, on the 3rd floor, on the right along the corridor, the 7th room. Frowning, the guy understood everything. Looking back, he asks Monica to find a way to get there. She says that a social dinner will soon be held there, and can take advantage of this and quietly sneak inside. We see the guy that the main character will dress up as and will be a military officer of the Freedom Federation. The goddess touches the screen and asks to take the medicine, which will change his appearance. We see a syringe with a green liquid. Anna opens her mouth and says that if he is discovered, it will be almost impossible to escape. Looking down, Chuck says that if the high priest shows up, they are finished. A guy runs up to them and asks if they forgot about him. He slams his weapon on the ground. Holding onto it, William says that he is an escape artist. The guys look at him in surprise. Holding an object in his hands, the man says that this is an experimental version of a pocket reality distorter, and this is the least he can create. The protagonist takes the object. Frowning, William says that this test version can withstand 3 distortions and only 1 person, so they need to watch more carefully. Closing his eyes, Chuck says that this is enough. Clark approached them, and the man says that he installed a micro camera in the Holy Church, so being here, they will still be able to observe what is happening and, if necessary, report everything to him. The guy points at him and says that he did not invent this thing to spy on the church. They tell him that this is nonsense. A ship appears near them. We see the light from the ship and they say that the flight route is ready and they will fly out when it is ready. Anna is standing behind him and calling him. Chuck stops and dust is flying around him. Opening her mouth, the girl asks to come back alive. The guys are standing and silent. We see the mouth of the main character, and he says that of course he will come back. Looking back, Chuck says that they must change the world. Raising his hand, he asks not to worry and everything will go as it should. Then the helicopter begins to fly away. The girl opens her mouth and says his name. We see a building. It was a private estate of the Lady of the Empire, Saint Orlinka. Someone is walking on the damp ground. Chuck is standing near a tree. Looking at the castle, he understands that something is happening at the gate. Closing his eyes, he decides to find out what exactly. Something is glowing near his eyes. The main character sees silhouettes of people. The guy is standing in the crowd and says that they have lost their fear and dared to appear at an important event. The man looks at the crowd and says that if you surrender, you will go to prison and await punishment. The guys start to bare their teeth. He clenches his hands and says that if anything happens, they will be killed on the spot. The eyes of the protagonist glow. We see Ivan, who is warming up his hands and says that if they win, he will let them go. We see a path, because in the holy cult after the high priest come the 7 saints, the strongest fighters with their own armies. There are people standing, as well as bottles, because historically the holy cult has always been associated with the royal family, since they supplied them with awakening potions, and they, in turn, protected the monarch. There was a cross near Anna, because in the end, the royal family was destroyed, except for her. There are different people standing, because in the Holy Kingdom there are 3 ruling elites, the Revolutionary Army, the Holy Church and the Imperial Family. The same power is vested in the Fushi Empire, working secretly. We see zombies, because now the Holy Kingdom is torn apart by both internal and external problems. The man opens his mouth and asks if he is lying. Ivan crosses his arms and says that saints are not capable of lying. The guys stand with weapons and say that he is finished. Smiling, Ivan asks if the 3 of them are attacking. After that, we see steps towards him. Adam looks at him with disdain. Neil holds a weapon in his hands. Arthur bares his teeth, holding a weapon. Ivan folds his arms and smiles. One of the guys is holding a sword. Adam wants to strike and presents the sword to the enemy. Suddenly, the weapon breaks in half. Ivan smiles and says that he cannot be killed like that. The guy's eyes widen from this information. Everyone runs to kill him. Ivan stands because they hit him with a cross and still did not kill him. Neil opens his mouth and asks why he does not die. Suddenly, he is killed with a sword. Ivan throws him away from himself. Adam opens his mouth and is surprised. Their comrade falls, and Arthur asks why they cannot hurt him. Looking at him, he calls him a monster. Opening his mouth, Ivan says that if they attack him, it means challenging God himself and everyone will face the death penalty. Clutching his chest, he asks to accept death. The main character closes his eyes and feels that this is a technique of atonement. Neil lies on the floor and salivates, because anyone who attacks the saint receives the damage inflicted on him, doubled, and as for the one who used this technique, he will not receive harm. The man holds a weapon in his hands and uses the slash skill. After that, he makes a punch to Ivan's face. His eyes widened and turned green. Arthur holds a weapon in front of his throat and trembles. Ivan starts to smile, looking at him. Then he throws the man back. After that, the body falls next to him. Another man was lying at the other leg. Holding his head, he says that again, not a scratch. Opening his mouth, Adam says that he will not attack. His eyes widened and he decided to surrender. Ivan takes him by the neck and says that if he surrenders, he will die. After that, he squeezes his throat. Chuck holds onto a tree and thinks that his strength is equal to the early cultivators. He likes to fight for fun. A syringe appears in his hands and Chuck thinks that he wants to get into the estate, but he is afraid that first he needs to pass it. He injects the vaccine into himself to change his appearance. People take the corpse and say that they need to hurry, because guests will arrive soon. They begin to approach the gate. Raising his hand, the man asks to see his ID. The protagonist hands over his card and says that he is a military officer of the Freedom Federation. The guy looks at the map. We see the gate and that he was allowed to pass. Chuck starts walking, but he was asked to stay. Ivan comes up and asks if he is an officer. The protagonist looks back and hears that he has not yet fought with Federation officers. Smiling, Ivan asks if he wants to fight him. The protagonist turns his head and agrees. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that he has long wanted to learn about the chosen holy techniques of their religion. We see that they have begun to use their power. The guy looks at Ivan and says that he is a representative of the Federation, invited to a banquet, and if he gets hurt, it can lead to a diplomatic conflict. Ivan looks at him with a disdainful look. Approaching the guy, he says that he will let him go. Clutching his head, Ivan asks the guy not to catch his eye. The protagonist opens his mouth and thinks that with these saints wandering around, getting the formula for the awakening potion might be problematic. We see the cathedral of the Holy Kingdom. It was night. The girl is writing on a piece of paper and is asked why Anna is still not here. Sitting on the throne, Ashley says that lately he has been very disappointing and no one perceives him as a king anymore, because the Holy Kingdom is split, and it is his fault. The man bursts into tears and shouts that he does not care. Until Anna is returned to him, he will continue to cause problems. The girl holds a pen in her hands. A red aura appears near her, and she says that he needs to do his job well and then he will get what he wants. Twisting her hand, she asks him to think about his behavior. A red square is thrown at Norman. He opens his mouth in fear. There is someone in the square, and it crushes the king. More squares are thrown at him and Norman says that he no longer needs rest. The girl looks at him and says that she will let him out in a while. An object flies into the girl's hands and Ashley says that she wants to stay in the world a little longer. Then she squeezes the hand. In her hands is a card of a prisoner dwarf who could control the corpses of people, imitating their appearance and behavior in life. She throws the card on the floor because it is a useless piece of garbage, and she needs to use another card. She takes a card where a spider is sitting on a skull. Ashley throws it at the guy because now this is his new home. Norman bows his head, and the spider flies at him and he could control the dead body, carrying out the orders of the owner. The spider sits on his back. The man's eyes are white, and Ashley says that he will play the role of a king for 3 days. He looks at the girl and says that it will be done. She puts her hand to the mask. People come to her and ask if she wants to come to the banquet. Sitting on the throne, Ashley says that she sees no point in attending a pathetic gathering of fools. Putting her hand to the mask, the girl says that she has some things to do and has been feeling anxious lately and decided to look into the future. As a result, she received a treasure hunt and death comes, as well as a discarded card. The girl looks down and remembers the cards. Squeezing her hand, Ashley says that the prediction wants to tell her that a force has appeared that can change the current course of things, and she needs to be more careful. The guy bows before her, and she says that let the 7 saints spend more time patrolling the capital. Looking up, Ashley says that if they notice something strange, then let them report it. The man smiles and one of his eyes glows. He agrees. We see the lady's estate, where there was light. The protagonist stands in the crowd. Narrowing his eyes, he thinks that it is already quite late, and it's time to go for the second part of the recipe. Chuck begins to walk along the building. An object appears in his hands and decides to use it. He knocks the object on the ground, because he set the starting point and the destination is chosen. 2 blue circles appear near him, and he jumps. After that, the man evaporates. We are in the exhibition hall. The protagonist has successfully teleported. Looking up, he understands that this is not bad. Chuck looks at the painting and understands that everything is accurate. The painting depicts the king and Anna. He takes this card in his hands. Behind it was empty. We see a ball and paper. The protagonist takes it and understands that this is a method of pharmaceutical configuration and a recipe for making. He sees a ball from which an aura emanated. Chuck holds a piece of paper in his hands and thinks about what it is. A spirit appears near him. Norman looks at it and asks who it is. Looking at it, he asks where his little Anna is. Opening his mouth, Chuck understands that this is the soul of the king. He looks at it and asks why it is here and how Anna was supposed to find it in such a place. Looking at it, the spirit replies that the manufacture of scrolls for awakening heavenly techniques is the treasure of their kingdom, and while the girl is alive, she would definitely come for the formula. Norman looks down with his own eyes. The protagonist also looks down and thinks that the king of the Holy Kingdom has long been prepared for this day, and in his past life Anna was imprisoned. She was used as food for dwarves and never met her father. Anna is hanging and next to her is a dwarf. They ask in the stick whether to teleport him back. Opening his mouth, Chuck answers negatively. He takes the object in his hands. Opening his mouth, he asks to teleport Anna, because the situation has changed. William holds the object and says that the distorter has only 3 discharges, and if he transfers Anna to him, then the 2 of them will not be able to return. Opening his mouth, the guy says that it is urgent and let him teleport. The object in his hand says that it will take 30 seconds. Looking into the distance, he asks why he still exists in this world. Norman stands next to him and says that he broke the holy law of life and death, sealing his soul in a crystraz, and thanks to it, his soul is still alive. Looking down, the spirit says that he has paid a huge price and in 10 minutes his soul will disappear forever. Opening his mouth, Chat says that he cannot be resurrected. Looking at him, he asks why he does this. Norman answers that he must see Anna. Looking down, he says that after he disappears, she will be left completely alone and it is his fault. The protagonist holds on to an object that becomes electrified. Something begins to appear near the protagonist. Chuck sees a hole near him. Anna appears, calling her father. Norman also looks at her. Tears appeared in her eyes and she says that he is not guilty of anything. Hugging him, Norman says that she had to go to another world so that he could calmly leave this one. Looking at his daughter, he says that he was too strict with her and wants her to live a calm and happy life. The protagonist leans on an object, and Norman says that when his soul disappears, let the last thing he remembers be his smile. Monica appears near the guy and says that they have an emergency, and someone is approaching. Opening her mouth, she says that it is Ivan. Norman hugs her and asks them to run. Chuck approaches him and asks what about him. Putting his hand on Anna's head, he says that he met her and that nothing more is needed, and the soul will soon disappear. The girl opens her mouth and calls her father. Looking at her, the spirit asks her to hurry up and leave so that they do not die because of him. Monica stands behind the guy and says that Ivan is already on the 3rd floor and activates the space distorter. The protagonist closes his eyes. Opening his mouth, he asks Anna to listen to him. He stands with his back to us and says that he wants her father to spend the last minutes of his life with him, and if they leave now, then regrets will haunt him for the rest of his life. Relatives look at him, and Chuck continues that he should not wait until time separates them, otherwise he will regret until death. The protagonist takes hold of the door handle. Anna opens her mouth and asks what he is doing. Turning his head, he says that no one dares to interrupt the last meeting of a father with his daughter. The protagonist goes out and closes the door. Norman looks into the distance and asks if this is her prince, to which he answers in the affirmative. Looking into the distance, he is glad that she has such a man and there is no point in worrying. Anna looks at him, and he wants to tell a secret that has been kept in the family for 700 years. The girl looks, because the secret has been passed down from generation to generation, and asks to doubt. Anna takes her hand. Raising his hand, Norman says that today he will hand over the inheritance. Then he puts his hand on her head. Smiling, he says that the girl is the new head of the house. We see the man's shoes and he is asked to stop. Putting his hand on his hips, Ivan says that guests are forbidden to enter. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he was looking for a toilet and got lost and asks to be shown. Pointing to his head, the guy says that he has inhuman hearing and can hear the heartbeat and breathing of a woman in the room behind him. Looking at him, he says that he needs to stay longer, came up and find out who his lover is. Chuck looks down and asks for his excessive interest in the guest's personal affairs. Ivan smiles and asks if he is afraid of him. Bringing his hand to his head, the guy laughs and says that if he is beaten and his clothes are torn off, he will beg for more. Grinning, they tell him that they have never met such masochists before. Clenching his hands, Ivan screams that he will kill him. We see a sword that had a blue aura. The sword begins to approach him. A blue circle appears near Ivan's feet. Smiling, he says that something so weak and fragile will not harm him. Chuck's eyes turn green and he says that his heavenly technique is really strong. Suddenly, he runs away and says that the control and power of his skills will nullify it. Ivan's eyes widen because the enemy has disappeared. Chuck appears behind him, and there is a green glow near him. The guy looks back, because this is an air attack. The protagonist holds a sword in his hands and wants to strike. Chuck presents the weapon to Ivan. Then we see that the guy jumped. Grinning, he grabs the protagonist by the clothes and calls him small. Chuck is absolutely calm and is held by the clothes. Then the protagonist throws him into the ceiling. He stands and looks into the hole. Holding the sword in his hands, Chuck says that the air, tenfold amplified by the blade of wind, in combination with the technique of the earth, and apparently soon they will not see each other again. Turning his head to her, he tells her that he left the distorter in the exhibition hall and the king's soul will disappear in 10 minutes, and when it happens, then let him ask to return Anna back. The protagonist opens his mouth and is told that another jump point was hidden in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. William holds a microphone in his hand and says that he knows where to go. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that he will go there right after the girl teleports. There are people behind the protagonist, and they ask what he is doing here. Turning his head, he asks not to worry. Opening his mouth, he says his fake name and came here to fight a duel. The guys look and understand that this is in his spirit. One looks and asks, where is Ivan himself? The main character puts his hand to his lips and says that he wanted to fly. He points to a hole in the ceiling and apologizes because he miscalculated his strength. The guys open their mouths in surprise, because Ivan has never lost. Turning, he asks to contact him. Holding his ear, he says that the connection is not working and they cannot make contact. Monica puts her hand on his shoulder and says that soldiers are storming the estate and they need to leave. The guys look at him and ask him to go with them, because they will take them outside and then sort things out. They are refused. The people look at him and are surprised. His eyes were not visible because of his bangs, and Chuck says that Ivan said that if he was defeated, his older brother would fight him. A green aura appears around him and says that it is waiting for him. Opening his mouth, the man says that he does not have a brother. Looking at him, the protagonist says that this is a lie and calls him Tyler. One of them begins to bare his teeth and thinks that he really is Ivan's half-brother, and no one else dares to talk about it out loud. Narrowing his eyes, he said that they will not interfere. Monica approaches the guy and says that there are 7 minutes left. Closing his eyes, Chuck realizes that time is passing by. Near the house, the guys say that they heard a loud noise. One of them extends his hand to greet Simon. Monica stands next to him and says that his chances of survival have dropped to a critical minimum, because the news of the victory over Ivan is spreading. Someone begins to approach him and ask if Ivan was defeated here. The man raises his finger up and rejoices, because he was finally poked and simply has to say thanks. He stands next to him and says his name, also wants to be friends. Leaning his body forward, Simon says that despite all of the above, but this is a blow to their reputation. Making a menacing smile, he decides to return the honor, so that everyone knows which of the saints is most faithful to the church. A red circle is created around him and decides to cut off his legs. Monica stands behind him and says that there is 1 minute and 59 seconds left. Simon raises his hand. Then he has a weapon in his hand. The protagonist holds a sword and thinks that he is using the heavenly technique of the Holy Spirit. There is a red aura around him, and Chuck thinks that the Holy Spirit turns the owner's body and weapon into a phantom, making them completely invulnerable to physical attacks. A blow passes near the guy. Then Chuck dissolves near the blow. Simon opens his mouth in surprise, and the protagonist thinks that he can attack directly from this form. Sweat appears on his face. The protagonist is not far from him. Chuck holds a sword in his hands and wants to strike. Simon smiles, and the guy thinks that he cannot scratch him, and such is the power of a fully awakened Holy Spirit. Opening his mouth, he decides to change tactics. They both hold swords, and Chuck asks the system for the title of 15 swords. Simon smiles and says that such attacks cannot harm. The protagonist's eye turns blue, and he says that the art of the god of war is sonic shock. After that, he stomps his foot to create a sound. Simon is hit, because sonic shock during an attack damages the enemy's soul. The man opens his mouth because he was wounded. Blood begins to flow from his mouth. He falls to his knees near him. The protagonist looks at him and thinks that Anna must have returned. Opening his mouth, he realizes that everything is fine. Smiling, Chuck decides to leave. Simon holds his stomach and says that he does not look like a simple officer and who he is anyway. Standing near him, Chuck asks for forgiveness and decides to reveal the secret. He starts to walk away from him. Standing in a pose, he says that they will fight next time. Opening his mouth, Simon screams to come back. Then he hits, but the guy disappears. The protagonist jumps into a hole in the ceiling. A blue line is visible in the sky. Looking up, he thinks that he can probably fly. Closing his eyes, he realizes that a strange sound came from the room. Looking there, Simon understands that after that he left. Then he walks around the room. Suddenly, the man notices something. There was a hole in the wall, and he remembered that there was a portrait of the king and Anna hanging there. Looking into the hole, he thinks that he must have come for the painting. Looking up, Simon begins to doubt. Opening his mouth, he shouts for everyone to come here. Running to the door, he asks to tell the saints that the criminal is connected to the king. Simon spits and asks not to let him escape. Ships are flying around the city. because they have thrown all their forces into searching for him. We see a dark forest. Monica looks at the screen and says that she has hacked all the enemy defense systems and is connecting programs for remote tracking of the church army system. Chuck also looks and is told to move southeast and quietly pass by the Saints and 400 enemy search parties. Looking at her, he agrees. The main character runs and we see his leg. Then he jumps to the ground. There were ships behind them, and Monica says that there was an enemy checkpoint 2 kilometers from here and asks to keep to the right. The protagonist's face became serious. Then he stops not far away. The goddess of justice is near him and says that there are 2 kilometers left to the place. Opening her mouth, she says that there are no patrols nearby and can take a rest, and then continue on her way. Chuck's face is serious, and they tell him that he did not lose his vigilance, because the Saints have a unique way of tracking enemies and cannot completely knock them off target. Standing behind him, Monica asks what he plans to do next. Smiling, the guy says that everything is very simple. Taking off his cloak, the protagonist decides to show the Saints a trick and disappear. The man flies near the trees. Then he sits on the ground. Tyler holds his hand near his face and asks if he likes to play hide and seek. An object is created above, because if it were not for Ivan's marks, he would not know what to do. Walls are created around him and he wonders how a simple military officer dares to insult the Saints on their own territory. Tyler smiles and says that once he catches him, he should be prepared for torture, and now he will try out the heavenly technique. We see the silhouettes of a hand and a man standing on the ground, because he uses the heavenly court. Smiling, he says that justice will be done. Opening his mouth, Tyler says that he will use the Holy Spirit to find the sinner, and for crimes there will be the death penalty. Hands hold the ground and the floor, and he says that sinners must return to the heavenly court and let him get it from the cave. He looks at him in bewilderment, and asks why he does not resist. Holding his chin, Tyler asks that his technique did not work. Opening his mouth, he says no. Then he runs into the cave. He begins to enter it, and not far away is an object. We see a cloak on the ground. On the stone it is written that it is as a souvenir. Grinning his teeth, Tyler squeezes his hand. With wide eyes, he asks how dare you mock him. There is an explosion and Tyler says that he will grind him into powder. The explosion becomes even bigger. It was night, and we are near the circus. The guys come up to him and Monica says that he managed to escape and Tyler will be terribly angry. Standing near the circus, he agrees with her. Holding his chin, Chuck says that he knew all their abilities from his past life, otherwise it would have been more difficult to escape. Monica enters the tent and says that William used a distorter here to perform a trick with disappearance, and at the moment the device should be under the dome. The protagonist removes the curtain. They pass by the chairs. Chuck looks around warily. He sees burning circles. There was also a box with question marks. Monica holds onto her glasses and says that something is wrong and the high priest has disappeared somewhere from absolutely all sensors. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that he knows and right now she is sitting opposite him. Ashley is sitting on a chair and the light is shining on her. Holding the cards, she says that she will take away the most precious things from people and awaken the dead, and also lead the Holy Church to a tragic end. We see her mask and she says that fate played its cards. Looking seriously, Chuck thinks that she predicted his appearance with the help of cards. Looking at Monica, he asks to tell William that they have an emergency, and let him immediately prepare to jump. The goddess of justice evaporates, and the protagonist says that apparently she ordered everyone to be taken out in advance. Raising her hand, Ashley says that she had no other choice and their conversation should remain private. Seeing her mask, she asks what Chuck took from the saint. Opening his mouth, the guy asks to answer his question. Remembering the monsters, he says that all other states are forced to fight against the game of immortals, ghouls, sea monsters, but after the Holy Church rose, they did not take any retaliatory measures against the disasters. Opening his mouth, he asks why he is doing nothing when she can prevent Judgment Day. Tilting her head, the girl asks why he cares if not his homeland. Narrowing his eyes, he says that he only cares about preserving the peace. Squeezing her hand, Ashley says that in every crisis she knows, people have fallen into an endless cycle of cannibalism, with the strong eating the weak, taking everything they have. Letters appear near her mask and she says that creatures like humans are sinful and do not deserve her efforts to save them. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that there is a discrepancy in her words and if she despises her so much, then why did she kill the king and usurp the throne? Ashley takes hold of the armrest. Standing up from her chair, she says that insects like the guy do not deserve to know such things. We see her mask and the girl asks him to answer who he is and what he is doing here and not to test his patience. Opening his mouth, he says that Ashley is not worthy of knowing such things. An aura appears around her, and she understands that it is time for him to see the real hell. Chuck narrows his eyes and thinks. He waves his arms and says that he has already seen it countless times. Then Chuck evaporates into space. He jumps near her and swings his sword. Ashley raises her head, looks at his sword. They both hit their weapons. His eye lights up and decides to continue. The protagonist raises his hand, and Ashley folds them. We see her mask and she says that Chuck is good with a sword, only weak. Raising her hand with a map, she says that his soul is sinful and needs to be cleansed, and also her senior saint is the best at this and let him deal with it. A man is drawn on the map. They cross weapons near the protagonist, and Chuck thinks, is this some kind of teleportation or summoning ability? Looking at her, he understands that no one knows the true power of the High Priest, but now he was able to see a small part of it. We see a bright light near the girl. Chuck jumps away from the light. There is a man in the sky and he says that it would be nice if he could tear her to pieces now to cleanse her soul. Looking at him, the protagonist thinks that he needs to buy time to jump, and also distract the monsters before the teleport is activated. He holds a sword in his hands and did not think that it would come to this, but he will have to fight seriously. The man's hand begins to glow. He smiles and approaches him, asking to show him what an officer of the Freedom Federation is capable of. The protagonist dodges, because it was fast. Then Chuck decides to hit him with a sword. After that, they jump away and the guy decides to get out of here. The man looks at him and is not far from Ashley. The girl in the mask says that when he tried to kill her, he was more serious, but now he is merciful. The protagonist looks at her and asks her not to rush, because this is a warm-up before the real fight. Raising his hand, Chuck decides to use the first style of the Wandering Dragon of the 7 stars. Everything around him starts to glow, and uses void filling and decides to continue. The protagonist swung his blade when he thought about how the first style of the Wandering Dragon is the strongest of the 4 secret techniques, and that in order to fully unleash its power, he needs to hit the enemy 7 times. The protagonist squinted and looked ahead, thinking that this was his only chance to survive. Chuck rushed forward, using the second style of the Wandering Dragon, the Death Sword. The enemy opened his mouth wide and laughed. Bright energy flashed in front of his face. A flame appeared between the guys. The protagonist appeared behind the enemy and exclaimed that this was the first strike. The shoulder of the dark-haired guy was engulfed in flames. A shadow fell on the enemy's face when he thought about how fast his sword was. Blood flowed from Tyler's mouth. The protagonist looked at his torn clothes, thinking that this was the second strike. Chuck stared at the side, thinking that there were still 5 left. Streams of dark energy appeared in front of him as the opponent asked how he dared to come to the Holy Kingdom with such weak techniques. Tyler smiled widely as he used the Divine Judgment technique. Suddenly, he frowned as he looked ahead. The protagonist was enveloped in a green aura as he released the third style, Twister. He was in front of the enemy, who asked what kind of technique it was. Tyler was shown in profile as he realized that things were bad. Green beams pierced his body, and he screamed. This was happening in front of the girl in the headscarf. Ashley lowered her hand and said that he was strong, and that she would probably have to intervene. Several slabs appeared as she blessed him. The guy gritted his teeth in pain as the girl said that she was protecting her saint. A huge shield appeared in front of him. He was in front of the protagonist, who thought that this was a defense card. Chuck put his hand out to the side, thinking that despite this, he still needed to hit 4 more times to complete the technique. Tyler opened his mouth and called him names, warning that he would throw him into the deepest cell of the Holy Inquisition dungeon. Limbs appeared from a spatial rift as he added that he would suffer pain and hopelessness for the rest of his life. The hands reached out to the protagonist. The palms touched with a characteristic sound, then Tyler wondered where he was. The guy looked away carefully when he realized that he had disappeared again, asking what kind of heavenly technique this was. Ashley looked straight ahead. The protagonist appeared behind the enemy. Chuck's mouth was slightly open when he used the exorcism technique. Tyler opened his mouth wide and asked what this was, adding that he could not move. The dark-haired guy looked menacingly forward, thinking that this ability would only delay him for a second, but even that would be enough. The protagonist struck him several times. Blood splashed. The enemy's body fell to the ground. Many blades appeared in front of the protagonist when he said that he struck 7 times and that there was not a single miss. Chuck looked ahead from under his brows, thinking that this technique required a lot of strength, but he had no other choice, and that he could not retreat. Ashley raised her head as she exclaimed that it couldn't be, speaking of the light that appeared. The dark-haired boy swung his arm, his mouth open as she added that it was the 7 stars of the Wandering Dragon. The flame lizard appeared in front of the protagonist. It headed towards Ashley. Tyler looked away worriedly, thinking of the high priest lady and exclaiming that he would protect her. He spread his limbs out in different directions. The boy's face was frozen in horror. Ashley's face was covered. The dragon crashed into the shield in front of her. The man bent his arms in front of him as the holy divine barrier skill was used. A bright flash occurred. It was followed by a powerful explosion. There was smoke everywhere. A dark silhouette appeared in it. Chuck stared ahead, wondering if he had succeeded. Ashley held her hand out and called him a pathetic bastard, exclaiming that she had to use up a barrier card because of him. Cracks appeared on her face as she said that there was no place for such a strong technique in this world. She stood in front of the dark-haired boy, who responded that she was still alive. The protagonist was shown in profile as he called her a real monster. The protagonist stood in front of the girl, who called him a mysterious man with a lot of secrets. Ashley had an ominous aura in front of her, as she said that she would catch him and extract his secrets one by one, and then give him a painful execution. Chuck held the blade, looking forward as he thought about how he was completely exhausted after the 7 stars of the Wandering Dragon technique, and that he had no more strength to fight. The dark-haired boy looked away. Ashley was in front of him. The protagonist's mouth dropped open as he thought that it was great that the portal was open. He took off. The protagonist rushed forward when the girl asked him if he really thought he could escape from her. His hand reached out to the portal. Chuck raised his hand and answered in the affirmative, adding that now, especially for her, he would perform a disappearing act. The dark-haired boy looked sternly forward when he said that before he left, he would leave her a small gift that she should take as soon as she could. Ashley stopped in front of the portal. She looked straight ahead when she cursed, promising to make him suffer. Something glowed in the girl's hand. Huge blades were pointed at the portal. Their tips approached the passage. Cracks in Ashley's mask were shown when she said that he dug his own grave. The girl extended her hand to the portal. It was empty inside, then she asked in surprise. Streams of air appeared from there. Ashley watched carefully, her head down. Her mask lit up as she realized it was a bomb. There was a massive explosion. Ashley was engulfed in flames. Tyler looked away in concern as he addressed the high priest lady. Fire blazed in front of him as he called out to his mistress. He looked ahead in surprise as she told him to stop yelling and that she was fine. A dark shield emerged from the flames as Ashley explained that she had entered another dimension before the bomb could explode. Tyler was on his knees as he told her that he had sinned by failing her mission and not punishing the enemy, then added that he was asking her to punish him properly. He looked at the dark object as she asked him not to blame himself, adding that this man was a very unusual being and that even she could not understand who he was. Ashley was on the screen, saying that she couldn't come back yet because a certain amount of time had to pass, and that in her absence, he had to gather all 7 saints and find out who this man was. The screen was in front of Tyler, as she added that when they found out about him, they shouldn't attack first, because she would personally take care of him. The guy gritted his teeth in rage when he accepted the order. The spaceship was in space. People were sitting on a bench when one of them asked about where old Chuck had gone. A blue hologram began to appear. The protagonist looked tiredly ahead. Anna, looking ahead with concern, asked if he was injured. The protagonist stood in front of the girl when he replied that he was lucky to be alive at all. The goddess of justice appeared next to them and addressed His Excellency, informing him that the medical pod was ready and that she asked him to go to her immediately, to which he replied that it was not necessary. Chuck looked at his hand and explained that he could help himself. Between his fingers was a pill. The dark-haired boy put it in his mouth. The girl watched the protagonist, mesmerized. He opened his mouth and exhaled. The protagonist stood in front of the goddess of justice as he said that his wounds would soon heal and that she should not worry. He had a parchment in his hand as he turned to her and explained that this was the second part of the formula for the Heavenly Technique Awakening Potion. Monica stood in front of him as Chuck told her to start production right away and then prepare him some fighting energy potions, to which she replied that the approximate production time was 1 hour. The dark-haired boy looked down thoughtfully as he said that the next step was the 5-element awakening potion from the Fushi Empire. Anna looked ahead determinedly and told him not to worry, exclaiming that she would ask Emperor Fushi to give them 1 bottle. The girl had her back to the protagonist when she added that she would do it. William smiled widely and said that she was very determined and that he liked her, then Clark called him a lecherous old man. The protagonist had his back to everyone when he addressed the goddess of justice. He held a bag in his hand when he said that he would be a little busy now, and then asked if she could give it to one person. Light illuminated the majestic hall of the imperial palace of the Fushi Empire when the ruler asked if she really wanted to get the potion of awakening the 5 elements of the highest concentration. The emperor sat on the throne when he added that he knew that her fire spirit had already reached the 4th level, and then asked why she needed it. Anna looked down in embarrassment when she answered that she was not asking for it for herself, and that Chuck needed it, and then wondered what woman did not want her lover to become stronger. Donald scowled when he reminded her that he wasn't even a citizen of the Fushi Empire, and that this was a direct violation of their country's laws, and then asked if she was so sure about it. The girl looked ahead determinedly when she replied that since he was with her now, it meant that he would soon leave the Federation, so of course she was sure. The emperor touched his beard and asked how about making a bet, and then added that she should get Mecha's patented technique. Anna was shown in profile. Donald looked ahead seriously when he concluded that if she succeeded, she would win, and he would give her the potion. The girl looked ahead with a smile and replied that they had agreed. A system window appeared in front of her. She had her back turned when she turned to Chuck and asked him to send the plans for the mech to the Fushi Empire Scientist Complex. Anna stared at the system window tensely when he replied that he would do it now. The man was in front of the ruler's throne 15 minutes later when the emperor asked if they had received the technology, to which he replied in the affirmative. The scientist spread his arms out to the sides when he addressed His Majesty, and said that there would be no difficulty in constructing the mechs, and that, in addition, their creation would help solve most of their problems. Donald closed his eyes and said that this was excellent. The Emperor was shown in profile when he added that, apparently, Chuck was not only handsome, but also quite smart. The man raised his hand and asked for the potion. A woman in a white robe appeared when Donald said that he admitted his defeat and that this was what Anna asked for, adding that it was now hers. There was a parchment in a transparent box. The girl looked at the potion with satisfaction and thanked the Emperor. She was standing in front of the throne when Donald said that if this is all Chuck needed to consider him a worthy ruler to cooperate with, then it was just a trifle. The Emperor looked down menacingly when he asked her to tell him that he was too talented to remain in the Federation, and that only the Fushi Empire was capable of realizing his full potential. The spaceship was in interstellar space. The guys were standing opposite each other when the girl said that this was what the Emperor asked to tell him. William was holding the drink in his hand when he exclaimed that it was not bad, and that he thought highly of the protagonist. Clark, smirking, looked at the protagonist when he said that Donald recruited talent from wherever possible, and that it was no wonder that the Empire had been superior to the Federation for many years. The dark-haired guy looked down sadly when he said that Emperor Fushi was indeed a very smart and capable ruler. The boys looked at the vessels when Chuck added that this was not the point, and that they were very lucky to have collected all 3 potions. The protagonist's mouth dropped open as he thought about how he could now complete the Great Evolution mission. The door to the room was open. The protagonist, looking closely at the potions, realized that all that was left was to mix and pour them out. A blue glow appeared. The dark-haired boy stood in front of the seal. A hieroglyph appeared in the center of the circle as system notifications arrived that the Great Evolution required a large amount of energy, and that the electric evolution would begin soon. A system window appeared with various icons and a request to choose one of the abilities to complete the improvement. Chuck, looking ahead with concentration, thought about how with Electro Phantom he could create up to 3 clones during battle to confuse the enemy, and how it was probably a strong fighting ability, but unfortunately it didn't suit his fighting style, so he needed another one, summing up that he had the heavenly technique Earth Compression, so he didn't need reflexes either. The protagonist looked ahead confidently when he realized what he would do in that case. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth, frowning when he said that he would take electroshock, thinking that he could combine it well with the Wandering Dragon technique. Streams of blue energy appeared when the system reported that the evolution path had been chosen. Chuck, smirking, looked at his hand when the system notification appeared, saying that loss of control had evolved into electroshock. In front of the protagonist was a seal with a hieroglyph, when the system notifications appeared, congratulating him on completing the Great Evolution mission, saying that he could choose a new path of cultivation, and that once he went beyond the Golden Realm, he would become one of the few cultivators who had reached such a height in technique development. Chuck raised his hand to his face when the system informed him that the mission would only become active once he entered the cultivation world, and that it was a ranking mission, so the higher the player's ranking, the more heavenly techniques would be offered to him. A system window began to appear in front of the seal, explaining that the battle between the 2 worlds would lead to an outcome that had never been seen before, so he should grab his weapons tightly and prepare for the coming battle. The protagonist, looking ahead with concern, wondered about the mission only starting once he entered the cultivation world, and what kind of strange conditions these were. The dark-haired youth looked ahead with a frown as the system notification appeared, stating that in order to protect against evil and keep the players safe, there would be many rewards for the participants of the game. The boys were standing in front of Chuck when the system message appeared, stating that in addition to immortality, the champion of their game would also receive 2 other rewards, namely an advanced evolution potion, which after using it would immediately raise his level to professional, and a teleportation ring, summing up that when the player was in danger, he would be able to activate it and teleport to the arena to rest. And after that, he would appear at a random point on the planet. William was standing in front of the protagonist when he exclaimed that this game needed a new marketer, and that he would do 100 times better, when the system asked what they were waiting for, adding that they should apply right now. The dark-haired boy was shown in profile as he said that there were too many rewards and that it seemed like they had no choice. Chuck looked away as he addressed the goddess of justice and asked about Frank's current location, to which she replied that he was currently fighting a high-level assassin. The protagonist frowned and exclaimed that this was bad. He looked towards Monica as he added that his condition was very unstable, suggesting that his body might fail again. Sweat began to appear on Anna's face as she said that if that happened, he might die. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and addressed the girl by name. The dark-haired boy led her as he exclaimed that she should quickly follow him and that they should find him. Someone crashed into a wall from a powerful blow as they wished for death. The monster gritted its teeth, looking ahead and exclaimed that this was not impressive. Frank's face was dripping with sweat as he thought about how annoying this guy was and how he was probably going to have to fight at full strength. He charged towards the monster. The ghoul approached the monster and charged at it. Blood sprayed onto the monster's face as it spoke about its limb. Frank held his hand out and waved it around. His red pupils narrowed as he wondered what it was. The ghoul looked at his limb as he realized that his arm had been severed. The gray monster smirked and laughed. The monster clenched its fist in front of itself as it asked the guy if he really thought he was special, and then exclaimed that everyone he had fought before was trash. Frank smiled and said that was great and that it seemed like the monster's regeneration was just as good as his. The ghoul raised his hand and said that he wondered if it could regenerate if he cut it in half. Suddenly he took off. Frank was hovering in the air above the monster. The gray monster gritted his teeth, thinking that he was too fast. The ghoul appeared in front of him, when he realized that he was in pain. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed, wondering why now. He began to fall near a tall building, screaming loudly. Frank landed with a characteristic sound. The monster quickly flew down, when he exclaimed that he was lucky. The ghoul grabbed his head and talked about his ears. Blades crossed in front of his face. A sword appeared in front of the monster. The monster flew back from the force of the blow. His back hit something, when he wondered where this attack came from. The gray monster gritted his teeth in pain. A skeleton in armor appeared in front of him, when he thought about how he did not even notice where it came from. The warrior with the skull was shown in profile. The monster was pressed to the ground, then it screamed loudly. The monster looked ahead, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed that such a weak flame would not kill him, and then used the regeneration skill. They were near the man, who said that he was recovering quickly, and that he believed that they needed to turn up the heat. The protagonist looked at Anna and asked her not to rush into killing him, and then suggested that they talk first. The protagonist was shown in profile as he said that this was a potion for awakening heavenly techniques of the highest concentration. Frank was in front of the guy when he turned to him and asked him to drink it. Chuck poured the potion into his mouth. The dark-haired youth looked at his comrade intently. Foam came out of the ghoul's mouth. His body hung in the air in front of the protagonist. Anna looked ahead in surprise. Frank opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he could hear the world groaning in agony. Tears began to flow from his eyes. The protagonist looked up, frowning, as he thought about how his powers were apparently awakening and wondered what kind of power he would gain. Bone wings emerged from the ghoul's back. He opened his mouth slightly and said that he was the strongest and that he had earned this honor. Frank looked down with a serious expression and said that he was hearing the truth. He was in the air in front of Chuck, who asked him what he was hearing. The ghoul looked ahead and said that it was a heartbeat. The monster was engulfed in green flames when the protagonist asked him if it was his. The protagonist stared ahead. Frank rushed forward. He clenched something in his fist as he said that it was no wonder he couldn't kill him, since his heart was hidden there. The monster's body began to split. The ghoul smiled, closing his eyes, and exclaimed that it was wonderful. Chuck looked forward and asked what ability he had awakened. Frank looked towards the guy and replied that it was in human hearing, and that he could hear voices even outside their world. The protagonist looked ahead with interest and asked to try using it. The ghoul closed his eyes and agreed. His ears began to pick up the sound when he reported that he could hear people complaining about the small number of immortals in the game, and that they were going to pay a huge price to speed up the destruction of the world. Frank frowned with his eyes closed as he exclaimed that they were not complaining, they were arguing. The protagonist looked at him tensely and asked what it was about, then he was told that they were talking about releasing the Bloody Bone Queen so that she would merge with the elixir of immortality in its original form and attack this world, but the price to release her was too high, and that they could only do it once, and that if everything worked out, they would achieve their goal. Anna and Chuck were standing in front of Frank when she asked about the price, and then asked him to continue. The ghoul looked down and apologized, explaining that he could no longer hear anything. The girl looked towards the dark-haired boy and asked what it was. The protagonist opened his mouth, trembling. He imagined a dark silhouette when he spoke of the demonic Bloody Bone Queen. The girl was sitting in front of a pile of corpses when he explained that the Demon Queen was the most evil and ferocious creature that creates evil spirits from the enemies she had already killed. The horned monster was devouring the human body when the guy added that she was incredibly strong, but the most terrible thing was her ability to reproduce and parasitize. The demoness stuck out her long tongue when the protagonist explained that if you do not determine her location at the very beginning, then it will be almost impossible to find her later. The guys were on a spaceship when Anna said that it seems that those who are behind the immortal game have an ace in the hole in the form of this monster. The girl looked at the protagonist when she asked who they were, to which he replied that nothing is known about them yet. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest and said that there are advantages, because the Demon Queen is not in her body, which means that her powers are limited, so it will be much easier to deal with her. Clark stood between them as the protagonist added that they must have been desperate to use such a monster. Then the guy summed up that in this game, the first to lose would be those who were most eager to win. The dark-haired boy looked at him intently and replied that it was true, but he had a premonition. The protagonist frowned, looking away when he said that for one of them, this battle would be the last. The guys stood next to each other when Chuck suggested going to see who won today, because the massacre should have ended by now. Bodies lay on the arena floor when someone was wished dead. The bald man bared his teeth and exclaimed that he had won. He was holding a shovel in his hands when he laughed loudly. Massive shackles appeared on his hands. The bald man opened his mouth wide and asked what it was. He looked ahead in fear. His eyes went blank when he called someone a beast. A dark silhouette with a spear appeared in front of him. The man fell to the ground. The dark-haired girl grinned contentedly. William crushed the tin can and asked if she was the new champion. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he knew her. The man smiled widely and exclaimed that no, but she was very cute, and that it would be a shame to kill this beauty, and then suggested that they take her powers instead, and he would take everything else. The guys looked at him with displeasure and refused. A bottle appeared in front of the girl, when the system congratulated the third-level elementalist on her brilliant victory, adding that as a reward she would receive a potion that would raise her skills to a new level. Jane began to drink the contents of the bottle. A blush appeared on her cheeks. There was a flash next to her, then she screamed loudly. Blue-red spheres appeared. Anna was shown in profile as she exclaimed that this was star summoning, and that only those who had reached level 4 could use such a spell, adding that she had indeed become much stronger. The dark-haired girl leaned forward, her face turning red as she said that level 4 was simply magnificent. Jane reached for the ornament as the system announced that she would also receive an elixir of immortality and a ring of teleportation, and that she would be able to activate magical items with her elemental power to enter the arena at any time and escape the threats of the outside world, and that this time she did not need to be afraid of that pathetic clown. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, exclaimed that the champion had been chosen, and that it was their turn to act. The boys disappeared from the arena. The temple was in interstellar space. A hologram of a girl was shown as it was stated that she was 20 years old, had long black hair, a mole on her face, was about 167 centimeters tall, and was a level 3 elementalist. The man slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed that that was not all. William extended his hand and added that her chest was 88, her waist was 63, and her hips were 90. Clark looked at him disapprovingly and called him a pervert. The dark-haired man opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was the last time he warned him not to call him that again, and that he was a scientist so numbers were important to him, and then asked what was so strange about it, concluding that he would sue him for insults. A map appeared in front of the boys as they were informed that the target had been found. The goddess of justice stood in front of the screen as she said that this was Jane, a member of the Federation, and that she was currently on a flying shuttle heading to Shinju's city on the border of the Federation, adding that the arrival time was 2 hours. Frank looked at the map as he said that an elementalist who had just reached level 4 would never be able to defeat him, and that the problem was how to prevent her from escaping through the teleporter. Chuck touched his chin as he replied that he could take control of her and deprive her of the ability to use the powers of the 5 elements for a few seconds, and that he would only need to sneak up on her unnoticed. Clark stood next to William as he exclaimed that they seemed to have forgotten about a genius like him. The boys looked in the same direction as the protagonist asked if he had any ideas. Clark curled a few fingers and replied that sneaking up on a victim silently was the main quality of a professional killer. He stood in front of Frank, who said that they understood and that enough pathos, adding that he should tell them already, to which he agreed. The protagonist looked serious. The ghoul frowned, looking forward. Anna's mouth fell open. Clark smiled predatory and asked if they ever played house. Clouds floated over the city of Shinju. A spaceship flew over the houses. It landed near a one-story building. Jane headed for the entrance when she said that if she hid in this wilderness, she did not think that this clown would be able to find her. The girl looked at her hand and added that even if he found her, she had nothing to fear, and that at any moment she could teleport back to the arena, so it did not matter how strong he was, because she would be safe there. The girl stood in front of the building when she said that she was terribly hungry, and that she needed to have a little snack. She stopped in front of the window when someone asked her to hurry up. There were people sitting at the tables when the man exclaimed that otherwise he would be late with the delivery. Jane squinted, looking ahead. An elderly couple was sitting at a table. The girl turned to her mother and exclaimed that it was delicious and that she wanted more, to which her mother replied that if she ate too much ice cream, her stomach would hurt. The dark-haired girl's face began to sweat as the child said that he had seen this woman somewhere before. Jane looked back worriedly, wondering if this little creature had recognized her. The girl went to the child and asked where she had seen her. The little girl was pinched on the eye. The man pointed at the girl, who exclaimed that it hurt, and asked her father why he had done it, to which he replied that one should not pester strangers. The guy turned to the dark-haired girl and apologized, explaining that his daughter was too sociable, asking her not to scold her. Jane looked straight ahead seriously and agreed with him, adding that next time they should watch their child more carefully. The man with the bag on his back turned around. The dark-haired girl looked at the cashier and asked for 1 double burger, small fries and a Coke, warning that she needed to go to the bathroom, so she would be right back, to which she was told that it was fine. She went to the ladies' room. Jane looked at herself in the mirror when she exclaimed that only a beauty like her deserved to live forever. She looked surprised when she was addressed and told that she was remembered. In front of her stood a girl, who added that she was the winner of the game of Immortals. The little girl smiled, closing her eyes when she exclaimed that she loved watching this show. The girl glared at her, thinking that this creature still recognized her. The girl stretched her hands to the faucet when she asked if Jane could teach her how to fight, just like her, explaining that she also wanted to be tough and strong. The winner of the game had a dagger in her hand when she realized that she would probably have to kill her. She stood next to the girl, thinking that to be absolutely sure, she would kill everyone in this cafe. The little girl had her back turned when she asked if she really wanted to kill her, and everyone else in this place. Sweat broke out on Jane's face when she thought about how she knew what she was thinking. The girl put her hands on the sink and laughed. She turned her head to the side and said that it was because she could read people's minds. The dark-haired girl swung the dagger and wished her death. She pointed the weapon at the child. The blades crossed in front of the girl's face. Jane was in front of the little girl. The man's mouth opened slightly and he asked what she was just going to do to their daughter. The parents were standing behind the girl. The dark-haired girl raised her hand to her face, thinking that this was bad and that they were not normal people, deciding that it was time to get out of there. The people in front of her disappeared. The guy appeared behind her and struck. Jane looked ahead in horror and cursed, then exclaimed that her body did not obey her and that she could not use the ring. The girl's mother stood in front of her when she asked how she dared to try to hurt her daughter. She looked ahead menacingly and advised her to prepare to see what an angry mother was capable of. The girl swung the scythe, cutting off the arm. Jane's mouth opened wide and screamed. She was hit on the back. She fell to the floor in front of her attackers. The guy in the helmet appeared and exclaimed that he was there, then asked if they had already dealt with her. The father approached his daughter and said that this ant would not harm her anymore. Then the girl thanked her parents. The guy in the helmet opened his mouth and said that they both got too into their roles. Anna and Chuck looked in the same direction when they apologized, answering that his murderous mothers and daughters were too interesting. The guy raised his hands and exclaimed that they were done there, and that everyone was free to go. The older people took off their masks. The cashier did the same. Clark stood in front of the main character when he said that it was a good job, and that he would raise their salaries when they returned. Anna looked at him and asked if they were all his people, to which he replied that of course, and that everyone who was there now was his subordinate. The girl looked ahead in amazement when she asked how he knew that Jane would come there. The boy opened his mouth and replied that nothing would have changed if she had come to a different place, and that the entire city was crawling with his people, even the homeless were professional killers. Clark looked pleased when he said that it was difficult to catch someone who could teleport at any moment, but they needed her alive, so they had to act carefully so that she would not suspect anything. The protagonist looked ahead approvingly and said that, as expected from a syndicate of assassins, and then thanked him. The boys stood behind him when he suggested that they return to the temple, explaining that it was time for Frank to prove himself. The sun was shining on the city when someone exclaimed that the current champion was a level 4 elementalist, and that she even had a teleportation ring. The men looked at each other when one of them asked if he thought the killer clown would be able to find her, to which the other replied that he doubted it, and that even if he did, she had a ring. The huge screen turned on when someone asked where she was. An image of the death clown appeared and he exclaimed that he didn't know where this Jane had gone. Frank grabbed his head and added that he couldn't find her and therefore couldn't kill her either, and then wondered what he should do. He covered his face with his hand as he said that he really was a stupid clown now. The spotlights illuminated his back as he laughed. Frank turned his head to the side and exclaimed that it was a joke. He pointed to the sphere and said that it was there. The girl pulled her legs up and called for help, begging to be saved. The people looked scared, asking if she didn't have a teleportation ring and how this could have happened. The death clown raised his hands and said that Jane had killed 17 innocent people who were participating in the immortal game. He crossed his fingers and exclaimed that he was sentencing her to death. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed. Energy streams were directed towards the sphere. There were people standing in front of the screen. Someone pointed forward and said that in the end, the winner was still killed by the clown. The man looked ahead in shock when he asked what it was. A red substance appeared on the screen when Frank asked if they noticed it. The death clown spread his arms out to the sides and offered to explain everything to everyone, and then revealed that it was the demon queen, who was a monster that could absorb other living beings, asking how they thought it came from in the champion's body. The demoness leaned forward and began to scream. Her naked body was engulfed in flames as she asked how he knew about her, and then exclaimed that she would kill him. She glared, frowning. The monster rushed towards Frank. The demoness extended her hand towards him as he said that all participants in the immortal game would share the same fate, and that it would be death. The demon queen flicked her tail, sticking out her tongue. The death clown touched her as he said that even monsters cannot use this game to enter their world. Frank ended up behind the demoness. His back was turned as he tore her flesh. The death clown extended his hand forward as he said that the winner drank the immortality potion, and then asked how the monster in her body came about. Frank touched his head as he suggested that perhaps the immortality from the immortal game came with a parasite as a gift. The death clown smiled widely and turned to his friends, then asked if they wanted someone else in their body. Dark shapes were visible in front of the screen. People were silently looking in one direction. Sweat appeared on people's faces when a system notification appeared, stating that the insignificant clown, in order to deprive people of immortality, not only killed their champions, but also infused monsters into their bodies. Clouds floated above the city as people were asked not to let him trick them. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest and asked what kind of pathetic excuse this was, then exclaimed that they were clearly desperate. Spotlights were shining on the death clown as system notifications appeared, stating that this time, if they took first place, they would receive an even more powerful defense device, namely the teleportation amulet, and that it would automatically reflect the first enemy attack, giving them enough time to teleport. Clark looked ahead carefully. Anna looked away with concern. The protagonists looked ahead menacingly when they were informed that the recording was opening right now. The spaceship was near the planet. The guys were standing in front of the screen. William looked serious when he said that the rewards were getting better and better, and that he wondered if this would encourage people to join this pointless battle. The protagonist stood behind the screen as he said that the immortal game had failed to properly answer their questions, and that they had no proof that Frank had put the demon in that girl, and not them. Chuck was shown in profile as he added that until they gave him a clear answer, he didn't think people would risk their lives for a dubious prize. Anna looked ahead tensely as he said that there was one more important thing, and that despite all the rewards and privileges the game offered, the clown still killed all the winners. The man opened his mouth and started talking about demonic parasites and death, summing up that these were the consequences of participating in the immortal game. Clark looked ahead confidently and asked if they really thought anyone would even decide to participate. Then notifications appeared stating that all their doubts should have disappeared a long time ago, and that this was the best prize in all the games, so they should sign up right now. An aerial view of the city was shown as someone questioned why he would participate, and whether he looked like a fool. People looked unhappy as they started cursing at the immortal game, saying that no winner had ever survived. A guy looked straight ahead as he said that the numbers spoke for themselves after a notification appeared saying that the registration time had expired and that the total number of new randomly selected players in this world was 0. Lightning flashed in the sky. A vortex appeared above the people as they were called pathetic, adding that immortality was right in front of them, yet they were blinded by their stupidity and ignorance. A guy looked ahead in fear as they were told that the day of judgment was coming, and then they were asked if they really believed that they could survive. Lightning flashed in his eyes as a notification appeared that he would be watching their deaths from the immortal tower, and that a terrible end awaited the pathetic creatures. An ominous silhouette appeared as they were warned that one day they would all regret making such a choice. Lightning pierced the purple haze. The strange glow began to fade. It was raining near the buildings. A strong wind blew. The planet was shown from space. Anna opened her mouth and said that only a fool would agree to kill a bunch of people in order to become a host for a parasite. William clenched his fist in front of him and exclaimed that they had won, and that they had beaten the immortal game. Monica walked up to the protagonist and addressed him, saying that there was more good news. The protagonist looked at the goddess of justice, who said that the research on the planet's micro-defender had been successfully completed, and that the prototype was ready. Several bracelets appeared in front of her hand. Chuck and Frank were standing in front of her when she asked him to test them, to which the guy replied that she should assume that he was a newbie and was logging into the game for the first time, and then asked for some advice. Monica was shown in profile when she said that the cultivation knowledge for new players was ready. The protagonist was standing in front of the screen when he said that he wanted to practice using this hand-to-hand combat technique, so he asked her to help him figure it out. The guy stared ahead. He closed his eyes. The protagonist began to change positions when he was told that his strikes were too slow, and then asked to relax his shoulders and not bend over so much. Chuck bent his arm in front of him, then he was told that there were weak points in his defense. He opened his mouth and exhaled. Monica was in front of the system window when she summarized that there were only 4 flaws in his fighting technique, adding that she asked him to look at the screen to see what he needed to work on. The dark-haired youth looked forward with satisfaction as he said that the help had been sorted out and that everything was fine, and now he wanted to check the work of the rescue missions, reporting that a person had been detected 500 meters away who was requesting help. The goddess of justice opened her mouth and replied that the rescue mission had been set up, and that she asked everyone to stand still and not make loud sounds. Frank clenched his fist as Monica added that it was an urgent mission and that he was suitable for it. The ghoul looked at his hand as she informed him that he would receive a Freedom Federation medal as a reward for completing the task, and then asked if he accepted the mission, to which he responded in the affirmative. Frank's red pupils narrowed. He found himself in front of the protagonist, who said that the rescue mission was complete, and then thanked her. The ghoul looked ahead in surprise as the goddess of justice summed up that he had successfully completed the mission and that he would receive a medal as a reward, then asked him to accept her congratulations. Anna looked ahead intently as William exclaimed that it was not bad and that the game looked awesome. Frank turned his head to the side as he said that he had a question and that most games had a class selection, and then wondered if they should add a mechanic like that as well. Clark stood next to the man as he answered that most cultivators awaken their powers on their own during their lifetime, and that it required innate talent. Chuck looked serious as he exclaimed that as long as they had enough awakening potions, normal people would be able to become cultivators too. The boys were standing near the table when the protagonist explained that they could produce potions of heavenly techniques thanks to the recipe they had recently obtained, and that the Federation could produce similar ones, but for warrior cultivators. And then he said that the only thing left was the potion of awakening the 5 elements from the Fushi Empire, and that he and Anna would go there on the way back. Concluding that if they got the recipe, everyone would be able to choose their own path of development. The ghoul was standing in front of him when he reminded him that there was another problem, namely the reward system, and that the immortal game had immortality potions, and then asked about what they would have then. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead. He imagined blades and books when he thought about potions, weapons, and cultivation techniques, all of which could be used as rewards. The protagonist looked thoughtful, thinking that there was no need to provide the players with something so dangerous for now, and that even simple energy-strengthening techniques would be enough to attract their attention. He imagined a dark silhouette as he thought about using this game to open the door to a new world for them. The boy smiled slightly and replied that he would figure it out and that he should not worry. Chuck looked ahead confidently as he exclaimed that there was one reward that would turn everyone's heads. A view of a spaceship opened up. A question was heard from inside that he was going to receive an inheritance. Looking at the girl, the hero asked if his help was needed, to which she replied that no, only a family member could go this way. Gritting his teeth, he added that by the way, about this paternal inheritance, she had an idea of what it could be, to which she replied that she had no idea, but her father said that only the first king was able to master it. Frowning, Anna asked what she thought. Turning her head, she added that she should take the risk. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that yes, the world would never be the same again, and their future was unknown. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to withstand difficulties. He hoped that she would succeed. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that if she was going to get this inheritance, she would also need the symbol of the god of death. Standing in front of her, Chuck replied that she should take it. Holding the pendant in his hands, he added that he should just be careful and come back soon. The girl grinned and responded approvingly. Waving her hand, Anna said that he should wait for her. Looking at her, the hero thought that he should also hurry up and take the chance to attack the Shinwu kingdom and increase his cultivation level. Standing still, he said that he wanted to return to the training world. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared. A human military camp appeared. A glow appeared from the tent. Raising his hand, Chuck asked what these were, flying ships. Looking at the ships, he added that people no longer trusted the spirit beasts, and without them, flying required a huge amount of energy. Many ships were flying in the sky. The hero opened his eyes wide and said that the ships had spirit stones embedded in them, which was already better than one person's spirit energy. George frowned when he heard that these were all their ships, to which he replied that that was right. He was just about to give them names. Pointing at the ship, he added that wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were the 4 swords, but in the end, he still chose the best ones, easy to understand and pleasant to the ear, thereby Wa Palace could not lose. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what and how he would eventually name them. Smiling, the colonel replied that it was like that. Suddenly, he jumped up. He hit the ship with a brush. The paint spread over it. Inscriptions appeared on the ship. Letters appeared on the sail. Raising his head up, the guy asked what he thought. Pretty good. He had read many ancient texts and eventually came up with this option. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that the name was good, but he should not tell the master about it, otherwise she would kill them, to which the guy replied that she would never understand the aesthetics of such a name. Chuck looked at the red particles in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he should go to the commander's tent. They should plan their attack. The tent appeared. Sitting at the table, the girl asked that she knew what it was. Bowing, the hero replied that it was the treasure of the Holy King. With its help one can summon heavenly demons. Lowering her head, the master replied that it was wrong. This artifact creates a connection between 2 dimensions. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what it meant that the demons could start a war anywhere in the world thanks to him. He was right. Looking at the artifact, Layla said that the power of this artifact was limited. It could only create a one-way passage, so this thing was useless to them. She gritted her teeth and added that they would soon attack the Shinwu kingdom, so she would tell him what his mission was. His job was to patrol the territory, while scouting out the situation at the front. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that he asked to let her lead the people into battle in the front lines, to which the girl replied that despite his achievements as a strategist, he was still not even 20 years old. She did not think that the warriors would want to follow such a young leader. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that then he could lead a small detachment, asking to give him a chance. With her arms crossed, the master said that she had thought about making him a commander, but had decided to abandon the idea. Frowning, she added that the Shinwu kingdom was a very strange place. It would be safer for him to move around alone. Once she had figured out the situation, she could give him a whole squad under her command. Looking at her, Chuck asked what was strange, in what way. Monsters appeared in the valley. It was heard that there were no great monster commanders and subordinate creatures in this kingdom. He was afraid that there were much more dangerous forces there. If he met them, he would have to retreat immediately. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he asked not to protect him from such trifles. Let him tell her what was really bothering her. The girl closed her eyes. Looking down, she replied that since he asked, she would be honest with him. Looking straight ahead, Layla said that she might die in the Shinwu kingdom. The forest appeared, and it was heard that among the three saints, she sensed spiritual energy better than anyone else, so she noticed it before the others. Reading the ancient spell scrolls, all of them gave the same result. Standing behind the girl, the hero asked what it meant. She did not want to endanger them because she herself would soon die. Stretching out her hand, the master said that she had collected all the treasures of their kingdom here, all the elixirs and martial arts techniques needed to develop his abilities. Looking to the side, she added that his mentor had not yet passed the ascension, and Maya was still too young. Frowning, the girl said that if she were gone, he would be the only hope of the Flower Clan. Holding out the bag forward, she added that so he would have to pave the way for everyone to a bright future. The hero took the bag in his hands. He frowned and turned to her. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he should think about himself too, leave this Wushu kingdom. Closing his eyes, the girl said that despite her habit of shirking work, sometimes she must go forward to meet fate. Standing behind her, Chuck heard that if she ran away, everyone else would die. The hero froze in amazement. Turning around, Layla said that there was no need to worry about her. Frowning, she added that fate always gives a chance to survive. These are the rules of the game. Her life is dear to her, so she does not intend to give up without a fight. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that even such a powerful girl as a mentor is in mortal danger. What is going on in this Shinwu world? Standing next to him, the girl said that he should promise that if they, the followers of her clan, suddenly find themselves in danger, they will immediately run away. This is her order. Walking forward, she heard him asking to come back alive. Raising her hand up, Layla said that he shouldn't worry, she wasn't that easy to kill. Suddenly, the girl disappeared. System notifications appeared. Looking away, the hero thought that the very fact that this place existed was already shocking, and the system wanted him to find out the whole truth about it. What should he do? The forest appeared. A notification about a new task appeared. The protagonist raised his head up. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that two missions appeared one after another, though the first one looked more like an order, while the second one looked more like a personal task. Was the system trying to help him with this? Chuck frowned and added that everything was only getting more and more confusing, but one thing was clear to him for sure, he couldn't let the mentor die. Clenching his fist, he asked again. Looking down, the hero said that no one would die, either the master nor him. Looking straight ahead, he added that until the end of his days he, Chuck, would be loyal to her. The protagonist frowned and said that the follower of the Flower Clan refused to follow her order. Hellish clouds appeared. The ships flew forward rapidly. Frowning, the hero thought that so much time had passed since he fought on the battlefield. Standing on the ship, he told the general that he would be in the vanguard, wishing him to return to them in triumph. Grinning, the girl replied that she wished him the same, that he should not dare to die. Standing on the edge of the ship, the guy said that he was forced to stay here, so he would not be able to help him on the front lines. He should take care of himself. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he should not worry. People hung in the air. It was heard that attention, cultivators. Looking to the side, the man shouted that they were starting an attack on Wushu. The boys looked furiously and exclaimed. Suddenly they rushed forward. Bright beams continued behind them. The ships flew straight into the sphere. A view of the ship opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he had returned. Frowning, the girl shouted that they were going forward. The boy looked angrily. The monsters looked at the ships. Suddenly, the ship stopped near them. The girl ran forward quickly. A bright yellow beam flashed behind her. Suddenly, she stopped. Swinging her arm, the girl shouted that they were coming for the general. The monsters looked furiously at the ships. Rushing forward, the boy shouted that it was time for them to intervene. He smiled broadly. Suddenly, ice appeared in front of him. People were hitting the monsters. The fiery sphere flew straight. The man stood on the ship. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he had not fought in such a meat grinder since the battle with the demon lord. He would like to fight him again, but now is not the time. He frowned and added that he did not have time for such thoughts. If the mentor was really in danger of death, then he must change fate itself. Meteorites were flying towards Shinwu. The monsters froze in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the creature asked where the reinforcements were. The guy frowned. It sounded like they asked for help, but never received an answer. Damn, at this rate they will all die. Suddenly, the man looked in surprise. Pointing ahead, he said to let him look. A flying ship. Reinforcements have arrived. The ship flew into the sphere. Looking down, the hero said that he was a general of the spy squad. He came to check if everything was okay. Looking at him, the guy asked if he was alone here, to which he replied that yes, let him report the situation. Lowering his head, the warriors said that 80% of their soldiers were killed, including the commander. They asked for backup, but no one came. Standing on the ship, the protagonist said that a real meat grinder was currently taking place in Shinwu. Reinforcements were unlikely to arrive here anytime soon. Looking straight ahead, he added that there were not so many monsters here. Together they would easily repel their attack. Chuck frowned and thought that destroying monsters for the sake of obtaining spiritual power to enhance his cultivation was his main goal. Turning his head, he said that everyone should listen to his order, stop defending, they were going to counterattack. A glow appeared near the ship. The monster raised its head in surprise. The hero swung his sword. Suddenly, he swung it sharply and said that he would clear the way for them, let them cover him. The boys frowned and responded approvingly. They rushed towards the huge dragon. The protagonist struck the monster. It landed on the ground. Bright particles fell on the floor. Turning around, Chuck thought that this one was probably the strongest of them. A bright light appeared around the monster. Looking at it, the hero thought that its power was comparable to the cultivators of the Golden Kingdom. Suddenly, the monster swung its weapon. It struck the ground. Rocks flew up. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up. Looking down, the monster said that, but even so, nothing special. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide. A beam flew across the monster's head. The creature's eyes lit up. The guys looked in amazement. The hero was standing on the corpse of the monster. It was standing in the smoke. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he would kill them all as quickly as possible and come to the aid of the others. The ship froze in the air. Looking to the side, the soldier thought that thank God that Mr. Chuck was with them, otherwise they would all have become food for the monsters. The protagonist looked at the notification. Frowning, he thought that he had just finished off the giant dragonfly, the dragon, and that ogre. He had plenty of points, and then unlocked the title. A message about a new title appeared. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this was a good skill. In a fierce battle, he could minimize the expenditure of spiritual power. Standing behind him, the guy said that there was a general's camp ahead. Frowning, Chuck said that he should prepare to board. The ship was approaching the battle camp. People got off the ship. Frowning, the hero said that he was a general of the spy squad, here to scout the situation, asked where the general was, to which the guy replied that he had gone on a mission and had not returned yet. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was planning to ask him to organize a defensive formation for him so that he could break through to the gold level of cultivation, but apparently not today. Frowning, he asked what kind of mission it was that required the general's help. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and shouted to look at the sky. Chuck looked in amazement and asked what was happening to the barrier. Bright lightning appeared in the air. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that it was so dark, as if it was Judgment Day. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. A bright beam flew through the barrier. It flew forward rapidly. The beam flew along the lightning. The man flew to the side. Opening his eyes wide, he said that he had never seen such strange magic in his life. A palm appeared behind him. The thought of a saint arose. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted for him to come. A bright beam hit him. A palm appeared in front of him. A bright light with lightning appeared. The man spat out blood. Looking up, he asked that his attack dissipated. Standing next to him, Layla replied that they knew nothing about their enemy. They couldn't go straight ahead. Suddenly, she disappeared and added that they needed to retreat. Raising his head, the hero thought that the two saints had retreated. Frowning, he added, what was behind the barrier? Lightning was flying in the air. Pointing ahead, the guy shouted to let them look. There were monsters. The creatures rushed forward. It was heard that they were advancing. There was no time to rest. Beams appeared behind the monsters. Charges rushed towards the camp. It was heard that this was quite strange, because the fiery rain was supposed to destroy all these creatures in Shinwu. The protagonist frowned and thought that maybe the cultivator who created this hellish downpour wanted to interfere with the saints. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. A ship was flying among the flames. The guy looked in surprise and shouted that this was the general's flying ship. The girl frowned and shouted for them to go away. Chuck stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted that he would help her. He stretched his weapon out in front of him and shouted for the cultivators to protect the ship. Standing still, the boy responded approvingly. A bright beam flew in front of the ship. A blow flew at the monster. The ship flew forward rapidly. The ship stood on the tower, and it was heard that he should urgently take the general to the healers. Looking at the man, the hero asked that he was wounded by monsters, to which the girl replied that no, it looked like a wound from a sword. Looking at her, he asked again. Lowering her head down, Amanda said that 3 saints ordered them to search the ruins, and the general was able to find a disc. Because of his curiosity, he decided to try to improve the formation, but instead received a serious soul curse. Frowning, the protagonist asked what weapon that wounds the soul. Raising her hand up, the girl said that they brought a lot of things from those ruins, maybe take a look, to which he responded approvingly. Chuck jumped onto the ship. He frowned. Standing in front of the weapon, the hero said what it was. Stretching his hand forward, he said that it did not look like an ordinary sword. The protagonist took it in his hands. A notification appeared that the mission was completed. Looking at the sword, he asked that it was completed. Well, a divine mission cannot be so simple. Looking down, Chuck said, really? The hero took the weapon with both hands. Looking at the sword, he introduced himself and asked if it could do anything for him. There was no answer from the sword. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he could not believe it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Chuck looked at the weapon in amazement. Smiling, he said that after all, he was not mistaken, this sword has a soul. Weapons appeared among the lightning. A thought appeared that due to the peculiarities of the materials in the cultivation world, there were few weapons that could accommodate a soul. The man held a blade in his hands. It was said that, however, those who possessed it were worthy of being called legendary. A spirit appeared in front of the man. A thought appeared that spiritual weapons were not only stronger and more powerful in themselves, but they also strengthened their owner. Looking at the weapon, the hero thought that despite the fact that he had a soul, he could not interact with it. A notification about a divine mission appeared. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that this was luck. He turned his head to the side. Looking at the sword, Chuck thought that he wanted him to follow him, and where? A notification appeared in front of him, and he added that a good attitude, the system would not give useless missions, so you need to follow him. Standing next to him, the girl asked what happened. Frowning, the hero said that he would be back soon, until then let him protect their fleet. Looking at him, the girl turned. Watching the hero, the guy asked why the general flew for the sword, and the other added that who knows, he thinks it's one of the clan's strange magic techniques. The protagonist jumped from side to side. He quickly ran after the sword. Suddenly, Chuck stopped in front of the sword. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that he wanted him to take it. Okay. The hero touched the sword. A glow appeared around his hand. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. Frowning, the protagonist asked again. The stones flew up. Chuck abruptly rushed forward. A blue beam appeared. He stretched the sword in front of him. The hero flew above the ground. He landed down. The protagonist looked at the weapon and thought that it lit up. Lava appeared. A thought appeared that he did not know that in the depths of Shenwu there was a huge pit filled with lava. Standing in front of the pit, Chuck thought about the fact that this is not ordinary lava. This is the physical embodiment of the spiritual flame. If an ordinary person touches it, he will immediately turn to ashes. The sword flew over the lava. The hero frowned and thought about how to help him. Sparks flew off the lava. A blade was stuck into the stone. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what his missing part was. Frowning, Chuck said that he had yet to reach the golden stage, so he could not fly. He could only hover, and then for a couple of seconds, part of the blade was too far away. He could not reach it. The sword began to circle around the axis. Standing still, the hero said that he should not worry. Now he had enough strength to move to a new level. Looking to the side, he added that if he succeeded, he would help him. The protagonist sat down on the ground. Taking the weapon in his hands, he said that since he was alone here, he would have to defend himself at the same time. Chuck put the sword on the ground. Closing his eyes, he said that he wanted to increase his cultivation level. Suddenly, bright rays appeared around him. White smoke began to rise up. A glow appeared on the side of the lava. A notification about spiritual power points appeared in front of the hero. Bella, looking at him, said that the smell of this boy's soul was different from the others. She smiled and added that by killing him, she would become much stronger. The girl took a step forward. Bella rushed forward and said that while he was busy, she would finish him off. Suddenly, she looked surprised. The sorceress deftly parried the blow. She clenched her teeth tightly. The girl was rapidly approaching the hero. Stretching her hand forward, she shouted that he should give her his soul. A glow appeared around the protagonist. He clenched his teeth tightly. A beam appeared in front of the girl, and the sound of exorcism of evil spirits was heard. She opened her eyes in surprise. A blow flew at the sorceress. It was heard that she would come closer and die. The hero opened his eyes. Looking at the weapon, he thought that the sword of the earth itself finished her off. The holy sword has the power to protect its owner, which means that the sword of the earth also has a soul. Standing in front of him, the sword said that he should concentrate on raising his level. It will take care of the rest. Looking at it, the protagonist thanked it. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he had a lot of questions, but now was clearly not the best time to ask them. Closing his eyes, Chuck thought that he would ask him about this later. Bright lightning appeared around him. Stretching his hands in front of him, the hero spoke of a thunderous aura. A blue glow appeared. The protagonist raised his head up. His cloak flew up. Lowering his head, Chuck thought that he felt how spiritual energy passes through his entire body. He reached the gold level. He froze and added that this was a familiar feeling. White rays appeared in front of him. The hero's soul flew out of him. The rays flew straight. The man's eyes lit up, a thought appeared, as he thought. Smiling, the man asked what he smelled like from another world. He was now at war, said that as expected, nothing changes, people continue to clash in meaningless battles. Looking at him, the hero replied that let him ask him a question. If a powerful saint received a prophecy that he or she would die, then is there any way to avoid such a fate? Frowning, the giant replied that saints can see their own future. The stronger they are, the more likely it will come true. Looking at the hero, he added that as for him, he is 1,000 times stronger than all these saints put together, and also predicted his fate. As he sees it, even he could not avoid it, because of which he was forever imprisoned here. The man's eyes lit up and he said that, but of course, there is still a chance if a new variable appears that will affect the future itself. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked that someone just needs to help, and that's all. People touched each other with their hands. It was heard that it was like a turbulent river. He was drowning in it without any hope of salvation, until someone appeared who would lend him a helping hand, but let him know that changing the course of fate requires sacrifice. Frowning, Chuck asked what and what kind. Life for life. The man's eyes lit up and he answered that it was not always like that. It was impossible to predict what they would demand in return. Something unexpected could always happen. Frowning, he added that he hoped he would not become the bearer of such a burden. He was too weak to challenge fate. Looking at him, the hero replied that he understood. Portals appeared in the air, and he asked what was happening. The man, looking at him, answered that the bloodhounds, he needed to drive them away, but he could not use his powers while he was here. Standing in front of him, the protagonist heard that time was running out and he had to leave, to which he replied that he then asked to be told how to stop the invasion of monsters. Looking straight ahead, the giant furiously shouted that he should gather the sources of all 5 elements and combine them into a single thread, then transfer it to another dimension. Lightning suddenly appeared near the portals. There were more and more lightning bolts. Lowering his head, the giant shouted that then this thread would lead its original world. The hero looked at him in surprise. Frowning, he asked what he meant by leading to his original world. A fog appeared in front of the man. It shouted loudly that it would merge with another world. Lowering his head, the man shouted that then the living beings of that world would become much stronger. Suddenly, the dead appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he thanked him. Frowning, he added that he would save him one day. A pit filled with lava appeared, and he heard that thank you for protecting him. A glow appeared around the sword, and he heard that there was no need. In his past battles he had already proven that he was an excellent swordsman and cultivator. He was worthy of being its master. Looking at the sword, Chuck heard that soon there would be no stone left here, and he had not yet reached the required level. He could not just watch it. The hero frowned, hearing that a storm was approaching, but he would remove the power seal and meet it with him. A special event notification appeared. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that in his past life he had never possessed such a powerful weapon. The message said that a special event was detected, the fateful mission was changed. Looking at it, Chuck thought that apparently the task was changed because of the earthen sword. A message about the fateful mission appeared. Looking at the message, the hero asked what was in the sealed sphere. He frowned and thought that the sword of karma. There are only 2 such weapons that have the unique ability to interfere with the laws of the universe. Messages about swords appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about what to awaken. The more techniques, the more chances to survive. He closed his eyes. A notification appeared that the drawn shadow was awakened. Chuck frowned. Looking at the sword, he asked what he should do to save his master's life, to which the sword replied that if he wanted to help her, he needed to achieve perfection, but for now he was too weak. Surprised, the hero opened his eyes, thinking that the earthen sword said the same thing as that giant. Looking down, he added that apparently he needed to become much stronger before the worst happened, only then he could change the future. The sword hit his armor. Turning his head, the protagonist said that there was no need to rush him. He grinned and added that he was on his way. Suddenly Chuck jumped up. He was flying fast over the pit of lava. Suddenly he landed on the ground. The hero looked at the part of the sword. Reaching out his hand, he asked that all he had to do was just get it out of here, right? A glow appeared near his hand. The fragment was emitting blue particles. Lowering his head, Chuck said that he should get out. Blue rays were flying around him. Looking up, he said that there was no need, he was free now. The hero looked at the notification in surprise and thought about what was happening. A message about a divine mission appeared, and he added that the task was not completed. Looking at the lava, the protagonist asked that all this was because of the meteor shower. Standing still, he added that he was still walking since he left. Although his strength exceeded that of the 3 saints, even he could not handle the constant rain of fire. Chuck looked at the sword in surprise. He began to follow him. The hero looked at the surface and said what it was. The sword began to fly around the surface. The protagonist landed on it. Chuck looked away in confusion. Looking at the fish, the hero said that he did not expect to see a fish so deep underground. Crouching down, he added that he should not worry, it was safe here. The protagonist took the fish in his hands. It jumped up. Chuck looked at the fish in surprise. He turned his head. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He stretched out his hand forward. A notification appeared that he had received the pearl of the dragonfish. Grinning, the protagonist said that he thanked her. He looked at the sword. Chuck turned his attention to the fish. The fish rushed towards the sword. It possessed itself right into the weapon. Looking at the sword, the hero thought that the golden dragonfish was probably the soul of this sword. Water appeared near the sword. An inscription appeared behind it. Notifications about the dragon sword appeared. The hero looked at the sword. Looking at the disc, he thought that some coordinates appeared on the disc. Taking the disc in his hand, the protagonist asked what he wanted to say, that as soon as he became stronger, he would be able to move to this place. Looking at the sword, Chuck said okay, agreed. The fish flew around the sword. The sword suddenly flew up, and the hero said that he hoped they would see each other again soon. A notification about the divine mission appeared. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the giant told him that he was too weak, and the mission confirmed his words. Only by becoming stronger, he would be able to meet what awaited him ahead. Jumping up, he added that it was probably time for him to return to the battlefield. The world of Shenwu appeared. The monsters looked at the glow. The girl waved her hand. Chuck was hanging in the air. Holding the sword in his hands, he said that he should attack with all his might. A glow appeared around the sword and he replied that he would be only glad. Grinning, the hero said about the title of assassin. Lightning struck behind the monsters. Suddenly, a bright sphere appeared. Particles flew around the sword. The hero's eyes lit up. He frowned. A message about an instant kill appeared. Spiritual power was restored. The protagonist began to strike at the monsters. He swung his sword. Chuck swung it sharply. He looked forward angrily. The protagonist dodged the blows. The monster rushed forward. The thought appeared that the horned winged fish of the final gold phase, its speed is faster than light. It quickly flew towards the hero. The protagonist swung his hand. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Rays rushed upward. Chuck took a step forward. The beams flew at the monsters. Notifications appeared that instant kill, spiritual power restored. The protagonist stood still. Looking at the monster, he said that a high-level monster with the Yuanin rank, which is a level higher than him. The creature looked at him angrily. Frowning, the protagonist said that but now he has an earthen sword with him, he can defeat this monster. He swung the sword. A glow appeared around him. The monster's eyes lit up. A blue beam appeared. A notification appeared that instant kill, spiritual power restored, 200 points of spiritual power spent. Lowering his head, Chuck said that this is not enough, he needs to become even stronger, he must increase his level. Lightning appeared around him. A message appeared that 300 points of spiritual power were spent. He reached the final stage of development of the gold level. Blood flew out of the hero's mouth. He lowered his head down. A notification appeared that he was trying to raise his level too quickly. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that so be it, he knew what he was doing. Taking a step forward, he thought that in his past life, he had reached the level before the saint. He had already passed the gold level. This would not affect him and his abilities. Looking at the sky, Chuck said that the number of monsters was only increasing. If he gave up now, then they would all end. Grinning, he added that he had a plan to turn the tide of battle. Lightning appeared around the sword and he asked what he was planning. Stretching the sword forward, the hero said that he would reach the Yunan level right here and now. Bright lightning appeared. It was heard that according to the laws of heaven and earth, cultivators who go through several awakenings in a row, wanting to become stronger, are struck by a deadly thunderstorm. No person can withstand its power. The protagonist tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. Frowning, he said that the storm is not a problem for him. Chuck swung his sword. It was heard that then, what will he do if he survives the lightning strike? A mere mortal with the Yuan level will not be able to turn the tide of this battle. No, really. A glow appeared around the sword. The hero smiled and replied that it was true. He would use the power of the thunderstorm to wipe the monsters off the face of the earth. The monsters screamed furiously. The girl swung her sword. Her eyes glowed brightly. Ice appeared around them. The girl and the guy stood back to back. Frowning, Amanda said that there were too many of them, asked how many were left. Gritting her teeth, the guy replied that the cultivators of the 3rd and 4th legions had fallen. They only had 4 squads left. Rushing forward, the girl said that they should continue to send requests for reinforcements, otherwise they would all be finished. A yellow beam appeared. The beam hit the monster. Lightning appeared in the sky. The guy frowned and asked what this feeling was. A heavenly thunderstorm. Looking away, the girl asked what kind of crazy person decided to break through to a new level right on the battlefield. Wanted to die early. Turning around, Martin said that he should wait, this crazy person. The protagonist stood on a hill. He heard that it was the same. Spheres were flying in the sky. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that in all the tens of thousands of years of his existence, he had never met such a crazy cultivator. Grinning, he replied that he would not be able to reveal his full potential without losing his mind. Lightning rushed forward. Chuck jumped up sharply. He flew rapidly towards the sphere. Swinging, the hero shouted that he was just in time. He frowned. The protagonist's eyes lit up. A glow appeared in front of him. The sphere abruptly flew to the side. The blow flew straight to the ground. A crushing explosion occurred. Turning her head, the girl shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. The hero's eyes were burning. It was heard that they should get away from the affected area as far as possible. The spheres rushed to the sky. Frowning, the protagonist said that and again. He swung his sword. Chuck struck the sphere. The hero looked to the side. He struck again. A bright beam struck the ground. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wheezed. Lightning flew around him. It was heard that he had gone through several awakenings and even withstood the blows of the heavenly thunderstorm. His soul was badly damaged. If he continued like this, his body would not withstand it. Water poured onto the pearl. Chuck opened his eyes in amazement. A notification appeared that the spiritual pearl of the dragonfish was activated. His soul was completely restored. Looking down, the hero asked what healed all the wounds so quickly. Incredible. He even wondered what kind of fish it was. Looking at the sword, he heard that it would be repeated. But in all his time of existence, he had never seen someone so reckless. Let him not dare to die here. To which the protagonist replied that he should not worry. A weak electric shock and a bunch of monsters could not kill him. They were just another step to the top. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that a faceless giant. Opening his eyes in surprise, he added that he had met him before. But then he was too weak and could only run away from the battlefield. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that, however, now everything had changed. He swung his sword sharply. A blow flew at the monster. Swinging his sword, the protagonist shouted about the blow of 7 swords. A bright beam hit him. Blue lightning appeared. They rushed towards the giant. The hero's eyes lit up. The monster fell to the ground. The guy looked at him in surprise. He heard that he was crazy. He was probably the first person in history to turn the tide of battle with a divine storm. Lightning struck the ground. The hero's eyes lit up. A notification appeared that the player had successfully reached the yuan level. The current spiritual power limit was increased to 200. He looked to the side. A message appeared that he had received the ability to return the swallow. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had unlocked the return of the swallow. A message appeared that his leveling speed was amazing. He received a corresponding reward. A notification appeared in front of Chuck. It was said that he had the opportunity to choose the abilities of 2 different stages. The heavenly choice of the gold level and yuan will be combined into one. The double heavenly choice task consists of 7 parts. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that he would be able to get a heavenly ability. With it, he would have a much better chance of surviving the apocalypse. Taking a step forward, Amanda said that although he saved them, it was too reckless. He could have died, and the guy added that yes, and besides, in the morning he was a gold-level cultivator, and now he is a yuan. How is that possible? Turning around, the protagonist replied that the Shenwu world is very dangerous, so the teacher shared her power with him and helped him. Frowning, he asked that the disc that disabled the general was still with her, to which the girl answered approvingly. Stretching out her hand forward, she asked what but why he needed it. Looking at the disc, Chuck replied that he needed to make sure of something. A glow began to emanate from the disc. Frowning, the hero thought that he knew it. He had a soul. He closed his eyes, hearing what he did with that cultivator. The protagonist froze in amazement, hearing that he had no idea who he was. But he was dangerous to him, so he got what he deserved, to which he thought that so that's what it was. Looking directly, Chuck said that the general lost consciousness because he tried to forcibly get the disc and use it without asking permission from his soul. He angered the spirit, for which he was punished. Looking at him, Amanda asked again and said that but the general was not the only one who suffered from him. Several more scouts also lost consciousness when trying to use the disc. Standing next to her, the guy said that every weapon in this world has a soul. He did not think that Shenwu was so successful in creating weapons. Holding the disc in his hands, the hero said that this disc is a portal to ancient ruins. He must inspect them. Looking at him, the girl replied that she would go with him, to which the guy added that he would too. Frowning, the protagonist said okay, they'll figure it out together. A bright beam hit the ground. Standing in the middle of the temple, the girl said that it was a Buddhist temple, what they would do next. The disc flew forward. It approached the bull. Chuck, his eyes wide open in surprise, said that it looked like the disc was bowing. He thought they should repeat after it. They bowed. A glow appeared from the bull. The hero looked in surprise and asked again. The girl's eyes widened in amazement. The guy looked forward in surprise. The beams spread across the temple. Looking straight ahead, Amanda said that they had entered the space of knowledge. The power of the artifact was enough to transfer them here. The guy looked in surprise and asked what it was. A bright glow appeared around them. They landed on the ground. People were standing on a platform. It seemed that they were ghosts of the past. Spirits appeared. It was heard that the weapons and armor of these cultivators, all of them were once alive. The girl frowned and said that this overwhelming aura could only be compared to meeting the 3 saints. She couldn't believe it. 6 holy warriors existed in this world. What unimaginable power they encountered. The spirits flew up. It was heard that it was unbelievable. The warriors appeared. It was said that these 4 were not just saints, they were even a level higher. If they were so powerful, how could they lose? A glow appeared on the platform. It was heard that their strength and spiritual weapons could not stop the collapse of the Shinwu world. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the ghost said that with their combined efforts, they would summon a spirit today. A bright glow appeared in the air. The hero frowned and thought that they were probably going to use a secret technique to create a hole in space to summon a certain spirit. He looked at the bracelet. Bright particles appeared. It was heard for the spirit to come. Suddenly, the image of a man appeared. Tom looked straight ahead. It seemed that he was similar to him in some way, this aura and appearance. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that, but if you look closely, they are still very different, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he should look, another untouched world. Looking down, the sister said that it was true, completely new and free. It was just a pity that the locals were so weak. The spirit, standing on the tower, asked that he was Tom's friend. Gritting his teeth, the guy answered that his father once killed a man and gave him his things. One of them turned out to be very useful, because it was able to open the barrier and let him in here. Looking to the side, the girl asked why they didn't just take the origins of the 5 elements. Tom frowned and said that if they did this, their world would find out about it, and they would have to share with everyone. He would personally raise this world to a new level. Then their clan would get absolutely everything. He did not think that it would be more profitable. The girl looked away. She was chained and then said that she was asking. Raising his hand, the guy said that this world was not so bad, but there were too many people here. A glow appeared around his hand. The girl looked angrily at her shackles. The ball was covered in dark fog. Meteorites began to fall from the sky. The spirits looked in surprise. It was heard that no, how is this possible? Fiery spheres were approaching the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that this is why this fiery rain began. They destroyed all the inhabitants of this world. He single-handedly wiped everyone off the face of the earth. Yellow rays appeared around the people. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked that the visions were disappearing. Flying up, the girl said that they were coming back. Chuck opened his eyes in surprise. He frowned and asked. Many unknowns stood in front of him. He heard who they were. Particles appeared in front of the girl. The warrior parried the hero's blow. The enemies rushed forward. He heard that, damn, let them die, let them finish them off. The hero's eyes lit up. Striking, the girl shouted that she would deal with him, and let them deal with the rest. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should taste steel. The warrior raised the sword above his head. Chuck parried his blow and thought, what a strong sword. He opened his eyes in amazement. The hero flew into the wall. His eyes lit up and he thought that these guys were clearly above the Yunin, and this one had already reached the divine level. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed. The sword fell to the floor. Gritting his teeth, the man said that this attack, the return of the swallow? Standing behind him, Chuck said that it was true. Lowering his head, the warrior said that he had searched for this ability in many worlds, but he had never had luck with it. Grinning, the hero replied that today she herself found it. The warrior fell to the ground. The girl turned around and asked why he killed him, said that it was necessary to interrogate them all. Leaning over, the protagonist said that he had never seen such robes before, and their divine power, all the Shinwu cultivators were dead, which meant that they were not from their world. Touching the corpse, he added that there was only one option. Looking at the weapon, Chuck heard that the order to the true disciple, he must lead the 5th squad of cultivators and go to the Shinwu kingdom to search for treasures. No negotiations with other creatures. If it is a beautiful girl, then he can take her as a servant. If the enemy is a strong cultivator, then let them try to leave him alive and bring him to them. He will work in the mines. Looking directly, the guy said that they were cultivators from another world, and only disciples, with their divine level. How strong then their mentors? Standing still, the protagonist said that from the very moment they got to this world, he thought a lot about what was happening here, and now he will share his thoughts with them. Other cultivators invaded here in search of relics. When confronted with them, they will immediately enter into battle without any attempts at peaceful negotiations. Frowning, the girl asked why he decided this. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that the resources of each world are limited, and the one with more of them will be stronger. If 2 worlds clash in a battle for survival, as he thinks, there will be a war for resources and the future. People fought. It was heard that for the sake of their own survival, they must constantly evolve, suppressing neighboring worlds and not giving them the opportunity to become a threat to their existence. Frowning, Chuck thought that everyone wants to become stronger in order to survive the apocalypse, and in order to achieve this, it is necessary to absorb the resources of others. He angrily gritted his teeth and added that what kind of monsters are behind all this? Who makes the world so desperately fight for their existence? Where did they come from? Who created them? Are they a monster or someone worse? Apparently, soon they themselves will find out all this terrifying truth. A glow appeared around the sword. A notification appeared that the sword of a true disciple of the Guanyang sect. He once manifested an ability in himself, a secret flow technique. This technique was created in an unknown world. The hero looked at the sword. A message appeared that 190 spiritual power was used. He learned the secret technique of the flow. A sphere appeared in front of him. Notifications appeared that he learned the ability of the unknown world and reached the limit of the current level. A description of the mission and its details appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that he could finally continue the divine mission. A glow began to emit from the sphere. Beams flew around the hero. A message appeared that he received an enhanced stealth effect when using camouflage abilities. He cannot be detected by techniques. Chuck grinned and thought that this would be very useful to him, especially against these invader cultivators hiding in the shadows. The hero stood still. Looking at the items, Amanda said that their weapons are much more deadly than theirs. The materials it is made of are many times stronger and sharper, and the talismans are more powerful. Sitting on the ground, she added that if a war broke out between their worlds, they wouldn't have a chance. Picking up the talisman, the protagonist said that this jade talisman contained detailed instructions on how to raise one's level from chi to gold. It looked pretty simple, probably meant for simple cultivators in their world. Did everyone have one like that there? Looking to the side, the girl said that their strongest troops were only at the gold level, and for them, this was only considered the beginning stage, to which Martin replied that not only were their weapons inferior to them, but the gap between levels was incredibly large. Frowning, Chuck said that no, something was wrong. Why didn't the demons attack them every time they raised their levels so much? Looking to the side, Martin said that what if they had never met them? Maybe their defense was so strong that it easily repelled the attacks of monsters. Lowering his head, the hero asked if the reason was simple fear. The artifact flew up. It was heard that all the cultivators of their world were wiped off the face of the earth. Only spiritual weapons remained in Shinwu. But without them they are unable to do anything. The girl and the protagonist looked away, hearing that they want to avenge their masters and the fate of this world. If they wish to help them, then ask to accept this cup. Holding the cup in his hands, Chuck heard that it is capable of expelling many monsters from their world. However, the legacy of the Buddhists was long lost, which is why it is no longer possible to reveal the full potential of this cup. Looking at him, Amanda asked what he is going to help them, to which the hero replied that now is the help of spiritual weapons, their chance to learn the whole truth. Frowning, Martin said that the Shinwu cultivators used a secret ritual to create a breach in space and summon that guy in a purple robe. Looking straight ahead, Amanda asked but where did these strangers come from? Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that they got here through a portal opened by monsters. If they had the same, they would have captured Shinwu long ago. If they encountered them again, they would still have to leave one alive and interrogate. The girl frowned and said that the man in the purple robe used a meteor shower to reforge this world. With such power, he probably learned of their appearance. A meeting with him is inevitable. They need to contact the saints. It is a matter of life and death. Raising his hand, Chuck said that he will inform them with the talisman. Looking at the artifact, he added that he wants to inform the saints about all this. Besides, in this world there were cultivators who surpassed the divine level. Here the master can try to break through even higher. Let him know about this too. The hero let go of the talisman. It flew up. Stone statues appeared. The bowl stood next to them. The people were sitting on the floor. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of them. Looking at the sheet, the protagonist said that the master's answer. It was heard that he escaped with the saint through the spatial gap. They did the right thing. When meeting cultivators from another world, let them attack immediately. Do not hesitate for a second. The image of a girl appeared. It was heard that if the origins of the 5 elements really exist, then this explains why the 3 of them could not exceed the divine level. Their world was too limited. The guy frowned, hearing that incredibly strong monsters roamed in the Shinwu world. If she tried to increase the level here, they would immediately attack her. Asked to convey her order to everyone else. Let them kill all enemy cultivators on the spot. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he wanted to stay and continue his investigation, and they should return to the camp and report on the new enemy. Leaving, the girl replied that it was accepted. Looking at the disc, the hero said that it was time to meet the roar. He might know something. The artifact flew up. It was heard that he should not activate this formation. This place is guarded by several spiritual swords, but all of them are incompatible with it. Frowning, the protagonist asked what in this case, what should he do next, to which he was told that he would take them to Tom's former residence. It is isolated from this world, and no one else can penetrate there. Tom is the strongest person in the whole world. He was once able to destroy the barrier and penetrate other worlds. But when the cultivators began to lose the war against the monsters, they tried to contact him so that he would return and help their world. The cup, hanging in the air, said that in his residence she would be able to combine efforts with all the other spiritual weapons in order to help him inherit Tom's knowledge. In just a year he would be able to reach his level. The guy gritted his teeth. It sounded like he had calculated everything. The man in the purple robe would need more than a year to completely rewrite the entire world. But by that time he would already be strong enough to challenge him and save them all. Looking to the side, the hero said that let him forgive him. But a year is too long, he can't go there, to which he was answered that why not, doesn't he want to save this world? Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that the world can wait. Frowning, he added that first, he must save his teacher. Chuck stood in the middle of a dark abyss. Looking straight ahead, he thought about the strange thing, even he couldn't feel this abyss. The hero took a step forward. A stone fell down the mountain. It was flying down rapidly. Suddenly, blue rays appeared. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this attack, what power? A bright glow appeared around him. Chuck angrily looked forward. A weapon was stuck next to him. Light was radiating from it. The hero turned with a grin. Looking at the sword, he said that they met again. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist heard that he really came, to which he replied that of course, he had to. Chuck extended his hand to the side, hearing that he was asking to follow him. Their leader was very interested in him. Frowning, he asked if it was true, said that he should lead then. The hero flew down sharply. A bright glow appeared around him. Frowning, he thought that if it weren't for the sword, the energy of the swords would have torn him apart. The protagonist abruptly rushed down. He landed on the ground. Chuck looked to the side. He looked surprised and thought, damn, enemies. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought about disguise. A notification about stealth appeared above him. The man grinned and said that he had enough of resisting. Holding the sword in his hands, he added that their young master had spent a lot of money to obtain this ability. It was created specifically to destroy spiritual weapons. The warrior grabbed the sword with both hands and said that if he obeyed, he would let him live, but if he continued to resist, he would destroy his soul. The sword rested on the ground. The man smiled broadly and added that great, now that the passage was open, they would see what was there. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of him. People flew to the side. The light absorbed the space. It was heard that there was a sea of swords. Cracks appeared on the ground. A loud scream was heard. The hero looked at the weapon in surprise. He suddenly jumped forward. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that what a terrifying power, everyone evaporated, even their bodies. Swords flew in the air. Looking at them, Chuck said that they should stop. They are not with him, he is their enemy. He frowned. A path of swords appeared in front of the hero. Looking straight ahead, he said that he thanked them for showing him the way. Looking to the side, the protagonist added that the owners of these swords had long been dead and had nowhere to go. He felt sorry for them. Chuck took a step forward. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Frowning, the hero asked what it was. The spirit stood still. It was heard that he had arrived. A notification appeared that he had met the queen of spiritual weapons. Looking at Gwen, the protagonist thought that this was a woman's armor. Now it was clear what the cup meant when it said about incompatibility. A message appeared that this was a fateful meeting, their lives depended on it. Raising his hands, Chuck introduced himself, and asked why she had called him. Standing in front of him, Gwen replied that the sword was badly damaged and could not explain everything properly. She was the last divine armor in this world, so she could easily communicate with him. She was the armor of the primordial flame, created and awakened more than 30,000 years ago in the Age of Gods. Tens of thousands of years after the death of her mistress, their world was also perishing. And there was not a scratch on her. The hero, looking at her, heard that at first she wanted to ask him why he refused the offer of the cup. Was there really someone whose life was more precious to him than the fate of the entire world? Frowning, the protagonist asked that the world was only worth saving if it contained people dear to them. If he could not save his loved ones, then what was the point of preserving the world? Particles appeared near Gwen's hand and she said that he reminded her of her mistress. A path of swords appeared. It was heard that the fact that the fate of their world is now in the hands of other people does not bother her at all, because this is the inevitable outcome of events. However, she is worried about something completely different. Their cruel treatment of their history and torture of other spiritual weapons makes her furious, although she can leave this world at any moment. But she cannot allow others to suffer. Looking at her, the hero heard that if he knows how to defeat them, then she is ready to help in any way she can. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he needs to find the origins of the 5 elements. With their help they will be able to connect their worlds. In this case they will become many times stronger and fight back their enemies. Taking a step forward, Gwen said that she knows about this secret technique, but merging worlds takes a lot of time, and they do not have it. Standing in front of the hero, she added that in just a year, the purple man will completely cleanse their world. Chuck, looking at her, asked what level the greatest cultivator of this world could reach, to which she replied that the highest level for them is the divine, but after it there are 3 more: enlightenment, disaster, and great emptiness. The eyes of the people lit up. It was heard that Tom, the greatest cultivator of their world, was able to reach the level of great emptiness, after which he went to more beautiful worlds. The cultivators tried to contact him so that he would help fight off the monsters, but in the end they summoned a purple man. Grinning, the hero said that he had an idea, but he needed a roar so that he would bring his mentor here. Looking at him, Gwen asked what he was talking about. A woman from the 3 saints. Why? Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that the world was full of dangerous monsters. Here she could rest and increase her level. Raising his head up, he added that he dared to ask her to protect his mentor while she achieved enlightenment. Chuck stood in front of Gwen. hearing that his master was a girl from the Three Saints, to which he replied that it was true, she was the most gifted cultivator he knew, but the limitations of their world did not allow her to advance further. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that she had seen her in battle. If she could really reach the enlightened level, she would be a great ally. But if she failed, everyone would know about this place. It would be a real disaster. The hero smirked and replied that he swears on his life that she will break through, but if she fails, then no one else can either. Standing in front of him, Gwen said that it was fine. In any case, they had no other choice. In 2 days, the purple man would reach the level of the Great Void. If that happened, they would have no chance to win. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was clear, but Shinwoo was currently overrun with powerful enemies. She would definitely be able to repel them alone. They stood in front of each other. It was heard that he was very lucky. The man in the robe went back to his world to pass the test. The strangers who remain to guard this world are not higher than the divine level. But even so, she will be powerless against someone whose level is enlightened or higher. She is still armor, not a weapon, and can only protect. Looking to the side, Chuck said that thanks to her, he will inform the mentor and bring her here. Putting his hand to the sword, he added that let him bring her here. A glow appeared around the sword. He abruptly rushed to the side. Turning his head, the hero said that but he will not just sit idle. He sat down on the ground. Standing in front of him, Gwen asked what he was doing. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he was raising his level. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that he cannot rise by his own will, he needs to accumulate enough. Suddenly, lightning struck Chuck. A notification appeared behind him that he had spent 300 points of spiritual power. Looking straight ahead, Gwen said, well, he has enough power, now it is clear why he rose so quickly. In vain she underestimated him. Suddenly, she looked in amazement. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. Looking at him, the spirit asked what he was going to break through to the yuan level right now, but the continuous strengthening of cultivation is an incredibly difficult process, only a few are capable of it. The swords hung in the air. The hero frowned. Notifications appeared that 500 spiritual power had been spent. The development of cultivation went on cooldown. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that she was right, it was very difficult. He looked to the side in surprise. The girl stood still. Standing in front of her, Chuck turned. Layla smirked and asked that he had already reached the final stage of Yuanin. Although not so strong, it was very impressive. Pointing to the spirit, the hero replied that this was the armor of the primordial flame, and this was his mentor. Looking straight ahead, Gwen said that he should answer her. She was sure that she could break through to the level of enlightenment. Frowning, Layla replied that if no one bothered her, she would easily reach it. Standing in front of her, Gwen said that there were 4 powerful saints in this world. She thought she had enough strength to defeat them alone. Clenching her fist, the master said that when she raised her level, killing them would be as easy as chopping vegetables. The spirit took a step forward and said that in that case, she would allow her to start the test here, but she wanted to clarify one thing right away. The hero looked at her, hearing that she was an armor made for defense, not for attack. Once someone above the divine level came here, she would not be able to resist them, and would be forced to retreat. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that if the primordial flame armor left them right during the storm test, the master would be in danger. Standing in front of the master, Gwen said that she was sure that she wanted to break through to the next level. With such cultivation skill, they could easily hide in the spatial gap and avoid this battle between worlds. Frowning, the girl said that this was her world, and she would not allow anyone to touch it. Handing over the artifact, the spirit said that she liked cultivators like her. The master looked surprised, hearing that she had observed her battles. This heavenly blessing would suit her fighting style. Let her consider it a gift. Layla took the artifact in her hands. A bright glow appeared in front of her. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that it was similar to what she had imagined, but much more detailed. The protagonist looked away. Spheres with lightning appeared in the sky. The protagonist frowned, hearing that the storm test was beginning. They should move away, to which he replied that he understood. Lightning rushed towards the master. The spheres flew quickly towards her. Stretching her hand forward, Layla shouted for them to disperse. The spheres began to narrow. They began to disappear. Green beams rushed upward. Grinning, the hero said that with the power of his mentor, she would easily pass this test. Standing next to him, Gwen replied that it was hard to say, it had only just begun. When the thunderstorm mixed with the windstorm, and they followed each other, she would start having problems. The protagonist looked away and said that she hadn't realized yet, Layla was a true master. A glow appeared around the girl, and it seemed that he was talking about more than just her cultivation. Red lightning flashed in the air. Taking a step forward, the man said that he saw a storm test ahead, and judging by the power, someone was trying to break through to the enlightened level. The cultivators looked straight ahead, and it seemed that she had escaped under the cover of these two to raise her level. Holding the artifact in his hands, the man said that it didn't matter. The main thing was that she had taken their bait. Let her report this to the venerables. He frowned and added that they should go to the test site and attack her. If they could finish her off, They would be promoted, they shouldn't even bother the venerables for this. The warrior grinned and said that they were right, they would go. Red lightning flashed. The girl took a step forward. The spirit rushed towards her. Looking straight ahead, Gwen said that this was the most deadly and dangerous stage of the test, the lightning that crushes souls. If it hits a living being, it will destroy their body and soul, leaving no chance for revival. Frowning, the hero thought about the master. The lightning flew towards the girl. Looking straight ahead, she thought that it looked like she would have to give it her all. Layla clenched her fist and shouted about the hidden power of martial arts. She frowned and added that it was the destruction of the heavens. The master struck the spirit. She looked forward angrily. Looking to the side, the girl asked again. The lightning began to absorb her. Frowning, the hero shouted about her. A green glow appeared among the lightning. The lightning began to dissipate. The girl landed on the ground. Looking straight ahead, the master said that she had never seen a thunderstorm before that was able to change its shape. The protagonist exhaled as he heard the storm take on its physical form. Swords were flying around the storm. A hand grabbed the chains. The girl looked forward angrily. She deftly dodged the chains. Crouching, the master said that this was getting interesting. The chains were flying around the lightning. Layla swung her sword sharply. A glow appeared around her. Looking straight ahead, Gwen said that foreigners had appeared. Standing still, the cultivator said, "Hurry up," she was there, to which the warrior replied that they would attack while the trial was taking place. This was the perfect chance to finish her off. Frowning, the hero said that this was bad, their strength was at the level of saints. Looking straight ahead, the spirit replied that he should not panic, it was only a divine level. She raised her hand up and added that let the sea of swords destroy these intruders. Swords were flying around her. The man gritted his teeth and looked down. They were hanging in the air, heard what it was. The hats flew up. Looking to the side, the hero said that her strength was really impressive, she killed them in the blink of an eye. He frowned, hearing that it was nothing special, but his master was about to face a much more dangerous opponent. The girl stood in the smoke. Lowering her head, the master said that it was getting windy, apparently it was the turn of the wind hurricane. Spirits began to fly around her. The ghost swung his weapon and exclaimed that she should die. Swinging his sword, Layla replied that he was better. The ghost looked at the master. Suddenly, the girl used shrinking. She jumped to the side. The master opened her eyes in surprise. Standing behind her, the ghost asked what was the point of fighting the hurricane. They would go with him to the demon world. They would bestow a real blessing on her. The spirit grinned and added that there was no point in resisting, they would go with him to the demon world. Gritting her teeth, Layla replied that she was not interested in his demonic power. A glow appeared around her, and she shouted for him to disappear. Ghosts were flying around the girl. Looking away, the master asked who else wanted to dig their own grave. The hero grinned, hearing that what willpower, apparently, she would pass the test of the storm without problems, to which he replied that of course. Looking straight ahead, Gwen said that such a powerful aura, could it really be that? Looking at her, the protagonist asked what it was. Standing still, Gwen replied that the two servants of the purple-robed man, the divine blessing level, were already here. They outwitted her, ordered the other cultivators to retreat, and they themselves broke through the guard of the spiritual weapons. The ghosts rushed towards the girl. It was heard that his mentor would need another 15 minutes to break through. That would be enough for them to finish her off. Looking to the side, the spirit said that although she could command the Sea of Swords, she was still only good at defense. She would not be able to destroy the blessed cultivators. Clenching his fist, the hero said that damn, why at such a time, notifications appeared that the fourth divine mission was over, the fifth divine mission had begun. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that he did not stand a chance against two blessed enemies. Gritting his teeth, he added that even if he died, he must protect the mentor. Chuck opened his mouth and thought that he was choosing option B. A message appeared that he had chosen B. The fifth mission was completed, the sixth had begun, the goal of the mission was to survive. Looking at Gwen, the hero asked if there was any way to transfer control of the Sea of Swords to him, said that he was doing well with such weapons, to which she replied that she was a woman's armor, and he was a man. Unfortunately, he would not be able to wear it. Standing in front of the spirit, the protagonist said that he did not need to wear it, he just wanted her to release all the power of the Sea of Swords, she could do it, to which she replied that yes, she could. Looking straight ahead, Gwen said that however, if she awakened all the spiritual swords, she would completely deplete her power reserve, and without her mistress's sword, she would not be able to attack these cultivators. Looking at the sword, the protagonist said that he should not worry, he had a plan. He looked at the notice, it sounded like the soul summoning technique wasn't very strong, but they were dealing with a Sea of Swords. A glow appeared around the swords. It was said that if the souls of the dead cultivators agreed to return and help them, then this technique would be able to defeat even the blessed cultivators. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck said that let them give him their power. Looking straight ahead, he added about summoning souls. The swords flew around him. It sounded like he was the same cultivator as her former masters. The enemies of this world who killed them returned here again. Pulling the weapon forward, The hero said that he would fight them until his last breath, asked if they agreed to help him with this. A purple glow appeared around the swords. A bright light appeared in the sky. A blow flew across the ground. The protagonist frowned. Holding an umbrella in his hands, the man said that the saint was really trying to break through, to which the other replied that he should look, there was even a worm of the yuan level here. Grinning, he added that then they would trample him. A shot flew at the umbrella. Raising it up, the man said that he should tell them how he saw his death. Smiling widely, he added that when he was done with him, he would deal with that girl in the center of the storm. Frowning, the hero said that they could begin, to which Gwen replied that he would only have one chance, let him give it his all. Holding swords in his hands, the protagonist said that he would fight until his last breath. The opponent stood in front of him. The man looked at him in surprise and said that this was divine power. Red particles appeared around the swords. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and it was heard that souls were being summoned. Frowning, Chuck said that he was asking for an attack. He swung his sword at the spirit. The man held the umbrella out in front of him and shouted that they were just a bunch of old broken swords. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked what, but he was divinely blessed. The enemy looked away in amazement. A glow appeared around him, and he shouted. The beams scattered in different directions. The man froze in bewilderment. There was an umbrella lying on the ground. The hero looked at the glow. Frowning, he said that they were capable of destroying blessed cultivators with them. The protagonist stands and holds swords, because he has never seen anything like this, and who would have thought that one soul summoning spell could finish off a blessed cultivator. We see the silhouette of a man. The man bares his teeth and asks how he dared to kill his brother, and therefore catch him to publicly flay him for 3 days and 3 nights. A fire approaches Kelvin. He holds the fire in his hands and says that he will destroy him. Chuck looks at the fire. His face was serious, and he was glad that he still had one sword. Kelvin holds the weapon in his hands and wants to strike. Chuck creates a karma sword in his hand. Something starts to crawl out of the ground. The man opens his mouth in surprise. Looking to the other side, he says that his techniques are indeed very powerful, but you just need to dodge them. Looking seriously, Chuck says that this sword's attacks never miss, and in addition, it will return all the damage done directly to his soul. The man raises his head and looks at him. Then we see something black approaching him. We see his eye and he screams that this is impossible. After that, he is killed and blood flies. Chuck raises his head and says that even a blessed one cannot survive this. He looks seriously, because a notification came that he killed blessed level cultivators and received 1,000 spiritual power, and the recharge time has passed and he can increase his cultivation level. There are many swords around the guy and someone asks who killed his disciples. Gwen stands behind and says that it is a man in a purple robe. We see a red line and there was no point in rising to the level of the great void and going to them to tear them to pieces. The girl is behind and asks what they will do, because they cannot defeat him. Looking into the distance, Chuck says that the answer is very simple. Swords appear near him and he decides to attack with everything they have. Gwen looks and asks if he is looking for death. Looking seriously, Chuck says that she can leave if she wants and his life is not worth long thoughts. We see a red object. Then the guy looks down and asks how it is possible that the students died. Opening his mouth, the main character asks to be careful, because he is going. Then he looks up. A red portal appears in the air. The guy opens his mouth and says that this is presumptuous. After the words, we see glass that was hovering in the air. They were different and flying. Gwen looks and is silent. There was a red aura near the main character. Chuck opens his mouth and asks to stop, because the blades will be destroyed and the souls will suffer. A purple aura emanated from the portal. Then there is an explosion and the fragments are still flying in the air. We see different purple lines. Then they became larger. The fragments begin to fall down. A mountain was formed and Chuck stands in front of it, and also trembles. He holds swords in his hands. Looking at the weapons, he says that there is no need to grieve. To die in the battle for your ideals is much better than to endlessly regret the lost. Gwen is standing next to him. The protagonist opens his mouth and calls for the mentor. Looking at Gwen, she asks not to worry, because she received a divine blessing. Something begins to be created near them. Layla appears and she squeezes his hand, and also says that she should have broken through to this level a long time ago. The girl waves her hands and says that she feels the pure energy of the world. Opening her mouth, she understands that thanks to her she was able to break through to a new level. The protagonist stands next to her and congratulates her. Looking at him, she says that she should thank him for bringing her here and protecting her. They stand next to each other and Gwen says that the situation outside is quite dire and hundreds of enemy cultivators are already actively attacking their warriors and one of them is blessed. Chuck looks at her, and she says that they had 4 blessed ones, and now 2. Squeezing her hand, Layla says that she wants to fight them and taste the blessed level. Chuck stands next to her, and says that he will go with her. Starting to walk, the girl says that she will stay here and his level is too low, and if she cannot protect him, she will die. Then the girl evaporates into space. Opening her mouth, the protagonist says that she underestimates him. Gwen stands behind and says that due to the influence of the test, his master does not know about what was happening outside and he is really weak. Closing his eyes, he agrees, and without the help of the Sea of Swords, he could not defeat Tu. The protagonist holds the ball and a notification comes that he needs to find a way to survive, and the system gives him a choice of heavenly ability. Fish swim in the water and the choice includes 7 heavenly abilities. Each sea creature represents an ability, and in this case all the abilities were taken from the source of the world's power. Looking seriously, he thinks about the source. A stick appears near him, and he thinks that the system mentioned it, and the former owner was the king of the seas and should know the world better than anyone. Looking at the stick, he asks to help him choose the strongest heavenly ability, and then he will find a way to fix it. Sparks appear near the weapon. A blue aura approaches the ball. The stick is near the ball. Then it becomes a sword. The protagonist smiles and sees a fish, because he will take it. An aura approaches his hand and receives the ability of illusionary movement. Looking at his hand, he understands that this is a heavenly ability of the primordial source of power, and no living being can avoid its influence, neither with the help of formations, nor with the help of secret techniques or forbidden abilities. Opening his mouth, he rejoices at the new heavenly ability. Then he takes the stick in his hands. Chuck holds it in his hands and wants to try it. He flies up and exhales. Straightening his hand, he decides to try it. Swords fly through the air. Making a serious face, he uses illusionary movement. Suddenly, dust rose from the ground. A sword flies near the protagonist. Gwen stands on the ground and watches. A green aura appears, because the guy uses shrinking. The aura flies through the air. He holds swords in his hands and his eye glows. Looking into the distance, he understands that if you combine these skills, it will seem that he has not moved at all. He lets go of the sword and says that he will keep his promise, and after the war is over, he will collect the necessary materials and become as good as new. Gwen stands next to him and says that the battle outside is over and his mentor is truly an excellent fighter, because she broke into their ranks and was able to repel the attack of the blessed. We see the girl and she regrets that he cannot fight her. Chuck turns his head and asks not to regret, because they could. Holding swords in his hands, he thanks and decides to move to the battlefield. Gwen stands not far from him, and he begins to fly away. The girl looks up, where his star was visible. We see her, and she says that she has to choose whether to leave this world or stay until the very end. We see black mountains and are in a military camp. The guy enters the tent. There are people sitting at the table, and Layla asks them not to worry because she is fine. Hector raises his hand and asks how strong their opponent is. Layla looks down and says that they are great at sword fighting and also using techniques, and armor and weapons are more impressive. She barely managed to defeat them. Derek sits on a chair and thanks her because she has no reason to be ashamed because she defeated them right after breaking through to a new level. The girl remembers the man and says that another blessed cultivator is heading their way, and what's more, their master, a man in a purple robe, will soon break through to the level of the Great Void and has captured several for study. We see people carrying rocks because their own world is dying and trying to gather as many resources as possible while it still exists. Derek opens his mouth and asks what this means. We see the girl's face and she says that she doesn't have enough words to describe all the horrors that the cultivators from another world went through and what she saw in her memories. Hector opens his mouth and asks if they can't peacefully unite with their world. Sitting on a chair, Layla says that the more worlds they capture, the more I can raise my cultivation level. Looking down, the man says that the difference in their strength is huge and they must break through as quickly as possible. Derek looks at them and says that even if they die during the test, it is better from lightning than from other cultivators. We see a girl and she says that she will go with them and will protect. The protagonist is standing nearby and asks if she could hand over the vessel of demons. Squeezing his hands, Chuck also asks for the ability to search for souls. An object appears near him and the girl hands it over. Hector looks at it and says that the vessel is a very important treasure for demons, and when it belonged to him, they constantly tried to take it back. Smiling, the guy says that he is not against demons and will not have to look for them himself. Bending his body, he says that he must leave. The man looks at the girl and says that you need to be careful with them, but calmly gave it. Layla becomes serious and says that if this could happen to him, it will not happen to Chuck. Making a strange face, he says that he is simply worried about her student. Getting up from her chair, she asks to stop wasting time and quickly start breaking through. We see tents on the ground. Chuck is sitting at a table and studying the soul search. Looking at the object, he understands that there is a whole crowd of strong warriors in the ranks of the enemy cultivators, while he only has one blessed level master. A sword appears near him and Chuck asks if the cultivators have met demons. He is told that demons are not omnipotent and there are worlds they cannot reach. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that they have little time and how to quickly find out about this before the purple man appears. Frowning, he decides to take a risk. We see people walking towards the military camp of the enemy cultivators. The protagonist stands near a stone and hides. Looking at them, he is impressed, because they do not suspect his ability due to his ability. The guys go and say that the blessed girl fought well. Opening his mouth, the man says that he has lived for 600 years and has never seen such a beautiful lady before. Looking in the other direction, he says that they will all be doomed to death. The protagonist is behind them and uses illusionary movement. Then Chuck appears near them. The man steps back and is surprised. Grinning his teeth, the guy asks who he is, when suddenly, they begin to strangle him. Straightening his arm, Chuck says that he is a student of the master whom they insulted. Then he kills him with one blow. The man from behind looks and wonders what happened. Chuck's eyes glow with a yellow flame. Opening his mouth, he realizes that they are being attacked. Opening his mouth, he begins to scream for them to run to him. The protagonist creates a green movement. After that, he grabs the enemy's shoulder. Then he brings him in and asks him to be quiet. Holding him by the neck, he asks him to tell him everything he knows. Purple smoke comes out of his mouth. It was a soul search. People are standing, because the man in the purple robe is now in a world where the blessed and catastrophic levels of cultivation are slightly better than average. They are standing on the rocks, because in their world the strongest cultivators have reached the level and it is above the great void. There were only 6 people and such a powerful world was swallowed up by an unknown demonic god. We see a smile, because the great cultivators were insignificant bugs in comparison to him. Black aura comes out of the people's mouths. A portal begins to form, because one of the strongest cultivators was able to make a hole and attracted the attention of the god. The man is in this aura. We see a man, but his face was black, because he was injured and barely managed to escape from there, using a secret technique. He is standing near the monster, because he did not notice that the father of the man in the purple robe was nearby. The man smiles and has a gray beard. Then he kills the guy and does it stealthily. We see a bright light because the Shinwu cultivators mistakenly believed that the purple man is the one and summoned him to their world. The man just stands there because the Guangyang sect is divided into 2 parts. One supports the great elder who was badly injured during the battle with the demon king, and the other supports the father of the man in the purple robe and his clan. We see a building with a green roof because as the end of the world approaches, the conflict only grows and the eternal disputes of the 2 clans add fuel to the fire. The man with the beard has blue eyes. The other man has red eyes. There is a creature sitting on the throne because the purple man's father is preparing to pass the test and reach the level, and when he succeeds, no one will be able to oppose him with anything. And at this time the purple man began preparing to break through to the level of the great void, and at the same time he sent people to take over the world. The guy is sitting on the throne because he created a special formation that allows him to easily move between 2 worlds. We see red circles because it will stop working after all life in one of them is destroyed. He looks at the circle seriously because now he only has one part of the formation, while the other is with the formation master Shinwu, and that is why the enemy cultivators have problems moving between worlds. We see a man reaching out to him. The protagonist looks back and thinks that the truth has finally been revealed and has received a lot of useful information, and can be sure that they have not met demons. Making a serious face, Chuck realizes that they do not know how to deal with them. People are walking along the road, and he needs to get to the teleportation formation in the Guangyang sect. There is a door to the formation monster's camp in the stones. The man wants to take off the bandage from his face. We see that it was Chuck. He tries to open the door. Chuck sees that the man is standing near the table. The protagonist decides to use illusionary movement, while no one sees him. There is a knock at the door. The man distracts and they ask him where the formation is. Something starts to appear near him. The protagonist holds onto his headdress and they ask him how he got here. We see that he was lifted up and his soul is being searched. Chuck holds his face and says that he may not answer. Then he stops holding him and the man falls to the ground. The guy sits down on the floor and holds onto the table. There were black crystals there, which he touches. Then the guy moves one of the crystals. The protagonist creates a circle, because this is the very formation that allows you to move between worlds. Looking at it, Chuck says that after activation, it will help the Shinwu cultivators return to their world. Smiling, he decides to get ready. It was night, and we see a forest. A man stands near an object and asks to protect it. Sitting on the ground, Chuck says that he wants to start the test. We see a sword and he is told that this test requires 1 day and 1 night to complete, and they are near the enemy camp. The protagonist sits on the ground and says that he is not going to go through it completely, he just needs to meet one special friend. Smoke appears near him. We see something happening in the sky. A monster with a long tongue appears and says that there will be delicious meat now. There was a yellow aura near the sword. The weapon flies across the sky. An explosion begins to occur in the sky. Then we see a yellow line. Sitting on the ground, he is asked why he started the test, but does not maintain his energy flow to move on? Closing his eyes, Chuck says that it is too long to explain. A man appears behind him and is touched, because the handsome man wants to break through to the level of a saint. Grabbing his shoulders, Bella says that the tests are boring and it is better to play with her. Sticking out her tongue, she says that it will not hurt, and he will like it. The sword stands near them and tries to drive away. Straightening his hand, Chuck asks to stop. Exhaling, he asks her not to kill. Chuck turns his head to her. Bella's eyes widen sharply. Then he sits her down and looks. Opening her mouth, the girl is embarrassed, and he asks not to be afraid and just wants to be friends with her and chat. Looking at him, Bella asks what he wants. Looking seriously, Chuck asks to call the ruler. Opening his mouth, she asks if he is crazy. Looking down, the protagonist says that he sincerely wants to meet their master. Putting her hand on his chest, she says that she needs a good reason to persuade him, otherwise she will think that he is just mocking her. The guy summoned a jug and says that this should convince her. Opening her mouth, she says that she will go right now and deliver the message. Then there was no one else near him. The sword stands near him and asks if he wants to unite with the demons to destroy the enemy cultivators. The guy turns around, and the weapon asks if they can be trusted? Opening his mouth, he says that anyone who dares to try to capture their worlds will die by his hand. It was dark and we see a tree. The protagonist looks up and says that she is here. Two girls are in the air and one thanks the other for a good job. They stood on the ground near the man. Clenching his hands, Chuck asks where their master is. He is told that due to the laws of the void, this world will not be able to bear the divine power of the mistress, and came as a representative. Looking seriously, he asks if he can make decisions himself. Mia looks down and denies, but can convey the words directly to the mistress, and in turn, cultivators rarely call them, but usually do so for strength. Opening her mouth, she asks why he wanted to meet the mistress. Standing in a cloak, Chuck says that he wants to make a deal to kill a cultivator of the Great Void level and then destroy his soul. The girls are surprised and Mia asks if he knows how strong such a cultivator is, and even the mistress will have to sacrifice a lot to kill such a one. Holding a jug in his hands, Chuck says that the risk will be minimal, especially if he ends up in the demon world. Smiling, the girl asks if she wants to send him to them using a vessel and if it is even possible, but their world is cut off from the rest of the galaxy, so no one except demons can leave it. Standing next to him, she says that the cultivator of the Great Void is incredibly strong and without a decent payment, the lady will not take such a risk. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that this is a deal. Looking at her, he says that the cultivator is in a world where there have never been demons, and they do not know what it is, which means they do not know how to fight and can take the whole world as food. Frowning, Mia asks if he is lying. Showing the location with his hand, he says that the camp is very close and they can see for themselves. Standing next to him, Mia says that if this is true, then they are close to cooperation. The demons evaporate, and the sword says that there are blessed cultivators in that camp. Smiling, Chuck says that they will show whether they are able to resist demons or not. We see the doors and are in a military camp of enemy cultivators. In one of the rooms there was an aura and they say that there are cultivators in the world who are capable of injuring. Sitting at the table, the man says that the aura of that girl was too unstable and it is obvious that she has only recently broken through to this level. But even so she was able to injure. They stand near him and say that this cultivator of the blessed level must be the strongest in the camp. Raising two fingers, he asks who they are. Standing near him, the girls say that they came to serve. Then they sit down next to him and touch him. The man begins to hug and says that he has not had fun for a long time. He begins to drink, and the demon says that the blessed are stupid and do not know about them. She opens her mouth to take his soul. In his mouth we see a blue aura. He widens his eyes and wonders. We see silhouettes of people and the girl covered his face. His body is dry and looks like an old man. An aura flies into her mouth, and she says that she hasn't eaten something so delicious in a long time. We see their silhouettes, and one of them says that the soul of the blessed one really does taste great. The protagonist looks down, because we are in the camp of enemy cultivators. He lands on his knees. The protagonist goes further and says that two demons were able to deal with an entire enemy camp and apparently really do not know how to fight them. The girl holds the man and says that the taste of the blessed soul is simply divine. Molly lets go of the dead man and regrets only that they could not find the formation connecting their world with this one to find out where they live. Looking at her, he says that this information is part of the deal. In his hand is a jug and decides to add, then asks if they can. Bringing her hand to her lips, Molly says what does he want in return. Opening his mouth, he wants them to kill the void cultivator. Opening her mouth, she says that even their mistress would have to use a huge amount of resources to fight such a strong opponent in their world and hundreds of demons would die. Closing his eyes, Chuck says that some casualties cannot be avoided. Opening his eyes, the protagonist says that his entire world will be theirs. Putting her hand on his fur coat, she asks if a human is really trying to tempt a demon. Turning around, she decides to go back and discuss the deal with the mistress. Turning her head, Molly asks if he wants to be reborn as a demon, and it would be a shame to use him as food, and if he is reborn as a demon, he will receive a generous reward from the mistress. Making a serious face, he asks if after death people do not get into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and why he will become food. Opening her mouth, Molly says that he does not know anything. Raising her finger, she says that these are demonic bells and she feels that the world will change soon, and if something happens, then let him ring them. The protagonist takes the bells and says that he will use them when he needs them. His jug begins to tremble in his hand. Molly folds her hands and asks what he is singing about. Chuck opens his mouth and asks the same question. Rising into the air, she talks about a noble white stallion that stood alone in the mountains. Smiling, Molly continues that she chews lonely grass while she herself is like jade. Chuck looks at the sky and asks if she is trying to seduce him. Standing on the ground, he says that they really do not miss a single opportunity. Looking at the jug, he decides to find out what is so special about the vessel. The protagonist opens his mouth and receives a notification that the vessel of demons gives birth to demons of sin, souls, and the item once revealed abilities and requires 500 units of spiritual power to study. Closing his eyes, he studies the teleportation of the demon world. The protagonist looks at the light and awaits the decision of the ruler of the demons. We see mountains and are in the camp of people. There are people standing on the ground and Chuck is walking next to them. He passes one of them. Layla looks at the guy and says that one of the men made it. Closing her eyes, she says that Hector couldn't. His eyes widened, because he knew how dangerous it was to ascend to the blessed level, but he couldn't even think that Hector would die so easily. His hands begin to tremble, and he thinks that if he doesn't cultivate, some will die. The guys look up. Chuck asks who controls the rain? Fireballs fall from the sky and Layla says that the girls, although they can't use technology and magic, are able to use a special artifact. The protagonist remembers them and realizes that it's them. Turning his head, he wants to meet and try to talk. Opening his mouth, she says that it's pointless and the girls are under the influence of a strong prohibition spell that completely subjugated them to the will of the purple man. Looking seriously, Chuck says that he saw sympathy for this world and maybe they don't know something. The Great Void is incredibly strong, and they need any help they can get. Layla stands next to him and is glad that he thinks about this on the battlefield and personally escorts them to them. Folding his hands, he asks for one more thing. Something begins to appear in his hands. A jug appears and he asks to let her help raise the prestige of the sect. He picks up the object and asks if there are any worthy monks among them, and they answer in the affirmative. The jug glows and says to let them come and wants to see them. Looking at the girl, he asks to invite Derek. The man comes and raises his hand, and also says that this is the greatest treasure of his sect. Folding his hands, the jug says that he is a bit old. Closing his eyes, the man is told that he must go on a journey with it. We see a glowing object, which says that in a world full of suffering, he must protect all living beings along with it. Standing with his eyes closed, Derek agrees. The jug glows even more and says that the world is on the verge of destruction and will have to destroy the monsters along with him. His eyes are closed and the man says that he agrees. A symbol appears near them, which glows. Opening his eyes, he thanks the master. Chuck clasps his hands and says that if he helps him become stronger like that, then very good, and he only asks him to protect his mentor on the battlefield. The girl moves away from them and says that they shouldn't worry about her and it's better to go. It's time to meet the young girls. A green ball lights up in the sky. The girls are standing near the balls and Kate realizes that this is a young master. The protagonist approaches them and asks if they are the maids of a man in a purple robe. The girl stands not far from him and says that they are servants, and also asks if they came to them to betray their home world and bow to their master. Emily holds an object in her hand and says that the master is merciful to those who surrender and will become a slave. Looking seriously, Chuck answers negatively, because he wants to kill him. The girls open their mouths in surprise. Kate starts laughing and says that it's hilarious, that because the cultivator said he wants to finish off the owner. Emily opens her mouth and asks them to leave as soon as possible, because the master will be back soon and they won't be able to defeat him with their strength. Looking at her, Chuck says that he is not joking and that he has a few aces up his sleeve. Holding a bottle in her hand, Emily asks them to believe her and no matter what they have planned, because they won't defeat him anyway and the Gangyang sect has many outstanding fighters, the Supreme Elder is at the level, and the young master's father will also reach it soon. Closing her eyes, she says that they destroyed her world with a snap of a finger, and even the strongest cultivators of the catastrophe level were enslaved. Looking seriously, Chuck thinks that it is not that they do not want to resist them, it is just that the enemy is so strong that he has driven them to despair, and then says that they plan to destroy not only the Purple Man, but their goal is the Guangyang sect. Standing next to the girl, he says that he has a plan to finish him off and sever the connection between their world and this one, and no matter how strong their cult is, they won't be able to do anything. She looks at him and asks if he's serious. Looking at them, Chuck says that he wouldn't risk his life for nothing and doesn't ask them to do anything, just let them stay out of his way and rely on him. There were two balls glowing in the sky. We see a face and he asks how dare they kill their people and sentences them to death. The girl looks up and says that he's already arrived. The guys just stand there and say nothing. A fireball flies up. Derek turns yellow and he runs. The man straightens his arm to hit. We see a purple aura and also an orb. The man opens his mouth and asks how dare they try to use such weak techniques against him? Derek raises his hand and his eye glows. An ability is created behind him. Chuck opens his mouth and realizes that the master attacked him and the spiritual weapon came to the rescue. Emily looks at them and asks them to run, because the spiritual weapon will not be able to stop the master. Another girl also screams to run while the young master is busy and does not see. Last time when the elder sister slept with someone, he made her stand on hellfire for a year. The girl's chains caught fire with a purple aura. She turns purple from pain. The man opens his mouth and says that when he is done with the insects, he will teach her a lesson. Layla stands next to him and says that the time has come. Looking seriously, she saw this in the prediction and will probably die here. Chuck opens his mouth in shock. Looking at the guy, the girl says that like him, she was left without parents at an early age and did not know what it was like to have a family. After the destruction of her sect, she was obsessed with revenge. Even after reaching the saint level, she was still alone. We see her memories, because thanks to the guys she felt happiness from having a family. Taking him by the cheek, Layla says that they are more important to her than anything in the world, no matter how hard it is. Opening her mouth, she says that she must protect them and live a long, happy life together. In his eyes we see a girl. Taking him by the shoulder, the protagonist called her name. Then she jumped and flew away. The guy looks at the green aura. Remembering the man, he says that he may be weak, but for the sake of saving the master, and there is also a small chance that if someone helps, then perhaps fate will change. We see purple lines in the shape of a circle near the rock. Chuck makes them, and the girl asks her sister what they will do. Emily sits on the floor and says that many people from different worlds asked to save them and how many were saved in general. There was sweat on her face and she says that for now they will just watch, and in any case, he asked them to stay away. The protagonist calls the balls and says that now the demons are coming out. A portal is created in the air. Emily flies out of the portal, and she herself did not expect that he would summon so quickly. Looking at her, he asks what the lady decided. She tells him what she thinks. The guys stand on the ground and look at the cultivator of the Great Void, because he can defeat them alone. Frowning, Chuck says that if their queen continues to doubt, then his offer will be invalid. Molly opens her mouth and says that they do not have time to discuss details and will enter the battle only if the soul of the cultivator and his world are hers, and must also give the vessel of demons. Looking at her, the guy says that he will receive it only when they are finished, so as not to worry. There was an aura near her, and she says that she cannot completely move to this world because her aura is too strong and only with the help of the vessel can she use her powers. Smiling, Chuck asks who told her that she cannot activate it. She widens her eyes and asks if a human cultivator can use a demon vessel. Looking at him, she decides that it is better for him to keep his word, and after they are finished, he will hand over the vessel and the formation for the transition between worlds. Turning his head, he tells her not to worry, because he does not want to make enemies in the form of an entire demon world for such a trifle. Her eyes lit up, because she never thought that she would work together with a human. The girl raises her hands and portals appear. The sky turned gray. There were different lines on the ground. Demons began to crawl out of the portals because they were summoned. Kate looks up and asks what is happening. She had chains on her hands and she says that they are demons, and she has only seen them in ancient paintings. Opening her mouth, the girl says that he is going to use demons to defeat the master, and that was brave, because never before have humans cooperated with demons. Taking her hand, she says that it is time for revenge. The man had an object that glowed and said he would see how long they could hold out. There was a man in the object. Derek folded his hands and prayed to Buddha. Opening his mouth, the enemy asked if he still had strength. Closing his eyes, Derek began to bleed. An aura of combat vengeance appeared around him. We see that the man was glowing, because they were using the ability of the descent of the indestructible mountain. Behind him appears Layla, who came for him. Near them is a silhouette of a man, and soon the real battle will begin. The man smiles and says that she is only at the initial blessed level, and does she really think that she can harm? When suddenly, his eyes widen. Layla stands calmly, and she is told that he did not expect to see such a beauty in this world. Opening his mouth, he laughs and says that it is pointless to fight for this world and let her go with him. Layla straightens her hand and says that this is impudence. Then she creates a large blow. The man draws a circle with his finger. His face was calm and he holds the object in his hand. Then he straightens his hand so that the blow does not hit him. Raising his finger, he says that it is too weak and really does not want to harm him. Layla is surprised and says that this is the power of the Great Void. Derek creates a glowing object and decides to die. A red aura emanates from the man and he asks, still not giving up? Smiling, he says that he will let them taste death. We see a red creature that says that if they do not obey, they will die. Tom was furious at the resistance of Derek and Layla, wanting to crush them, and especially the monk. Using his void technique in the form of a dragon, he directed its power at Derek. But Layla was not going to stand aside. She also activated her spiritual technique, and the two spiritual forces grappled with each other. Derek, seeing the power that he was able to avoid, thanked the saint, but was still not going to retreat. Using the spiritual weapon Shiwu, he decided to help the goddess of 100 flowers. At that moment, Layla exclaimed, wanting to warn the monk of the danger. It turned out that part of Tom's technique had quietly approached him, attacking him. Literally in a matter of seconds, Derek's entire body was enclosed in an energy cocoon of a hostile technique. Layla could not watch her comrade die, and repeated her 5 elements technique. A spiritual energy appeared in the space next to her in the form of a pearl dragon. The dragon attacked Tom's void energy. When confronted with hostile spiritual energy, the pearl dragon was able to shatter it into pieces, and Derek was freed. It all happened rather quickly, but the monk still received internal injuries, spitting out a clot of blood. The thought that her comrade almost died made the girl frown. At this time, portals from the demon world began to open. Chuck tried to hurry the demoness Molly, as he was very worried about his master, but she only snapped, explaining that without summoning enough demons, they would never defeat Tom. However, in order not to waste time, she ordered her subordinate Mia to go and check what the cultivator was capable of. Then Mia summoned her astral body and went to reconnaissance. The demoness' spiritual essence quietly approached Tom while he was distracted by a conversation with Layla. Trying not to get caught, Mia walked behind the man. Then she attempted to attack him. But as soon as she touched Tom's body, the defense mechanism was triggered. A protective aura immediately formed around the cultivator, which scattered the demon's astral body. Tom, to his surprise, discovered that one of his protective amulets had activated. Looking at how it was destroying, the man found it hard to believe that someone could approach him unnoticed. Emily and Kate, who were watching from the side, were surprised to find that the talisman they had made was able to repel the demon's attack. Molly was also unpleasantly surprised by this fact, since without her true form, she would hardly have been able to break through such protection. Taking out the demon life vessel from the subspace, Chuck reminded her that although he could activate the demonic artifact, he could not send Tom to their world without Molly's help. Seeing that the demoness began to doubt the wisdom of this, he asked if she really wanted to give up the soul of a real great void cultivator. Naturally, Molly did not want this, but she began to doubt whether they would be able to capture this soul to the demon world at all. To which Chuck assured her that he had a plan for this case. The battles between the saints and Tom continued. The cultivator attacked the great monk with his void technique over and over again. The same one resisted them over and over again. The attacks of the void technique were so strong that they destroyed the very space around them. Layla was worried that her comrade would not withstand it, but at the moment she could not help him in any way. Looking at the saint with an arrogant grin, Thomas declared that he was willing to give her one last chance to become his servant, otherwise she would suffer a fate 1,000 times worse than death. But at that moment, the girl finished preparing to use her technique. Thomas realized that this was not something ordinary. Then, in the emitted aura, he recognized the heavenly abilities of the 6 paths. It was surprising to him that someone from this world possessed such a technique. Such a dangerous technique for him. Tom could not allow the one who possessed it to remain alive. And in order to confront Layla, he used the heavenly ability of the 5 elements. This ability was called the Fire-Devouring Dragon. Seeing how such a force rushed towards her, Layla thought that she would hardly be able to survive such a blow. The next moment, the power of the 5 elements absorbed her. And Chuck, watching what was happening, was consumed by horror. Vidya, that his technique completely covered the girl, Tom was satisfied. Although he felt a sense of regret for having to kill such a beauty. The next moment, the image of the devouring fire dragon was dispersed by green light. To his surprise, he saw something strange. A glowing silhouette appeared in the place of his technique. And when the light dissipated, there was Layla in red armor, which she was not wearing before. After examining the armor closely, Tom realized that the girl was wearing divine armor. Since the armor belonged to the class of spiritual intelligent weapons, Layla thanked her for her help, hearing in response that she had decided to fight together with the saint. Layla had recently obtained a new ability called the River of Forgetfulness, and she hoped that she could use it to kill the enemy cultivator, but it took time to activate, which is why she asked for spiritual armor. Seeing that the girl survived, Tom decided to strengthen his attack. Adding even more spiritual power to the devouring fire dragon, he attacked Layla again. But she didn't even try to dodge, concentrating on her new technique. Instead, the armor itself took action, releasing the spirit of the fire salamander, which was able to intercept Tom's attack. Emily, who was watching the fight, was amazed that Layla was able to learn such a strong heavenly technique. Kate, who was standing next to her, objected that they also possessed similar skills, but it did not help them. But Emily did not agree with her, since she saw Tom's fears, which meant that the technique could kill him. In addition, the cultivator was also opposed by demons and divine armor, which meant that now was her and her sister's only chance to free themselves. Emily said that she was going to help the saint and asked Kate to stay put so that at least she would remain alive in case of failure, but she refused to do nothing, saying that she would prefer to die than be left alone. Emily understood her sister's feelings. Therefore, she agreed to act together, despite all the risks. Having gathered all the accumulated spiritual power, the girl called upon the secret technique. The next moment, the shackles and chains that were on her hands were destroyed. Kate also hated her shackles and wanted to free herself from them for a long time. And so she repeated the technique after her sister. As soon as nothing was holding them back, they rushed forward. Chuck, who was still next to the demoness, felt a strong relief for his mentor, seeing that the divine armor was able to protect her. And when the two sisters also decided to act on their side, the guy decided to hurry Molly again. She explained with displeasure that she needed divine power to speed up the activation of the portal. Chuck heard this term for the first time and asked Molly to explain what it was. The demoness began to explain that divine power is the primordial energy that is in every living being, emanating from the soul itself. Chuck remembered that the God of War system once gave a similar meaning to spiritual power, and wondered if they could be the same thing. It was spiritual power that he chose as the source of his power. Molly continued her explanation, saying that the gods of ancient times called this power spiritual, and now they call it divine. Convinced that this was it, Chuck thought he could share it with the demoness, and asked how much she needed. Molly responded that she needed at least 500 units to speed up the process, but an ordinary cultivator would only be able to offer 200 at best, and would most likely die. Telling Molly not to worry about it, Chuck placed his hand on her shoulder. Assured that he was a special cultivator, the guy began to transfer that unit of divine energy. His indicators had long exceeded the norm of an ordinary person, so he asked the system to transfer 600 units of spiritual power. The next moment, Molly was engulfed by a stream of energy. Feeling how a large amount of divine power entered her body, she could not wonder who this guy really was. The demon life vessel also absorbed some of this power and activated. Having received the missing energy, Molly was able to complete the portal technique. The feeling of divine power that was able to rewrite the laws of the universe intoxicated her. But Chuck's reminder that it was time for them to act brought the demoness back to reality. Seeing how extraordinary Lila was, Tom tried to recruit her again. As an incentive, he promised the girl to leave her alive and treat her well. Lila immediately expressed her refusal. She explained that she was sickened by the sight of a man. Naturally, such words angered the cultivator, and he swore that he would kill the saint and capture her soul and force her to go through eternal agony. At that moment, Emily called out to him. On Tom's orders, she began to concentrate her spiritual energy. Then the girl activated the heavenly technique of darkness called eradication of evil. As soon as the girl finished activating, waves of the technique rushed forward. But they did not attack Lila, but Tom. As the technique attacked him, the cultivator calmly remarked that he had always wondered why girls were so obedient, but it turned out that they were secretly accumulating strength in order to betray him. Tom was superior to Emily in many ways, so she asked Lila to hurry, since she would not be able to restrain the man for long. It was a difficult request, since the saint was already acting at the limit of her capabilities. Tom chuckled and declared that today he would make the sisters finally submit to him. After that, he took out a talisman that was able to protect him from any techniques that were weaker than the saint level. After activating the talisman, a wave of spiritual energy spread in different directions, destroying Emily's technique. The girl herself also got hit hard. Seeing that her sister was not coping, Kate came to the rescue, activating a sealing technique. She summoned 100 captive spirits. After that, many blue rays formed around the girl. They all rushed towards Tom. Feeling the threat, he turned towards Kate. When many spiritual chains engulfed him, the cultivator realized that he could not sense the spiritual power of the sisters, since one of them possessed sealing techniques. With tears in her eyes, Kate explained that this technique was taught to her by their older sister, whom Tom had tortured to death. Hearing the girl say that all of this was karma for his bad deeds, the man laughed heartily. Even though he was chained in a spiritual chain, he was able to activate the transition formation. Mocking everyone, Tom announced that in 15 seconds he would return back to his world. And then he would be able to return here with help and, having captured their souls, subject them to eternal torment. At that moment, Layla asked if he really expected to be able to escape. Distracted by the sisters, Tom completely lost sight of the saint. She had already finished activating her technique. Her 6 pads technique looked like a cloud of stardust. And this cloud was rushing towards the cultivator. The next moment, Tom seemed to be inside a thick fog. But the man was still able to see it. The soul ferryman. Appearing next to the saint, the death messenger asked how many people would be sailing with him this time, to which she replied that there was only one. Realizing who exactly was being talked about, the soul ferryman noted that the man was a cultivator of the Great Void, which meant the price for the ticket would not be small. In exchange for the death messenger taking Tom with him, he demanded from Lila all the life and spiritual power that she possessed, as well as her soul for 1,000 years. The announced price was indeed not small. But the goddess of 100 Flowers understood that there was simply no one else who could cope with the cultivator of the void. Activating the seal of the contract in the form of a green sphere, Lila gave her consent and was going to hand this sphere over to the messenger. Suddenly, the goddess of 100 Flowers heard someone calling her. Chuck and Molly were approaching them at full speed. The guy asked not to sacrifice themselves for the sake of killing Tom, but to entrust everything to him. Lila was amazed at how serious her student looked at this. The next moment, she recalled the seal of the contract. As his teacher, the saint decided to trust Chuck's words. At that moment, Tom laughed loudly. The transition pharmacy entered its full power, and the cultivator was going to use it to return to his world. But neither Chuck nor Molly were going to let him do that. The demoness began to read the spells. Having summoned 1,000 lower demons, she rushed towards the cultivator. Emily, watching her sister, was afraid that Tom would drag her along with him through the formation, because it was connected to the cultivator through a sealing technique. She was afraid that the guy and the demoness would not have time to stop him. In turn, Kate tried to prevent Tom from passing through the formation. Molly also doubted that they would be able to capture the cultivator, because although the teleportation of demons had already begun, the distance between them was too great. But Chuck was sure that they would succeed. He threw the life vessel of the demons to Molly. Having caught it, the demoness made sure that it was filled with power and activated. Seeing that Kate was still not retreating, Tom declared that all their actions were useless, since he had already managed to cast many protective seals. Ignoring his words, Chuck used one of his secret holy techniques, namely, the illusory movement technique. The next moment, Tom was engulfed by an unknown force, and he found himself in the place where Chuck had just been. The guy himself found himself in the place of the cultivator. Finding himself next to the demon life vessel, Tom began to be drawn into it. Layla, who still had not let go of the soul guide, watched what was happening from the side. At that moment, when Chuck found himself in front of the transfer pharmacy, she rushed to his aid, wanting to prevent him from teleporting. But the guy was already captured by the formation. Seeing how he was being drawn into another world, the saint realized that she did not have time. Looking at his teacher, Chuck could only say goodbye to her. And the next moment, the pharmacy closed. Chuck was gone, and Layla was left alone. Looking at her empty hand, she still couldn't believe that her disciple was not there. Sunbeams began to cut through from above, illuminating the darkness of space, but her soul was dark. Finally coming to her senses, Layla began to try to follow Chakram along the residual trace of the transfer pharmacy. With the help of spiritual power, the saint tried to open a passage. But no matter how much effort she put in, she couldn't do it. Molly, who approached, noticed that her actions were useless, since the formation closed too quickly, and if she did manage to get through, she could get lost in the endless emptiness. The demoness was also upset that she couldn't get information about the teleport to that world from Chuck. The only good thing was that she was able to get the demon life vessel and the soul of a void cultivator. When Molly was about to leave, Layla stopped her. The saint knew that the demon in front of her was the incarnation of the demon queen and wanted to know if she could get to that world on her own. To which she replied that even she could not teleport without knowing the destination, but since Chuck had gotten there, sooner or later it would be possible. Molly confidently stated that the saint's disciple owed her the whole world, and if he could not fulfill his promise, the demoness would take his soul. Hearing these words, Layla frowned and asked why she needed her disciple's soul. In a thoughtful voice, looking at the vessel, Molly replied that she wanted to make him a demon lord so that he would serve her. The saint did not really believe her words, since demons were usually interested in human souls only as food. Summoning a spiritual whip, she demanded that Molly prove her words, otherwise she could not let go of the one who coveted the soul of her disciples. Looking at the whip that had been summoned, Molly recognized it as an azure technique, surprised that the saint had such a low level, but she could wield such powerful heavenly techniques. Molly didn't have much strength left after the battle, so she didn't want to fight the goddess of 100 flowers. In her opinion, Chuck was worth fighting for his soul. So she agreed to Lila's demands, swearing by the heavens that she would not threaten the boy's life. After hearing her words, the saint still believed her, since demons always spoke the truth when they took the oath of heaven. Molly's pride did not allow her to leave without having the last word. And for this, she told the saint that Chuck had managed to interfere with her fate and pull her out of the embrace of death, and therefore the girl should appreciate the opportunity to rewrite her fate from scratch. Then she added that she envied the saint, since she had such a disciple, and disappeared into the portal. Looking after her, Layla thought that she needed to become stronger. As soon as the demon disappeared, the divine spiritual armor separated from the saint and, having assumed its true form, asked what she would do next, to which the goddess of 100 flowers asked if the spiritual weapons wanted to unite their world with hers. From the point of view of the intelligent armor, this was a good option for both sides since the cultivators received spiritual weapons, and they knew masters. The vessel Shiwu, who intervened in their conversation, also supported this idea, reminding that in their world there are many techniques that will help cultivators break through to the level of the Great Void. Having agreed with the representatives of the spiritual weapon world, Layla went to Derek. Having received a promise from the vessel Shinwu to help in uniting the worlds, the saint announced her intention to go to closed training to increase her cultivation level. Derek, who came to his senses, could only admire her tenacity and talent. The great monk looked unwell and was unsteady, so the vessel Shinwu undertook to heal him with the help of spiritual power. Turning her attention to the spiritual armor, Layla asked it about its future plans. Hearing that she recognized her and its owner, the saint suggested that they go to train together. At this time, Chuck was falling through the void. Suddenly, someone slowed his fall. Sisters Emily and Kate, who followed him into the transfer formation, wanted to know what happened to Tom. The young man explained that the demon world was isolated from all the others, so having got there, a cultivator was doomed. Upon hearing this, the girls burst into tears, happy that their family's vengeance had finally been achieved. Looking at their reactions, Chuck realized how important this was to them. Emily then introduced them both and explained that their parents had died at the hands of Tom and his father, who had invaded their world and completely engulfed it. She also explained that the girls' cultivation abilities had been sealed, and that they themselves had become slaves, so they were both incredibly grateful to Chuck for what had happened. Suddenly, the young man had an idea that once the teleportation was complete, they would have to fight Tom's entire sect. Emily confirmed that since he was not a disciple of the sect, he would definitely be attacked as soon as they arrived, and the girls wanted to use their techniques so that Chuck could escape. The young man did not agree with this proposal, as he could not allow 2 young girls to die because of him. He realized that he was no match for the Void cultivators, so he began to look for a way to avoid a fight. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He asked the sisters to tell him everything about Tom's family ties for the past 3 generations, as well as about all of his relatives and acquaintances. Chuck also wanted to know everything they could about Tom himself, as well as about the history of the world and the position of the clans in the sect. Hearing this, the girls were surprised and asked why he needed such information. To which Chuck replied that he was going to become the new Tom. The guy really did look like him, but Kate doubted that they would be indistinguishable. But Chuck had no doubt that with a little facial disguise, he would be able to deceive them all, at least for a short time. Emily was still sure that the guy would not be able to deceive Tom's father, to which the guy assured the girls that she had a plan. Still hesitating, Emily pulled out a scroll from the subspace, in which she and her sister had written down all the information since their slavery, preparing to take revenge. Delighted with such a gift, he took the scroll in his hands. At that moment, the God of War system gave a message that the guy was able to complete his fateful mission and successfully received the new title of God of War, and for killing the violator and exceeding the requirements, he would be awarded an additional reward in the form of a teleport to the human world. Then the system gave him a new mission to eliminate the person who knew about the existence of both worlds of cultivators. This person was Ron, and if Chuck could kill him, then both worlds would be safe. Then he felt that they had accelerated, which meant that they should soon arrive at the place. The girls were afraid that Chuck would not have time to disguise himself, and reminded him of their original plan for the battle. But the guy asked them not to worry and take their time. Then he ordered the system to return him to the human world. After that, the light engulfed him, and before the eyes of the amazed girls, the guy disappeared. The system transferred him to the human world on the Star Citadel. Sitting in his room, Chuck thought about the fact that the game of Immortals, although it had come to an end, would soon have new difficulties, which meant it was worth finishing all available missions before that. Having made a decision, he asked the goddess of justice where Clark and the others were now, receiving in response that the red-haired man was planning to commit murder on the territory of the church, and Liao and Frank went to a bar together. The news that these two decided to get drunk greatly surprised Chuck. Then the goddess of justice told the young man that while he was gone, an emergency signal came from the Seraphim, according to which Clara went beyond the Arctic Circle, after which contact with her was lost. Hearing this news, Chuck was very surprised that the girl could forget beyond the Arctic Circle. A few hours before, many people had gathered at the residence of Clara's family. All the guests were young people. Clara sat apart from everyone, reading articles on the internet. She was especially interested in information about Princess Anna, either admiring her or experiencing an inferiority complex. At that moment, one of the guards approached her and said that the girl had received a package from Chuck. Clara was very happy about this. She eagerly looked into the bag given to her. Inside was a bottle of potion, some book and a note. In the note, Chuck explained what exactly he had sent her and how to use it correctly to become stronger. While the girl was happy that the guy had not forgotten about her, someone else approached her. It turned out to be her younger brother Ron, who reminded her that the banquet was held specifically to arrange her marriage, and all the noble guys of the 9 families gathered for her. Clara was little concerned about this event, since all this was held only for resources and influence, while their family was not really strong. Ron insisted that his sister show up there anyway, since they couldn't start the banquet without the main star. Clara refused without hesitation, preferring to spend time with her grandfather. Seeing that his sister didn't want to do as he said, Ron got angry. In order to influence her decision in the direction he needed, the guy threatened that if she left now, he would sell all the girls she had secretly saved into slavery. Hearing his threat, Clara asked if he really thought he could control her by blackmail, threatening the lives of innocent people, to which he replied that it was only her fault, since she didn't want to be obedient. After these words, the girl got even angrier. Activating her spiritual power, she reminded Ron that she was a 4th-rank elementalist, which meant she wasn't going to let him do whatever he wanted. Then she assured her brother that she would be able to harm the guy, despite the fact that they were related. To prove her words, the girl concentrated spiritual power in her hand. The next moment, she directed her hand towards her brother. Without any hesitation, Clara hit Ron on the cheek. Unable to withstand the force of the blow, the guy fell to his knees. This blow helped the girl to splash out negative emotions, allowing her to pull herself together. In a calmer voice, she said that from now on they no longer intend to tolerate threats against them. Clara, as well as her mother Sarah and father Dylan, walked along the corridor of their family's mansion. Her mother expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the girl beat her brother in a public place, since this could have a bad effect on her reputation and prevent her from getting married. To which Clara carelessly noted that she was not going to marry a scion of 9 families, but would prefer someone like the chief engineer of the Federation, Chuck. Without turning around, her father said that his daughter should forget about this guy for his own safety. Having almost reached the end of the corridor, the three stopped at the door to the room. Dylan informed Clara that her grandfather was about to choose an heir, so she had to act accordingly. After that, he took hold of the handle and opened the door. When the three entered the room, there was a hospital bed on which lay Jake, the head of their family. The old man was in poor condition, and it was clear that he would not last long. Therefore, he wanted to choose the next head of the family. Having expressed his intention, he raised a trembling hand to point at the chosen one. At first, Derek thought that they were pointing at him, but Jake moved his hand to the side. He then announced that his granddaughter Clara would be the next head. The girl was very surprised to hear her grandfather's words. Her father and mother did not agree with this decision. Derek tried to convince the old man to change his mind by saying that Clara was about to get married soon, which meant she could not be the head of the family. He asked Jake to leave the role of head to him and swore that he would make their family the greatest among others. But the old man was adamant. Then he turned to Clara to find out her opinion. Hearing her grandfather's question, the girl froze in doubt. Seeing this, Jake explained that if she refused, then she would really have to marry only a descendant of another noble family. Hearing this, Clara said that she already had a man she cherished. To which the old man calmly noted that the 9 families had one secret, and marriage between them helps to keep it from others. Her grandfather's words that if Clara continued to insist on her own way, her chosen one would be in danger, made her think seriously. Looking at his granddaughter lying in bed, Jake explained to her that the girl had only one choice, and this choice was not happiness, but strength. At that moment, the girl fully realized Chuck's words that she was weak and could not even control her own destiny, which meant that she was not able to help him in any way. Having come to the conclusion that she must become stronger, Clara confirmed that she was ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of their family, and would try to do everything so that they became the greatest among the 9 others. Hearing the words of his granddaughter, Jake smiled and said that she was the only member of their family who had real leadership qualities. Her father Dylan was not satisfied with this decision of the head of the family, and he tried to protest it again. But at that moment, someone ordered him to shut up, putting a hand on his shoulder. Behind, completely wrapped in a robe, stood the head of one of the 9 families, Charlie. Turning around, Dylan saw that the heads of the other families were also present. After making sure that everyone was gathered, Jake asked Clara to come to him. Taking her hand, the old man said that he was handing over the family into her hands. After that, some energy engulfed their palms. Clara felt that power was filling her entire body. The next moment, a robe exactly like the other heads of families formed on her shoulders. Trying to understand what was happening, Clara turned to her grandfather for an explanation. But he was already dead. Charlie turned to Sarah, saying that now they needed to go to the edge of the world to finish the inheritance ceremony. The upset girl asked for some time to say goodbye to her grandfather. Understanding the situation, everyone left the room, asking her not to stay long. With tears in her eyes, Clara turned to her grandfather, saying that today was the first time in her life that she had lied, for which she asked for forgiveness. The girl was not going to protect their family, just as she was not going to help the 9 families, because each of them lived wrongly. She was not going to let anyone tell her what to do anymore. When Clara left the house, she headed for the Arctic Circle with the other heads of families. After leaving the ship, the girl asked the others why they did not fly further on it. Charlie answered her question, explaining that this was the Forbidden Zone, where it was forbidden to fly, and besides, the inheritance ceremony required that everyone walk further. In the area, frozen bodies lay in snowdrifts. Charlie continued to explain that many tried to get here to find out the secret of their families. Looking at the bodies covered in a layer of ice, the girl experienced mixed feelings, since she herself did not feel such a strong cold. Seeing her confusion, Charlie explained that all living beings who got there would die without the star robes they were wearing. After a while, they came to a very large snowdrift, and Clara asked what it was. The next moment, the girl realized something. Under the layer of snow, the metal of the steel plating was visible. Charlie confirmed that she was not mistaken, but added that this was not all. They were heading to the center of the North Pole, but now they were right in front of the ship's control console. Clara was puzzled by the man's words. After all, this meant that they were standing in front of a spaceship. Moreover, Judging by the size of the snowdrift, this ship stretched across the entire Arctic Circle. After a while, Clara and the other heads of the families finally arrived at their destination. Their goal was a mountain with a steel staircase. Charlie approached a small pedestal and placed his hand on the electronic panel, above which were 2 buttons. After which the man ordered Clara to do the same with the panel located on the neighboring pedestal. The girl hesitantly approached the indicated place. After that, she also put her hand on the panel. The panel under her palm lit up. She became curious about what those 2 buttons were needed for, to which Charlie explained that their planet was surrounded by a camouflage shield that hid them from space monsters. The green button activated this shield, and the red one, on the contrary, turned it off. It is for this reason that no one has ever attacked the Federation, because if someone dares to do this, then he will have to deal with a whole bunch of space creatures. After that, Charlie turned to his panel and said that a new heir had appeared and asked what to do next. Suddenly a voice was heard telling the heir to come. Hearing these words, Charlie told Clara to go to the top and get her inheritance. Then he added that the guardian of the 9-7 would provide her with the necessary assistance as the future head of the family. But the girl would only have one chance, so she would have to use the gift wisely. Hearing the man's words, Clara confirmed that she understood everything. The stairs she had to climb stretched high up. Stepping on the first step, the girl felt hesitant. But she still had to move, and the girl rushed forward with a firm step. She did not have any difficulties during the ascent, but the cold was still bothering her. It seemed that the higher she climbed, the colder it was. Looking at the frozen corpses, she involuntarily thought about whether she would be able to reach the top without freezing. But as soon as she thought about it, a strange energy enveloped the girl. This surprised her, since the energy did not belong to her. After thinking for a while, Clara realized that this was the power that her grandfather had given her. Realizing this, she became much more confident that she would succeed. After some time, she was finally able to climb to the very top. To her surprise, she found a house and realized that someone lived there. The lights were on in the windows of the house, but no one came out to greet her. Without hesitation, Clara opened the door and went inside. The first thing she saw was a figure wrapped in the same cloak as hers, who allowed the girl to pass and sit next to him. The girl followed his suggestion and came closer. But when Clara was able to see this person, she was very surprised. The man was a dried-up mummy without a nose and eyes, with a sewn-up mouth, but he was definitely alive. Seeing her surprise, the man explained that 1,000 years ago he had participated in a game of immortals and drank the elixir of immortality, turning into the guardian of the 9 families. But despite the change that had happened to him, he was happy with his life and did not want self-pity. Suddenly, the guardian said that the girl did not realize the true privilege of his position, the privilege of surviving even the end of the world. Clara was very confused by this. Not quite understanding what he meant, the girl asked again. Realizing that the girl had many questions, he suggested asking them to get answers. Clara first asked about the spaceship and whether the 9 families were from another planet, to which the guardian replied that they were refugees from another world where the end of the world occurred. Then he explained that by the end of the world, he did not mean the threat of ghouls, space monsters, or the game of the immortals, and therefore the girl should value her current life and become stronger, since a real nightmare awaited them ahead. Hearing these words, Clara firmly stated that this was precisely why she came here, because she wanted to know how to obtain the power of a level 5 elementalist. Hearing her words, the guardian rose from his chair. After that, he approached the girl and, using his power, examined her. Having come to some conclusions, he declared that Clara did not like the silly of immortality, and since the girl's body rejected this heavenly technique, she had reached her limit. If she wanted to surpass the 4th level, she would have to make sacrifices. Only if Clara was willing to pay a huge price and risk her own life, then the guardian could activate the selection of the heavenly technique for her. Hearing his words, the girl confirmed that she was willing to risk and pay any price if it allowed her to follow her own path to the end. Smiling, the guardian praised her courage. After that, he took out a card with a picture of a snake, which he called the true card of destiny, which combines all the wonders of this world. Clara was surprised that the choice of heavenly technique was a card. The guardian will continue to explain that when she rises to the 5th level of the elementalist, then, having risen to a completely new level, she will constantly receive a choice of heavenly techniques in the form of cards, scrolls, and more. Her new awakened abilities will depend on this choice, which will be divided by their properties. The power of the air was necessary to activate the true card of destiny. After receiving the explanation, Clara activated her internal power at the tip of her fingers. After that, the girl touched the true card of destiny. The next moment, a snake appeared and headed towards the girl. The snake looked intently at Clara. The next moment, the objects that Chuck sent her appeared in the air. The snake rushed at the book in which the cultivation technique was written. Then it began to bite into it with its teeth. When the book disappeared, a map appeared in its place. Watching this, the guardian was surprised to notice that an unusual choice of map had occurred, which he had only heard of in legends. Adding that the snake of destiny was happy with the items the girl had, he began to examine the received map. It depicted an open door that was supposed to lead the girl to a new life, after which, if she still managed to survive, everything would change. The Guardian once again asked for confirmation that Clara was ready to test her fate. Having received her consent, he explained that in order to activate the map, it was necessary to direct her air power into it. This somewhat puzzled the girl. But then she did as she was told, from which the map lit up. Having made sure that the process had begun, the Guardian stepped aside a little. The map lit up with an even brighter light. Then this color absorbed Clara. The Guardian did not expect to be able to see something like this with his own eyes and hoped that the girl would escape death and return back. When Clara came to, she found herself alone on a raft in the middle of the ocean, illuminated by 2 huge suns. Looking at the unusual landscape, the girl realized that she had ended up in another world. Suddenly, a system message appeared, saying that the girl had received a mission, the essence of which was to survive for 12 hours in her own way. It also said that the raft she was on was attracting the attention of terrifying creatures, and another player in this trial would be looking for her to kill her. Looking at the system messages, Clara thought that after the game of the immortals, this closed trial looked like a simple walk. Now she was much more interested in the motivation of the other player. Suddenly, a shadow appeared under her raft, and Clara realized that this was the creature that the system warned her about. A danger notification appeared. As the waves began to rise around her, the girl wondered whether she should fight a monster in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, the ring given to her by Chuck flew out of her pocket into the air. A lot of system messages appeared around the ring that the connection with Seraphim was lost and an abnormal environment was detected, meaning that the girl had left her original world. After that, a holographic image of Chuck appeared, and the guy began to explain that since Clara sees this message, it means that she is in mortal danger, so she should use the survival ring, since it is able to automatically restore the user's energy from the environment. Clara was very surprised to see Chuck on the recording. The message ended and the screen went dark. After that, the ring began to transform. Having flown around the girl, it firmly attached to her back. 2 iron wings appeared on the ring. At the end of the wings were energy nozzles that suddenly started working. After that, the girl flew into the air at high speed. At that moment, something jumped out of the water, turning the raft over. The head of the monster that tried to grab Clara was simply huge. But the girl did not want to become its food at all, so she hurried to rise higher into the sky. Chuck looked questioningly at the goddess of justice. He was interested in only one question: whether Clara became the head of the family. Monica confirmed the question asked and told Chuck that at that very moment the girl was participating in the ceremony of inheritance of 9 families at the Arctic Circle. Chuck was sitting on the couch, and the goddess of justice towered over him. She confirmed that the ceremony was safe and none of the heads had suffered in 400 years. Chuck lowered his head. The guy believed Monica's words. Our hero continued the dialogue, and at the moment he was interested in the location of Frank and his new friend. Beautiful girls and the noise of a disco, a great place for 2 guys. Frank was sad, and his friend was comfortably located on the bar table and watched the beautiful young girls. Liao looked at the sad Frank. The guy was examining the glass and sadly thinking about something. The friend listened attentively to Frank. Frank, bringing the glass to his lips, said that he heard the crying of his girlfriend. A friend approached Frank and offered to talk about his girlfriend if he wanted. But Frank didn't know what to say. He wasn't ready for this conversation. Suddenly, something stopped Frank. He noticed a strange aura around his body. Chuck appeared in the bar. He patted Frank on the shoulder. Frank, not hiding his surprise, looked at Chuck. The guy realized that Chuck had become even stronger. There was a question in Frank's voice. He was trying to understand what Chuck had done that made him so much stronger. But our hero only laughed. Chuck poured whiskey into a glass. The guys happily began to drink, trying to translate Chuck's words about saving 2 worlds into a joke. Chuck turned to Frank. The guy was interested in how his friend was coping with the passage of the heavenly technique. Frank plunged into his secret world and told Chuck that for now he was coping, but voices began to be heard in his voice. Frank said that at each new level he heard the voices of animals, people, and when he reached the 7th level, he heard the crying of his ex-girlfriend. Chuck was wary. The information that Frank heard the crying of his ex at the 7th level seemed strange to the guy. Chuck listened attentively. Frank thought. He lowered his head and made it clear that he was very worried about Julie. Our hero put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Chuck advised not to wait, but to follow the girl. Perhaps she needed help. But Frank said that before the end of the world, she traded him for an aristocrat, and said that she did not want to see him anymore. Liao carefully watched the conversation of the guys. Chuck advised not to listen to the girl's words and social norms, but to follow the dictates of the heart. After hearing the words, the guy in black glasses perked up. Confidence appeared in his voice. The blue aura of awakening sparkled. Suddenly Frank grabbed his head. He heard Julie crying again. He could not understand why she always smiled before, but now she cries all the time. Chuck looked at Frank. He suggested the guy to follow her cry. Frank continued to hold his head, but decided to follow his friend's advice. Frank even found an explanation for his actions. He is simply trying to understand the essence of his ability. With confident steps, the guys went in search of Julie. Night and 3 dark shadows passed by the tombstones. Frank felt that the girl was nearby. A group of guys fearlessly walked along the alley of the dark cemetery. Suddenly Chuck stopped. Frank broke forward. He quickly walked towards the girl's cry. Frank stood by the stone bench and quietly talked to the void. The guy looked at the void trying to see the ghost. Chuck and Liao stopped. Our hero realized that he was right and Julie died. Chuck frowned. He did not understand how Frank could hear her. Julie's transparent soul stretched her hands to Frank's face. The dialogue between the guy and the soul took place. Chuck watched what was happening carefully. He told the guys that, being a cultivator, he can see invisible creatures, but he is not able to hear them. Chuck understood that Frank, on the contrary, can hear them, but cannot see them. Ghostly Julie sat, hugging her knees. The girl asked Frank for forgiveness for leaving him. Frank looked into the void. He did not blame the girl. The only thing he regretted was that he was not there. The ghost was crying. She understood that it was too late to talk about it. She died. Chuck and Frank continued to dialogue with the dead Julie. The girl's last phrase awakened aggression in Frank. The guy said that he has long been not a man, but the king of ghouls. Frank looked at Chuck and told Julia that it was Chuck who invented this suit for him, and now Frank is a killer clown. The guys continued to stand near the grave, and Frank told Julie that she should not be afraid anymore. Frank tried to show all his acquired strength. Suddenly something happened in Frank's head, and the guy informed those present that the hour of communication had passed, and he could no longer hear the girl. But Frank was not upset. He cheerfully said that in another hour he would be able to hear her again. Julie's ghost was sitting on the cold granite, and the guys were saying goodbye to her for a while. Frank promised to come back. Chuck watched Frank go. They were moving away from the crying girl with quick steps. Chuck looked back one last time. 3 dark shadows were leaving the cemetery. Frank walked ahead. The guy was very determined. He asked Chuck to find out the cause of the girl's death. Chuck did not keep him waiting long. He immediately gave the goddess of justice the task of finding out everything about the girl's death. Monica found all the information within a few seconds and reported the cause of death to Chuck. Chuck was interested in everything. Every detail was important. Frank listened carefully to every word. The next question concerned her parents. The news did not please the king of ghouls. Julie's parents were also dead. The unexpected appearance of strangers interrupted the guy's questioning. Liao turned around first at the voice of the people who arrived. Strange bald guys stood behind the guys. They said that 9 families ordered to kill Chuck. Frank released the energy of the ghoul, while he asked Chuck to stop him if he wanted to kill a person. Chuck looked closely at the men who appeared. Chuck prepared to repel the attack. The unfamiliar killers decided to attack. Chuck drew his sword. Chuck began to quickly repel the attack, while trying to explain to Frank the essence of his inner self. The king of ghouls stood and listened attentively to every word of his friend. Chuck straightened up, and the last words spoken to Frank were the most important. Chuck said that if Frank did not have enough strength to understand what he wanted, then all his power was meaningless. 3 guys stood in a dark alley of the cemetery. Chuck continued to ask questions to the king of ghouls. Frank was covered in red energy of evil. He listened attentively to every word of Chuck. In Frank's head there was one question about what he should do. A picture from the past floated into Frank's memory. He remembered how he and Julia had a good time and how happy they were. The guy remembered how she looked at him. And he, an ordinary guy, hugged her, giving her a feeling of calm and security. Suddenly, the king of ghouls made a decision. He decided to avenge his girlfriend. Frank, with burning eyes filled to the brim with hatred, knew exactly what he wanted. Unexpectedly for everyone, Frank decided to take revenge right now and hurried to leave his friends. Dumbfounded Liao watched what was happening with a surprised look. Chuck and the goddess of justice watched Frank leave. Chuck thought about it. He understood that Frank might not cope alone. Chuck turned to Monica and asked for a favor. A few seconds later, the killer clown costume was delivered to Chuck. Chuck understood that he had to help his friend. Our hero's hand reached for the mask. Chuck understood that he had to take Frank's place and become a killer clown. The venue for the campaign speech was filled with people. Eugene, a candidate for a seat in Parliament, was taking the podium and preparing to deliver his campaign speech. The crowd cheered for the candidate. Eugene promoted his campaign promises, confidently pounding his fists on the podium. The politician promised to reach new heights in the fight for peace and women's rights. Chuck and Frank could not believe their ears when phrases about protecting women's rights poured out of Eugene's mouth. Unexpectedly for Eugene, standing behind him was none other than the king of ghouls. Liao, who was present nearby, was scared. Frank did not talk for long. With a deft blow he knocked over the podium and lifted Eugene into the air. The podium fell with a crash, and the politician's entire campaign speech fell to the floor. A crowd of bodyguards rushed to save their master. But Frank was determined and persistent. He did not plan to be distracted by stupid bodyguards. Frank cut off Eugene's saviors with fire and was able to calmly put his plan of revenge into action. Frank continued to torture his enemy, The bodyguard understood perfectly well that he would not be able to cope with a strong ghoul and turned to two generals for help. Eugene did not know who was standing in front of him, but Frank hastened to introduce himself and said that he was Julia's ex-boyfriend and the king of the ghouls. Horror seized the politician. Frank carefully watched Eugene's reaction. The politician was scared and asked the guy not to remember the past. Frank heard Eugene's timid phrase. The frightened politician offered money. This offer angered Frank. He reminded Eugene that Julia was dead and could never return to this world. The king of the ghouls was determined. He asked for Eugene's life. The politician looked at the ghoul in fear. Frank continued to carry out his plan. Eugene hung in the air. The politician loudly asked for help. Frank continued to slowly kill. He assured Eugene that no one would come to save him. The red column of glowing flame was visible from afar. No one suspected that Chuck in a killer clown costume came to Frank's aid. On the hill stood Jeremy the Sea Emperor and Christopher the Saint of Martial Arts. Chuck stood proudly in front of the generals, making it clear that he would not allow the bastard Eugene to be saved. Christopher raised his head and said that if Eugene was killed, there would be a feud with the Freedom Federation. Chuck said that he did not care. The second General Jeremy entered the dialogue. The man noticed that the killer clown's behavior was very different. Chuck did not plan to hide the truth, so he spread his hands and admitted that he was a friend of the killer clown. Chuck said that there were only 5 of them and together they had enormous power, capable of stopping the collapse of the world. Jeremy watched the enemy closely. Chuck put his fighting fist forward. He stopped the generals and told them that they would see a circus. Christopher got tired of listening to Chuck and said that something was too dangerous for the Federation and needed to be destroyed. Chuck watched closely and dared to suggest that the negotiations were over. Chuck, dressed as a killer clown, prepared to repel the attack. Frank's painful mockery of Julia's killer continued. Eugene tried to crawl away, but Frank continued to implement his plan of revenge. The Ghoul King continued asking his questions. Eugene asked for forgiveness and mercy. He scared the guy with his title and said that his family would take revenge. Frank was adamant in his decisions. He wanted only one thing: Eugene's death. The killer was grabbed. His neck was tightly squeezed by Frank's tentacles. The guy continued to painfully strangle the enemy, not giving a single chance for escape and salvation. Frank was not afraid of revenge. He would happily wait for Eugene's entire family. The politician was slowly suffocating. Frank's final blow. Eugene was defeated and went to the world of dead souls. An image of Julie appeared in Frank's head. She thanked Frank for saving her and killing the boss. Frank mentally asked for forgiveness. He was very sorry that he could not protect his love. The goddess of justice appeared behind Frank. She hurried to say that Chuck was currently stalling for time and giving Frank the opportunity to leave the murder scene. Frank stopped for a few minutes and decided to help his friend. But Monica tried to stop him. She said that Chuck did not want to get involved in a bloody battle and he would immediately follow Frank. The King of Ghouls understood everything perfectly, flapped his bright wings and went to the cemetery to wait for Chuck. The murder scene was abandoned. The flying machine hung over the city. Christopher decided to follow Frank and said goodbye to Jeremy. The divine shark appeared above the general. Christopher gave the order and went on a journey. Chuck understood perfectly well that if this divine shark touched him, it would teleport him straight to the sea. Chuck knew that Jeremy would move after him and turn the sea into an ally. Chuck knew that this attack would not be able to kill him. Chuck used half of his capabilities and dispersed the blue sea waves. Chuck knew perfectly well that his capabilities were much stronger than the sea. Christopher could not understand what kind of magical dream was in the hands of a killer clown. Chuck realized that now his time had come to strike. Fiery lightning flew in space. Chuck used an illusionary movement, which confused the experienced generals. Jeremy looked at a point in the sea and could not make out what kind of monster had appeared. Chuck continued to put on a show. An alarmed Christopher carefully watched the guy. Fiery circles flew across the sky, blowing up a strong wind. The fight continued. Chuck straightened up, deciding to take a rest. He realized that Christopher was much weaker than he thought. Jeremy carefully looked at the guy in the killer clown costume and realized that he had learned the most powerful type of heavenly technique: space control. General Jeremy decided to enter into a dialogue. He understood perfectly well that if the stranger wanted to kill them, he would have killed them long ago. Chuck was ready for a dialogue and for a truce decided to make the first move. He handed over the fencing technique from his world. Chuck threw the technique with his hand. Jeremy deftly caught the gift. Opening the magic notebook, the general hurried to quickly familiarize himself with the contents. Jeremy's eyes almost burst from what he saw. He did not understand how such a strong ability could exist. Jeremy could not understand why the killer clown was giving him such a strong technique. The general was shouting loudly, trying to get an answer. Chuck stopped and looked at the general with a serious expression. He understood that the world depended on Jeremy. The dialogue took place and Chuck decided to leave the attack field. Jeremy watched the flying killer clown. General Jeremy could not understand who was in front of him. Frank's hand extended the head of the defeated killer. The guy was kneeling in front of the grave of his beloved and asking Julie to rest in peace. Her killer was punished. Chuck appeared in time. He saw the moment of farewell. Chuck wondered if Frank could hear his girlfriend now, but the ghoul said that he would be able to do this in about 10 hours. Frank said that along with Julie's crying, he heard other voices, but he did not pay attention to them. Chuck told Frank that if he heard other voices, then there could be other spirits in this world. He asked Frank to listen carefully next time and understand what they were saying. The Ghoul King turned away from his friend, but promised to listen carefully to the voices of the spirits and understand what they were saying. Frank turned to Chuck. The guy did not understand what his friend was planning. Chuck put his hand on Frank's shoulder and asked him not to worry. Chuck calmed the guy down. He just wants to understand how the transition to another world works and find the best solution for his beloved. A few minutes later, Chuck said goodbye to Frank, telling him that he would disappear for one day. The full moon illuminated the streets of the city. The Mashallah desert greeted everyone with its harsh nature and silence. Traces gave away the presence of a person. Chuck was ready to pass the system test. Our hero carefully read the text on the screen. The system offered a choice and Chuck chose Sword Mastery. The system announced the beginning of the test, saying that the player had chosen his path. Thunder and lightning sounded over Chuck's head. The guy lowered his head and silently waited for his time. A bright lightning struck a sand dune, raising a huge mountain of sand upward. Chuck stood unbroken, trying to figure out what was going on. Our hero thought he remembered the test of wind and storm that Layla had gone through in her time. This test seemed not so terrible to him. Chuck smiled. He asked the goddess of justice to turn on the music. A beautiful, invigorating melody sounded in Chuck's ear. Thunder and lightning flashed. The test began. Music, wind, thunder all mixed into one big storm. Chuck passed all the difficulties of leveling up magnificently. It seemed that our hero was soaring and becoming one with the wind and storm. Chuck desperately fought, trying to deal with the danger. The music distracted Chuck from the thunder and noise. Lightning flew by, trying to touch the agile guy. The spectacle delighted with its beauty. After a while, Chuck stopped and Monica, the goddess of justice, appeared behind him. She hurried to report that according to satellite information, the rain had suddenly stopped all over the world. Chuck looked at the goddess in fear. He knew very well that in his past life, a catastrophe always followed after the rain stopped. Chuck looked closely at the sky. He understood that time was limited. Our hero understood that at the moment, he must definitely pass the storm test to the end and increase his level. A day passed unnoticed, and satisfied with his work, Chuck carefully studied the screens with information. Chuck clicked on the screen, after which he immediately left the desert. Chuck understood that the ability he had received brought him the basis for a sword virtuoso. Chuck knew that a person can become a sword virtuoso only when his skill reaches incredible heights, as well as his understanding of the swords themselves. And in the whole world there are all 10 cultivators who have become virtuosos. Sword virtuosos have phenomenal combat techniques and are capable of very difficult fights. Chuck stood with his sword outstretched. The guy knew perfectly well that now he could raise levels with the help of spiritual power to saint and higher. Chuck carefully read the screen that appeared. The guy learned that he had to find the perfect sword. The screen showed that any sword that could withstand his fighting style would suit Chuck. Chuck stood with his back turned. The guy was deep in thought. He understood that he did not have time to look for perfect swords. Chuck decided that it was time to start restoring the roar. The weapon workshop greeted Chuck with its hospitality. Chuck knew perfectly well that the master's gift was very useful. The screen that appeared in front of our hero said that to study this weapon creation technique, he would have to spend a lot of spiritual energy. Chuck could not refuse to study and spent the necessary amount of power. Chuck held the blade in his hands and slowly listed the composition of the metals that needed to be prepared for restoration. Happy Chuck knew that the master's gift had everything he needed except the blood of the sun and the moon. Chuck immediately turned to the goddess of justice for advice. Monica said that the only place where the blood of the sun and moon was preserved was the emperor's crown. The image of the emperor popped into Chuck's head, and the guy abandoned this plan. He began to look for other options. The goddess of justice distracted Chuck from his thoughts, saying that a small military ship was trying to get on board the Star Citadel in the core area and there was a mechanic on the ship. Chuck thought about it. He asked Monica to tell him about the mechanics. Captain Peter, who owned the 4th level of heavenly technology, was able to create his own subspaces. Chuck thought about it. He did not trust the arrivals. Chuck turned to Monica and ordered to activate all the robots in the Star Citadel and create an illusion for the arriving guests. Divine Core. 3 members of the small ship stood waiting for inspection. The captain was not happy. He did not expect the inspection to drag on. A voice from the past dynamo reported the passage of the inspection. Access to the Citadel was open. Guests appeared in the doorway. Captain Peter went first. The order to check the core system was given. Loyal assistants began checking. The Divine Core energy generator appeared in front of the guests. The captain stopped, carefully examining the huge machine. A small nanobomb appeared in the captain's hand. Peter activated the bomb with a careful movement. The plan was carried out. Chuck carefully watched as Peter created his subspace and inserted some incomprehensible object into the reactor. Chuck thought about it. Our hero assumed that most likely it was a nanobomb and Captain Peter wanted to harm the core of the entire system. The goddess of justice tensed up. She did not understand whether she should report to the army general. Chuck stopped Monica. The guy was interested in understanding what they wanted to achieve. Chuck continued to watch what was happening. Suddenly, a dissatisfied Clark appeared on the screen. He shouted loudly, expressing his indignation at Frank's actions. Chuck laughed. He asked Clark if they managed to hush up the matter and smooth over the fuss. A few minutes later, Clark calmed down and reported that he had convinced the Federation's National Security Agency to announce that it was a simulation, a test in case of a killer clown attack. The goddess of justice and Chuck listened attentively to Clark's report. Chuck's next question put the goddess of justice into a thoughtful state. The guy was interested in whether there was cosmetics that could change the shape of a face. Chuck showed Monica how he would like to look. The choice was strange. The goddess of justice agreed to help. Chuck realized that he could easily get to another world. A granite slab from Julie's grave. Frank carefully wiped the stone. Chuck and Liao carefully watched the efforts of the Ghoul King. The guy tried to explain that Julie had temporarily moved into the tombstone, and he had taken her home. Liao expressed his displeasure, but Chuck stopped the professor with a look. Frank could not contain his emotions and attacked Liao. Chuck decided to intervene and asked Frank if he had heard other souls. Frank was distracted for a few seconds, and told Chuck that something strange was happening with the souls of the dead. The ghoul said that countless spirits lived around, but he could not understand clear voices. The next question concerned Julie. Frank had to find out how the girl's spirit ended up in the cemetery. Chuck listened carefully. He realized that the spirit of the dead girl was led by an unknown force. Chuck thought about it and concluded that the souls of dead people remain in this world. Frank did not understand why the leading force evaporated and left Julie in the cemetery. Clark suddenly appeared and intervened in the conversation. Clark was surprised by the presence of a tombstone, but Frank and Chuck did not react to it in any way. Clark looked at Frank and understood everything. Chuck continued to think. The guy knew for sure that in his past life there were no catastrophes associated with the world of the dead. Chuck remembered that this was the final stage of the apocalypse. Humanity was dying and monsters were everywhere. Our hero reproduced terrible images of the apocalypse in his head. He recalled that even players at the level of an ascending god were powerless against the ice cataclysm. Chuck straightened up to his full height and told his friends that he had to complete the virtuoso mission and gain additional power. Chuck noted that the others also had to become stronger. Our hero began to hand out the prepared techniques with a quick movement of his hands. Frank and Clark looked at the received techniques with particular interest, trying to find their own benefit. Professor Liao carefully held a notebook with the technique in his hand. He did not believe that having mastered this technique he could become stronger, but Chuck dispelled the professor's doubts. Chuck said that this technique enhances a person's physical qualities and works with any abilities. The Debilizer was showing another news release. The girl on the screen reported that this evening the president of the Federation showed up at the funeral of a scientist. Clark was surprised by the news, and the president's appearance puzzled the guy. The president spoke from the screen. Liao also noticed something strange about the president. The news came unexpectedly. It became known that the president had a heart attack and could not be saved. The assembled friends could not believe the heart attack. They knew for sure that the president was in excellent health. Frank turned sadly to Liao. He knew that they were friends. Liao knew this man too well and was sure that he could not have died of a heart attack. Liao turned to the goddess of justice and asked to provide all the information of his other friend. Chuck allowed access, and Monica provided everything she could gather. Liao carefully watched the screens move, trying to read as much information as possible. No one had seen Liao in rage and anger, but this moment had come. Chuck watched what was happening carefully. The goddess of justice announced that the liquid cosmetics for changing the face were ready. Monica used her index finger to explain the composition of each bottle. Chuck handed the bottle to Frank and asked him to try the new mask on himself. Frank could not refuse. He grabbed the bottle and began to shake it vigorously. It was clear from Frank's expression that he was very determined. The transformation process had begun. The result exceeded all expectations. The king of the ghouls changed. The only thing that gave him away was his red eyes. Chuck understood that the characteristic features of ghouls cannot be removed with makeup, which is why Chuck prepared the lenses. Frank extended his hand and gratefully accepted the gift. The king of the ghouls, Frank deftly put on the colored contact lenses. He opened his eyes and a new person appeared before everyone. Chuck ordered Carl to take Frank with him and teach the boy the skill of an assassin. Chuck was about to leave, but at the end he asked Carl where the library was. Chuck carefully studied the shelves with books. The number of books was huge, and there was no time to read them all. The blue screen suggested that Chuck could use 300 spiritual powers to study all these books. The next step in Chuck's plan was to get the blood of the sun and the moon, and then complete the quest to awaken the sword. Having finished studying the books, Chuck turned to the goddess of justice and asked to contact His Imperial Majesty. The dry, scorching desert hid a beautiful oasis in its sands. The Imperial Palace was welcoming the guest. The servant greeted Chuck with respect, saying that the Emperor was very happy with the young man's visit. The girl saw Chuck off and pointed to the reception area. The Emperor was busy with a banquet and did not notice Chuck's appearance. But in a matter of seconds, he greeted the guy and asked him to join the banquet. Chuck was not in the mood for rest and asked for negotiations, but Donald categorically did not want to decide anything and postponed the negotiations until tomorrow. Chuck heard the Emperor, but suddenly the beautiful Empress appeared and Chuck bowed his head in greeting Clara. The Empress delighted with her beauty. Clara greeted Chuck. The young man expressed his respect to the imperial person. Clara quietly passed the note to Chuck. The guy understood everything perfectly and hastened to assure the Empress of his devotion. Donald carefully watched the meeting of Chuck and Clara and was happy to offer the young people a dance. Clara was forced to refuse. The Empress wanted to go into another room and play dominoes. The cheerful Emperor came down and ordered Chuck to go dance. Chuck could not refuse the Emperor and went to the crowd of dancers. Left alone with his thoughts, Chuck pretended to dance. He unfolded the note and read the text. Chuck's eyes experienced anger. The note reported trouble with the Emperor. The music sounded loudly in the hall. The Emperor was happy, and Chuck did not understand what could have happened to the Emperor. Chuck clenched his fist tightly, trying to understand who dared to raise a hand against the Emperor. Chuck destroyed the note and threw the ashes on the marble floor. Chuck stopped and remembered something. In Chuck's past life, one of the reasons for the ice cataclysm was in the Empire. During the cataclysm, the Emperor acted as a cultivator, but everything was meaningless. Many people gave up and gave their souls to the ice disaster. Emperor Donald has always been very ambitious, and if the ice cataclysm began at this moment, Donald would definitely take advantage of the situation. Chuck realized that he should first talk to the Empress. Chuck connected invisible forces. The aura of the skill enveloped the guy. Chuck transferred his body to the player's room. Suddenly, Chuck's voice tore Clara away from the game. The Empress tensed up. Chuck said that no one could see him and only the Empress could hear him. One of the playing ladies paid attention to the Empress. It seemed to her that she was not feeling well. Chuck whispered that if the Empress was in danger, she should start her move with a 2. Kira's hand reached for the right chip. The 2 of bamboo fell on the gaming table. Chuck whispered that he would like to talk. Suddenly Kira's condition worsened and the Empress asked permission to leave the gaming table. Clara left the players and left the room. Clara went to her bedroom and waited for Chuck to appear. The image of Chuck appeared before the Empress. The guy wanted to know what Clara meant when she wrote about the trouble with the Emperor. The Empress widened her eyes and said with fear that the one who was currently sitting on the throne was not His Majesty. The Empress told Chuck that a few days ago the Emperor went hunting alone in the Valley of Desert Clouds and returned as a completely different person. His red eyes betrayed the cruelty of his character. Donald could not contain his aggression and brutally beat several guards. The next night, Clara could not sleep and saw Donald standing behind her and staring at her with a bloodthirsty look. The terrible look of the Emperor was filled with the desire to kill the Empress. Chuck listened attentively to Clara. Our hero could not understand why he wanted to kill the Empress. Chuck confronted the frightened Empress and offered his protection. Clara explained that she was aware of Chuck's power and was counting on his protection. Chuck was a true gentleman and tried to calm the Empress down, promising to provide her protection, but Clara had to help her get the emerald stone from the Emperor's crown. The Empress agreed to help and explained that the crown was in the treasury, but it would be easier if she went there herself. A few minutes later, the Empress stood in front of the doors of the treasury and demanded that the door be opened. The doors swung open in front of the Empress. Clara, confident in her powers, walked through the glittering hall of the treasury. Suddenly, the woman stopped, her eyes wide open, carefully examining the scepter. Before both Clara and Chuck's eyes stood the naked scepter. Chuck realized that the skull of the first emperor was missing. Clara looked closely at the crown. She could not understand why the emperor did not take the whole scepter, but took only the skull. Suddenly Clara froze. Her husband's voice was heard behind the Empress. Clara turned around in fear and told Donald that she was going to bring him his crown. Donald looked at Clara seriously. He held a sharp knife in his hand. The Emperor assumed that the Empress knew his secret. Clara realized that she had crossed the line, and Donald was going to kill her. The head of the hidden Chuck appeared behind the Empress. Donald decided to strike. Chuck did not keep him waiting long. Using the technique of illusionary movement, our hero was able to repel the attack in time. Chuck's feet stood firmly on the marble floor. Chuck took a fighting stance. He wanted to understand who was in front of him. The Emperor tried to stay on his feet and repelled Chuck's attack. Donald was angry. He swung his hand furiously and confirmed that he was the Emperor of the country. 2 strong men fought in a fight. Chuck hung in the air. He knew that in front of him was a clone of the Emperor. The real Emperor had never been so cruel. The crushing blow had been dealt. Chuck stood behind the imposter and once again dealt the final blow. The imposter's head fell on the marble floor of the treasury. A satisfied Chuck stood over the body of the defeated imposter. Our hero remembered that the defeated admiral was also very strong, but he could not see Chuck's technique. A screen flashed in front of Chuck and Liao reported on the progress of the investigation. The guy was able to find out that the president was supplied with clones. Liao reported that the professor had recently been kidnapped by people from Donald's empire, and his death was definitely connected with the empire. The creator of the hypersonic jump technology, Liao, was very determined. Chuck continued to listen carefully to his comrade. He wanted to understand the difference between a clone and a real person. Chuck understood everything. Our hero looked at the defeated emperor and realized that a clone was lying in front of him. The empress was confused. She did not understand who was able to make a clone out of the emperor. Chuck touched Donald's head and tried to find out the whole truth. Chuck's hand was covered in magic. Using the soul search technique, our hero tried to find out everything. The technique worked. Gradually, Chuck began to absorb all the knowledge of the clone. Chuck saw how the real emperor hands the skull to the clone and asks him to rule as long as possible. The real emperor was very serious. He told the clone that if he was revealed, then nothing terrible would happen. Raising the skull above his head, the emperor shouted loudly in front of the face of the unstoppable force that the fate of people was predetermined. Chuck realized that the emperor knew about the approaching cataclysm, and Donald wanted to use this moment to achieve his goal. Chuck finished his ritual and told the empress that the emperor cloned himself. Clara touched the cold neck of the Donald clone and told Chuck that he was dead. The empress did not feel sorry for this clone. She understood perfectly well that he did not deserve it. The empress with one movement of her hand removed the ruby from the emperor's crown. Clara handed the item over to Chuck without a moment's hesitation. The guy thanked the wise empress and decided that it was time for them to get out of this place. Chuck suggested taking the clone's body with them. Perhaps it would still be useful. Clara, accompanied by Chuck, with the clone's body left the imperial treasury. Clara and Chuck were surprised by the unexpected meeting. An old servant of the emperor was waiting for them at the exit of the treasury. Chuck immediately realized that he was not a mere mortal, but a level 5 professional. The servant turned to the empress and asked her to follow him to meet the emperor. The wings unfurled behind the servant. Chuck could not leave this matter just like that. He could not let the empress go to meet the villain. Chuck connected his favorite technology and prepared to read the servant's soul. Chuck made a movement with his hand and made it clear to the strong servant that he would not be able to catch them and deliver them to the emperor. Our hero did not think long and searched the soul. Chuck realized that there were no memories behind this soul, which meant that he was looking at a clone. The only thing Chuck could not understand was how such a powerful clone could be created. Chuck could not understand how many such strong clones there were on the territory of the imperial castle. Chuck knew that when creating a clone of a professional, his memory suffers first and the clone loses all his combat experience. Chuck was horrified by his assumption. He remembered that not long ago the general was unable to repel Chuck's attack. The guy remembered the actions of Captain Peter and came to the conclusion that the Emperor's plan had already influenced the highest ranks of the Federation. Chuck immediately summoned the Goddess of Justice and ordered to notify Clark and Liao that the President could be in danger. The Empress, accompanied by Chuck, hurried to leave the Imperial Palace. An entire army stood in the way of Clara and Chuck. The Empress reminded the servants of her title. The guards' feet stamped on the spot. Kira's eyes widened in surprise. The Emperor appeared in front of them. He shouted his order loudly, not to let Clara and Chuck out of the palace. Clara looked at Donald in fear. She could not understand how many clones he had. Chuck said that only the Emperor could know about this. Donald gave the order to the warriors and they rushed to catch Clara and Chuck. Chuck watched what was happening carefully. He knew perfectly well that these guards were very weak and he could easily kill them, but he did not want to take the lives of innocents. Chuck took hold of the hilt of his trusty sword. A clever move, Chuck decided to take the Empress hostage. He extended his sword and put it to Kira's neck. The guards were surprised, but the plan worked, and they stopped. The warriors turned to their emperor for another order. Donald's eyes burned red. He said that these two were imposters and ordered the guards to kill them immediately. Clara was persistent. She told the guards that Donald's clone was in front of them and ordered them to kill the emperor. The guards stood in confusion. They did not understand who to listen to. Chuck got tired of holding the heavy body of the clone on his shoulder. He threw the body on the marble floor and showed everyone the dead clone of the emperor. The crowd was shocked. The guards saw two emperors. Chuck turned to Emperor Donald. Our hero proposed a duel to resolve all disputes. Donald's eyes were burning red. He told Chuck that because of him the guards disobeyed his order. The clone said that the Empire would become Chuck's grave and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to our hero. Chuck understood that he still had a lot to do and he could not die now. The battle began. Our hero drew his sword. Emperor Donald tried to stay on his feet. Chuck's eyes were burning blue. The sword in the hands of our hero became fast and strong. The Emperor could not catch the movement of the sword. The speed of Chuck's hands was amazing. Donald tried to cover himself with a mountain of stones, but Chuck's sharp sword flew forward, foreshadowing a striking blow. Chuck extended his hand in front of him, showing his opponent that he controlled his weapon using 2 fingers. The steel blade curved, trying to find a free place to strike. The Emperor opened his eyes. He realized that Chuck was using a swordsman's technique. The star trail of the weapon was amazing. Donald screamed loudly, receiving a blow from the sword. Chuck watched what was happening carefully. he understood perfectly well that victory would be his. Chuck looked menacingly at the clone of the Emperor. The guy said that the clone could not withstand his smallest strength, which is why the difference between the clone and the original is so obvious. The Empress did not keep herself waiting long. She immediately declared that a clone of the Emperor appeared before the assembled and all his orders were invalid. The guards immediately bowed their heads in a bow. Suddenly a guy jumped out of the crowd. He screamed loudly and greeted his mother. Romeo did not understand what was happening. He tried to find out everything from his mother, Empress Clara. The brave woman told her son that someone tried to replace the Emperor and commit a coup. Unexpectedly for everyone, Romeo grabbed a knife and decided to stab his mother. He loudly screamed that his father had done so much for the Empire, and she killed him. The sharp knife was ready to pierce the Empress's body, but Chuck grabbed Clara by the hand. The sharp knife slipped past the Empress's face. Chuck's hand lay on the boy's face. Frightened Clara watched carefully as Chuck leaned over her son, trying to understand who was in front of him, a man or a clone. Chuck asked Romeo to tell him everything. Romeo was not inclined. The fat guy laughed loudly. Romeo was disgusting. He threatened and promised to return. Chuck looked at the fruits of his labor. He understood that the cataclysm was getting closer and closer. Our hero could not believe what was happening. He understood that the Emperor could have raised the entire empire to fight the end of the world, but instead he succumbed to his ambitions. Chuck read the pop-up screens. He found out that fixing the roar was the first step in fulfilling the task of the virtuoso of the sword. He must return the power of the virtuoso and surpass himself in his past life. Chuck carefully examined the guards. The guy understood that there could be traitors among them, and they cannot be trusted. Chuck opened the screen to communicate with Clark. The red-haired guy, as always, was ready to listen and follow the order. But the order to protect one important person seemed tedious to Clark. Chuck ordered to protect the Empress. Clark agreed with the task and announced that he would immediately send his best employees. The Empress thanked Chuck for saving her, and at that time he was thinking about the Valley of Desert Clouds. This is the place where the ice cataclysm began. A few hours later, a red sports car was parked in the palace square. The first bodyguard from Clark's office arrived at the facility and began to perform his duties. The second bodyguard accepted the order and remained to carefully inspect the territory. Clark stood by the window and calmly smoked, trying to carefully observe what was happening. The Empress approached Clark. Clara was surprised that Chuck knew the King of Assassins. Clark turned to the Empress and said that Chuck knew not only him, but also the mad scientist and the King of Ghouls. Clark was interested in further plans. Clara said that she wanted to save her country. The Empress was determined. She directly addressed the King of Assassins for help. Clark continued to smoke slowly. The guy hurried to calm Clara down. He said that as long as Chuck was with them, the Empire was safe. The beautiful nature in the Valley of Desert Clouds was breathtaking. Chuck and Frank walked along the cold ground and had a nice conversation. Frank turned to Chuck. The ghoul rabbit did not understand what they were looking for in this place. Frank's foot carefully stepped on the cold sand. After passing the forest, the young people stopped in front of an icy place. Steam from his mouth gave away the manifestation of low temperatures and approaching ice. The young people stopped in front of an icy lake. Neither Chuck nor Frank understood what it was. The round, icy lake in the center of the valley attracted with its beauty. The young people stood in the middle of the lake and could not understand why all the water in the lake froze. Monica, who suddenly appeared, could not find the coordinates of Chuck and Frank. Frank sat down and touched the cold ice. He did not feel any supernatural effect on the water. Suddenly the ice under the guy's hand cracked. A black mask of a man appeared on the surface. Suddenly, countless human faces burst onto the surface of the icy lake. Frank tried to figure out what was going on. The masks were talking to each other. They could not understand what kind of people were standing on their faces. Frank could not understand what it was, but Chuck hastened to explain that these were the dead from the icy hell. Chuck watched carefully. He understood perfectly well that this lake was the top of the hellish ice iceberg. Frank suggested that Chuck kill all these dead. Frank's foot accidentally ended up on the face of a dead man. The guy stamped his foot with a bang, and the mask fell into the ice. Frank watched what was happening. He realized that the dead were weak, but Chuck told his friend that the powerful undead had already climbed out of the iceberg and left, and ordinary dead people remained in the lake. The ice began to crack under the guy's feet. The masks tried to jump out. They cursed and threatened the young people with violence. Frank turned to Chuck. The guy was interested in whether they could get rid of this hellish portal. Chuck stopped for a moment and told Frank that people lived on this planet for thousands of years, and before them there were at least 3 eras: the era of giants, the era of demons, and the era of chaos. Chuck called for help magic screens and began to carefully study all the information. The young people had no choice but to search this place. A few minutes later, our heroes unexpectedly ran into a huge hole. Frank did not understand where such a huge piece of ice helped to go. Chuck and Frank stood and looked at the huge empty square. Chuck turned to Monica to find a whole block of ice. A few minutes later the screen gave the necessary information. Chuck took a serious look. The guy knew that someone would help them, but did not know who and how. Frank continued to build illusions. He asked Chuck if it was possible to start negotiations and make peace with the villain. But Chuck said absolutely no. He tried to explain to Frank that they devour the souls of living people to get powerful abilities. The more they eat, the stronger they become. The guys continued to stand next to the square hole. Suddenly, the ice began to crack. Frank looked at what was happening with apprehension. Something big and dangerous appeared in front of the heroes. A living creature looked at the fearless people, drilling them with red eyes. Frank was ready to rush into battle. Chuck asked him to deal with the monster, and he himself went to consult with the goddess of justice. Frank was burning with impatience. The king of the ghouls tore his leg off the ice. He rushed into attack with an unknown monster. Frank was glad to show the monster the real horror of the human world. An incredible monster was preparing to attack and repel the attack. Frank was in a hurry to attack faster than the wind. The meeting, reproaching the ghouls with an unknown monster from the underworld, took place. Frank promised to cut off all the monster's limbs and watch how the monster would fight without limbs. The fight continued. Brave Frank dealt strong blows to the monster. Using his hands, Frank cut the monster into pieces. At some point, the guy stopped. He realized that the monster was not only ugly, but also weak. Frank looked at the monster carefully. At some point, the Ghoul King realized that the monster could regenerate, and its limbs would grow back. The monster's red eye burned with a bright fire. The monster's open mouth worked like a big vacuum cleaner, exposing huge sharp fangs. At some point, Frank succumbed to the monster's call. Deafening magical waves tore Frank's brain apart. The guy covered his ears and fell head first onto the ice. The faces of dead people surrounded Frank, and bony hands began to tear the Ghoul King apart. It was clear that Frank was in trouble. The Ghoul King understood perfectly well that the monsters wanted to devour him. The guy's eyes were bloodshot. The monster continued to deafen the brave and courageous Frank. The monster seemed huge and scary. Frank was ready to give his life. The guy realized that the monster was stronger than he thought. Sweat appeared on the Ghoul King's face. Frank realized that simply cutting him into pieces would not be enough, and a more complex solution to this problem was needed. Chuck said that they must completely destroy the monster. This creature must completely hibernate inside hell. Chuck decided to go first and asked Frank for additional help. The Ghoul King rolled up his sleeves and decided to add fire to Chuck's attacks. Frank's hand caught fire with hellish flames. Chuck's deadly sword was charged with additional energy. Chuck, armed with a fiery sword, walked decisively to destroy the hellish monster. Our hero connected the sword technique and prepared to attack. Swinging his sword, Chuck ordered to break the flow. Hellish, all-consuming flame burst out. Hot flames engulfed everything around. Chuck stood in the very center, announcing to the whole valley that the monster was finished, and it would not be reborn anytime soon. Frank looked at Chuck carefully. The guy was worried about how ordinary people would fight this monster in the future. Chuck stopped Frank's thoughts. He put off the solution to this issue for later. At the moment, Chuck was interested in the issue of destroying the lake. Human masks continued to threaten people. Suddenly, the goddess of justice appeared. Monica reported that the Empress allowed the use of the defensive forces of the Empire, but they could not determine the location. Chuck did not keep himself waiting long. He raised his sword. Chuck loudly cast a spell and released an arrow piercing the sky. The yellow arrow ascended into the sky and indicated the exact coordinates of the icy lake. The ship discovered the location of Chuck and Frank. The defensive weapon was aimed at the exact point of coordinates. Chuck and Frank hurried to leave the lakes, realizing that the end of the world would begin there now. Red fiery arrows began to melt the ice. The warship released its weapons and controlled the destruction process. The most powerful attack on the ice lake began. The ships landed on the ice with destructive force and destroyed all the inhabitants of the underworld. Chuck and Frank watched from afar. Having coped with the task, the ships flew into the atmosphere. The destruction of the ice hell continued. Spaceships replaced each other. Frank watched as Chuck's plan came to life. Chuck said that now this iceberg will forever hang in space or be digested in the stomach of some monster. Chuck realized that the job was done and told Frank that they must return home. Our heroes left the valley. Chuck returned and was surprised by Liao's actions. The creator, wide-eyed, carefully examined the screen of the debilizer. Liao looked strange, but the creator said that he was examining the president. Chuck asked about the result, and Liao confirmed with confidence that the president himself was speaking on the debilizer. Liao told Chuck how to distinguish a clone from a real person. The creator of the technology threw up his hands. He decided that the president's clone had died, and the president was forced to speak in person. Chuck carefully examined Liao's appearance, and did not like it. Liao was persistent, and said that he was not tired at all. The president was smiling from the screen. Chuck looked closely at the president, and the guy thought that something was wrong. After thinking about it, Chuck could not contain his fear. Chuck turned to Liao. He decided that something was really wrong with the president. The creator of the hypersonic jump technology, Liao, could not believe this murder. Chuck tried to explain everything to Liao, but at that time Frank distracted everyone from the conversation. Chuck turned around at Frank's call. The ghoul's eyes lit up with a yellow light. Julie's soul was leaving the stone. Chuck called for help from the blade of earth. It became clear to everyone present that a spirit from the other world was to blame. Chuck continued to hold Julie's spirit and fight the ghost that appeared. Our hero took out a piece of paper and read the protective formation. The room was filled with light energy. Julia's spirit was saved and held in the stone. Liao looked at the talking sword with fear. Frank hugged the stone, and Chuck tried to ask why Julie decided to leave the stone. The spirit of the murdered girl reported that some cold force was dragging her along. She could not resist. Chuck listened carefully and reported that the afterlife is divided into several levels and the icy underworld is only one of them. Chuck passed on the training technique to Julie and said that it will help the girl strengthen her soul. Frank was glad. He knew that using this technique, communication with the soul of his beloved would be much easier. A few minutes later, Chuck decided to retire to his room and said goodbye to those present. Chuck turned around and left the room with a slow step. Liao and Frank saw their friend off with a heavy look. Frank understood that Chuck was going to take all the problems on himself again. Chuck stood in front of the screen in his room. Chuck turned to the system to use spiritual power and accelerate the restoration of the roar. The system reported that the player spent 600 points of spiritual power and the repair of the roar is complete. The golden moon and goldfish floated in the air, illuminating the revival of the ancient sword. Chuck held the restored roar in his hands and carefully studied the information on the screen. The screen offered to study a new ability to save from the sea of suffering. Chuck was immersed in his thoughts. He knew that one of the basic abilities of a virtuoso swordsman is the ability to store his weapon in his own mind. Chuck carefully held the roar in his hands. The guy understood that the sword was only now restored and he needed rest. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Empress. Clara said that the Iron Curtain took control of the army and deprived it of any rights. The Iron Curtain looked and was similar in its functions to the goddess of justice, but it was created to control the military power of the empire. Clara continued to tell the story of the creation of the Iron Curtain. She said that the only person who has the right to activate the curtain is Emperor Donald. Chuck did not believe his ears. He could not understand the Emperor's ultimate plan. The only thing that came to Chuck's mind was to turn to the goddess of justice and ask her to intercept control of the Iron Curtain. Monica used all her powers and told Chuck the sad result. She would be able to take over the Iron Curtain only if the Emperor died. Chuck realized that the two largest powers were going to unleash a full-scale war. Chuck understood that he could not allow this, and he had to do something. Chai turned to Monica again and asked her to do him another favor. The aircraft was hovering in the sky. Chuck walked confidently towards the greeter. The president, accompanied by a guard, was meeting the guest. The president expressed his admiration for Chuck's achievements. The president was worried. He did not understand why Chuck had requested a meeting with him. Chuck was serious. He said that a cataclysm was approaching his world and now was not the time for war. The president did not believe Chuck. He asked for proof. Chuck was serious. He suggested that Mr. President turned to Monica and request all the information from her. Chuck said that the cataclysm would come after the rain. The president once again recalled all the threats he had prevented and called Chuck a clairvoyant. A few seconds later, the president's face changed and he venomously reproached Chuck for possibly having created all the troubles for the world. Thunderbolts flew across the sky. The rain poured down incessantly. The president raised his voice at the guy and said that Chuck should stay put until the investigation was fully completed. Chuck's answer did not satisfy the head of the country. Chuck watched what was happening carefully and realized that an attack was about to happen. With a sharp movement, Chuck threw away his umbrella. The guy carefully looked around the area. Two huge bodyguards turned to Chuck and asked him to follow them. The captive Chuck asked for an explanation of what was happening. The president, accompanied by huge bodyguards, decided to interrogate Chuck using a polygraph and a bunch of other means of obtaining information. The president told Chuck that if the suspicions were confirmed, Chuck could become an employee, and in this case the president would be able to guarantee his safety. Monica appeared next to him and informed Mr. President that Chuck was an excellent ambassador for the Freedom Federation and that the welfare of the Federation was Chuck's top priority. The president hung his head. He could not understand why the goddess of justice was willing to defend Chuck based on simple research. The president turned away. He made it clear that after his speech no one would dare to stand up for Chuck's honor. Mr. President decided to take his seat. Screens began to flash behind the president. A serious man said in an affirmative voice that every person should know the truth. Mr. President began his speech, saying that the leaders of 9 aristocratic families had secretly tried to kill the president, and that there had been 31 assassination attempts. Chuck did not resist. He listened attentively to the president's words. The generals stood nearby and listened attentively to their president's speech. Mr. President announced. The terrible face of Mr. President meant the beginning of a great revolution. Chuck was shocked by such a proposal. He could not allow a war at such a critical moment. The president waved his hand and invited everyone to watch a historic moment in the history of freedom of the common people. Mr. President pressed the button. Chuck saw his citadel on the big screen. A tear gushed from our hero's eyes. The crazy president put his hand out and loudly asked everyone to admire the beginning of the Great Revolution. The citadel exploded, everything was engulfed in flames. Monica reported the danger and the lack of energy. Chuck tried to understand what was happening. Happy Mr. President announced that the Star Citadel exploded, the energy reserve of the Goddess of Justice was destroyed. Chuck lowered his head, now he understood why the nanobomb was installed. The president gave the order to mobilize the army to attack the 9 families. Tied up, Chuck watched what was happening. The president turned to the hostage, he continued to ask Chuck to join the uprising. Chuck lowered his head and decided to ask the president one question. The guy tried to understand the old man's mood. The president was angry, he realized that Chuck had figured out his plan. The conversation between prisoner Chuck and the crazy president continued. Chuck looked closely at his opponent. He said that he had long understood that Emperor Donald was hiding under the mask of the president. Donald was exposed, he lowered his head and continued to listen to Chuck. Suddenly the old man laughed. Donald stood up at his desk. He threw his head back and burst into hysterical laughter. Donald shouted that he was better than the elected president. Hundreds of millions of lives were in his hands, and he would take over the whole world. The fake president looked out the window and continued to justify his actions. Donald shared his plan. He said that the main goal at the moment was to provoke the anger of the crowd. The villain expected that people would start to riot along with this. The Federation of Freedom would burn in the flames of revolution. General Christopher shouted loudly from the screen. The man said that the Emperor's speech was not broadcast live, and no one knew about the revolution. Emperor Donald was furious. At that moment, Chuck freed himself from the shackles and told Donald that he knew everything in advance and ordered the Goddess of Justice to turn off the broadcast. Proud Chuck told the villain that no one in the world had seen his fiery speech and the explosion of the Citadel was mounted for this performance. Chuck looked angrily at the Emperor and said that the so-called revolution would never happen. It was at this moment that Chuck decided to leave and jumped through the glass window. The Emperor ordered to catch Chuck. Donald hurried after the fleeing hero. The Emperor tried to make the jump. The bodyguard held a test tube and carefully watched the fleeing Emperor. A stern man in a business suit pressed the elevator button. The hand was in the center of the ball. The initial identity check was completed. The young man thought that being president is tiring and perhaps this is his last term. The Goddess of Justice greeted Mr. President. Monica said that Chuck chose a good place for the fight, which saved many human lives. The president said that Chuck correctly understood his message and was able to lure the Emperor out of the city. The president turned to the Goddess of Justice. The leader of the country was interested in whether he had a chance of winning if he immediately landed troops at the border. Monica reported that the chances of winning were 50%. These figures pleased the president, who had returned to his duties. Confident in his decision, the president gave the order for all 3 armies to move to the front and prepare for battle. The ideal place for the fight was chosen. Emperor Donald stopped Chuck. The brave hero looked back. Chuck realized that the point for the battle had been reached. The Emperor used his spiritual abilities to raise all the stones up. One wave of his hand and a starfall spell flew at Chuck. Confident in his powers, the hero met troubles with pride. Chuck's eyes lit up with purple flames, personifying the power of all 5 elements. Our hero took out his restored sword and took the blow with ease. Chuck loudly cast the gathering spell. Chuck stopped for a few moments and looked back. The stones began to gather into one large boulder. Emperor Donald stood between the trees and watched Chuck's behavior. Donald's appearance was frightening. It was clear that the Emperor did not intend to give up. The stones fell to the ground, leaving a fiery trail after the impact. This phenomenon clearly frightened Donald. The appearance of a pillar of flame caused a sense of danger in the Emperor. Chuck was calm, he guessed the Emperor's plan and was ready to use his abilities. Donald jumped towards Chuck. The Emperor was sure that it was easy to deal with the guy. Chuck continued to stand calmly and watch the pitiful movements of the Emperor. Suddenly, the Emperor realized that something was happening to him, and he could not move. At this time, Chuck took advantage of the moment and turned on the sword technique. A sharp blade flew in the direction of the villain. The Emperor realized that Chuck had used an energy sword spell. Our hero corrected the Emperor's knowledge and said that the technique was called a flying sword. Donald opened his eyes and saw the sharp end of the sword in front of his nose. The Emperor tried to close himself off from the blow. A bright light engulfed the battlefield. The Emperor hurried to turn to his loyal generals. He ordered to gather everyone and kill Chuck. The order was received. Chuck looked up and saw a huge number of military clones of Emperor Donald. Chuck continued to laugh at Donald's actions. The Emperor looked pretty funny surrounded by useless clones. Donald continued to threaten and promise that this world would become purgatory. Chuck looked sternly at the Emperor. Our hero was sure that Donald wanted to take over the world, not destroy it. Donald said that the underworld was invincible, and they would not be able to defeat the army of the dead. Chuck continued to fight to save the world, reproaching the Emperor for betrayal. Chuck was sure that Donald was not worthy of the title of Emperor. Chuck's last words angered the Emperor completely. He gave the order to kill our hero. The clones obediently accepted the order and moved to attack Chuck. Unexpectedly for everyone, Chuck donned his golden armor and connected the technique of a master assassin. The movement on the battlefield began. First, General Christopher rushed to the attack. Chuck watched what was happening. One order from Chuck and a roar came out onto the battlefield. The system notified Chuck that he killed his opponent in one blow. The attack on the brave defender of the world continued. Confident in their strength, the clones continued to attack. Chuck connected the Shadow Step skill and continued his defense. Once again, the system notified Chuck about the death of the enemy and restored spiritual energy to the maximum level. Two armies stood on the battlefield, anticipating a dangerous fight. The feet of the soldiers ready for battle stood on the bloody ground. Emperor Donald loudly announced to everyone that Chuck had the ability to change places with others. The attack began. Chuck moved across the battlefield faster than lightning. Our hero was hovering. Almost without touching the ground, Chuck changed his position every second. At the last second, he appeared face to face with the Emperor and said that he had used all three abilities. The whole battle was still ahead. Clark stood next to the throne of Empress Clara, and in front of them, in a kneeling position, stood two, one of whom was Advisor Connor. The man begged the Empress to quickly make a decision on the issue of the upcoming war, otherwise the Free Federation troops under the leadership of Commander-in-Chief Jeremy will turn thousands of their soldiers into corpses. The Empress, unfortunately, noted that she did not have the authority to control the army, since the Emperor completely cut her off from command. Clark, who was standing nearby, asked what would happen if the Emperor died. Clara thoughtfully replied that in that case, control over the Iron Curtain would pass to her again, but this could only be a dream. A projection of the Goddess of Justice appeared in the air, and Clark asked if Chuck had managed to find the Emperor, to which he received in response that at the moment Chuck and Emperor Donald were fighting on the border of the Federation. Hearing this, Clark turned to the Empress with a request to try to control the Iron Curtain again, but Clara shook her head, noting that he had already tried more than once. The man continued to insist, arguing that they could not know when it would work. Then, remembering that after all, she was the Empress in front of him, the man apologized and added that Chuck probably knew how to solve this problem, but they still had to try to buy at least a little time. After that, he turned to the advisors with a question about who was the commander of the Fushi Mech Empire. Advisor Connor replied that he was Field Marshal Patrick, but they could not contact him. Hearing this name, the Empress said that the Marshal was a follower of the Emperor and a crazy fanatic who supported the war, which meant that he would not listen to them. Hearing the woman's words, Clark promised to solve this problem. Clara worriedly asked if the guy was going to kill the Marshal, since it was a dangerous business. But Clark only grinned and asked to trust him. The army camp in Fushi was located on the border of the Empire in the mountains. From the height of that place, one could clearly see that the Federation army was already approaching, therefore, the battle should begin soon. Sitting on the shoulder of his mech, Marshal Patrick thought with pleasure that the age of peace and quiet was finally over. At that moment, a man approached the mech. The man asked the Marshal what the purpose of this war was, because even if Patrick killed everyone, he would not receive any reward for it. Realizing that the man was not a soldier under his command, the Marshal began to call for guards. The man who arrived was Clark, who assured the Marshal that all of his guards had been killed. He then calmly announced that he simply wanted Patrick to realize that he could die too. Hearing the threat, the Marshal was able to pull himself together and asked him what he wanted. To which Clark replied that he wanted Patrick to retreat and not start a war with the Federation. These words angered the man, because it was unacceptable for him that some snot-nosed kid was trying to tell him what to do. He grabbed his pistol and shot the guy. The bullet was not simple and contained spiritual power. Such shells never missed. And this time it hit the red-haired guy right in the head. The force of the blow threw Clark back. But the next moment he regained his balance, holding the bullet in his mouth and muttering under his breath that Patrick was asking for a fight. After spitting out the shell, Clark called out to someone named Kelly to take care of the problem. The next moment, a guy with a knife in his hands appeared on Patrick's shoulders. Grabbing the Marshal by the hair, Kelly plunged his knife into his neck. Blood spattered onto the snow. A booming voice rang out over the lined-up soldiers, announcing that a tough fight lay ahead. Commander-in-Chief Jeremy declared the battle to begin. The soldiers commanding the ranks of the mech simultaneously declared that the order had been accepted for execution. The two armies faced each other, chanting the names of their commanders on both sides. Standing on the shoulder of his mech, Jeremy called on his soldiers to fight for the freedom of the Federation. Suddenly, a call came from the Fusi army to stop. Marshal Patrick stepped forward on his mech, deciding to challenge Commander-in-Chief Jeremy to a duel to the death. Hearing this, Jeremy was surprised and asked if he had heard correctly. After which, Marshal Patrick repeated his words again. Happy that he would be able to personally fight the enemy Commander-in-Chief, Jeremy accepted the challenge. Patrick then declared that fighting with firearms was too boring, so he offered to unload his weapons, to which he threw his shield to the ground. Jeremy also threw down his sword, finding the offer of hand-to-hand combat with mechs interesting. His sword fell to the ground. And at that moment, Marshal Patrick jumped up from his place. Raising his fist, Patrick wanted to strike first, but Jeremy intercepted it. Since the blow was predictable, the commander-in-chief of the Freedom Federation Army sarcastically remarked that there was more to a fight than just fists. Throwing his head back a little, Jeremy offered to teach the Marshal of the Fuse Army how to fight. The next moment, he hit the enemy mech on the head with all his might with the head of his mech. Fighting the Emperor's bodyguards, Chuck killed his opponents in one blow, as the God of War system informed him. One by one, they fell dead at his feet. Emperor Donald watched the battle from the sidelines. His fist clenched as he watched his subordinates being torn to pieces. And Chuck stood above the corpses of his bodyguards in his spiritual armor. Having finished with everyone who tried to stop him, Chuck turned his gaze to Donald. The last of the bodyguards urged the Emperor to flee, as the enemy was invincible. Seeing that it was the last bodyguard, Chuck activated one of his techniques. The next moment, a beam of energy pierced the man, and he died. Splashes of his blood hit the Emperor's face, causing him to frown even more. But he was upset not because he lost his people, but because the clones were not as strong as he wanted. Hearing his remark, Chuck said in response that without combat experience, it is impossible to be able to fight well. And although the clones were copied from strong people, they could not adopt the experience of hundreds of battles. Sighing, the Emperor said that he was always amazed that powerful people like the High Priest of Saint Orlanka existed in this world, but now he saw that Chuck was also special. Hearing about the High Priest, Chuck thought that at the end of the cataclysm, she disappeared from this world without a trace, and he wondered what the Emperor knew about it. At that moment, the Goddess of Justice appeared next to him, asking the man to end this fight as soon as possible, since the army of the two countries met. After her message, Chuck turned to the Emperor, saying that he would give him one last chance to surrender right now. Hearing these words, Donald said that he wanted to create a great powerful empire that would rule the whole world. And although the guy was strong, but if the Emperor could become undead, then there would be no one to defeat him. Realizing that there was no use in further conversation, Chuck promised that the rest of Donald no matter what. The next moment, he released the spiritual technique of his sword. The impulse of spiritual power flew towards the Emperor. The next moment, Donald felt how his body was pierced through. Blood began to drip from the wound onto the ground. But the injury did not bother him at all, as he had already summoned his ancestor Brian, who gave him the ice heart, which helped heal any wound. Putting the ice heart to his chest, Donald advised the boy to start thinking about how to defeat the hellish undead. The next moment, the ice heart activated, spreading ice energy around itself. But immediately after that, the Emperor was encased in an ice pillar. Even for Donald, this was a surprise. Looking at how only his head was visible from the ice, Chuck assumed that it was a trap or some kind of terrifying technique. Suddenly, the system sent him a message that the sword roar was asking for 10 units of spiritual power. Looking at the spiritual weapon and thinking that he had no idea why it needed this, Chuck gave his consent. The next moment, Roar stood in front of his master, enveloping himself in spiritual power. Then a stream of golden water burst out of him, which surrounded not only him, but also Chuck. Looking at the water created by the sword, the boy realized that this flow consisted of 5 elements. Suddenly, someone from above noticed with surprise that he could not get close to this power in the form of water. Hearing these words, Emperor Donald was happy, because his ancestor Brian appeared. Looking at Donald, the creature he called ancestor, disappointedly said that it seemed that the Emperor's plans had failed. Donald began to beg Brian to give him another chance and make him undead. But the ancestor refused, arguing that there was no use in it. And since Donald could not prove his worth, he was not worthy of using the ice heart. After these words, the Emperor was overcome with tremors. The next moment, the ancestor deprived him of his head. Brian, holding the severed head of the Emperor on an outstretched hand, brought it to himself. Then he declared that the best way for a loser to atone was to become his weapon and go to other useless emperors. Chuck, watching what was happening, was not even surprised by the fact that Brian killed his own descendant. Donald's spiritual ghost begged for mercy. But the ancestor, saying that the most useful thing in the Emperor is his soul, absorbed him. Having turned the skull into ice, the ancestor secured it on his throne. After that, Brian turned to Chuck, turning his attention to him. Looking at the guy, the creature said that being the king of the ice underworld, he was going to deal with Chuck personally. The servant opens her mouth and says that the guy has entered the battle. The guys are standing near her and say that he will not last long. Opening her mouth, Kira asks how the main character is doing. A head appears and he says that the Emperor's signs of life have disappeared and the system has determined him as dead. Power over the Iron Curtain has been transferred into her hands. Looking surprised, he asks to give command to 3 armies. Kira sits on the throne with complete disappointment. With a serious face, the girl orders everyone to remain in their positions and immediately cease all offensive operations, and asks to connect her with the president of the Freedom Federation. On the screen, we see Carlos, who greets her. Kira says that they did not have time to suffer great losses. Looking at the screen, she says that the instigator paid for this with his life and now she is the ruler of the Fushi Empire. Sitting on the throne, the girl asks what about him. We see his face. Then there is a large explosion. Iron Man is in this explosion. A man stands nearby and says that the strongest warrior of the Federation did not disappoint her and decides to surrender. The man with the red eye asks if he surrenders. Chase opens his mouth and asks how dare he surrender if this is a mortal duel. Spreading his arms, the man says that he is loyal to the Imperial Majesty, and she ordered to delay time and prevent a large-scale battle. Looking at him, he continues that the Iron Curtain has already given the order to cease hostilities and has accomplished its task. A notification appears from his hand that the president has sent a personal message, announcing the end of the war. Exhaling, Chase is glad that the war never happened. The man puts his hand on his shoulder and apologizes for the misunderstanding, because he risked his unit just to win these few minutes and save countless people. Shaking his hand, he asks not to say anything about smoking. Chase opens his mouth and says that he can do whatever he wants. The man takes his shoulder and asks to watch. He begins to peel off his skin. We see Clark and he says that the stubborn marshal was simply obsessed with the war and had no choice but to come in his guise. Looking at him, he says that he deceived him. Squeezing his hand, Chase begins to run after him to beat him and not forget this. There is a man in the forest. The protagonist looks at the screen and it says that Hell is aware of what is happening in the human world and reinforcements will arrive soon. But he himself thinks that the mission is accomplished and the war is over after the death of the Emperor. A monster is sitting on the ground, and Chuck thinks that judging by what the skeleton in a black robe said, all the skulls belong to the previous emperors of Fushi. There is a sword next to him and the protagonist says that he is the founder of Fushi and what the souls of his own descendants taste like. They answer him that you feel it when you resist, but when you swallow it, you feel new energy. Raising his hand, he says that if he becomes stronger, then this is the most wonderful taste. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that all the souls he absorbed should not completely disappear, because he himself consists of them. Spreading his arms, the skeleton says that being dead, he cannot make them dissolve, but they will all suffer inside him forever while he takes all the power. Drops of rain flow down his face and the guy asks that being alive, he is able to completely absorb someone else's soul. Raising his hand, the monster says that unlike the fact that they came to the world of the living, this has never happened before in the history of the underworld. We see Chuck's eye and he asks what happened in the underworld. Putting his hand on the skeleton, he gives him advice, namely that the living should not ask about the underworld, because it will destroy all their faith and hope, and also let him join him. Holding a sword in his hands, the protagonist says that he will never trust him, who absorbed the souls of his own descendants. A sword appears in the skeleton's hand. He swings it, and says that they themselves are to blame, the defeated heirs are not worthy of being his comrades. Near them we see a black line. Chuck looks at it. Silhouettes of hands begin to stretch. We see Chuck's yellow eyes and he says that he has the souls of the dead, and he himself has secret protective techniques. A silhouette of a man appears near the protagonist, because he uses a secret technique of divine protection. The head of the committee holds a sword in his hands. We see his eyes and asks how dare he scratch his sword and uses his soul to fix it. Brian flies into the air and raises his hands. The protagonist looks at him and says that the rain has stopped. The monster holds out his hand with the ball and says that since the souls of the dead cannot hurt him, he hurts himself and it took him 1,000 years to get it, a whole drop from the river of oblivion. Raising his hand, he says that in all of hell, no undead can get a whole drop from the river of oblivion, only he can. Looking down, Brian says that for a mortal like him, it is a true honor to die from the waters of the river of oblivion. The ball begins to fall down. It falls into the water. From there, a root begins to grow. We see that the dragon is standing next to the skeleton, who says that this is a special technique that he created specifically to destroy this world and let him go to hell. Raising his hand, the sword tells him to be careful, because any living creature will lose all their memories when meeting the flow of the river of oblivion. The dragon begins to fly towards him, and the monster says not to think about escaping, because it is useless. The dragon approaches him, and his eye glows. A sword appears near the main character, to which he gives 100 units of spiritual power. A shield forms near Chuck. We see a sword that glows. Then we see a shield that also glows. The weapon was absorbing something. The main character stands near it, and asks if he absorbed the water from the river of oblivion? The head of the committee looks at him, and asks to give the water. The main character closes his eyes and says that he has never seen anything like it. The monster closes his eye and says that it is enough. Raising the sword, he says that after he finishes, there will be nothing to bury. Silhouettes appear near the sword. The main character looks intently. Brian holds the sword and creates warriors, and they were different from the clones, because they were born from real blood and flesh. The warrior holds an axe in his hands, and the monster says the same words about living souls. The skeletons begin to approach the main character. Then the sword begins to be released to attack. The main character opens his mouth, and his hand glows. Then something flies into the weapon. The skeleton's head flies off, because they used the slash ability. The protagonist holds a stick in his hands and thinks. The skeleton's head returns to its body. Brian leans on the sword and says that these restless spirits once had the power of demonic lords and no mortal can defeat them. It's raining again, the protagonist thinks, and says that it's hard with those he can't hurt. He looks at the sword, because he asked for permission to use spiritual power, and will consume 10 units per second, and he says that he can deal with them. Looking at it, he thinks that the Death Blade is a magical weapon created in ancient times to protect heaven and earth, and then asks what he should do. They answer that it always does. The skeletons say the same words, and Chuck takes the sword in his hands and says that everything suits him. Then the protagonist jumps. He makes a blow and uses the secret technique of the moon slash. The monster closes one eye and asks not to waste energy in vain, because they have demonic power and will not be able to cause harm. Chuck strikes them again. The skeletons are hit by attacks from the guy. He holds a sword, who says that the conversation is over. Brian is in front of him, and the guy comes that it took 5 seconds and lost 50 units of spirits of power. The skeleton's eyes light up red and he asks what he did. Raising his head, he asks to return his angry skulls. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks for forgiveness, and does not remember that there were any skulls here. Holding a weapon in his hands, the head of the committee says that he first took his drop from the hand of Oblivion, and then destroyed the souls of his descendants. He holds a sword in his hands and says that now he will personally finish him off. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks if he can deal with him. He is answered negatively. The main character holds a sword in his hands and asks to leave it to him. Then he jumps and activates the title of General, due to which he received a special skill and the attack speed is increased by 15%. Chuck uses a fencing technique while waving his arms. The skeleton is surprised and asks what kind of ability it is. Attacks start cutting him. His arms are also cut. The skeleton is still holding the sword. The protagonist looks at this. Brian rises up and says that such a technique is not capable of killing him. He holds a sword in his hands and asks to go to hell. Looking seriously, Chuck says that he is too slow. Then we see that the sword is approaching the guy. He puts his hand in front of him. The protagonist tries to defend himself. Brian's eyes widen sharply. The guy stretches out his hand and a yellow aura is near him. Then it flies into the skeleton. There is now a hole in his body. Looking down, he says that he cannot kill him. The protagonist is behind him and uses a secret technique. He makes a blow and creates a dragon of 7 stars. The dragon begins to approach the enemy. The skeleton begins to be beaten and he screams what kind of technique this is. Standing next to him, he says that lightning has exorcistic properties. For the undead, such damage will be much more sensitive. Brian's eyes glow even more and he says that he got it and calls the phantoms of the underworld. Monsters appear near them. We see a sword that says that they will not stand against it. The aura is near the monsters. Other opponents also look at this. The skeleton raises his hands and asks why they come back. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that a drop of the River of Oblivion and Angry Skulls were trump cards and it's a pity that he ran into him, because he is helpless. The head of the committee looks up and says that without them he is nobody. The swords crossed, and the guy says that they belong to him and he simply underestimated him. He scratches his head and decides to finish him off next time and can die as much as he wants. But once he defeats him once, it's over. He begins to evaporate and asks how he plans to overcome the lords. The head of the committee holds a skull in his hands and says that victory belongs to the dead of the underworld. Then he completely evaporates. Looking down, Chuck says that he killed himself and returned to the icy underworld to heal his wounds. When he is completely healed, he will return to the world of the living and cause a real massacre, absorbing souls and becoming stronger. Exhaling, he says that it is hard and this is the main problem of the icy underworld, because you can win forever, but they will still come back. He remembers the monsters and says that the icy underworld is just the beginning. Soon countless undead from other circles of hell will appear in this world. We see the sky and that even the strongest man of all could not defeat so many monsters. The protagonist stands on the ground and thinks that the only way to cope with the impending threat is to unite all countries and prepare the forces of all mankind. Monica appears next to him and asks to be notified of the current situation between the Freedom Federation and the Fushi Empire, and he is told that reinforcements from hell know about his victory and will arrive soon. The protagonist looks at the screen and thinks. His eyes have turned red. Standing with his back to the screen, we see that there are 24 hours left and decides to finish all his business before they arrive. They sit on the couch and Chuck says that from their point of view, they all died a long time ago, which means they cannot die again. Carlos sits and says that they cannot remain inactive and will immediately hold an international conference to unite all countries, because humanity can only survive if they are well prepared. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that it is not for nothing that the people trust him and recommends first of all to contact Empress Fushi, and if they come to an agreement then it will be easier with the others. Sitting next to him, he says that he created a game and can help people train. Opening his mouth, he asks again the name. Clark sits all wrapped in bandages because he is in pain. Holding a can in his hands, he asks if it still hurts. He is told that the pain is nothing. The most important thing is that he was able to earn money. Chuck comes up to them and asks where Frank is. The man drinks and says that he went for a walk with a girl and talk about love. Raising his finger up, he raises the can and asks to drink together. Taking it in his hands, the main character is happy, because he learned to pick up objects from a distance. Closing his eyes, he says that it is nothing. Raising his finger, William says that the classification has been passed and the data has loaded into the game itself. Smiling, Chuck says that their game is ready and all that is left is the awakening potion from the Fushi Empire, and then the era of professionals will come to the planet, and then world progress will skyrocket. Monica is standing near the table and says that the coronation will be at 9 in the morning. Carl grabs his head, because he has asked for help. We see a destroyed ship in the water. Red dots appear in the water. The two boys fly there and Chuck says that the rain has stopped, which means that the speed of the spread of the icy underworld should have increased. Carl flies and asks what he is looking for in the ocean. Flying not far from him, Chuck says that the more dangerous the area is for them, the safer it is for him. Then he turns to the sounds of meowing. Carl looks at the cat because he says that they are underneath them. The protagonist stands near the eyes and says that he can stay here because they need to be lured out. He starts flying further and says that he must find out what is happening in the underworld. He flies right up to the pond. One of the monsters emerges and opens its mouth. The protagonist opens its mouth and asks to finish it off. Then the sword strikes the monster. The protagonist looks at the other eyes. He holds a weapon in his hands, and the monsters look at him. Everything around Chuck begins to electrify, because he uses a secret technique. He strikes, making the ability to break the flow. He holds a weapon in his hands, which electrifies. All the monsters fall down. The octopus stands near him, and Chuck knows that he needs to ask him something. A black aura appears around the octopus. Brian comes out and says that he will not say anything. Looking up, the skeleton says that the sea is the abode of sea monsters and if he dared to come here, he would die at the bottom of the sea. The tentacles begin to splash. Presenting the sword, he asks to open up. Then the octopus begins to swim down. Brian looks back, where something is glowing. Something is glowing above the ocean. Then the water breaks. Water splashes near the octopus. An object appears from the water. Brian sits on the monster and says that he is dead and it is better to let go. His hand is near his face. Standing next to him, the guy asks to talk. The octopus splashes in the water. Brian sits on the creature and asks why he decided to fight with him. He is told that if he answers the original questions, he will be allowed to return to hibernation at the bottom of the sea. We see the monster, who says that his interest in the underworld will not bring anything good and this is a taboo topic. Holding the sword in his hands, Chuck says that he needs a small piece of information and will not expose him to attack. However, if he refuses to answer, he will start hunting him. Even when the fiends of the underworld come to the world, he will still chase him until humanity disappears from the face of the earth. Clutching his head, Brian wonders why he met such a persistent pest and says to ask. Looking seriously, Chuck says that in addition to the icy underworld, there are other levels of hell. Will it also come to their world after the ice cataclysm? Raising his hands, the skeleton says that he belongs to only one of them and does not have the ability to move through all the circles of hell, so he does not know. Turning his head, he says that he is ready to answer any of his questions, which does not apply to the underworld. Even if he kills him 1,000 times, he still will not talk. Holding the sword in his hands, Chuck asks why he does not tell. His body begins to tremble, and he says that as soon as he answers, he will be immediately revealed, and if this happens, he will be doomed. Sweat runs down his face, and Brian says that anyone, no matter who he is or how strong he is, if he speaks about it, he will immediately be doomed. Skills disappear. The protagonist remembers a man who says that the essence that terrifies a real giant and the dead. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks if he is afraid of God. The skeleton's eyes widen after such a question. We see the guy's mouth, and he apparently guessed that he was scared. Looking seriously, he asks if God controls the underworld and the distribution of souls of the dead. Brian sits on an octopus and snorts, and he understands that this is probably not the case. His eye lit up, and Chuck says that in this case, God is not involved in the distribution of souls, but even so he frightens such an immortal tyrant. The skeleton begins to look at him. He raises his hand, asking to stop, and calls him a horrible human creature, and he would rather hibernate again or be hunted for eternity, but he cannot let him finish that sentence. The monster raises his hands to stop him. Clutching his head, he asks for forgiveness, because he should not have come here so early, and should have waited for the icy underworld to descend into this world and only then come after him. Raising his hands, Chuck asks if he is just going to leave, because there are still questions. Tearing off his head, he says that this is enough and does not want to hear another word, as well as see. His eye lights up, and Brian calls him a monster, and when the world of the living turns into a real hell, he will not be allowed into any of the circles of the underworld. Holding the sword in his hands, Chuck realizes that he has escaped again. Making a serious face, he thinks that apparently everything is much worse than he assumed, and it seems it is time to quickly sort out all the affairs. Something is created around him, and he thinks about how the girls are doing and the foggy island, the only piece of land in the sea of corpses. We see a pond and a kingdom, because it is cold here and the temperature does not rise above 0 all year round. However, even so, this place remains a paradise for people and the only hope for survival in the world. We see a building. A light is on in one of the windows, and it is worth any world to know about the existence of this island. To understand it, then it will begin to yearn for it, because the legendary island of fate. Something is floating in the pond, and it says that in order to get here, you have to die, and after the sea monsters kill you, the body will drift aimlessly across the sea. It will be a real miracle if you are lucky and the waves carry the body to the shores of the foggy island. There is a green aura around the people, because the mystical powers of the island will resurrect the lucky ones, even if only a dead body remains of them. Someone is writing with a pen on a piece of paper. It says that he may die soon. Clara gets up from her chair and thinks that everything will be fine with Chuck. The girl remembers herself and thinks that with the help of the Seraph Ring she was the first person to set foot on the foggy island, after which she became a student of the academy and was able to survive for 12 whole hours in this world and complete the task of the system, which resulted in a new personality. She stands near the graves, because her parents are former students of the academy who gave their lives for the sake of the academy itself in the war and eventually became an orphan. A ring appears near her. The ring was silver, and it says that they were not there when everything worked out. Opening her mouth, she thanks and hopes that they will make it in time. Someone starts knocking on the door, and Ashley calls her right now. We see the door, and behind it they ask why the professor likes her so much, to which they answer that she came to the island alive. Looking back, they call her a suck-up, and the ring says that she is in a dangerous situation and let her put it on. Her earring glows and the girl agrees. Standing up from her chair, she says that fate will decide whether she will die here or live. A torch is burning in her hand. The girl walks near the people, because this is a place where first-year students and other people of low social status, such as cooks and grooms, live. Holding a torch in her hands, she thinks that only by becoming a favorite student of the mentor or, having passed the test, a full-fledged student, can she leave this place. She approaches the cliff. She looks at the palace, which is nearby. We see Clara's face, and she says that we must go forward and not look back, nor look down and not linger, only go forward and do not turn back. She steps into the air. Steps appear near her feet. Walking on them, she understands that if she breaks these rules, the monsters in the fog will eat her alive. The man is on the last step. Clara stands near the doors and thinks that in the academy, she cannot let others know the appearance, otherwise she will have to finish off the witness with her own hands. She holds on to the scarf and the door is open, because such were the laws. She is already inside, because here are the objects of the mentors. Each of them represents aspects of the power of a certain teacher, and the students can easily contact the mentor by touching them. Carla bends down and says that Viola asked to come to her, and she is allowed. She stretches out her hand in front of her. Then she begins to walk into the portal. Carla enters it and calls her mentor. Drawing on the canvas, Viola says that tomorrow will be the official exam and called her here to offer to become a student. Looking at her from behind, Clara thinks that since her arrival, she has been exposed to mortal danger several times and it was all her doing. If this is not an accident, then perhaps she is the second player the system warned about. She is wearing a hood and thinks that mentors have complete power over their students, even over their lives, and if she agrees, her life will be in someone else's hands. But she is against it, because many students study without the patronage of a mentor, and they are not so easy to kill. Viola stands with her back to us and asks why she is silent. Her eyes light up and she asks if the girl can look down on her just because the mentor washed up on the shore of the island after her death. A black aura begins to appear around them, and Clara says that she would never dare. A monster appears near the girl and warns her that if she refuses, he will kill her. Viola's eyes are glowing red and she thinks that if the girl is not even a full-fledged student of the academy, and if she proves that she dared to be considered better than the mentor, then she can easily finish her off. Squeezing her hand, she is asked to hurry. Her earring is burning and she says that it was not possible to take appropriate measures, and from the current situation, strategy number 793 was chosen, and she needs to accept or refuse. Standing next to her, Clara accepts the offer. Her eyes are glowing and Viola says that this is a good choice and the card will be a witness to the choice made, and when she passes the test, she will become her student. A red light appears near the girl. Carla looks up, because a fire card has formed there. Guards appear from it, asking for forgiveness. One of the guards is burning and says that there is a suspicion that the student has violated the rules and this can lead to her execution, which is why the committee calls her. Holding a brush, Viola says that she must have done something she doesn't know. Clara clenches her hand and asks to protect her. Looking down, she says that it's her own fate and therefore doesn't care. A weapon approaches her neck and she is asked to follow them, or by force. She enters the portal and Viola thinks that the disciplinary committee cannot enter without an invitation, and that's good because they won't have to kill her themselves. We see her face, as well as her red eyes, and she thinks that this is her only rival and must die. We are in the committee room, where they sit on the throne. The guards stand near Clara and say that they have brought a girl. The skeleton on the throne asks her what crimes she thinks she is accused of. Holding her scarf, the girl says that she doesn't know. Sitting on the throne, Arnold says that she is accused of reading the laws of evil. Someone reported that she secretly read the scripture containing the laws of evil and then asks the witness to speak out. Eva comes up and says that when she was resting at night, she noticed a girl reading the book of evil. Arnold sits on the throne and asks what the elders think. The man with the crutch says that it is evil. The others also hold the crutch and call it evil. Arnold raises his finger and creates something, and then asks what she will say in the end. Looking up, Clara says that she has never seen any laws of evil in her life and vice versa. When she was resting, she noticed the girl reading this book. Opening her mouth, she says that apparently she was scared and decided to tell about it faster. Squeezing her hand, Eva says that she is delirious. Having created a ball, Arnold decides to find out now. In her is an object, and he says that the one who dares to deceive him, then accept a fate much more terrible than death. In her hands a scroll opens and a book appears. It was found in a secret compartment. Raising a finger, Eva says that this is the same book that contains the laws of evil. Arnold begins to read the book. Looking at it, he says that this is a notebook of her mother and personally taught in the class of the origins of spiritual power. She wrote down in this book all his thoughts and views on the emergence of power. Eva's eyes widen sharply. Closing the book, Arnold calls her a good student, but she died during the war, giving her life for the future of the academy. Opening his eyes, he says that her parents gave their lives for the academy, but she was only limited and almost mistakenly executed, so he declares her innocent. Closing her eyes, Clara thanks her. Looking at the girl, she hopes that she will also conduct an investigation into that student. The skeleton reads a book about the world of cultivation. The elders knock with a crutch and call it evil. Showing the book, Arnold says that the book was found in its secret compartment. Eva opens her mouth and says that there are no secret compartments in her room and she did not hide anything, and in general, it was slipped to her. A red aura appears near Arnold and he asks how she dares to dispute his words. Tears come out of her eyes and she asks for forgiveness because she was simply jealous. Because she arrived alive and thought that no one would care about the orphan. She turns her head, because Clara says that if she remembers correctly, then the punishment should be death in the stomach of the spiders of the abyss. Closing his eyes, Arnold decides to begin. A spider appears near the girls. Eva is wrapped in a thread, and she asks for mercy. The girl looks seriously and thinks that it was good that the ring managed to throw this book into her room, otherwise she would already be dead. Raising his finger, Arnold says that her parents were his students, and instead of caring, he allowed them to get into a dangerous situation. A scroll appears next to him. It is advanced magic that will work automatically. She looks at the paper and is told that when the enemy tries to deliver a fatal blow, he will be stunned for 3 seconds. Taking the scroll in her hands, Clara calls it a real treasure, and if she manages to succeed in the future, she will repay the kindness. Sitting nearby next to her, he asks her not to worry about tomorrow's test, because she got to the island alive and therefore luck is on her side. He is told that she was able to survive only because she used one device for flight and does not have the ability to survive in the sea. Putting his hand to his chin, Brian says that in hundreds of years she is the first one who was able to overcome the skies and reach the foggy island, and to be honest, if fate was against her, she would never have reached the island. Her eyes widen and she is told that the moment someone steps onto this island, their fate is rewritten and everything comes from the heart, subject to the influence of fate's decision alone. Bowing her head, she thanks her, and the skeleton says that she is free and should prepare for tomorrow's test. Clara turns away and puts on her hood. Looking thoughtfully, he says that she has never died before, and even so, she received a new fate and wants to see how long she can last on the foggy island. The girl sits down at the table and turns on the screen. It occurred to her that the system used all the energy to create an ideal person, and another player learned of the recent events and still wants to kill. Watching calmly, she asks why Viola hates her. She looks up and is told that the mentor could have gotten the entire system and only one person who came to the foggy island from another world can get the heavenly technique and rewrite the rules of the home world. We see half of her face and she remembers Viola and the second test mission was starting. She asks how she can deal with an incredibly strong owner of a heavenly technique. The ring on her hand lights up and she is told to analyze her speech, emotions and habits. Making a serious face, she is told that the head of the committee is pleased and if she wants to avoid death and become stronger, then she must figure out a way to become the head's apprentice, and according to the information collected, she will always reveal her plans. Raising her hand, she is told that it is time for them to part, and must destroy herself so that she can succeed. The ring begins to evaporate, and in her last words says not to forget who created it. Raising her hand, Clara says that the gifts that saved her life continue to leave her and tried so hard to become stronger, but she cannot protect things. Opening her mouth, she says that since Viola wants this system, she will forever make her this part. Squeezing her hands, she swears. We are in the holy grounds of sacrifice, where the monster stands, as well as people. The young people are standing in scarves and one of them asks if they shouldn't have a mentor with them. The lizard raises its head and asks to listen because the test is very simple. Opening its mouth, it asks to be allowed to eat them. Then the monster eats one of them. The girl stands behind while the others are shocked. The monster looks at them and calls them tasteless food. Something starts to light up in its mouth. Then it approaches the people. The guy starts to glow and asks if he won't die. A black card appears near him. Taking her hands, he sees a sword. We see them from above and he says that he has finally mastered the heavenly technique, although he could barely awaken one card and this is the lowest level of awakening. Waving his arms, the other says that he will be next and will definitely undergo awakening and quickly master the new technique. Narrowing his eyes, the monster says that he is next. Then he is taken into the mouth to be eaten. The lizard had black eyes and he says that he was too full of ambition, but with terrible potential, unable to achieve his own ideal and such deserved to die. Clara still looks at the situation. Standing near the people, he asks who is next. The guy stands in the crowd and asks why he did not awaken his abilities, but simply ate him. He is told that there is no need to blame and met special requirements, because of which he died. He begins to cry and says that he no longer wants to participate in this test. Narrowing his eyes, the monster is silent. He begins to run, and they tell him that a group of students are unworthy, and he himself should become a cleaner and die of old age and on a foggy island. The guy's face was shocked. As suddenly he turns into a creature that lies on the ground. Clara looks back and hears the heads of the mentors, and they have been watching them from the shadows all this time. The monster's paw stomps on the floor. The girl stands with her back to him and is told that he knew her parents, because they died on the island during the disaster, so she should not be afraid, even if she is not worthy, and will still use her power and allow her to be reborn on the island to live an ordinary life. Taking off her hood, she thanks him and asks that if she does not receive the ability, then let him eat her. Standing not far from her, the lizard asks why he does not want to. He is told that if she is powerless against fate, she will be stuck on an isolated island and will be no different from a walking corpse. Looking at him, she continues that she would prefer her soul to return to her native places and be able to look at her loved ones. Opening her mouth, the lizard agrees. Clara climbs into his mouth. He begins to close his mouth. Having closed it completely, someone asks if he is sleeping. Around the mouth, everything starts to glow. Opening it, we see a bright light and this day has come. The girl holds a staff in her hands and her appearance has changed. In her hands are cards and this happens only once in 100 years. She was able to awaken not only the cards of heavenly techniques, but all 7 at once. She holds the cards in her hands and thinks that she was finally able to change fate and become the chosen one. Stepping onto the ground, she is told that she was able to overcome her past and become the master of her own destiny, and can also learn from one of the 7 elders. Opening her mouth, she is told that they are strong enough to use abilities, eventually choosing the head of the disciplinary committee, a demon lord in a bloody robe. A portal appears near her. We see Brian, who asks why she chose him. Standing nearby, Clara says that he was her mother's mentor and often talked about him, and also missed those times, especially when she was taken as a partner to repel the monsters of Doomsday. Looking up, she says that her mother believed that he was the best mentor. Smiling, Brian agrees that those were wonderful times and the most beloved memories. Standing on the ground, he makes her his student. Viola flies to them and asks them to wait. Having landed on the ground, she says that she does not mind, but she is already learning from her. Brian stands near them and asks the student if this is true. He is told that she did not say such a thing. A portal forms near him and he decides to find out who lied. We see that the director has stepped onto the ground. He had a hat on his head and he asks to show evidence. Viola begins to create something. Holding a card in her hands, we can hear that the girl accepted the offer. Standing near them, Viola says that the card is a witness to the conversation and she agreed to become her mentor, but in the end she betrayed her. The guys in scarves begin to say that she betrayed the mentor and will bring a lot of problems in the future. Brian starts to get angry and asks to be silent. The student's eyes widened in fear. Approaching her, the skeleton asks to tell about this. Clara asks to believe, because she never treated her as a mentor. Because of her she got into dangerous situations many times. Looking at him, she asks to remember one of the recent incidents. Turning his head, he asks Shane to study the map. Something begins to be created near him. Looking at the object, he asks to find the owners of the voices from this map. We see an animal skull. Then 2 wolves appear. They begin to sniff the girls. One of them smelled something. The director stands calmly and says that one of them really belongs to Viola, but the other voice disappeared from the academy and is nowhere to be found. The woman's eyes widen sharply. Looking at him, she says that this is impossible and agreed to become her student. Looking seriously, Shane says that for thousands of years, wolves have not made a single mistake. Brian looks at the woman and says that the other voice is not hers and that it was all fabricated. He looks at her seriously and says that as a mentor, she deceived the principal and the head of the disciplinary committee. Holding a card in her hands, Viola says that everything is not right at all and asks to check the cards again because they are all fine. Looking at the skeleton, she asks not to pay attention to it because she is used to being bullied. He remembers his student who also spoke. Squeezing her hand, she begins to tremble. A red aura appears around her, and he says that her mother was also bullied and spoke the same way, but then he was only a mentor. Waving his arms, he screams that the mentor dared to lie to his face and wanted him to punish his own student. With wide eyes, she asks the principal for help. The old man stands next to her and asks her to stop, because it is not yet clear what happened. Clara runs up and asks not to kill anyone, because she wants to sort everything out properly. Opening her mouth, she asks to test her in hellish torment. Viola is standing nearby and thinks that the test of hellish torment is the most terrible torture in the entire academy. It directly tortures the soul of a sinner, not allowing him to lie. Looking into the distance, she personally saw how her offer was accepted. Brian looks down and says that during the test, no one can lie and this is the fastest and most effective way and the test can harm her soul, so it is better not to ask more than 3 times. Looking seriously, the man agrees. Shane picks up an object and asks to conduct a trial. Something begins to appear in his hand. The girl is standing on a hill. Something begins to appear from the wall. Clara is tied with fiery chains. The silhouette skeleton looks at her and decides to begin the first stage of the test of hellish torment, and if she lies, the soul will experience pain. Opening his mouth, Shane asks if she asked the mentor for something. Grinning her teeth, she answers negatively. The skeleton stands next to him and says that she told the truth. The man decides not to ask anymore. Viola raises her hand and says that it is impossible. Pointing at it, she says that she lied and let her say it again. Opening her mouth, the director asks her to be silent, because he is the judge and how dare he interfere. The skeleton looks at her and asks her to answer. We see Clara's eyes. Viola still points at her and asks her to look, because she does not answer. Hanging on chains, she says that perhaps she was oppressed, but she is a simple student and not smart enough for plans. The skeleton stands next to them and says that it is true. Viola looks in surprise and says that she is telling the truth. Narrowing her eyes, the woman says that she has an accomplice. Raising her hand, she asks who helped her? Turning her head, she asks to look, does not answer and apparently guessed. The skeleton comes and asks to answer. Smiling, Clara remembers the ring and says that she had no accomplices, and she thinks that the ring is not alive, which means there cannot be any. The skeleton turns its head and says that he is telling the truth, and the interrogation itself is over. The chain is removed from Clara. Viola looks and does not believe, because something is wrong here. Opening his mouth, Shane is disappointed in her, and the mentor begins to make excuses that she was nervous. She turns her head and the girl says that she can also undergo the test of hellish torment. The director stands next to her and says that over the years of work she has done a lot, but they can forgive major mistakes and remove from work, and also sit locked up for a year. The skeleton comes up and asks to wait. Looking down, he asks that he himself will pass the sentence. He steps further and says that for the betrayal of the director of the academy and the head of the committee, as well as oppression of a student of the academy. Approaching her, he decides to remove her from her position and banish her from the misty forest forever. They answer that if she cannot get to the island, she will be forced to wander from one world to another, constantly experiencing Judgment Day. Taking her by the clothes, Brian asks if she wants to fight and die right away. The director's eyes lit up and says that this is the final verdict. He runs his hand through the air and says that she must pay for what she did. Then he throws the girl off the ground. Clara looks up where Viola flew. Smiling, she receives a notification that the second player has left the territory of the island and got rid of the second player. The prisoners grabbed the bars, asking to be released and freed. The blonde girl looked away. The monsters were behind the bars. Clara looked away intently. She stood near the mentor when the prisoners screamed that they were wrong, and then began to ask for forgiveness and release them. Arnold looked at the girl when she asked about all these voices. Then the man asked her not to be afraid, explaining that there was a whole dungeon underneath them, and that he likes to collect strange things from different worlds and usually uses them for his research, and then suggested that she talk about what happened to her. Clara looked away attentively when the mentor spoke about how her trial had caused quite a sensation, and that there were reasons for that, because usually trials only transform a person, but she was reborn right along with the white robe and scepter, explaining that the white robe is a symbol of nobility and holiness, and the scepter signifies her power over her own destiny. The mentor in the bloody robe presented several cards when he said that a novice chosen one can only use 1 to 3 cards, but she can use any ability she wants with the scepter whenever she wants, opening access to thousands of cards without any restrictions, summing up that this is her strongest ability. The blonde girl stood in front of Arnold, who added that after becoming the chosen one, she must choose her own path, and that some choose to travel the multiverse, while others choose to fight against Judgment Day, and then said that only when she chooses her path, she will be able to use the power of her cards. Then Clara said that the book said that some chose the wrong path, and in the end, they lost all their powers. after which they had to get the ability cards again. The mentor frowned, looking ahead as he told her not to worry, explaining that she was a very outstanding girl, and that, in addition, she was his student, assuring her that he did not want such a fate for her, and then told her that with this, she would be able to reveal her true feelings and choose any path she wanted, and that this way she would be able to avoid the wrong path. A scroll appeared in front of Arnold as he explained that it was a legacy of his line called the Wrong Line of Fate, and that this parchment would allow her to see where her original line of fate could lead her. Clara looked ahead intently as her mentor added that only the owner of the scroll could see the outcome of their fate, and that only the wrong line of fate would know what she would experience, concluding that she should use it and choose her path. The girl closed her eyes and said that she understood. Clumps of energy enveloped her. Clara's eyes widened. She remembered kneeling in front of her grandfather and asking him to forgive him, explaining that he did not do it on purpose, to which he replied that it was okay, and that they could calmly let him go, but she would have to stop all communication with him, concluding that those filthy animals that harassed her at the ball would not catch her eye again. The dark-haired boy was lying behind her as she agreed, promising that she would not interact with him anymore and adding that she just wanted him to let him go. Clara stared ahead as she thought about what was going on and how James was the one who framed the protagonist at graduation, but somehow in this timeline, Grandpa thought that the protagonist was the one who was hitting on her. People were crowding around the spaceship as it was announced that the spaceship had finished its diagnostics and was ready to take off. The girl then exclaimed that she would not go and that this was the final battle between humans and demons, then asked about why they didn't all head to the cultivation world to protect them like they had agreed. Clara opened her mouth while looking ahead as she said that this was a betrayal and that she wanted to stay and help them. Sarah looked straight ahead as she asked her again, then explained that this planet was doomed and that none of them could save it, so they could only flee as far as possible, then ordered her to be taken to the ship. The girl stood aside from them as she thought about the cultivation world and what it was. The hooded man stood in front of her as he turned to Clara and said that she did not understand how terrifying the monsters of the underworld were, then asked if he would have fled with the clans if they could win. The girl stood in front of him as he added that for the sake of the continuation of the 9 families, she must remain on the ship as a source of genes for future generations. Clara looked at her other self tensely, thinking about how sad and merciless fate was, and how she had never been in charge of her own destiny. The girl closed her eyes. A ruined city appeared behind her. In front of her, the protagonist was fighting a monster when she realized that it was Chuck. The protagonist held a weapon in his hand, looking to the side. A boy appeared in front of him and reported that the professionals of the 9 families responsible for protecting the capital had not shown up, concluding that the capital would soon fall. Then he was asked about their gods. The warrior opened his mouth even wider when he said that the gods were still resisting, but there were a lot of demons around, and their target was clearly not the gods. Clara watched them from the side, thinking about the other world and how none of the 9 families had come, and what that meant was that they were all from the cultivation world. The protagonist confidently looked forward when he said that it meant that in order to kill this demon god, they would have to use their last trump card, adding that only this sword could harm him. The girl looked forward tensely. The warriors looked to one side and asked Chuck to come back alive. In front of them was a tall, ruined house. The protagonist clutched the weapon in his hand. He turned his head towards Clara. They were standing opposite each other. The protagonist passed by her. Tears started to fall from the girl's eyes. Her eyes widened. Clara held the scepter in front of her, thinking about Chuck and what kind of end awaited him. The mentor stood in front of her when she asked him if what she had just seen was her destiny, to which he replied that she was right and that this was the power of this scroll, because it was able to show a reflection of her destiny, summing up that now she should think about which path she would choose. Arnold handed her a bunch of keys when he said that he needed to take care of some business in another world and that he would be back in 3 days, and then explained that these keys opened all the rooms in the disciplinary committee, and that she could choose any and settle there, and at the same time find out how everything was arranged there. There was a red haze in front of the girl when she answered the mentor. Clara held the scroll in her hand, thinking that something was definitely wrong with what she had just seen, because Chuck had been accused of harassment at the graduation, but in fact, he was the one who found out about James's plan, and then she assumed that these were 2 different fates, and wondered where and what went wrong. The girl looked down thoughtfully when she considered it possible that it was because the protagonist had changed the original course of events. But in the end, he died in a battle with monsters, and now that she knew this, she could not allow it. Clara looked ahead with determination when a system notification appeared, saying that she had passed the test and awakened her powers, so she could now use the system, and that only one last confirmation remained, and then she was asked if she agreed to tie her fate with her, to which she answered that she did not, and that she did not want to be part of the system. The girl's profile was shown when she said that from the moment she arrived there, the system identified her as a closed testing player, and that the first mission asked her to survive, and the second one asked her to fight back against the enemy. So it can be said that all these tasks that she gave her coincided with her own desires, so she gave it her all. The blonde looked forward with confidence when she added that she did not want to be a player and do any tasks, and that she would do what she wanted, and then she concluded that she was very grateful to the system for everything, but one day it might give her a task that she did not want to do, and then she would resist its orders. Clara opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that no one dared to dominate her fate anymore, and that she came there for this. The girl glared at the system window, which stated that those chosen by the system were special people, and that they would have advantages in creating a new world order, to which she replied that she did not want to be special, but only wanted to get rid of power over herself and other manipulations, and that she wanted to be a person who could choose her own destiny. The blonde opened her eyes wide when the system asked if she wanted to return to her home world, and then the system asked her again. Clara's eyes were closed when she called Arnold a scoundrel. After the system notification appeared that she would only be able to travel between worlds when she reached the strength of a mentor, and that she was still too weak to return on her own, but with the help of the system she could teleport back and meet her loved ones again. The girl imagined Chuck and Anna when she thought that if she studied alone, it would take her several years before she could return, but she had something to tell the protagonist, so she couldn't delay. In front of Clara was a system window, which said that the player was connected to the system. Then she exclaimed that it was good, and that she agreed to become a part of it, asking to return her back quickly. The blonde looked seriously in front of her, when a system notification appeared that now the program could only allow her to return for half an hour, but the stronger she made the system, the more services it could offer, and at the same time the time limit would increase, and then it announced that teleportation was starting. The fire was blazing in the furnace. Clara appeared in front of the guard. He looked at the blonde and started talking about her hair, her robe, and that scepter, and she explained that she had received all of that when she woke up, and then thanked him for giving her the opportunity to visit this world. The guardian folded his hands in front of him and said that the heavens had finally given the 9 families a genius, and that historically many masters from all the families had gone to that world, but no one had ever returned except her, and then added that he thought that this world was over and that their universe had no future, but now the 9 families had a new chosen one with great potential. They stood in front of each other when the blonde turned to him and asked if he could open the protective barrier, explaining that she needed transport to pick her up immediately and take her where she needed to go, because there were very important things to do, to which he answered in the affirmative, saying that he would do it without any problems. Clara opened her mouth and addressed the goddess of justice. Monica appeared in front of her, whom she asked to be taken by the seraph and sent to Chuck. The guys were sitting at the table when the main character said that he thinks that the skeleton in the black robe is afraid of the underworld. Then William replied that the dead cannot die again, but they are afraid of the gods, so he believes that the gods are still able to finally destroy them. Clark looked at the ghoul and said that nothing had happened in the underworld for tens of thousands of years, and then asked how all this suddenly started, and suggested that hell is really overcrowded. William looked away when he said that if Frank's girlfriend's words about the underworld being overpopulated with souls are true, then they should expect much more terrible events in the future. For example, other dead people will also decide to move to the world of the living. The man turned to the ghoul and added that they still have too little information, and then suggested that he send Julie's spirit to reconnaissance. Frank was enveloped in a red aura as he exclaimed that it was impossible, and then asked what they would do if something happened to her or if she did not return. The ghoul looked menacingly at William and said that if he was so smart, then why didn't he kill him personally and send him to the underworld to gather information? To which he replied that he was just joking and asked him to calm down. Clark held a glass in his hand when he said that the lack of the ability to get the necessary information is the worst enemy. The protagonist looked at him carefully when he added that if they did not know the details of the events that were happening, then they would not be able to even guess what awaited them. Chuck looked away. Anna appeared on the screen, saying that she saw that they were all there relaxing and drinking in the middle of the night. The guys were at the table when the protagonist asked if something really happened, reminding that it was already quite late for calls. The girl looked ahead intently as she explained that she had to make a very important decision for her, and wanted to ask his opinion before doing so. She had a box in her hand as she explained that this unusual black box was the legacy of her family, the Medici, and that rumor had it that the symbol of the god of death was taken from it, but that a serious price had to be paid to open the box, and she was hesitant about trying or not. The protagonist looked at the box, thinking about the lost legacy of the Medici family and how in his past life, with the death of Anna, it was completely lost, and no one ever knew what it was. Chuck looked away thoughtfully, thinking that even though this was his second life, he still didn't know the answer himself. An explosion occurred near the guys. Clark looked at the black object and assumed that it was a seraphim. Clara appeared among the rubble when she exclaimed that she didn't have much time and apologized. Then a system notification appeared that there were 10 seconds left until the return. The protagonist looked at the girl and turned to her, and then asked about what was going on. A scroll appeared in the blonde's hand when she answered that there was no time to explain and that she had to give him something. Anna looked at them with displeasure when Clara explained that it was a very dear thing to her, and that she hoped that it would replace her absence next to him and help him when he was in danger. The blonde turned to the girl with pink hair. Clara looked away with satisfaction when she asked about what was going on and why she wasn't with him. Anna, frowning, looked in front of her and wondered what was wrong with that. The boys looked in the same direction, thinking that the atmosphere had become very tense. The blonde pressed herself against the protagonist, who then asked what she was doing, to which she replied that she would become stronger, so strong that she could change his fate. Clara looked at Chuck with admiration and asked him to be careful when a system notification appeared that time was up and that it was time to go back. The dark-haired guy looked ahead seriously. The guys looked in the same direction when they asked what happened. William grabbed his head and wondered how she disappeared so suddenly, because it was not a spatial jump. Tears streamed down the man's face when he asked what kind of nonsense this was, and then exclaimed that it was unscientific. The protagonist looked thoughtful, pondering the fact that the players were also disappearing, and whether Clara had already entered the game. The protagonist stood in front of the screen with Anna when he said that her disappearance was most likely related to the cultivation world, so William should not worry, adding that the next time she came back, he would ask her and find out everything. Chuck turned to the screen with the girl, addressed her, and asked what she wanted to say, to which she replied that it did not matter anymore, and that she had decided everything herself. The dark-haired youth looked ahead in confusion and wondered what this meant. William opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he understood. The man was shown in profile when he said that earlier he mentioned that spiritual power was able to create magical formations or even allow one to move between worlds, just like jumping, which is why she disappeared. The boys were standing near the table when the protagonist replied that he was right and that when they raised their cultivation level he would tell them about formations. William then exclaimed that it was great and that it was just wonderful, concluding that they needed to practice more. Monica appeared next to the protagonist and addressed him, then asked to let him be disturbed since she had very important news. Then he politely asked her to speak, explaining that a lot had happened that evening so he wouldn't be surprised if something else happened. A monster was shown on the screen when the goddess of justice reported that a unit of 30 professionals had been attacked while clearing a frozen river in the Federation and that the entire unit had been wiped out, and that this glowing monster was to blame. Chuck frowned, looking away as he exclaimed that it was a devil, or rather a water spirit with the fourth stage of enlightenment that had emerged from the icy underworld. There was a table between the boys when the protagonist told the survivors to retreat. The protagonist touched Frank on the shoulder, turned to him, and invited him to follow them. The boys had their backs turned when he agreed. Clark stood next to the Seraphim when he turned to the goddess of justice and asked her to hire a repair crew and make the bill out in Chuck's name, then thanked her when she agreed. A starship flew near the mountains. A ghoul fought with a smile on his face, talking about how he first defeated ghosts, then undead, and then the devil himself, summing up that he had fought a lot of different monsters lately. Someone jumped in front of the protagonist when he turned to Frank. The protagonist pointed his sword forward when he asked him to step aside. Something flashed between the ghoul and the monster. Frank punched the devil in the face. The blade rushed forward. The monster hung in the air above the ghoul. The monster's body fell to the ground. Frank turned his head to the side as he suggested that the creature was from another era, explaining that it had no hesitation in attacking humans and had taken on 30 professionals on its own, and that if all monsters had that much power, it would be pretty terrifying. Chuck walked past him as he replied that it was a normal water devil, and that truly powerful demons had yet to appear. He introduced the different monsters as he explained that some devils were made of elemental energy, and that water devils were not the strongest, while others like air, thunder, fire, and dark were much more powerful. The dark-haired youth was shown in profile as he said that there were also devils that even he did not know how to deal with, and that there were also monsters from the Age of Giants ahead of them, and then from the Age of Chaos, and that the monsters from there were nothing more than a horde of insane, uncontrollable demons created only to kill. Concluding that they should quickly distribute the Universal Awakening bracelets and quickly enter the cultivation era, and then they would need to unite the forces of all countries to confront the monsters around the world before the icy underworld broke out. Frank looked at the protagonist as he offered to go, explaining that they needed to go to the Fushi Empire. The two of them took off. The spaceship took off into the sky as the protagonist announced that all the heads of other countries would be there for the Empress's coronation ceremony. Chuck sat in front of Monica, who informed him that there was 1 hour left before arriving at the Fushi Empire, to which he replied that it was fine. The dark-haired boy looked thoughtful as he thought about using this time to place the roar and earth blade into his consciousness. He closed his eyes. 2 swords appeared in front of him as a system notification appeared, stating that the protagonist could now place both blades into his consciousness and awaken the virtuoso's abilities, and that the second mission had been completed and the third had begun, and that the goal was to learn how to control both swords and repeat the basic swordsmanship techniques learned earlier. The protagonist looked at his weapon, thinking about how he had learned thousands of sword techniques, and how it would take several days to repeat them all, adding that he still had to clear the remaining 98 missions, and that the invasion of the icy underworld was increasingly pressing on the human world, while in the cultivation world, he had to enter an even more powerful world, concluding that he could not wait that long. Chuck looked ahead with a frown as he addressed the system, saying that his swordsmanship had surpassed that of his past life, and then asked if he could awaken the virtuoso swordsmanship ability on his own without her help. A system window appeared in front of him, and he then thought about exchanging the techniques from his past life to awaken the virtuoso power in this life, and that it was acceptable. The protagonist was shown in profile as he said that he had decided that he no longer needed those techniques, and then asked to be allowed to ascend. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The system notifications appeared in front of him, stating that it had been discovered that the player had 2 unusual swords in his possession, and that the player had placed them into his consciousness, and that the player's memories from his past life had been successfully transferred to the current timeline, and the feedback channel between the timelines had been closed, and the connection had been completely severed, and all related information had been destroyed. Chuck frowned deeply as the system notifications appeared, stating that he had successfully reincarnated, and that the flow of time was normal and the spatial fluctuations were stable, and that no abnormalities had been detected, meaning the reincarnation was perfect, and that he had absorbed his memories and was able to awaken, so he was now a virtuoso. The boy wore white robes as he said that he had finally regained his powers. The protagonist clenched his fist as he ordered Roar and Earth Blade to protect him, explaining that he wanted to continue his breakthrough. A scroll appeared in his hand. The protagonist introduced Layla, who spoke to him and said that the choice of techniques was very important at the ascending god level, and that the difficulty of reaching the saint level directly depended on it, adding that she thought that the Jade Dragon reincarnation into a god technique would suit him the best, and that he should thoroughly study it, because it would be very useful when he decided to reach the saint level in the future. Then Chuck said that in this life, his best decision was to enter the Thousand Blossom Temple, and that his mentor treated him like family, so he had to protect her. There were green parchments in front of the guy when he addressed the system, saying that he wanted to learn this cultivation technique. Then a system notification appeared saying that the Jade Dragon reincarnation into a god technique was successfully learned, and that 200 units of spiritual energy were spent. The writing was glowing with green fire. A dragon appeared in front of the protagonist. Bright flames were bursting out of the lizard's mouth. Streams of energy rushed towards the protagonist. He bent his hand in front of him. A bright flash occurred in front of his face. There were many windows in the corridor. Feathers were flying in the air. Ashley was sitting on the throne. Tyler opened his mouth wide and addressed her, saying that the world was in big trouble, and that the icy underworld was coming. The girl looked ahead when she thought about how, given the power of this world, they would not be able to cope with it, and what should she do, suggesting that perhaps she should leave this world as soon as possible, but she had already finished building, and also whether she really had to give up everything. She imagined a dark silhouette when she decided that she could not leave this world, because it could still kill her, and then she would have hope. Tyler stood with the others as he announced that Emperor Fushi had died at the hands of the underworld, and that his wife Empress Kira would soon ascend to the throne, inviting her to the coronation ceremony. The woman stood in front of the statue with a sigh as she said that she vowed to protect the Fushi Empire for the sake of its citizens, their happiness, and the pride of their nation. Ashley sat in front of the system window, thinking about how this was a statue of a dormant death god, and how the legends said that this god protected the Medici family, but she had never heard of such a monster as a death god in any world. She imagined the pendant as she thought about how the only thing that could prove its existence was the symbol of the death god, signifying a contract, and how it seemed like she would have to go to the Fushi Empire to investigate this herself. The subordinates stood in front of her when Ashley said that since she invited her, she thought it was worth paying her a visit and that they would see what the Freedom Federation and the Fushi Empire were planning to do next. Then she was told that they would follow her anywhere. The girl stood up straight as she thought about what was happening and that all 10 elements, namely iron, wood, water, fire, earth, and darkness were raging and thirsting for blood. Ashley's mask was shown up close. Tyler stood in front of her as she told them to order everyone to be on guard and prepare to meet the enemy. The roof above them collapsed. Multicolored streams appeared as the subordinates asked about what kind of monsters they were, and whether they were even humans. The stone monster extended its hand forward. The boy held a shield in front of him as he exclaimed that they controlled the various elements much better than level 5 professionals. A tentacle monster appeared. The man attacked him with his staff as he said that these monsters were true masters of their elements. An explosion occurred in front of Ashley. Dark creatures appeared as she called them a clan of demonic spirits. Fire blazed behind the monster, as she added that these were monsters from the last bygone era and that they were shrouded in the aura of the dead, concluding that it seemed like all of these creatures truly crawled out of the underworld itself, and that their attack power would only grow with time, and that their numbers were growing and soon they would not be able to block attacks from 1,000 elements. Tyler appeared in front of Ashley and addressed her, as he exclaimed that all of the believers were fighting these creatures, but there were only more and more of them. Her face was shown up close as she replied that she never thought she would find herself in such a situation once she returned and that she could no longer retreat, or rather, even control herself. The boy had his back to her when she turned to him and asked him to let her ask, and then asked if Ivan was afraid of death. The blonde boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was ready to sacrifice everything for the holy religion. He extended his hand to Ashley, who asked him to take the item. There was a card in his hand when Ivan asked what it was. The blonde boy stared at it as she replied that he was a martyred cultivator and his soul was the purest of all, so she would grant him this weapon, and that after using this contract, even she did not know what would happen, so she asked him to understand and forgive her. Ivan's pupils narrowed. A black hand grabbed his throat. A black mouth opened in front of him. The monster closed its mouth next to Tyler, who turned to his brother. He looked forward in horror. The black essence disappeared into the card. Tyler and Ashley looked at the card as someone exclaimed that the pure soul of a true swordsman was a rare delicacy even in all 9 hells, and also with a taste of incredible bloodlust. The girl was shown in profile as the monster added that she had finally decided to make a deal with him and had even given him such an exquisite delicacy, adding that he was very pleased and that now that they had formed a contract, he asked for her request to be announced. The card approached her face as Ashley exclaimed that she would raise his banner and end the war, and the monster asked if it was that simple, adding that he agreed. The purple streams approached the girl's face. A winged man appeared in front of her, saying that he represented the will of Satan himself, that he had turned his attention to their world, and that he would allow her to use demonic power in his name. Ashley touched her shoulder as she addressed the damned fallen angel, the lord of evil spirits, and king of the 9 hells, the peerless Ragnar, explaining that she had summoned him to obtain one rare soul, and that according to the contract, she would share it with him. The man stared ahead as he replied that although they had made a pact, she had still disturbed his sleep, and that as an apology, she would spend a few days with him in the endless darkness. The monster reached out to them. Ragnar looked at the cloud of energy with indifference. He turned his head to the side and used the karma change skill. A huge energy flow approached the monster. A powerful explosion occurred. The man looked ahead confidently as he called them a flock of ignorant sheep who did not even know about the laws of karma. Ragnar was in front of the girl as he asked if she had summoned him for this trash, adding that he was beginning to doubt their contract, to which she replied that she had not, and that they came from the underworld. The blonde opened his mouth and asked again, then wondered if she meant the hell related to their world, then said that it was interesting, since the dead souls had broken through to the mortal world, and that they were clearly having some kind of trouble there, then suggested that perhaps their local demon lord had met with trouble. Several monsters approached him from behind. Ragnar parted his lips and said that disrespecting him was blasphemy against the underworld itself. An ominous aura appeared around him as he exclaimed that they would have to die once more. Blue energy appeared in his palm. The monster stood upright, attacked by the spell. The monster leaned forward from the blows. Ragnar closed his eyes as he called them beautiful immortal souls, adding that he could feel the power of the law of their underworld, but it was out of control, and summed up that the souls of these demons were now in his possession. Ashley stood behind him as he ordered her to prepare 1,000 human souls as a sacrifice, adding that one of his clones would descend to their world to find out what had happened, to which the girl agreed, exclaiming that she would do so right away. The man looked away in shock. His pupils narrowed greatly. Behind Ashley was a winged creature in a mask. Ragnar bared his teeth, exclaiming that this beautiful soul that had visited the foggy island was what he had always wanted, and as for this world, he did not care about it, adding that he would only come there to take it. Clouds floated across the sky. People were standing in front of the statue, when someone addressed Clara de Medici, saying that from now on, he officially declared her the first empress of Fushi in its entire history. The man placed a crown on her when she replied that she would lead her people to glory. The 2 boys were looking in the same direction when the ghoul asked if it seemed like there weren't enough guests. Clark's mouth dropped open as he stood next to him as he replied that it was normal and that Emperor Fushi was incredibly strong and surpassed the most powerful professionals in the entire empire, adding that now that he was dead, his wife had ascended to the throne, so many were unhappy because Kira was nowhere near as strong as her husband. The protagonist looked ahead with confidence as he said that the representatives of the empire's regions as well as the military wanted to support a distant relative of the ruling family to take the throne and that the empress had to use all her cunning to prevent this, summing up that they only wanted a new puppet on the throne and did not care about the future of the country. Clark, looking ahead, asked if he had already figured out how to solve the Fushi problem. Frank looked at the protagonist, who answered in the affirmative, explaining that if something were to happen, he would be able to act immediately. The goddess of justice appeared before them and addressed Chuck, telling him that unknown monsters had appeared in the deserts all over the world and that she was asking him to look into it. Dark shapes were visible in the fire and were told to hurry, saying that they must build a bastion before the living discovered them. The monsters stood in a line as they accepted the order. The dark-haired boy frowned, looking ahead as he said that there was not a grain of ice in the desert, and besides, those chains on the demons did not belong to the ice underworld, concluding that it was obvious that they did not come from it, and that if he was not mistaken, then this meant that the second level of the underworld had invaded their world. Frank looked ahead menacingly and cursed, exclaiming that they had only slowed down the appearance of the ice underworld, as the others immediately appeared. Lightning flashed in the sky. Clark and the ghoul looked ahead as the boy exclaimed that something was wrong and that he felt a distortion in space, meaning something was approaching. A vortex formed above the statue as someone asked to look at it. Kira and the bishop looked in the same direction. A black coffin appeared in the sky. A clawed hand appeared from it. The spiked hand opened the lid of the coffin. The many-eyed monster opened its mouth. The dark-haired boy stood with his back to it. Chuck frowned deeply as he said that the spikes in the coffin indicate that this is clearly a hellish punishment, and that the third hell has also descended into their world. The boys looked in the same direction as Clark turned to the gods, cursing and asking about what this is, to which the protagonist replied that this monster belongs to the era of chaos, which was long before the era of demons and giants, and that its power surpasses any monster from the underworld that they have met before. The spiky undead creature opened its mouth and growled. The portal was above the boys when the protagonist said that it seemed to be in great pain and could not get out of the coffin yet. The dark-haired boy looked up and added that he checked the area with his heavenly sense, and that it was the only monster in the capital. The men pointed at the Empress and began to talk about how Kira was their bane, and that the gods had sent an evil spirit to prevent her from ascending the throne. Defense Minister Lewis looked askance when he thought about how today he would show the world that she was not worthy of ruling the Fushi Empire. The men looked at Kira, saying that it couldn't be that way because the Empress loved the citizens of her country like her own children and therefore she couldn't be their bane, and how could they argue when a huge monster appeared in the sky? The protagonist looked at the nobles carefully, thinking that the world would soon turn to dust, but even so, the opponents of the Empress are trying to seize power, and that since this is the case, they cannot expect mercy from him. The protagonist turned his gaze to Clark when he asked if it was true that the priests serve two gods of death and one of them is the god of black crows, and the other is the god of dogs, to which he replied that it was true, and wondered why he asked that. Chuck looked ahead resolutely when he said that he remembered that Taunton's heavenly technique was to summon a black crow, and that he wanted her to help him a little, since he needed to put on a show for them. The Empress glared at the Minister of Defense and asked him to stop disappointing the entire Fushi Empire with himself, because even if the whole world burned to the ground today, it would not stop her coronation. Kira placed her hand on her chest and exclaimed that she would destroy all who threatened her people and protect the peace of the Empire, adding that she swore on her life. The black raven spread its wings. The bird flew to the Empress as everyone began to talk about the messenger of death arriving. The raven landed on Kira's shoulder. The men looked ahead intently, talking about how Her Majesty was truly the chosen one of the gods. Lewis extended his hand and said that it was a very pathetic trick, and that it was a pity that it did not work, because the monster was still in the sky, adding that she must destroy it to protect her people. The Empress looked at the bird as Chuck addressed her and informed her that it was him, and then asked her to let him deal with the monster, adding that she should not hesitate to ask him about it, and she agreed with him. The bird was in Kira's hands as she addressed the great gods and her protectors. The Empress was shown in profile as she asked them to lend her power. The raven's eyes flashed green. The bird flew to the portal. The raven spread its long wings. A warrior in shining armor appeared. A weapon began to appear in his hand as he addressed the new Empress Fushi, informing her that her will would now guide the Empire's sword, asking her to give him an order. Kira leaned forward and asked him to follow her will and finish off the monster that attacked them. A yellow aura enveloped the blade as the protagonist replied that he was at her service. The protagonist rushed towards the coffin containing the monster. The monster opened its mouth wide as Chuck said that it was an honor to be killed by a virtuoso. The protagonist extended his hand in front of him and used the Star Trail sword technique. Bright streams rushed towards the monster as he used the blade energy burst skill. The monster was attacked multiple times. The black-cloaked protagonist hovered in the air, his eyes glowing yellow. Clark's mouth opened in surprise and exclaimed that Chuck was actually able to kill him in one blow. Frank looked ahead in fascination, wondering when he had become so much stronger again. Lewis looked surprised when he thought about whether this was really a messenger of God. The protagonist was in front of Kira when he asked her about the new orders, then she turned to her protector and asked what would happen if someone disobeyed the Empress's order. The man put his hands out to the sides and began to justify himself. The protagonist was behind Lewis and replied that then they would meet their end. Chuck swung his blade, standing with his back turned. He was in front of Kira when she said that thanks to him, everything was fine again, and that in the future she would call on him again, to which he replied that he was always at her service. A black raven flew towards the outstretched hand. The woman stood up straight as she exclaimed that she was the heir to the Medici family and the new Empress Fusi, declaring the ceremony complete and that whoever they were, she asked them to remember who she was and what consequences awaited them if they dared to insult her. The nobles looked ahead. Clark brought his hand to his face as he thought about how no one would dare to contradict Kira from now on. There was a bloodbath near the stone wall. Ragnar spread his arms out to the sides and said that he thanked her for her good work and that the ceremony was almost over, but he still needed time to gather his strength, and then he would be able to materialize in her world. Across from him stood a girl who addressed him and asked if he would truly protect her when he came to their world. The blonde reached out for the map as he replied that it was unusual, and that as long as she carried it with her, it would automatically protect her from any danger. Ashley reached for it, thinking that this map was indeed full of protective magic, and that it couldn't be a fake. The girl was standing next to the bloodbath when she thanked Ragnar, summing up that in this case, she would leave him. In her hands was the map. Tyler was standing behind Ashley when he turned to her and informed her that the Federation officer who caused the commotion at the banquet had been found. The guy's mouth fell open, looking forward when he added that he was present at the coronation of Empress Clara, and that although the warrior covered his face, the sword was the same, so he believed that it was the same officer. The system window showed Chuck when Ashley answered in the affirmative, adding that he was right, and that she remembered this powerful blade. The girl and Tyler looked ahead when she addressed him and asked him to follow her to the Fushi Empire, explaining that they had finally found him and that she wanted to find out why he stole a painting from the Holy Land. The people were in the Empire's banquet hall. There were guys in black suits standing behind Clara when one of the nobles addressed her. Ashley was standing next to Tyler when she addressed him and asked who these people were next to the Empress. The guy looked at the system window when he answered that they were the king of assassins Clark, Chuck, who was a famous scientist, and he didn't know the third one. Then the girl said that this was a strange company and asked why this professor reminded her of someone. She took a step forward. Ashley and Clara looked at each other when the former asked if they could chat for a bit, to which the Empress replied that if she had anything to say, she should say it right there in front of them, and besides, she should address her as the ruler from now on. The protagonist looked at them, thinking about how one of them was a religious leader who had killed the other's family and usurped power, and the other was a woman who had lost her family to the first, and then her husband. But even so, she had managed to pull herself together and regain control of her country. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, realizing that they both hated each other with all their hearts. They were all shown in profile when Ashley said that she was the high priest of the church, so she also had no right to call her by name, to which the Empress replied that the Holy Church belonged to the Medici family, and the current head of the family never recognized their rights, because they were usurpers and traitors. The masked girl looked ahead when she said that she came to discuss some things regarding the Imperial Fushi family, and that she still thought it was better for them to talk in private, unless, of course, she was afraid, and then asked about whether she really thought she would kill her, reminding her that Clara was, after all, the Empress. Chuck was near the ruler when he offered her to go and listen to what she had to say, adding that she should not be afraid, because he was nearby. The guys stood behind the woman, who asked Ashley to follow her. The protagonist turned to his comrades and told them not to go far, because they would improvise. The sun shone on the pavilion in the garden. There were silhouettes of people in the area, when the girl turned to the Empress and asked her to let her tell her something, explaining that her crow, the Knight Protector, was actually a thief who stole the painting at Madame Dupont's banquet, and it was the treasure of the Holy Church, so she should hand over the thief to her, otherwise she should not be offended if they spoke differently. Tyler stood behind Ashley, who thought about how much he wanted to kill her right now, because when she died, Fushi would fall into chaos and she would conquer her, and then said out loud that the Holy Empire had long been hers, and the country's resources, treasures, and professionals were all she needed. Clara was shown in profile as she replied that the painting belonged to the Medici family, and she, being the head of the family and the owner of all its treasures, did not comment on it, and then asked about what right they had to make such claims. The masked girl tilted her head forward and agreed with her, adding that in addition to theft, the ruler's guard tried to kill her, and that was more than enough. The Empress opened her mouth and said that as they all knew, the Black Raven was the harbinger of one of the two gods of the holy religion, or rather the servant of the sleeping god of death, and that she stole the power over the religion and distorted it. And then Clara asked about how it was so strange that God decided to punish her, a heretic who stole his religion, for such a thing. Ashley was enveloped in an ominous aura as she exclaimed that this was unprecedented impudence, and that the only one who could punish them, mortals, was her. The girl's mask was shown up close as she addressed the Empress and added that since she was so stubborn, she should die. The woman's eyes widened. The boys appeared in front of Ashley, using the skill illusory movement. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and said that she should die there. The masked girl looked forward as she recognized the sword, realizing that it was the one who caused a commotion at the banquet and stole their treasure. A huge hourglass appeared above them. A card appeared, which spoke of a temporary pact with a demon. Then the girl remembered that Ragnar told her that this card was a gift, and that it was more than enough for her to finish off her enemies, but she should remember that she should give it her all. Tyler stood next to her when he asked why they weren't moving, to which she replied that it was Ragnar's card and that 5 seconds was more than enough. Ashley's cards appeared in her hand when she asked if they really wanted to kill her, then added that they should go to hell themselves. She opened her fingers, releasing the items. Dark energy approached the boys. A blue stream rushed towards the protagonist. The thorns were cut with a swing of the blade. The sword stuck in the ground in front of Chuck. A scroll appeared above the dark-haired boy when a system notification appeared that it was a divine item that was activated automatically when the enemy was about to deliver the finishing blow to him, and that it was disabled for 4 seconds. Her cards were in front of the girl when the countdown began. The space in front of her turned red when she exclaimed that this was the scroll of the demon lord in a bloody robe, after which 3 seconds remained. Tyler looked at Ashley, thinking that he was the only one who could move now, and that he needed to save the high priest and finish off the 3 of them. The boy gritted his teeth in anger when there were 2 seconds left. Then he thought about the high priest killing his poor brother Ivan, and whether he wanted to save her. There was a bright flash between them when there was 1 second left. Someone dug their feet into the ground. Ashley put her hand out to the side. The boys rushed to attack the girl. The purple entity approached Clark. The ghoul was lying on the ground, attacked by energy. Tyler stood to the side of the high priest. Ashley turned to him when he exclaimed that his brother was loyal to her, but she cruelly and coldly sacrificed him, summing up that he would no longer fight for her. The protagonist appeared behind the girl and said that even the most loyal follower betrayed her. The protagonist pointed a blade at her when he said that it was over. Streams of light energy enveloped them, then Ashley screamed. After being hit by Chuck's blow, High Priest Ashley fell to the ground dead. Looking at her, the guy was glad that Clara's scroll was superior in power to the High Priest card, against which he was powerless. Clark was sincerely upset that another powerful professional died, to which Chuck said that it was inevitable, since Emperor Fushi and the head of the Holy Church had long since lost their righteous path. Standing next to St. Tyler, Frank asked if it was necessary to kill him too, to which Chuck replied that he did not want to interfere in the internal affairs of the church even more. Empress Clara, looking at Tyler, asked him a question on behalf of the Church of the God of Death, whether he was still true to his conviction and whether he was ready to follow Anna, the head of the Medici family. Tyler had mixed feelings about this whole situation and was unable to give an answer right away. Seeing his doubts, Clara told him to return to the church and to come with the rest of the saints next time to tell her his decision. Tyler looked at the Empress, still unsure of what to tell her. Turning around, he promised that he would make a choice soon and left. Clara then turned to Chuck and thanked him for protecting her from Ashley. She then stated that it was time for the Holy Church to be reborn, and for that she was also grateful. Ragnar was alone in his secret chambers. The map he had given Ashley appeared above the blood pool. Suddenly, the map shattered into pieces. Looking at this, Ragnar was surprised to see that Ashley was dead, and even his powerful map could not help her. The fact of her death did not upset Ragnar at all, since he had already managed to gather enough energy to open a portal between the human world and purgatory. In addition, according to the contract that was made between them, the soul of the high priest that Ragnar coveted now belonged to him. On the dissection table of the morgue lay a body. It belonged to the high priest Ashley. Suddenly, the spiritual ghost of the woman herself rose from the body. Looking back, Ashley saw her lying body and realized that she had died. At that moment, Ragnar's voice was heard next to her, saying that he had come to take her from this world. Seeing the man, the high priest rejoiced and began to pray for him to avenge her death, promising to do anything. Hearing her words, Ragnar chuckled and said that since she was one of the few users of the Foggy Island, he wanted to make her into a unique, powerful card so that she would fight for him. Ashley trembled upon hearing this, as turning into a card meant that she would cease to exist as a person and would lose everything she had, becoming a formless creature. Ashley then declared that she did not want revenge at such a price, but Ragnar grabbed her spirit ghost by the neck. Lifting her into the air, he declared that she knew nothing about the laws of the world, but when she learned everything, she herself would beg to be turned into a law card. But her desire for revenge pleased him, so Ragnar promised that in order to appease her anger, before leaving this world, he would take a couple of mortals with him. Suddenly, he felt some vibrations next to him. A golden portal opened on the other side of the room. The god of death appeared from this portal. Seeing him, Ragnar was slightly confused, as he should have already left this world. Realizing that he was at a disadvantage, the man opened his own portal. Taking Ashley with him, he quickly dove into it, as staying close to the god of death would mean a lot of trouble. As soon as he crossed the border, the portal closed behind him. The day before Empress Kira's coronation, Anna went to the secret place of the Medici family. It was the temple of the sleeping god of death, and anyone who entered this place illegally fell asleep there for eternity. And now, Anna, as the new head of the Medici family and bearing a contract with the god of death, stood in front of the entrance to the temple, waiting for permission to enter. Since ancient times, only a member of the Medici family could safely enter inside, and each had tried to summon the sleeping god to prove their strength. Anna was no exception. When the gates of the temple opened, the girl was determined to do so. Stepping through the gates of the temple, the girl went deeper. Her path was illuminated by wall torches. They lit up on their own as she approached. Stone guards also stood along the walls. Their facial features did not belong to humans. According to her family's legend, only the first patriarch was able to summon the sleeping god. Upon entering the main hall, Anna found a small treasure chest on the altar that the death god himself would open if the ritual was successful, after which he would grant the summoner the necessary extraordinary treasure. Summoning the death god required the blood of a Medici, and for this, the girl took out a knife. As she began to chant, Anna cut her hand. After that, the girl spilled her blood on the altar, calling for the sleeping god to come. It was not that easy to attract his attention, but Anna did not want to give up for anything in the world. To achieve this, she wanted to try her own method. When the girl opened the large bag she had brought with her, it seemed to contain many bottles of wine. Anna picked one up and popped the cork. She then took a large sip straight from the neck. The girl then brought the rest onto the altar, declaring that it was a toast to the death god. She spent some time like this when her aunt Clara contacted her and, having told her about the coronation, asked if she would be present, to which Anna replied that since she was currently summoning the god of death, she did not know if she would have time. Clara, having told her niece to be careful, cut off the connection. Anna wanted to be present at this event, but the ritual could not be interrupted. Throwing away the empty bottle, Anna jumped onto the altar with her bag. Having settled down comfortably right in the center, the girl began to empty one bottle after another. Trying to get comfortable, she hugged the treasure chest of the god of death. At that moment, the eyes of the dog heads that decorated the altar in a circle lit up. Sitting alone and looking at the medallion given to her by the guy, Anna thought out loud that only when everything began to improve between her and Chuck, Clara appeared. Suddenly, the medallion in her hand began to glow. Then, energy burst out of it, taking the form of an animal's head. Perhaps because Anna had already drunk a lot, what happened surprised her, but did not frighten her. She was even more surprised when the energy condensed and took the form of a cute dog, who said that he had not smelled such a delicious smell for 1,000 years. The girl was amazed that the dog could talk, then the thought occurred to her where the beast could come from in the temple. Seeing that he was attracted by the smell of alcohol, Anna handed him a bottle with an offer to drink. The dog did not refuse and, grabbing the bottle with his front paws, immediately poured the entire contents into his mouth. Then he introduced himself as a servant of the god of death and, concurrently, an incarnation of the god of dogs, to which Anna did not believe him, since she did not remember that among his incarnations there was a shepherd dog. Hearing this, the dog got angry and began to claim that he was the great god of dogs, and that Anna was just a stupid woman, whom, in all fairness, he should have killed for insulting her, but would not because of their connection with the Medici family. Realizing that she had said too much, the girl apologized and, as an apology, held out several more bottles of alcohol. With drool flowing from his mouth, the dog asked if she really thought that she could interest him in a couple of bottles of wine, even such a high-quality one. When Anna tried to demonstratively take them back, the dog grabbed them and said that since she was doing everything sincerely, he would reluctantly accept her gift. Anna became curious as to why the god of dogs, who had not responded to the call of previous chapters for 100 years, appeared now. To which the dog replied that it was because he slept so well, and some drunken fool woke him up. Watching the dog god drink one bottle after another, the girl wondered if this form was really the dog god's true body. The dog explained that thousands of years ago, her family's ancestors helped the dog god, and that he was just a form of thought born by the dog god to help her family. Hearing these words, the girl noticed that he had been sleeping all this time. Not wanting to admit his guilt, he rudely pulled Anna up and demanded that she tell him why she had summoned him. Hearing this, Anna was happy and said that she wanted him to help her summon the god of death, but the dog replied that he was too busy, so she could tell him her wish. Hearing about wishes, Anna thought about it. The thing was that she did not have a wish as such. Looking at the girl, the dog sighed and wondered if it really took so long to come up with a wish. Realizing that she might not have another chance, Anna thought about how if she got the help of the dog god, her strength would increase and she would become the strongest in their team. So she asked the dog to stay by her side and help her in everything, to which he replied that he was not going to become a slave for a couple of bottles of wine. But Anna immediately explained that she wanted a partner who would fight by her side, not a slave, and also casually noted that she had 2 private wine cellars at her disposal, and her partner could use them as much as he wanted. After these words, the dog became quiet and thoughtful. Then, with an innocent face, he said that he agreed to fulfill her wish, but he did it not because of the wine, but because he took the oath given to her family very seriously. Then he told the girl to stay and wait for him here, opening a pharmacy underneath him. As he disappeared into the darkness, the dog muttered that he was going to get rid of the one-card master who dared to insult death itself first. At the moment, a meeting of all the heads was taking place in the Fushi Empire territory, where Chuck demonstrated the cultivation bracelets he had created. These bracelets could allow anyone to obtain a mixture of the Holy Empires. Heavenly Technique Awakening Potion, the Fushi Empires. 5 Elements Enlightenment Potion, and the Freedom Federations. Warrior Cultivation Enhancement Serum, so that anyone could follow the path of cultivation. He also noted that cultivation could extend a person's life. One of the heads asked if he had any evidence to confirm that these bracelets worked. Chuck summoned the goddess of justice and asked to show everyone the information he had collected on Jeremy. The next moment, the image of the Freedom Federation's commander-in-chief appeared on the screen, having already taken the cultivation serum from the bracelet. Chuck said that after the examination, the doctors found out that Jeremy is now capable of living up to 150 years, and expressed his hope that this will be sufficient proof of the effectiveness of the bracelets. Chuck also said that the goddess of justice began to collect resources from all over the planet, which will allow for the mass production of all 3 potions at once, as well as the bracelets themselves. Looking at the members of the governments, Chuck continued to explain that this is necessary so that they can all resist the approaching Judgment Day. If humanity does not take action, then everything will come to an end. Taking the floor, Empress Kira began to explain that now a critical moment has come for all of humanity, on which their fate depends, and there is very little time left. President Carlos, looking at everyone else, announced that from now on all residents of the Federation will wear these bracelets. President Carlos' words made those present think. Then a representative of one of the countries raised his hand and said that they also agreed to take the initiative and distribute the bracelets among their residents. Following him, other countries also agreed to join. Looking at this, Chuck was happy, because finally their work began to bear fruit. And soon everyone will be able to see what is better, the apocalypse, filled with only despair, or the world of cultivators. In order to motivate people to wear these bracelets, it was decided to hold a demonstration stream with the participation of world-class star Gloria and the Goddess of Justice. During the live broadcast, Gloria put on a bracelet for cultivation and began to ask questions related to both the bracelet itself and the cultivation method. The Goddess of Justice, answering them, also explained all the subtleties and features, as well as some problems that may arise during cultivation. When the process began, the bracelet on the girl's wrist lit up, and the Goddess of Justice said that Gloria would have the opportunity to choose her specialization, which would determine which of the 3 potions would be used. The next moment, Gloria's clothes changed into Hanfu, the clothes of cultivators, and the goddess asked if the girl wanted to choose her specialization right away. Gloria replied that she wanted to practice cultivation first, and then decide which path she would take. Then she asked the Goddess of Justice to help her get started. The goddess first launched the first layer of chi enhancement, and said that she would control the girl's cultivation speed, as well as adjust the path of her cultivation according to her individual parameters. She also said that if the girl wanted to achieve high-level methods, she would have to make a significant contribution to the development of the earth, then gave Gloria instructions that she asked her to follow. The process was not fast, and some viewers watching everything live also managed to get bored, but some said that if Gloria succeeded, they also wanted to try it. However, most of the viewers expressed their support, regardless of whether the girl succeeded or not. After a while, the Goddess of Justice congratulated Gloria on successfully breaking through several levels of chi enhancement. But then she warned that continuous breakthroughs could put a certain burden on the formation of the foundation, so she asked her to stop there for now and consolidate her cultivation first. After stopping, Gloria asked if it was true that increasing the level of cultivation could also increase lifespan. The Goddess of Justice confirmed this and explained that those who reached the foundation level could extend their lifespan up to 150 years, and at the gold core level, they could live for half a century. After discussing a number of other issues, the stream came to an end, and Gloria asked everyone to also begin cultivating in order to repel the approaching apocalypse. After the stream ended, there was some debate among the viewers about whether to begin cultivating and whether it would lead to them becoming cannon fodder. Liao was also watching the stream and was a little annoyed that some girl could reach the 3rd level with her eyes closed, while a genius like him took much longer. Chuck, who was sitting next to him, explained that despite the man's talent, the girl was much more capable, but then added that he should make an official announcement about people not comparing their achievements with others. The Goddess of Justice, who was nearby, promised to do so immediately. She also said that they had a new problem, which was the lack of resources, some of which she could not reproduce at all, such as cultivation pills. Hearing her words, Clark also confirmed that this was a problem that needed to be solved. Chuck then said that if they could survive this crisis, he wanted to unite the 3 worlds into one. Or even 4, if you count Tom's world. And if they succeeded, then the problem of resources would be solved, and as for the laws of justice in all these worlds, he could guarantee that everyone would have the choice to join a sect, serve the country, or be a free cultivator. Hearing his words, those present were surprised, as the news that other worlds existed was shocking to them. What amazed them even more was that since Chuck knew about these worlds, it meant that he had been in them and had personalities in each one, and Liao knew the method of uniting worlds. There was too much information for the scientist to analyze and check, which is why he went into deep thought. Coming closer, Frank said that after the battle with the giants in the desert, he was very tired. The ghoul complained that he barely managed to escape from there, and most likely the other demons were not his rivals, so Frank was worried that this world had come to an end. Clark was also worried that if everyone did not increase their cultivation level as fast as Gloria, then it would be impossible to cope with Judgment Day. Getting up from the couch, Chuck explained that people had just begun to master cultivation, and indeed, they could not defeat these monsters now. At that moment, a message appeared from the system that there was 1 minute left before the reinforcements from the underworld arrived, and the players should find an open area to meet with the reinforcements. Chuck still couldn't understand why those who sent them reinforcements, if they were really that strong, couldn't solve the problem in the underworld themselves and let the dead wander around the world of the living. He then went on to tell the others that the reason he told them all this today was because events were about to happen that could disrupt their psyche. After that, he headed out of the house, explaining that he was going to meet with possible allies and asked if the others wanted to join. Frank, Clark, and Liao were struck by the news of new allies. When the 4 of them went out into the yard, Liao asked what allies Chuck was talking about, to which Chuck replied that he wasn't really sure himself, but they should help them. At that moment, something resembling an unrolled scroll descended from the sky. Chuck looked at the object carefully. In front of him appeared the inscriptions, saying that if the one reading this is the first time in hell, then this warning was for him. It went on to say that if he lived his life doing only evil, then now he was about to enjoy the eternal pain that hell would bring. And only after going through all the suffering and repenting, he could start his path anew. Clark chuckled, turning to Liao and saying that this message was for him, to which someone snapped, answering that he had nothing to do with it. After that, the men saw a red fire in the sky. As it flew, the fireball explained that these were the first words that the souls met in hell, so they decided not to change the greeting. After that, the fireball landed in the yard of the house with a strong explosion. Dust and heat enveloped everyone present. When the fire died down and the dust began to settle, a strange silhouette became visible, which said that the ice netherworld would not be able to completely break out into the human world anytime soon. Chuck did not know how to react when he could see who exactly had arrived to them. Because the one who arrived looked like a strange robot, which called itself the Holy Judicial Machine, an office terminal from the underworld. Standing in front of the robot, Chuck asked it if it came from the underworld, and received confirmation. The guy still doubted, because the creature standing in front of him did not look like someone who would be from hell. Then the judicial machine said that in order to improve the efficiency of performing various tasks in hell, the process was put on automation, and it was one of the representatives of the new machines. Then Chuck asked why those who ruled hell did not come, to which he received the answer that they were all busy with internal affairs and machines like it were sent to help people. Hearing this, Chuck guessed that the robot was not alone. He confirmed that in addition to himself, there were also hell rotation machines, suffering relief machines, a machine for repenting sinners, and 88 other machines. It was still hard to believe what he heard, so Liao, Clark, and Frank had skeptical expressions on their faces. The robot continued to explain that he was a machine that the demon gods used for entertainment, but besides himself, there were other machines created to fight, purify, and expand the underworld. Thinking about the other machines, Clark asked where everyone else was. The robot assured him that they would all arrive here soon, and asked him to tell him about the current situation so that he could figure out how to survive the threat. Clark still doubted that such creatures could really save them, and the robot asked him not to underestimate their powers, since they were created to help the gods of the underworld. Deciding to believe his words, Chuck explained that they were attacked by 3 different layers of the underworld, causing the robot to sigh, shudder, and reply that it was all over for them, since he could not handle so many dead people at once. Hearing these words, Liao became angry, but the robot explained that although he was unable to help them, the hell rotation machine could handle it. He explained that the machine was like a human train, and if all the dead people were stuffed into it, sending them to the underworld, then they could be gotten rid of and the crisis would be resolved. Frank grinned and noted that it turned out that they would first need to defeat this entire horde. At that moment, fire appeared in the sky above them again. Another fireball landed in the yard of the house. Seeing who exactly had arrived, the robot thoughtfully noted that it seemed that the rotation machine had failed to arrive in this world. What had landed looked like the cabin of a supersonic train and was smashed. When asked if they were being attacked on the way here, the robot said it couldn't answer that, but there was nothing to worry about, as the problems could be solved with the help of other machines. As the robot went on to say that it needed to judge a couple of bad guys right now to strengthen its connection with this world, his words caused irritation on the faces of those present. He explained that he needed to make a deal. Only then could he return to them to solve the problems, otherwise he would be forced back into hell. Chuck had no choice but to agree with this, as hell was breaking into their world more and more with each passing second. When hurried, the robot slapped his hand on his chest and said that he would do it quickly. After that, the robot began to glow red and tremble. Then it split into 2 identical machines. As a scientist, Leo could not accept the idea that robots could reproduce by dividing. One of the robots said that he wanted to take one of them with him. After some time, they found themselves in the Holy Empire. The teenager, clinging to the window of one of the houses, tried to see what was going on inside. The house belonged to one of the leaders of a criminal organization named Max. The guy was so focused on his attempt to find something in this house that he did not even notice that he was discovered. One of Max's thugs grabbed the teenager by the hair and dragged him out, saying that his mother was not here. Then he threw the guy onto the road. The man spat, saying that after the guy, his hands were now dirty. The spit got on the boy's face, but he did not even feel it. Deciding that the problem was solved, the guard turned around and left, saying that he was going to wash his hands. And the guy could only cry from helplessness. At that moment, a strange voice was heard, saying that he felt the breath of sin. The teenager raised his head and saw a strange creature in front of him, similar to a robot, and asked what it was. When the robot was asked about this, he pompously introduced himself as the cold-blooded judge of human desires and said that he had come to do justice, and if the boy wanted it, he was ready to help him. With tears in his eyes, the teenager said that if he was really so good, he should help him kill Max, who was a gangster who had done many terrible things. In response, the robot said that blood was accepted as payment, since the blood of all living beings was permeated with thin threads of the power of oaths. Unafraid, the boy said that if the robot was able to kill Max, then no matter how much blood was needed, he was ready to give it all. When the teenager placed his hand on the robot's outstretched hand, red stains appeared above it, and a small blood ball formed. The ball flew into the air, and the robot said that since the boy was his first client in the mortal world, he would only take a symbolic drop of blood. After that, he squeezed a drop of the boy's blood between his hands, and the energy contained in it surrounded the robot. Spreading its arms wide, the judicial machine declared that it would find the most popular method of executing such a villain, and also use a holographic projection to broadcast the court's decision. When a light panel began to appear in the air in front of the boy, the robot announced that it was inviting the killer clown to be their new judge. The next moment, an image appeared before the boy's eyes. A strange red creature in a jacket appeared on the light panel, greeted everyone and announced the start of the show. Taking a card out of the air, the creature announced that today's guest on the program would be Gangster Max from the Holy Empire. After that, the creature squeezed the card in its hand and announced that Max needed to prepare for the hellish trial. Since the hellish trial was broadcast to all residents of the Holy Empire, Max was also aware of what was happening, which he tried to get as far away from as possible. Suddenly, a strange red figure landed in front of him. Max immediately realized that the same killer clown was standing in front of him. In a joyful tone, the killer clown said that Max had committed many bad deeds, so he found a suitable execution for the gangster. After that, the creature snapped its fingers. With its click, Max discovered that a hole had formed in space next to his head, from which shackles appeared. Exactly the same hole formed next to his hands. Moments later, Max was tied to holes by all his limbs and head, and the clown killer announced that the execution would be drawn and quartered. Looming over the man, the creature announced that a vote had begun, and anyone who agreed to Max's death must donate a drop of their blood, with each drop representing one vote. A glowing number, 0, appeared in the air in front of the bandit's face, and the clown announced that the number would increase every time someone donated a drop. When the number reached 1 million, the execution would be carried out, after which the clown called for voting. The teenager who had been looking for his mother pushed through the crowd and declared that he was willing to give 10 drops of blood for Max's death. The next voice from the crowd declared that such trash deserved to die, and therefore he also wanted to donate 10 drops. Many of the girls who had been kidnapped by the gangster declared that they were willing to donate 100 drops, if only he would die. As the numbers on the counter increased, the gangster felt an impending threat and screamed. He begged the counter not to increase, but the numbers kept getting higher and higher. Eventually, the counter stopped at 89 million. This number was reflected in the man's eyes like a death sentence. The killer clown, rubbing his hands, told everyone that in just 3 minutes they had collected 89 million drops of blood, which moved him greatly. Then he looked at the gangster and declared that Max had achieved an incredible position in the rankings, and as a reward, he would allow him to enjoy being quartered to the fullest. Feeling the bonds that bound him begin to stretch, the man screamed that he did not want to die. But this did not reduce the tension in the ropes. The gangster felt himself being pulled in all directions. And the next moment, his arms, legs and head were torn from his body. The robot announced that the first trial was over and their goal of collecting drops of blood had exceeded all expectations. The robot also agreed to solve all the problems that the criminal had left behind, and all of the gangster's property would be converted into money and distributed among all of the victims. With the words that the trial was over and everyone should watch the news, waiting for the next episode, the robot finished his speech. The teenager, to whom the robot addressed at the very beginning, hesitantly asked if Max was really dead and heard in response that the bandit's soul had been sent to hell, and then the boy was asked to turn around. The child decided to listen and do as the robot said. And when he turned around, he felt his heart stop for a moment. Behind him stood his mother, wrapped in a blanket, with tears in her eyes. The child rushed to the woman and hugged her tightly. Returning back to the house, the robot announced that he had created clones and sent them to judge sinners around the world, thus extending his stay here for a longer period. He then assured everyone that, as promised, he would help him in any way he could. Seeing the box Frank was holding, the robot asked if she was his girlfriend. After receiving an affirmative answer, the robot explained that he had slightly modified the ghoul's heavenly technique, and now Frank would be able to choose what and when he wanted to hear, including his girlfriend's voice. Suddenly, there was a rumble, and the judicial machine assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about, since this was the profit of other machines, and Clark grumbled that this way he would have to find a new home. When they went out into the yard, they were met by several robots that looked like the judicial machine, only different colors and with different numbers. One of these machines greeted everyone. Then it called itself a suffering relief machine, and explained that it could hear the voices of all living beings as long as their prayer was noble and blood was shed. The next machine introduced itself as an eradication machine, and was designed to control anger and get rid of negative chi. The third machine was the sinner's repentance machine, claiming that if a person took a selfie of their crimes and then paid for the damages with their own blood, they could erase them from both the photo and their soul. Looking at all this, Liao said that they were all very strange, to which he received the answer that the gods of the underworld also need to have fun, so the machines can help them relax by putting on such shows. This remark caused the scientist to approve, and he gave her a thumbs up. Looking at the new arrivals, Chuck asked what about those machines that can fight the creatures of hell. The repentance machine replied that the road here was incredibly dangerous, and only the 4 of them were able to reach the mortal world. All the others were destroyed. The judicial machine also added that the ancient machines are still busy managing hell, so only they will help people for now. Suddenly, the goddess of justice appeared in front of them, stating that she has urgent information. It turned out that the giant's castle had been completed, and now the giants were coming from the desert and attacking the cities of the Free Federation. Also, more and more monsters from the Chaos Era were appearing in the sky above the Fushi Empire, and half of the Holy Empire was covered in ice. There was another problem. An earthquake had been raging in one of the cities for several hours, and endless streams of bones and corpses were coming out of the ground. In the description of this situation, Chuck recognized the underworld of corpses and concluded that the 4th underworld had also attacked the human world. Hearing this, the judicial machine reported that it seemed that the prison of corpses had also come to this world, which meant the end of everything. An angry Chuck asked the robots what was happening in the underworld, and why they could not say anything. The judicial machine regretfully noted that the deeds of the gods can only be seen, but not heard, otherwise they will follow the voice into the mortal world to immediately finish off the violator. Chuck was not satisfied with this answer, since 4 underworlds had already broken into the human world, and if this continued, people would truly die out. In a panic, Liao asked the goddess of justice for permission to build a new spaceship to get out of this world, to which the goddess redirected this question to Chuck, to say that according to the analysis, the world would soon come to an end, and it would be better to leave the planet in advance. But Chuck was not satisfied with this, since the survivor would have to wander through space forever, and he did not want that. Looking at how his friend's face darkened, Clark advised him to face reality and make a decision before it was too late. Frank also noted that if they had even the slightest chance of defeating the underworld, he would fight alongside Chuck, but if they decided to leave, he asked to take his girlfriend and mother with them as his last request. After listening to everyone, Chuck realized that the situation in this world was unexpectedly worse than what was happening during this period in his past life, and this despite the presence of bracelets and the fact that he was able to become a virtuoso swordsman. Looking at the robot standing in front of him, the man also thought that he alone could not cope with the 4 circles of hell, and the machines refused to tell what happened there. Suddenly, he remembered something. His sword roar had previously absorbed water from the River of Oblivion, which flows in the underworld, and the memory of the River of Oblivion gave him an idea. He also remembered that in the parcel of Mentor Lila there were several jade scrolls, which also mentioned this river. Seeing Chuck frozen with a strange expression on his face, Clark asked if he was okay. But he didn't answer, and only pulled out those same scrolls from under the space. They contained the divine techniques of the underworld. River of Oblivion, the heavenly technique, return of the carcass, and secret technique of sealing the body and turning into a shadow. Having put the excess back into the subspace, Chuck left only 2 that he needed at the moment. Namely, secret technique of sealing the body and turning into a shadow, and the technique, return of the soul. To learn these techniques, the system asked him for 700 units of spiritual power. Absorbing the knowledge of secret techniques, Chuck thought that he did not like that the robots did not want to tell anything. Looking at them, the guy announced that he would personally go to hell and find out what was happening there. The infernal machines were very surprised by his desire to personally go to the underworld. Clark also did not agree with the guy was going to die, to which he replied that he simply found a way to leave his body and go to the underworld without dying. And while he was gone, his physical body would remain unprotected, and if the body was damaged, then when he returned, he would actually die. Realizing what his friend wanted from him, Clark assured that they would protect his body, so he asked Chuck to be careful and come back soon. From his subspace, the guy took out the necessary items for the ritual, agreeing with Clark's request. After setting up 4 spiritual stones and placing several magical formations, Chuck sat down between the stones and announced that it was time for him to go. After that, Chuck used the technique of sealing the body and turning into a shadow. After a while, the technique worked, and Chuck felt his soul leave his body. His 3 friends watched in horror and shock. The judicial machine noted in admiration that the guy was able to go even to the underworld, wondering what kind of person he was. When Chuck's soul left his body, his spiritual ghost rushed through space. After some time, Chuck realized that he had been drifting in the void for quite a long time, but still could not reach the underworld, which made him worry about the correctness of its use. Suddenly, Chuck felt some strange energy that began to pull him somewhere. Moreover, this energy was clearly familiar to him, and seemed to belong to the bronze giant Robert. When Chuck's spirit was carried to a large pillar to which the giant was nailed, he realized that this was true. Seeing Robert, Chuck greeted him and thanked him for the information he had received. The giant grinned and loudly declared that the boy had stolen fate's prey and that it would now take revenge, and then asked him to tell him what had happened next. Standing before the giant, Chuck explained that his world was about to end, so he had become a spirit and gone to the underworld to find a solution to the problem. But even if this was fate's revenge, he had no regrets. Hearing the boy's words, the giant closed his eyes and approvingly declared that although the boy was weak, the speed with which he was growing was simply stunning, which meant that when he broke through to a new level, Robert might need his help. Chuck agreed with the giant's request and then asked if he knew what was happening in the underworld. Robert sighed and said that the 6 paths of reincarnation are 6 worlds, including the human world, which is tied to its corresponding death world, and when the power of the human world reaches incredible heights, then its underworld becomes powerful too. Listening to this, Chuck wondered if the underworld connected to his world should really be so strong now, to which the giant replied that the guy will understand everything when he sees it with his own eyes. After that, he added that he would not advise Chuck to go to the underworld, since only horrific events could bring problems there, and with their current power, the world simply will not be able to meet them, and it is better to leave this world as soon as possible. Remembering everyone he is connected to, Chuck replied that as long as there is at least a grain of hope, he will try to save his world, since there are many dear to him people in it. The giant laughed and said that if Chuck weren't such a caring person, he simply wouldn't be worthy of Robert pinning his hopes on him. After that, he gave the guy a secret survival technique that might be useful to him in the underworld. The technique was called the secret of harmony of all living things, and could help understand the essence of any creature at a fundamental level, allowing one to pretend to be them. Having carefully studied it, Chuck realized that the new technique contained a number of features and applications. For the first time in both lives he encountered such a secret, when the system took the technique too seriously, which suggested that the technique had a level higher than even divine abilities. The next moment, the system confirmed his guess, saying that such a secret was possessed by an incredibly small number of creatures, and it could only be practiced with the help of divine power, persistently recommending it for further practice. To study it, the system spent 2,000 units of spiritual power, allowing the technique to penetrate into his soul. He also realized that this secret contained the origins of countless worlds and gave him a deeper understanding of cultivation and strength, as well as how to best use his spiritual power. After fully mastering the information he had received, Chuck clenched his fist, feeling how much stronger he had become. He then announced to the universe with his name that he was going to enter a new world of cultivation. After he had fully mastered the new technique and was able to calm down, Chuck asked the giant what he should do if he could not find the underworld connected to his home world. To which Robert replied that the underworld would never lose its connection with its mortal world, as there was some kind of force that united them, meaning that the guy only needed to feel it and choose the right tunnel. Thanking the giant, Chuck again promised that he would return someday and save him. Sighing, Robert urged the guy to leave as soon as possible, as he felt that something incredible and powerful was approaching the world where he was imprisoned. After that, Chuck entered the portal. The portal closed behind him and crumbled into billions of particles. Finding himself in the void again, Chuck received many messages from the system, as well as the task. War for the destruction of 2 worlds. The purpose of which was to save the mortal world, and also offered to spend 100 units of spiritual power to temporarily activate the detection ability to better understand the environment. Deciding that such an ability would be useful, Chuck agreed to spend the required amount. After that, many passages opened in front of him, which he began to study with this technique. Chuck examined each of the passages, carefully listening to the sounds they made. In addition to the sounds, the guy tried to feel the energy waves that were emitted. He remembered that the bronze giant said that there would be only one attempt to choose the right tunnel, otherwise he simply would not be able to return back, so he must be very careful. In the end, he found a passage that seemed right to him. As he approached, he felt that the underworld connected to his world of the living was right behind this tunnel. At this moment, a giant hand emerged from the tunnel. A huge body followed, and the system identified the monster as a faceless giant, a chaos demon with the power of a cultivator in the final stage of the nascent soul. Chuck was very surprised that monsters from the cultivation world were at the entrance to the underworld of his world. When the monster tried to grab Chuck's spiritual ghost, he used the sword technique, moon cut. The next moment, a spiritual wave in the form of a crescent moon headed towards the monster, cutting it in half. The passage became free again and Chuck approached it. Standing in front of the portal, the guy realized that something was wrong with this tunnel, as if it was completely filled with something. Realizing that he could not handle it himself, Chuck asked the system to help check the tunnel for unknown monsters. The system, having fulfilled his request, warned him that since there were a large number of monsters hiding in the passage, the detection technique would be overloaded, which would have a negative effect on his combat ability, so it recommended switching to real-time detection, but at a high cost 10 units of spiritual power per second. After he agreed, the system connected Chuck's body and soul, thereby giving him the ability to use detection to obtain information about monsters. When Chuck used this ability, he saw that a demonic blood dragon, equal in strength to a blessed level cultivator, was hiding in the tunnels. Chuck swung his sword and cut the monster in two. Looking at its remains, Chad thought that if it were not for the system's warning, he could have had a lot of trouble. Then the system caught his attention with its message, which said that there was a bone-eating demonic toad nearby, as well as a spiky bone demon and a white-toothed worm. Thanks to the warning system, Chuck was able to defeat all the monsters and gain some experience. Just before exiting the tunnel, a warning appeared that there was a demon god ahead, and if he went forward further, he would be killed by him immediately. Suddenly, Chuck heard a cry for help and realized that someone was nearby. The guy asked his earthen blade to go find someone in trouble and bring them here, trying to remain unnoticed. The sword rushed into the darkness with a bright spiritual strip. After a while, Chuck felt it coming back. A man was holding the hilt of the sword, who looked like half of his body was missing. He explained his condition by the fact that he would soon be teleported by a spell that he cast on himself earlier. When Chuck asked why he was here, especially in physical form, the man explained that for the past few months he had been coming here to study monsters, and since he did not have the technique of separating the soul, he had to be present in person, as a result of which he was almost eaten by the demon god. He also added that it was time for him to return to his home world, but first he wanted to tell Chuck everything he knew as thanks for saving him. The man said that while he was doing his research, he found out that somewhere here there was an unknown entity that helped demons grow so quickly. Upon hearing about the entity, Chuck asked what it was. The man replied that he did not know what it was, but he was sure that it definitely existed. After that, he took out a token and explained that it was a sign of the guardians of the tower, which they only give to those to whom they are truly obliged. Throwing the token to Chuck, the man promised that if he showed the sign to his other comrades, they would definitely help. After that, the teleportation spell worked, and the man disappeared. Upon hearing about the guardians of the tower, Chuck remembered that his teacher Lila had mentioned something like that, and then he wondered who could help demons. Since there was practically no time left, Chuck had to hurry and go through the demon god to get to the underworld of the people of his world. And since it had come to this, he risked using his newly acquired technique, having activated the secret of harmony of all living beings. Through the system, he began to examine the bones lying nearby. The system, having analyzed them, reported that these were the remains of a bone demon, after which they reached out to Chuck. Becoming, as if liquid, the bones completely embraced the guy's body. The next moment, Chuck took on a demonic appearance. In the form of a spiky demon, Chuck walked out of the tunnel into the underworld. Examining himself as much as possible, the guy was amazed that he was indistinguishable from a real demon. Even more so, according to the sensations, he really became a bone demon. Taking a step forward, the guy hoped that the demon god would not notice the catch. When he walked through the underworld, the monsters living there did not notice him, which inspired hope that he would be able to fool the demon god. Worried that the disguise would suddenly disappear, Chuck asked the system how long it would last, to which he was told that since the disguise was applied using spiritual power, there was no time limit. The system then warned that there was a monster at the level of a demonic god weapon in front of him, which was a unique creation, and offered to find out more for 500 units of spiritual power. Since Chuck already had this information, he refused the system's offer. The demonic god weapon was a combination of the corpses of powerful beings from worlds captured by demons, and turned into the ultimate weapon that now stood before him. In addition, there were chaos gods, who were much stronger, but the true demonic gods, created from the corpses of real gods and possessing the same abilities, had the power of destruction at the level of destroying worlds. He remembered that in his past life there was also unverified information, a report from a military intelligence unit that was completely destroyed, that there were beings higher than the true gods. But without proof it was declared incorrect and also marked as top secret. Feeling the terrifying power of the demon, capable of suppressing his entire aura with just its breath, Chuck could not stop trembling. Suddenly, the demonic god weapon said that he could smell the mortal soul. Chuck realized that he was noticed, and the monster extended its hand to him. The guy did not have time to escape and was captured. The next moment, the monster directed him towards its wide-open mouth. As soon as he unclenched his hand, Chuck flew into its throat. As he fell, he saw that some monsters were flying in a flock above. And for some reason, they were not afraid of the demonic god weapon, flying quite close. Their timely appearance made Chuck happy. Thanks to this, he was able to use the illusory substitution technique and find himself high in the sky, while one of the flying monsters ended up inside the mouth of the weapon god. At that moment, Chuck realized how dangerous this was and how close he was to losing his soul. Knowing that he could not defeat the demon god, the boy applied acceleration to himself and started running. But the demon god did not want to let Chuck go so easily, trying to grab him again. Time after time, the monster tried to slap the boy with its palm. Luckily, it missed time after time. And each time, Chuck managed to escape the giant's attack. Accelerating as much as he could, Chuck ran forward, and the monster rushed after him. Ahead, the boy saw light and realized that this was the exit from the cave where the demon god lived. At the edge of the exit, Chuck slowed down. But then he pushed off the ground and jumped. To his surprise, the boy found that the demonic god weapon had followed him out of the cave. Chuck saw that he was falling into the legendary river of forgetfulness, which he couldn't touch, otherwise he would forget his past and his soul would go to wait for reincarnation. Realizing that his disguise wouldn't help him now, Chuck got rid of it, taking on his true human form. This provoked the demonic god even more, as it wanted to swallow the boy's soul to steal his memories. Chuck still couldn't believe that the demonic god was still pursuing him with such persistence. At that moment, a message appeared stating that his sword Roar was requesting 1,000 units of spiritual power to be able to control the waters of the river of forgetfulness and clear the passage. Having received Chuck's permission, the sword began to act. It cut the water of the river, creating a depression. Seeing this, Chuck knew he had to get there because even the demon god was afraid of the water of the river of forgetfulness, and the boy would be safe there. He then thought about whether he should run away from the demon because if he blindly ran away from danger, he would never be able to protect his loved ones. So, summoning his second sword, the boy declared that he no longer wanted to run away and repeat the mistakes of his past life. Roar appeared nearby and asked why he had not yet hidden in the river, to which Chuck replied that he wanted to use the power of the river of forgetfulness to defeat this demon god. Chuck considered his memories precious enough to allow anyone to take possession of them. Seeing the monster's hands approaching him, Chuck used the secret technique of water cut. Then he used the technique of endless purifying fire. Enveloping himself in spiritual energy, the boy demanded that the monster let him pass. The next moment, Chuck unleashed all his power on the monster, and the demon touched the surface of the river. Feeling the river pulling him into its waters, the demon became very angry. But even he could not resist the power of the river. Having finally fallen out of the passage, the monster sank into the river. Watching this, Chuck chuckled and told the demon that it was useless to resist, since this was the river of forgetfulness. Even a demonic god was not able to overcome it. The monster's body sank deeper and deeper into the water. Chuck took out a bowl full of spiritual wine from space. He then raised it in a welcoming gesture. After that, he poured the contents onto the ground. Many souls of those people who walked next to him and fought in his past life appeared next to him, promising that he would protect them all in this life. Roar could still control the waters of the river of forgetfulness, and Chuck was able to reach its bottom. The young man tried to cut the bottom with his other spiritual sword, but even that did not work. Chuck was worried that there should be a soul guide on the river of oblivion, but he was nowhere to be seen, and all the wandering souls had disappeared somewhere. It was strange for him to see that hell was completely let. Suddenly, the system reminded him that he had killed a weapon demon god, creating a historical moment, and began the quest to obtain the title of the God of War, which requires killing another demon god, and a counter with 0 readings appeared above him. When the guy asked what this thing was, the answer came from a completely unexpected direction. A robot came out to him, introducing itself as a personal merit calculator, and began to explain that the counter showed virtuous merits, at a negative value of which the soul would have to suffer in hell until the number equaled or exceeded 0, after which the soul would be able to leave hell and reincarnate in the mortal world. The brightly lit dial looked too suspicious for Chuck and attracted attention, so he asked the robot to hide it. When the counter disappeared, Chuck asked the machine why it did not go to the mortal world with the others. To which the robot replied that its display function was only useful for the underworld, so going out into the human world was useless for it, to which Chuck agreed and asked to tell what was happening in the underworld. But the robot, apologizing, said that it could not spread information not related to merits. Chuck sighed and asked to be taken to someone who could tell him, as he had come here to save the human world and did not want to waste time. At that moment, a voice rang out and said that it could answer Chuck's questions if he, being strong enough to take on the demon god alone, could prove that he was a friend and not an enemy. What surprised Chuck the most was that he could not sense the presence of the speaker even with his divine sense. Looking around to find the source of the voice, the boy stated that he was a friend of the Judgment Machine and the Deliverance Machine, and that their creator was the superstitious demon god who had been the first to fall from the disaster. The voice confirmed that the boy knew the secret, and also had a human soul, and concluded that Chuck was not an enemy. Then the surface of the earth exploded. Streams of water appeared in the air. And at the sight of the explosion, a figure of a creature appeared, introducing itself as Lady Olivia. The creature that appeared, in the form of a human girl, asked who Chuck was. The system prompted that the source of the River of Oblivion had been discovered, after which Chuck introduced himself as a human cultivator who had gone to the underworld to find out what was going on there. Looking at the girl, Chuck thought that the blue water with which the girl appeared seemed to be the water of the River of Oblivion, which meant that the girl had natural strength and the power of the law of the underworld, and could not be an ordinary soul. Lady Olivia asked in surprise if 4 underworlds had already invaded the human world. Chuck confirmed this and added that although the Hell Machine would be happy to help, they did not have the necessary abilities to do so, to which the girl expressed her regret and added that due to her injuries, she also could not help now. Then Chuck asked what kind of healing pills could cure her. The girl replied that she could not use them and that she needed things like mountain jade, dragon glacier soil, and a red spirit stone to heal. Chuck remembered that all of these things were in the pouch his mentor had given him and pulled them out of the subspace. He then handed the components to the girl. Having gotten their hands on them, Olivia noticed that these were rare treasures and she did not understand why Chuck was giving them to her for no reason. But the girl did not refuse, thanking the guy and assuring him that she was going to start her healing right away. As a thank you, Olivia offered to give him her breath. With this breath, the spirits of the underworld would not bother him, and the rest of the weapons would help him along the way, after which she shared her spiritual power with Chuck. The girl's words about the rest of the weapons puzzled him, as the guy did not understand what it meant. After declaring that she was looking forward to their next meeting on the battlefield, Olivia turned into a stream of water. The stream seeped through a crack in the riverbed and disappeared. Looking at this, Awaike noted that such treasures were not usually used for medicine and the girl would most likely use them for other purposes, to which Chuck replied that whatever she did with them while she was on their side, it did not matter. The sword then asked why the boy trusted her so much that he gave away such a valuable treasure, making Chuck think and answer that he himself was curious why he did such a thing. Curious, Awaike asked if this was love at first sight. Blushing with embarrassment, Chuck stated that he did not understand relationships at all. But in his opinion, this was not about love, but about another feeling that he had long forgotten. He then clenched his fist and added that even he himself could not describe this feeling. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared that the underworld that had invaded the Earth world had learned of his actions in the underworld and was actively searching for his body, so he had to hurry. After some time, Chuck arrived at the fiery part of the underworld. The system informed him that he had arrived at the great mountains of Chakravala, which was a part of hell formed by the natural laws of the underworld and guarded the 6 worlds of reincarnation. Above the lava flows, Chuck wondered why all the demons in front of him were fighting together, and even the undead had united with the demon to fight back against the other undead. Then he saw a warrior fighting fiercely. He pierced the demons one after another with his sword. Looking at this, the Zanpakuto asked if they would just watch or do something, to which Chuck replied that he would like to participate for a bit. After saying this, he cast an acceleration on himself. Flying like a meteorite, Chuck struck all the remaining demons on his way. Then he turned to the warrior and offered him to follow him to a safe place. But he refused. Instead, the man asked to save everyone else. Looking at him, Chuck wondered in surprise if the warrior meant his sword. Chuck stood over the dead soul. Our hero was sorry. Chuck wanted to ask him so much. Chuck did not understand what was happening, but an aura of spiritual life surrounded our hero. Chuck understood that in front of him was a dead soul and it would soon be resurrected. The sword in the hero's hands continued to burn with red fire. Chuck realized that this was the soul of the long sword. Suddenly, the sword came to life and began to dialogue with Chuck. The sword said that it was the property of a ghost soldier. Chuck watched the sword carefully and hurried to introduce himself, said his name and said that he had arrived from the world of the living. The fire phoenix greeted Chuck. The bird decided that Jake was reinforcements. The fire bird hurried to tell everything that was happening in the world of the dead. Chuck listened attentively. He learned many interesting facts, but the main thing was to understand how many groups the world of the dead was divided into. Chuck knew that there were demonic gods in the world of the dead, but how could they allow this division to happen? The bird continued its story, gradually informing Chuck about what was happening. It told about the hook of the River of Oblivion, which records everything that happens. Chuck persistently asked the sword of the ghost soldier to take him to the River of Oblivion. The sword could not refuse Chuck, and the travelers headed towards the river. The depths of the great mountains met the travelers. Chuck stood on solid ground. The Temple of Generation opened before the eyes of our hero. The sword said that they were there. Chuck carefully assessed the situation and offered to get acquainted with the Temple of Worship of the Hook of the River of Oblivion closer. Suddenly the sword paused and stopped Chuck. The weapon felt demonic breath. A demonic spider soul eater was discovered on the roof. The terrible spider was frightening in appearance, and its strength was comparable to the power of a transformed demonic god. Chuck understood that with such protection he would not get inside. He adequately took into account his strength. The spirit of the sword offered to bring several strong souls to help deal with the spider. One strong blow and the sword thrust into the ground with force. The magic circle of summoning souls was unsealed. Chuck stood in the center and carefully watched what was happening. Strong dead souls immediately responded to the call and filled the circle. A terrible demonic soul stood in front of Chuck. The soul did not understand why the sword called them. Chuck looked at the red phoenix. Our hero did not understand who was standing in front of him. Chuck tried to find a common language with the souls that appeared, which is why he decided to listen carefully to the souls standing in front of him. Suddenly, Jeffrey joined the conversation. Among the 7 leaders, he is the only person. Jeffrey offered to conduct the dialogue on his behalf. Chuck turned his attention to the souls standing nearby. Jeffrey explained that they were Ruth and Dave and that they were Asher. Chuck thought about it and remembered that there were 4 more worlds. The soul of the black wolf did not like that Chuck called their world the animal world. The angry king suggested calling it the world of the king of beasts. Jeffrey continued to inform Chuck about the situation in the underworld. He said that they should make sure of Chuck's strength. Our hero understood the whole situation and was not against testing. Chuck stuck his sword into the ground and said that if the spirits managed to move his blade even a centimeter, then Chuck would leave the world of the dead. Ruth looked at the sword with distrust, but brave Dave volunteered to be the first. The strong Asher grabbed the blade by the handle. Gathering all his strength, Dave began to pull the blade out of the ground. Dave's eyes were bloodshot and ready to jump out of their sockets. All the melee was collected, but the blade remained motionless. Dave gathered all his abilities and called on all his hands, but the blade was motionless. The strong Asher called on the power and loudly shouted spells. The blade continued to remain in place. After some time, the exhausted Dave reported that the blade could not be moved. Chuck humbly watched what was happening. Those gathered looked closely at the tired Dave. Chuck approached the sword and told those gathered that the blade weighed a huge number of kilograms and had the ability to self-support the weight, and only those whom he recognized were able to lift the sword. Chuck turned to those present and asked to report whether the dead souls recognized him. Jeffrey looked at Chuck with trust and recognition. Dave and the fiery phoenix recognized Chuck as their ally. The king of the beast world looked at the man with approval. Ruth confirmed that Chuck could join them in the fight against other circles of hell. Chuck was glad, but he said that before that he had to meet with the hook of the river of oblivion. Our hero turned to his new comrades and asked for their help. Confident in his strength, Dave immediately called everyone to help Chuck. The temple of worship in the depths of the great mountains did not imagine what was happening near its walls. The deadly spider was ready to meet uninvited visitors. The attack on the spider began. Bright lightning rushed to capture the monster. The spider was ready for this and instantly repelled the blow. The terrible monster did not perceive a group of pathetic souls. For him, they did not pose a serious threat. Fire Evan pointed out the weaknesses of the spider to the king of the world of dead animals and Dave. The dangerous demonic spider continued to protect the entrance. He bravely threatened to send all the dead to the underworld. Dave volunteered to start the attack first and pushed off from the ground. The battle began. Fearless Dave began to attack the spider. The demonic spider did not take his opponent seriously, but Dave's soul was serious. The king of the beast world showed his grin. The spider watched everyone carefully, opening all his eyes wide. Dave grabbed the spider from behind and said that everyone present would fight with him. Pike cursed Dave and threatened to kill him. The demonic spider did not give up. He could not believe in the power of dead souls. Pike began to release a poisonous net from his vile tentacles. Dave continued to sit on the spider's back. He screamed loudly, trying to warn his comrades about the huge spider web. Brave Dave continued his fight, trying not to fall into the spider's web. At some point, something incomprehensible happened. Pike spread the web over the entire surface of the free area and found himself in the center of his web. The king of the beast world and Dave watched closely. Ruth put her hand on Chuck's shoulder and told him that they would deal with the spider themselves and that Chuck could go inside the temple. Ruth saw Chuck off and went to help her comrades. Chuck used the shrinking technique and a few seconds later stood at the threshold of the temple. Our hero looked around carefully. He realized that the hook of the river of oblivion was in the center of the hall. Chuck turned to Evan and asked to teach him the technique of awakening the hook. Suddenly, the point in the center of the hook lit up with blue fire. Chuck heard the greeting of the hook of oblivion. Chuck stood in front of the hook and told him who he was and why he had come. The hook of the river of oblivion felt the energy of his own on the pin and decided that Chuck could be trusted. Suddenly, the hook was covered with a green aura. Divine green flame burst out from the center of the temple. The fire was so strong that it could be seen from several kilometers away. Chuck plunged into the past. Chuck witnessed an unequal battle between demonic gods and evil gods. Our hero watched as the demons bravely saved their world. The demonic gods tried to build a defense with their aura. The spread of green noble light did not save. The demonic gods were strong, but death was inevitable. Chuck could not believe his eyes, but the demonic gods were dying before his eyes. Chuck understood that this was not the end. He continued to watch what was happening. The evil gods were preparing another attack. Wielding demonic weapons, the evil gods were invulnerable. Chuck continued to watch. A brutal blow with a deadly weapon left the demonic gods no chance. The power of the trident was great, and the evil gods knew it very well. The red flame of the evil gods destroyed the blue flame of the demonic gods. The winners in the unequal battle were determined. The evil gods celebrated their victory. The strong hand of the evil god confidently clutched the dangerous weapon. The last minutes of the battle, and the attack was over. The red seal of the winner stuck to the trident forever. The evil god knew what to do. He lit the red flame of the seal. The evil god announced that he was able to remove the seal, and the spell was destroyed. A bright fire illuminated the battlefield. The seal was removed. The entire demonic world knew about it now. Chuck understood that something indescribable was happening at the moment. Everything was mixed up. Tongues of bright flame destroyed everything around. Chuck was horrified. He realized that this was the fall of the gods of the underworld. The evil gods reveled in their victory. Chuck could not understand how they were able to get such a powerful weapon. In the hands of the villains was a weapon capable of killing a demonic god. Chuck continued to watch the pictures from the past. He carefully watched the action of the deadly spear. The Chakravala Mountains were always innocent and protected the underworld from demons, but this time the demons were armed. The Demon King's scepter in the enemy's hands helped to overcome the impassable mountains. The villain holds the weapon tightly in his hands. Under the influence of the spear, the mountains crumbled, turning into ashes. Chuck did not understand how this was possible. He knew for sure that no weapon in the world could pierce the Chakravala Mountains. Chuck turned to Ruka for answers. Chuck heard another revelation from the Demon River Hook. Chuck realized that the main goal was the Demon King's scepter, which was sealed in the underworld during the ancient mythical era. The hook told about all the hidden possibilities of the scepter. Chuck was stunned. He did not believe the words of the hook. He did not assume that there was a weapon of such power in the world. Chuck realized that the destruction of the mortal world and the underworld would plunge the cycle of the six worlds into complete chaos. Chuck realized that with the help of this scepter, demons will be able to easily move between worlds. Chuck watched what was happening carefully. He realized that the invading dead had learned this technique. At this point, it became clear that the scepter must fulfill its second task and choose a new demon king. Chuck turned to the hook. Our hero could not understand where the gods of the underworld were now. He did not believe that they were all dead. Chuck was surprised by the hook's answer. It turned out that all 8 gods of the underworld had disappeared, and to this day their location has not been determined. Chuck learned that 36 weapons had jointly created a trap formation and imprisoned a multicolored spear in it. The hook continued to tell Chuck about the abilities of the multicolored spear. Chuck stopped the hook trying to fit all his words in his head. Chuck stopped the hook and told about his guesses. The hook of the River of the Dead confirmed every word of Chuck. An image of a beautiful lady appeared in Chuck's mind. He realized that she was a sword. Chuck understood why he was so attracted to the immortal blade. Chuck said that he knew where the lady was now. Chuck hurried to leave the temple. The guy carefully looked out the doors of the temple and realized that he now had to help his new comrades. Chuck looked closely at the fighters. The spider tried to deal with Ruth. Hook calmed Chuck down. He said that they had all been dead for a long time and would be reborn again after a while. Chuck called the lady for a conversation, saying that they urgently needed to meet. The girl did not keep him waiting long, and came to the meeting. Chuck looked at Olivia. He did not know that in fact she was a blade forged from the laws of the great mountain Chakravala. Chuck did not beat around the bush and immediately turned to Olivia. He asked to borrow her strength to resist the multicolored spear and save both the underworld and the living world. Olivia explained to Chuck that she could block the spear's blows, but after a few blows, she was thrown back. Chuck was persistent. He said that if she could block a few blows, then that would be enough. Hook intervened in the dialogue and tried to persuade Lady Olivia to trust Chuck. The girl frowned, but accepted Chuck's offer and decided to assist. Olivia performed the ritual and temporarily transferred control of the blade to Chuck. The blade rose. Chuck gratefully accepted the valuable gift. The magical ritual was performed. The screen informed Chuck that he had received the temporary right to hold the blade, one of the 3 artifacts of the underworld. The screens reported important information. Chuck carefully studied. Chuck could not understand how Olivia could be wounded if she was immortal. The screen explained that her soul received the wound. The magical phoenix behind Chuck was interested in his plans for the future. Chuck happily announced that he was currently planning to destroy all demons, and to do so, Chuck needed to obtain the spear. The great Chakwala mountain seemed impregnable. Chuck watched the spear's green aura closely. Yvonne asked everyone to move away from the barrier. Yvonne warned that it was more important to save themselves at the moment, and others would deal with the spear later. The spear's aura broke through and the colorful weapon was revealed in all its glory. The red seal on the weapon indicated that magic was imprinted. Chuck summoned Lady Olivia and began to carry out his part of the plan. The magic began. Chuck entered the battle for the spear. The red striking beam was directed high into the sky. Chuck demanded that his attack be repelled. Lady Olivia tried her best, and a colorful battle broke out in the very center of the mountain. Chuck fought as best he could. Our hero understood perfectly well the necessity of wielding the blade. The unexpected appearance of the weapon's defenders put Chuck's plan at risk. Chuck grabbed the seal and was ready to tear it off. Chuck was confident in his powers as never before. He tore off the seal and demanded that the weapon show all its power. The fight for the deadly weapon continued. Multicolored lights from the mountain were carried in different directions. Demonic monsters watched what was happening. Multicolored fiery drops fell to the ground. A powerful explosion was accompanied by each fiery drop, lifting the earth up. Burning funnels of flame made the demonic creatures jump up. Chuck realized that he had succeeded. The colored spear submitted to its new owner. Chuck realized that the powerful force of the spear destroyed the demons. But at the same time, the spear tightly sealed the mountain, and no one would be able to leave the world of the dead. Chuck was upset. The only thing that calmed our hero was the destruction of the demons. Dave thanked Chuck for his help, but the news was not comforting for Chuck. Chuck listened carefully to Dave and asked Lady Olivia to take him to the Sea of Blood. Chuck was in a hurry. Lady Olivia followed him without question. The battle for the right to the first place had already begun. The battle was amazing in its power. Olivia looked sadly at the competitors. She said with bitterness in her voice that she was sorry that Chuck was just a soul and the scepter could not recognize him as the new king. Chuck told Olivia that he owned the technique and could turn into the undead, which would help him take part in the competition. Olivia, Chuck and Yvonne were on the verge of a new breakthrough. Olivia offered to use her as a sword. The screen told Chuck that the spirit of the weapon had called him, and now he could become its guardian. Chuck had a very powerful artifact in his hands. He could not understand how Olivia could be wounded even before the battle began. Chuck hung in the air, watching the mountain of demons. Chuck watched carefully. Our hero had to destroy the perfect plan of the demons and destroy the chain of successful battles. Chuck realized that his time had come. He boldly rose to meet his new victory. Chuck's foot confidently stepped onto the edge of the cliff. The demon pounced on Chuck with accusations. Chuck took hold of the hilt of the blade. With one swing, he pushed the demons away from himself several meters. Chuck began to bravely fight the dead. Chuck connected a new technique, the secret of harmony of all living beings. Chuck knew that this technique was capable of changing his body, and not a single dead person would guess that there was a living person in front of him. Chuck performed a magical ritual. Our hero was glad. A few seconds later, Chuck stood on the battlefield looking like an undead. Chuck understood that there were villains of all ages in front of him, and he would not be able to convince them with words. He understood that the Goni only understood brute force. Chuck prepared to use the secret technique of cutting the flow. Blue energy poured out and stopped everyone present for a few minutes. Chuck drew attention to himself and loudly declared that anyone who dared to stand in his way would be turned into mincemeat and thrown into the sea of blood. The dead souls understood Chuck's warning correctly. Chuck stopped the fight. The dead souls turned back. Chuck was left alone. He boldly headed into the fiery space. Chuck was half immersed in the red passage. Chuck did not believe that this was the very barrier created by the prison of the king's scepter. Chuck saw how the heads of the undead were smoking. The evil demons believed that they had the advantage. Ruth and Dave greeted the champion of the Sea of Blood. Chuck came in time. He decided to side with those who were ready to restore order in hell. Ruth could not hide her admiration. The girl understood that if Chuck was with them, then victory was possible. Ruth said that the evil gods wanted to destroy hell, and then take over the whole world. Chuck was determined to win. Our hero resolutely suggested that all his supporters send the evil gods to hell. The evil gods towered over the group of brave dead. Chuck made an attempt to enter into a dialogue with the enemies. Chuck was persistent. He had to save the underworld. Chuck tried to put pressure on the villains. He said that they refused to admit their sins and committed even more sins. The villains screamed and interrupted Chuck's words. Chuck was determined. The gods continued their speech. They said that it did not matter whether Chuck joined them or not, but they claimed their strength and numerical advantage. Chuck was tired of empty chatter and turned to Ruth. He asked the girl to hit him. Ruth did not resist and followed Chuck's order. Brave Ruth struck. Chuck used the technique of illusionary movement. Unexpectedly for everyone present, something incomprehensible began to happen. Ruth, with a smile on her face, noticed that there was one less opponent. Chuck stood in the middle of the villains. He proudly declared that hell suited such criminals better. Chuck smiled. He wanted to finish off the freaks as soon as possible. A quick swing of the sword and a bright flame brought horror to the opponents. Chuck began to fight bravely. The foamy heads of the evil gods did not have time to follow Chuck's movements. Our hero was brave and courageous. Chuck connected the secret technique of the Dragon of the Seven Stars. The furious fire dragon began to cruelly deal with the enemies. Ruth, with a loud cry, called everyone who had gathered to help Chuck. Fire and stone, everything was mixed up in the afterlife. Brave Dave rushed to destroy the enemy. Chuck hurried to destroy the next destroyer of the underworld. The evil gods screamed loudly, cursing brave Chuck. Chuck was more serious than ever. He knew that the sword had only one way to kill. Our hero held the hilt of his sword tightly. A few seconds later, the killing blow was delivered and the villain's body split into two parts. Ruth loudly declared victory. The girl said that it was time to choose a winner. Chuck addressed the 7 champions of hell. He said that he really needed the scepter of the Demon King. He must save the world of the living. Chuck suggested that the present champions fight for the weapon. Dave immediately admitted that he would not defeat Chuck in battle and retreated. The king of the animal world trusted Olivia's choice and gave his right to the scepter to Chuck. Ruth was also grateful to Chuck for his help and did not object to handing over the scepter to the hero. Chuck bravely thanked his new friends. Dave tried to joke. Ruth tried to stop Dave's sparkling humor. Ruth suggested sparring sometime. Chuck said that he did not mind and thanked the girl for the honor. Chuck was left alone. He cast a spell and called the scepter of the Demon King. Chuck stood confidently on his feet. The screen informed Chuck that he had received one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the underworld, the scepter of the Demon King. Suddenly, the king's head appeared behind Chuck. Chuck did not understand what kind of demon was hanging over his head, but the ghost hurried to calm Chuck down. The ghost said that Chuck would fall into a dream where he would meet the past king, where he must prove that he is worthy of the right to become the new ruler of hell. The ghost said that he could send Chuck there, but in exchange he must save someone. The ghost had said that he wanted Chuck to save the past Demon King. Chuck did not understand what was happening, and why he needed to save the past Demon King. The ghost had appreciated all of Chuck's virtues and decided that perhaps the guy could cope and find a way out of the dream. The magic happened. Chuck was sealed in a dream. Chuck came to and could not understand anything. Strange demons surrounded him. Suddenly, Chuck realized that he had become the scepter of the Demon King. A thin voice was having a serious conversation with the demons. A little girl was holding the scepter tightly in her hand, informing everyone that the conversation was over and she was leaving. Chuck inside the scepter realized that this girl was the previous Demon King. A serious and strict demon blocked the little girl's way. He was interested in where the king wanted to conduct his research. The girl said that they should not worry. She was going beyond the mountain to study the wind. The elder demon stopped the king, making it clear that something irreparable might happen if the winds got to the underworld. The Demon King continued to insist on her own, trying to convince everyone of safety. The Demon King asked everyone present to pay attention to the prediction card. The girl assured that the card could warn of all the consequences of her actions. The Demon King decided to demonstrate the effect of the card and finally convince her subjects of the safety of her walk. Unexpectedly for everyone and for the Demon King himself, the card predicted the death of the girl. The elder demon was not pleased. At that moment, the Demon King noticed that the old demon was turning to his ancestors for help. An unexpected guest decided to visit the kingdom of demons. A strange creature was descending to the ground, blowing golden vapors. All the demons raised their heads up. They all screamed that an angel was falling on them. The demons were outraged. They accused the angel of lying. But the Demon King did not keep herself waiting long. She turned to the scepter for help. The scepter helped create a protective barrier and prevent an attack. The Demon King realized that this was a real angel, a heavenly spirit capable of moving throughout the hall. The girl realized that the old demon used the sacrifice technique and called the angel into this world. Using the heavenly time-stopping technique, the angel's movements were constrained. The angel absorbed part of the time flow and everyone in the room was immobilized. The Demon King had no idea what danger she was in. The old demon stood behind the girl and said that power over all worlds should belong to him, the descendant of a real angel. The villain prepared to strike. Something suddenly flashed in the Demon King's head. Lady Olivia suddenly appeared and stood up to protect the Demon King. Olivia bravely fought the traitor, dealing him crushing blows. The demon could not understand how this was possible. The fire of rage burned the traitor from within. The resistance struggle continued. The Demon King said that after 10,000 years, hope had appeared. The girl said that the dream world had fallen. The eyes of the little Demon King were burning with hope. Chuck stood next to the Demon King's scepter and listened attentively to his mentors. Chuck realized that he was free. The only thing that did not give him peace was how Lady Olivia got into his dream. Olivia told Chuck that she possessed the law of destruction, due to which the laws of the universe did not affect her in any way. The Iron Mask told Chuck that he had passed the test and received the right to use the scepter of the Demon Queen. The Iron Mask said that the Demon Queen loved to study the unknown, which is why she came to these worlds and began to study the unknown. The mask said that the Demon Queen sent him 3 cards with a call for help. Chuck listened attentively to the confession of the Iron Mask. He told how he had to split his soul and wait for many years for Chuck to appear. Our hero was amazed at the courage of this demon. The Iron Mask handed the 3 cards to Chuck and said that they were all aimed at saving the world. Chuck was pleased with the result. Olivia said goodbye to Chuck. The girl remained in her world to wait for the prophecy to come true. Chuck was pleased. He took out the necessary artifact. Our hero pressed the right button and the blue screen reported that the scepter of the Demon Queen was activated. proud Chuck stood next to the scepter and listened attentively to the message on the screen. Chuck understood the most important thing. From this very moment, his mouth carries the will of the entire underworld. Lady Olivia stood in the center of the stone circle. She could not understand how a mere mortal cultivator could reach such heights and save her world. Chuck looked at the scepter and admitted that if there was another way, he would not have become a living dead. Chuck confidently stood in the center of the stone slab, his legs wide apart. Chuck raised his hand with the scepter and announced to the entire world of the dead that he was the new Demon King. Chuck asked everyone who attacked the world of the living to immediately appear at the circle of the Sea of Blood. The circle of the Sea of Blood and the river were completely covered with Chuck's speech circles. The waves of the river and the Sea of Blood collected dead souls on their banks. Transparent bodies approached the circle. Ruth was happy. Dave could not understand the girl. Olivia looked at the arriving souls with a piercing gaze. Chuck continued to give orders. He forbade all invasions into the world of the living. The smoking heads cautiously stuck out from behind the mountain. They were against such orders. The main ghost said that Chuck would not be able to forbid the invasion of the human world. Olivia told Chuck that he had just become king and these souls did not believe in his power. Chuck did not make himself wait long. The guy twirled the scepter in his hand and was ready to bring down all his anger on these dead souls. Chuck's hand tightly grabbed the new weapon. Chuck used the soul-splitting technique and directed the hellish blue fire towards the protesters. The souls panicked. They understood that they would never be able to return. The scepter did its job perfectly. Surprised Ruth and Dave watched what was happening. The screen reported that the Demon King was able to kill any soul. Chuck held the scepter tightly in his hands. Chuck raised the scepter over his head and asked all the dissatisfied to speak out. Ruth and the other souls fell to their knees, recognizing Chuck's power. All the souls instantly knelt and lowered their heads. Chuck stood over the conquered world of the dead. Lady Olivia also fell to her knees. She said that Chuck was a living person, but he could rightfully call himself the true king of the demons. Chuck corrected Olivia by telling her that he was a simple mortal swordsman cultivator. Chuck remembered the spear, which to this day is driven into the mountain and does not allow demons to invade the world of the dead. But the fate of the spear was of interest to Lady Olivia. Chuck continued talking to Olivia. They discussed the revival of the soul. From the conversation, Chuck realized that they should deal with the spear as quickly as possible. Chuck turned to Olivia. Our hero was interested in whether the lady could control the mountain. Olivia said that the mountain is not subject to any influence. The screens reported that Chuck had unlocked the Heavenly Sword technique and could now obtain detailed information about the sword. A new technique had become available to Chuck, the sacred mountain that protected the world. Chuck understood that there were no more gods left in the underworld, and if they did nothing, sooner or later the demons would return. Chuck turned to Olivia and asked her to tell him where the 5 elements were. Chuck turned to his loyal assistants and asked them to bring him the missing elements. Chuck raised his head and prepared to address his subordinate souls. Chuck loudly asked the souls of the dead for help. Chuck promised that all those who succeeded in completing the task would be freed from torment and would receive enough feats to leave hell and be reborn in another world. Chuck made a serious, threatening face. The spirits confirmed their agreement. Chuck rose and said that he wanted the spirits to die for him. The great mountain Chakravala met the souls of the dead. The spear located in the mountain is capable of killing any soul. Chuck said that he had come up with a plan to fight him, and for this he needed the souls of the dead. Dave gave his consent, and the king of the dead animals confirmed that they were already dead. Ruth approached Chuck and told the guy that everyone was ready to carry out his order. Chuck loudly called for obedience. The attack on the mountain began. The loud voice of the new king called all the dead to attack. The dead souls rushed in an even line to attack the spear and the mountain. The spear activated. The defense of the mountain began. Huge circles with throwing lights fell on the army of dead souls. The souls desperately went to their deaths, then were reborn and went on the attack again. The king of the dead animal world fought desperately. All the souls did not spare their lives. They all knew that they would rise again. Chuck watched what was happening. The spear desperately fought for its life and its freedom. Chuck was very interested in whether the spear would be able to kill all the dead in the underworld. Chuck stood at the origins of the dead souls and watched the attack. The fight with the dead souls continued. Olivia brought Chuck the origin of the water element, and found the origin of the iron and fire elements. Chuck was happy about this. The only thing left was to get the origins of earth and wood. Olivia watched Chuck carefully. Our hero knew that the energy of the spear was not infinite, and he shared his knowledge with Lady Olivia. At the moment, it was noticeable that the number of repelling attacks had significantly decreased. The joyful phoenix confirmed Chuck's assumptions. The Temple of Rebirth remained a reliable defense. Immortal souls diligently protected the temple from spear attacks. Immortal souls diverted the spear blows to themselves as best they could, diverting attention from the temple. A few minutes later, the immortal souls noticed that the spear had stopped attacking them. Chuck congratulated the spirits and asked them to bring the origins of earth and wood. The temple remained intact. Ruth and Wolf greeted the king of ghosts. Chuck greeted the spirits and took the necessary sources. The Wolf King determined the necessary sources by smell. To do this, it was necessary to disassemble the robot. The robot was destroyed by a bright fire. The explosion and the sources were provided. Ruth was faster than lightning at Chuck. Chuck dispersed the acrid smoke. Finally, all the elements of the sources were collected. Chuck turned to Lady Olivia. Chuck turned to the bronze giant and decided to unite the two worlds. The air smelled of magic and Chuck turned to the system. The system displayed information on the screen that Chuck used 100 units of spiritual power energy and received the thread of laws. With the help of this thread of laws, Chuck will be able to unite the worlds. A few seconds later, Chuck turned to Lady Olivia and asked her to become the head of the world of dead souls for a while. Chuck was sure that he could unite all the worlds. Chuck went to the soul transfer system, but promised to return soon. Chuck's body was temporarily turned off. Friends sat nearby and waited for Chuck to come out of a trance. Suddenly, something began to happen to the guy's body. Chuck's girlfriend and her pet watched closely what was happening. Chuck realized that the dog could see his soul. Chuck assured his friends that everything was fine. The golden thread of laws lay in Chuck's hand. The joyful girl was happy that her beloved had returned. This is love, everyone around thought. Clara was interested in how everything went. Chuck tightly squeezed the golden thread in his fist. A few seconds later, our hero attempted the impossible. The golden thread of law flew out of Chuck's hand, towering over his friends and the world. The thread flew over the globe. It changed people, instilling in them strength and confidence. The eyes of passers-by filled with happiness. The animal world united with the world of people. The living force filled the animals with consciousness. Chuck felt that his spiritual power was growing and he would be able to reach the level of a saint. Chuck understood that the bronze giant had not lied, and when two worlds merge, the creatures in one of them become stronger. The friends were standing on an open terrace. Chuck was talking with Monica. He was interested in what was happening with the planet at the moment. The goddess of justice reported. She said that the planet began to change, and many uninhabited places appeared on the planet. Clark carefully examined his hand. The guy noticed that his spiritual power began to grow sharply. Chuck promised his friends to tell everything later, but now he needed to return to the underworld and solve the remaining problems. Chuck took a comfortable position and began the soul separation ritual. Chuck understood perfectly well that after the merger of the worlds, the multicolored spear would destroy all life in the world. Anna rushed to Chuck. The girl thought that the guy had died again. The dog became a living witness to the separation of the soul from the body. Olivia and Chuck's soul carefully watched the mountain and the spear. The spear sparkled in different colors. Chuck decided that the only way to get rid of the spear was to throw it outside the world. Chuck told Olivia about his plan. The lady accepted and approved of Chuck's idea. Lady Olivia began to perform a magical ritual. Olivia knew that Chuck could be relied on, and she confidently handed over control of the mountain to our hero. Chuck did not argue and accepted the generous gift. Olivia saw Chuck off, wishing him caution. Confident in his strength and his plan, Chuck went to the mountain with the goal of taking possession of the multicolored spear and throwing it outside this world. The spear did not distinguish between enemies or friends, which is why it was ready to attack. Chuck knew what to expect. He was preparing and looking for the right moment. Our hero shouted a spell, and the mountain began to move. The stone monster stood up to protect Chuck. The smoke of the attack covered the great mountain. A huge stone man was created by order of the king of the underworld. The stone giant was sent to fight with a spear. Nothing could defeat the stone brute. The stone mountain bravely fought for its master. The giant bravely walked forward, covering the blows of the multicolored spear with his body. The powerful weapon continued its fight. Nothing could save the multicolored spear from imminent death. The stone hand of the rock pointed at the defenseless spear. With a slight movement, the spear was removed from the mountain. Chuck, accompanied by Olivia, calmly walked through the land of dead souls. He knew that the spear was stuck with the winds of chaos for a long time. Chuck reported that the dead who betrayed hell were destroyed. The mountain was freed from the spear. The problems of the underworld were solved. Chuck looked carefully at the endless expanses of the underworld. The robot began to count the accomplished feats. The numbers glowed red. The robot announced that the counting was finished. The happy souls realized that they no longer needed to suffer. Chuck was happy that the souls realized their mistakes and began the process of merging with the world. Lady Olivia, accompanied by Chuck, looked at the empty world of hell. Chuck's soul happily looked at its work. The guy was glad that he was able to help the souls cleanse themselves. Chuck knew that his mentor Lila was limited to the world of cultivation, but now, after the merging of worlds, her power should reach incredible heights. Chuck towered over the dead souls and congratulated them on their victory. The souls thanked the great demon king. Chuck told the Hook of the River of Oblivion that he was leaving all the hellish weapons in the hellish world, and if necessary they could easily contact Chuck and summon his soul to hell. Chuck turned to Olivia and invited her to go with him to the mortal world. Lady Olivia agreed and the couple went to the transition. The Temple of Rebirth was empty. The destroyed machines talked to each other. Ruth and Dave were sadly seeing off their king. Ruth was upset that Chuck did not appreciate her love. A bright light illuminated the frightened Dave. Ruth's eyes widened. The girl did not understand what happened. The broken robot automatically restored itself. Ruth decided that this was the main sign of the merging of worlds. The robot's eyes were burning with red fire. The robot looked at the sky. He screamed loudly that the gods had betrayed them. Ruth and Dave angrily attacked the restored robot. The evil gods said goodbye to the underworld. They understood that their time had come. They knew that the heavens had removed the barrier from the mortal world and they were safe, but they were very sorry. But the only way to save themselves was to sacrifice both worlds. Before leaving, the evil gods decided to destroy the artifact. In the eyes of the evil god, the imprint of the artifact was burning. The main villain said that the recorder must also be destroyed, otherwise everyone would find out about the plans of the evil gods. The decision was carried out. A bright green flame illuminated everyone present. The spirits of the world of the dead watched what was happening. Ruth was surprised. She could not imagine that the higher gods would abandon their world. The girl knew that this would lead to the invasion of demons, and she must warn the king. The wolf turned to Jeffrey. Being the king of the world of dead animals, he could not imagine that among the living people there were such strong people as Chuck. The hook of the river of infamy hurried the souls and said that they could miss the time and not be reborn. Slowly, the hook began to disintegrate. Chuck's soul returned to his body. Chuck opened his eyes. The guy was happy to be back. Friends were worried about Chuck's condition and vied with each other to bombard the guy with questions. Chuck tiredly brushed off his friends' questions. The only thing Chuck said was that all the problems were solved and there would be no more problems. Chuck called Monica and withdrew his order to prepare the ship to escape from this universe. Frank looked closely at the sky, watching the ship return. Chuck's girlfriend was extremely surprised by Olivia's appearance in this world. Chuck hastened to introduce Lady Olivia to his friends, saying that in front of them was one of the 3 divine artifacts of the underworld, and a great blade. Olivia turned to Anna. She assumed that she was the king's girlfriend. The girl pressed herself against her friend and said that all those present were Chuck's partners. The ghoul king looked at Chuck with distrust. Frank felt a huge amount of dead energy filling the world of the living. Chuck thought most likely this happens because the underworld merges with the mortal world. The friends stood on a deserted field and carefully watched the strange movements in the sky. The appearance of Monica cleared the atmosphere. The goddess of justice reported that the whole world was plunged into darkness and terrifying monsters appeared in the sky, but an unknown force was holding them back. Chuck did not understand what the goddess of justice was talking about, but a real threat hung over the world. Chuck did not understand where all these monsters and demonic gods came from. Red warning windows knocked Chuck off his feet. He realized that the protective barrier was weakening and in an hour it would be completely destroyed. Lady Olivia appeared in Chuck's office. Chuck and Anna listened to Olivia's story. They did not believe her words. Olivia talked about the conspiracy of the higher gods and that the fall of the world was inevitable. Chuck knew that people were too weak to fight on the same level with monsters. When the barrier fell, the planet would turn into a bloody mess. Chuck thought he did not know how to create another protective barrier. Suddenly the hook joined the conversation. He said that the merging of worlds was happening and the protective barrier would be restored, but it would take time. Clark screamed loudly. He knew that 7 hours was too long. Clark could not believe it. Chuck looked at those present with frightened eyes. He tried to find a way out. The moonlight illuminated the gathered and at that very moment, something began to happen. Olivia looked at the sky. The girl said that the flow of time was stopped. Chuck knew about this technique of stopping time. The only thing Chuck did not understand was why he could move. Olivia looked sternly at Chuck. She knew that someone strong stopped time to meet Chuck. Chuck looked around carefully. He smelled a disgusting smell. Chuck looked at the disgusting dog and could not understand what other abilities it had. The unexpected activation of the magic card of the Retribution deck brought Chuck out of confusion. The activation of the combat card of the Retribution deck occurred. Chuck remembered that these were the same cards that Rivern and Blair gave him to protect. Friends realized that the god in the red robe Augustine had returned to this world. Chuck knew that 10,000 years ago Augustine killed the previous queen of demons. Chuck promised to detain the bastard. Chuck stood on the edge of the terrace. The guy watched the newcomer. Augustine greeted the new demon king. Loyal partners stood behind Chuck. Chuck confidently looked at the uninvited guest. Augustine decided to tell about all his titles. It turned out that he is the main god and the ruler of all 6 worlds. Chuck looked at Augustine, hoping that a god with such a title had come to help humanity. Horrible Augustine had no intention of saving the world. He had come for 2 things, the first reason being to admire the painful death of the losers, and the second to see the man who had ruined the cataclysm in the underworld. Augustine reported that demon armies were already invading the 6 worlds of reincarnation, and Chuck's plan to save the world was incomparable. But thanks to the saved souls, Chuck was left alone. Chuck was sure that the souls were reborn thanks to their merits, so he looked confidently into the eyes of the villain. Augustine continued his speech and invited Chuck to follow him, But our hero knew perfectly well that Augustine was not just inviting Chuck to follow him. Scary Augustine happily told about the special magic that Chuck possessed. He offered the guy to pass this power on to him, and in exchange, Chuck would be allowed to remain to serve the ruler of the world. Chuck laughed. He asked for more time to think, but the evil Augustine hurried the guy. Chuck continued to think. At the same time he was stalling for time. Chuck understood that the underworld had merged with the world into one, and most likely he would die during the fight. Chuck understood that then he would become undead, and he would spend an eternity killing demons. Chuck's eyes lit up with a blue flame. He knew that he would continue to fight demons. His soul would become immortal. Augustine's eyes burned in the hope that Chuck would agree to his offer. The time had come. Chuck and his undead were ready to fight back. Chuck accepted the idea of his death and rebirth, and was ready to accept a mortal fight. Augustine was angry. Chuck understood perfectly well that the fact of his existence was a huge danger, and that is why Augustine must destroy not only his body, but also his soul. Chuck called on all his strength and hurried to strike. Chuck screamed loudly, trying to call on all his strength. Chuck reported that Augustine had broken his oath, and Chuck was proof of that. Purple flames surrounded Augustine. The traitor's punishment had begun. Chuck used the power of shrinking. The shadows of dead souls surrounded Augustine. The evil traitor was horrified by what was happening. The souls tried to use their power. Chuck, accompanied by his undead, watched what was happening carefully. Chuck wondered how long the spell could hold Augustine. The undead said that it was long enough. The happy demon was glad of such a coincidence. He promised Chuck that he would keep Augustine busy and he would have no time to destroy the world. The undead with red eyes said that one demon would not be enough. The undead went to help the demon. A bright multicolored glow illuminated the terrace. Rivern was pleased with the work done. He told Chuck that he must go save Blair. Chuck could not let Rivern go alone. He turned to Olivia and asked for help in saving Blair. Pleased, Rivern thanked Chuck for his assistance. Rivern and Olivia left. Anna did not understand what was happening. The girl turned to Clark and asked him to tell her the gist of what was happening. The strange dog turned to Chuck and asked him to tell her about his plans. Chuck carefully watched the trap, which was shining in the sky like a bright star. Chuck did not know what was happening and what to do next. Terrible demons broke through the protective barrier. Chuck called on all his partners to fight them until their last breath. Chuck armed himself with his weapons and swore an oath to fight to the death. Brave Anna could not stand aside and completely agreed with her beloved. Frank called on all his powers as the Ghoul King and was ready to die defending the mortal world. The attack began, and the first demons began the war. Demons attacked the mortal world, not understanding who they were rebelling against. The unexpected appearance of the saved souls was very timely. Chuck opened his eyes and did not believe what he saw. The dead from the underworld arrived to help mortal people. Clark did not understand what was happening. He asked Chuck a lot of questions. Ruth's bare leg touched the ground. Chuck and his partners looked closely at the soul. Ruth knelt before her king. Clark and Chuck's girlfriend did not understand what was happening and how their partner managed to become the boss of the world of the dead. Chuck looked at Ruth and was surprised that the arriving souls were not reborn. Ruth proudly raised her head and said that Chuck saved them from hellish torment, and now it was their turn to pay back with kindness. Chuck thanked the souls for their help. Chuck thanked for the honor. Chuck straightened his back and said his first battle order. The attack for the Demon King began. The immortal souls accepted the order to execute. Chuck stood, towering over the city. He understood that with the help of the dead souls they could defeat the demons. Chuck carefully watched what was happening. Ruth was ready for battle. The huge giant ordered all the living to climb into his stomach. Ruth laughed. She was sure that there were no living people on the battlefield except for the king. But the giant was sure of what he was doing. The horned demon could not stand the caustic tricks and mockery and struck the center of the field. Everything was mixed up, both souls and demons. The demon's red eyes burned with a bright fire. Chuck used the scepter to awaken the dead souls that were in hibernation. Chuck stood in the center. He carefully examined the souls and did not understand where all their wounds could have disappeared to. Chuck called the sleeping souls to battle. The demon's eyes continued to fill with red fire. The army of immortals understood the beauty of their situation. They knew that they could not die anymore. The dead soul opened its hungry mouth. The first demon was torn apart. The dead souls enjoyed the war. The dead souls of the wolf pack were completely absorbed in the action. They tore the demon apart, choosing the more appetizing parts of the body. Chuck watched what was happening. He understood that the demon was strong. The huge number of dead souls was too much for him to bear. The goddess of justice hurried to report to Chuck about what was happening in the world. Chuck ordered Monica to watch everything carefully. The world must hold out until the new barrier was restored. Chuck continued to watch what was happening. The red eyes of the demons watched the fall of their leader. Chuck carefully watched the movements of the demons. The screens announced the continuation of the merging of the world. The protective barrier was completely restored. Chuck was pleased. The dead souls admired the Demon King. The hellish robot reported that new points for merits would soon be distributed. The dead souls rejoiced. The robot reported that they had saved all 6 worlds. The city was filled with reincarnated souls. Ruth said goodbye to Chuck. The guy carefully turned his head towards the girl. Ruth said that most likely this was their last meeting. But Chuck hurried to reassure Ruth. He knew that if they were destined, they would definitely meet. Dead souls began to leave this world. The disappearing Ruth touched Chuck's cheek with her hand. The girl's body slowly disappeared. Chuck saw the disappearing soul off to the last light. The partners looked at Ruth and Chuck's farewell with understanding. The pause of sadness was dispelled by Olivia's return. Chuck did not understand why Olivia returned alone. But a few minutes later, Rivern and Blair appeared. Chuck's partners watched the aliens closely. Rivern and Blair greeted Chuck and his company again. Rivern took off his mask and introduced himself, declaring himself the Emperor, and Blair the Empress of the demonic world. Chuck congratulated the Emperor. The guy was glad that after 1,000 years Rivern was able to save his beloved. The Emperor continued to thank Chuck. He did not know how to help the guy in return. Chuck stopped the brave Emperor, saying that as a reward he received the Demon King's staff and it was a fair deal. The Emperor used the God Hand card technique to capture the Mountain God. The charged card illuminated everything around and went to carry out the Emperor's order. The hand grabbed the enemy tightly. The Mountain King tried to resist. The enemy was brought to justice. Blair began to list all of Augustine's sins. The Empress reported that the villain had imprisoned her for 10,000 years in her sleep. Blair lowered her glasses and looked closely at her stew. Augustine was not happy with what was happening. Blair couldn't think of a punishment, and handed the fortune-telling card to Chuck, saying that from now on this card belongs to him. The screen notified Chuck that a card had appeared in his hands, predicting the future, and when he doubted making a decision, he could easily use this magic card. Chuck held a very valuable item in his hands and couldn't believe his eyes. Chuck couldn't understand how he, a mere mortal, could use the card, and the Emperor explained everything. Rivern said goodbye to Chuck. The Emperor handed over a magic badge, which contained the coordinates of their location, and Chuck could visit them at any time. Chuck held the badge with the coordinates in his hands and proudly accepted the Emperor's invitation. Rivern and Blair left the mortal world, saying goodbye to their new faithful comrade. The aura of the human world became more saturated. The fusion of the two worlds into one made everyone much stronger. Chuck read the messages. The screen gave new information. The merging of the two worlds is complete. The internal laws of the two worlds will merge together. Chuck did not understand why he should run from the oscillation of the waves during the merging of the world. Chuck told the partners that before the end of the merging of the world, he must go to another world in order to hide his gift of moving between worlds. Anna asked Chuck to lend her his power. Chuck touched the animal's paw. Anna's behavior changed. Chuck did not understand what she was doing. The girl touched Chuck's forehead. She asked the guy not to move and decided to use the moment to predict Chuck's fate. Black traces of the magic ritual flew near the forehead of the surprised hero. The prediction was terrible and surprised the young people. Black smoke flew in the air, predicting the death and destruction of this world. The girl screamed loudly and asked Chuck to stay in this world. Chuck was confident in his powers and hurried to convince Anna of his safety. The girl grabbed Chuck's jacket and asked him to take her with him. Chuck remembered how Anna took care of him in his past life, when he took her to another world. But the decision was made. Chuck stood alone at the crossing. Confident in his strength, the hero said goodbye to his comrades, promising to return soon. Friends followed Chuck with their eyes. Anna turned to her dog and asked permission to go to the kingdom of the dead. She knew about all the difficulties, but did not want to lag behind Chuck. The dog praised its owner and agreed to move. The dog's eyes lit up with flames. A huge dog burst out of the small dog, who offered Anna his transportation services. Anna saddled the dog, and a few seconds later they went to another world. Anna asked the dog, upon Chuck's return, to tell him that Anna went to train. The remaining Clark and Frank also decided to take up training to increase their strength and their abilities. The place for resettlement was chosen perfectly. A beautiful girl told Chuck that he had ended up in the air world. The air world was mesmerizing with its beauty. The screens reported on Chuck's new achievements. Chuck carefully studied the new information. The new world provided a new opportunity. Suddenly, Chuck remembered another task. The screen showed Chuck a plan for executing a special mission. Chuck knew that a personality-changing potion would be just right. Chuck injected the prepared gel into his neck. Gradually, Chuck's appearance changed, and he turned into Tom. Kate could not understand how Chuck managed to change his appearance and become Tom. Chuck looked at the girl and said in a joyful voice that science was to blame for everything. The same girls looked at the guests. The only thing that Kay regretfully reported was that Chuck's cultivation level was very low. But suddenly Kate caught herself in her tongue. She realized that Chuck was at the last stage of divine transformation. 3 cultivators stood on a beautiful hanging valley. The girls warned Chuck that before heading to the gates of the sect, he must prepare. Chuck demonstratively threw off his cloak. Chuck appeared before Lady Olivia and sincerely told about his fears. Chuck suggested that Olivia play the role of a new student and distract attention from Chuck. Our hero thought, and put his finger to his lips. The solution came, and Chuck's hand instructively rushed forward. Chuck touched Olivia's forehead and suggested the girl to use the secret of harmony of all living beings. Olivia proudly accepted the new technique. A few seconds later, Olivia appeared in a new image. Chuck appreciated the transformation, but advised Olivia not to act like a girl. Lady Olivia listened attentively to all the moralizing of the master. Everything was ready for a long journey. Chuck looked up. He did not understand what was happening. He read all the information that Olivia gave him, but he had not studied anything like this. Amelia tried to understand what was happening. The girl said that the bodies were created from the aura of the world demon, and he loved to devour the spiritual power of people. Amelia reported that when using spiritual power during the process, the consciousness would attack immediately. The girl warned that if the consciousness could not cope with the attack, the world demon itself would come. Chuck could not believe that the local blessed monks could not do anything. Kate said that Tom was able to find many worlds, but they were all absorbed. Chuck listened carefully to the girl. Kate suggested looking at the great demon of the earth. Chuck and Kate continued to stand on the inverted mountain. Kate led Chuck to the edge of the mountain and asked him to look down. Below them was a terrifying demon of the world. Chuck noticed the size of the demon. Our hero could not believe that this monster was created from the body of a dead ancient demon god. Amelia twirled a mysterious circle in her hands. The girl told Chuck that the consciousness of the demon of the world had subsided, and they could go. The inverted mountains were a great place for the air world. A few seconds later, Chuck and his retinue stood at the threshold of the sect. Chuck noticed that the monks were actively collecting supplies and carrying boxes back and forth. The guests' feet stepped onto the stone floor of the sect gate. Chuck, dressed in disguise, watched the monks' movements closely, accompanied by Amelia. The wooden door was pushed aside, and Chuck's confident foot stood on the threshold of the temple. The monk bowed in greeting, and Chuck accepted the bow as his due. The monk saw Olivia dressed up and could not understand who was standing in front of him. Lady Olivia looked great, and the girl drew all the attention to herself. Olivia, pretending to be a new disciple, did a great job with her role. Chuck tried to get as much new information as possible, and most importantly, he learned how to connect two worlds. Amelia told Chuck that only masters of a higher formation could find out where the created teleporter leads. The screen informed Chuck about the formation of the teleport of two worlds, and told him about a special disc. Chuck remembered that in the past he had managed to steal a formation disc from the enemy camp. Chuck turned to Kate. He had to meet with a powerful formation master. Kate said that Tom had a maid who was capable of doing this, and the whole group went to her. A monk Chuck met on the way said that he was called to a sect meeting that would take place today. Emily stopped Chuck. The girl said that there would be very strong cultivators at the sect meeting, and they would be able to recognize Chuck in his guise. Chuck calmed the girls down. He had learned a lot of information about the sect and was ready for any questions. The elegant meeting hall was ready to meet the cultivators. The invited Tiffany and Alfie were waiting for the meeting to begin. A free chair was occupied by an impudent fox. Tiffany was impudent, but at the same time slender and beautiful. The bully Alfie could not forgive the young cultivator for being late. Chuck looked carefully at those present. He knew that in front of him were respected clan masters, powerful cultivators. Chuck turned his gaze to the fox. He did not understand where she came from. Chuck was surprised by the design on the fox mask. Chuck knew that this unusual symbol belonged to the head of the peak of the Raksashi and his daughter. Chuck knew that the daughter of the Raksashi was the goddess of evil and nothing good came from her presence. What bothered Chuck the most was the necessary ritual to inherit the power of the Raksashi. Chuck knew that every few thousand years a new daughter of the Raksashi was born and a different symbol appeared on the head of the new daughter depending on the acquired power. Chuck looked at the fox and saw that it was wearing the mask of the daughter of the Raksashi, and this meant that the daughter of the Raksashi was present at the meeting. The bodyguard greeted the master of the clan. The girl reported that during the absence of the master, two subordinates broke the rules. The bodyguard ordered to bring the offenders. The offenders were quickly brought. Monks Leo and Vinny begged for mercy. They told the master that they were not guilty of anything. Chuck, in the guise of Tom, looked at his loyal subjects and could not understand what all this meant. Tiffany told the master about the tricks of these monks. The news about the death of Tom's maid shocked Chuck. The guy seriously thought about it. The monks bowed low and asked for protection. Chuck took out his sword and seriously began to decide on the punishment for these two monks. Chuck was angry at this action, his eyes filled with red fire. Leo and Winnie cried in horror. The master was angry. He could not allow pathetic monks to decide the fate of his servant. The decision was made, justice was done. Tiffany and Alfie watched the justice. Alfie noted that the master was like a poisonous snake. As soon as someone encroaches on his rights, he immediately shows poison fangs. Chuck apologized to the guests for the carnage that happened, but the fox took the execution with dignity. The fox told the master that the daughter of the Rakshasa clan was pleased with how the master dealt with the monks, and the daughter wanted to give him a gift. Chuck did not understand how the daughter of the Rakshasa was able to see everything that was happening, but he realized that most likely she could exchange vision with the spiritual fox. The master said that the meeting should continue and suggested that the guest wait a little. The meeting began. Suddenly, Alfie pointed at the disguised Olivia and asked who the boy was. The reincarnated Chuck said that this was his new disciple. Olivia introduced herself and called herself Chuck. Alf noticed that the disciple was a cultivator at the late stage of an awakening god and his level was very high. Alf suggested testing the strength of the new disciple. Olivia instantly repelled Alf's attack. The cultivator appreciated the block. Olivia continued her defense. Alf hurried to deliver the next blow. Olivia, reincarnated as Chuck, was strong. Chuck, reincarnated as a master, stopped Alf. But Alf looked at the master and said that he was just playing with the boy. Alf noted the merits of the new disciple. Alf also regretted that the boy would soon die. Alf appreciated the newcomer and handed him a gift. Olivia thanked Alf, carefully leaning forward. Tiffany reminded everyone present of the reason for their meeting and urged everyone to find a common solution to the problem. Chuck tried to understand the essence of Tom's plan. Alf reminded the master that the peak of the Rakshasa is not to be trifled with. Alf was not restrained and opened his mouth wide. Chuck understood Tom's plan. He wants to become a partner of the Rakshasa. Chuck found out that the great elder of the sect exchanged a huge amount of resources for a special medicine from the peak of the Rakshasa, which helped the elder to prolong his life. Chuck understood that the elder was lustful, but not stupid. Chuck did not understand why he would suddenly risk his reputation and life. The only thing that came to Chuck's mind, he thought that the old man was forced to take this step. Alfie continued his interrogation. He asked Tom why he needed a marriage with the daughter of the Rakshasa. Chuck, in the form of Tom, looked at the cultivators present with an open gaze and told the whole truth about his father. Alfie was surprised that Tom only now told such important information. Tom said that if his father fails the test, then Tom will be the first one the elder will want to get rid of. Alfie was angry. He did not understand how Tom could ask them to help kill the master. Alfie looked at Tom carefully and told him that if his father died, then he himself would become nobody. Chuck listened attentively and raised his head and said that he had found a new world. Tiffany joined the conversation. She could not understand to believe Tom's words. Chuck said that the world demon would soon swallow the floating world and they would all be dead. Alf and Tiffany did not believe Tom's words. But Chuck in the form of Tom tried to look serious and convincing. The sect house seemed such a calm and reliable place that no one could overhear the conversation of the cultivators. Only the villain's loyal disciple understood everything correctly. Alf was convinced that Tom's words were true. The only thing Alf regretted was that the loyal disciple did not know the coordinates. Chuck continued to speak. He said that the fewer people knew about this, the better. Alf continued to interrogate the best disciple and completely agreed with Chuck. Alf squeezed the skinny Leo tightly, trying to shake the truth out of him. After a few minutes, Leo gave in. The screen announced that the special mission was completed. Chuck announced the successful completion of the mission. Tiffany burst into red flames and threatened Chuck. Chuck accepted the challenge, but told the girl that he could kill his soul and they would never find a new world. Tiffany lowered her head and began to listen carefully to Chuck. Alfie hugged Tiffany to his chest and hurried to calm the girl. Chuck promised that after the master's death, no one would be able to activate the curse cast on them. Chuck turned to the clan masters and urged them to be ready to put their lives on the line. The clan masters fell silent, trying to think about their answer. Tiffany and Alf agreed to provide their help. Chuck looked closely at the fox mask. Now he realized that there was no need to marry the daughter of a Rakshasa. The screens reported that Chuck had found the mask of the Rakshasa's daughter. Chuck had received the face of the Rakshasa, which was a mysterious artifact. Chuck thought about it. He remembered that the bronze giant had given him the secret of harmony of all living beings, and now it turned out that the Rakshasa's daughter had a similar technique. Suddenly Chuck realized that the object in front of him was not real. Chuck realized that the mask in his hands was the Rakshasa's daughter. Chuck realized that the daughter had used the technique and had been in this room during the entire secret conversation and had heard information about the new world. Chuck knew for sure that the Rakshasa's daughter did not know that she had been identified. All three went their separate ways. Chuck went off to prepare a safe exit from this world. The air world was beautiful. Chuck stood on the edge of an inverted cliff. Our hero was finishing preparing the formation. He happily sent the Rakshasa's daughter into the endless stream of stars. The mask was sinking into the formation. Chuck said goodbye to the Rakshasa's daughter. Chuck was serious. Now he had to raise his cultivation level and reach the saint level. In the endless stream of the abyss, a bag was falling, containing Ralph's daughter, Emma, who finally realized that she was not in the Guangyan sect, and most likely Tom found out about her, which meant she had to leave here immediately. The bag was torn apart when the girl made this decision. Having assumed her true form, the girl broke out of the bag and, looking around, realized that in this place she could not use her own movement techniques. While falling in the endless stream to leave this place, Emma made the decision to kill herself. She was insanely angry at Tom and the fact that he dared to betray her. Putting a sword to her neck, Emma swore that as soon as she returned, she would immediately finish off the cultivator. The next moment, the girl cut off her own neck. and her spirit, having broken free, rushed back to the sect, leaving its headless body in the flow of the abyss. Ralph's sect was on a flying island. The white fox Garrett, basking in the grass, suddenly shuddered and woke up. Surprise appeared on its face, as it sensed that Emma had died. Looking at the sky with stunned eyes, Garrett thought that the girl's strength was incomparable to everyone else, so her death was very surprising. Listening to the flows, the spirit beast realized that Emma was isolated in a space from which even it could not escape alive. The next moment, a glowing door appeared in the air in front of him, and Emma's spirit, coming out of it, swore that as soon as she was restored, she would immediately destroy everyone in the Guangyang sect, and first of all Tom himself, then personally meet him on Judgment Day, and the girl was going to pass her test, which would allow her to live until the end of the world's existence, later. Garrett rose to all fours, sighing heavily, and noticed that of all the bodies of Ralph's daughters, only one remained, which meant that the girl had only one chance to object to being reborn. Emma's spirit, tied to the demon mask, hung in the air silently. Garrett, with a satisfied face, said that if she could get the coordinates of the new world from Tom, then this would be a real achievement, and the test could be considered passed. The glowing door began to disappear, and Emma promised to deal with the test first. After the girl's spirit completely disappeared, the spiritual leaf took on its true form of a beast with 6 tails. One of the tails began to release spiritual energy into space. Then, using the same tail, Garrett called a light panel for communication. A man wrapped in a robe from head to toe appeared on this panel, and the fox, calling him master, told him that Tom was able to deceive their candidate, Ralph's daughter, forcing her to commit suicide, which was surprising for Garrett. The man ordered to continue observing Tom and decide whether he was worthy of becoming Ralph's heir or not, reminding him that war was inevitable, they needed fresh ambitious blood, and also warned the beast to be careful and not to catch the eye of the demons in this world, since he was unlikely to cope with them. When the conversation was over, the fox drew the rest of the spiritual energy into his tail and promised to be careful as a farewell. After Garrett took back his normal form and muttered that it seemed like the test had just become much more interesting. Meteorites fell from the sky, and when they hit the rock, they exploded. Chuck held his Zanpakuto in both hands and confronted them. Emily, Kate, and Lady Olivia watched his test on a nearby floating island, worried that the tests to ascend to the level of saint were especially dangerous and the young man could get hurt. Chuck watched as clots of fire gathered in the sky above his head, forming a huge ball. His gaze was full of determination to survive this test. The next moment, the ball fell down, preparing to bring down all the power it had collected on Chuck. In turn, Chuck, enveloping himself in spiritual power, rushed towards the fireball. When the two forces collided, an explosion occurred, from which shock waves spread in rings throughout space. Holding a sword in both hands, Chuck received a message from the system that the test of ascension was passed, and the boy was finally able to obtain the level of saint, which was higher than his level in his past life. Landing in front of the girls, Chuck requested the system to use the special quest reward to immediately obtain the ability of the Holy God of War, to which the system replied that due to the fact that the origin of this world was almost completely absorbed by the world demon, it could offer him 2 options to choose from. The first was to temporarily postpone obtaining the new ability, and use this reward next time. And the second was to completely refuse to obtain the new ability, and use the remaining world origin to enhance his current ability. Sending both swords into the subspace, Chuck inquired of the system what would happen to the world when his origin was completely depleted and how it would affect this world if he used the remaining world origin, to which the system replied that the world would be destroyed in 7 days regardless of whether there was any origin left or not. Looking at the pop-up message with a tired look, Chuck confirmed that he wanted to use the remaining origin and enhance his ability. After that, the system confirmed that the evil extermination ability had been improved and the user had gained a new supernatural power called Cut, which allowed the user to stun the target with an electric attack for 3 seconds. Standing in front of Olivia and looking at his hands, Chuck thought that for a swordsman like him, 3 seconds would be more than enough to defeat his opponent, allowing him to fight on par even with Blaze. But before that, he still wanted to try out the new technique on someone. Looking at Kate and Olivia, he apologized to them in advance. After that, the man placed his hands on each girl's shoulder. When he released the new technique, many lightning bolts flashed around the area, striking the girls' bodies, which caused Olivia to question the nature of these lightning bolts, to which Chuck replied that this was his new ability, which had an electric type of damage. Looking at how Emily was picked up, Kate was still covered in lightning, but Olivia was not. Chuck thought that his ability had no effect on the latter, since the girl was a spiritual weapon. Kate, leaning on her sister, asked what happened to her and why she did not remember anything, to which Emily replied that, apparently, after breaking through to the next level of cultivation, the young master awakened a new ability and decided to use it to play a prank on them, and Olivia asked what their next step would be. Wiping the sweat from his face, Chuck replied that now that he had reached the saint level, the first thing he needed to do was go to the Guangyang family's treasury and find a few powerful sword techniques. Standing at the threshold of the house, Alfie was giving a report, and, when the owner of the house asked if it was true that Tom had the coordinates of 2 whole new worlds, he replied that he had personally confirmed this information with a soul search, and heard a joyful remark that this was simply wonderful news. Still standing in front of the closed door, Alfie asked the owner of the house about the condition of his wounds, to which he heard in response that when he prevented Tom's father from completing the storm test, Tom also managed to slightly scratch him. However, he paid for it and died from a lightning strike, so it was no big deal, and asked where Tom was now. Narrowing his eyes, Alfie answered in a displeased tone that the guy went to the treasury, and expressed regret that he did not have time to fish the coordinates of other worlds out of him. Putting one foot on the floor, the owner of the house replied that he would definitely find a way to get them somehow. Then he began to cough. The owner of the house was none other than Blaze, the Grand Elder of the Guanyang sect, who, although not in the best physical condition, was in a good mood, promising to send Tom to his father soon. Chuck was in the treasury of the Guanyang sect with the girls when he received a message from the system that he learned the soul unsealing technique, which cost 100 units of spiritual power. Holding a book in his hands to make sure he did everything correctly, the guy put this technique into practice. The next moment, Emily and Kate were covered in a purple-colored light, and their shackles and collars fell apart, showing that the girls were finally free. Kate clenched her fists in joy and happily declared that they had finally regained their former strength, and Emily thanked Chuck for freeing her. Olivia appeared in the doorway of the room, holding books and a scroll in her hands, and asked Chuck to look at them. Seeing that the scroll in the girl's hand was glowing and emitting waves, Chuck replied that it was a container with a parasitic soul, and explained that if a cultivator was strong enough in life and had unfinished business, he could attach his soul to a special item. The scroll glowed and began to emit smoke when the guy explained that as soon as someone touched it, the owner's soul could immediately capture the body of the trapped person. The next moment, the ghost of an elderly male cultivator appeared, who chuckled and noted that the youth knew a lot about this. Chuck folded his hands in a welcoming gesture, bowed, introduced himself as Tom, the head of the Guanyan Sect's Blade Superiority Hall, and asked how he should address the ghost. The man's spirit called himself Herman. Chuck remembered that Herman was the famous 9th leader of the Guanyang sect, who with a sword in each hand was able to make the sect the strongest by himself, and asked the former elder what he was doing as a soul parasite. The ghost, with a sad expression, explained that 1,000 years ago, he was seriously injured during a sparring match with a friend, and his main disciple Blaze was entrusted to take care of him. By that time, Blaze had already completely mastered Herman's swordsmanship, and wanted to learn the secrets of his other swordsmanship techniques as well. But since he could only handle the sword and necromantic techniques well, he was not destined to become a swordsman, so after Herman refused, he finished him off. The elder's spirit, standing in front of Chuck, continued to tell him that his death was dishonorable, which is why the soul parasite technique worked, and he hoped that when Blaze touched this scroll, he would fall into his hands. But he did not expect that he would be so careful and not touch the scroll with techniques for 1,000 years. Looking with a serious look, Chuck thought about how Elder Herman was recognized as the strongest swordsman for a reason, and even his sword technique alone was enough to defeat any enemy, especially when combined with his sword style, and the boy really wanted to learn it. Then he thought about how when the elder disappeared 1,000 years ago, everyone thought that he went in search of a new world, disappearing into the endless void. But no one even guessed that he was finished off by his own student. Hearing this story, Emily looked at Chuck and asked if they should tell the whole world about the crime that Blaze had committed, to which the guy replied that it would not change anything now, since he was the strongest cultivator in this world, and therefore, even if they knew the truth, no one would dare to challenge him. Besides, the floating world was now on the verge of destruction and no one would care. Elder Herman's ghost, looking at Chuck, said that he felt a strong chi in him, and wondered why, as a swordsman cultivator, he did not know the sword technique of the Guanyan sect. Besides, despite the fact that this was Blaze's territory, the guy was able to come here despite his age, thus making Herman want to know if something happened outside that he did not know about, and Chuck confirmed this. With a sad face and a bowed head, Herman's soul said that he had existed like this for over 1,000 years and was at the limit. So, unable to wait any longer, he wanted to offer Chuck a deal, which was that if the boy could finish off Blaze, then Herman would teach him the secret techniques that this scroll contained. Looking at the ghost firmly, Chuck said that his father and Blaze were sworn enemies, and now his father was badly injured, with no clear guarantee that he would survive. But if he died, Blaze would take on the boy as well, so even without this request, he would have to fight him. Hearing these words, Gehrman's spirit turned back into a haze and began to be sucked back into the ingot, assuring Chuck that he was the swordsman who, with a character and actions that perfectly matched Gehrman's sword style. A residual ghostly haze swirled around the scroll, and the elder explained that it was not only the style that was left from him, but the sword itself, and that the boy could learn everything. After lifting the scroll and the book with the technique from Olivia's hands into the air, Herman added that the black scroll contained important information about the world demon that had come to this world, and expressed his hope that they might be useful, and therefore he should read it. Chuck looked at the things belonging to the elder with distrust. Taking the book in his hands, he asked Olivia to put the scroll away, and she agreed. The system message provided information about these items, which said that the scroll was created by two identical souls and was divided into two parts, a fencing technique and a sword style, and Chuck had discovered the sword formation of a virtuoso swordsman of this world, which required 2,000 units of spiritual power to learn. Looking at the message, Chuck thought that in his past life, he had never managed to obtain a sword formation, much less a true virtuoso technique. Frowning, the guy tried to understand what the phrase about the scroll being created by two identical souls meant. Olivia, holding a black scroll in her hands, asked the guy why he wanted her to remove this scroll with information about the world demon, to which the guy asked her if she really thought that a person who had lived for thousands of years would just give up the information along with his techniques. Looking at the black scroll, Chuck said that he thought that Elder Herman, having divided his soul into two parts, sealed one of them in the scroll, and if Chuck touched it, the ghost would certainly take over his body. Frightened by what she heard, Olivia asked if she should throw it away in that case. Chuck grinned evilly, intercepted the girl's hand with the scroll and replied that she couldn't do that, since Elder Herman had spent a lot of effort on this trap, and it would be stupid not to use it. At this moment, Emily approached them with Kate, holding another scroll in her hands, and told them that it contained the technique of subjugating the power that Blaze had cast on Alfie and Tiffany, and if the young master wished, he could also master it to free the two of them from the man's influence. Taking the scroll from the girl's hands, Chuck wanted to look at it. The system message informed the guy that this suppression technique was called the life-devouring seal, which after subjugation binds the target's life to the one who cast it, and if the owner dies, the subordinate will also lose his life. But if the subordinate dies, the owner did not risk anything, and to learn the technique, it was necessary to spend 500 units of spiritual power. Chuck was very surprised when he read the message and understood how this technique works. Then he wondered why Tiffany and Alfie agreed to help him in this case. The next moment, the guy started shaking, and seeing this, Emily asked what happened to him, to which Chuck replied that he was tricked, and if his guess was correct, then the other clan heads had already informed Blaze about his plan. Frowning and lowering his head, Chuck thought that their current situation was only getting worse with each passing second, and the enemies knew everything and were great at manipulating others, not to mention their level of cultivation, so Chuck tried to think of what to do in this case, and Emily, upset, said that if Blaze knew about their plans, then they needed to get out of here immediately, otherwise he would finish them off. Still frowning, Chuck, without raising his head, replied that he would not run away, and if he could not use the other two heads, then he would just need to use the support of someone more powerful. Olivia, looking at him with furrowed brows, asked who more powerful he meant. Chuck, equally serious and frowning, said the name of the world demon in a firm voice. Standing on giant stones, some of which glowed red, Nancy watched the events with interest with her spiritual vision, as she was curious about what the guest from another world would do, especially considering that he did not get along with the elder. Leaning on one of these stones, the demoness praised Chuck, saying that it was time to finally put an end to their feud. Sitting at the table, the girl said that although they knew about the two new worlds, raising her eyebrows, she added that she still had not managed to find out anything about the secret. Emma lowered her head and said that this was enough for now. Thank you for helping her in secret for so many years. Let him believe, she will not be disappointed. At least the title of elder of the sect awaits her. Putting her hands on the table, she added that they no longer needed the Guanyang sect, except for the elder who could create puppets for them, the rest could be killed. Her eyes lit up and the girl said that but first, let him deal with him. He dared to fool her. As soon as she learned the coordinates of the new worlds, she would slowly and painfully kill him. Putting her hand to her face, the elf said that then they should hurry. He decided to personally sort everything out. Grinning, she added that the two should have already started fighting. Going down the stairs, the man said that he should now be in the treasury, and the girl had disappeared somewhere, to which he was told that she was not needed yet anyway. He could easily finish off this pathetic one. Walking forward, the hero said that he trusted him, and he betrayed him so easily. Frowning, Alfie said that was nonsense. He was on the master's side from the beginning. He just pretended to help him, just to get the coordinates. Raising his hand up, Blaze said that he had enough chatter. A demon appeared behind him and added that he should give them the coordinates, and he would let him go alive. Pulling his sword forward, the protagonist asked him what he thought. A naive child, if he knew about the location of new worlds, he would be able to calmly get rid of him. Frowning, the man replied that he asked for it. He abruptly waved his hand. A glow appeared around the man and he said that such a low level of cultivation, but such powerful fencing techniques. Blaze smiled and added that although he did not know where he got such a technique, but still, to fight him on equal terms, he would need another 1,000,000 years. Frowning, Chuck replied that he expected nothing less from a cultivator of his rank, but in this fight he would not be able to use his techniques. The man stretched his arms out in front of him. Ghosts appeared in the sky, and he asked why a world demon came here in the middle of the day, why the defensive formation was not working. Frowning, Blaze asked what he did. Lowering his head, the hero asked that he did not think that he would go to fight someone so powerful without thinking of a plan in advance. The girls were standing in the middle of the forest. It was heard that he sent people to deal with the defensive formation. Now no one would be able to use techniques. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that he had to do this because of his cultivation level. If it were not for such a risky move, he would have finished him off in the blink of an eye. Standing in front of him, Blaze replied that he was right. He did not have such a wild advantage in hand-to-hand combat. However, he missed something. Smiling, he added that he had trained a warrior who knew martial arts for such a case. Pointing at the man, the master said that he thought that this could happen. So a couple of 100 years ago he took this monk as his student, and, as he saw, he was right. Taking a step forward, the man said that he would let him die. With this blow he would crush his skull. Suddenly, the warrior rushed forward and added that they would also see what was stronger, his sword or his fists. Chuck looked at him angrily. The man's eyes lit up. The hero raised his sword up. The man parried his blow. Smiling, Alfie said that a simple sword master was trying to surpass a martial artist in strength. He really hoped to win. Holding the weapon in front of him, the protagonist asked that he was sure he could hold his sword. The sword began to slip. It was heard that, after all, it weighed 115,570,000 pounds. The man looked at the weapon in surprise and shouted that no, that couldn't be true. Chuck swung his sword sharply. Looking at the man, he said that the sword was still stronger. Blaze's eyes lit up and he said that he was a damn worthless, a real disappointment, a martial artist who couldn't even defeat a simple swordsman. Lowering his head, he added that no matter how many times he had to repeat this, he should never underestimate his opponent. He should never dare to underestimate his enemy. The girl smirked and said that it was now 2 against 1. Blaze stood in front of them and said that even so, they still couldn't defeat him. The time he had spent perfecting this sword technique exceeded their years combined. Holding the sword in his hands, he added that all those unfortunate enough to see this technique were long dead. It was flawless. It was just a pity he couldn't use cultivation techniques. Smiling, the man said that great, then today he would stop playing with them and use his blade to finish them off. A beam struck the ground. Blaze smiled widely and said that his movements were too clumsy. He would finish him off first, and then this scoundrel. He rushed forward abruptly. The hero turned around and shouted that he should use the black jade scroll. A blue glow appeared in front of the girl. The man swung his sword. The weapon was cut in half. Blaze widened his eyes and asked him what he wanted to protect himself with this thing. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was time to meet his old friend. The spirit looked down and asked that he remembered him. Blaze looked at him in surprise and turned to him. Standing in front of him, the teacher said that he was a bastard. He probably hoped that his soul had already disappeared. He worked so hard on this technique and also that he could finally get his body. Smiling, he added that he would gladly accept it too. Tears appeared in the man's eyes and he screamed that no. The sword fell to the ground. The master stretched his neck and said that now that he dealt with the traitor, he could deal with him too. Looking at him, Chuck asked that they weren't in cahoots with him. Looking to the side, the man asked what was going on. Why would he work with someone like him? Said that he was just his pawn. He would never let such a worm wield his double sword style. Lightning appeared around him and the guy spoke of illusionary movement. Moving to the side, he added that the apple does not fall far from the tree, that the teacher is like the student, no shame, no conscience. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that the heavenly technique of the god of war is cutting off. Frowning, the master said what was happening. He cannot move. Lightning appeared around the hero. Suddenly, he cut off the man's head. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist asked how he could not see his attack. What kind of technique is this? Said that the heavenly technique, cutting off, anyone who receives damage from it will be cut off from their own body for 3 seconds. The teacher opened his eyes in surprise and said that only his soul was left. He couldn't do anything to him. He asked to let him go, and he would tell him everything about the world demon. Frowning, Chuck said that he no longer trusted him or anyone else from this sect, and only trusted his own eyes. He stretched out his hand and spoke about soul searching. Olivia, looking at him, asked what he saw in his memories. Frowning, the hero said what he saw. The man looked at the islands. It was heard that thousands of years ago, the floating world flourished and many powerful cultivators lived in it, when suddenly, one day, a girl from another world appeared here. The girl walked forward. It was said that no one knew where she came from or how she got here. Nothing was known about her. Rays flew around her. It was heard that until, one day, she finished off a whole group of cultivators who were mocking a nameless slave. The girl's eyes lit up. It was said that even high-level cultivators were no match for her. The guy handed her a flower. It was said that except for one person, a young guy who decided to try to charm the mysterious girl instead of fighting her, in the end, she fell in love with him and stayed in the floating world. They looked at the sunset. It was said that, however, he never loved her, but only used her to become stronger. The guy smiled widely. It was said that under her guidance, he was able to become a master of 2 swords and finally threw off the mask of a loving husband. The girl stood on a ledge. It was said that along with 44 cultivators, he attacked her, and eventually defeated her. A sword was stuck into the girl. It was said that this mysterious girl was broken by the betrayal of the only one she loved, after which she committed suicide. She lowered her head and said that he was a terrible person, that he killed not only her but also his own unborn child. She wished him the most terrible death. The girl jumped down and added that her soul would become a destructive force that would call unimaginably powerful creatures into this world. She flew down quickly and said that this would be her revenge on all of them. A terrifying monster appeared. It was heard that after this strange promise she died, but soon a world demon appeared, whose power was simply unimaginable. He killed thousands of strong cultivators. When the people of the islands remembered the last words of that girl, it was too late. The man lowered his head. It was said that the rack would calm her anger. Blaze had to finish off the teacher, but the demon did not go anywhere. People looked at the portals. It was heard that in an attempt to survive, many cultivators went to furrow the vastness of the great void in the hope of finding a new world one day. But no one ever returned. However, even then the search did not stop. 1,000 years have passed since those days and soon the floating world will be completely destroyed. Looking to the side, the hero said that the world demon is such a powerful creature, and it was summoned by that strange girl. But who is she? Looking at his hand, he thought that when she fought with the cultivators, she used cards. Is she also the chosen one? A notification appeared that he killed a cultivator of the Great Void level. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that great, he has as many as 10,000 units of spiritual power. No need to worry about large expenses anymore. Looking at the girls, he said that with the world demon on the horizon and an embittered daughter, the floating world did not have much time left. Let them go to the treasury and bring him all the techniques and formations there to study. Frowning, the girl responded approvingly. Olivia put the talismans on the table. Looking at the hero, she said that here are all the jade scrolls related to the formations, to which he replied that it was good, I understand. Looking at the disc, the protagonist thought that he wanted to study all the information that these scrolls contained. He did not care how much spiritual power it would take. A notification appeared that he had studied all the important formations of this world. 1,000 units of spiritual power had been spent. Sitting next to him, the girl said that if he tried to activate the formation tile now, he would attract the attention of the world demon. To which Chuck replied that he should not worry, he would just check the coordinates of the Shinwu world. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand in front of him. The hero's eyes widened and he thought, how could this be possible? Shinwu was much further away than the other worlds from here. His eyes lit up and he added that it was as if he was on another plane. If there could be many planets on one plane, then how many planes existed? Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he had connected the coordinates of the floating world with Shinwu. Now they could always leave here. The girl grinned and said that great, they could leave. It was heard that something powerful was approaching, be careful. Chuck looked at the swords. Frowning, he turned to someone. Walking straight, the beast said that he should not worry, it would not harm him, on the contrary, he admired him. Sitting in front of him, the hero heard that he had watched his battle. He admitted that even he would not be able to deal with them so easily. He would even have to put aside his prejudices about the outer worlds. Looking at the hero, the girl said that be careful, this fox surpasses even the highest level. To which the protagonist thought that he is stronger than Blaze. And what other outer worlds? Looking straight, the fox said that he first noticed him when he was able to defeat that girl with a trick, and after that, every plan, every trick, everything went unpunished. Very few mortals are able to surprise him, but he did it. Frowning, Chuck replied that he was grateful for such close attention, but still, why was he spying on him? Sitting on the floor, the fox said that he wanted him to become a candidate, and then work for him. He waited for him to complete the creation of a formation that would allow him to escape from here at any time. Thus, he wanted to show him that he gives a choice, and does not force him to join him. Looking down, the hero asked what and why suddenly he became a candidate. Looking at him, the beast replied that he felt his desires, the desire to become stronger, to defeat time itself, the desire to know the truth. In truth, he could not remember a single powerful creature from any world among the billions of others who would not be burdened with such desires. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that what he was about to say was not for prying ears. Of course he could escape from this world with them. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that in his past life, people had not seen a single world before the end of the world except Shinwu. Since he had such a chance, he must face these new worlds face to face, and he cannot escape, because he has responsibilities to others. The disc flew up. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero said that they should return to the world of Shinwu and tell his mentor everything that happened, to which the girl asked what happened to him, and he added that he would stay here and listen to him. This is a 1 in a million chance. A beam flew near him and the protagonist said that all the strangers were gone. She is a sword spirit, so there is no point in driving her out. He made a choice, let him tell now, to which the fox replied that it was a wise decision, he will not regret it. The beast grinned and added that the planes they had discovered were divided into 3 categories, outer, middle and inner. Planets appeared, and it was heard that the outer worlds were often the weakest and were quickly destroyed by demons, while the middle ones were a little stronger, and they were precisely in this plane. the inhabitants of which were capable of fighting back demons, and as for the worlds on the inner edge, only the strongest of demons dared to challenge them. Looking straight ahead, the fox said that these 3 planes were called the outer shell worlds. The hero, widening his eyes in surprise, asked what it meant. The outer shell worlds were divided into 3 planes. The beast frowned and replied that no, the outer shell worlds were divided into 9 million planes. The 3 he had told about were the farthest from the center, and each plane contained tens of thousands of independent worlds. The protagonist frowned and thought that the outer shell worlds, the 9 million planes, this fox was revealing a completely new world to him. The beast closed his eyes and said, "Okay, enough chatter, the training will start soon. She will be here soon on the orders of another candidate. She wants to kill him, so let her find a way to survive." Turning around, he added that he should also add that in 36 minutes, the floating world will be completely destroyed by the world demon. Gritting his teeth, Chuck said that he had 2 questions. 1, is he capable of defeating the world demon? And 2, does the second candidate know about Blaze's death? Grinning, the beast answered that regarding the first, yes, he can deal with him, and 2, no, they do not know about what happened today. The fox disappeared, saying that to be fair, he will leave all the battles to them. Good luck, he is rooting for him. Frowning, the girl said that the protective barrier has already been repaired. Now everyone can use spiritual power again. She is stronger than them, so what will they do? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist answered that if they cannot defeat them with naked force, they will use cunning. He grinned and added that they would use Blaze's power to finish her off. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. The girl lowered her head and said that she was greeting him. He was in a hurry to tell them that they were planning an assassination attempt on him, to which the man replied that he knew about it, they were already dead. The girl grinned and thought that, as she expected, she didn't even have to do anything, and they had already gotten rid of him. She should quickly tell the good news to her daughter. Frowning, Blaze said that he should help him with something. Take this box to Rakshasa Peak and ask his daughter to use its contents to collect the medicine he needed. Holding the box in her hands, the girl replied that it was fine, he would tell her immediately. Looking straight ahead, Blaze heard that she really had left so easily, to which he replied that it was not easy. If it were not for the secret of harmony of all living beings, they would not have been able to deceive her. The hero looked away, hearing what was in this box, to which he replied that it was an unusual gift. He was sure she would like it very much. Holding the box in her hands, the girl said that Blaze personally killed Chuck, and also asked her to give her this box. Grinning, Emma said that great, let him open it. The girl looked at the box and answered approvingly. He opened the box. Emma looked at the glow in surprise and asked what it was. Rays were flying out of the disc. It was heard that it was a teleportation formation. The rays flew out to the sides, and the girl shouted that it was a small teleportation formation. Frowning, she added that it was bad, they would be dragged right into it now. Gritting her teeth, Emma said that this trick again. Oh no, the gift was not given by Blaze, it was Chuck. The girl jumped up, it was heard what she was doing. With her arms outstretched to the sides, Emma replied that he should shut up, die for her, she should be proud of it. She suddenly rushed upward. Looking straight ahead, the girl shouted that he should wait, she would personally finish him off. A view of the floating world opened up. Standing in the middle of the forest, the girl said that they had collected samples of most of the living creatures on these islands, but why did he need them? To which the hero replied that in order to deal with Emma, of course, in case she did not fall for the teleportation a second time. Looking to the side, Olivia said that her secret of the harmony of everything in the world allows her to transform into any inanimate object, to which the world demon does not react at all, while his technique, on the contrary, helps to transform into a living creature, so he will not be able to hide like that. It seems that their enemy has the advantage for now. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was not quite so. Let him not forget that Emma does not know about his technique, and the world demon, it can be used in different ways. It is impossible to choose the winner of the fight in advance. They looked up. Tentacles appeared in the sky. It was heard that the world demon, it is moving. The tentacle broke the stone. A red glow appeared on it. Ghosts began to fly out of the tentacle. It was heard that it was good, wonderful, how many delicious souls. People looked at the demons in fear, shouting that let him not kill him, let someone save them, he will fight until his last breath. Even the elders are not his equal, they run. Frowning, the protagonist said that so this is it, the feeling of a superior opponent. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was asking to turn into a sword and hide in his sea of consciousness, he had to fight her personally. To which the girl replied that he should let her stay, she could help. Looking down, the protagonist said that the outcome of this battle did not depend on strength, but on a change in circumstances, the fewer people, the better. Closing her eyes, Olivia said that then okay, let him be careful. Lowering his head, Chuck replied that he should not worry, he heard where he was, let him show himself. Standing still, the hero thought that of course she had managed to escape from the formation. Looking to the side, he added that it seemed that the same trick would not work with her twice. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that she would finish him off. Suddenly, she looked in surprise. A tentacle of a demon appeared. Reflecting his blow, Emma said that the stupid world demon, although she cannot defeat him, but she can hide. A dome appeared around her. The stone landed on the ground. Smoke came from her. It was heard that her secret of the harmony of all things allows her to become an inanimate object. He should not be interested in such things. Standing behind a tree, the protagonist thought that he himself could not cope with her, but he did not need to, because he had a world demon. A notification appeared that the hair of a six-tailed macaque was found. Lowering his head, he said that he wanted. The macaque peeked out from behind the tree. Lying on the ground, the girl asked what was wrong with this stupid monkey. She was just a stone. Let him leave her alone. The monkey took the stone in her hands. She raised it up. It was heard that how the monkey was able to impose spiritual power on her, how she can use it at all. Something is wrong. Suddenly the monkey froze. Throwing a stone forward, she said, "Let him die." The stone flew forward rapidly. It was heard that voice. The girl stretched her arms out to the sides and screamed no. How could she lose to trash like him? Suddenly the demon ate her. Standing next to the monkey, the fox said that great job, he passed the test and earned the right to become a candidate, to which she asked if it was true, then they can leave. Lowering his head, the beast replied no, someone very powerful had just sealed the entire floating world. Before leaving here, they must finish him off. The monkey looked surprised. The fox looked away. Hanging in the air, someone said that he was great. The demon's eyes lit up. Stretching her arms out to the sides, the girl said that all these souls tasted just great. She smiled widely. It was heard that he did not know that this girl became a converted demon god. Looking up, the fox said that the converted demon gods are able to take control of the body of a dead god and turn it into a completely new life form. Such types of demon gods are the main enemies of their world. Looking at the girl, the hero asked that he could deal with her. Frowning, the beast replied that he shouldn't worry. He had brought the most powerful sacred weapon with him, which was created specifically to fight the converted gods. With such a weapon, even two world demons would not be a hindrance. The protagonist looked at the weapon in surprise. The fox took a step forward and said that he didn't care who he was. Let him remove the curtain from this world, or he would finish him off right now. Crouching on the ground, the girl asked what would finish her off. She exclaimed with wide eyes. The beast's eyes lit up and he asked how that was possible. A glow emanated from the girl's eyes. Chuck looked away in amazement. He froze in bewilderment. Grinning, the demon said that a pathetic insect of 1,000 worlds. He couldn't even tell what her cultivation level was, and he still dared to threaten her. Frowning, the hero thought that this white fox was much stronger, and yet she was able to absorb his soul in an instant, and also knows about thousands of other worlds. Who is she anyway? Taking a step forward, the girl asked that it was he who finished off that guy. Good job, that bastard mastered the soul-splitting technique and hid from her for thousands of years. Raising her hand, she added that however, after 1,000 years, he finally died. Looking at her, the man said that he should listen. They forced him, took advantage of him, so he betrayed her, begs for forgiveness, to which the girl replied that in order to avoid her past mistake, she absorbed the souls of all living beings in this world. Stretching her hand forward, she added that after seeing their memories and learning the truth, she thinks she will believe him this time. Now she will torture his soul for all eternity to at least ease the pain in her heart a little. The hero looked at them in confusion. Clenching her fist, the girl said that he helped her, so she would let him go, but in return she asked him to fulfill one of her requests, to which he replied that he was listening. Nancy opened her eyes wide and said that when she was still human, someone had helped her a lot. Her last wish had just come true, but she never thanked him. Now that she was a demon goddess, she could no longer move through the worlds of people, asking him to give him this flower from her. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that she should not worry, he would definitely deliver it. Tentacles appeared behind the girl and she said that her revenge had been accomplished, and with it her last will had come true. Now she would finally become a demon, and demons and people were on different sides of the barricades. She would destroy many human worlds. Grinning, Chuck replied that he felt that her soul was not blinded by this power, asked that then what difference did it make whether she was a human or a demon. Nancy closed her eyes and said that he was indeed a very unusual person. If that guy was even 1/10 like him, none of this would have happened. Raising the scroll up, she added that he would take it to her benefactor, let him give him her flower, and wish him all the best. Looking at her, the hero replied that he would give him her wishes. He suddenly evaporated. Standing next to the demon, Nancy heard that he was hungry. Smiling, she replied that they were done here. Mom would now transfer them to another world, where he could eat until he was full. A notification appeared that he had flown past the world of graves. Flying in space, the protagonist thought about the millions and billions of worlds, millions and billions of cultures. Everything he knew about the worlds was only the tip of the iceberg. He looked away, hearing that they were accelerating, to which he thought that the scroll could talk. It seemed to have a soul, and then said that acceleration was not bad, but could he change the colors, for example, to black, there? Chuck frowned, hearing that no, it was a limited color that would increase his attractiveness to the opposite sex, it could not be changed, to which he replied that he understood and accepted. Looking up in surprise, he asked what and could he ask where they were going, to which he was told that they would soon arrive in superspace. It surpasses any other worlds in terms of space and time, and from there you can get to any world. The superspace world is a dream that absolutely everyone wants to achieve. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. The sword was flying down rapidly. Looking at the tower, the hero heard that this building is a defensive tower of the Tower Guardians, a symbol of their protection. All the worlds of the superspace are under their close supervision, although they are not the strongest clan of the superspace. But they definitely know the most secrets of this universe, to which he thought that it looks familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. A view of the tower opened up. It was heard that all these people are those who are not allowed to live in the superspace, so they use projections to satisfy their own desires, to which the protagonist asked what and what about him. He also needs permission to be here. He landed on the ground. It was heard that of course not. Chuck looked away, hearing that he was asking him to allow them to enter this world. The Guardian's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. A pass was flying in front of the scroll. Holding it in his hands, the man said that everything was correct. His pass had as many as 39 recommendations. He could even go to any world of superspace he chose. Standing in front of the hero, he added that, but before he set off, let him check his belongings, whether he had taken anything dangerous with him, to which the hero replied that as he wished. Holding the staff in his hands, the keeper said that it was the beacon of knowledge. Looking at the glow, the protagonist thought that this was the same badge that the guy he saved in the underworld had given him. Frowning, the man said that he wondered where he got something that belonged to them, the keepers of the tower. With his arms outstretched, Chuck said that when he was in the 6 worlds of reincarnation, he saved a man from being devoured by a demonic deity. He gave him this badge as thanks for saving him, to which the Guardian replied that their clan members may have more knowledge than others, but they are also the most fragile among them. Raising his staff up, he added that he saved the soul of their disciple and this is worthy of praise. To express his gratitude, he would give him this book. This is a true relic of the Tower Guardians, a thing they put their hearts and souls into writing. It will allow him to understand more than 900 million different languages. The book flew up. It was heard that this book was valuable enough for him to buy himself a whole layer of worlds. The hero looked at it in surprise, thinking that in one layer there are hundreds of thousands of different worlds. This book is truly incredibly valuable. Holding the book in his hands, the protagonist said that when meeting new creatures, the hardest thing is to establish communication. Often, if both parties easily understood each other, then most problems could be easily solved, to which the keeper replied that this is true. It's just a pity that most people understand this only when they achieve true strength. They walked along the path. Standing at the pier, the man said that he asks him to get on this boat. He is allowed to use all its services, to which Chuck thanked him. The creatures were sitting in the boat. Looking at them, the hero thought that these 3 are not ordinary creatures at all. Even the one in the hood, no matter how hard he tried to suppress the outgoing energy, the aura of this world resonates with him. This is the power of the deity family. The creature in the cloak lowered its head. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he did not expect that he would meet a deity so easily. However, this is strange. The creature grinned and said that he didn't seem to mention it, but once he was in a great mood and started dancing right in the middle of space in his world layer, which attracted the attention of 3 void beasts. He answered that they tasted just like a bomb, to which they replied that it was a pity, he had never tried them. Whenever something attacked, it immediately annihilated. There was never even anything left to eat. Looking straight at him, Chuck asked why this deity was afraid of them. Turning his head, the beast man asked what and had he ever eaten a god. Looking at him, the creature replied that he had never eaten them either. They were too fragile and always fell apart. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that he should look at this fool. He looks weak, he probably doesn't even understand what they are talking about now, to which he thought that if it weren't for the gift of the Guardians, he really wouldn't understand anything. But now, he can answer them without any problems, and then said that in comparison with them, he is really very weak. Looking at him, the creature asked that he can understand them. He said that this is already not bad. Standing on the boat, the Guardian said that he apologizes for the wait. Now they can go. Raising his staff up, he added that forward. Frowning, the man said that since they had already started their journey, he asks everyone to prepare payment for the fare. They sailed on the boat. It was heard that they should not worry. He has a lot of interesting things, here it is. Looking at the bags, the hero asked what and how he could pay. Closing his eyes, the man replied that since he was a friend of the Tower Guardians, he would ride for free this time. And the creature said that damn, the Guardians are usually damn greedy and do not give anything for free. Who was he that he could befriend them? Looking straight, the protagonist said that his name is Chuck. He is just a swordsman cultivator. The boat was sailing towards the portal. It was heard that they were at the portal to the abyss of purgatory. If they want to, then let them go out. The man in the hood rose. He abruptly jumped into the portal. Turning around, the beastman said that the abyss of purgatory, it seems he went there for that important thing. Does not he, as a guardian, worry about it? To which the man replied that if the Guardians paid attention to all such trifles, they would all die from overwork. Looking at the hero, the creature asked him where he was going, to which he replied that he needed to pass on something. Looking at him, He added that the boss of that clubber, why did he need this idiot? Frowning, the protagonist asked why he was so popular. He looked surprised, hearing that of course, and not only because of his strength, but also because of his special thinking. Once, he caught a high-level demonic god and spent 200 years teaching him to be kind and help others, to which Chuck asked what happened. This god really changed. The hero looked in bewilderment, hearing that no, he killed himself because of importunity, to which he replied that he really was special. Standing on the boat, the guardian said that let him look, here is the world where he lives, he will be able to stay there for exactly 1 hour. Looking at the portal, the creature said that Bailey may be an idiot, but he is very kind and has done many good things for other people. This statue was made by those he helped. Once, he lost everything in a casino except his underwear. But at that moment the world needed help and Bailey, without any hesitation, immediately went to help them and save this world, right in his underwear. After that, wearing only underwear became very fashionable. Lowering his head, the hero said that he would go then, he hoped to see them again, to which the keeper replied that he had a good trip. Suddenly he jumped up. Stretching his hand forward, the creature said that since fate had brought them together, let him take this feather, let him consider it his gift, it has the contact information of his friend's daughter, he hopes they will become friends. Catching the feather, the protagonist thanked him. He flew into the portal. Flying islands appeared. Standing in front of the building, Chuck asked what the Iron Fist Club was. Raising his head, he added that the name was interesting. Looking at the complaints of people, the hero thought that this Bailey, he was definitely a good guy. A notice appeared for him to change the course of history. Looking at the notice, he read that the goal was to find a way to stay in the Iron Fist of Justice, to which the protagonist thought that he did not even expect to receive a fateful mission in superspace. Leaflets flew into the sky, and Chuck said that within 1 hour he must find a way to stay here permanently. People were fighting in the ring. It was heard that great, he fell, like a referee, reminds that now he has every chance, let him hit him, crush him, his legs are open, let him attack right in the stomach. The hero opened his eyes in surprise hearing that let him hit him. He froze in bewilderment. The book said about the announcement from the guardians of the tower. Looking at the book, the protagonist thought that the blackthorn bird was something else. Standing behind the bar, the girl said that if he came to fight or bet, let him come tomorrow, that's all for today. Looking at her, Chuck thought that the cat ears and tail were a cat girl. Lowering his head, he said that he was not here to fight, he was looking for someone, to which she asked what he was looking for, and who, really her. Smiling, the girl asked what he was also crushing on. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man asked what he was, one of those freaks who pestered his little sister. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the man added that he was telling him right away, it would be better if he didn't even bother. Smiling, he said that until he gave him all his money. Looking away, the hero thought that this was definitely a bad person. Looking at his hand, the man said that yes, he remembered her, the girl who loved to cry. Her whole world was destroyed, he did not manage to get there in time and was able to save only her. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. The fairy flew up and said that let all the evil be washed away by her magic. A glow appeared near his leg, it was heard that it was an elven crystal flower, he needed it right now. Looking down, the man laughed. Stretching his hands, he said that he had restored most of his strength. Clenching his fist, the man said that they would go and see how it was. He abruptly struck. Opening his eyes in surprise, the hero thought that he was able to break through time and space. How strong this Bailey was. Looking away, Bailey said that he had been searching for the elven world for many years. Who would have thought that he would eventually receive this flower? Thank you for giving it to him. But why didn't Emma come here in person? To which the protagonist replied that something had happened and now she couldn't visit him in person, but she also asked him to tell him that she wished him all the best and that everything would be fine. Frowning, Chuck thought that he had given him a gift and Emma's wishes, now he needed to focus on fulfilling the mission of destiny, and then said that now that he had given him a gift, he also wanted to give him something. He had heard that he liked to drink, he would allow him to treat him. Bailey smiled and replied that since he was so polite, then okay, he could. The glass stood on the table. The man drank the drink. Closing his eyes, he said that the wine was excellent. Her skills in mixing alcohol were somewhere in the top 3 bartenders he knew, to which the hero replied that it was a pity that he could not stay here for a long time, unless, of course, he allowed it. Smiling, the man replied that it was so easy. Stretching his hand to the side, he said that the club was the Steel Fist of Justice. The coordinates were confirmed. This person could stay here for a day. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Notifications appeared that he had received permission to stay in the ultra-small world. If he stayed in the new world, he would be able to activate a new effect, to which he thought that a new effect, he did not even think that the god of war could become even stronger. If he completed this task, he would not only become stronger, but also receive the treasure of the thorn bird. He would kill 2 birds with 1 shot. Looking straight ahead, he added that there were only 2 people in the Steel Justice Fist Club world, so it would be easy to gain popularity from a third of the population. That's why the system wanted him to stay here. Notifications appeared that he was not entirely right. he also needed to gain fame. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that it would be cool if they had some snacks to go with the wine, to which the girl replied that they hadn't eaten anything for 100 days. Grinning, the protagonist said that if they had any ingredients, he could cook something. He had pretty good cooking skills. The man turned his head and said that since they needed ingredients, he would take care of it. Let him check if there were any edible monsters nearby. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the demon that destroyed 3,000 worlds was heading straight for the point of contact with their club, now teleporting him here. She opened her eyes wide. The monster suddenly fell onto the ring. His eyes lit up brightly. Walking towards him, the man said that it looked delicious. It looked like they would have pork for dinner. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that he should listen to him. He, Bailey, the Iron Fist of Justice, would eat it for dinner, to which the demon replied that he would eat him first. Bailey grabbed him by the horns. The hero, his eyes wide open in surprise, asked what if Mr. Bailey couldn't handle the monster, to which the girl replied that he should relax. Even if it came to that, she could teleport the monster 30 million worlds away in the blink of an eye. The protagonist looked at the glow in amazement. Standing in the ring, the man said that in order for the meat to be fresh, he didn't finish it off. They would finish it off as soon as they started cooking. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck replied that he should leave all the dirty work. He stood in front of the monster. A message appeared that this was a very powerful monster. A glow appeared around the hero and he asked, interestingly, how much spiritual power he would receive for killing such a monster that was so much superior to him. The protagonist cut the monster. A notification appeared that he was able to defeat a powerful demon. With his eyes wide open, he wondered how many units of spiritual power. It was tens of times more than what he received for killing the master. How strong was this Bailey? Smiling, the man said that he should hurry up and cook it. There is a hunt. To which Chuck replied that good, he will start cooking right now. The hero cut a piece of meat. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was delicious, so delicious, to which Bailey replied that he shouldn't be shy. Who knows when he'll get to eat next time. Looking down, the protagonist said that now that they've had something to eat and drink, he wanted to ask them for something. Holding the meat in his teeth, the man said that yes, he liked helping others, so if it wasn't something bad, he thought he could help. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he wanted to join their club and take part in the call of the thorn bird, and if he came back alive, he'd give him the bird's treasure. Bailey looked surprised when he heard him say that. The hero looked at them silently. Frowning, the girl asked that the treasures of the thorn bird are expensive, they will be able to pay off their debts, to which the man replied that all 9 billion worlds are divided into the fallen zone, the ultra zone, the containment zone and the special zone. The special zone is closest to the center of the layer, which means that any items from there will be like treasures, to which she asked what they were waiting for then. Let him add him to their territory. Grinning, the girl said that after a short discussion, they still decided to make him a member of their club, to which Bailey replied that however, any treasures obtained will go to pay off the club's debts. Sitting in front of him, the hero replied that they agreed, to which the girl said that they need to hurry, the bird will fly away soon. Smiling widely, the man said that he had not used this technique since he was injured. Extending his hand, he added that he should give a lock of his hair. Clenching his fist, Bailey said that it was great. The club had recorded all the information they had about him, and he was now a member of their club, to which the girl said that the Iron Fist of Justice Club had finally gained a new member, and he was now their third strongest member. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had also been the third in the Baiwa sect, and even now, he was the third again. Stretching out his hand, the man said that these threads of emptiness contained the coordinates of the club. He had already added his power to them. Let him just say the Iron Fist of Justice Club to himself and he would be able to quickly return back, to which Chuck replied that he understood. Megan responded approvingly, hearing that he should contact the guardians of the tower and ask them to send a boat, and Chuck thought that he finally had a place in the ultra-small world where he could stay. Now he just needed to fulfill the call of the thorn bird. The boat pulled up to the building. It was heard that he was a bastard. He already owed them the amount for 30 trips to different worlds and still dared to call them again. Raising his hand up, the keeper shouted that if he did not return the debt to them today, along with the accrued interest, then he should not even think about getting on this boat. Smiling, the man replied that he did not have money, but he also could not take his life, and in general it was not he who would go on the boat, he would just have to take him to a special habitat of the blackthorn bird. The keeper's eyes lit up. He looked at him in surprise and asked what this smell was. A crystal elven flower. The man looked at the glow and said that he should tell him where he got this flower, and the keepers would forgive him all his debts, as if they had never existed. What would he say? After hitting him, Bailey replied that he should let go of his leg. He was an old pervert. It was a gift to him. He did not know where the elven kingdom was. Sitting on the boat, the keeper replied that if so, then it was a pity. It seemed that no one would take them anywhere today. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked that maybe this badge would help him get on the boat. Looking at his hand, the man said that this symbol? Standing in front of the hero, he added that so he was the young man who saved the student. Let him climb on board. The call of the thorn bird has already begun, to which the protagonist thanked him. Waving his hand, Chuck said that he was sailing away, to which Bailey replied that he should not forget to bring treasures to pay off his debts. Smiling widely, he added that he did not expect to have the Tower Keeper's badge with him. It seems that the Iron Fist Club accepted a promising newcomer today. Frowning, Megan replied that he should first complete the bird's task, otherwise the last time he participated, he was just a punching bag, to which the man said to be quiet. They agreed not to talk about it anymore. Standing on the boat, the keeper said that this year, a record number of candidates are participating in the Call of the Thorn Bird, all because of the fame of this thorn bird, the protector of the royal family of thorn birds. He is associated with generosity and kindness. Even the losing participants will be able to get a valuable item. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that hundreds of millions of young men will participate this time, and all of them are the most talented people he has ever known, so just keeping up with them may be a bit difficult, so he should not be upset if he loses, to which the hero replied that thanks for warning him, he would give it his all. The protagonist closed his eyes and thanked him, hearing that this was his room, let him have a good rest. Sitting on the bed, Chuck thought that the task of this thorn bird must be very difficult. He needed to become stronger before he answered the call. Holding the bag in his hands, he added that the gift from the mentor could help him with this. A scroll flew in front of the hero. A notification appeared that records were found. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he wanted to study them. A bright glow appeared around him. A message appeared that he had successfully studied the records. Frowning, the protagonist thought that thanks to the monster that Bailey defeated, he now had an almost inexhaustible amount of spiritual power. Looking at him, the girl said that he had become stronger. His spiritual power had increased by almost 40%, to which Chuck replied that he really had become stronger, but he still did not feel very well, as if something serious would happen. Frowning, Olivia asked that if he was so worried, why not use the fortune-telling card that the Demon Queen had given him. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it was a good idea. They were on a very dangerous mission now, and knowing what would happen would be very useful. Looking at the artifact, he added that it was time to use the card. A bright glow appeared from the card. Looking to the side, Chuck asked again. The man smiled widely, and he asked why the future him looked like this.